the banging sound was deafening. Lin Yue woke up in the coffin, surrounded by darkness, with only a flickering candle by his feet. He hammered the coffin lid and screamed for help, but all he got was falling dirt. He was alive and buried. The clothes weren't his own, his phone was missing, and the sensation of suffocation was quickly closing in. In his panic, he quickly thought about who would want to harm him, but aside from sneaking a peek at his sister's browsing history and the D drive, he couldn't think of any enemies. The fear was clear and cruel. This was not a joke. Ding. All players have been deployed. Deploying instance. Instance deployed. Deployment result, Forest Siri Mansion. Forest Siri Mansion, game's initial instance, low level, ideal for exploration and getting familiar with the game. Mission, evacuate the area before the instance closes. Instance duration, 3 days. Activating system for players. System activated. Gained permissions, personal panel, space backpack, survival guide, system prompts. Personal panel updated. System prompts activated. Name, Lin Yue. Status, mild panic. Hunger, 90. You won't die from a missing piece of meat, relax. Thirst, 88. You can drink your own, self-sustaining. Sanity, 55. Engaging in activities like beating strange things, teasing young men, and playing video games will help quickly restore sanity. Attributes, average 10. Strength, 8, you need to improve it to beat him, her, or it. Constitution, 10, it helps reduce damage from companions. Agility, 7, sometimes you don't need to run, just break your companion's leg, it's just as effective. Spirit, 6, affects how much fear you feel in the face of the strange. Actually, scaring yourself more works fine. Equipment, none. Ashen relics, none. Evaluation, slightly chubby, meat is tender. Survival guide, Forest Siri Mansion. First, during the day, you can freely explore the current instance to gather resources and survive. Second, before dark, you need to find a safe house to hide. The safe house can effectively block the eerie from entering. Third, at night, the communication feature will be unlocked. You can exchange useful information, but make sure the person you're chatting with is really human. Fourth, before the instance closes, you need to find useful clues to escape. Fifth, the eerie cannot be killed. Special items can temporarily give you the ability to fight back. Lin Yue grabbed onto the lifeline as if it were his only hope. He anxiously stared at the panel that appeared before him. Game? In front of him, there was not just the text on the panel. There was also a layer of suspended text. Every attribute had a hint entry. Only when he looked closely did these words begin to become clearer and clearer. Crack. Before he could carefully study it, the tightly sealed coffin lid suddenly made a sound. It sounded like an iron lock was being opened. A glimmer of hope appeared on Lin Yue's face. He trembled as he reached out to push the coffin lid above his head. It moved? At that moment, Lin Yue couldn't hold back his excitement. He pushed with all his strength. Boom! The coffin lid was so light at that moment. It opened with just a gentle push. Climbing out, Lin Yue found himself surrounded by an endless cemetery. Many people, dressed in black and white suits like him, climbed out of their coffins with pale faces. There were both men and women, old and young. In a short while, 3 or 4 dozen people appeared. Across from him, a strong young man with a scar at the corner of his eyebrow climbed out. Seeing the man's ferocious and fierce expression, Lin Yue quickly grabbed a stone from the ground to defend himself. After all, the hint entry earlier said, beat a companion or break a companion's leg. Such words made him feel no sense of security towards the so-called companions. The other person also saw his move. He frowned but didn't say anything. He turned and looked around. Some people were calm and already quickly walking toward the cemetery's exit. Most people, after hesitation, followed the crowd toward the outside. Lin Yue also followed the team. On the road, voices of discussion never ceased. He chose to remain silent and observe. And opened his space backpack to check. This space backpack had a total of 20 slots. Inside, there was a bottle of water, a bacon sandwich, and a digital watch. These were his basic survival supplies. Putting on the digital watch, Lin Yue got the current time and task. 8 a.m. 10 hours until dark. Task, find a safe house. Arriving outside the graveyard. What appeared before everyone was a deep forest. Almost at the same time, a system prompt popped up in front of everyone. Cursed tree forest, dangerous. Seeing the words cursed tree and dangerous, everyone's faces changed. Looking at the forest again, it felt all wrong. The dense trees, seemingly lush and green, now appeared to them as monstrous beasts with sharp claws, ready to devour them. Adding to the darkness in the woods, The holes of various sizes in the tree trunks seemed to form grotesque, weird human faces. They were secretly watching them. No sound. The bald man with a scar on his brow spoke softly, standing at the edge. It was way too quiet here. Such a vibrant forest, yet there was no sound at all. Not even the wind. It's just an initial dungeon. If you're scared of this, then just stay where you are. Someone with a bold and loud voice stepped forward toward the dense forest, very confident. A group of people behind them started whispering. Lin Yue was the second to take a step forward. Not because he was especially brave, but because his system prompt said, "Normal forest, safe." Hey! It even said safe. Why are these people so scared here? Thinking about this, Lin Yue couldn't help but shake his head. He quickened his pace and left the place. These two are really showing off. It's just going in first. There are plenty of idiots who like to show off their courage, don't mind them. Let them take the lead, they might as well help us clear the way. We only need to look after ourselves. Lin Yue could still hear their low whispers not far ahead. He looked at them with confusion and curled his lips. These people actually stopped right there. What are they showing off? What nonsense! The prompt is correct. These so-called companions are indeed unreliable. If you want to survive, it's all up to yourself. The scar-faced young man gave Lin Yue a deep look. He had some doubts about Lin Yue's actions. Lin Yue, from just his first impression, had aroused a sense of caution. A person with such a personality. How could he avoid direct danger alerts? Is this reasonable? Then, a trace of realization flashed across his face. Although there was mention of a safe house, there was no mention of how many. Would the survival game provide a sufficient number? The answer was definitely no. Without pressure, how could it be called survival? Chapter 2: Fake People. Lin Yue didn't chase the first person. That person seemed to disappear after entering. The surrounding thick branches were disordered and tangled. They easily blocked his view. Fortunately, not far ahead, he saw a small gravel path. There were footprints on the road. It meant the first person was not far ahead. Just stepping onto the path, not long after, a white mist appeared between the grass on the forest floor nearby. Once this mist appeared, it began to slowly spread and rise. The system gave no prompts. Lin Yue didn't take it seriously. Until the mist became so thick that it was hard to see the road ahead. He had no choice but to slow down, fearing he might deviate from the path. The mist grew thicker. His heartbeat became more and more distinct in this silent environment. This seemed to be one of the difficulties in the game. Lin Yue thought about it. This difficulty was nothing much. Just be careful not to deviate from the road. It should be pretty easy. When this thought crossed his mind, his forehead seemed to bump into something. He looked up and saw shadows hanging from the tree trunks in the white mist. Ding! You discovered a fake corpse, safe, harmless. Lin Yue was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Hearing the system's notification, he suddenly realized. The corpses hanging on the trees were actually fake. Is this the game trying to create a tense and fearful atmosphere? Lin Yue gently covered his chest, which was rising and falling violently. This damn game. It was mentioned at the beginning that this dungeon was to let players experience and explore. To initially familiarize themselves with the game content. Setting up harmless fake corpses like this was probably to help players get into the game quickly. Now, looking at the corpses above his head, Lin Yue couldn't help but marvel. They looked so real. Especially the eyeballs, they were lifelike. It seemed like they were staring at him. He got a huge scare. Filled with anger, Lin Yue pushed the fake person blocking his way. With this push, the fake person was sent falling down. The body hit the ground heavily, making a metallic sound. At this moment, the scar-faced young man also arrived at the gravel path. He didn't see anyone in the open forest ahead. Since Lin Yue and the first person entered, it was as if they had disappeared together. They couldn't be caught. Fortunately, he saw a path. At least he wouldn't get lost here. After stepping onto the gravel path, the mist around him began to rise gradually. It created a sense of unease. The mist rising in the dense forest wasn't a good sign. His pace quickened, trying to rush out before the mist thickened. When the path ahead was completely obscured by the mist, he had no choice but to slow down. It was then he saw the blurry black figures of corpses hanging from the tree trunks ahead. Ding! You discovered peeled skin eerie corpses, dangerous. The scar-faced young man felt his scalp tingle, and a chill ran from his feet straight to the top of his head. What was even more terrifying? He saw a blurry figure, crouching on one of the corpses, moving up and down. Put. A clear sound of flesh being torn came into his ears from the mist. Although he wanted to stay calm, his reason rapidly diminished, making it hard for him to control himself as he fled backwards. Lin Yue heard the noise. He suddenly looked up. But the mist was so thick that he saw nothing. Has someone been here? Damn, with this thick mist, could it be that I mistook the fake people for real ones? The other person must have been too panicked to notice the system's message. Lin Yue didn't pay much attention to this small sound. His attention quickly returned to the object in his hand. What he held was a blood-red long nail. It was similar to the nails used in movies to seal coffins. It was about 25 centimeters long. In his eyes, this fake person had such a long nail inside it. It should have been used to connect the spine and head. But he didn't expect that in his forceful pull, he tore off the fake person's head. It couldn't be pulled out. So he simply kicked it hard. Only when he shattered the fake person's head did he get this weapon. Lin Yue waved the long nail twice, shaking off all the materials and paint. He saw a series of strange characters on the top of the long nail. Unfortunately, no prompt appeared. This meant it wasn't a special item. Looking at the number of fake people, it seems there's enough for one per person. Leave them for now. As Lin Yue left, the scar-faced young man found the rest of the group. He told them everything he had seen. The mist, the eerie corpses, and the unknown figure manipulating the corpses. He described everything in detail. Among the crowd, there were calm and composed people. They preferred to wait for the results of the observation before taking action. At this moment, they all felt lucky about their survival strategy. Leaving is a must. If there's a path there, accompanied by mist, corpses, and eerie figures, this further shows that the path is the only way to the safe house. The danger mentioned in this forest probably refers to that shadowy figure. We have many people with strong vitality, so it might not dare to show itself. So, those two impulsive young men at the beginning, honestly. Sigh. An elderly man wisely speculated. The end of this road leads directly to the destination. Although everyone was panicking, they felt what he said made sense. The old man looked around and found that everyone was looking at him. He really enjoyed this feeling. His head lifted a little, and he continued. Don't panic, everyone. This is just an appetizer. I've been carefully studying the survival guide along the way. If you ask me, the real danger comes at night. Daytime is our time to explore and gather resources, so there won't be any danger. Remember, whatever we see later, treat it as a mere illusion meant to scare us. Those bodies could very well be mannequins. This fog is meant to create illusions, to make things unclear, to stir up fear in our minds. If I'm not wrong, what we will see later might just be a bunch of plastic. Everyone praised the old man for his clear thinking and logical reasoning. Having an elderly person in the family is like having a treasure. The scar-faced young man stopped talking. Plastic? He could think he misheard the sound. How could the system's prompt be explained then? The old man's analysis was very reasonable, and many people flattered him. He didn't know what to say. The right decision was to leave this place first. With the information from the scar-faced man, they quickly entered the gravel path and saw the scene where the mist was gathering. Everything seemed normal. They even used loud laughter to dispel the fear in their hearts. Until they reached the mannequins. Rows of corpses, their skin stripped off, were hanging in front of them. A pair of ferocious eyeballs stared down at them. Blood was still dripping from them. At their feet was a corpse with its head violently torn off. That head had been crushed violently, brain matter splattering everywhere. The elderly man, surrounded by people at the front, turned pale. Still trying to hold on, he said. Fake, fake. It's just done too realistically. Ugh. Before he finished speaking, he vomited. The people around him also vomited. What they didn't know was that, as they bent over to vomit, the skinless corpses hanging in the trees. Those eyeballs that Lin Yue had mocked for being so realistic were slowly turning. At that moment, a gust of wind blew. Thud. A skinless, eerie corpse fell in front of the elderly man. The old man, bent over with his head lowered, saw it very clearly. This corpse was smiling. Ah! A scream echoed. At this moment, the elderly man let out a heart-wrenching scream. The fallen corpse viciously bit into his face. Lin Yue, in the front, heard the scream from behind and couldn't help but laugh. These people's courage was truly smaller than his. Just mannequins. He didn't pay much attention to the scream. He wiped the smile from his face and turned his head to look forward. In front of him, there was a small residential area standing in the center of the forest. The security guard at the gate waved at him when he saw him. At this moment, the prompt sounded again. Ding. You have discovered the apartment security guard, friendly and kind. Looking at the prompt that appeared on the security guard, Lin Yue carefully examined him. The fact that there was a prompt meant that he wasn't just a tool character. Lin Yue was very clear that this old man might be hiding some clues. As he approached, the security guard, just as the prompt said, was smiling kindly at him. He pointed to the gate and said, "The sky is getting dark soon. When it gets dark, it will be very dangerous." Hearing the thoughtful reminder from the security guard, Lin Yue frowned. What did he mean by "it's getting dark soon"? He crossed through that forest in no more than half an hour. However, when Lin Yue looked at his watch, his expression froze. It was already 4 in the afternoon. That forest actually had a time acceleration effect. There was no time to ask about the clues anymore. He had to find a safe house first to feel secure. Lin Yue had just left. The group of people, frightened and fleeing from the flayed corpse, rushed out of the forest. Fear was evident on everyone's faces, some even lost their shoes while running. And this group of people didn't even notice the old man in the security booth. No one paid attention to the time issue either. They rushed, one after another, into the community. Lin Yue also noticed the people behind him. This was not surprising, there wasn't much distance between them. What was strange, though, was that he couldn't see the figure of the first person who had rushed in. Such a large community, and there was only this one building in front of him. The building was 6 stories tall. From the windows, there were at least 60 rooms. If every room were a safe house, there would definitely be enough to share. Lin Yue thought for a moment and decided to pick a room in the middle. He went to the 3rd floor. First, he tried to push open the door to room 301. The door opened easily. Inside, it was covered in dust, clearly no one had lived there for a long time. There was no sign of a safe house. It was obvious. This room was not a safe house. Aren't all rooms supposed to be safe houses? After searching several rooms, Lin Yue found a special door. Before him was a steel door covered with talismans. The door plate number was 304. As soon as he touched the door, a prompt sounded. Ding! You have discovered a safe house, perfect. Would you like to bind it? Perfect? So, the first ones get the rewards. Looking at the wooden doors around him, then at the iron door in front of him. Especially the talismans that filled him with a sense of security. Lin Yue didn't hesitate to choose to bind it. You have obtained the safe house. Warning! Except for you, no one can open this safe house. Do not easily open the door for anyone else or strange things, especially at night. Do not casually let others move in, you cannot be sure if the people who crawled out of the coffin with you are the same kind. Guiding task completed. The game has officially begun. While listening to the prompt and the warnings, Lin Yue pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bang! As the steel door slowly closed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The room's arrangement was completely different from the previous 3 rooms. Not only was there no dust, but there was also no strange smell. The furniture was even new. He casually wandered around. The bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom were all fully equipped. The bedroom even had a big bed, making it incredibly comfortable. There was water, electricity, and everything else he needed. In the living room's TV, there was even something to watch. The fridge was stocked with all kinds of food. Eggs, vegetables, fruits, and meat were all there. In the nearby water tank, there were even live fish and shrimp. Is this a beginner's instance? These resources are way too plentiful. He casually put the kitchen knife into his space backpack. Lin Yue didn't rush to go out and search for more resources, but started to think. He had weapons, food, and water. Now, he just needed to focus on finding clues to leave this place. It was almost night, and instead of searching for clues right now, it was better to think about how to deal with the dangers at night mentioned by the security guard. At night, what worried Lin Yue the most wasn't the security of the safe house. It was his own sanity. The fake people in the forest should be a reminder. The prompt said not to open the door for strange things at night. Would he open the door on his own? Of course not, but what about when he loses his sanity? Because when he saw food, there was also a prompt. Food could restore sanity. He was thinking, if he cooked the food into dishes, maybe he could restore even more. Better safe than sorry, it was best to prepare in advance. At this moment, other players had already scattered throughout the apartment, looking for safe houses. The scar-faced young man, with his impressive stamina, was straight to the high floors. When passing the 3rd floor, his steps suddenly paused. In the empty corridor, faint cries of a woman could be heard. This could very well be an important clue. This floor looked like no one had been there, so he could have both the clue and the safe house at the same time. Once this thought appeared, he decided to take a look. Just take a look. Following the screams, he stopped in front of the steel door of room 304. Ding! You have discovered a haunted house, high danger. There may be very important clues here. Looking at the door covered in strange symbols and dark red dried bloodstains, and the eerie black gas seeping out from the cracks in the door. Each sight made him swallow hard. This is exactly like the haunted house in a movie, right? The screams were coming from inside the room. God knows what's happening inside. He forced himself to suppress his fear, not even daring to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Carefully, step by step, he began to retreat. Only when he reached the stairway did he hurriedly start climbing upwards. Before it got dark, some found the safe house. Some did not. Those who didn't get in desperately begged those inside to share a room. But only those who were bound knew. The moment the creatures crawled out of their coffins, they had likely already mixed in with them. Even if the probability was only 1 in 40, no one was willing to accept another person. Those without a bound safe house could only choose any random room and block the door with something, praying it would be useful. Most people were in a miserable state, huddling behind doors, their faces full of terror. Panic kept making them remember everything that happened in the forest. The moment they thought of the old man's face being eaten by a suddenly rising corpse, they couldn't shake that image from their minds. For some reason, everyone felt the same thing in their hearts. As if the one who ate the old man's face was them. Coca-Cola chicken legs, oil-drizzled shrimp, stir-fried green peppers with pork, and tomato egg noodles. Plus drinks and fruit platters. All set. These things really can restore a lot of sanity points. At this moment, in Lin Yue's eyes, every dish could restore 20% of sanity points. Drinks and fruits could improve by 15%. Only the egg noodles, the main dish, increased by just 10%. Even so, it was still pretty good. Lin Yue eagerly picked up the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, with skin and meat being torn between his teeth. His mouth was filled with fragrance. Sanity points quickly recovered by a large amount. Then, he drank a large gulp of soda. The anxious feeling completely disappeared. At this moment, with an action movie playing on the TV, no matter who comes knocking at the door tonight, he was confident he wouldn't open it. To prevent getting too excited, Lin Yue first turned off the TV and glanced at the electronic clock. Has it already been 6 o'clock? Knock. 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 Night has arrived. The people who once lived in this apartment are waking up. Hope. You didn't move into a room outside the safe house. Ding. Night communication function has been activated. Lin Yue hadn't opened the communication function yet, when suddenly, a shrill scream echoed in the corridor. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 4, The Little Girl, Pitiful. Continuous screams made many people desperately cover their ears. And the system kept warning them about being scared and losing sanity points, which made them even more terrified. When the wailing stopped, Lin Yue glanced at his own status. His sanity, which had finally recovered to full, had once again returned to a state of panic. His heartbeat also involuntarily sped up. Using food to recover sanity had no cooldown limit. But this couldn't be eaten endlessly. Either I die from overeating or from fear? Lin Yue thought it shouldn't be that extreme. Generally speaking, as long as the external threats didn't actually enter the safe house. Even if sanity points dropped, there should be a limit. Just as Lin Yue had guessed, most people's sanity had at most reached a state of panic. It won't be lowered anymore. While humans endure fear, they also adapt to this level of panic. Moreover, the sense of security brought by the safe house is slowly restoring reason. Just as the initial hint said. Scare yourself a bit more, and that's fine. Opening the chat interface again. At this time, someone had already spoken. Joe Bagway, first, I encountered a skinning corpse, and then there were only a few safe houses in the apartment. Joe Bagway, is this still the easiest difficulty? This is basically asking us to die. Han Yen, what do you think a survival game is for? Besides, you've already entered the safe house, so why are you still yelling? Joe Bagway, It's you again, little girl. It was so chaotic back then, wasn't I just pulling you, looking after the elderly? I didn't even know who ran off, their shoes dropped without even realizing it. Han Yen, those were high heels, I purposely threw them away. Han Yen, as for looking after you? Are you my dad or my grandpa? Save it. Wang Xiao, stop arguing. Wang Xiao, it's normal for crowds to form when escaping. I know everyone's emotions are tense right now and you want an outlet. Wang Xiao, but in times like this, only unity will help us survive better. Wang Xiao, by the way, did you all read the prompts when binding the safe house? Zhou Ao, it was memorable. From the moment we crawled out of the coffin, one of us was mixed in. Zhou Ao, no. At least one monster. Lu Meiqi, could it be those two who led the charge into the forest? I haven't seen them since they entered the apartment. Wang Xiao, unlikely. If I were a monster, I would definitely blend into the crowd. No need to do something so obvious. Lu Meiqi, right. Lu Meiqi, so, while everyone was searching for the safe house, did anyone find any clues? Lin Yue glanced for a moment. When he saw someone ask about clues, his eyes immediately lit up. This is more like it. Although he thought that arguing could also relieve the fear. But there's not just one way to shift attention. Zhao Gang, I found one, not sure if it counts. Zhao Gang, on the third floor, I found a very scary room. Zhao Gang, the room was covered in strange talismans, and there were a lot of dark red bloodstains on the door. Zhao Gang, there were also constant screams from a woman inside, and the scariest part was that black gas kept coming out from the crack of the door. Wang Xiao, third floor? I have some impression. I did hear some sounds when I passed by. Wang Xiao, this situation is indeed worth noting. In movies, talismans and blood are often used to suppress ghosts in a room. Wang Xiao, when exploring this room, make sure not to open it carelessly. Wang Xiao, otherwise, we might release something that shouldn't be released. Lin Yue was confused at this moment. Third floor? The door also has talismans? Isn't that my room? The only difference is, there's no blood at all. Could it be that there's another room on the third floor covered in talismans? At this moment, Lin Yue was startled. It must be this way. A perfect safe house, how could there not be huge dangers nearby? Risk and reward coexist. This made him wipe the cold sweat off his forehead involuntarily. Zhao Gang didn't say which specific room. It seemed like something had happened. Many people were asking him in the chat channel what was going on. But he didn't respond. In an instant, the tense atmosphere once again pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. No one knew why Zhao Gang suddenly stopped talking. But everyone knew, Zhao Gang must have encountered something. Lin Yue also began to guess. Time passed by, second by second. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Gang to speak again. And at this moment, Lin Yue heard footsteps. The sound was very light. But in such a quiet environment, it could still be heard. The sound came from the corner of the staircase and then gradually approached him. The safe house gave him enough confidence to observe the corridor. Through the peephole, Lin Yue watched the flickering corridor lights. His heartbeat and breath both sped up. As the footsteps stopped near the door, Zhao Gang's message finally appeared in the chat group. Zhao Gang, don't look at her. The prompt says she's extremely dangerous. She'll seduce you into opening the door. I just glanced at her, and my sanity dropped by 10 points instantly. It took me a while to recover from the fear. She's just gone down from the 6th floor. Lin Yue glanced at Zhao Gang's message. Frowning. Is it really like this? It turns out that just a single glance can reduce one's sanity. This ghost is a bit impressive. But Lin Yue, who had never seen a ghost before, was still curious to see what it looked like. He raised his head again. He just happened to meet the gaze of someone outside. A small, frail little girl was standing outside the peephole, holding a teddy bear, looking extremely cute. Ding! Discovered the female neighbor, Pitiful. This little girl neighbor was dressed in a clean white dress, wearing red little leather shoes. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't seem like a ghost at all. From her height and teddy bear, it seemed she was just a little child. The key was that the prompt didn't say she was a ghost. A tool? Or an NPC? In his hesitation, Lin Yue made a decision. The ghost from the 6th floor shouldn't have arrived here so soon. Since the prompt didn't say there was danger, this child might be an important clue. Must seize the opportunity. And such a small child. What if she meets the ghost Zhao Gang mentioned? He couldn't possibly let a child be taken by a ghost right in front of him. The female ghost in front of the door was also frowning. In her home. Why was there a human scent? Could it be that some fool took her room for a safe house? But since she encountered such an oddity, she decided to play with it for now. She just reached out to grab the door handle. Creak! In the next moment, the door was suddenly yanked open from the inside. This pull made her lose her balance and fall forward. Lin Yue swiftly caught the poor child who couldn't even stand. After picking her up, he immediately slammed the door shut. Breathing heavily, It felt as if he had just done something incredibly difficult. Don't be afraid. Big Brother is here. Once we get into the safe room, you'll be fine. Lin Yue gently patted the little girl's back while softly comforting her. The little girl froze as she looked at Lin Yue holding her. Then, she looked at her hands. She didn't care that Lin Yue treated her like a human. But she was horrified to realize that her strength was no match for this human in front of her. Lin Yue only pulled the door lightly, and he lifted her off the ground. He even forced her to stay in his arms, unable to move. Was this even right? She pushed against Lin Yue with all her might, but Lin Yue's attention was completely on the peephole. He had no intention of letting her go. It was as if there was something outside scarier than her. Damn! What are you looking at? I am the ghost. After a moment, she gave up. Because she couldn't break free. Even her ghostly powers vanished. No way. Could I have met a top-tier human expert directly? Chapter 5, What kind of strange game is this? Confirming that there were no strange things outside, Lin Yue slowly let out a breath. Actually, he was also afraid that this little child might be a bait set by the ghost. The purpose was to get him to open the door. As he came back to his senses from the tense state, he noticed that the little girl in his arms was struggling a bit. He immediately put her down. The little girl looked a bit unnatural, her face full of suspicion and fear as she looked at him. She looked just like a neighbor's little sister who had been abducted. Lin Yue was startled. He had been so focused on saving her. Now, this little girl probably thought he was some creepy uncle. He quickly waved his hand to explain. Ahem. Little one, it's not like you think. Big Brother is not a creepy uncle. It's just that it's dark, and it's too dangerous for you to be alone in the hallway. I'm afraid something bad will happen to you. The little girl coldly stared at Lin Yue. As if to say. Yeah. How dangerous. Just like being pulled into a stranger's room. Is there any difference between a strange brother and a strange uncle? Of course, these were just things Lin Yue imagined based on the little girl's terrified expression. In fact, she didn't believe a single word of Lin Yue's explanation. She didn't care about the strange uncle or strange brother. She was just thinking. What the hell is this human big shot playing at? From the moment she entered the room, she discovered something even more terrifying. Is this still her room? It's way too clean. This room, which was once filled with her ancient eerie aura, had already become as terrifying as a haunted house. A normal person would never even think of using this as a safe house. Especially with those talismans and bloodstains on the door. Furthermore, humans could never breathe in such a dense ghostly aura normally. Before opening the door, that eerie aura even seeped out through the cracks in the door. But now, it had been instantly purified. Even the furniture and arrangement in the room had been completely renewed. Just the act of opening the door purified the eerie aura in the room. This person's methods are terrifying. The fish tank in the kitchen. The little ghosts she had raised, not only were they turned into food, but they even smelled delicious. This was yet another extraordinary method she couldn't understand. Taoism? Buddhism? Could he be a human immortal? Now, as she looked at Lin Yue again, his entire body seemed perfectly natural, with no trace of any extraordinary power leaking out. To hide such terrifying power so perfectly. This man is definitely a human big shot. In her eyes, Lin Yue's various methods were simply unfathomable. He was definitely not an ordinary person. His purpose was definitely not simple. She carefully speculated about Lin Yue's intentions. And finally decided to tolerate it. A damn extraordinary human big shot. He likes to play perverted games, right? Fine, I'll play along. Just don't let me find an opportunity. Who will win in the end, it's still unknown. With that thought in mind, she stretched out her little hand towards Lin Yue and whispered. Hug me. Lin Yue's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sure enough, she was still a little girl. This trick of hers works every time. Lin Yue picked her up and sat her on the sofa. He started patiently peeling shrimp, scooping noodles, and feeding her. And gradually started talking about daily life. The little girl cooperated with everything. He first asked the little girl her name and background. He learned that her name was Won. She lived on this floor. Her mother worked the night shift, so she was home alone. She had been secretly watching the sunset on the rooftop alone. On her way back home, Lin Yue had pulled her into here. When asked which room she lived in, Won remained silent and gave a false answer. If she had said this was her home, this perverted game would have been exposed. Lin Yue felt like he was born to be great at comforting children. Feed her whatever she wants, ask her whatever she wants to answer. Even while holding her, she'd giggle. It was simply too amazing. As their conversation deepened, he learned that this apartment complex was called Garden Apartments. The neighborhood was also called Garden Neighborhood. There had originally been 7 buildings. But after a fire, only this one building was left standing. This explained why such a large neighborhood only had one building. While Lin Yue was asking for clues, Wenwen was also testing Lin Yue. She also asked Lin Yue his name and background. Naturally, Lin Yue couldn't tell her. How could he tell a little girl that he was playing a terrifying and bizarre game? What if she cried? Once a child starts crying, they're not so easy to comfort anymore. He told her that he was here to visit relatives. He was a relative of the homeowner. Wenwen sneered coldly in her heart when she heard this. A ghost's relative. Can you at least be more serious with your lies? Do you really think I'm just a little kid? She knew very well about Lin Yue's background, but she wasn't sure of his power. If Lin Yue had chosen a safe house, it would have been fine, but he had specifically chosen her eerie house to hide in. This was clearly a game. He was playing with her. He didn't take their eerie existence seriously at all. Lin Yue felt that the groundwork had been laid enough. Prepare to ask some truly useful clues. At this moment, footsteps once again echoed in the corridor. Unlike Wenwen's light footsteps, this time, the noise was huge. The person's feet seemed to be unable to lift, and the soles of their shoes scraped against the cement floor with a clear sound. A trace of imperceptible surprise and joy flashed across Wenwen's face. Help has arrived. Hearing the increasingly loud sounds from the corridor, Lin Yue thought that the terrifying and eerie presence Zhao Gang had mentioned had arrived. His heart thumped wildly. But with Wenwen beside him, he didn't want to appear too panicked. Although he was the one who was scared. He comforted her by gently rubbing the little girl's head, saying, "Don't be afraid. With your brother here, no one can hurt you." As he spoke, Lin Yue got up to check. As soon as he turned around, a few meters behind him, the little girl revealed a terrifying face. At this moment, she realized that as long as Lin Yue didn't look at her or left her range, her strength would return. This meant that Lin Yue might be powerful. Or he might just have some kind of treasure. If it was the latter, she still had a chance to act. Plus, with her companions soon to appear outside the door, she could fight back. Seeing Lin Yue leaning against the door, her suspicious nature made her hesitate again. What if this was a trap, a deliberate weakness shown by Lin Yue? Trying it might cost her life. But if she didn't try? Here she was, a mighty ghost, treated like a little girl, being patted on the head, fed, and protected. Who knew what Lin Yue would do next? Bath time? Tucking her in for bed? She could never agree to that, it was her bottom line. Even ghosts have dignity. As the footsteps grew louder, Wenwen made up her mind. Facing Lin Yue's back, she slowly opened her mouth. Her mouth, at this moment, was like a snake, lacking a lower jaw. The wider it opened, the pitch-black eerie aura made her teeth as sharp as blades. Under the light, they gleamed with a cold gleam. Once they bit down, she could swallow a human head in one bite. Just as Lin Yue recognized that the person approaching was the security guard, his arm suddenly stung. He lowered his head and saw Wenwen, this little girl, biting him. One person, one ghost, 4 eyes locked, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. This is bad. This test went wrong. At this moment, Wenwen forced a smile on her face. Silently wiping the saliva from Lin Yue's arm, she blew on it and coquettishly said, "Brother, play with me." Lin Yue saw this and didn't think much of it. He picked Wenwen up again. "Brother will play with you later. Do you remember what I said about the danger?" As he spoke, Lin Yue pointed to the door. He wanted to scare Wenwen a little. The little girl immediately cooperated, showing an expression of terror and fear. While secretly rolling her eyes 100 times inside, she covered her eyes and tucked her head into Lin Yue's shoulder. Out of Lin Yue's sight, she stared with wide eyes, gritting her teeth, wishing she could bite him right away. Lin Yue thought for a moment and then carried her back to the bedroom. He stuffed the teddy bear into Wenwen's arms and comforted her. "Be good, wait here for a moment. Brother will be back soon." As soon as Lin Yue left, Wenwen returned to her terrifying, eerie form in the room. The shadows cast on the wall increased, many of them dark and strange. It was as if, on her, there wasn't just one ghost. "This won't do, I need to think of a way. I need to find a way to save myself." Lin Yue returned to the door and only saw the security guard hurrying away. His manner seemed like he had encountered some urgent situation. It was completely inconsistent with the speed of an old man. Lin Yue felt strange about it. He had thought it was a ghost, but it turned out to be the security guard. Had he known, he would have brought the old man into the safe room earlier. I hope the old man won't encounter any ghosts. After silently praying, he looked at the chat group again. More people had joined the discussion. After all, staying alone in the safe room was boring and made one anxious. Fear, joining the chat is the best way to relieve it. The content everyone was discussing unanimously pointed to the terrible screams at night. So many people have died. No one can ignore this matter. But strangely, except for Zhao Gang, no one saw anything unusual in the corridor through the peephole. The only discovery was from the patrolling security guard. The one named Wang Xiao said he had spoken with the security guard for a few minutes. Although the guard had the label of danger, he didn't show any hostility. He just kept warning them that the night was very dangerous, and they should never leave the safe house casually. This startled Lin Yue. Can labels change? Is it because of the darkness? Lin Yue didn't have time to see the label on the security guard as he hurriedly left. As for Wang Xiao's statement, he could only assume that the darkness had changed the label. As more and more people joined the discussion, someone raised a bold suspicion. The reason why the initial game instance is said to be simple should be because of the provided labels. These labels help them distinguish who is dangerous and who is harmless. So, does this mean that night is actually the real time for exploration and finding important clues? And the terrible screams occur in rooms all over. Does this mean that as long as they don't enter those rooms, they will be safe? Also, the safe house doesn't have to be bound. If no one binds it, can they enter any nearby safe house at night to avoid danger during exploration? This person's guess caused a heated discussion. Lin Yue was stunned. Logically, this person's statement is also a feasible method. If no one binds the safe house, it would mean that at the beginning, everyone could enter the safe house. Then, so many people wouldn't have died. Even the strange one in the crowd could possibly, after nightfall, reveal their hidden label, just like the security guard. And this strange one might not be powerful enough to kill them all. If they were, they wouldn't need to hide it. There could even be other possibilities. For example, this person might not be a ghost, but a human with a special mission. This would be a better way to hide their identity. This information could also be misleading fake intel. Lin Yue noticed many people were arguing against this person. They accused him of shifting the blame for those who died without entering the safe house onto others. They said he was putting great psychological pressure on everyone. Some even suspected he was the strange one, creating anxiety and misleading others into taking risks. This person never spoke again. Lin Yue was very clear, the feasibility of taking action on this matter was too low. No one would risk it. And no one would be willing to share the safe house they discovered. But the quiet corridor seemed to actually prove that this person's statement had some truth to it. When one and the security guard could both walk in the corridor at night, which was the best evidence. Thinking of this, Lin Yue returned to his bedroom. At this moment, Wen was lying on the bed, fiddling with a teddy bear. When she saw Lin Yue enter, she spoke. "Brother, when can I go home? I haven't finished my homework yet." Lin Yue frowned when asked. He actually triggered a mission. Ding! You have triggered a special clue mission. Find Wen's homework notebook. Countdown, 60 minutes. Only 1 hour? Such a short time, it must be because Wen's home is on this floor. But this means, I must leave the safe house. Is that guy's guess correct? At this moment, Lin Yue was caught in a dilemma. Having a special clue is definitely a good thing. But danger still exists. Thinking of this, he chose to privately message the person who had made the bold guess earlier. The other person ignored him. Until he mentioned a special task that would require leaving the safe house. Only then did the other person reply. You're contacting me because you want to know if I've tested the security outside, right? Lin Yue didn't expect the person to be so straightforward. He immediately replied with his true thoughts. He just wanted to know whether what the other person said had been verified. I can tell you honestly, as long as you don't enter the wrong room, you won't be mistaken for an intruder. You can wander freely in this corridor at night. Bro, this is something I figured out while risking my life. Can I come with you to see for myself? Lin Yue hesitated for a moment. He agreed. However, he made a request. He wanted the other person to come to his door so he could confirm it. The other person agreed immediately. In less than 2 minutes, the other person appeared at his door. And this person, he recognized. It was the one who had disappeared the moment he entered the place. Carefully observing the person, Lin Yue noticed there were no labels appearing on him. He held a kitchen knife in his right hand, while a long nail was hidden in his left sleeve. Then he opened the door. And the other person recognized him too. He looked at the talismans and bloodstains on the door with some shock. He didn't expect this eerie and terrifying room to also be a safe house. He had misjudged it back then. "You're not bad, you're the second person after me to step into the forest on your own. We'll definitely get along. Want a smoke?" Looking at the cigarette being offered, Lin Yue hesitated but still took it. Cigarettes could also ease anxiety, and this thing was effective at restoring sanity. The key was, it wouldn't fill up his stomach. "My name is Zheng Hai. I'm a thief, so I have a bigger heart. What about you?" Zheng Hai introduced himself while scanning the surroundings. In the quiet corridor, only their voices remained. Watching the cigarette lit by Zheng Hai, Lin Yue took a comfortable drag. This cigarette indeed helped restore sanity, and it wasn't as choking as he had imagined. "Good smoke. I'm Lin Yue. I just got into college." Zheng Hai didn't waste time. He asked Lin Yue to show him the mission panel. 309. "It's right next door to my safe house. If the little girl you mentioned is fine, then her mother has gone to work. The room should be safe. What about her father?" Lin Yue shook his head. He asked, but Wenwen acted as if she completely ignored it and didn't say a word. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hai's face showed concern. "I knew the special task couldn't be this simple. But, we must complete the special task. Kid, you should be glad you contacted me instead of going on this adventure alone. I just happen to have a special item that can suppress the strange." Chapter 7, Ash Relics. Lin Yue looked in surprise at the item in Zheng Hai's hand. "This is the reward for being the first to enter the apartment. It's the ash relic mentioned on the panel, the only special item that can be used to fight the strange." Listening to Zheng Hai's introduction, Lin Yue's face was full of envy. It was a gourd-shaped jade bottle. It was only the size of a finger. Its crystal-clear surface was carved with a creature that resembled a spider with many segmented legs. Soon, they arrived at the door of room 309. Zheng Hai held the jade gourd, standing behind Lin Yue's door. He motioned for him to knock on the door to see if anyone or something strange was inside. Lin Yue put away the kitchen knife. He kept the rusty long nail hidden in his sleeve. Both the kitchen knife and the long nail were useful against people with bad intentions, but definitely not against the strange. Holding them in his hand was just to boost his courage. "I'll knock." Zheng Hai nodded solemnly. Bang! Bang bang! It was just knocking on a door, but Lin Yue felt as if he used all his strength. Sweat beaded on his forehead. After all, it was his first time encountering a ghost. Nervous, scared, and curious, all kinds of complex emotions mixed together. After the knocking sound, about 10 seconds passed. The lights in the room suddenly turned on. Someone was inside. No, there was something strange. Who's there? In the middle of the night, not sleeping, looking for death. A very furious roar came from inside. Accompanied by the heavy sound of footsteps, they echoed in the room. Lin Yue and Zheng Hai looked at each other, both seeing the nervousness in each other's eyes. With each step the other took, Lin Yue could feel the other's body was exaggerated to a shocking degree. However, the moment the door opened, a prompt sound instantly rang out. Ding! BR, dangerous, evil, detected. What appeared before them was a dwarf. And indeed, it was evil. BR on its back was a huge head. The head was covered with eyes, both scarlet and deep blue. Its size was so large it seemed like it would crush the dwarf, with its eyes almost popping out. Yet the dwarf was desperately carrying it. Ha! Tonight is truly a surprise. First, there are human intruders, then blood food knocking at the door. He, you tell me, how should I eat you? Fried, grilled, or pan-fried? You can choose. Hearing these words, Lin Yue stepped back 2 steps. This guy was indeed very dangerous. If Zheng Hai couldn't block him, he would immediately run. Zheng Hai's face also changed slightly. Facing the evil was inevitable. There was no way to retreat. BR he pointed the jade gourd towards his mouth and sucked hard. A flame lit up the bottle. The strange pattern on it turned into ashes. These ashes were all sucked into Zheng Hai's mouth. The next moment, he himself burst into flames, but the flames quickly vanished, revealing the strange pattern carved on the jade gourd. His body was 1.5 meters tall, and in the low corridor, he had to stoop down. He was as thin as skin wrapped around bones. It seemed like a gust of wind could knock him down. But Zheng Hai let out a harsh laugh, very confidently saying, "Eat your mom. First, eat your grandfather's eye-poking attack." The evil transformed by Zheng Hai had countless thin arms floating behind him. These arms extended numerous fingers. Like tentacles, they swiftly attacked the huge head on the dwarf's back. His movements were quick and precise. It even exuded a strange sense of beauty. It was as if it had been practiced 1,000 times. All the fingers precisely stabbed into one eye after another. When the loud, tragic screams erupted, a massive amount of black smoke also poured out. In an instant, Lin Yue lost his sight. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. Suddenly, a sound of rapid footsteps rang in Lin Yue's ears. After escaping the smoke, it was the dwarf, Br, with its small short legs. It was desperately chasing after him. Was this guy coming after him? Lin Yue's heart froze, but his eyes quickly turned cold. Because the dwarf's prompt had already changed. It had turned into a harmless accomplice. He wouldn't soften just because of the word harmless. The long nail in his sleeve fell into his hand, and he immediately turned around to poke at the dwarf. In fact, when the dwarf saw the long nail in Lin Yue's hand, it was filled with terror. Couldn't they just run their separate ways? Seeing Lin Yue rush toward him, if it could speak, it would definitely shout, "Don't come over!" Pfft, Br from the moment he decided to fight for his life. The adrenaline in Lin Yue's body fully opened. He stabbed the dwarf's head several times. Br at first, he thought it would be tough, but he didn't expect to directly pierce the dwarf's head, creating a huge hole. Something didn't feel quite right. Why did the long nail suddenly feel hot in his hand, and why were the characters on the nail faintly glowing? Lin Yue was full of confusion. At this moment, Zhang Hai let out a long roar. Lin Yue saw the huge head like a deflated ball quickly flying out. It crashed and tumbled in the corridor, finally disappearing from their sight. As for the dwarf that Lin Yue had killed, Zhang Hai judged that it wasn't the real body. It was just a device, like a gecko's tail. He didn't believe Lin Yue could kill the evil. Lin Yue also took the opportunity to rebuild the long nail and hid it back into his sleeve. He walked toward the room. But as soon as he stepped in, Lin Yue felt that he had come to the wrong place. There wasn't a single trace of a woman's life here. It was clearly a bachelor's apartment. This was not Wenwen's home, and there was no sign of a child's homework. What's going on? Has your mission changed? Zhang Hai also noticed the awkwardness here. Besides a lot of pornographic magazines, there was nothing related to books. Where did the homework come from? Lin Yue was also confused. He opened the mission panel and looked at it repeatedly. The mission was correct. It was definitely here. He could only keep searching, and Zhang Hai joined in to help. The two of them turned the place upside down. They didn't find the homework. But they found a box of lollipops. It was labeled, Wenwen's exclusive. Ding! You have completed the special clue mission. Reward, the Peeper's Eye. Triggering special clue mission phase 2. Find Wenwen's homework 2. Mission location, 602. Countdown, 60 minutes. The time and place were reset? Lin Yue didn't expect that this was still a chain mission. Having played games before, Lin Yue instantly understood that this mission probably had several stages. He showed the new task to Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai frowned. He had put in a lot tonight. The ash relic could only be used once a day. If the next room was still strange, he would have no fighting ability left. Fortunately, the mission rewarded him with something. Lin Yue quickly examined it. It was a real, tangible eyeball, and it felt quite strange to the touch. Peeper's Eye, you will never know when, but somewhere, a non-human is openly watching you. By silently invoking the Peeper's Eye, it will share its vision with you. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. This is a special item, Ash Relic, White. Non-combat item? Damn. Do I just watch the task fail without doing anything? Zhang Hai was very frustrated. If this task failed, he would have wasted a precious opportunity to save his life and strike. It was not worth it. Lin Yue looked at the eyeball in his hand but didn't give up on the task. They still had a chance. What if 602 was an abandoned trash room? Or maybe a safe house? Let's go check it out. If it doesn't work, we'll each go back and get through the night first. But I think the rewards from this task are probably related to the chain missions. Zhang Hai pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. He quickly calmed his anxious mood and regained his rationality. Then he nodded. At this point, the chat group was already blowing up. They were discussing Zhang Hai's roar during the battle earlier. And the huge head that had been seen escaping from the corridor in embarrassment. Someone had left the safe house at night. And there had been a fight. It was something they had never even dared to think about. As Lin Yue and Zhang Hai moved toward the 6th floor, Lin Yue secretly glanced at the system notifications outside the task. Kill the gnome, human. Strength +1, mental strength +1. Killing, and there's a reward? Chapter 8, that eyeball must be fake, right? Along the way, Lin Yue could still feel the long nails in his sleeve. The warm sensation never faded. He thought carefully and figured that it was probably the gnome's blood that had been absorbed by it. So, those fake bodies with long nails inside are actually new weapons? Lin Yue thought this judgment was the most likely. While thinking, they arrived in front of room 602. It wasn't a trash room. The room had lights on, so either it was a safe house or a haunted house. What terrible luck. Zheng Hai knew very well. The people in the safe house would not open the door for him. Even if it was a real safe house, he wouldn't dare enter if the door opened. At this point, he had already decided that the mission must be interrupted. But Lin Yue still wanted to struggle. So he took out the peeper's eye and said, "I'll take a quick look, I can't just come here for nothing." Zheng Hai didn't object. It's naturally good to gather more information. Eliminate one possibility, be it a safe house or a haunted house. It won't be a waste of the only chance to go out tonight. Lin Yue held the eyeball in his palm. Eye of the peeping observer. As he spoke the guiding words. In the next moment, the eyeball in Lin Yue's hand turned to ash like a candle in the wind. It actively flew into his mouth. And a vertical eye slowly opened on his forehead. At this moment, in Lin Yue's eyes, the walls and doors became transparent. He could easily see inside the room. Ding! Found an old lady, kind-hearted. An old woman? But the hint said kind-hearted, which means this room is the fourth situation. It's like one, a house where normal people live. Lin Yue joyfully shared this situation with Zheng Hai. But Zheng Hai furrowed his brows. He felt it was unreasonable. What kind of person would live in the same building as a ghost? He even held a skeptical attitude towards that one. You go ahead, since there's no danger, I'll wait for you at the door. I'm not good at dealing with old people anyway. Lin Yue didn't pay attention to Zheng Hai's words. Anyway, there was no danger, as long as he could complete the task, that was enough. And, indeed, Zheng Hai had paid a considerable price. It was time for him to complete this task. Thinking of this, he knocked on the door directly. His eye of the peeping observer was still in effect. Inside the room, the old woman was kneeling before a palm-sized statue of Buddha. Hearing the knock on the door, the flesh around her mouth was instantly licked clean by her long, slim tongue. And the statue in front of her was wrapped in human skin, bathed in blood. It was also twitching at the corners of its mouth. A person and a statue, staring at each other. Both their eyes erupted with strange blood light. Today? What a great day it is. Creak. Lin Yue had been watching the room. He saw the old woman come to open the door and straightened his clothes. He had thought of what to say in his heart. Who is it? The door didn't fully open, the old woman peered through the crack warily. She looked like a truly normal person. Lin Yue hurriedly said what he had prepared. I am Wenwen's cousin, she said she left her homework here. I'm here to help her find her homework. Upon hearing Wenwen's name, the old woman's expression clearly stiffened for a moment. Her eyes flickered. She carefully examined Lin Yue from side to side. Finally, she opened the door. Come in, it should be left here when she was playing before. As Lin Yue stepped inside, the old woman turned to look at Zheng Hai in the hallway. You are also Wenwen's cousin? Come in together. Zheng Hai shook his head like a rattling drum, not uttering a word. His throat felt blocked like it was stuffed with a lump of sugar. Damn ordinary old woman. Lin Yue's eyeball must be a fake relic, right? The old woman in front of him clearly had a terrifying face. When he looked at her, the drool dripping from her mouth was laced with blood. And the eerie ghostly aura in the room no doubt proved that Lin Yue was duped by that eyeball. I'm not her cousin. Zheng Hai said, briefly revealing the jade bottle relic in his hand. He was clever. Not exposing it completely. The old woman noticed it was a relic, her eyes showing a hint of vigilance. She directly closed the door. Seeing the door close, Zheng Hai turned and ran. He knew Lin Yue was finished. After Lin Yue entered the room, he immediately saw the statue radiating Buddha light. Many elderly people believe in Buddhism. That's nothing surprising. But he had never seen one glowing with Buddha light before. Ding! Found ash relic, four-handed heavenly Buddha, gold. And the prompt rang out as he approached. Gold? What kind of heaven-defying treasure is this? Just as Lin Yue was drooling over the statue, he felt a pat on his shoulder from the old woman. You sit down first. I'll go pour you a cup of water. Lin Yue originally wanted to say no. He found the homework book and began to leave. But upon seeing the Buddha statue, he hesitated for a moment and then agreed. He wanted to observe it a little longer. If possible. He wanted to steal this Buddha statue. Lin Yue sat on the sofa, looking around. The room structure in this building was all quite similar. He knew exactly where the kitchen and bedroom were. His eyes scanned every part of the room. Finally, they landed on the pink backpack next to the television. The moment he saw the backpack, Lin Yue knew the task was complete. Just as he was about to get up, the old lady came over, holding a cup of hot water. Here, have some tea. You said you are Wenwen's cousin, but why have I never heard that girl mention you? Lin Yue looked at the steaming hot tea in front of him. At another time, he would have casually replied a few words and left to complete his task. But this hot tea was not so simple. Ding! Discovered Zen tea, white. Tip: drinking may randomly increase 3 points of spirit power. What a good thing! Lin Yue was shocked, then he looked up at the old lady in front of him again. This kindly-looking old grandma, could she be that legendary master? Damn! This Buddha statue is not easy to steal. Not caring about the heat, Lin Yue picked it up and began drinking. Seeing that Lin Yue really drank it, the old woman clearly froze. Is he pretending? She had put quite a bit of strong stuff in this tea. And her 2 fingers too. A normal person drinking it would lose their sanity. The serious ones would go completely crazy. Yet Lin Yue actually drank it down. Before she could react, Lin Yue had finished the tea. He even chewed on the stuff used for brewing the tea. Her fingers. Were they actually eaten? Did she read him wrong? Is he truly Wenwen's cousin? Is he also a creepy one? If that were the case, to eat her own 2 fingers in one bite, he must be up to no good. Grandma, is there more? Cough, I'm a bit thirsty. Lin Yue quickly gulped the tea down. His spirit power increased directly by 3 points. He had thought that the stuff in the tea was some special thing, but unfortunately, nothing else increased. The old woman, hearing this, shrank back her hands from her sleeves, her face looking quite unpleasant. She said unhappily, "There's none left. By the way, you just said you would help Wenwen get the homework book, right?" Wait a moment. The old lady turned to grab the backpack. As she passed by the Buddha statue, she looked up at it. Her heart was even more surprised. The Buddha statue had completely lost its power at that moment. She suddenly turned back. Lin Yue saw her look over and forced a naive smile, waving his hand. Something's not right. It's really not right. The Buddha statue had been nurtured by her for so many years, it had long since become a force of its own. It was even more terrifying than she was. It was prepared specifically for dealing with Wenwen later. If it weren't something she had raised, it would have eaten her long ago. Could she have discovered my secret? At this moment, looking at Lin Yue again, the creepy old lady felt a chill in her heart. She was no match for Wenwen. She always had been. This little demon had her completely under control. This person should not be an ordinary human, they were probably already controlled by Wenwen. It must have been today's sudden appearance of blood food that revealed the clues to the other party. This was clearly a warning to her. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. Stuffing the Buddha statue into the backpack, she turned to Lin Yue and showed a kind smile, saying, "This is Wenwen's toy, you can take it back." Although Lin Yue was puzzled. What child plays with a Buddha statue? Moreover, he had just seen the old lady kneeling in front of the statue. But the Buddha statue was in his hands without needing to be stolen. Lin Yue could not refuse. He accepted the backpack, slung it on his back, and stood up to say goodbye. As he reached the door, he still couldn't forget that cup of tea. "Grandma, that tea earlier was really good. Where did you buy the tea leaves?" Chapter 9, Wenwen has disappeared. Pa. Stingy. He had the nerve to ask where the tea leaves were bought. Shouldn't the old lady give him a little? She really doesn't understand human feelings at all. Lin Yue was too excited, completely unaware that Zheng Hai had already disappeared. Back in 304, he suddenly remembered. "Hey, where did that guy go? Aren't you going to check on the mission?" Lin Yue privately messaged Zheng Hai to ask where the others were. The other side completely ignored him. At this moment, Zheng Hai looked at the message and sneered. Looks like he has already been replaced by a ghost. The survival guide does not lie to me. Zheng Hai did not reply. Lin Yue had no idea what had happened to him. He began to guess privately. Could it be that he ran into trouble? Then he shook his head. More important than that is to complete the task first. He took off his backpack, and the four-handed Buddha statue fell into Lin Yue's hands. The statue looked like it was made of gold. Its entire body radiated a faint golden glow, looking like an extraordinary object. Four-handed heaven Buddha, gold Amitabha. If the other party refuses to put down the butcher knife, this Buddha will also unleash punches and kicks. Silently recite Amitabha, it will grant you extra arms. Power doubles. Can inflict substantial damage to bizarre creatures. Consumes 5 mental points every 10 minutes during the duration. This item is a rare special prop, Ash's relic, gold. Seeing this attribute, Lin Yue's mouth watered again. His current strength was only 9 points. 1 point lower than average, but after doubling, hitting an ordinary person would probably feel like hitting a child. There was no cooldown for the duration. This was the key point. With that cup of tea, his mental power had reached 10 points. It could last for 20 minutes. For him right now, mental power was quite limiting. But the future was promising. The more he thought about it, the better Lin Yue felt, and he turned around to put it into the spatial backpack. Then he went to the bedroom to find Wenwen to hand over the homework notebook. However, when the door opened, it was empty inside. People were gone? In the safe house, no one can open it besides him. Unless Wenwen opened the door from the inside. Did someone trick Wenwen out? Could it be that Zheng Hai took the chance while I was away and secretly tricked her out? Lin Yue thought and thought. It seemed like this was the only possibility. Zheng Hai mysteriously played missing. He didn't reply to his private message, something was definitely wrong. But what reason would Zheng Hai have to do this? Could it be that he is not human? At that moment, a scream came from downstairs. Then, the chat group started vibrating wildly. Wang Xiao, everyone, pay attention. If you encounter a little girl crying at the door, don't fall for it. Damn it, such an obvious bizarre trick to open the door, why would anyone fall for it? Han Yan, that little girl is a ghost? Zhou Baogui, isn't that obviously fake? Everyone in this building besides us are bizarre. Actually, there's no need to keep reminding them, if they die, they die. It would be better if the brainless ones all died. Zhou Ao, she's at my door. I just heard her crying, and my rationality started to drop. What to do? Should I just cover my ears? Wang Xiao, cover your ears, sing. Sing loudly. Let the song cover your hearing of the surroundings. Lin Yue looked at these messages. He immediately stopped his actions. Zheng Hai really was tricking him. What safe corridor? This was far from safe. Then, someone sent a photo in the group. There was actually this function? Lin Yue felt very surprised, but when the photo loaded, he instantly panicked. It was Wenwen. Wenwen was sitting on the corridor floor crying, her face streaked with tears. She had fallen to the ground, her knees scraped. The little bear was also thrown aside. She was crying heartbreakingly. Moreover, from her frightened expression, it seemed that some terrifying thing was lurking not far away, watching her. At this moment, Lin Yue's heart felt as if it was being twisted. There was a ghost. Bang! Instinct drove him to charge out. And after rushing out, his brain was blank as it slowly began to think. There was fear in the thought of going back. But he must save Wenwen. He didn't want this event to become an unshakable nightmare in his life. He still had the Buddha statue. It wasn't like he had no chance to fight desperately. While running, Lin Yue organized his thoughts, determined his choice, and his mind began to calm down. The cries were not loud. According to speculation, they should be on the first floor. As long as he was fast enough, perhaps he wouldn't have to face this eerie figure directly. Wenwen's face was a mess from crying. The person inside even sang a song in a ghostly wail to counter her eerie cries. At this moment, she clicked her tongue in displeasure. Is someone teaching him? Dare to ruin my good thing. As soon as the words fell, she heard the sound of rapid footsteps coming down the stairs. Turning around, she saw a flash of golden light reflecting towards her. That golden light made her feel uncomfortable. Before she could see the other person clearly, she was suddenly grabbed around the waist. In that instant when her strength vanished, she really cried. If she had known, she wouldn't have been greedy. She should have just left the building right away. Now look, just for a meal. As a result, she was caught by the big boss. What to do? If he knew she had run away, would she be directly eliminated? Where did the Buddha statue in his hand come from? Is this shiny thing a joke? If this thing really opens its mouth to chant a Buddha sound, can she endure it? Lin Yue was more panicked than her. Looking around. One hand holding the Buddha statue, one hand holding her. He turned and sprinted up the stairs. And in Zhou Ao's eyes, the crying suddenly stopped. There was even the sound of hurried footsteps. What happened? His curiosity overcame his fear. he peeked through the peephole. He only had time to see a fleeting shadow, taking away the little girl who made the eerie cries. Oh my. This eerie girl has an eerie dad? Joe, brothers, I discovered something fun. That little ghost kept crying, it seems to have attracted other eerie beings. She was directly taken away. She didn't even resist a bit, I suspect it's her dad. Han Yen, where's the fun? This is very scary, okay? For a moment, no one spoke. Because this was indeed very scary. So far, the security personnel were carrying dangerous warnings. There was a giant flying eerie head, a eerie child who could cry to continuously diminish reason. And a terrifying existence casually taking the eerie child away. This game. Is it really the starting instance? And back in Lin Yue's safe house. He gasped for breath, putting Wenwen down. Then he raised his hand with a serious expression. Seeing this, Wenwen was so scared that she directly hugged her head and closed her eyes. It's over. She's going to die. But unexpectedly, before the severe punishment came. The next second, a gentle hand fell on her head. Chapter 10, Clue for Clearing the Game 1. Feeling the gentle action falling on her head. Wenwen was stunned. She hadn't experienced such a gentle action in a long time. No. She cannot be fooled by this terrifying existence before her. He just wants to play a game with her. However, she still had to act. In an instant of brainstorming, Lin Yue had already picked up the little girl and placed her on the sofa. Then he stared at her scraped knee and asked, "Does it hurt?" Wenwen knew that Lin Yue was still continuing his little game, so she obediently shook her head. Lin Yue also had no medicine on him. He got up and rummaged in the bathroom. He couldn't find anything. He could only use clean water to help the little girl treat it. When everything was done, Lin Yue remembered that the task was still not completed. There were less than 10 minutes left in the countdown, there was still time. He carried Wenwen back to the bedroom desk and took out a pink backpack, saying, "Look what this is? I've brought back your homework notebook." Seeing the little backpack, Wenwen's pupils instantly shrank. She suddenly shouted loudly, "Where did you find it?" Seemingly realizing her tone was a bit heavy, she hurriedly lowered her voice and softly asked, "Brother, where did you find it?" Lin Yue didn't care about Wenwen's change in tone. Children often didn't want to do homework and deliberately threw their backpacks in a mess. Some had been burned, some thrown into puddles. Others had been commanded to be torn apart by dogs. Lin Yue looked at the little girl with some amusement. "What do you think? They even gave me a fake address, but luckily I found the real one based on the clues. When your mom went to work, it was the old lady on the 6th floor who took care of you, right? You're small but wise." As he spoke, Lin Yue pinched the little girl's nose. In Lin Yue's eyes, Wenwen was lying before. A little girl playing on the rooftop was indeed a bit dangerous. In his mind, she should have been playing in room 602 at that time, and the backpack and homework were intentionally left there. Then she used the excuse of her homework not being there to want to leave this place. You could say she was very clever. Wenwen didn't speak. She tried to lower her head as much as possible. She looked like she had been caught doing something wrong. In a place where Lin Yue couldn't see. Her pupils were filled with anger. After taking the backpack, Lin Yue also heard the completion prompt for the task. Ding! The second stage of finding Wenwen's homework has been completed. Obtain clue 1, the three of them set this fire to cover up the body. Triggered special task, go to other apartments at night and seek out those who have seen the truth. Task countdown, 24 hours. Clue to pass? Lin Yue was not surprised at all. He found it quite natural. In his view, ordinary people in this game were the key figures to pass the level. So it was only right that he got a reward clue. It truly lived up to the initial difficulty. There are a total of 3 murderers. To cover up the body, they set this fire. So, the condition to pass this level is to find out the truth? Wenwen had told him about the big fire. This clue seemed solid. Lin Yue felt relaxed, the task was very simple. The only difficulty was needing to go out at night. Zhang Hai's words were no longer trustworthy. As he hesitated whether to take the risk and continue the task, Wenwen had already quickly finished her homework, which looked like scrabbled drawings. Then she pulled Lin Yue and said, "I'm tired." Wenwen needed Lin Yue to rest quickly. Only then would she have the chance to sneak out. 602. Damn old lady, just wait. I'll be there soon. Lin Yue saw Wenwen's eyelids were so heavy she could hardly keep them open. After thinking for a while, he picked her up. There was no rush for the task. Letting him go find those who had seen the truth. There was a lot of information involved. During the day, there was only one apartment in this community. And at night, he could visit other apartments. This indicated that at night, the entire game world changed a lot. It wouldn't hurt to scout around during the day before exploring. It'd be best to first chat with the security guard during the day to see if he had any triggered tasks. He also didn't have experience in putting kids to sleep. He just stuffed one into the blanket and then put the teddy bear into the little girl's arms. Then he cleared his throat and hummed a lullaby, imitating what his mother sang when he was little. With the lullaby softly hummed by him, the little girl quickly closed her eyes. Seeing the little girl sleeping, Lin Yue seemed to remember something. He took out a few of Wenwen's exclusive lollipops and placed them on the bedside. When the little girl woke up, she would have candy to eat. She must be very happy. After doing all this, Lin Yue carefully returned to the living room and then lay down on the sofa. Bored, he flipped through the chat group. At this moment, the group was terrifyingly silent. No one is chatting at all. Are they all conserving energy for tomorrow? Maybe. He didn't know what others were thinking. Staring at the door for a moment, he took out the rusty long nail. This thing was a bit strange. When he killed the gnome, it was hot and glowing. At this moment, it returned to being ordinary. There was no hint at all. As he lay there, Lin Yue's eyelids began to feel heavy. In the quiet corridor, he didn't know how long had passed. Footsteps returned. It was the security guard patrolling again. At this moment, there was also Lin Yue's soft snoring in the room. The security guard stood at the door for a while before turning and leaving. Gee. Just as Lin Yue was sound asleep, a little girl walked up to Lin Yue, looking at his fair face. With a serious expression, she picked up a rusty long nail from the ground. She examined Lin Yue carefully. Then she looked at the lollipop in her hand. In the end, she didn't act, but quietly tiptoed to the door. Every move she made was cautious. Until she left the room. Back outside, her appearance instantly returned to its original form, a terrifying ghostly aura racing through the entire hallway. Bang! Opened the door. In front of room 602, Wenwen's low voice echoed. Within that deep voice, it seemed there was a storm about to break. The eerie old woman knew. All of Lin Yue's discoveries here had been told to this little demon. But she never expected. The eerie Buddha had already betrayed her. She still had to teach herself a lesson. Damn little demon. The moment the door opened, she was directly crushed to the ground by the terrifying ghostly energy. Wenwen directly threw Lin Yue's rusty long nail. The nail pierced into the old woman's forehead, with the exposed part glowing faintly. The contact point sizzled like it was on a hot iron and continuously wafted black smoke. I was wrong. Spare me. The little girl turned a deaf ear, reaching out her small hand to drag her back into the room. Like dragging a dead dog. The scream did not travel a bit. That night, Lin Yue slept very peacefully, almost sleeping to death. His mental strength surged by 4 points. This made all his sleep before have high quality. He wiped his drool, picked up the long nail that had fallen on the ground, turned around, and entered the bathroom. After a quick wash, he cautiously pushed open the bedroom door and saw Wenwen sitting on the bed holding a teddy bear and eating a lollipop. He smiled with satisfaction like an old father. Awake? Brother will go cook, by the way. What time does your mother finish work? Why don't we eat here later? Chapter 11, Sir, your eyes are bloodshot. Wenwen on the bed was stunned by his words. How excessive. It was already too much to ask her to play games with him. Now he wanted her to find a mother to come over? At this moment, Lin Yue also remembered something. Room 309 is not Wenwen's home. Room 602 is not either. This little girl is quite clever. She didn't really give him her family address. So, which one is her home? He walked out of the kitchen and saw the little girl running quickly towards the door with her backpack. Mom should be off work, she will get worried if she can't see me. I'm going home. Lin Yue chased after her and watched Wenwen walk into room 307 diagonally across. Then he scratched his head. So it's just diagonally across. But Wenwen was right, after finishing the task last night, he should have sent her back. Right now, her parents hadn't come, they should not be back yet. By the way, are there residents during the day? Lin Yue couldn't confirm this. Thinking, he knocked on the door of 307. The door opened immediately. A trash room? The room was empty, not a trace of Wenwen. Not even a ghost in sight. Only a thick layer of dust. In that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Yue's forehead. Wenwen wasn't even human. He had misinterpreted seeing the words looking pitiful as thinking she was human. A living person who only appears at night. From this perspective, she should be a simple NPC. This made Lin Yue very uncomfortable. The little girl was smart and cute, yet she had already died? After adjusting his emotions in the room, Lin Yue simply made some egg noodles and quickly ate a bit of last night's spicy stir-fried meat. Only then did he feel comfortable pushing the door open, preparing to explore outside the community. Before exploring other apartments at night, he needed to find the security uncle to chat a bit. At this time, the other players were all hungry, with expressions of worry on their faces. That night, they slept very unsteadily. The bed in the safe house was harder than iron. Waking up, their entire backs ached. Moreover, they had eaten all the sandwiches last night. The water was also finished. In the morning, one can only go hungry. As soon as I woke up, I ignored my discomfort and rushed to search for supplies. During the day, the apartment is safe. Apart from the safe room, other rooms can be searched freely. Lin Yue made his way downstairs. He saw a lot of people rummaging through the garbage room repeatedly. He stepped outside. The morning air was fresh, but it was extremely cold. Lin Yue couldn't help but rub his arms. The woods outside the community were now completely shrouded in fog. At the security room, the old man was still there. Isn't the old man working 24 hours straight? Lin Yue muttered to himself. Then he headed straight for the old man. He looked at the 4 words kind and friendly on the security guard's uniform. Instantly, he felt relieved. Good morning, sir. The security guard looked up and smiled at him. He returned a morning greeting. Then, he focused his gaze outside the community. It seemed something in the fog caught his attention. Just as Lin Yue was about to ask, the old man spoke up first. You have 2 days left. After 2 days, I won't be able to protect you anymore. They have already begun to gather. The old man began to mumble like an NPC. Lin Yue looked deeply outside the community. Turns out the security guard had this function as well. Could this be triggering a mission? But after waiting for a while, there was no prompt sounding. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Yue took the initiative to ask. Sir, can I ask you something? Seeing the old man turn back, Lin Yue pointed to an empty spot in the community and said. There used to be a big fire here, right? The old man's eyes instantly turned red. He tilted his head to look at Lin Yue, seemingly very surprised. Lin Yue saw the old man in a daze. He pointed at the red eyes and said. Sir, you can really endure, your eyes have turned red. By the way, do you have any medicine? My sister hurt her knee, I want to find some medicine for her. The security guard suddenly smiled. Lin Yue felt confused by the laughter. Until the old man opened a drawer and actually pulled out a first aid kit. He quickly thanked him as he took it. When you're done, remember to return it to me. And? Did your sister tell you about that big fire too? Lin Yue nodded. The old man sighed and said. The fire was merciless, it burned to death hundreds of people. Why do you ask about this? It has already been 12 years since the case was closed. Lin Yue replied with an O. He quickly pressed for the outcome of the case at that time. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yue left the security room. His brows were tightly furrowed. The old man said someone had maliciously set fire and was executed. However, there were only 2 criminals. From the clues he had gathered, there were actually 3 criminals. One person had not been found. Finding that person should be the key to clearing the mission. The mission wants me to visit other apartments to seek those who saw the truth. In other words, among those in the other apartments, someone must have seen the third person. Hiss. They are all dead now, do I need to visit the strange? At that moment, Lin Yue fully showcased the naive foolishness of a college student. This was something he should have thought of last night. He realized it only now, breaking into a cold sweat. They should all be as good at haunting as Won and the grandmother. Lin Yue kept comforting himself in his heart. At the same time, he walked back on his way. As soon as he returned to the apartment, he saw a group of people gathered in the first-floor hallway. This group of people was very excited. He didn't see Zhang Hai among them. But he did see the scar-faced youth. At this moment, Zhao Gang was surrounded by the crowd, looking exhilarated. The clue was found by him. What happened? Why are there so many people gathered? Lin Yue asked from the periphery. The people nearby had no guard up, and they joyfully said. We found the clue to clear the mission. This guy is really lucky, he just casually rummaged through the garbage room on the 6th floor. He found the crucial clue. Lin Yue was taken aback upon hearing this. There was actually another clue? And it was just a casual search. He was still thinking about how to share the clues he had obtained openly for everyone to discuss together. So the second clue just appeared like that? What's the clue? Is it to go to another apartment? The other person looked at him with suspicion. What other apartment? The clue just received indicates that we need to kill the strange boss hiding in 304 to clear the level. But it seems it's not that simple. We should also find a special item to kill the strange boss. I hope we can quickly find clues about the special item. I really want to go home. Lin Yue blinked upon hearing this. What is this? 304? Strange boss? Did he mutate after waking up? Chapter 12, oh no, I become the boss? Looking at the group standing grandly in front of his safe house, Lin Yue did not even come to his senses. He became the boss? When did it happen, and how did it start? Why does he not know? Confusion cannot describe how he feels right now. The short-haired guy in the crowd is the most active Wang Xiao. The one who discovered the clue is the scar-faced young man Zhao Gang. Both of them cautiously looked at the iron door covered with talismans in front of them. Is this really the room? I discovered this terrifying room yesterday and even heard a woman scream. Zhao Gang had mentioned this in the group chat. At that time, Lin Yue thought it was from other rooms on the third floor. He never expected it would be his safe house. A woman scream? He remembered watching a movie then. Could it be a misunderstanding? 304 was the room that they all avoided the most, yet it turned out to be a crucial condition for clearing the level. Wang Xiao now fully wanted to become the leader of the group. He raised his hand first to touch the talismans and iron door. As his warm hand touched the cold door, the prompt that appeared shocked his whole body. The prompt said that a player had bound the room as a safe house. This meant that the person living here was not only the strange boss to clear the level, but also the ghost mingling in their group. His gaze swept back and forth among the crowd. Then he looked at Zhao Gang and said, "The prompt says we can only enter at night." Hearing this, most people's faces changed slightly. In the daytime, they could come here together. But at night, who would dare to leave the safe house? Wang Xiao noted everyone's reactions and reassured them. Everyone, don't panic. To deal with the strange being requires a special item, and the game lasts 3 days. But in reality, the first day was just for everyone to get familiar with the game content. Today, our goal is to find the special item. The real chance to kill and clear will be tomorrow night. Don't forget, this instance is the simplest starting difficulty, the strange boss shouldn't be too strong. Hearing about the special item, everyone felt relieved. Yes, they were just afraid because they didn't have the items to deal with the strange being. If they had the items, dealing with the male ghost and the female ghost would definitely be possible. Wang Xiao called everyone to expand the search area to the whole community. As everyone eagerly thought about becoming the ones to defeat the strange being, Zhao Gang looked at Wang Xiao with confusion and asked, "Did you just hint at a discovery?" Wang Xiao immediately shared the prompt with Zhao Gang. Special items don't appear easily. This community is not that big, as long as it's not buried underground, we can surely find it. If the game is designed that way, it would be too boring. I think items only appear when the number of players reduces to a certain number, or at night. Now, the strange boss definitely knows I found it hidden among us. It definitely has some rules it must follow. Otherwise, it could just quietly stay in the safe house for 3 days, and everything would end. The priority now is not to see who will enter here before night, but to find out its killing rules and avoid becoming part of it. I think we can talk to that dangerous security guard. Maybe it will lead to the early appearance of the props. Zhao Gang looked at the inconspicuous little man in front of him. His heart trembled. His eyes narrowed. Wang Xiao's words seemed to analyze calmly, but they naturally implied that others would become sacrifices. Zhao Gang knew very well that if not enough people died, the current Wang Xiao would definitely take action, thus bringing forth the props. At this moment, Wang Xiao's thoughts were similar to Zhao Gang's speculation. No matter if the hidden rule for the props to appear was the decrease in number of people, he could not give up trying. Time was pressing. He had to execute the plan today. He made it clear, secretly telling Zhao Gang that he was worried he couldn't do it alone. And Zhao Gang, with that fierce face, clearly seemed like a tough guy. He needed a strong hitter and bodyguard. After they left the building, Lin Yue sat by the railing on the rooftop, gazing over the entire community. He still couldn't understand why he had become the boss. There must be something wrong with this. After some pondering, Lin Yue confidently believed he was not the boss. There had to be other reasons for everyone to think so. There is only one truth. That Zhao Gang is a trickster hidden in the crowd. Only this made sense. And it's very possible that the trickster fabricated false clues to mislead players into the game. Just then, Lin Yue saw Zhao Gang and Wang Xiao heading towards the security room from the rooftop. Everyone was searching for the props. The security room, due to the dangerous label on the guard, was naturally avoided. But they went straight there. It made Lin Yue's scalp tingle. Wang Xiao might not be genuine either. Is there danger, old man? Lin Yue had no intention of rushing down. During the day, they shouldn't be able to harm players. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. Also, the security guard served to protect the players, resisting strange creatures from the fog. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person. These two shouldn't be able to harm him. He didn't need to worry about the guard's safety. Now, everyone was misled by the false clues thrown out by these two fakes. The only one who could turn the tide was him. He also couldn't share the true clues he received with everyone. Wang Xiao and Zhao Gang called his safe house the boss's room, probably because they saw the special nature of his safe house. At this moment, to say that there was no problem with his room. It was hard to say whether others would believe it. It might even put him in a dangerous position. Under great pressure, one might not necessarily make dangerous decisions. Whether it's a person or a ghost, once suspected. It was normal to eliminate this possibility. He glanced at the figures of others and didn't spot Zheng Hai. Zhao Gang also lived on the 6th floor. Perhaps, Zheng Hai's disappearance was caused by Zhao Gang, this fake. Everything makes sense now. A perfect safe house lacks food and drink, but can still fall into danger? Looks like I can only go find the night trade apartments to complete the task alone. This time, I am taking the high ground with my intelligence. Chapter 13, Screening People. The clues in Lin Yue's hand made him clearly aware. During the day, nothing could be done. But he still pretended to be an ordinary player who knew nothing, joining the group searching for resources. The main goal was to scout other empty areas in the daylight. In this community, there were large areas of prickly grass on the west side. Exploring here was quite a challenging task. However, there were indeed some gains. Someone discovered a wooden box hidden in the grass, finding canned food and water inside. Others found baseball bats within it. Unfortunately, the special props did not appear. This further strengthened Lin Yue's belief. The real special props should also be in those night trade apartments. After a morning of hard searching, many people have had their first meal today. Lin Yue roughly observed each person. Among them were a few girls. These girls did not form small teams but were wary of each other. They teamed up with 1 or 2 boys each. Some approached him to team up. He rejected them all. But some wouldn't leave, like Han Yan, who squatted beside him, gazing at him with affection. Han Yan had mentioned in the group that she lost her high heels. She looked like a rich girl living a quality life. The strongest impression Lin Yue had of her was her very fair skin and her soft-spoken manner. She followed behind him barefoot, step by step. Her eyes occasionally wandered over his uninterested rummaging movements. Lin Yue couldn't bear it any longer. What do you want? There's something strange in the crowd, I'm not teaming up with anyone. Give up on this thought. Han Yan obediently replied with a soft But she wouldn't leave. When Lin Yue changed direction, she changed direction with him. He couldn't shake her off. After 3 attempts, just as Lin Yue was about to explode, she revealed a pair of small tiger teeth and smiled, saying, "Your mental state is really good. Your clothes are very clean." Lin Yue was taken aback upon hearing this. This woman was actually observing him. "You don't have to worry. You're definitely not a ghost." Saying this, she got up and left. As she left, Lin Yue could still hear her mumbling softly. If ghosts were this stupid, this game would be too boring. What the hell? Who does she look down on? I am someone who aims to turn the tide. This woman also reminded Lin Yue something. Compared to others who were terrified and spent the whole night in fear, he had eaten well and slept soundly. He hadn't suffered any grievances at all. This made it easy for him to be separated from others. In this environment, it was better not to stand out too much. Thinking of this, Lin Yue's actions became serious. His shoes and clothes had been smeared with a lot of dirt. Sweat quickly dampened the hair on his forehead. After a bit of fuss, Lin Yue successfully found a resource box. Inside were 2 cans and a bottle of water. Some people, who had not found anything, looked at this scene with dangerous eyes. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow and directly revealed his kitchen knife. The other person became kind on the spot and wished him a happy meal. Then they turned and left quickly. A lively rummaging session had flipped through almost every corner of the community. Everyone had something to gain. The first instance was not very difficult in this regard. Even that Han Yen woman seemed to have mixed with someone to get food. But no one found special items. The absence of items made everyone uneasy. They gathered again under the apartment building. Wang Xiao reassured everyone again. Everyone, don't panic. I talked with the security guard and triggered a mission. I have not so good news for everyone. To obtain special items, we must wait until tonight to go out. Go out at night? As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted. Going in circles, they still had to act at night. Many held a skeptical attitude towards Wang Xiao's words. Although the security guard was labeled as dangerous, he had not actively attacked anyone. Furthermore, he was the only NPC here. Many had approached the security guard and had not triggered any mission. Seeing the arguing crowd, Wang Xiao stepped back 2 steps. Zhao Gang, seeing this, stepped forward and slammed the fire axe from his space bag onto the ground with a thud. What are you arguing about? Let him finish. Everyone had at most found baseball bats, bricks, and stones. Zhao Gang had actually gotten a fire axe. Plus, with Zhao Gang's fierce look, the scene suddenly quieted down. Only then did Wang Xiao continue. I know what everyone is worried about, but if this game had no danger at all, we would easily obtain the special items and clear it. Let me ask you, have you ever played such an easy game? There is currently only one person who can take on this task. I will take it, and it is the same as everyone taking it, so there is no need to worry. The task is to go to other apartments at night to find a sinner. Lin Yue frowned deeply upon hearing this task. This task always felt a bit strange. Then, Wang Xiao said that to kill this sinner would earn them a tool. It was as simple as killing a key NPC in a game for a necessary item. At this moment, Lin Yue was even more certain of Wang Xiao's false identity. This task was clearly to stop him from finding the last murderer. Turns out these 2 guys were sabotaging his mission. Wang Xiao continued to rally people. He stated that he and Zhao Gang would take the lead, but the more people, the faster they could find this person. So, he hoped everyone could work hard together to survive, and also to go home. Yet, some were unwilling to go. The oldest in the crowd, Zhou Baogua, snorted coldly. Do you think they are 3-year-old children to coax? Do you think I am a child too? The task is not mine. How can I be sure what you say is true? If you want to go, you go. I am definitely not going. Zhou Baogua looked untrusting of Wang Xiao. He stood up and was about to return to his apartment. Zhao Gang stepped in first to block Zhou Baogua. Looking at the axe in Zhao Gang's hand, along with his fierce expression, the old man panicked. His words became somewhat stuttered. You? What do you want? Zhao Gang said nothing and just blocked the way. Zhou Baogua glanced back at Wang Xiao. He gritted his teeth and prepared to force his way through. However, as soon as he moved, Zhao Gang's axe genuinely swung towards him. The sound of the axe biting into bone reached the ears of everyone present. Zhou Baogua let out a wail, and Zhao Gang directly kicked him down. Everyone at the scene turned pale. I'll say it again, doing this task is to help everyone survive together. But if someone wants to do nothing and just lie down to get through, then I'm sorry. I don't want someone to take such a big advantage. What about you? Do you also want to be a leech who does nothing and just enjoys a free ride to victory? Wang Xiao and Zhao Gang's actions undoubtedly shattered all his previous efforts to build an image in an instant. But this also earned him the approval of many. If only part of the people took the risk of life and death to do the task, while the unwilling ones lay down in the safe house. If it were them, they wouldn't agree. So, immediately, a group of people stood up beside Wang Xiao. This made many timid and fearful people reluctantly agree. Zhao Gang looked deeply at Wang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Xiao's screening of people had ended. Those who would live and those who would die had already been separated. In thought, he saw Lin Yue, who was picking his nose behind the free riders, and was stunned. He even secretly wiped the booger on the person in front of him. No way. The strong person he thought actually stood with them? Chapter 14, I have lollipops, do you want to eat? Wang Xiao rallied the crowd to go to other eerie apartments at night. This matter was good news for Lin Yue. After Wang Xiao and Zhao Gang's intimidation, the crowd naturally split into 2 teams. Lin Yue randomly chose a side to stand. It did not matter. After all, he would take action. When he finds the murderer, completing the task and turning things around, he would naturally come out to point out these 2 phonies. Among Lin Yue's group, defined as the free riders, there were either women or very timid people. Everyone's morale was rather low. Fearing death was instinctive. They also wanted to be like the ones opposite. The group of young men around Wang Xiao all looked confident. At this moment, sitting by Zhou Baogua's body, they boasted about how they would kill, each looking spirited. Their demeanor made it seem like killing ghosts was easier than killing chickens. Night was about to arrive in this confinement. The old security guard walked over again to give a kind reminder. He warned them that it would soon be dark. Only by returning to the safe house can safety be guaranteed. He was like an NPC carrying out a mission, just precise and to the point. He wouldn't shout for them to hurry back. As he watched the beautiful sunset about to fall, many people's dazed eyes gradually revealed a strong fear. When it was time to fight. It's here. As Wang Xiao got up from his side, Lin Yue also quickly stood up right after him. They were being pushed forward by Wang Xiao and his group. At the moment when the light on the horizon was completely swallowed by darkness, the world seemed to have arrived in another world in an instant. The temperature in the air felt like needles piercing cold. It stung the skin painfully. Unexpectedly, it was so cold outside the apartment. And in front of everyone was the open area that had been cleaned. The phantoms of buildings slowly appeared. Then one by one, warm yellow lights continuously lit up. Which building should we go to? Someone asked Wang Xiao. With so many buildings here, if they split up, they would also worry that Lin Yue and his group would run back. If they didn't split up, then they could only search one building at a time. Wang Xiao glanced ahead. He immediately chose the building closest to everyone. Which one to choose didn't matter. What mattered was that someone had to die. He firmly believed his analysis was correct, and the information the security told was indeed true. Other buildings would really appear at night. Arriving in front of the apartment, Wang Xiao looked again at Lin Yue and his group and said, "We've all come here. Whether I brought you here by force or you came voluntarily. An arrow released cannot be returned. As long as we find that sinner, everyone can live to go back. If you still want to escape and hide, I won't care. But I can clearly tell you, Zhou Baoguo today is the runner tomorrow." Lin Yue didn't want to hear the fake nonsense. He rushed straight in. With his lead, Han Yan's eyes quickly turned and she immediately followed him. The two of them entered the apartment together. Others also hurriedly followed suit. They were already outside the safe house. There was indeed no turning back now. Wang Xiao paused for a moment before signaling everyone to go in together. As soon as Lin Yue entered, he noticed it was different from the one next door. It was too hot here. It was clearly freezing outside, yet upon entering it felt like stepping into a furnace. Lin Yue took out the Buddha statue and a rusted nail, holding them in his hands. Then he took off his coat to cover them up. He didn't have a specific target or direction. The task was for him to conduct a visit. In other words, this was a very time-consuming hard labor. To shorten the night visit time. And to find this murderer before the others. Lin Yue didn't knock on doors one by one to visit. He wanted to see if there would be special hints. As for Han Yan, who caught up behind him, he paid her no mind. Right now, nothing could interfere with completing the task. The first floor was quickly surveyed by him. There were no hints at all. He had to continue climbing. As soon as he reached the second floor, he saw a figure in the hallway. The other party stood in front of a door. Motionless. Like Han Yan, barefoot with head bowed. Ding. Discovered girl, well-behaved and sensible. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yue's eyes brightened. While Han Yan, who finally caught up to Lin Yue, could no longer help but want him to slow down. But upon seeing the terrifying figure in the hallway, she immediately swallowed the words that were on her lips. That ghostly figure, exuding black smoke, with a pool of blood at its feet. The prompt kept flashing huge red danger, making one shudder in fear. Just a glance, she knew it was over. She wanted to pull Lin Yue. To make him run quickly. But found that Lin Yue had already quickly run up to the side of the other party. He even gently whispered, "Little sister, did you forget to bring your key? By the way, I have lollipops here, do you want some?" Looking at the lollipop in Lin Yue's hand, the girl standing with her head bowed in front of the door looked up at him with bright, shining eyes. Then she bowed her head again. "Mom won't let me eat." Lin Yue glanced at the door upon hearing this. He probably figured out what was going on. This little girl must have been punished by her family to stand by the door. Well-behaved and sensible, these 4 words. Plus, the poor look on the girl's face. Suddenly, Lin Yue cursed in his heart that these parents were simply inhuman. They kicked the child out of the house. Aren't they afraid of her being abducted by human traffickers? Is your mom at home? Brother, please help me reason with her. To be honest, even if this girl didn't have any special alerts on her, he still wanted to warn these parents. Their hearts were too big. He immediately knocked on the door. Han Yan looked at Lin Yue as if nothing was wrong. Gathering her courage, she walked over. She didn't dare to look at the girl but still met her gaze briefly. The girl had no eyes at all. The eye sockets were pitch black. Han Yan was so scared that her sanity plummeted. She could only forcibly shift her focus. Yes. It was all Lin Yue's fault in front of her. He was actually greeting a ghost and offering it candy? What a joke. Lin Yue glanced at her suspiciously. What are you following me for? You should go ask someone else. At this moment, Han Yan regretted it, wanting to run but her feet wouldn't listen. Crack. Just then, the door opened. It's over. Another ghost. The one who opened the door was an even scarier female ghost. Her hair flew about on its own, and she emanated a violent stench. Saliva dripping from her mouth, mixed with blood. When looking at her, her long tongue quickly rolled back the dripping blood. Let me ask. On a late night, leaving your child standing at the door as punishment, is this okay? Don't you know how rampant human traffickers are? What if the child goes missing? Hearing about human traffickers and that kind of bold tone. The female ghost was momentarily stunned. What's wrong with this guy? In this day and age, there are human traffickers who are also ghosts. Interesting humans. You're right, this matter is my fault. I was too angry before and didn't think it through. Thank you for your reminder. Come in for a cup of tea. Tea? Tea sounds great. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled, almost unable to move for the thought of tea. At this moment, Han Yan grabbed him. With a look of panic, she shook her head slowly. Lin Yue waved her hand off his clothes and said mysteriously in a low voice. Drinking tea has its benefits. As he spoke, Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, leaving Han Yan utterly confused. She shouldn't have followed him for no good reason. She realized Lin Yue was different, but she didn't expect him to be this different. He was completely insane. Mistake. This is your girlfriend, right? She's really beautiful. Come in together. Han Yan pretended she didn't hear, hoping that this would allow her to leave safely. But the next second, she was directly grabbed by the female ghost and dragged inside. Looking at Han Yan's pleading eyes, Lin Yue rolled his eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. One more person to share the tea, what a loss. Chapter 15 Aunt will cook for you. Before entering, Lin Yue unwrapped the candy and whispered to the girl. Bite it, let it dissolve slowly in your mouth. I always used this trick on my mom when I was young, it always worked. The girl blinked, then swallowed the lollipop in one go. Her mouth wriggled for a moment, and she quickly spat out the stick. She smiled happily. Lin Yue gave a thumbs up, then stuffed a few more pieces into the girl's pocket, and with a smile, he walked into the room. Inside the apartment, the furnishings were not much different from the next door. The main difference was in the decoration style. This family was clearly more modest, and there weren't many valuable appliances at home. Even the sofa was very old. It squeaked when he sat down. After Lin Yue plopped down, he saw Han Yan, who had been dragged in, standing there in fear. He frowned and said, Sit down, don't be so polite. Han Yan really wanted to curse. But she also knew that right now she could only go along with this lunatic and those two ghosts. She sat down close to Lin Yue. But it was still very close. It seemed that this could dispel all the unease inside. Can you sit farther away? It's very hot. Lin Yue pushed Han Yan away in disgust. Then he wiped away his sweat. The room was even hotter, hotter than the hallway. It was truly unbelievable. The girl seemed to notice that Lin Yue was hot, and she quickly grabbed the only electric fan in the house and brought it over. The old fan squeaked loudly. But the wind it blew was genuinely cool. The girl was called back by her mother and then returned to her room. Only the two of them were left in the living room. At this moment, Han Yan finally calmed down. Lin Yue was indeed a crazy person, but this crazy person seemed to make the ghost particularly friendly. It was strange, but worth observing. She and Lin Yue kept scanning everything in the room, trying to find special hints. When her gaze turned to the kitchen, the door was half open, allowing her to see only the ghost auntie's back. She did not brew tea but directly filled 2 cups with tap water from the faucet. Then she took a jar from the cupboard and tossed in 2 round objects. It was quick, and with the other party's gaze sweeping over, Han Yan knew that running away was unlikely. Seeing the black-red substance flowing from the tap water, her heart jumped to her throat. Then she looked at Lin Yue, who was filled with anticipation. She wanted to tell Lin Yue, this is not tea. It's blood. A full 2 large cups of black blood. However, the ghost auntie seemed to be aware, the 2 pitch-black hollow eye sockets seemed to really contain eyeballs. At the moment she had this thought, her gaze quietly remained on her. When the tea was placed on the table, Lin Yue looked at the strange small balls floating above the tea, pondering what kind of special tea bag this could be. He pretended the tea was very hot, blew on it, and then took a sip. There was no hint at all. Indeed, it was just ordinary tap water. Not getting a reward, Lin Yue intended to directly inquire about the arsonist's information. Time was precious. If he couldn't find anything, he needed to visit the next house immediately. Han Yan was staring at the blood in her cup, especially the eyeball floating on the surface, without a word. Her rationality had dropped to a very dangerous level. The system kept giving off sharp warning sounds. As long as she reduced her presence, perhaps she could hide. "Miss, why aren't you drinking? Do you dislike the auntie's tea? Is this tea?" Lin Yue and Han Yan both secretly complained. But their states of mind were completely different. "Hurry up and drink. It's pretty hot here, aren't you thirsty?" The auntie seemed persistent in making Han Yan drink tea. It seemed that if she didn't drink, the persuasion would never stop. Lin Yue also sensed something was strange about the atmosphere, but he quickly understood what was going on. This Han Yan was so rude. Wasn't it just a cup of tap water? Why does she have such a grim face? It really was a rich girl. Drinking a cup of tap water could be a matter of life and death? Lin Yue sighed inwardly, directly picked up Han Yan's cup, and drank it all down. Along with it, he gulped down the small ball too. He didn't even know if he could eat it. Whatever, just chew on it a bit, if it can't be eaten, he'll spit it out. Who would have thought, with one bite? His mouth was filled with sweetness. Ding! Consumed special big honey ball. Strength +1. What the heck? It's actually a big honey ball. By the way, why use big honey balls to brew water as tea? Lin Yue's eyes changed slightly, the ghost auntie's sharp gaze was fixed on him. The corner of her mouth carried a strange smile. As if waiting for something. Lin Yue bit down hard and consumed the other one too. This home was far too poor. Using tap water as tea probably had nothing to serve. Couldn't waste it. As for why the big honey ball had a special effect. This was a strange apartment. It was a game dungeon. These were merely items prepared by NPCs for players. Watching Lin Yue drink down 2 cups of blood water and eat down 2 eyeballs without changing his expression. Han Yan and the ghost auntie wore the same expression. "Are you okay? Are you alright?" Lin Yue chewed hard, his mouth stuffed full. He couldn't speak, quickly waved his hand to indicate he was fine. He noticed that there was still a whole jar of these unique big honey balls in the auntie's cabinet. He really wanted to take them all away. "Auntie, these big honey balls are so delicious. I'm a bit hungry, can you give me a few more?" Looking at Lin Yue's greedy appearance, the ghost auntie smiled. She seemed even more curious about Lin Yue. "Hungry? Who would be hungry for big honey balls? Auntie will cook for you." What a good relationship. Lin Yue looked full of hope. He indicated he could cook and would help out. At that moment, Han Yan was left alone. She stood up and was ready to run. If she didn't run now, she was afraid of falling into a severe panic. But as soon as she stood up, the girl's room door opened. She saw the girl tilt her head and wave at her. In the next moment, her eyes went completely blank. She walked toward the other person uncontrollably. In the kitchen. Lin Yue did not forget his purpose and seized the opportunity to ask his question. "Auntie, can I ask you something? Do you know about the fire that happened in the apartment next door?" As soon as this was said, the air fell into instant silence. Fire. She was burned alive. The room suddenly became hotter. Lin Yue wiped his sweat with his sleeve. He glanced suspiciously at the window. Then walked over and pushed it open. The cold air outside rushed in immediately. The temperature in the room dropped significantly. The ghost auntie lifted the lid of the jar while taking out a piece of meat and replied to him. "Of course I know. I heard that the arsonist was caught and soon after executed. It was also a way to honor the dead." The auntie's tone was a bit low, seemingly recalling this bad memory. Lin Yue secretly felt it was a pity. From her tone, this auntie was not the one who saw the killer. "I heard that 2 people were caught, but one is still at large. I came here for this matter. I want to ask if anyone saw that fire." Before Lin Yue finished speaking, his shoulder was tightly grabbed by the auntie. Her eyes were full of shock and anger. "There's still someone not caught? Why haven't they been caught?" Chapter 16, What a Big Fire. Seeing Lin Yue's equally indignant expression, the ghost auntie let go of her hand. "Are you a police officer? Are you here to continue investigating this person, right?" Lin Yue could hear the anticipation in her words. Although he was not.
He still nodded. He made up a reason.
I'm still interning, and I happened to see this case's file in the archives. My mentor said that there was likely a third arsonist in this case back then.
There's no evidence, just suspicion.
He asked me to go door to door to ask around and see if there's any gain.
It's basically my intern assignment.
After elaborating, Lin Yue found the auntie's attitude changed. The meat on the cutting board was quietly put away by her. Seeing this, Lin Yue felt anxious.
No.
He saw that the meat was a special preserved meat.
A bite would definitely enhance his attributes. Auntie, I'm really hungry. The auntie looked at Lin Yue in surprise.
Her eyes flickering, unsure of what she was thinking. Seeing Lin Yue eagerly looking at the dark piece of meat in her hand, she took it back from the shelf. If there was another criminal back then, perhaps Xiaoli knows. I remember that night, I punished her to stand outside the door. During the big fire, she should have gone to see it. I can handle things here, you go ask her. The auntie pointed to her daughter's room. Lin Yue heard this and immediately put down the kitchen knife.
Finding the task target was definitely more important than a special item.
Han Yan was missing from the living room. Lin Yue didn't care and directly knocked on the door of the girl Xiaoli's room.
The door opened instantly. Lin Yue saw Han Yan here, a bit surprised.
But soon relieved. Looking at Han Yan's little white shoes, this woman could really deceive. She managed to get a pair of shoes from the little girl.
But did she fit well? He looked at Han Yan's feet. It always felt a bit tense. Brother, is something wrong? Seeing Lin Yue standing still, Xiaoli smiled sweetly. Her two dimples were especially cute.
Lin Yue came back to his senses upon hearing the voice and asked. Xiaoli, I have a serious question for you. Your mother told me that years ago. As soon as he spoke these words, Lin Yue realized something.
How old was Xiaoli right now? Was she 13 or 14 years old?
The arson case from 13 years ago. A hint of coldness flitted across Lin Yue's eyes. The girl before him, just like Wenwen, was a reincarnation of the dead.
Ghosts now turned into NPCs in the game. Brother, what's wrong?
Xiaoli noticed the sadness in Lin Yue's eyes. She even reached out to wipe the corner of his eyes. Clearly, there was nothing there. It made it seem like he had been crying.
It's nothing.
Your mother said that when the fire happened next door, you were standing in the hallway as punishment.
I wanted to ask you if you went to check.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoli thought for a moment and nodded. She was very obedient and compliant. But that night's fire hurt her a lot, she had nowhere to run.
She could only run to the window to call for help.
She remembered it very clearly. It was early morning, and many people died in their sleep. And those who were alive had no way to leave the building. The fire on the first floor was very strange.
Even the doors and windows were locked tight.
She thought for a while. Then she took Lin Yue's hand. Lin Yue followed her as they left this place. The two returned to the hallway.
They ran into Wang Xiao and a few others.
This guy decided to leverage their numbers and check layer by layer.
They just finished checking the first floor. Now they were checking the second floor.
When he saw Lin Yue, his brows furrowed. He was about to speak when he saw Xiaoli holding Lin Yue's hand.
A group of people suddenly turned pale.
Even Zhao Gang, a tough character, took a step back in fear. The fire axe in his hand was raised defensively. Seeing this, Lin Yue quickly shielded Xiaoli behind him, and the long nail fell into his hand.
Wang Xiao's heart tightened. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? That's a ghost. And you're protecting her? Are they people you know, brother? Do you all want to go see the fire too?
Xiaoli leaned out her head and actively invited them. But her smile had a hint of something special compared to before. As she spoke, the hallway was suddenly filled with thick smoke. It seemed like the situation they were about to face would change with Lin Yue's answer. Wang Xiao and the others shook their heads in unison. Some even panicked terribly. They turned and fled in distress.
Wang Xiao cursed quietly and ran away.
He ran away first. There was even less reason for others to stand around foolishly.
Lin Yue frowned. He glanced back at Xiaoli. For some reason, it felt like Xiaoli was very frightening. Even though Xiaoli was a dead person, she was really beautiful. She would definitely be remarkable when she grew up. They ran away.
Xiaoli's voice sounded a bit disappointed. But soon, she took Lin Yue's hand and walked quickly to the end of the hallway.
They arrived at the window at the end.
Xiaoli pointed at the apartment where the players were hiding.
At that window, Lin Yue shook all over. What a big fire! Was that really the place they were living? The entire building was burning.
Thick smoke and flames rose to the sky.
It looked like an exceptionally strange and inexplicable sacrificial altar. Stunned, Lin Yue quickly looked downstairs. Although he hoped not. At that moment, he wished those arsonists were still observing their masterpiece. He saw the security guard. He saw 2 figures. Damn it! They really didn't run, they were observing their work. Lin Yue even saw someone reaching out from the window of the neighboring apartment to call for help. And someone jumped down. But those who jumped down couldn't escape. They were stabbed again. This was not just arson, it was completely slaughtering the residents here. Why didn't the security guard stop them? Damn it! Lin Yue cursed in anger. The old security guard is also making a move. He is the 3rd person. Damn, so friendly and warm-hearted. Lin Yue was both shocked and angry, pushing open the window in fury. But as soon as the window opened, the world instantly returned to its original state. It felt as if what he had just seen was merely a bizarre scene from a movie. Ding! The person who saw the truth during the nighttime visit has completed their task. Gained clue for passing, the arsonist murderer, yet still guarding this place. Triggered special task 2, find a way to obtain the truth from the security guard. Task countdown, 24 hours. When he returned to Xiao Li's house, Lin Yue's mind was full of that friendly old security guard's smiling face. However, the old security guard had a very special identity. He was like the guardian of this game instance, blocking strange things from entering here through the fog. Could such an identity belong to the murderer? If he killed him, would the fog directly enter the community? With all these thoughts, Lin Yue found that the preserved meat in his bowl was not as fragrant as before. But the meat gave bonuses. He simply couldn't stop eating. Auntie, another bowl, please. The dishes you made are too delicious. Today, I want to stuff myself full. Chapter 17, Are they trying to lose weight? Ding! Consuming special preserved meat. Strength +1. Congratulations, player's strength has exceeded 15 points. Character evaluation has changed. Name, Lin Yue. Status, excited. Hunger value, 100+, eat more, this is all stored food. Thirst value, 100+, the prostate is quite developed. Rationality value, 100+, you are a bit scary right now. Attribute value, average 10. Strength, 15, the level of an athlete, looking pretty good. Constitution, 10, reduces damage from companions. Agility, 7, sometimes you don't need to run, breaking your companion's leg can help you live longer. Spirit, 10, affects the degree of fear you face from the bazaar, just scare yourself more often. Equipment, rusty long nail. Ashes relics, Eye of the Peeping Tom, white, 4-handed Buddha, gold. Evaluation, the fat is gone, only the delicious remains. Lin Yue glanced at the panel and then stopped paying attention. Almost all the meat had gone into his stomach. At this moment, he couldn't care about politeness or manners. Only when he couldn't eat anymore did he stop. Meanwhile, Han Yan still wore the dead look, not eating at all. At least the tap water was acceptable, but she even rejected the food. Shaking his head, Lin Yue took the initiative to clear the dishes. The reason he was taking his time was because the task had already been completed. Wang Xiao and Zhao Gang couldn't disrupt his task anymore, since Lin Yue had expressed that he was here to investigate the arson case. The room was unusually harmonious. While washing the dishes, Lin Yue glanced towards the cupboard. There were still big honey balls in there. That thing wouldn't fill you up. The ghost ant immediately saw through Lin Yue's thoughts, her heart filled with confusion. This human was not an ordinary person. He actually had the ability to consume the bizarre. Not knowing what she thought of, she looked back at Xiao Li. Then glanced at the eerily quiet bedroom. Then she opened a can and took out 2 balls, stuffing them into Lin Yue's pocket. This shouldn't be eaten too much, if you eat too much it will. Eat it again after a while. Lin Yue eagerly agreed. He had just taken the opportunity to sneak a glance and saw there were still 3 balls in the jar. They really weren't many left. This family was too poor, he had to be content. Having taken so much, Lin Yue already felt embarrassed to stay any longer. After finishing the dishes, he was ready to leave. Hearing that Lin Yue was going to investigate, both the mother and daughter stood up to see him off. Lin Yue noticed Han Yan still sitting at the dining table, staring blankly at the bowl in front of her. He frowned. He extended his hand to pat her. At that touch, Han Yan instantly woke up. Her dazed pupils gradually focused. We're leaving. As Lin Yue's hand rested on her, Han Yan's entire world turned upside down. The originally charred room became normal. The terrifying mother and daughter, one gentle and virtuous, one dainty and beautiful, no longer had that previously burned terrifying appearance. This is. Before she could speak, a shrill scream echoed through the hallway. From the sound, it should be from Wang Xiao's gang. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer up the stairs. Then it became farther and farther away. It seemed like it had left this place. Lin Yue turned around to say goodbye again. He lifted his foot, ready to leave, but his hand had just left Han Yan's. In the next second, Han Yan suddenly screamed and grabbed his hand tightly. He could feel the warm sweat in Han Yan's palm. He wanted to pull away, but her eyes were filled with tears, shaking her head desperately. Lin Yue noticed she wasn't in a good state. To affirm their couple status, he pulled Han Yan to walk together. Feeling Lin Yue's strong hand, only then did Han Yan feel relieved. It wasn't until they walked out of the door that Han Yan finally exhaled the breath she had been holding back. She really wanted to tell Lin Yue everything she had experienced. But when she looked down, she realized she was still wearing those tight little white shoes. She immediately took them off. In the moment she was about to throw them away, something caught her eye. She quickly put them into her space backpack. At this moment, Lin Yue was looking at the stairway entrance. There was someone there. It was hard to see their face, only half of it was hidden in the shadows, staring at him. Without saying a word, Lin Yue took out a Buddha statue and a rusty nail. The nail radiated a warm touch. Seemingly thinking Lin Yue was not to be trifled with, the shadow flickered and disappeared from his view. He didn't foolishly chase after it. In fact, if the shadow got any closer, he would immediately turn around and knock on the door to go back. At that moment, the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs echoed in the corridor. There were many footsteps. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xiao and the others had returned. Their expressions were anxious and panicked. It was as if they couldn't see them. They rushed straight to the rooftop. Strange, what are they doing? Losing weight? Han Yan next to him was speechless upon hearing Lin Yue's words. Is this what a crazy person sees the world as? Those people were clearly facing a situation as dangerous as hitting a wall like a ghost. Why did he think they were losing weight? What kind of brain circuit is this? They are in trouble. Han Yan glanced at the electronic watch and began to count. In less than a minute's time, Wang Xiao and the others were back down. They were panting heavily. The building was already hot, and they were all jumping around. The sweat was pouring down. They still ignored Lin Yue and Han Yan. At this moment, Lin Yue began to notice the clues. After going up once, one person is missing. How many people did we come in with? Han Yan answered with the exact number in a straightforward tone. Including us, 18 people. Now, they only have 11 left. So, 5 people were missing. Lin Yue suddenly thought of something. This arson wasn't just burning one building, but all of them. Wanting to seal off all the buildings in the community and take down the people jumping from heights. This workload is absurdly large. This is not something 3 people can accomplish. Unless the security uncle is not a human at all. Only in this way could it make sense. Since the arson started, the one committing the crime is not human, but a ghost. So, the third murderer is only a suspicion. After all, even if the police found some clues, they can't conclude the case with a ghost. Lin Yue suspected that the 2 people who were shot may have been scapegoats. Not good, according to Aunt and Xiao Li's words. This building has already been sealed. Lin Yue suddenly remembered that this building only appeared at night. And the time was completely different from outside the window. Wang Xiao and those people kept going up and down. They were probably trapped, trying to find a way to escape. They have stopped. Han Yan's words made Lin Yue stop thinking. Then he looked toward the window at the end of the corridor. No way out. The first floor and the apartment's main door were sealed off by a strange force. Only one way out, jump down from upstairs. You get ready, we're going to jump down. Chapter 18, A Mistake. In the pitch-black night sky. Flames roaring and burning. The sound of shattering glass echoed all around. Lin Yue was not foolish enough to jump down directly, was he? How is that possible? He decisively went back to knock on the door, borrowing 2 bed sheets from the ghostly aunt. As he tied the bed sheet into a rope and let it down, the elderly security guard on night duty stared at Lin Yue from across a building. His back began to twitch. Under his clothes, several faces emerged seemingly out of nowhere. It was as if they wanted to rip through his shirt and rush out. Kill him quickly. According to the rules, you can take action now. At this time, you are the strongest. Watching Lin Yue climb down, the old guard's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He snorted coldly. The multiple faces instantly went quiet. After Lin Yue came down,
He looked vigilantly at the departing security guard, with the Buddha statue tucked in his waistband. It was convenient for use at any time. When Han Yen came down, Lin Yue turned and headed to the front door of the apartment. The door was indeed locked, and all the windows were sealed with iron bars. His escape seemed to break the mysterious power's confinement. These chains were slowly disappearing. However, it would still take some time to completely return to normal.
He didn't bother with those people. Lin Yue turned and walked away. Han Yen dared not linger. She quickly chased after him. Back at the apartment,
Han Yen stopped on the second floor. She wanted to say something to Lin Yue. But before she could speak, Lin Yue had already disappeared around the corner. Returning to the door covered with talismans, Lin Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the Buddha statue and long nails before pushing the door open. As soon as he entered, he saw that girl, Wen, asleep on the sofa holding a teddy bear. Lin Yue was surprised. He had no idea how Wen got in. But he didn't think much of it. Looking at the scar on the little girl's leg, he took out the medical kit he borrowed from the guard.
Ah! Does hydrogen peroxide hurt? Should he wake the girl up first?
At this moment, Lin Yue held the cotton ball in a bit of panic. He didn't expect that Wen would wake up in pain from her dreams.
Wen looked at Lin Yue in terror.
Why? Her home had just returned to normal. Why was this guy back again? Even while she was sleeping, he was punishing her. How infuriating. She couldn't fight back. No, wait. Why did she feel pain? She wasn't even hurt. Lin Yue hurriedly soothed her, gently blowing on the wound as if he was a big brother who made a mistake. Wen was gasping. Her eyes glaring, her fists turning red. At such a young age, the veins on her forehead were standing out. Lin Yue saw all of this. She was truly in pain. This was indeed his mistake. Maybe waking her up before applying medicine would have been better. All right, big brother is just helping you disinfect. I didn't expect it would hurt this much. By the way, do you want some candy? At this moment, Lin Yue also felt embarrassed to ask the little girl how she got in. It must be her special identity as an NPC. Now, he just wanted to calm her down. Seeing Lin Yue's smiling face, Wen gradually calmed down. Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. Mother, endure a little more. Eat. Hearing Wen gritting her teeth, Lin Yue hurriedly peeled the candy wrapper and stuffed it into her mouth. Fortunately, being so young, she could still be coaxed. Have you had dinner? If you haven't, Big Brother will make you something. Big Brother, can I make you prawns? This time, Wen glanced at the fish tank in the kitchen. She quickly shook her head. The little things she raised were not for eating. The air fell silent again. After a moment, Lin Yue's eyes turned, and he asked, Wen, are you familiar with the elderly security guard at the entrance of the community? The little girl's face fell at the mention. That stinky guard. If it weren't for him in the area, would she need to move at night? But to cooperate with Lin Yue, she nodded. Seeing Wen nodding, Lin Yue decided to gather more clues before officially seeking out the guard tomorrow. So what do you know about him? Anything at all, the more the better. The little girl thought for a moment, unsure of what Lin Yue was up to this time. But playing with the guard was better than playing with her. Why can't I think of anything? This time, Wen was not pretending. She truly could not remember anything about the guard. So familiar. So clearly knowing the other party is against her. But when she wanted to say something specific about the other party, she bizarrely couldn't remember anything at all. Is this normal? Of course not. She is strange. Such a bizarre situation could actually happen to her. He has a problem. Wen unconsciously whispered. Lin Yue nodded in agreement. As the one who initiates all tasks, this little girl really knows some extra information. Yes, I also found that he has a problem. What do you know? Can you tell your brother? Wen stared blankly at Lin Yue. She couldn't remember. It's strange, I suddenly can't remember anything. Clearly very familiar with him. This time, Wen was still telling the truth. Lin Yue was a bit disappointed. So, he can only directly confront it tomorrow? Thinking of this, he took out the big honey ball and directly threw it into his mouth, chewing forcefully. He needed to enhance all the abilities he could enhance. Wen watched, her eyes twitching. In her eyes, Lin Yue was stranger than strange. Just after swallowing, Lin Yue felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach.
He remembered Auntie's warning, but it was too late. Gulu gulu. His stomach rumbled, golden thousands. Lin Yu's face turned ugly, covering his backside and quickly rushing into the bathroom. At this moment, Han Yan stood at the corner of the third floor for a long time. Finally, she gritted her teeth and knocked on the eerie iron door of room 304. Is Lin Yue in the boss room a human or a strange? She was very certain. Lin Yue was human. A special person. She believed in her judgment. Thus, she felt that Wang Xiao had a big problem. Furthermore, Wang Xiao had already controlled the entire player group. To survive, one had to rely on this person. But when the door opened, a girl with a twisted face opened her mouth, spewing out black mist. While asking her who she was looking for, she swore she had never been this wrong. Who? Wenwen, don't open the door for strangers at night, it's dangerous. Damn. I can't take it anymore. Wenwen glanced at the bathroom behind her. She felt this was Lin Yu's warning to her. Not to easily lay hands on ordinary people. With a cold snort, she suddenly slammed the door shut with a bang. Outside the door, Han Yan stared blankly at the door. She was shaken. Lin Yue might really not be human. On the other side, the remaining people of Wang Xiao finally rushed out. Their faces were filled with the joy of survival. At the same time, there was immense happiness. They had truly found a special item, a piece of Ash's relic. It was precisely because they took this thing that they encountered the ghostly wall. However, they were lucky. They actually hard-charged their way out. Wang Xiao looked at the bloodstained steel pipe in his hand, excitedly waving it a couple of times. Then, with a fierce expression, he said, "Go back. With the thing in hand, this game should come to an end." Chapter 19, Let's talk after the beating. Returning to the safe house in a daze. Han Yan couldn't understand what kind of person Lin Yue was. But one thing she was very clear about. Wang Xiao's target was probably wrong. That terrifying little girl was the key anomaly to completing this task. And not Lin Yue. Han Yan, lost in thought, then heard footsteps in the hallway. Through the peephole, she could see Wang Xiao holding a bloody steel pipe. He led the crowd back to the apartment with a face full of triumph. Dawn! Dawn! This guy bashed the steel pipe against the wall, striking it every few steps. The piercing sound of the impact emitted a kind of intimidating aura. It even warned that rationality was decreasing. Is this a special item? Wang Xiao was proud because this Ash's relic is a group range item. The holder will ignore the defenses of the strange, transforming into a thug amidst the strange. Transforming into a thug holding a steel pipe, swinging it will intimidate surrounding hostile targets. As long as they are not recognized by him as companions, all will bear this effect. The enemy, shaken and shocked, would not only feel fear and lose their rationality. He would also gain double the physical strength. Holding a steel pipe, he was granted double defense. One could say he was extremely arrogant. He tested this with Zhao Gang. With just a glare, Zhao Gang's fierce expression turned into a slight tremble. The fighting ability he could unleash was far less than half of what it normally would be. Should we go straight to 304? Should we wait until dawn? Zhao Gang looked apprehensively at the steel pipe in Wang Xiao's hand. To be honest, he felt that if they really were to fight, he might not lose. But the psychological fear and cowardice was truly strange. It made him unable to harbor any thoughts of battle. All he wanted was to escape quickly. But this didn't mean they would be able to break into 304 at night using that. No matter what, the strange things wouldn't attack them during the day. Instead of raiding at night, it would be better to complete the task during the day. He glanced around and secretly shook his head. Wang Xiao could not listen anymore. No need. The game gives 3 days, the earlier you complete it, the better the rewards. This game is about taking one step and winning every step. I'm confident, just give me cover after you go. You don't need to act. Zhao Gang wanted to speak again. This matter concerned everyone's lives, it couldn't be so casual. But at this moment, Wang Xiao's gaze turned cold. He directly revealed a chill to Zhao Gang. That damned steel pipe once again generated a sense of intimidation. Don't you trust me? Don't forget, who brought you step by step to where you are now. Wang Xiao had already forgotten his earlier words spoken at the security room door. He said he needed Zhao Gang's fierceness, and Zhao Gang needed his brains. Yet now, all the credit was falling solely on Wang Xiao's shoulders. Zhao Gang wanted to laugh. But he couldn't. This guy turned against him faster than flipping a book, he had been too naive. Seeing Zhao Gang at a disadvantage, the others didn't dare to speak up to dissuade him, they could only wait for a better moment to slip away. A group of people marched towards the third floor.
At this moment, Lin Yue, who was battling on the toilet, had no idea what was happening outside. One in the room frowned, suddenly breaking into a smile as she looked toward the door. Something fun was coming. The originally bright corridor suddenly fell into darkness as Wang Xiao and the others approached. Wang Xiao paused, frowning slightly. He sensed my arrival. He's putting pressure on me in this environment. It seems he really fears special items. You don't need to come forward anymore. From here on out, just watch. As soon as he spoke, the blood-stained steel pipe emitted a faint red glow. The entire steel pipe seemed to be shining. Especially in the dark, it looked very eerie. In the shadow cast against the wall by the red glow, the short Wang Xiao's figure swelled rapidly like a balloon. In an instant, he surpassed Zhao Gang. Bang! He swung the steel pipe forcefully against the door of 301. The wooden door was instantly smashed through, leaving a hole. This strength. Zhao Gang glanced suspiciously at Wang Xiao. This seemed a bit different from how Wang Xiao had described it. Although it was merely an enhancement of physical qualities, his body had grown to this size. Indeed, there seemed to be hidden attribute boosts. But they didn't show on the panel. Wang Xiao was also very satisfied with this state. Ding! Just as Wang Xiao was showcasing the ashen remnants, a light in the corridor illuminated again. The light in front of 304 suddenly turned on alone. Hee, are you here to play with me? Under the light, a little girl suddenly appeared in the corridor, sending chills down everyone's spine. The fear in their hearts reached a peak in an instant. She was not one of the players among them. Wang Xiao said the person inside was one of their players. Combining the fact that everyone had shown up tonight and gone to the neighboring apartment, they all unanimously believed that this person was Zheng Hai, who was hiding and not coming out. But why is it a little girl? Wang Xiao pointed the steel pipe in his hand directly at One, letting out a disdainful laugh. Haha, little one. This steel pipe is made for defeating weirdos. How many hits do you think you can take? You might as well let that guy behind you come out. Wang Xiao's words shocked the person behind him. Damn. Not just one? Are you an idiot? You want everyone to come out? Zhao Gang was regretting it so much. He thought Wang Xiao was clever, but this guy was just a bit smart and full of himself. He tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Should I take this chance and just chop him down? Then steal the props and come back during the day? He had not yet made a decision. Wang Xiao had already rushed forward. Wenwen's lips always held a smile, as if she didn't take Wang Xiao seriously at all. Here, besides Lin Yue. The others? Just clowns. As for the steel pipe, we will see if it can hit me. In just a few seconds, Wang Xiao rushed in front of Wenwen. His face was full of arrogance, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Die! With only a few steps away from Wenwen, he jumped up. The steel pipe in his hand emitted a bloody glow. He swung it down at Wenwen's head. Bang! The steel pipe smashed into the ground. The concrete floor was dented just the size of a fingernail. Ha! Didn't hit? Are you looking for me? Wenwen squatted down, stretching out a finger to point at Wang Xiao's eyes, her pupils reflecting her relaxed demeanor. With just a little force, her finger seemed like it could poke right in. Invisible eyes, better not exist. Am I right? But I was really angry tonight. Yet you made me very happy, so I will give you another chance. Continue. Wang Xiao was shocked, quickly stepping 2 steps back. His back was instantly soaked with sweat. Is this a joke? Weren't we supposed to solve the weirdos with special props? Wasn't this supposed to be an easy initial quest? What's easy about this? He looked suspiciously at the steel pipe. This thing is fine. Very strong. Then why is it like this? He remembered Zhao Gang's suggestion. We should come during the day. So, even if it's simple, we need to look for rules and information, solving it step by step. Regret is already too late. Face can be thrown away. But this weird little girl, there's no way she will let him leave peacefully. How about sacrificing 2 people to hold her off for a while? As Wang Xiao was thinking, the door to room 304 opened. Lin Yue heard some noise and quickly came out to check. He found that Wenwen was not there. He thought Wenwen had gone home. Unexpectedly, he heard her voice at the door. Ha! Who is she talking to? Lin Yue looked through the peephole and saw Wenwen standing in the hallway. She was still looking at the stairs. His heart jolted, and he quickly opened the door, preparing to bring Wenwen back. And when the door opened, everyone was stunned again. Sweat was uncontrollably dripping down Wang Xiao's forehead. When he saw Lin Yue's face, his thoughts became chaotic. Not Zheng Hai. It's Lin Yue? Zhao Gang and the others felt the same. Terror filled their hearts. He initially wanted to team up with Lin Yue.
And Wenwen's expression changed, realizing the trouble. This big shot knows that she is bullying his companion, will he not hit her?
What to do? Forget it. Hug the leg first.
Woo woo. Brother, he is bullying me. Chapter 20, Two fists cannot win against four hands. Wenwen cried.
Lin Yue hugged her and shoved her into the safe room.
Only then did he cautiously look towards the opponent.
In his sight, Wenwen's influence did not exist. So, he saw clearly. A guy he had never seen before, covered in muscles as if he had taken steroids. Standing in the hallway, holding a bloodied steel pipe. His face was twisted with malice. At a glance, he looked like a wicked person. But, who the hell is this?
Ding. Discovered a low-tier weirdo, lewd and filthy.
Triggered side quest, help Wenwen take revenge.
Quest countdown, 30 minutes. The task has been triggered.
Lin Yue looked at the notification, pondering for a moment. He took out the Buddha statue. Tomorrow, he will fight with the security uncle again. His only experience with the strange was the image of Zheng Hai battling that creature with the eerie presence. He has no combat experience at all. Perhaps, he can try to fight this low-tier strange first. Thinking of this, Lin Yue spoke up.
Right at our doorstep. No, how can I reason with a rascal like you? Dare to tease children?
You're seeking death, you dog.
Amit Ba. Today, the Buddha will act on behalf of heaven.
Wang Xiao was actually stunned when he saw Lin Yue. As a result, Lin Yue pulled out a statue of Buddha with a strange smile, staring directly at him. The stare made him feel tight all over. He was already thinking about how to escape. Before he finished his thoughts, Lin Yue suddenly chose to attack. The eerie Buddha statue's mouth twisted into a grin, spreading a chill in the air. In an instant, as the statue vanished, two blood-red arms emerged from Lin Yue's back. His pupils turned blood-red as well.
With a face full of evil, he chanted Amit Ba and prepared to act on behalf of heaven. What heaven are you talking about? You are the strange. I'm a human. However, he didn't run away.
He had strong confidence in this steel pipe. The reason being that phrase, ignore the strange's defense. I might not hit the small ones, but the big ones are a different story. As the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. He didn't want to fight, but had to fight. In fact, in Lin Yue's eyes, he was bathed in golden light, surrounded by chants of Buddha. Two golden arms felt just like his own arms. Very handy. There was not a bit of unfamiliarity. His eyes became extraordinarily clear, and nothing in the darkness could hide from him. It was as if he could shoot out two rays of golden light. Seeing this low-tier strange creature, instead of fleeing, it charged right at him. With a cold snort. Arrogant! Lin Yue shouted loudly, charging forward with his long nail. Seeing Lin Yue not dodging but boldly coming forward, Wang Xiao felt reassured. This strike would surely make Lin Yue, this strange, understand what it meant to ignore defense. Clang! The steel pipe struck against the long nail in Lin Yue's hand, producing a deafening roar. And supported by Lin Yue's strength, he not only blocked it. He even sent Wang Xiao flying back. Is this wind? What a brute! At this shock, Wang Xiao felt confused in his heart. Where is the so-called ignore defense? Is it fake? Before he could figure it out. In the next moment, his left cheek received a slap. Then, his right cheek was punched. Just as he wanted to raise the steel pipe, Lin Yue grabbed it tightly with both hands. He. Do you know what it means for two fists to be no match for four hands? This is it. As the words fell, Wang Xiao's chin was struck with a force equivalent to 34 points. Even with his physique doubled. In that moment, his eyes rolled back and he fainted briefly. But Lin Yue did not give up. It's rare to be able to beat a ghost. He still tightly controlled Wang Xiao. In no time, he turned Wang Xiao into a pig's head. This strange is really weak. Indeed not top tier. At the stairway, Zhao Gang and the others watched the scene, already swallowing their saliva in unison. Their legs were trembling uncontrollably. Let's run. It was unclear who whispered this. In the next moment, everyone began to turn around. But the movement was very light. Afraid of attracting Lin Yue's attention. They thought that Wang Xiao, being so arrogant, wouldn't lose too badly. What happened? The small ones cannot be hit. The big one gets pressed and beaten. This game can't go on. No, we must get the special item back. This is our foundation for survival. At this moment, Zhao Gang still maintained his rationality. Although he didn't have much thought. He understood clearly that as long as he had that steel pipe, they would definitely pass during the day. All the troubles now are because of the night.
Lin Yue silently calculated the time.
As soon as the Buddha statue appeared, it would consume 5 points of mental energy.
It couldn't be more.
If it were more, he wouldn't be insured for tomorrow.
If less, the beating wouldn't be satisfying. 2 minutes later, Wang Xiao was unrecognizable.
He had truly turned into a pig's head. But this guy still has some toughness.
I woke up again.
I kept murmuring meaningless words like impossible, how could this be, and it's all fake. Seeing that the beating was almost done, Lin Yue snatched the steel pipe away and glanced at it, saying,
"You're holding it so tightly."
I thought it was some precious relic, but it's just a broken iron pipe. Finding it wasn't a treasure, Lin Yue then handed it over to Fashu to use as a weapon.
After all, it was an eerie weapon.
Even if it wasn't a relic, it shouldn't be too bad.
After losing the steel pipe, Wang Xiao's body rapidly shrank down. He collapsed straight to the ground.
Though he had been beaten to a pulp, Lin Yue still recognized Wang Xiao at this moment.
Is it him?
So it turns out to be that ghost hiding among the players.
Great. He has solved another big problem. Tomorrow will be a bit more stable. Ding. Revenge for 1-1 completed. Reward, freedom point +1.
Rewarded with attributes?
And it's a freedom point, a good thing.
Without saying a word, Lin Yue added it to his spirit. Then he looked at the crowd standing at the stairs. In fact, he had noticed them long ago.
However,
in his eyes, these people had been led astray by the strange spy. As long as he corrected them, they would still be good partners. Lin Yue walked toward the crowd, showing a proud happy expression and said,
"Say thank you." Though the crowd didn't understand.
But they were scared.
"Thank you. Thank you. Thank you."
Various thanks entered his ears, and Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. Then he gave Zhao Gang a deep look.
This kid didn't help.
Perhaps he was also fooled by this strange spy. Still needs to be cautious and observed.
He patted Zhao Gang and said, "You're welcome." After saying this, Lin Yue left. He walked into room 304, filled with eerie energy. As for Wang Xiao, he was dragged inside. He left. He actually left? What are you waiting for? Hurry back. Damn it, why did this weird thing make us say thank you? How would I know? Let's go back and communicate in the chat group. But he can see. The group quickly scattered. Zhao Gang went upstairs. Only 2 people returned to the first floor. And the ones back on the first floor just happened to encounter the night patrol security guard. Seeing it was the security guard, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. After all, many people had looked for him during the day. Even Wang Xiao's task was taken from him. They should be fine. I told you. At night, don't leave the safe house casually. You all seem not to have listened. The screams echoed throughout the entire apartment. At this moment, the system prompt also issued a warning concurrently. All player announcement. Zhou Jun and Lu Bo were discovered by the security guard while going out at night to search for clues. They have been killed by the security guard. This announcement is triggered for the first time. Given that this is the initial instance, all players gain a hidden rule. Players must pay attention to the security guard's patrol time when going out at night. Never be discovered by the night patrol security guard in the nighttime hallway. Chapter 21, The Newbie Weapon is Too Powerful. Hearing this prompt, Lin Yue was not surprised. On the contrary, he felt that his direction was indeed correct. At this moment, everyone had different reactions, originally wanting to avoid Lin Yue and keep quiet. Now they couldn't care less about being seen. They actively began to discuss in the group. Joe Ao, damn, besides that big boss in 304, is there also a security guard to deal with? I seriously suspect that this game's claim of the initial instance difficulty being easy is simply false. The purpose is to deceive us. Han Yan, I think this is an opportunity. The game has progressed to this point. So many people have died, and many unknown things have almost been revealed. First, as long as we avoid the security guard, we can safely move at night. Second, since other apartments will appear at night, does that mean our building will also have beneficial changes at night? Could there also be special items in our apartment? Of course, opening the door has its risks. If we just want to live, we must take action. Zhao Gang, yes, my clue was only hearing some screams and sounds last night, and only to be found. Actually, I really think that there might be more than one clue. Wan Hai, you still have the face to talk. You brat are the murderer, so many people died tonight, you must bear at least half the responsibility. Zhao Gang, oh? So what? Do you want to taste the sharpness of my axe? Joe AO, everyone. Everyone.
We went from 40 people to only 10 left now, stop the conflict. Let's survive first, there's only tomorrow left. While this group was still arguing,
Lin Yue had already calmed down Wenwen. Wenwen, will you let me take you home?
Lin Yue also saw some useful information from these people's arguments. If there was anything different in this building at night, it must be the old lady from room 602. She gave him a cup of tea with 3 points of mental energy and even gifted him an ash relic.
Simply too enjoyable. If this building has more good people like that. Even if by chance, Lin Yue wanted to try.
Defeating Wang Xiao, this weird thing, made him feel more confident. Of course, Lin Yue, who wanted to go out to do something, had to arrange Wenwen first and completely deal with the fainted Wang Xiao.
Weird things cannot be killed.
This was already confirmed since Zheng Hai didn't kill the one burdened with the ghost. He didn't want to leave Wenwen alone to face Wang Xiao, this weird thing, while he explored outside. When Wenwen heard she could leave, her eyes sparkled. But fearing Lin Yue would see her change her mind, she pouted her lips and looked unhappy.
No. When I go back, I will be alone, I want to be with my brother.
Lin Yue frowned slightly when he heard this. He found himself in a difficult situation. He understood Wenwen's words very well. At this moment, he thought of his childhood when he was always alone at home. During harvest years, he would sit at the door and shout for his mother towards the rice field. Back then, the countryside was very quiet. His voice was loud and could be heard far and wide. Further than a dog. The whole night echoed with his calls.
That kind of anxious feeling of wanting someone to keep him company.
Seeing Lin Yue lost in thought, seemingly trapped in memories, Wenwen thought to herself, bad.
She only pretended for a moment, was she really going to be left behind?
Wenwen, brother really has something to do tonight.
How about this, if you are afraid to be alone, you can stay with brother overnight. I will come back soon.
As Lin Yue spoke, he took out a lollipop again.
Sigh. This was all he had left. Hearing she could stay overnight, Wenwen looked happy.
The moment Lin Yue turned around, she immediately slapped herself. What a waste of the chance to escape.
Lin Yue glanced behind him suspiciously, did he just hear a slap? Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. How could Wenwen slap herself? She's not sick. After sending Wenwen back to her bedroom,
Lin Yue turned and hid his smile. Looking at the weird thing, Wang Xiao, the long nail fell directly into his hand from his sleeve. Squatting beside Wang Xiao, he examined him.
Weird things cannot be killed. It's really a problem. Even ash relics couldn't completely kill it, is there really no other way?
Actually, Lin Yue discovered something when he used the Buddha statue to pound Wang Xiao.
That punch after punch on flesh was no joke.
If it were someone else, their brain matter would have been smashed out. He was aiming to beat it to death. As a result, this guy just lay there heavily injured and fainted. He also understood why Zheng Hai let the one burdened with the ghost escape back then.
It wasn't that Zheng Hai couldn't do it.
But these things really can't be solved all at once.
And once released, they would definitely come back to trouble him. It might even strengthen the security team.
At this moment, Wang Xiao had actually awakened.
The doubled physique indeed made him endure unbearable pain.
He survived by luck. Listening to Lin Yue's muttering, he discovered an astonishing secret.
This guy. Damn, he was actually a person. Not a ghost. He just used an ash relic just like him. But why the hell are you in the strange boss's room? Do you even know you're insane? What a huge misunderstanding. If he doesn't kill you, how can he eliminate his hatred?
I'm here to tell you how to kill the strange.
Stab the heart.
As Lin Yue murmured to himself. Suddenly, he heard Wang Xiao's voice from the ground. In the next second, a pair of scissors fell into Wang Xiao's hand. It was headed straight for Lin Yue's heart. Lin Yue had been cautiously watching Wang Xiao and almost instantly reacted. He jumped back violently and threw the long nail in his right hand. The long nail pierced directly into Wang Xiao's heart.
Ding! Kill the mundane strange. Freedom point +1. Oh? There's a reward? No way. Didn't they say strange beings can't be killed? Why did this guy say stabbing the heart can kill, and he actually did it?
The rusted long nail that pierced Wang Xiao's heart.
While Lin Yue was thinking, it was desperately sucking blood. The entire long nail was even glowing slightly.
Seeing this, Lin Yue paused his thoughts and reached out to touch the long nail.
That warm feeling became even stronger.
And the signs of rust were gradually fading. The flickering special symbols were also gradually becoming clearer.
I see. This rookie weapon is the reason this dungeon is called a simple beginner's game. A rookie weapon, aimed at stabbing the heart. These are both essential keys. This gave Lin Yue an I understand expression. In his view, such a rookie weapon that can kill the strange surely is the key to reversing everything. If that's the case, it means the game has prepared a way for them to deal with the strange from the very start. All it needed was for them to slowly discover it. The exploration and collection of ash relics were just enhancements for their strength, mere icing on the cake. Once the long nail finished drawing blood, Lin Yue looked at the dry corpse on the ground and immediately tightened his spatial backpack. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the floor. This rookie weapon was too powerful. Chapter 22, Individual Discoveries. The security guard was still patrolling at this time. His footsteps and the sound-activated lights in the corridor formed a perfect rhythm. Every time he reached a safe room, the people inside became incredibly tense. Their hearts felt like they were about to jump out. The person appearing outside was no longer the gentle guard who warned them to be careful, but a monster that could swallow them whole. Lin Yue also heard the guard's footsteps now. This game boss he was going to face tomorrow was just separated from him by a safety door. The security grandpa walked to the iron door, just like last time. He didn't approach. Instead, he quickly left. Then he went to the 4th floor. After the security patrol was done, Lin Yue immediately came out. His destination was still room 602. He hoped the old lady wouldn't mind him visiting again. Since he was visiting, a cup of tea was always appropriate, right? With this hope, Lin Yue returned to the door of 602, looking at the pitch black inside. He still knocked on the door. At this time, Zhao Gang heard the noise in the corridor again. Carefully peeking out, he immediately shrank back after seeing Lin Yue's figure. He carefully recalled things about Lin Yue. Lin Yue seemed to have special rule restrictions just like the guard. For example, he only attacked Wang Xiao, who took the initiative to attack, and did not harm them. Perhaps this was Lin Yue's strange among the players. The reason he hadn't acted against others. Zhao Gang struggled for a moment. He directly pushed the door open and walked out. He wanted to live. He must live. For this purpose, he could do anything. He could collaborate with Wang Xiao to do the dirtiest, most disgusting work. He accepted that. As long as he could survive and go home. Lin Yue heard the sound of the door opening. A face full of surprise looked at Zhao Gang, who walked out of room 606. Zhao Gang cautiously approached with a hopeful expression. With each step, he carefully observed Lin Yue's reactions and expressions. Sure enough, after he appeared in the hallway, Lin Yue didn't attack him immediately. Moreover, Lin Yue even waved at him, as if he really was a player, greeting him. The thought just emerged. Lin Yue lifted his foot and walked over. This made Zhao Gang's nerves taut again, hesitating whether to take out the axe. After some thought, he gave up on the idea. The ghost couldn't be killed anyway. Without any relics, he couldn't possibly fight against Lin Yue. The moment Lin Yue got closer, he immediately shouted loudly in nervousness. "Thank you." Lin Yue paused and looked at him in confusion. Skeptically, he replied, "You're welcome?" Then he suddenly came to his senses. He understood why the other party thanked him again. Zhao Gang must have realized that Wang Xiao was the ghost. Last time he thanked Lin Yue for saving his life, and this time his thanks was for understanding this fact. Thinking of this, Lin Yue smiled and patted Zhao Gang again. Then he walked toward Zhao Gang's back. Lin Yue noticed 2 rooms at the end that were lit up. Let's take a gamble. If lucky, tea and meat. If unlucky, a fight. Either way, he could gain attribute points. It was not a loss. Seeing Lin Yue's departing figure, Zhao Gang slowly exhaled. He glanced at Lin Yue, who was knocking on the door of room 609. He quickly returned downstairs, following the discussion in the group just now. They needed to cautiously pass messages through the group, and they had to regroup on the 1st floor. Then explore and search for new ashes, relics, and clues. Downstairs, Han Yan had already regrouped with a few remaining members. They repeatedly glanced at their watches, anxiously watching the direction of the security room, fearing the security would come and go. Only Han Yan, calm and indifferent, gazed out the window, lost in thought. Until Zhao Gang came downstairs. This group finally gathered together. They had already discussed many possibilities before. One of the most reliable was that their clues were incomplete. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain Lin Yue's actions. And that weird little girl, what was her identity? What kind of role was she playing in room 304? At this moment, no one felt that this initial game instance was simple anymore.
They had to fight with all their might for a glimmer of hope to survive. After regrouping, Zhao Gang immediately shared his recent discovery. Hearing this, Han Yan immediately thought of the terrifying entity, 1-1. She quickly identified the key issue. What if Lin Yue is not the clearing boss you all mentioned? What if he is just a ghost mixed among us to mislead us, while that terrifying little girl is the true entity to be dealt with for clearing the game? Han Yan's statement immediately received agreement from 2 others. In terms of results, they still had to continue searching for clues. This point, Han Yan also noticed. For the past 2 days, she had been observing everything that could be observed. Regarding the security's night patrol, she had actually guessed some things. And she figured it out on the first day. However, she did not raise the alarm. Instead, she let things happen. She believed she wasn't the only one who noticed. Those who thought themselves clever had already perished. She believed that the few seemingly harmless people now were the truly clever ones. Besides these, there was also a mysterious person who sent her a private message. It was that every room with a ghostly presence would light up. As long as the light was off, it was an empty room with no one and no ghost. These empty rooms were the initial rooms where no one was hiding. With no hiding, there would be no original resident ghostly revival. So, the real space would not exceed 20 rooms. But this number was not small, they needed to explore, search, and collect. It wasn't just about opening a door, taking a glance, and then leaving. This requires a lot of time and effort. According to what I said, everyone just needs to knock on the door first, and if the light turns on, run back to the safe room to hide. If the light doesn't turn on, then you can go in to explore. Zhao Gang, you keep watch at the door with Lu Mei. The security guard's patrol time is unstable, probably between 30 minutes to an hour. But we can't rule out the possibility that after he kills 2 people, he might shorten the patrol interval. If you fail to keep watch, our lives will be in your hands. Zhao Gang nodded heavily. He made sure to keep his eyes on the security room without a second of distraction. He had been misled by Wang Xiao once, but right now, Han Yan seemed much more reliable than Wang Xiao. Moreover, the unprecedented sincere cooperation of everyone this time also gave him hope for survival. After dividing their tasks, the group dispersed once again. After a moment of thought, Han Yan headed straight for the 3rd floor. She glanced at room 304, then turned to the presumed 309. At that time, she heard all the sounds of Shanghai and the strange battle cries. And based on the direction the sounds spread, she made a rough judgment. Zhao Gang's clue was discovered in room 602. In addition to that, Zhao Gang had also heard cries of terror. This meant that a fight had happened in 602, and the strange beings inside had been killed. This was likely the reason he discovered the clue. So, she rushed here directly. As the door to 309 was pushed open, what caught her eye was a messy pile of porn magazines thrown on the floor. A single man's apartment of a pervert? Soon, Han Yan spotted a pile of CDs thrown on the ground. These were important items for hiding information, and there was a player in this room. This made her almost instantly sure that there were definitely clues here. At first, there were just some filthy videos. But soon, Han Yan's pupils dilated completely. She fell into an expression of disbelief. She discovered a secret that might surprise everyone. No wonder. Lin Yue, so you were originally one of them. Chapter 23. Why did he feel a sense of facing the whole world alone? Zhao Gang, who was keeping watch. As he promised, he focused intently on the security room. He completely ignored the beautiful Lu Mei beside him. He even took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it without regard. In the darkness, the sparks were as obvious as a signal. Do you think smoking will attract the security guard? Lu Mei stared at him for a long time before speaking, seemingly wanting Zhao Gang to put out the cigarette. But Zhao Gang didn't pay her any attention. After not receiving a response on her first attempt, Lu Mei's expression noticeably darkened. She had never had a man ignore her like this. The air outside was freezing. Zhao Gang pulled the zipper of his jacket all the way up but couldn't pull it further. Yet she pulled down her neckline zip again. She stepped over the threshold, walked right in front of Zhao Gang, and directly took the cigarette from his hand. Then she placed it in her mouth. Taking a deep drag. Zhao Gang said nothing, his eyes still fixed on the security room. He took out another cigarette and lit it again. Once more, he was ignored. Lu Mei suddenly chuckled softly and said, "I'll tell you a secret, you will definitely look at me. In fact, I am a strange." The last 3 words were spoken so softly by Lu Mei that they were nearly inaudible. But Zhao Gang still didn't look at her, yet he spoke up. "I know. Not only do I know, everyone knows. Han Yan told everyone, she said you mentioned going out to meet the security guard last night. You met the security guard who would kill you, and you survived." Han Yan also said that you were trying to lure others out at that time, stupid like a malnourished pig. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Mei's pupils contracted.
What was happening? Had she already been exposed?
The Zhao gang she called keeping watch. In fact, it wasn't just watching the security room.
It was also guarding Lu Mei, to prevent her from finding clues and destroying them.
As for why Zhao gang wasn't afraid of her, it was Han Yan's order. Han Yan suspected that there was more than one monster mixed in with the players.
Lin Yue was likely one of them.
The main reason was that his behavior was unpredictable. Han Yan had kept her attention on him the longest but still hadn't gotten the answers she wanted.
Moreover, for 2 consecutive days, the monsters hidden among the crowd hadn't actively attacked the players.
So it could be inferred that the real purpose of the monsters mixed in with the players was likely just to make the players distrust each other.
The panic about the unknown
would cause players to make mistakes in judgment, and would also make them hesitant in action.
If Lu Mei wanted to attack other players, she had many opportunities.
These were all Han Yan's exact words to him. The air had once fallen into a strange silence. Zhao gang rarely glanced at her and whispered a warning.
It seems everything she said was right. You cannot actively attack anyone. And what you can do is only passively interfere.
Now pull up your collar, my wife's is bigger and fairer than yours.
Seeing that interference had failed,
and her identity had long been exposed, Lu Mei no longer stood at the door blowing the cold wind.
She turned and walked into the apartment. Where are you going?
Zhao gang said sternly.
The axe in his hand blocked Lu Mei directly. Lu Mei sneered and said, "Do you dare to make a move? Tell that bitch she's not entirely right. Based on the current situation, you can't possibly survive."
As soon as Lu Mei finished speaking,
messages began to vibrate continuously in the group. 304. 109.
These were the code words after discussion.
304 represented a new clue, while 109 meant gathering.
Seeing these, Zhao gang no longer blocked Lu Mei.
He quickly walked toward the gathering point.
Others were also coming down one after the other. Everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles.
Finally, they found the crucial clue.
Han Yan had a heavy look of fatigue. This time should have been her most relaxed time. But what she saw just wouldn't let her relax. Seeing Lu Mei alone against the apartment door, she looked at Zhao gang and asked,
"Did you confront her?"
Zhao gang nodded and said, "She flirted with me." As soon as these words came out,
Lu Mei couldn't hold her composure anymore and slammed the door, leaving. She walked straight into the darkness. Han Yan didn't care. This passive interference leaving was just fine.
"Go to my safe house, I will consolidate the clues and all the information I have gotten.
Then explain everything clearly one by one.
As for dealing with the evil spirit of 304, I have already obtained the crucial items." The game had come to the third day. Lin Yue stretched lazily, waking up to find Won had already gone home.
After a simple wash and making breakfast, he didn't rush to leave to find security.
He needed to be in his best condition to fight, and naturally, preparation before battle was essential.
First, he did some warm-up exercises to stretch his muscles.
Then he went to the bathroom to relieve himself. Finally, he checked the state of the Ashes relics.
After a nap,
Lin Yue was now full of energy. The usage time of the four-handed Buddha had also recovered to 20 minutes. The rusty long nails were being played with back and forth in his hands.
Warming up his hands. After preparing everything, Lin Yue took a deep breath and pushed open the door.
At the same time, Han Yan, with dark circles under her eyes, pushed open the door of the safe house. Behind her were Zhao gang and others. On the second-floor staircase, Lin Yue met them.
Seeing each other again,
Zhao gang and the others instinctively made way for Lin Yue.
"Morning." As soon as Lin Yue opened his mouth, he noticed that these people seemed off.
Each one looked as though they had been exhausted all night.
Forget it.
No need to waste time on them.
To deal with security, he needed the Ashes relics. But they didn't have those things. Following along is just offering one's head. It's better for him to meet the security guard alone.
Whether he lives or dies depends on this battle. Lin Yue's face changed to seriousness. He was going to fight for his life.
But these people didn't know.
At this moment, he had a unique feeling. This feeling was like in a movie when the world is ending, and only he knows, yet has to face everything alone and try to turn the tide.
If only there were some desperate background music. People passed by each other, each fighting desperately to gather clues from one another.
And all of this was being watched by Zheng Hai in the shadows. As a thief, he knew well how to avoid crowds. He also understood how to explore and search. He understood some of the common people's psychology and ways of thinking. He felt a bit wary of Han Yan.
And he couldn't comprehend Lin Yue's actions and motives.
Why does he have the feeling of facing the whole world alone? Strange. As for whether to help Han Yan's group or to go watch the fun with Lin Yue. After some struggle, he chose Lin Yue. In the security room, the old man's figure was still present. His demeanor had not changed. Still that friendly face. When the security guard saw Lin Yue walking over with firm steps,
he couldn't help but smile.
There was no killing intent in his eyes, nor fear.
Only admiration.
He hadn't seen such an interesting human in a long time. Instead of doing the simple task, he chose to explore everything that had happened here.
Is he aiming for the highest difficulty level? Interesting. If possible, I really want to keep him by my side.
Chapter 24, 2 tasks, optional.
No unnecessary words. Lin Yue directly pushed open the door. He set down the medical kit and said, "Why are you doing this?" In fact, he didn't want to ask.
A murderer is a murderer, no matter the reason. But the task required him to ask the security guard for the truth. The security guard's eyes flashed with a hint of memory. There was even a trace of hatred. Did he hate the people of this community? Why? Have you heard the story about why we eat rabbits, how cute rabbits are? Lin Yue's mouth twitched. What does this tired old joke have to do with the murder case here? He didn't interrupt the security guard. Instead, he quietly waited for the task to be completed. Let me tell you a story. A story about a hunter and rabbits. There was a skilled hunter who, as usual, went into the mountains to hunt. In one morning, he hunted enough food for half a month. On his way back, he discovered a group of plump rabbits. It seemed there was a large rabbit den. Though he had enough food, he was attracted to the rabbit's fur. So, the next day, he returned to shoot them one by one. Soon, the king of the rabbits noticed this. What surprised the hunter was that this fat rabbit did not frighten the others to flee. Instead, it bravely stood in front of the hunter and questioned him. "Why are you slaughtering my kin?" Although the hunter was surprised that a rabbit could speak, he immediately laughed and replied to the rabbit. He was a hunter, and hunting was natural. Besides, he was stronger than rabbits, so he didn't need to reason with it. After saying that, he shot the fattest rabbit with an arrow. The other rabbits could only flee in panic. The hunter didn't care, happily taking a pile of rabbits home. With the extra meat, he could even sell it. Thinking about what he could add to his home next year. The next year, someone discovered the hunter's family was brutally murdered in their home. Those who came to investigate found that the hunter's family had been murdered. And the murderer was a rabbit. In the hunter's home, there was also a message left by a rabbit. The hunter killed the rabbit king, and the rabbit prince came to kill the hunter. To avenge his father. Heaven and earth are just. Once this matter was announced, it immediately caused a sensation. Thus arose the topic of how such a lovely rabbit could be eaten. The old security guard paused here in his story. Lin Yue listened, confused. What does this mean? Lin Yue stared with wide eyes at the old security guard. What happened next? No way. What do I care about this? What does this have to do with what you did? Lin Yue once again guided the topic back to the massacre in the apartment. The old security guard did not answer but continued about the hunter and the rabbit. In this story, do you think the hunter's actions are right or wrong? Without thinking, Lin Yue chose right. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. This is the law of survival in nature. Then what if you are one of those rabbits? Do you still think the hunter is right? Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, not expressing an opinion. It's just the survival of the fittest, what is right or wrong? Seeing this, the old security guard said again. You see, with different standpoints, the answers to the same issue change. In fact, the final murderer in this story is not the little rabbit prince at all. It was a person who raised rabbits. He loves rabbits, even longs to become a rabbit. Lin Yue blinked. He glanced back at the apartment building behind him. Then he looked at the old security guard in front of him. He understood what the old security guard meant. Lin Yue fell silent. The old security guard's standpoint was neither the hunter nor the rabbit. He was merely someone who loves rabbits and even wants to be one. In other words, the security guard in front of him had the standpoint of a powerful rabbit that could take revenge on humans. But Lin Yue is a human. His standpoint did not allow him to resonate with the old security guard. To kill the entire community for a few rabbits. Do you know how many innocent people died in that fire? And so many lovely children. Hearing Lin Yue's words, the old security guard realized Lin Yue had not yet discovered the true identities of the residents in the apartment. He is not human,
so what he kills is naturally not human. Lin Yue should not, and need not, stand on the side of those evil spirits. However, he did not correct him. This kind of information he could not disclose. Lovely? They will always grow up. I do this simply to eradicate the roots. As the old security guard's words fell, the task prompt finally rang out. Ding! Obtaining the truth about the arson from the security guard is complete. Triggering the final task, defeat the security guard to obtain the satellite phone to leave this place. Seeing the final task, Lin Yue blinked. When to leave? So simple and direct. No wonder it's just the initial simple side mission. Shifting his gaze away from the task, Lin Yue spread his palm, and the rusty nails and the statue fell into his hands. The old security guard did not rush to act upon seeing this. Instead, he spoke again. I give you a chance to choose again. You don't need to challenge me. They have nothing to do with you, and you have no reason to fight with me. Of course, if you want to leave here alive, it's very simple. As these words exited his mouth, the old security guard emitted a strong aura of eeriness, even in daylight. It was still terrifying. Zhang Hai, who was watching from a distance, turned pale. This security guard. He was so much stronger than the unknown terror he carried. Just by looking from afar, his legs couldn't help but tremble. Can he win? The answer is no. Just simulating it in his mind, the first instinct that came to him was death. He looked again at Lin Yue. Doubt reappeared in his eyes. This person, Lin Yue, is too strange. The more he observed Lin Yue, the stronger the feeling of confusion became. He always felt that there was something key he had not found out. Of course, in his opinion, Lin Yue could never be a player. Players are all doing clearing tasks, while he is confronting a terrifying security guard. This is unreasonable. What is his identity? Why would he attack such a terrifying security guard? Watching the security guard's momentum suddenly change, the system prompt switched from friendly to unreasonable. Lin Yue once again heard a new task in his ear. Ding! Triggering final task 2, kill Wenwen, and the security guard will tell you the right way to leave here. There are currently 2 tasks to choose from. Which one do you want to select? Kill Wenwen? I choose your mother. Ahmedba, die for me. Lin Yue directly cursed loudly. The statue of Buddha instantly turned to ashes, merging into his body, and the hand of Buddha spread out to wield a steel pipe, directly smashing it towards the security guard's head. Unreasonable, standing on a side, right? Very well. His stance was simple, a choice between a murderous pervert and the pitiful one. Of course, he chose to kill the pervert. Chapter 25, You Can't Kill Him. Has a fight broken out? Zhang Hai was utterly shocked at this moment. In his view, Lin Yue had nothing but ashes back then. Now, he unexpectedly transformed into a terrifying figure with 4 arms. The shock from this change was nowhere near as strong as what the security guard gave him. In his view, Lin Yue was no match for the security guard at all. He is asking for death. What the? The security guard glanced nervously at the steel pipe. He lifted the chair behind him and threw it, the steel pipe directly smashing the chair to pieces. A full strike with 34 points of strength. Truly terrifying. In the moment the chair exploded, Lin Yue's rusty spike charged towards the security guard's chest. A prolonged battle was impossible. His advantage was having many hands, able to catch the opponent off guard. And Lin Yue's strategy was also very successful. The 4 arms coordinated and worked together almost flawlessly. 1 exploded the chair, while 2 went to control the security guard's hands. Then the remaining 1 went for the kill. Pooh! The spike accurately pierced the position of the security guard's heart. This was also why Zhang Hai was so astonished. Lin Yue could feel the heat coming from the spike, it was the first time it was so intense. But with so much power. It only pierced in just a little bit? Lin Yue wanted to push it in further, but his whole body felt like it was jolted by electricity. This sensation made him subconsciously release the spike and choose to withdraw. The security guard, just now, actually opened his mouth wide to bite at him. At this moment, the security guard who missed his bite had veins popping on his face. His eyes were fierce and terrifying. No longer possessing that initially gentle demeanor. The murderous look was fully revealed. Can his entire body be used for killing? So vicious. As expected of a murderous pervert. At this moment, the security guard looked at the rusty spike in his chest. A hint of confusion and disbelief flashed in his eyes. The Buddha statue, steel pipe, and spike in Lin Yue's hands. These were all in his intelligence. In this battle, he didn't take Lin Yue seriously at all. He didn't even take it seriously. However, an unexpected situation arose. He can hurt me. Is there a third relic I don't know about? This relic can actually interfere with reality.
He tried to pull out the spike, but it was as if it had taken root. Just touching it caused intense pain.
It couldn't be pulled out.
This third relic had an impact on him that was so significant. It actually caused him to have a heart that shouldn't even exist.
Now, he had a fatal weakness. You have successfully angered me.
Don't think that just because I love humanity, I will pamper all of you. A pet that bites, I will also kill.
Pet? What the hell is this pervert talking about? Rambling, I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. I am determined to protect One. I have also secured the clearing item.
As a pervert, just quietly go to your death. Lin Yue felt goosebumps all over when he heard the security guard refer to him as a pet. At the same time, he genuinely felt that the sinner before him was the monster that players needed to eliminate. He also saw that the security guard couldn't pull out the long nail. Looking at the strange symbols on the long nail that were flickering, his heart settled down.
The first stage of the battle strategy was already complete.
The next strategy was to find a way to drive the long nail in.
But just at that moment,
a sound sliced through the air, heading straight for Lin Yue's back.
Lin Yue didn't think twice.
He rolled sideways directly. Four hands supported him as he rolled on the ground, quickly getting up in a defensive stance.
Your reaction is quite fast. To be honest, I didn't expect you to dodge. Lin Yue looked at the newcomer behind him.
His face was filled with astonishment.
Zhang Hai? Aren't you missing? Missing? Zhang Hai looked at Lin Yue, secretly thinking. Acting. Damned acting.
He didn't waste words with Lin Yue. His strongest skill was stealing, and under normal circumstances, he would wait for the moment the winner relaxed to snatch the victory's fruit.
But he couldn't. The security guard couldn't die.
Zhang Hai stood directly in front of the security guard, facing Lin Yue seriously and said,
"You can't kill him."
Lin Yue looked at Zhang Hai in disbelief. His mind rapidly contemplated the strange situation. First of all, he didn't think Zhang Hai was a ghost. If he were, there would be no reason to take him on a mission. And there would be no need for him to talk, he could just join the security guard's side to attack. To be honest, the first person he trusted was Zhang Hai. He never expected this guy to have been missing for so long. And now, he was here to obstruct him.
Can't kill him. Why?
Lin Yue stood up, two kitchen knives falling into his hands. Dealing with the security guard needed relics, but not for dealing with Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai glanced at the two kitchen knives, a slight disdain flashing across his face.
Why? Don't you know that the mist outside the community is being held back by him? If you kill him, how will the others survive? If you kill him, will you resist those terrifying ghost corpses in the mist?
This made Lin Yue pause.
He hadn't not considered it. But defeating the security guard would clear the level, why do they need to resist that thing? Oh right, I haven't told anyone about the mission.
Killing him can obtain the clearing item. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, Zhang Hai shook his head with an ugly expression.
Enough.
What you say is no longer important.
I won't believe you. Your actions have no credibility at all. I even suspect you aren't a player at all.
Han Yan has already gone to conquer the real clearing boss, which is that strange little girl in your room.
If we kill her, we can leave.
But that place is your safe house.
Only with Lin Yue dead. Could they enter?
So from the very beginning, Zhang Hai had decided to kill Lin Yue to help Han Yan open the door. This was the reason he followed without choosing to help Han Yan. Lin Yue silently looked at Zhang Hai.
No unnecessary words. He raised the kitchen knife directly pointing it at Zhang Hai and said, I understand what you mean, if I don't die they can't get in. Is that the idea?
As for whether the security guard is the guardian, it really doesn't matter that much. You're just looking for a reason to kill me without feeling guilty about it. Since that's the case, why be so hypocritical?
If you want to fight, I'm willing to accompany you to the end.
Zhang Hai silently took out the jade gourd, in the next moment it transformed into slender tentacle-like appendages. Looking at the kitchen knives in Lin Yue's hands, many blades also appeared on his tentacles. It wasn't just Lin Yue who found effective resources. As a thief, he had practiced with knives for over 10 years. He could easily slice open Lin Yue's wrist and throat. And he could do it precisely. In his eyes, Lin Yue was just an ordinary foolish brat. Now that there were more hands, Lin Yue had lost his advantage. The eerie atmosphere unfolded around them.
The calm air lasted only a moment.
The two rushed towards each other at the same time.
Chapter 26 Time's Up.
The clash between the two wasn't earth-shaking. But it attracted a lot of people's attention.
The security guard was quite interested as he stepped aside to watch. It was just like watching a performance. As she looked up, she happened to meet the gaze of the player on the top floor of the apartment. Han Yan was also waiting. She clearly knew that Lin Yue was the owner of 304. If Lin Yue didn't die, she couldn't get in. If Zheng Hai didn't realize this, she would think of ways to deal with Lin Yue. As for persuading Lin Yue, that thought was completely erased the moment she first saw Wen. She couldn't gamble her life on the chance that Lin Yue wasn't a ghost. Not to mention how low the probability was, even if it was as high as 90%. She wouldn't risk everyone's lives for that 1%. One is the first person to enter the forest. The other is the second person to enter the forest. And both have obtained special items. Who do you think will win? Zhao Gang could definitely understand an ordinary person's fight. But when relics were involved, he couldn't tell the difference. He looked at Han Yan. The eyes of the others were also on Han Yan. Han Yan's gaze flickered constantly. She was also considering this matter. If Zheng Hai lost, it would actually mean that their hope of clearing the stage was almost gone. When Lin Yue returned to meet the little girl, they had no chance at all. She didn't speak easily. But the others nearby gave their opinions. From the dash, Zheng Hai definitely shows signs of training. In contrast, Lin Yue's dash is fast, but his form is actually unstable. The way he holds the knife is also a huge difference. One is professional, the other is pure street fighting stance. Don't worry, he will win. Hearing this, Zhao Gang carefully watched the two. The moment Lin Yue approached Zheng Hai, Lin Yue swung the two kitchen knives in circles. At the same time, he took the chance to hit Zheng Hai's head with the steel pipe. This move seemed to both attack and show a defensive range. In the eyes of the ghostly Zheng Hai, it was full of flaws. He chuckled softly. His body suddenly retreated like a light bird, making the hit just barely miss. And it was this slight distance that caused Lin Yue's wrist to ache. At the moment he finished his spin, Zheng Hai had cut across his left wrist. That small blade, though hard to cause serious injury. But as long as it was precise enough, it could still cause great harm. Lin Yue took this cut and quickly retreated a step. He glanced at the wound. It was just a bit away from the artery. Do you think you are very lucky? This is just a warning for you. Next time, I will disable all your arms and then cut your throat. Zheng Hai's words seemed to forecast Lin Yue's death. Seeing this, Han Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Let's go. We'll wait in front of 304. Zhao Gang looked at Han Yan in confusion. There's no winner yet? Should I go help him? Han Yan did not look back and replied. If you want to die, go ahead. Their current state is all ghostly. Even if they throw mud at each other, don't think you can intervene. Han Yan's words were unpleasant. But Zhao Gang was not angry. Others were advising him not to go to his death. What was there to be angry about? He took a deep look at the two. Zheng Hai had already started chasing and attacking Lin Yue. Lin Yue could only passively wave the kitchen knives and steel pipe to fend off the large number of tentacles. For now, Lin Yue could still fight back. But after exhausting himself, it would be his time to die. He could see it clearly. That Zheng Hai was not someone who would hold back. At this moment, Lin Yue was indeed in a difficult position. But there was not a trace of panic in his gaze. Only something the others at a distance could not see. He knew that Zheng Hai's relic was fundamentally different from his statue. What happened to your bravado just now? Why have you turned into a coward who only knows how to hide? Zheng Hai chased and attacked Lin Yue. Instead, it was him who was gradually losing his cool. He realized it. Lin Yue was like a wolf ready to pounce. Those eyes showed no fear at all. Even though he had caused Lin Yue many wounds, Lin Yue remained chillingly calm. That feeling was like a beast fixating on its prey. And he was that prey. He has seen me use the relic. Does his relic last longer than mine? Ha, looks like it's time to fight hard. Don't run. Face me like a man and fight. Zheng Hai roared as he chased. But at this moment, Lin Yue stopped, no longer dodging. His gaze was even more composed as he watched the tentacles attack from all angles. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged directly into Zheng Hai's arms. Time's up. What? Lin Yue's right hand wielded the kitchen knife, striking upward, slicing diagonally. It directly split open Zheng Hai's throat. At the instant the knife cut through Zheng Hai's skin. The blades on the tentacles also slashed toward Lin Yue's throat. But, time's up. The tentacles turned into shadows in the air. Those blades fell away. Blood exploded.
In the sunlight, it resembled a brilliant bloody rose, emitting a strong stench of blood. Zheng Hai fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Damn it!
Lin Yue had only seen him use it once, yet he could accurately time the relic's duration.
This guy. Is he really a monster?
The old security guard grinned, saying,
Is the farce over? I really didn't judge you wrong. From the moment you rushed out of the forest, I realized. You and I are of the same kind. You are not a rabbit, but a beast. The peaceful world has suppressed your talent. Come to this land of no limits. Completely unleash your instincts. Abandon your human identity and become a terrifying monster.
Lin Yue shot a disdainful glance at the security guard.
This old man was truly annoying. Is this what you call talent? Anyone could casually calculate skill duration and release timing, right? If the strongest king came, wouldn't he scare him to death?
But, with one knife, he took down Zheng Hai.
He indeed didn't have any adverse physical reaction.
Maybe it was because he had seen so much blood in various guts while killing the pigs. This is not talent, just habit. Lin Yue raised the kitchen knife, pointing directly at the security guard.
It's your turn. Chapter 27, level cleared? Do you know? I used to be a hunter.
The story about a rabbit biting a person to death was just my tale.
Do you really think you can win?
The security guard's face twisted. Lin Yue's hints popped up again.
Ding. Angry security guard found, raging. Why is it still the security guard? Isn't this old man a monster?
Lin Yue's heart jolted. But he didn't think too much about it.
Monster or human, it didn't matter.
He had killed so many innocent victims.
He wasn't a cop, wouldn't catch him.
But he wouldn't let him hurt himself and more innocent people. The two charged toward each other again. This time, Lin Yue was no longer using the delaying tactic from before against Zheng Hai. Instead, he used a simple, brute force method to fight the old man.
A head-on brawl.
He waved both knives, suppressing the security guard's rubber baton. And the steel rod was his weapon to end the fight. Lin Yue chased after the long nails, making the guard quite wary, which hindered the guard's movements.
He knew very well. Once this weakness created by Lin Yue was hit, he would die.
And Lin Yue's gaze remained fixated on the long nails, making the guard sneer coldly inside.
After all, a beast is still a beast. How could it be the hunter's match? Moreover, Lin Yue seemed only to know this trick.
A beast that only knows to stare at the hunter's neck will ultimately pay a heavy price.
Kid, you've exhausted your tricks.
The security guard deliberately exposed a flaw, and Lin Yue immediately charged toward the long nails.
Now's the time. The security guard again used a biting action. While exposing the long nail,
he bit down on Lin Yue's neck. The third type of relic forced him to adopt this tactic.
In contrast, Lin Yue actually knew this was a trap.
But even if it was a trap, it was still a rare opportunity.
He had to jump down.
He threw away the kitchen knife that could not harm the security guard, gripping the long nail tightly with both hands.
The security guard was stunned. He did not expect Lin Yue to give up defense at such a critical moment.
He directly exposed his neck for him to bite.
You can't push it in.
As soon as the security guard's words fell, the steel pipe came crashing down.
It landed directly on the long nail. When?
The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Lin Yue's neck was torn open with a large chunk of flesh. Blood flowed uncontrollably.
But he succeeded. The second Buddha's hand pressed down on the deeply biting security guard,
keeping him from having his throat torn open. There were no fancy skills involved, just pure life and death struggle.
And the killing ended in this fleeting moment. After taking 2 breaths,
the security guard's pupils trembled as he slid down from Lin Yue.
I should have acted last night. No. If I had acted on you last night, then I wouldn't be me.
The security guard turned over on the ground,
as if accepting his fate, lying back towards the sky.
At this moment, his eyes sparkled with arcs of memories. That heartbeat that shouldn't exist. It seemed to fulfill his dream.
To become a human.
Though brief, he truly experienced it.
It wasn't bad. But did he do wrong? He felt he hadn't.
The residents in this community were not human,
but monsters. Monsters that eat people. He couldn't explain to Lin Yue, it was the rule. Though he was one too, he was an anomaly.
He had hopelessly fallen in love with this weak little creature called human. Those of his kind who ate his pets deserved to die. Lin Yue pressed on his neck, gasping for breath as he sat down in the security room. He picked up the medical kit to bandage himself. After stopping the bleeding,
He glanced at the fading Zhang Hai. Then he looked at the flashing long nail. The long nail was drawing the security guard's heartblood. In no time, the security guard's face began to look extremely old. It seemed this was his true appearance. And the hints above him turned back to friendly. A complex emotion flashed across Lin Yue's face. This old man, perhaps let go. He was very clear about this. As a boss of the level, he did not show the combat power he should have. Instead, he looked very weak. And did not use any special abilities. Clatter. A satellite phone was thrown out by the security guard. You can leave now. I can hardly hold them anymore. I really like you. I hope you can survive to unravel this sealed and cursed world. Lin Yue saw the satellite phone. His eyes brightened. This was the key item for passing. Everything he did. Not understood and misunderstood, all for this thing. With this, he could explain to everyone why he did this. Picking up the satellite phone. The prompt sound followed. Ding. Obtained the pass satellite phone. You can use this phone to summon a helicopter to leave. Congratulations, player. You have cleared the game. This time, clearing the instance, the Forest Monster House. Difficulty, easy. Clearing evaluation, SS. 1. You are the second player to enter the Forest Monster House, plus 3 points. 2. You helped Won find her lost backpack, plus 2 points. 3. You helped Won vent her anger, plus 1 point. 4. You helped Xiaoli catch the third murderer, plus 5 points. 5. You defeated the security guard, plus 5 points. 6. Clearing achieved, plus 5 points. Total score, 21 points. SS evaluation reward, 3 points plus 10, relic chest, legendary, X1. Was that it for clearing? Lin Yue felt a bit dazed. Actually, he still had many unanswered questions. But these were not important now. His transformation time was also running out. Looking at the free points. He first added 5 points to spiritual power as a safeguard. After returning to normal, he took a look outside the iron gate. The old security guard is not completely dead. So, the mist is still blocked outside the door. But, some shadows can already be seen restless behind the fence gate. They are staring at him with hungry eyes. The danger is not completely over. He must hurry back to inform everyone that it is over. Everyone can go home now. Help me. Zhang Hai, lying in a pool of blood, also saw the alert from the satellite phone. He has also regained his composure from the shock. Everything Lin Yue said just now. It turned out to be true. This security guard is actually a boss of the level, he believes in his judgment. He also believes in the clues found by Han Yan. If there is any misunderstanding here, it's this damn initial dungeon. It actually has 2 different ways to clear. What the hell? Lin Yue glanced at Zhang Hai. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you just wanted to cut my throat, and now you want me to save you? Now you know you were wrong? Let me tell you, if it weren't for you helping me before, I would have cut you to hell. For someone who had attacked him, Lin Yue was not kind enough to repay evil with kindness. However, at this moment, a task popped up again. Task triggered, save the dying companion. Lin Yue cursed as he went, but still bandaged him due to the task's sentiment. Plus, Zhang Hai is actually a nice guy. When he sought help, he even actively helped him with the task. He didn't use his power to snatch that eyeball from him. They were just on opposing sides due to misunderstandings. Now that the game is over, this opposing relationship naturally disappears. They are no longer enemies. But the same victims. Zhang Hai's lips trembled as he said I'm sorry. At the same time, he felt regret. Who would have thought this game actually had a second way to clear? But in the end, the old security guard could not resist the sucking of the long nail. He died first. Ding. All player announcement. The security guard is dead. The game ends early. The mist will soon enter the apartment, please prepare for a strange attack. Chapter 28, Leaving the Dungeon. Lin Yue had no time for detailed first aid. He could only pick up the long nail and carry Zhang Hai to run. At this moment, Han Yan and others guarding the door had faces ashen. He failed? Han Yan looked incredulously at the alert. That guy who had sworn he would definitely win. He actually died. If that's the case, it's all over. She looked down at her little white shoes. Beside her was the little pair that others couldn't see. She knew very well. Little pair would not harm Lin Yue. So, she couldn't confront Lin Yue. Lin Yue was like a bug in this game, making her unable to take action. Zhao Gang looked panicked. His breathing started to quicken. I can't die. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me to buy breakfast and go home. Damn it. Do something. Didn't you say if you trust you can live? Zhao Gang grabbed Han Yan by the throat. He pressed her hard against the wall. What was he willing to do to survive? Wang Xiao told him to trust the other party to survive. He believed. For this, he killed people, treating others as tools to solve trouble anytime. Han Yan said he could live, and he believed. But now, what about? One by one, they were untrustworthy. Han Yan also didn't expect this fierce-looking guy would actually be a wife and daughter control at home. She struggled to stop the eager little pair. Just dead. Anyway, everyone would die soon. At that moment, the door of 304 opened. One appeared in front of everyone, a little girl burned all over. What happened in the dungeon? She knows it all too well. Memories surged like a tide. She remembered everything. It turns out she was never human. Come on, kill me. Then you can live. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Zhao Gang seemed to have grabbed a lifeline. He released Han Yan's neck and said happily, "Hurry up. Only you can hurt her." Others also looked shocked and terrified, saying, "Make a move, come on." But this time, the originally strong Han Yan hesitated. Why was the development of all this so different from what she imagined? Why would a final boss beg for death before her? This is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Swoosh. 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 Just as all the noisy voices mixed together, a loud rumble sounded on the rooftop. It was a helicopter. In this moment, everyone looked up in disbelief. It's a plane. Quick, quick, let's get up there. At this moment, Lin Yue, drenched in blood, carried back Zheng Hai. He had used the satellite phone. The helicopter had flown over. But the landing spot was the rooftop of the apartment building. Behind him, there was fog and the eerie creatures closing in from the mist. There was no time for him to explain everything he had experienced. Survival was the priority. Hearing Lin Yue's words, a group of people instinctively looked at Han Yan. Han Yan glanced at the barely breathing Zheng Hai, who was carried back by Lin Yue. Her heart sank. Lin Yue turned out to be that 10%. Hurry! Everyone up to the rooftop. Han Yan no longer targeted 1-1, but instead sprinted towards the rooftop first. Lin Yue glanced at the poor 1-1. He handed Zheng Hai to the rushing Zhao Gang. Then turned and ran towards 1-1. At this moment, Lin Yue's eyes were filled with urgency. 1-1 looked at Lin Yue's expression and suddenly realized this terrifying big shot had never acted for her. Everything came from the heart. As a big shot, he was truly seeking a solution. And also helping her escape from suffering. In a daze, Lin Yue had already picked up 1-1 and was running wildly, soothing her as he ran. It's okay. Brother has taken care of it, that perverted security guard is dead. You can leave here now. 1-1 didn't speak. She just tightly hugged Lin Yue's neck with both hands. Then rested her head on Lin Yue's shoulder. Her eyes looked at Lin Yue's wound, not knowing what she was thinking. The fog spread rapidly. A sky full of roars and running sounds buzzed within. The shadows inside were gradually rushing out of the mist. Lin Yue just took a glance and felt his scalp tingle. They were all figures without skin. Like those fake humans he had seen in the forest. Fake humans actually came to life? Damn! Climbing onto the rooftop, Lin Yue saw the anxious faces of everyone. Quick! Zhao Gang hadn't gone up yet, he had thrown Zheng Hai inside. He stood by the helicopter, as if afraid that if he went up, it would fly away. And Lin Yue's arrival also brought the mist and the terrifying horde of eerie corpses. In a critical moment, Lin Yue tossed 1-1 over. Zhao Gang's face showed fear. He caught 1-1, but couldn't decide whether to throw or to embrace her. Damn it! How to deal with this hot potato? This guy. Indeed a madman. Lin Yue climbed onto the helicopter, took 1-1 from him. Others also reached out to pull Zhao Gang up. But the speed was still a bit slow. As the helicopter just took off, the mist pounced over. A bloody hand full of muscle fibers grabbed hold of the helicopter. Then, a second, a third. One by one, bloody hands latched onto the helicopter. It bizarrely made the helicopter hover in the air. Lin Yue glanced at the cockpit. It was empty. Let me down. They are here for me. At this moment, when one spoke, it was time to part. She looked earnestly at Lin Yue's face, as if wanting to remember him completely in her heart,
then smiled sincerely for the first time. Next, she handed her little bear to Lin Yue. Then she leaned close to Lin Yue's ear and whispered a secret, gently kissing his face. Then, under Lin Yue's shocked gaze, she leaped down. After Wen jumped down, a pair of bloody hands released the airplane and caught her. At that moment, the helicopter took off. In the blown-away mist, a skinned, eerie figure tightly embraced Wen. The other eerie beings circled in front of them, keeping all danger at bay. It turned out they are just protecting her. Han Yan spoke up at this moment. She directly stated the key point. These players are here to kill Wen. Under normal circumstances, if they succeed, they can escape from here. If they fail, even if Wen doesn't kill them, they would still be killed by these eerie corpses. They just didn't expect this game would end in such a different form. At that moment, she turned to Lin Yue. She had too many questions to ask. Just as she was about to speak, a violent shake and roaring noise came from the helicopter. Warning! Players are exiting the instance. Warning! Lin Yue looked at Han Yan's open mouth, not knowing what she was saying. An unknown force blocked the sound. The explanations he had prepared remained unspoken. Holding Wen's teddy bear, he fell into deep thought. Wen had just told him that she had already become a part of this world. She had long since died. Actually, he knew all of this. He just held on to a sliver of hope. Fortunately, at the end, he saw the eerie figure embracing her. That should be her mother who worked the night shift, right? Lin Yue hugged the teddy bear tightly. He looked out the window. Amidst the violent shaking of the helicopter, it began to ignite. In the next moment, it felt as if they had broken through an invisible glass barrier. As if they had arrived in another world. Below the helicopter was an endless wide grassland. And in the grassland, there was an endless road. At this moment, on their backs, there were additional backpack parachutes. The system prompt then sounded. Welcome players to the Hungry Road. Now, if you don't want to die, jump down. Chapter 29 Hungry Road. The roar of the helicopter continued ceaselessly. The worst part was, the helicopter was burning. The temperature was rising rapidly. This was forcing everyone to jump. Han Yan pointed to a certain cable that was descending. Then made a pulling motion, signaling everyone to follow her rhythm. A group of people had never jumped with a parachute before. They all looked nervously at Han Yan's gestures. Soon, the temperature inside the helicopter had begun to scorch their seats. There was no time to waste. Han Yan was the first to leap down. As everyone jumped out of the cabin one by one with expressions that screamed death, Zhao Gang pointed with his mouth at Zheng Hai, who showed no reaction. It seemed to be asking Lin Yue, what about him? Lin Yue shook his head. He had already shown mercy. But before jumping down, he kicked Zheng Hai off the plane. Watching Zheng Hai's body drop straight in the air, Lin Yue silently prayed for him for a second. Then he jumped down. Everyone's gaze was on Han Yan. Lin Yue also felt panic mid-air, fearing he would pull the parachute at the wrong moment. He did not want to become a meat paste. At this moment, a prompt sounded again in his ears. Detecting abnormal player physical condition. Repairing in progress? Transparent cubes wrapped every limb of Lin Yue's body. All the wounds were healing rapidly. The fiery pain on his neck continued to stimulate his nerves. Fortunately, this feeling came quickly and disappeared just as fast. In the blink of an eye, all his wounds vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The moment the repair was complete, the sounds returned. His ears were filled with the buzzing wind and airflow sounds. When he regained his senses, he found that Han Yan had already opened her parachute. Without any hesitation, he also pulled his open. Once the parachute opened, Lin Yue finally relaxed his tense heart. At this moment, he looked around. He could still see eerie shadowy forest in the distance. It appeared to be erased, as if it was fading away. Quickly vanished from sight. The sunlight scattered on the face. It gave a feeling of surviving a disaster. Lin Yue looked at the ground, getting closer and closer. He fell into deep thought. They did not go home. Instead, they arrived at the next round of the game. This made him very uneasy. What the hell is this game? Why did it choose him? After landing, he found himself surrounded by an endless grassland. It looked very comfortable. The temperature in the air was also pleasant, and the scent of fresh grass filled his nostrils. It felt just like the smell from when he was a child, cleaning the playground at school. As the parachute automatically disappeared,
Lin Yue finally regained his freedom. He walked towards the only road. There were already quite a few people gathered there. Not just the few of them. There were even more people. Han Yan and Zhao Gang had already come together. Zhao Gang waved at him. But this big guy was feeling very low at the moment. All your people are here? What a bunch of useless fools, only this few managed to clear the simplest initial dungeon. What have you guys been doing for the past 3 days? Don't tell me you were afraid to leave the safe house? In this round of the game, you better not drag us down, Brother Chow. Otherwise, humph. As Lin Yue approached, he heard someone speaking disdainfully to Han Yan and the others. The words were filled with contempt. Zhao Gang was already irritated by not returning home. He directly took out a fire axe and glared at the opponent. Pointing at the opponent's nose, he shouted angrily. If you keep talking, do you believe I'll chop you with one axe? But the other side was not afraid. Zhao Gang was fearless. How could he be ridiculed by a little punk? However, he did not truly take action. Instead, he glanced at Lin Yue. This scene was also noticed by the other person. He directly turned to Lin Yue and said, "You are their leader? Keep your people in line, or don't blame us for being rude." The other side had many people. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people yelled loudly together. Damn it, what are we even talking to them for? That girl is not bad, why don't we just celebrate and have some fun? Ha, that's a good suggestion, second brother. Hearing this, even Han Yan, who was usually calm, couldn't help but take a step back. These people in front of her, in her view, not only did they know each other, but they also seemed to be thugs. They were completely not as easy to talk to as Lin Yue and his group. However, this kind of thing did not really happen. The young man called Brother Chow, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked frail and weak. At this moment, he stood up with a smile. Everyone shut up, don't scare our new partner. After saying this, he looked at Lin Yue and said, I don't care how you led them to clear the dungeon, nor do I care how skilled you are. In this game, you and your people must listen to my orders throughout. Lin Yue frowned as he looked at the other party. Negotiating is fine, but this tone and attitude? Oh. What if I don't listen? Brother Chow did not speak. The leading punk directly took out a baseball bat and swung it at Lin Yue's head, seemingly wanting to establish authority with Lin Yue, the leader. No one expected. They really dared to strike directly. Lin Yue sneered. His Buddha palm still had chances to use. However, a figure was even faster than him. A figure rushed up quickly and brushed past the punk. The punk only felt a chill at his neck, and he retreated in fear. He panicked and touched his neck. There was a touch of red on his fingers. It was blood. Damn you. Zhang Hai threw away the long strip of grass in his hand and snorted coldly. You should be glad I used grass. If it were a blade, you would already be dead. Zhang Hai did not continue attacking but stood beside Lin Yue. His stance, simply the same as the punk. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. Good guy, he really survived? He stood up for himself. Is this a reward for the mission? Why was there no prompt? The punk looked back at Brother Chow with a confused expression. This conflict was prearranged. It was meant to give Lin Yue's group a warning, so they would completely obey next. In the last game, those who didn't listen almost got them killed. Thus, they were very cautious and repulsive towards strangers. And Brother Chow was surprised looking at Zhang Hai's skills. Such clean movements. Just as Zhang Hai said, if he had used a blade, the yellow-haired guy would be dead. You are quite good, follow me, and I promise you can live safely until the end of the game, how about it? Zhang Hai didn't even glance at Wang Chao. He just stood by Lin Yue, like a loyal little brother. The yellow-haired guy wanted to say something, but the game prompt came again. All personnel are present. This round's game, Hunger Road, officially starting. Your only task is to walk out of this grassland. The rules of this round are as follows. 1. You cannot stop while moving forward. If you stop for more than 10 seconds, you die. 2. You will encounter some strange people on your path, you can trade with them. Make sure you have something they are interested in. 3. Traveling at night will attract pursuers, if you are spotted and surpassed by them, you will be eaten. 4. If you run fast enough, you can occupy rest points are limited, first come, first served. 5. This round lasts 5 days, if you do not leave the grassland after 5 days, you will remain here forever. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 30, Legendary Relics. Don't just stand there. Everyone, move.
As soon as the countdown began, Lin Yue started walking forward.
Han Yan shouted loudly to remind her people.
Wang Chao, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, glanced at Han Yan in surprise. He thought Lin Yue was the leader.
He didn't expect that the one giving orders in this group would be that seemingly non-threatening woman.
Though it was strange. But now was not the time to question. The people on his side were not as united as he had boasted. Before he could speak, a bunch of people frantically began to run forward.
Zheng Hai remained silently following Lin Yue as usual,
as if he had made up his mind about Lin Yue. Meanwhile, Lin Yue wasn't in a hurry to run. He was still processing the 5 rules.
Run fast? Occupy rest points?
At the moment, running forward seemed very necessary. But this was a 5-day life and death race. This was a marathon of endurance. He still had 5 unused free points. At that time, he planned to add them to other attributes. Now it was just right. But agility and physique seem very important in this round.
He opened the panel and took a quick glance. Lin Yue's basic physique had 10 points. His physique wasn't too bad. Just enough to be average.
But his agility was a bit lower, only a pitiful 7 points. He was envious of Zheng Hai's nimble moves.
He was trained,
so his initial agility must be very high. However, Zheng Hai's endurance and strength were relatively much lower than his.
That was the reason he could drag out a win against him.
After thinking about it, line end.
Lin Yue chose physique. If this was a marathon, then physique was more suitable. And even if the remaining 5 attribute points were all added to agility,
probably still wouldn't compare to Zheng Hai.
Thinking of this, Lin Yue didn't hesitate and added all remaining free points to physique. Physique plus 5. Congratulations, player's physique has surpassed 15 points.
Character evaluation has changed.
Name, Lin Yue. Status, deep in thought.
Hunger, 58, don't panic, your fat is still shaking.
Thirst, 70, it's not time to drink urine yet. Rationality, 99, is the little loss because you are not happy?
Attribute value, average 10. Strength, 15, the level of a physical education student, somewhat decent.
Physique, 15, the level of a physical education student, somewhat decent.
Agility, 7, sometimes you don't need to run, breaking your partner's leg can help you live longer.
Mental, 16, a spirited young man? Equipment, rusty long nail.
Blood-stained steel pipe.
1 teddy bear.
Ash's relic, peeping eye of the watcher, white,
4 hands of the heavenly Buddha, gold.
Evaluation, your flesh is getting tighter, it can sell for a good price.
The increase in physique is different from strength.
Lin Yue can personally feel the subtle changes happening in his body. He obviously feels that his breathing has become smoother. Walking fast feels almost effortless for him. Even jogging wouldn't cause him any breathlessness, I estimate.
Are athletes really so much stronger than ordinary people? Lin Yue doesn't quite understand. But this change is exactly what he wanted. Others are also moving forward mechanically with their heads down.
He's not the only one who received a reward. Speaking of rewards, there's still a grand prize that he didn't have time to check. Relic treasure chest, legendary, open to randomly obtain a legendary great ash relic.
Do you want to open? Lin Yue glanced at the crowd.
His attention was entirely on this, so his speed slowed down quite a lot. Aside from Zheng Hai, who followed him mindlessly,
he had almost fallen behind everyone else.
At this moment, no one could see what he was doing.
Open.
Nothing grand happened as Lin Yue feared when opening the box. The relic treasure chest just flashed a purple light in the space backpack. Then it disappeared without a trace. Only a deck of playing cards remained.
Playing cards?
Lin Yue took out this legendary great ash relic. So far, the forms of relics have varied greatly.
He hasn't seen many in total, so it's hard to glean specific information from its appearance.
The moment the cards fell into his hands,
Lin Yue's pupils constricted. Good stuff.
Gambler Vasily's Poker, legendary call Vasily, you can use this relic to gamble in a game of 21 against him, winning grants a 50% boost to all attributes.
Failure has no penalties. No cooldown.
Addition 1, you can raise the stakes, risking a potential negative penalty to attributes, to gain a percentage boost. Addition 2, if you win 3 times in a row, you will receive a 150% boost, with no limit to winning streaks. Losing resets the boost and enforces a mandatory cooldown of 48 hours. Lin Yue lowered his head in silence, pondering for a long time.
This item at least can grant a one-time 50% boost to all attributes.
After all, failure has no penalties, you just need to win the gamble. As for the condition of raising the stakes, it opens up infinite possibilities.
What if he wins 100 times in a row? How much would his attributes rise? If he keeps winning, could he punch a god to death? Of course, this is just Lin Yue's wild imagination.
How could he possibly win hundreds or even thousands of times? While Lin Yue daydreamed, bursts of laughter came from up ahead.
Those running people had slowed down.
These people had finally recovered from the panic of the game's countdown at the start. At this moment, they walked along chatting and laughing.
It looked as easy as strolling down the road. Some even took out food and water, eating as they walked.
Where did the shadow of a hungry road go?
Gurgle. Seeing food made Lin Yue's stomach growl too.
His space backpack still had meals prepared. When he stored some food, it was precisely because delicacies could restore sanity.
Now it came in handy.
Just as Lin Yue was about to take out some food, he heard Zhang Hai's stomach growling as well.
Not just them.
Han Yan and those others also saved some food in hand.
At this moment, everyone is eating. This is very strange.
A hint of suspicion flashed in Lin Yue's eyes.
He immediately opened the panel again,
directly locking in the satiation value. Satiation value, 52, your fat is being consumed, it is not time to eat.
Just a few minutes ago, his satiation value was still 60. In such a short time, it had dropped by 6 points?
At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly understood. This round of the game is not as simple as he imagined.
This is not an ordinary marathon at all.
The crisis point is not just the pursuers on the road,
and those strange people that might appear, but hunger. This hunger comes too quickly. Lin Yue, something is wrong. I am getting hungry too fast.
At this moment, Zhang Hai finally stopped maintaining his aloof appearance. He looked around with a worried face.
All around was grass. Even if they still have some food, they could last through today. But what about tomorrow? And the day after tomorrow? There are a total of 5 days. Even if they eat grass, they might not keep up with the speed of hunger.
The fullness value seems to drop a little every minute. At this rate, even if they eat until full, they can only last a little over an hour.
They must keep eating.
This means that during the entire game, they have to eat continuously while moving forward. Even while sleeping, they cannot sleep too deeply, because they might really starve to death in their sleep. At this moment, let alone Zhang Hai,
Lin Yue's rationality was also dropping.
He was panicking. He had truly experienced hunger.
That sensation is extremely painful. It almost becomes something one cannot forget for a lifetime.
When a person is driven mad by hunger,
any sense of moral feeling will be affected.
In the dual torment of body and mind,
anything can happen.
So, the greatest enemy
is most likely themselves. Chapter 31: The Importance of Fullness Value.
Of course, Lin Yue is not the only one who realized this. Han Yan at this moment finished the last food in her hand. Even so, the fullness value was still not full. Wang Chao was thoughtfully observing everyone's reactions. He gave a look to the blonde guy beside him. The other immediately leaned over.
Watch the time, run. Just run at a steady pace.
Stop in 10 minutes, record the points lost in fullness value while running, then switch to walking slowly.
Wait for me to catch up with you.
The blonde guy had almost unconditional trust in Wang Chao. He opened his watch, quietly noting the time and the fullness value on the panel. Then he quickly dashed out from the crowd.
At this moment,
Lin Yue also changed from walking slowly to a full sprint. In this game, if hunger is inevitable,
then there must be a way to solve it.
From the 5 rules, the only thing that can change this situation is the strange people.
Through trading, they can definitely get food. But Lin Yue always felt that there might be something wrong with that trade.
So there must be other possibilities to obtain food. The reason he ran forward is also to test how accelerated consumption of stamina affects fullness value. At the same time, he wanted to meet the traders sooner.
Uncertain about the source of the food, he felt uneasy. Zhang Hai continued to chase after Lin Yue.
With his athletic build, Lin Yue found it very easy to run. In just a few minutes, he surpassed the blonde guy. The blonde guy felt a bit displeased. But thinking of Wang Chao's instructions, he could only suppress his irritation.
He continued to test the changes in fullness value.
He didn't want to ruin Wang Chao's plans.
Lin Yue ran for 20 minutes without really panting.
His chest rose and fell steadily, and Zhang Hai was about the same.
He had also allocated all the rewarded attribute points to stamina.
However, this run only made him hungrier. His stomach continued to growl. Lin Yue noticed that his fullness value had dropped by exactly 20 points. His eyes flickered. It has nothing to do with consumption.
Does the fullness value only decrease with the passage of time?
This discovery is undoubtedly important intelligence.
The fullness value has dropped to 32 points. Not eating is not an option.
His stomach was protesting seriously. He directly took out a bowl of egg noodles, holding the bowl and eating while walking.
Zheng Hai took a bite of the canned food.
His eyes were filled with envy and confusion.
Noodles? Egg noodles? Where did this come from? Could it be that Lin Yue has been eating so well for these 3 days?
Finishing a bowl of noodles only restored 30 points of fullness value. Lin Yue then took out a plate of oil-braised shrimp, shoving the whole shrimp into his mouth, shell and all.
Just yesterday, he had only eaten shrimp meat.
Now, even the oil stains on his fingers have been completely cleaned.
Not enough.
He took out 2 apples and started munching on them. Zheng Hai looked at the half-eaten can in his hand and opened his mouth.
He put it away. As long as his fullness level exceeded 50, it was enough.
As long as he wasn't starving madly, losing his mind.
He could still endure.
He had to make some terrible plans.
Having become the leader, Lin Yue finished the apple and let out a satisfied burp. His fullness level was considered full.
But after at most an hour and a half, he would have to eat again. Fortunately, he had cooked a lot of food at that time. More than half of the food in the 304 refrigerator was with him.
This was at least enough for him to last a day. Yes, just enough for a day.
From now on, he needed to eat about 15 meals a day. Even if he could stockpile, he never expected to store so much food. The space backpack only had 20 slots.
And besides equipment and relics, it was all food. The scenery along the way was beautiful.
But Lin Yue had no heart to look, he just wanted to quickly find the so-called traitor. But ahead, all he could see was grass and blue sky.
Clean like his bank account. Lin Yue. On the left.
Zheng Hai pointed to the distant grassland, which veered off from the road.
Not far on the left side.
There were a series of small black dots. This was the only different thing discovered so far.
Are they animals? Kind of. But if animals were shrunk into small black dots, how far would that be? Going back and forth would consume quite a bit of fullness. The biggest problem was, what if they weren't animals? Even if they were animals, what if they couldn't catch them? Could they still make it back to the road alive? There were too many situations to consider.
But Lin Yue forgot that others didn't have as much food as him. They had no room for choice. At this moment, Wang Chao had already figured out the fullness consumption characteristics. He also saw those black dots.
He immediately commanded everyone to deviate from the road. Everyone, it's time for us to unite.
Surely everyone has noticed the unusualness of this round of the game.
Our stomachs will decrease a little fullness every minute.
Whether running or jumping,
it will steadily decrease. On this road, we are the vehicles. Food is our gasoline, without fuel, we can only stop. If we stop, we will either be erased by the rules or starve to death. Don't think about the possibility of failure. Thinking too much will only let opportunities slip away. Wang Chao's words laid the dilemma on the table.
The people around him trusted him very much.
Brother Chao, just tell us what to do, and we will do it. No need to pump us up, we all understand. Yes, you just command. Wang Chao nodded in satisfaction. As long as they were obedient and united, he could definitely bring more people to survive. This game cannot give them no hope. As long as there is hope, there is a way to clear the game.
Han Yan saw the sudden change in momentum of the other group and showed a surprised expression.
She didn't think well of this group of people. Unexpectedly, these people were so united.
No wonder so many people survived in the first round of the game. Wang Chao was the first to rush towards the black dots on the grassland. As for their group, they were directly ignored.
Zhao Gang looked eagerly at Han Yan. What should we do? Should we join them? Han Yan shook her head.
She and Wang Chao had completely different ways of thinking. She would never take the risk of putting everyone in a life-or-death crisis.
Moreover, based on her judgment, this risk was at least 20%. Run. Run fast, just be careful not to get exhausted. Under the same amount of time, as long as we reasonably use our fullness, we can definitely last. Our goal is to find those special NPCs that can trade supplies. They are the key factors that can change everything.
Also, add all the reward freedom points to physique. Lin Yue watched Wang Chao's group rushing towards the black dots in the distance. He felt slightly surprised.
Are they not afraid of missing out? He didn't realize that the dynasty would take unreasonable actions.
That guy might have some kind of relic that allows him to assess the situation over there.
This makes sense. He has already taken out the eye of the peeper. There is no need to observe the dark spot now. Perhaps he could try to look ahead. The eye of the peeper, besides being able to see through walls, it can also enhance his field of vision. In such an environment, besides this use, this relic seems to have no other purpose. As Lin Yue used the eye of the peeper, a virtual eye appeared above Lin Yue's head again. His vision, like a telescope, magnified the situation ahead. In this observation, he actually discovered a person ahead. Is she waving at me? Chapter 32, The Corpse Bearer. It looked pretty close. In reality, the other party was still very far from them. Lin Yue glanced at everyone's hungry state. He didn't take too much care. In this round of the game, it wasn't his turn to be a good person. He needed to ensure he could survive first. There's a person ahead. It should be the strange person mentioned in the rules. Giving a hint. Lin Yue slightly quickened his pace. Huan Yan relaxed her brow upon hearing this. This game, after all, gave a glimmer of hope. She didn't run. Instead, she turned to teach everyone how to racewalk. Racewalking wouldn't be particularly tiring, but its speed was not slower than jogging. Barely keeping up with Lin Yue. Throughout the process of moving forward, no one spoke again. People who were so hungry that they were panicking had no strength to talk. They only persisted with the thought of not wanting to die. The team quickly stretched out. In terms of physical condition and fullness, everyone was still different. Some people walked and fell to the back of the team. Though afraid, they could only stop and take a brief breath within the 10-second countdown. When they raised their heads again to chase the team, they realized they were being pulled farther away. Even their vision began to gradually blur. Someone lagged behind. But no one noticed. Finally, Lin Yue caught up with the person who waved at him. The other party was wrapped in a tattered gray burlap robe. From the back, the person appeared thin and frail, walking unsteadily, as if they might fall at any moment. They looked just like a wild scavenger. A burlap sack was slung over their back with 2 bare feet exposed from it, clearly carrying someone's corpse. Ding! Found roadside corpse bearer, no threat. The corpse bearer. Just as he slowed down to think about how to establish a trading relationship with the other party, Huang Yan and the others no longer had time to consider the flashing, extreme danger, red light on the corpse bearer. They rushed straight ahead. Each of these people showed a joyful expression. As if they had seized a lifeline, they surrounded the other party. Unable to stop, they all moved around the person in little steps. If they held hands and played a handkerchief game, they'd definitely be seen as playing a game. Even Zhang Hai couldn't help but join Huang Yan and the others. At that moment, the surrounded person lifted the hood covering their face. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Yue's eyelids twitched. What a face like a withered bone. How long had this person been starving? Starving like this, can they really still be alive? Trade. We want to trade. Huang Yan eagerly wanted to trade. In her eyes, no matter what the other party looked like, whether dangerous or not, nothing could stop her urgent desire to trade. The corpse bearer revealed a joyful expression upon hearing the word trade. However, she did not stop but pointed ahead and said, "It won't work here. About half an hour ahead is a resting point. We can complete the trade there." Half an hour? Huang Yan felt an intense anxiety in her heart. Half an hour, with their current fullness. They would never make it. It seemed the other party saw Huang Yan's distress. She reached into her bosom to rummage around. Pulled out several black, shiny dumplings. Lin Yue did not know what they were. He couldn't help but lean in to take a closer look. Ding! Found internal organ dumplings, from beasts. After consumption, satiety value temporarily restores to normal, duration 1 hour. Wow! The effect is quite good. But this thing is probably not so easy to get. Han Yan grabbed a black dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. As for the prompt, she didn't even look. She didn't dare to take a closer look. Right now, nothing is more important than staying alive. The others were similar, they couldn't wait to examine the prompt carefully. So they all stuffed it into their mouths. Lin Yue was shocked. Is this really the rich young lady who looked down on tap water? She truly is hungry. This dumpling is just something I lend to you. As for when we reach the front and settle the bill, you must not try to cheat. The corpse bearer said with a smile. Beneath the seemingly honest tone, there was always an unsettling threat. The corpse bearer also handed Lin Yue one. Lin Yue directly chose to refuse. He didn't need it right now. His instincts told him that this corpse bearer's deal wasn't that simple. Anyway, there's a rest point ahead. If nothing major happens, trading later wouldn't be too late. No, I'm not hungry yet. Let's trade at the rest point ahead.
At Lin Yu's refusal, a hint of surprise flashed in the corpse-bearer's eyes.
But they didn't say much more. After eating the black dumpling, Han Yan and the others passed the temporary difficulties.
With the support of the special effect dumplings, the journey became much easier for everyone. As they walked, it seemed they were moving faster. Soon, a hint of white gradually appeared around them amidst the green grasslands. In the soil on both sides of the road, weathered biological remains were exposed.
Some were human, some were beasts. Not only that,
some of the skeletons were very large.
It was completely unrecognizable what kind of creature they belonged to.
In this area, the land was nourished by the bones, making it extremely fertile.
The grass here was not comparable to the previous grassland.
Some of the wild grass had grown taller than a person. There were even large shrubs connected in clusters.
And the rest point seemed to be right in this area among the biological remains and dense bushes. We've arrived. The corpse-bearer steadily walked in the front.
Lin Yue followed her steps. At the edge of the road ahead, there was a small wooden house carefully built. As they got closer, they could see a little white dog in the yard wagging its tail at them.
This place seemed to have an owner. Is this the rest point? Lin Yue didn't have time to doubt the corpse-bearer and walked straight in. Ding!
You have entered the roadside rest point predator's cabin.
Current location, 2/40. Satiety value has restored to normal consumption speed.
Available rest time, 0 hours.
Hearing the prompt in his ears, Lin Yue showed a look of confusion. 0 hours? What the hell? After all this, the rest point actually turned out to be a hotel? And it actually charges fees?
At this moment, behind him,
Han Yan and the others looked grim.
Every brick and tile of this house was forged from flesh and bones. The remains of various creatures intertwined to form the walls. The front door was made by interlocking chests of some large creatures. Twisted, emaciated faces hung from the eaves. They seemed fresh. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. It continuously emitted a strong stench of blood. In the yard, a strange wild beast enveloped in red blood mist stood with a fierce look, staring at them. Looking at this hellish place, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Even Zhang Hai, who was the boldest, was pacing in place, afraid to step in easily. The corpse-bearer slowly placed the burlap sack down at the door and said,
"Today, this is the only one. Change them all into meat dumplings for me.
Also, I want half an hour of rest time here to complete the deal." At this moment, a thick, greasy hand stretched out. It effortlessly dragged the burlap sack inside. Then, it tossed out a smaller coarse cloth bag. The corpse-bearer picked it up and examined it seriously before putting it away. Then he turned to the crowd, who were still pacing in place, and waved his hand.
"Hurry up and come in. Time is precious here, and I have to hurry back to feed the baby." Everyone glanced at Lin Yue, who was playing with a dog. They steeled themselves and walked in. The relentless footsteps finally got a moment of rest.
Han Yan stepped out from the crowd. She faced the corpse-bearer alone. Trembling slightly, she initiated the transaction again.
"What can we offer you?"
At this moment, she faced the same confusion as Lin Yue did.
What do they have to trade?
The corpse-bearer, at this moment, showed a joyful expression again. He seemed even more excited than when he got that bloody cloth bag.
"Dreams. I want your dreams." "Dreams?" Han Yan didn't understand. Others also didn't understand. Lin Yue frowned slightly, feeling that this baffling transaction was even more suspicious. "Dreams? How do we trade for that?"
Before Han Yan could finish, the corpse-bearer extended his bony, thin hand.
He placed it on Han Yan's forehead. In an instant, on top of Han Yan's head, a virtual image appeared. In this image, Han Yan appeared as a child.
Her surroundings were indeed as Lin Yue imagined.
It was a wealthy family.
Just the magnificent living room was a scene most ordinary people could only see on television.
Little Han Yan was crying and fussing by the piano in the living room.
"I don't want to play the piano, I want a loo." Han Yan heard the familiar voice of her childhood. She looked up in shock. That was her at the age of 6. Also the only time in her life she rebelled against her parents. Alu was her dog. He was the only joy of her childhood. But Alu was sold. Her parents believed playing with a dog wasted too much of her precious time.
This memory was unearthed. It made Han Yan's eyes become wet.
This was her eternal sorrow deep in her heart. It was buried in the deepest corner of her heart. The corpse-bearer, seeing the crying little Han Yan, wore an excited expression, desperately sniffing the air. Then, a strange scene occurred. That light curtain was sucked into the corpse-bearer's body like gas. Just like being on drugs, his body twitched uncontrollably. The corpse bearer greedily savored this emotion. Even at the end, he shed a tear in sympathy. Meanwhile, Han Yan's eyes suddenly became dull. Your dreams cannot be realized in your world. But here it can. What a pity, you have already lost it. After the corpse bearer said this, Han Yan also returned to normal. But in her memory, this segment was no longer there. Even if someone reminded her, she could no longer empathize. Our transaction is over, you can leave. As he spoke, the corpse bearer took a meatball from the bag and handed it to Han Yan. Then he turned to the others. His eyes seemed to say he wanted a feast, which made everyone feel quite strange. Han Yan, on the other hand, was pale. What she had lost was not just memory. There was also a significant reduction in her rationality. At this moment, she almost saw a strange shadow in the air watching her. This shadow seemed to notice Han Yan. Suddenly it turned to her and leaped toward her. Han Yan was startled. Caught off guard, she could only let it pass through her body. The others saw Han Yan stagger and almost fall. They thought it was a psychological reaction due to losing precious memories. They hurried to support her. Lin Yue cast a suspicious glance at Han Yan. He seemed to have seen something just now. But that thing appeared for too short a time. Could it be his eyes were playing tricks? At this moment, the others had already eagerly stepped forward. It's just a memory, let me go first. Someone said without care. This person's dream is to be a doctor, a great dream like a bodhisattva saving the suffering. But this dream never came back after he grew up. He didn't even attend high school. He dropped out early to be a drifter in society. This so-called dream was like a treasure covered in dust, locked deep in memory forever. Seeing this kind of transaction, many people were unafraid. Until someone else saw the illusory shadow. Everyone frowned. Fortunately, there was no danger for now, and this shadow seemed to quickly disappear with the return of reason. Zhao Gang stood still, hesitating. He was different from others. He knew clearly what his biggest dream was. He absolutely could not lose it. I don't accept this deal, you need to change it. The corpse bearer looked at Zhao Gang with interest. He smiled faintly and said, Sure. Any limb or organ on your body except your legs is fine. Just one will do. Of course, if you are willing. We can expand the trading scope, let me see. Your body is quite nice, you can get a good price for it. An arm can pay for you eating my dumpling. If you want extra dumplings. When they heard the corpse bearer wanted Zhao Gang's arm, everyone's face changed drastically. Han Yan's pale face regained some color as she walked to Zhao Gang's side and tugged at him. I can't quite describe this feeling to you. But believe me, as long as it is what we cherish deeply. Even if it's a brief forgetfulness, everything will come back later. But a healthy body is a necessary factor for us to survive. Han Yan's advice seemed to have an effect. Of course, giving up an arm was a price Zhao Gang could not accept. These factors together led to Zhao Gang accepting the trade. And everyone also saw his dream. That is to become an indestructible wall, standing by his wife and daughter. To protect them from all dangers and hardships. Zhao Gang's dream made the corpse bearer very satisfied. In addition to settling the previous dumpling, the corpse bearer also gave him 3 extra dumplings. It seemed that his dream was even more valuable to the corpse bearer. In the end, only Lin Yue remained in the yard. What about you, don't you need to trade? Everyone turned to look at Lin Yue. Especially Han Yan. She couldn't help but be curious about what kind of dream this crazy person Lin Yue had. If that shadow appeared, would it also be very intimate with him? Lin Yue had not borrowed before. So he still had negotiating space. He agreed to the trade. However, he made a request. Your dumplings seem to come from here. So can I understand that trading with you requires additional unnecessary broker fees? They ate your dumplings and could only be forced to trade with you. But I didn't, let's negotiate the price details again. I'll be direct, 1 dream for 10 dumplings. First, give me 10 dreams. Lin Yue boldly asked for 100 dumplings. This was something everyone didn't expect. Han Yan felt a headache coming on. Great, it seemed Lin Yue was going crazy. That bag could not possibly have so many dumplings in it. Also, who would have so many dreams? This guy, could it be that he mistook daydreams for precious life pursuits? Could he not even tell the difference between a dream and a daydream? Yet the corpse bearer did not refuse Lin Yue's proposal. Just as she had given Zhao Gang more dumplings. She nodded and said, All right. But I need to see your dream first to see if it's worth this price. Also, I need to make one thing clear. The boss here does not accept emotional value.
In short,
In this world, each person's needs were different. The corpse bearer in front of them was willing to trade for dreams as emotions.
paying a huge price. But, changing the person.
Dreams, this kind of emotion, holds no value at all.
Lin Yue wasn't hesitant at all.
He directly prepared to showcase his dreams, saying,
I have had many dreams since I was young. Let's start with the one from when I was 8. That was when I first had a dream. Chapter 34, Selling the Memory of Dreams. Eat my move, Paleo Beam. Ha ha ha. Is that all? Watch my photon crush hit. Ah, punch.
The crowd looked at Lin Yue's so-called dream from when he was 8.
They couldn't help but be astonished. What kind of dream is this? Is it to get many toys? Lin Yue's childhood environment seemed not so good.
His toys were just 2 sticks.
One represented Ultraman, and the other represented the monster. He controlled the 2 sticks from dusk until dark.
He fought from the yard to the riverside. All the while, he provided the lines himself. Until his mother called him for dinner.
Only then did he let Ultraman unleash a burst. He broke the monster's stick with laughter and walked away happily. Interestingly, sometimes Lin Yue couldn't break it. He would personally step in. He would even give Ultraman a cheat. This feels familiar. I think I played like this when I was a kid. Han Yan couldn't understand. Playing around with 2 sticks, is this what boys do when they are little?
The scene Lin Yue saw was completely different. Every move and every strike was a tremendous skill that changed the colors of the world. The lines were also meticulously designed by him.
It was an incredibly precious thing. To be Ultraman. You want to save the world? Ha, what a cheesy dream.
Suddenly someone mocked, and the crowd snapped back to reality. They realized that it was indeed that group from Wang Chao who had chased after them. These guys were all bursting with energy. It seemed their hunt had been quite successful. The blonde still wore that annoying expression.
He completely scoffed at Lin Yue's Ultraman dream. However, no one responded to him.
Even Wang Chao had a gloomy expression.
Who hasn't fantasized about saving the world when they were young? Even he had the same thought. Shut up.
The shouted blonde felt very wronged. This break only had 40 spots available. Adding both sides clearly exceeded that number, so it definitely wouldn't be enough for everyone to get in. So, there could only be trouble.
He wanted to drive Lin Yue and his group away. He was also doing it for the team.
This dream made the corpse carrier ponder for a long time.
Surprisingly, she actually offered Lin Yue a price of 10 dumplings.
The reason being, it was quite rare.
What is Ultraman? She didn't even know.
But she was keen to experience this thought. When she took out 10 dumplings, everyone showed envious eyes.
But Lin Yue shook his head and said, no way.
This is my first dream in life, I can't sell it.
Let's change to another one. Can it be this way?
Zhao Gang pointed at Lin Yue while looking at Han Yan. He seemed to want to ask if they should also change their dreams.
And not lose their ultimately precious memories. Han Yan didn't speak. Things like this are not under their control.
In other words, this is actually Lin Yue's biggest dream.
Although childish, it cannot be denied.
Having such a person around greatly boosts the sense of security. However, the idea of changing was something she hadn't considered.
She was just too hungry, coupled with low rationality. This led to sluggish thinking. The image above Lin Yue's head disappeared in a flash. Then, a woman appeared.
The woman leaned against a willow tree swaying in the gentle breeze, the lake's surface reflecting a dreamlike gleam. All of it reflected on her blue dress. Lin Yue was receiving a kiss from this woman. This made his face turn red. He hurriedly waved his hand saying,
no way. Absolutely not. Let's change again. Han Yan looked at Lin Yue in disbelief. What kind of man kisses an older sister at the age of 8 or 9? This early love is way too early.
The corpse carrier greedily glanced at the scene.
The emotion of love, ah.
In her eyes, it is of the highest value. Especially the love found in the budding stages.
Still in childhood, it's a rare opportunity. I can give you 12, no. 15 meat buns. The corpse bearer was still raising the price. Lin Yue shook his head desperately. He even wanted to cover the scene of the kiss.
This was like public execution, exposing his deepest secrets.
Lin Yue felt a bit panicked. Because he realized that providing dreams was completely out of his control. Moreover, he had a dream of being a male lead. This absolutely could not be revealed. He would rather die. Rejected again.
The corpse bearer looked somewhat displeased.
I don't have so much time to waste. From now on, each time you change, I will decrease one meat bun from the price. The scene flipped again. This time, Lin Yue sat in a classroom, staring blankly at the book. This dream, Lin Yue thought, fortunately. It was the first time he saw on the book the picture of a human child starving to death. In the extracurricular book, that child was as starved as the corpse bearer in front of him. Nearly nothing but a skeleton remained. And not far ahead of him was the relief center. As long as he crawled in, he could avoid death. But he died of starvation right in front of the relief center's door. Lin Yue's dream back then was that there would be no hunger in the world? For this, he studied hard for a while. Recalling this dream again, Lin Yue still felt quite emotional. His younger self was indeed too naive. He knew this matter had completely drifted away from him. He could let go. This will do. This time, the corpse bearer rejected Lin Yue. Hunger is an eternal topic in this world, your dream. Here, everyone has it. I experience this emotion every day, so it has no value. Han Yan keenly noticed that these words were very important. The other party used the phrase this world. This road was just the scope of their game, the rules did not prevent them from leaving the road. The hunting and returning of Wang Chao and others was the best proof. If this were a complete world, would there be cities and villages? If there were, would there be vehicles? Time is running out. Choose one from the first two, if you can't decide. I will give up the opportunity to trade with you. To give up the fantasy of saving the world or to give up the memory of budding love. Is it that hard to choose? Watching the drama was also a strong shot of comfort for their tense spirits. Everyone couldn't help but laugh and start picking for Lin Yue. Rationality was recovering quickly. And in the end, Lin Yue chose the former. Who he was. No matter whether he had lost related memories. It wouldn't change. Just like when Wenwen was crying in the hallway, his body instinctively reacted quicker than his brain. More importantly, he had grown. He had his own bottom line and principles. He would still save those who needed saving. Those who needed to be killed, he wouldn't show unnecessary kindness. He firmly believed that the birth of beliefs would not be easily stripped away. Instead, they would be permanently etched in his bones. The naive age and pure love, once lost, were truly lost. This was an emotion that accompanied a lifetime, lost and never found again. He still needed the longing for his family and loved ones to support him out of this grassland. So, Lin Yue chose the first one. As he successfully obtained 10 meat buns. The yellow-haired one impatiently stepped forward. It's my turn. It's my turn. Selling dreams can exchange for meat buns, right? I also have a dream, my dream is to. The yellow-haired one didn't finish his sentence. The skeletal gate made a series of cracking sounds. Half an hour had passed. The countdown rang again. The corpse bearer's face changed, hurriedly putting away the bag. He tightened his tattered robe and lowered his head like a frightened rabbit. Quickly leaving the resting point. And as the ruler here. The owner of the chubby and greasy hand behind the skeletal gate did not come out. Only a deep and loud voice slowly seeped out. Lin Yue felt as if the other person was speaking with a bass speaker in their mouth. There was an illusion that someone was speaking beside his ear. One person remains out of every 10. You can rest for 3 hours. 2 people can remain out of every 10, and you can rest for 8 hours. You can rest for a maximum of 8 hours each day, and there is only one opportunity to check in. Now, you have 1 minute of free time to choose who should stay. Chapter 35, If I do not enter hell, who will enter hell? Ding. Triggered rest point task, at least select one person from the team to become the prey of the predator. Task countdown, 60 seconds. Did a task get triggered? The words of the predator at the rest point hit everyone like a heavy blow to the head. Except for a moment of brain lag. Then there was a chill running down their spines. Everyone quickly drew out their weapons, guarding and looking at their teammates. Who to leave? Who would want to stay here to become someone else's sacrifice for survival? Han Yan almost instantly pulled everyone away from Wang Chao's group. Meanwhile, Wang Chao's side began to brandish weapons. This choice was far too easy for them. The blonde guy was particularly excited. He had already wanted to drive Lin Yue and the others away. Now, it was all set. Just take them down. And, the number of the other side was exactly 10 people. Perfectly fitting to sacrifice 2 each day. 5 consecutive days matched up to 5 rest points. So this is your role. Brothers, grab your weapons and take them down. As it looked like they were about to attack. Han Yan hurriedly shouted towards the skeleton gate. We are not on the same team. I demand separate calculations. These words made Wang Chao frown, he could never let the predator speak. He needed to take down Lin Yue and the others before the predator could say anything. Attack! The blonde guy knew Wang Chao well and had already rushed in. Seeing the blonde, Zhao Gang directly raised his hand and chopped down with the fire axe. The clash of strength and weapons. The blonde guy unsurprisingly suffered losses. He was nearly struck on the shoulder by Zhao Gang's axe. The baseball bat in his hand was dented and flew out of his grip. Wang Chao directly crushed the small clay figurine in his hand. In an instant, it transformed into a ghostly black creature, its body slightly suspended. And his target was not Han Yan, but Lin Yue, who had been frowning with his head down. If you want to kill the strongest one. Zheng Hai also transformed into a strange being with tentacles. In his hands, many small bone spikes had appeared without him knowing. He rushed to counterattack the incoming Wang Chao. Han Yan's feet also appeared with little white shoes. The entire courtyard was filled with thick smoke, making it almost impossible to see the surroundings. In an instant, the whole courtyard was in chaos. That dog also kept barking wildly. Han Yan anxiously looked at Lin Yue. Her relic only had special effects in the room. Outside, it could at most create smoke. She needed Lin Yue, this high-level combat power, to make a move. Lin Yue had also triggered the task. Looking at the task prompt, suggested sacrifice yourself. Lin Yue hesitated for a long time. After the last round, he knew very clearly. Every task was very important. It would give evaluation points. And the higher the points, the better the rewards. The higher the difficulty of the task, the reward and evaluation must also be better. Wealth and honor come from danger. This task he must complete. And he wanted to increase the difficulty of completion. Wang Chao's body seemed to be intangible, ignoring Zheng Hai's attack. He directly penetrated Zheng Hai's body. His outstretched fingers, like long nails, were aimed at Lin Yue's eyes. Looking at the attack coming from Wang Chao, Lin Yue lifted his head and sneered inwardly. Did this guy really think he was made of clay? Bah. If I do not enter hell, who will enter hell? I am willing to actively become the sacrifice. Ding. Rest point task has been completed. Reward obtained, freedom points +2. Triggered task 2, walk through the process of being a sacrifice. Wang Chao's attack hung just in front of Lin Yue's eyes, almost piercing through. He looked at Lin Yue in disbelief. To voluntarily become a sacrifice? This kid is afraid of being killed by him, so he chose to die a bit later? Could it be that this kid is actually weak? Sure. Who do you choose to designate? Lin Yue pointed at Han Yan and the others. Designate who? Of course, it's Han Yan and the companions who walked out of the instance with him. Could he really designate Wang Chao, the guy who attacked him? Upon hearing this, Wang Chao snorted coldly. There is even a designation phase, but it isn't him or his people. Lin Yue still has to die. Just as he wanted to attack Lin Yue again, he noticed Lin Yue's lips curve into a sneer. I'm a sacrifice now. Are you sure you want to lay a hand on the boss's sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Wang Chao was immediately stunned. The sharp spike in front of Lin Yue dared not advance even a fraction. Cautious and careful, he hesitated to take a glance inside the bone gate. And in that moment of hesitation, Lin Yue swung the steel pipe down at him. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking suddenly echoed throughout the courtyard. Wang Chao's eyelids rolled back, and he fell to the ground, not getting up again. Everyone was startled. This guy's so sinister. Only Han Yan's group thought, nice hit. The boss was knocked down with one blow, and the blonde-haired guy panicked and shouted to stop. He was afraid Lin Yue would finish him off. He hurriedly shouted. Stop now. We will give up our sacrifices. Let go of Brother Chao. As soon as the blonde guy finished shouting, he was hit on the back of the head with a club. He also fell unconscious. Another player from Wang Chao's team trembled and pointed at the blonde guy and Wang Chao, saying, we sacrifice those two. Yes. Sacrifice them. A response came again from inside the bone gate. Okay. Choose the rest you want to designate. This player who temporarily took down the blonde guy instantly became the new leader of the group. Upon hearing that he had to choose who to keep, the other companions surrounded him, trying to appease him. One person looked very unhappy. He was a childhood friend of Wang Chao and the blonde guy. Though a rogue, he held loyalty dear. Qian Bing. You're looking for death. Hearing this, Qian Bing's eyes turned cold. This guy is as brainless as the blonde guy. What do they think they are? Are they Wang Chao's personal belongings? Just say to sacrifice and sacrifice? He immediately signaled his surrounding companions, and they all understood. They surged forward and pinned this person to the ground. They added another sacrifice. Just enough.
In just 1 minute, the entire player group underwent a tremendous change. Time's up, you have provided for sacrifices.
You can temporarily receive 3 hours of rest time. Come in.
Wang Chao, the blonde guy, and another companion were carried inside. Meanwhile, Lin Yue walked in voluntarily. He still had some expectations for Task 2. After all, even the Task 1 that was just a formality gave 2 freedom points.
He wondered what Task 2 would reward.
Entering the bone cabin, the space was much larger than he imagined. The living room had a bar connected to a narrow corridor.
The size of the entire living room was not even enough for them all to squeeze in. They could only line up in the corridor. Zheng Hai looked at Lin Yue and felt a bit anxious. Who would voluntarily become a sacrifice? Do they really think they are a savior like Ultraman? Moreover, hasn't that dream already been sold?
Everyone in the team felt grateful to Lin Yue. Zhao Gang heavily patted Lin Yue's shoulder and said,
"Little brother, to be honest. A few days ago, I had a bad opinion of you. Now, I apologize to you. Do you have any last words? Where is your home address?
As long as I, Zhao Gang, can survive and go back, your parents will be my parents.
Your wife is." "Ahem, I didn't mean that." Lin Yue brushed Zhao Gang's hand away. What the hell? Who is taking advantage of who?
This old man really forgot his ideal of protecting his wife and daughter.
He's totally changed. Is it beginning to reveal its true inner self? Han Yan looked at Lin Yue with suspicion. She knew that Lin Yue didn't act normally. Just like last time. Who could have imagined that Lin Yue went to deal with another level boss alone? Could it be he discovered some problem again? Or did he willingly become the sacrifice, putting himself in a desperate situation? Actually, would there be enormous benefits? Should she take this risk?
Even the neighboring team thought Lin Yue was not right in the head. In this day and age, seeing a living Buddha is truly rare. But no one spoke to belittle or mock him.
A person who could die for their teammates. Even if they are a fool.
They still deserve their respect.
Chapter 36, The Voluntary Sacrifice. Walk down the corridor, you can choose any room. Remember.
You only have 3 hours, so don't blame me if you oversleep and die inside.
As for you.
The owner behind the bar looked like Tam. However, there was no beard and no slippery skin. Only a body full of greasy fat. His skin was covered in red bumps, looking like some kind of skin disease. He also had no hair on his head. His eyes seemed to be squeezed out by the fat around them.
It was unclear if he could see the road. In a world where hunger was an eternal topic, how could he be so fat? He truly was a special existence. Most importantly, Lin Yue saw a hint on him. Ding.
Found the owner of the resting cabin, a poor person in need of help. Wow, I thought he was some kind of terrifying being. Turns out, he's just a poor person in need of help.
Carry him and follow me. The predator raised his huge palm and easily picked up the unconscious dynasty and Huang Mao. Still in a princess carry. Rough appearance, delicate inside? What a big contrast.
Lin Yue carried the similarly unconscious player and walked toward the door behind the predator, separating from the other players.
Lin Yue couldn't say he wasn't nervous, that would be bragging.
However, this prompt called the predator did not put too much pressure on him. So Lin Yue appeared quite calm. The small door behind the bar also connected to a long, narrow corridor.
Lin Yue looked at the corridor. He realized that the internal space of this building was much larger than it looked from the outside.
It was like entering another space. On both sides of the corridor were many iron doors. Beside each door, there was a bowl oil lamp. But the smell was a bit strange. It faintly revealed a special fragrance.
Smelling it made one's head a bit dizzy. At the end of the corridor,
there was a door thicker than the other iron doors.
Before entering, one could smell the bad odor and the stench of blood seeping through the cracks. Once the door opened, the layout of the room came into view. This secret room was incredibly large. It was bigger than the entire courtyard plus the small house.
Lin Yue saw a strange stone platform with a short knife inserted in the middle. Around it were carved some weird symbols. This thing was clearly some creepy and bizarre altar.
And beside the altar,
there was a bloodletting trough. Although it had been cleaned, it still emitted a stench and the smell of blood.
Next to the bloodletting trough was a neat row of emaciated people kneeling.
These people trembled when they heard the noise.
Unfortunately, their bodies were tightly bound. The predator placed Dynasty and Huang Mao down. Then took down a rope hanging on the wall.
He tied the 3 of them up and carelessly threw them on the ground.
It seemed he was preparing for the next batch.
Stop looking, come and help me.
Lin Yue suspiciously glanced at the prompt on the other party. That's right.
Indeed, a poor person in need of help. Since the system had given such an accurate judgment, Lin Yue could only suppress his confusion.
He actively walked over to the predator. What do you want me to do?
The predator pointed at the short knife on the altar.
Try to pull it out. Lin Yue showed a hint of surprise. Sure enough, not a bad person. He actually let him take the knife.
It seems that this so-called sacrifice has another meaning.
Lin Yue walked to the dagger.
He looked at it carefully.
No hints at all. He reached out and pulled it out directly, using no effort at all. He easily pulled it out. This is too easy. Lin Yue muttered.
But he didn't know that the small eyes of the predator behind him shrank suddenly.
Then took out a meatball from his pocket. The color of this meatball was very bright.
Completely unlike the dry, black balls eaten by Han Yan and others.
At a glance, it was freshly made. Eat it. Lin Yue took the ball, and his eyes instantly lit up. Good stuff. Eat the mysterious meatball. Strength +1. Constitution +1. Agility +1. Mental power +1. Temporarily increases maximum fullness by 100 points. Lasts for 12 hours. Goodness, adding 4 points to attributes in one go. All attributes +1? And it also temporarily doubled his fullness. If he eats a few more, wouldn't he become a food king? Boss, do you have more? I'm not full.
The predator's mouth twitched.
He looked at Lin Yue suspiciously. Could it be he misjudged?
This person before him was not an ordinary human,
but a follower of some evil god?
In his pondering, the predator remembered something.
He had actually encountered similar guys before. They were crazy. If you can successfully complete the sacrifice, I'll give you a few extra.
Hearing there was more to give, Lin Yue instantly nodded excitedly.
Sacrifice is good. Let's get started quickly. At this moment, Wang Chao had already woken up.
He also saw this scene. His heart was filled with terror.
Damn it! This Lin Yue is indeed sick. Sacrifice? Is he stupid? Does he not understand the meaning of these two words? But he didn't dare to speak.
If he wanted to escape from here, he must avoid drawing the predator's attention.
Lin Yue's enthusiastic sacrifice could buy him some time. He glanced at the yellow-haired man and his brother. He sighed in his heart.
Those so-called partners, indeed turned on him when life and death were at stake.
But this was normal. After all, no one wants to die. Except for this fool. The predator was very satisfied to see Lin Yue so eager. He pointed at those people kneeling by the bloodletting trough and said, "Let these rule-breaking thieves bleed a little. Just cut their ankles.
Make the wounds shallow, don't kill them.
Sacrifice is a long-term big deal, I have paid quite a bit of bounty to catch them." Oh, so they are rule-breaking thieves. Then there's no need to hold back. The predator even personally demonstrated the knife technique to Lin Yue. Lin Yue learned it right away. He easily completed the task. Watching the blood drip and gather in the bloodletting trough. Until the blood flowed like water in the trough.
The predator then signaled Lin Yue to stop. Then he simply treated the wounds of these thieves and sent them back to the rooms in the corridor.
Now, stick the dagger back in your hand.
Then turn left 90 degrees.
At this moment,
the predator's face was clearly a bit tense.
He had already stood up
and took out a huge butcher knife from who knows where.
This knife was very big.
Like an enlarged version of a pig slaughtering knife. It was about a meter long and looked to weigh about 30 or 40 pounds. Lin Yue was not completely foolish, he was analyzing where the difficulties and dangers in this task lay.
Rewards cannot be obtained so easily. Seeing the predator so cautious and alert, it seems the problem lies with the altar. The infusion of blood. Could it summon some terrifying thing?
As the blood slowly filled the grooves on the altar, Lin Yue started to feel nervous. The predator, meanwhile, remained vigilant around the altar. Lin Yue held the Buddha statue in his hand. The predator saw this scene but did not stop him.
If Lin Yue could survive, he might consider training a wave of Lin Yue.
Recently, he has been feeling increasingly powerless.
He urgently needs a helper. Just that brief moment of distraction. The blood on the altar was suddenly swallowed by some invisible force.
Without thinking, Lin Yue directly activated the 4-day Buddha hand to protect himself.
Instead, the stout and strong predator was thrown away. With a bang, he slammed against the wall and lay there dazed for a long time without getting up. The predator's face looked very ugly. He was supposed to finish the strange monster with a knife the moment Lin Yue was about to be eaten. However, Lin Yue was just fine. Instead, it was him who got sent flying. The dynasty saw everything with its own eyes. Smart as he was, he instantly understood the meaning of the so-called sacrifice. It turned out this guy only needed a scapegoat. The strange creature that emerged from that altar would eat the target that the altar had special meatballs for. This would create an opportunity for it to hunt strange creatures. The surrounding forest of bones must have come from this. Perhaps the source of the meatballs is the flesh of these strange creatures. Now, he does not envy Lin Yue and others deal with the corpse bearer at all. Strange meat. Roar. Miserable hungry creature, you are looking for death. Chapter 37, Attitude Changes. The people who had just lain down to rest all stared blankly at the moldy ceiling. The momentary peace bought by sacrificing a companion did not fail to touch their hearts. To survive, those 4 words have now become their excuse for comfort. Not only that, they also have another urgent matter to consider. This is only the first day, the first resting point. Who will become the next sacrifice for everyone at the next resting point? Perhaps, when they leave this place, the entire team will completely fall apart. Everyone has different thoughts. After all, no one wants to become the ticket for the next resting point. After a short rest, some people have already started moving around in various rooms. Han Yan is worrying about this matter. This time, it was Lin Yue who solved the trouble for them. What about next time? She is afraid that their team will become the target of another party. At this moment, the door was softly knocked. She thought it was Zheng Hai, based on her observations of him. Zheng Hai might think of a way to save Lin Yue to repay his life-saving grace. Thus, this would repay the favor. However, when she opened the door, standing in front of her was actually Chen Bing. Chen Bing raised a finger to his lips, signaling Han Yan to be quiet. He directly barged into Han Yan's room. Han Yan was not afraid of him. In the room, his relic had a very powerful mechanism. Chen Bing glanced around and directly got to the point. Let's cooperate. Han Yan did not speak and closed the door, silently watching Chen Bing, seemingly waiting for him to continue. I need someone who holds a relic to deal with some strange situations. The dynasty sees us as meat tickets that can be abandoned at any time, so I have to turn against them. This does not mean I am a person without principles and bottom lines. I want to say, I have already gained the support of some people. We all need tickets for the resting point. As long as we cooperate, we can send people from our respective teams and gather the tickets for the next 4 resting points. In this round of the game, we can safely pass. Han Yan did not directly refuse this proposal. Instead, she began to think. What Han Yan is considering now is not who in their team can be abandoned, but whether refusing Chen Bing would make the other side directly turn their weapons against them. Now, Chen Bing is only fearful of her having the relic, so he actively came to seek what he calls cooperation. Once she refuses the other side, Chen Bing would surely take action against their group to consolidate his own team. Okay. However, our team is small. At each resting point, I can only send 1 person. Chen Bing's eyes lit up at the words. It's enough. All he wanted were Han Yan's ashes, not her as a person. In this strange world, he had to guard against strange creatures. He really needed Han Yan as this bodyguard. This was also the fundamental reason why, although they were many, they could only come to lower their stance and seek cooperation. Just as Chen Bing pushed the door to leave, he ran into Zheng Hai face to face. Zheng Hai looked at Chen Bing in surprise. What are you doing here? Chen Bing said nothing, smiling as he squeezed past Zheng Hai. In front of Zheng Hai, Chen Bing felt an indescribable fear in his heart. This person was absolutely impossible to cooperate with. Once Zheng Hai got in touch with his team, it was very likely he would be kicked out of the leader position the next day. He might even become the ticket for the next resting point. He was wary of Zheng Hai, but he underestimated Han Yan as a woman. Little did he know, after he left, Han Yan immediately told Zheng Hai everything. Zheng Hai indeed came to seek Han Yan's ability related to her relics. He still wanted to repay Lin Yue's life-saving grace, but Han Yan refused. We don't have the energy to save Lin Yue. Firstly, he voluntarily asked to be the sacrifice. Secondly, I can't die now, I want to lead Zhao Gang and the others out of here alive. Third, I have acted with him. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. He has his own style, although outrageous, he wouldn't seek death. Zheng Hai examined Han Yan closely. He silently left the place. He stood in the corridor for a long time. He was also afraid of death. Without Han Yan's relic, he had no chance at all. Just then, the entire small room shook violently. It was as if a truck had crashed into the whole house. Don't let go. Hold its tail tight, create a chance for me. I just need one hit to finish it. The predator rolled around the room with his clumsy, fat body, while urging Lin Yue to tightly bind the summoned strange creature. Lin Yue's face was twisted with rage, for hands gripping tightly onto the bizarre creature that resembled a wild buffalo. His shoes dragged across the ground, leaving a black mark. Even with the support of the four-handed Buddha, his strength still couldn't control this frenzied creature. Stop babbling, that knife in your hand is the relic, right? Use it. Both of them were in a very awkward position. The predator flipped up and raised the knife again. He swung it backhanded towards the monster's neck. There were no fancy moves or amazing scenes. After delivering this strike, the predator fell exhausted on the ground. The monster's head slowly slid off with disbelief in its eyes. Thud. As the head rolled away, blood splattered all over Wang Chao and the three others. Yet Wang Chao showed no panic, tightly closing his eyes and still trying to break free from the ropes. Lin Yue also fell to the ground, breathless. But there was excitement in his eyes. Ding! The process of becoming a sacrifice is complete. Task Reward 1, Freedom Points +2. Task Reward 2, Gain the Predator's Favor +2. The Predator's attitude towards you has changed. Attitude change? Ha ha. The system task is still reliable. He indeed gained some special rewards from this seemingly suicidal task. Lin Yue knew very well. As the boss of the resting point, the Predator had great intelligence value about this world. His favor was even more important than freedom points. Is it dead? Not dead, get up and help. The Predator's attitude towards Lin Yue had indeed changed. But the tone remained lukewarm. Lin Yue rolled over. He found the Predator was dismembering the strange cow-like creature. What is this thing? The Predator replied faintly. Food. Lin Yue responded with an O. This was not the answer he wanted. Then what is it called? Where did it come from? Is that altar a teleportation array? Hey, when will you give me the dumpling you mentioned earlier? Lin Yue was like a curious baby, bombarding the Predator with a torrent of questions. The Predator's face darkened. He seemed a bit angry, but then thought of Lin Yue's value to him. On the spot, he flipped his hand and handed over 3 mysterious balls. Lin Yue joyfully accepted the balls and then looked at the Predator's empty hands and said, You also have a space backpack. You can't be a player too, right? What was originally just a casual comment from Lin Yue turned out to make the Predator nod heavily. I am forever trapped here. Rule 5. If you can't leave the grassland, you will be trapped here forever. Lin Yue was startled. He thought that being trapped here would only mean starving to death. He never expected that he could also become an NPC for other game players. The Predator seemed to recall something from the past. Did you think that being trapped here only means death? If death were the case, it would actually be a good thing. Let me tell you, once you are stuck here, what awaits you is endless hunger. You can never escape this torment. Chapter 38 I Want to Help You. Eternal Hunger. Lin Yue thought for a moment, it truly was torturous. He was more surprised that the plump Predator was actually the boss of this resting point. However, the Predator did not answer many of Lin Yue's questions. You are quite good. From now on, just stay here and be my helper. Once I find a way to leave here, I will take you with me. Is he starting to pull a big dream? Lin Yue didn't believe such good fortune. Judging from the layout here and the transactions between the Predator and the corpse bearers, the other party must have collected a large amount of food. He hoarded so much food, clearly not because of hunger. It was obvious. The Predator was no longer troubled by hunger. With that altar-like summoning array, he had started to live a comfortable little life. What truly kept him here were the game rules of this world. So, Lin Yue thought this was just the Predator trying to fool him into working comfortably. He didn't want to be stuck here for a lifetime. So, Lin Yue directly exposed the Predator's lies. There are rules restricting you, you can't leave. No matter how much food you hoard, you can't get out. But, maybe I can. The Predator lowered his head, pausing his actions. The whole secret room instantly fell silent. When the dynasty heard Lin Yue's words with his eyes closed, he secretly ridiculed Lin Yue for being foolish. Knowing this in his heart is enough. Saying it out loud, isn't that asking for death? But Lin Yue continued seriously. I want to help you. Perhaps my current identity could help you escape the shackles of this world. What do you think? Looking at Lin Yue's serious face, the Predator was a bit stunned. He had actually tried this method before. He used food and promised many players who would pass through.
But no player truly wanted to take him away from here. They all just used him. So, he had always encountered failed cases.
A player actively wanting to take him away?
He had never tried it. If there is a chance, even a 1 in 10,000 chance,
he would be willing to try.
But he still didn't quite believe Lin Yue's words.
You want to help me? You just want to get a lot of food from me, right? Many people have played this little trick before. Guess what happened to them in the end?
The predator glanced at the iron door leading out of the secret chamber. In the mysterious rooms along the corridor, the people imprisoned there suddenly seemed to have an explanation.
Thieves? So that's what it meant?
Just as Lin Yue secretly thought it was a pity not to trigger a new task. The predator hoisted up a meat joint and said,
feeding you won't cost me much of my reserves. You better not let me find out you are deceiving me. That would consume all my goodwill towards you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue once again showed a joyful expression. Is this the surprise brought by the change in goodwill? Ding.
Quest triggered, hard helped the predator escape the predicament.
Glancing at the task,
especially the word difficult, Lin Yue felt even happier. This means that leaving here with the predator
is feasible. If it were impossible, the system wouldn't have triggered the task at all.
This also gave him confidence in leaving here with the predator.
Hey, I triggered the task. It really is possible to take you away.
The predator hoisted the meat chunk, looking at the excited Lin Yue. He snorted softly. You're celebrating too early. Zheng Hai, looking ready for death, stood in front of the bar,
covered in sweat.
He had been standing here tangled for far too long. He even wasted precious rest time.
Bang!
The loud sound of the door slamming made him jump.
Lin Yue? Are you okay?
Lin Yue also carried a meat slab, and seeing Zheng Hai, couldn't help but be curious.
Why aren't you resting? Why are you standing here?
Don't block the way, I'm busy.
Zheng Hai numbly stepped aside.
Until Lin Yue and the predator walked towards the end of another hallway. He stood there for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. He seemed to understand Han Yan's words. He also recalled the scene of Lin Yue solving the security guard alone. This person truly can achieve beyond imagination. Moreover, the predator's gaze at Lin Yue clearly differed from how it looked at them. The predator didn't even close the door behind him. He saw the piles of meat in the room. He also saw Wang Chao wriggling on the ground, wanting to get up. He closed the door.
Then followed Lin Yue.
He wanted to ask Lin Yue what he had done, and what he was planning to do next. But at the end of the hallway was still an iron door. The predator had no good feelings towards him. It shot him a cold glance. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He stopped moving in the hallway. The predator took Lin Yue to the kitchen. This is where he made the meatballs. Meat strips hung everywhere. Lin Yue thought, how long must this have accumulated? That person just now came to save you. Unfortunately, he was a bit timid. And not firm enough.
Did you help him too?
Lin Yue was very proud of this. Of course, a real man is just warm-hearted. Famous for being a good neighbor, a good classmate, an unmatched good man. Don't worry, I will definitely take you out of here. Well, I'm hungry. The corner of the predator's eye twitched. It wanted to say it just gave Lin Yue 3 meatballs. Upon careful thought, that was meant for the offerings. It was a special item used to increase monster attacks on targets. Though it didn't understand why it hadn't worked on Lin Yue, it didn't mind this little meat. Just consider it an expense for leading Lin Yue ahead.
Wait a moment.
The predator lifted the soup pot lid. Grease floated on the surface of the soup, and a meaty aroma instantly filled the room. Too bad it had no special effect. This was not what Lin Yue wanted. He wanted the mysterious meatballs, but the predator stated that those things need to trade special food with the corpse bearer to make. At present, he didn't have any. Moreover, if he could leave here, he wouldn't need to make such things anymore. The predator was increasingly convinced that Lin Yue was a follower of some evil god. But it seemed he himself didn't know this. Those meatballs were not good things. After a moment of silence, Lin Yue was drinking meat soup while gnawing on the big bone. That was quite satisfying. He soon received a notification that the rest time was over. Hunger was quickly escalating again. He was a bit worried about Han Yan and the others. You have so much meat here, why not give them a bit too? If I fail, you still have backup options, what do you think? The predator snorted coldly. I think you just want to trick me into safely taking you all out of here. They hold no value to me. This matter doesn't need to be discussed further. As soon as the words fell,
A knock on the door came from outside. The predator was not surprised by this.
These players traded for items from the corpse bearer, which were far from enough for them to travel normally. Though hunger won't kill, it would drive one to the brink of madness, leaving the body too weak to move.
As night is about to fall, the pursuers will also appear. Chapter 39, Level 3 Athlete.
The corridor outside was crowded with people. Han Yan and Xian Bing stood at the front, both seeing Lin Yue, who had become a sacrifice. Not only was he unharmed, but he was here eating meat heartily. For a moment, they both doubted if they had misunderstood something.
Could it be that the sacrifice actually could live well? And the price was just to stay here forever? The predator looked at them and opened the cabinet. He pulled out a box of black dumplings and threw it directly to the ground.
The dumplings rolled everywhere, as if these things were completely worthless to him. Or perhaps, in his eyes.
The hungry players had no dignity at all. I have a contract here, as long as you sign it. These dumplings, I'll give you enough.
At these words, everyone's expression changed.
Enough? Lin Yue frowned.
He had just suggested to the predator to share some meat with the other players, wanting to help more people during the task.
He never expected that now the predator would say it was enough. Can I first see the contents of the contract?
Han Yan stepped out of the crowd, calmly extending her hand. The predator shrugged. He pulled out a filthy piece of paper from his space bag. Han Yan only took a glance, and her pupils shrank.
She handed it back. Is there no other transaction accepted?
The predator snorted coldly.
What do you have on you worth trading? The contract is right here. Those interested can come and sign one.
Those who are unwilling, you better not waste your time here. Xian Bing didn't know what Han Yan had seen.
That was enough dumplings. No matter what the contract was, he would. Damn. Let's go.
Xian Bing was more decisive than Han Yan. He only glanced at it before turning to leave. Lin Yue was very curious.
What on earth was written in that thing? After a look, he immediately felt that no one would accept it. The price for enough dumplings was to help the predator complete a task at the next rest point. Including death. Death? Who could accept that?
Some still held hope and did not leave directly.
We can sell dreams.
But the words were cut off by a wave of the predator's hand.
I'm not a poison bug.
Mental drugs have no value to me. These words were similar to the corpse bearer. For the corpse bearer, other things were also worthless.
What she wanted was only strong emotional stimulation. Only then could she feel alive. Let's go too. Get to the next resting point before dawn.
There was no shortage of meat dumplings.
But the predator didn't let Lin Yue take more.
All the food had to be distributed by him. When they walked out, the sun had already emitted a dim light.
Night was not far away.
Along the way, the predator was the most relaxed.
One hand holding his pet.
The other hand holding the ropes binding the three from the dynasty, not worried at all as darkness approached. Some still signed the contract. The three from the dynasty had to either die immediately
or sign the contract. And this contract seemed to have some kind of rules attached. From the dead pig-like face of the dynasty after signing, it was clear. He definitely could not breach the contract. Lin Yue asked the predator what the dynasty had to do at the next rest point.
The predator ignored him. As the sky gradually darkened,
Lin Yue glanced back with worry and said, "What do the pursuers look like?"
Hearing the word pursuers, the three from the dynasty perked up their ears. This was the strange creature they were about to encounter soon.
For this question,
the predator did not refuse to answer again, stating seriously, "The pursuers can be understood as the strange creatures specially set by game rules on this road. They are not from this world, just like us, and their abilities are very simple.
As long as it fixates on you, a nighttime racing game will begin, and if it surpasses you before dawn,
you will be judged a loser by the system.
And losers will become their food. But don't worry. With me here, you won't go hungry. They will only target the weak."
Lin Yue fell silent for a long time upon hearing this.
A racing game? Isn't this just a side quest? Why ignore the task? How can you score high?
The first round is indeed simpler compared to this game.
If there is a next round, will the difficulty rise again?
If you don't work hard to improve yourself, no one can guarantee you'll make it home alive.
Perhaps, this side quest needs to be completed.
Thinking of improvement, Lin Yue began to pull up the attribute panel. He needed to boost all his attribute points with one go. He swallowed 3 mysterious dumplings all at once, and the prompt sound rang again.
8 mysterious dumplings x3. Strength +3. Constitution plus 3. Agility plus 3. Mental power plus 3. Temporary satiety limit plus 300. Duration, 12 hours. Congratulations, player's mental power exceeds 20 points. Character evaluation has changed. Not enough. At this moment, strength and constitution were both stuck at 19 points. 4 free points remain. Lin Yue added 1 point each. Just enough to reach 20 in 3 dimensions. Congratulations, player's strength exceeds 20 points. Congratulations, player's constitution exceeds 20 points. Character evaluation has changed. Name, Lin Yue. Status, thinking. Satiety, 198 plus, you can eat more. Thirst, 100 plus, prostate is well developed. Rationality, 100, Has the eerie become not frightening? Attribute value, average 10. Strength, 20 level of a third-tier athlete, not bad. Constitution, 20 level of a third-tier athlete, not bad. Agility, 11 faster than most, good enough. Mentality, 20 you must have grown up in fear. Free points, 2. Equipment, rusted long nail. Bloodstained steel pipe. One's toy bear. Ash's relic, eye of the peeping Tom, white, four-handed heavenly Buddha, gold. Vasily's poker, legendary. Evaluation, your speed is holding you back. Have I reached the level of an athlete already? A third-tier athlete is not a mediocre athlete. Professionals are professionals. At this moment, Lin Yue felt his body becoming lighter. He jogged lightly, his breathing hardly changing, not knowing if it was due to his mental power. He felt that his vision ahead became clearer than ever. His sense of smell was sharper. Even the sensation of air moving felt very acute. Agility indeed held him back. Lin Yue thought and put the remaining 2 free points into agility. At least he wouldn't appear like a clumsy giant. The predator keenly noticed Lin Yue's physical changes. At this moment, they were even more convinced Lin Yue was a follower of the evil god. Eating his poisonous dumplings yet still gaining strength. Only the followers of the evil god could do such a thing, normal people could not. Chapter 40, if you don't run, you'll die. Thanks to not worrying about hunger along the way, Lin Yue and his group ran with great speed. Not long after nightfall, they caught up with Han Yan and Shen Bing's groups. The night was pitch dark. Only the countless stars served as guiding lights ahead. No one spoke, all trying to conserve energy. Fortunately, they could cover more ground in fixed time. Slow down, we'll just follow behind them. When the predator said this, Lin Yue already knew his thoughts. Even as a predator, once he left the resting point, he must also abide by the game rules of the Hunger Road. Travelers would treat him as a target. And mingling in the crowd, they lacked food. Naturally, they would not be targeted as the weak. Travelers would only focus on groups lacking food. Everyone had no specific understanding of each other, most felt worried. Afraid of being targeted by them. The first half of the night was relatively quiet. Qian Bing and others had hunted fresh meat, when hunger became unbearable. They would slow down, eating as they walked. But this situation did not last long. Soon someone clutched their stomach and stopped moving. Running while eating, even an iron stomach couldn't handle it. After a few hours of running, the team gradually showed changes. In Qian Bing's group, many people had fallen behind. Lin Yue turned to take a glance at the person who had fallen behind. Behind was pitch black, even the starlight seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. The ones who fell behind. Their figures quickly disappeared from sight. Until a chilling scream echoed from the road behind. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. A trembling voice asked, "Are the pursuers here?" But no one answered him. They all quickened their pace, wanting to get as far away from the source of the scream as possible. Along the way, the screams continued. No one knew how many had died. Shen Bing was already panicking. The ticket he had decided to leave at the next rest point had become prey for the travelers. The worst part was that his stomach was in turmoil. He had been enduring the pain while jogging. He could no longer run. He could only stop to catch his breath for a few seconds and switch to walking slowly. And it was just as he stopped. Another ghostly shadow appeared behind him. Ding! You have been targeted by the pursuer. Trigger side quest, successfully shake off the pursuer behind you before dawn. Damn it! Qian Bing cursed inwardly. Before dawn? Might as well make him turn around and die. Ah! Damn it! Damn! Damn! But even with just a sliver of hope, he still could not give up. Everyone heard Qian Bing's desperate curses. He then started to run again in a frenzy. Everyone looked at him vacantly. They all knew. He was finished.
At least for now, as long as someone was targeted by the pursuer.
No one had survived.
Xianbing's crisis had only just begun.
In the next second, Han Yan's legs softened, and she collapsed to the ground.
She had already exhausted all her strength. But her physical strength was naturally weaker than that of men.
If she hadn't added the reward attribute points to her constitution, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Zhao Gang glanced at her.
He no longer had the same attitude toward her as before. Now, Zhao Gang was no longer focused on getting home alive. He had forgotten all that.
He just wanted to survive. Even if everyone else died, it was none of his business. Listening to the countdown in his ears, Han Yan didn't expect anyone to help her. At this time,
only a fool would reach out a helping hand to her.
No more struggling. Let it be like this. What are you doing? It's not time to give up yet.
Lin Yue's crisp voice reached her ears, causing Han Yan to open her closed eyes again. She doubted if she had misheard. But after seeing Lin Yue's face, she felt it was only natural. If one had to say who would make such a foolish mistake,
it was probably only Lin Yue, the patient. Watching the countdown about to end, Lin Yue pulled Han Yan up,
directly carrying her on his back. He wanted to trigger the pursuer's side quest, but he had no chance at all. So he had to create his own opportunity. He had no good feelings toward Xianbing and the others.
But Han Yan's group were his first-round dungeon teammates.
He could help them while also meeting his own needs. There was no hesitation.
Moreover, he had been watching Han Yan for a long time. He had already realized that this woman was almost out of stamina.
And Han Yan was the lightest. She was the most suitable to trigger the side quest. He was anxious in his heart.
Carrying Han Yan, she didn't forget to look back at the eerie thing behind them.
The pursuer had locked onto her.
It would not give up because of this. It's right behind us, about 3 meters away. Its speed isn't as fast as imagined, it seems, it is also weak.
Lin Yue turned back to see that illusory shadow. He gave it a provoking glance. The pursuer looked like a gaunt corpse-bearer, but appeared to have no physical form.
Like a wisp of black smoke.
If it weren't for the brilliant starlight, he wouldn't have seen this thing clearly.
This provoking glance successfully got Lin Yue what he wanted most.
And it was a double whammy.
Ding! You have been targeted by the pursuer. Trigger side quest 1, before dawn. Shake off the pursuers behind. Trigger side mission 2, before dawn, protect Han Yan from harm. Han Yan is very light. Maybe not even 100 pounds. But even so, this is a huge burden. This reward is hard to earn.
Everyone looked at Lin Yue with dumbfounded expressions. First, he voluntarily sacrificed himself. Although inexplicably he did not die, he even lured the predator away. Even though such events are strange. But now, in this situation, carrying a burden. It would be a miracle to walk until dawn, let alone shake off the pursuers behind. Only the predator seemed to see through Lin Yue's thoughts. He believed that Lin Yue mistakenly thought he had a way. Crafty little ghost. You, go lead away the traveler next to him. The one pointed at was the yellow-haired guy. The yellow-haired guy had a look of disbelief. In that contract containing rules, he must obey the predator's command once. Even if it means going to die. As a result, now he really needed to go to his death. I. The yellow-haired guy couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die for Lin Yue even more. No need. I can still move. Things have not reached such a desperate level. Han Yan just can't walk, her legs aren't broken. If he rests on her for a while, he would put her down. These people are really making a big deal out of nothing. The yellow-haired guy snatched a life back from the death line. He never dreamed that it would be the person he hated and resented who gave it to him. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Yue. Even walking, he was working harder than before. Afraid that the predator would make him go to his death again. Chapter 41, Hunger Road Information. That night, more than half of the people fell behind. Many could not hold on during the second half of the night and rushed to sign a contract to serve the predator. This was to avoid being targeted by the pursuers. Even Han Yan's group inevitably signed their names. The predator was not surprised by this at all. He even brought enough of that special rule contract. With the support of meatballs, the road in the second half of the night became stable again. No one suddenly fell behind and let out a scream, disappearing into the darkness. When a glimmer of dawn appeared ahead, Lin Yue raised his hand in confusion to block the blinding light. He had been rushing all night, and he was not made of iron. He was equally exhausted. And that traveler who had been watching him and Han Yan seemed to stop chasing just before the dawn appeared,
quietly leaving them behind. When the sunshine reappeared at that moment, everyone had only one thought. Such a night road must never be walked again. Ding! Successfully survived until dawn under the chase of the pursuer.
Shaking off the pursuer has been completed.
Reward, freedom points +2. Protecting Han Yan has been completed. Reward, hunger road information +2.
Hearing the reward prompt, Lin Yue felt a bit more awake from his drowsiness.
Information.
Lin Yue took out 2 small slips of paper from his space backpack. Holding them in his palm, he glanced around.
He couldn't see anything special.
The Predator said he used to be a player, but didn't mention this thing.
Could it be he was lying? Or is it that this special information can only be obtained by helping others? Under the conditions of last night,
generally, no one would choose to help others.
So this information should be very precious. Moreover, this event itself is a huge piece of information.
Currently, only Han Yan has seen this slip of paper.
Han Yan was curiously staring at Lin Yue, wanting to see, yet hesitating to speak.
Lin Yue pinched the slip of paper until the system prompt appeared. Hunger Road information. After use, you can randomly obtain 2 pieces of special information about Hunger Road.
Do you want to use it? Yes. Consume information X2.
Obtain Hunger Road information 1. At noon, outside the rest point, you will see a road leading to an unknown area. Effective only for players.
Obtain Hunger Road information 2. At midnight.
In the rest points room, a game console would appear, where players could gamble their current supplies for a chance at complete food freedom. This only applies to players.
Looking at these 2 pieces of information, Lin Yue took another glance at the Predator.
If he really was an old player, there was no way he wouldn't know these 2 pieces of information. Even if he hadn't obtained this information while he was a player. Having stayed at the rest point for so many years, there was no reason for him not to know these things. He seems to be greatly restricted.
Is it because they're afraid of disrupting the balance of the game?
The Predator refused to share meat with more people. At first, Lin Yue thought it was because the Predator was still planning on failing its mission and going back.
It was reluctant to part with the meatballs.
Now it seems it is not that. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't.
Giving him meat is because there is a mission between them. Giving the Dynasty 3, however, is because they made a life-selling contract. He is also following some kind of game rule.
His gaze returned to the information he had just received.
Lin Yue couldn't help but sigh. The only condition that can be met right now is the first one. He needs to stay at the next rest point until midnight.
That also means he needs to sacrifice 2 people. No, the Predator didn't say it. But it did mention that the following rest points are not as kind as he is. If the requirements for players to enter the rest points are the same,
this statement would not hold. Every rest point has different entry requirements?
Han Yan rarely saw Lin Yue frown and think seriously. Only at this moment did she feel that Lin Yue was a normal person.
And not a patient.
Those 2 disappearing notes seemed to have made him consider a lot.
In the end, she couldn't help but ask. What were those notes just now? Hearing Han Yan's words, Lin Yue had no intention of hiding. The more people who have information, the better it is for clearing the game. Information. Because I helped you, the game rewarded me with 2 special pieces of information. Han Yan was first startled, then showed immense joy. Her astonishment was because helping others would actually yield special information.
In this game, no one can care for others. So, wanting to gain corresponding clues and information by helping others is a real mockery. And her joy was because, luckily, she met Lin Yue, this patient. Otherwise, they might never know how to obtain the clues to pass this level before they die. Lin Yue showed her the information. Soon, this matter spread throughout the team.
Despite having endured a night, everyone was exhausted. Both mentally and physically tired, yet this matter instantly revitalized the team. Rationality surged in a wave. So, from now on, everyone must help their teammates? That's easy. Who's tired?
I still have some strength left, I can carry him for a bit. Zhang Hai, who had been silent all along, interrupted the excited crowd.
This task isn't that easy to trigger.
She was targeted by the pursuer. It was at a life-and-death moment that Lin Yue reached out to her, triggering this task.
The game isn't that easy to exploit. However, if simply falling into crisis can trigger it, then such opportunities would be plentiful. Zhang Hai looked at Lin Yue.
His eyes grew more curious. What he cared about most was not just that helping others could yield information, but that there seemed to be some kind of rule in how the game operated. And it appeared that this rule had already been discovered by Lin Yue. Not to mention the last round.
Just this round alone.
Lin Yue, who actively sacrificed himself, not only remained unharmed, but also received the predator's help. He was completely without worries for food and drink. Then, when Han Yan was in despair, he reached out a helping hand. Not only did they not die, but they also gained information rewarded by the system. So, can it be understood that the game, in its mechanism, supports players actively helping others? The more you help others, the more support you can get from the game? No wonder Lin Yue's actions seem so unreasonable. If Lin Yue had discovered this earlier. Now it makes sense. Of course, the cost of helping others is also enormous. Not everyone would easily do such things. He is still very grateful for Lin Yue's help. We have arrived. The predator's deep voice rang out again outside the crowd. Only then did everyone notice. The dawn ahead was slowly being devoured by something dark. What is that? Looks like birds? Lin Yue looked up at the confused sky. His vision was clearer. It was indeed birds. And a whole sky full of birds. Chapter 42, An Incomplete Game. This sky full of dark birds. It looked very strange, they all flew in one direction. Some areas were dense, while others were very loose. Looking closely, it seemed like the sky had opened a giant eye. The predator called out to Lin Yue. Once we enter the birds' resting place ahead, absolutely do not look at them, especially their eyes. Lin Yue was startled by the words. Are these birds problematic? Before he could ask further, the predator lowered its head, glanced at its toes, and slowed its pace. Step by step, it seriously walked forward. Lin Yue followed suit. And the others, who had been observing Lin Yue and occasionally checking on the predator, also noticed something unusual. Although they did not understand what was happening, they all lowered their heads and advanced just like them. Just under the flocks of birds, a multitude of wing flaps could be heard. Some birds even directly landed on the players. They made strange sounds. These sounds did not resemble birds' noise. They sounded more like some terrifying creatures growling in their ears. Some people even couldn't help but tremble slightly. If they didn't know these were birds, they definitely couldn't walk calmly like this. Fortunately, with the predator leading the way, the group safely arrived at the next rest point. This rest point was a nest built in a rocky area. Ding! You have entered the highway rest point, strange bird nest. Current location, 18 of 40. Fullness value has returned to normal consumption rate. Available rest time, 0 hours. The group entering the rest point was no longer as excited as the first time. Because they knew that to rest inside, they needed to pay a price. And each rest point's owner wanted different things. Welcome. It's been a long time since I've seen new faces. You fat jerk still haven't given up? The predator's mouth twitched at the words. Only other owners in this world called him the fat jerk. And among these owners, he is the weakest. Lin Yue and the others glanced at the one who pushed the door open, a birdman. The other had a pair of gray wings. His face was covered with fine hair. He was also covered with pitch-black birds all over his body. Give up? Unless I die, you will always see my figure moving forward. Stop talking nonsense, take out your game plate. I've walked all night, I want to sleep soundly. Upon hearing the game plate, Lin Yue realized that this should be the ticket to enter this rest point. But he didn't know what exactly to do. The other party did not respond to the predator. Instead, he rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Yue and others, speaking again. Welcome. Let me introduce the requirements for resting in this shop. Suddenly, a golden wheel appeared behind him. The wheel had different patterns on it. Lin Yue couldn't understand the meaning of these patterns yet. 3 darts of red and green colors appeared in his hand out of thin air. You just need to complete a minigame to easily stay in this shop. In your hands, you each have 3 darts that represent danger and safety. You can decide which one to use based on the content on the wheel. Next, the birdman pointed to the wheel behind him and continued. You might think these pictures are hard to understand, but that's okay. There are a total of 9 slots on the wheel, corresponding to the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, kidneys, intestines, eyes, and brain. The last one is a special area. For every slot you hit, you can earn 2 hours of rest. Now, you can start. The birdman spread his arms wide and bowed slightly. Everyone was stunned. Is this it? What kind of game is this, with such vague instructions? Lin Yue took a glance at the predator. The other party remained silent. Clearly, he couldn't provide any relevant information. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Red represents danger, while green represents safety. The birdman did not set a time limit to urge them to hurry. But such vague game rules left everyone unsure of what to do. Han Yan walked over to Lin Yue's side. She whispered, "Don't be the first to go." When I observed him, I found that he was suppressing the excitement in his body. Apart from that, incomplete rules mean traps.
Lin Yue also knew he couldn't be the one to take the lead.
He originally wanted to see if he could trigger a special task related to the Birdman. But when he saw the Birdman, his body instinctively reacted with a feeling of disgust.
As no one moved,
the Predator spoke up.
"You go." The yellow-haired boy was pointed at again.
His face looked very ugly, and Wang Chao whispered a couple of things in his ear. Only then did his expression improve a little.
The yellow-haired boy did not use the green dart that represented safety. Clearly, Wang Chao believed this was a trap.
Instead, he had to use the dangerous dart to play the game. After the Birdman stepped aside from the wheel, a line automatically drew itself in front. The yellow-haired boy stood at the line's edge and kept looking back several times.
No one urged him. Nobody knew what would happen next.
Wang Chao nodded at him. Only then did he take a deep breath, turn around, and throw the dart. The yellow-haired boy aimed for the lungs. This was Wang Chao's suggestion.
He honestly followed this advice. The moment the dart flew out, the Birdman's mouth curled up with excitement. Puff! The dart precisely landed in the area representing the lungs. Seeing the exact hit,
the yellow-haired boy hurriedly checked his body. It seemed like nothing happened. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a bit fortunate. If he could be safe and sound, it meant he fulfilled the rule contract.
He wouldn't have to die. However, in the next second,
the yellow-haired boy's pupils constricted, and his whole body felt like it was hit by a bullet. Clutching his chest, his body suddenly fell backward. Lin Yue and Han Yen were the closest to him.
They caught him in time.
Upon contact, they found the yellow-haired boy's body horrifically stiff. He was just like a corpse.
Ah! The yellow-haired boy's scream was delayed by a few seconds. When he finally cried out, his body also softened.
Then, he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood.
He kept coughing. With each cough, a large amount of blood foam sprayed out with bubbles. Wang Chao's eyes quickly darted around.
This was just as he had guessed. A 50% chance, yet unexpectedly, the yellow-haired boy was still unlucky and hurt himself.
With the yellow-haired boy taking the first hit, everyone understood one of the incomplete rules of this game.
That is, the wheel corresponds to their own bodies.
Congratulations.
You have earned 2 hours of rest.
So, please continue. You can finish the red darts you have, or you can switch to green. The crowd was startled again upon hearing this. Must they finish throwing?
The yellow-haired boy coughed for a long time, his voice carrying a unique hoarseness as he said,
"Brother Chao, do you want to switch?"
Wang Chao was stared at by the crowd. His first reaction was to switch. But he always felt that the Birdman was smiling a bit too joyfully.
It seemed like he was having fun. If the other party was really having fun, then it means there is probably no such thing as safety in danger.
It just wants to watch the players constantly think, struggle, and regret their choices to avoid harming their bodies while seeking pleasure.
If this is the case, then changing means suffering once more. But what if the green really is safe if I don't change? Chapter 43 Lin Yue, come on. Can I play first?
In the end, Wang Chao chose to go himself. He will use the green dart. If it's not safe, at least it can spare Huang Mao some suffering.
The Birdman doesn't seem to care at all about who goes first. Anyway, he is very happy right now. Sure. You all have to throw eventually.
Wang Chao stepped out of the crowd.
Looking at the dart in his hand, he took a deep breath. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw it directly. This time, he aimed at the kidney.
Among so many organs, only the lungs, liver, and kidneys are relatively safe. If the spleen is ruptured, it will lead to shock or even death.
There's no need to mention the heart.
The eyes and brain are also not in consideration. As for the intestines, this round of the game relies heavily on the digestive system.
It must not harm the digestive tract. Is it okay? Looking at the dart that stuck into the spinning board, Wang Chao was unharmed. But the next second, another scream erupted. Ah! Huang Mao's scream echoed again. Looking at everyone's bewildered and panic-stricken expressions,
the Birdman laughed again.
So interesting.
You want to help him, but instead, you hurt him.
Ha ha ha, are you feeling sad now?
Congratulations, you have earned 2 hours of rest time.
Wang Chao's fists tightened.
His eyes fixed firmly on the Birdman. There are no rules stating that harming the rest point boss is prohibited.
The problem is, he probably can't win.
Red is self-harm,
green is harm to those you care about. Lin Yue still could not understand this game. What if there are no friends? Han Yan tugged at him softly, saying, "This transferring harm should refer to the person you think of when throwing the dart. Wait a bit longer, this person can't be stupid, he should realize it." Lin Yue looked down at Han Yan. What does that mean? How did they come to this conclusion? Before Lin Yue could sort out the logic here, Wang Chao had already thrown the dart again, still representing safety with green. Put. The dart hit easily. But this time, it hit the liver. This counts as the last relatively safe internal organ of the three. Huang Mao had already prepared for pain. However, a wailing suddenly erupted from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned around quickly. To their surprise, the one suffering and collapsing this time was actually Qian Bing. This guy managed to survive from the pursuer's hands. Everyone was rushing to escape. No one noticed him at all. Qian Bing lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, motionless, as if he had taken a devastating blow from Tyson. He was KO'd. Is he dead? I don't know, even if he survived by luck last night, he probably has no strength left. Lin Yue checked Qian Bing's neck. It was still pulsing. That means he's not dead. Bang! Just as Lin Yue made the judgment. The next moment, a dull sound came from Qian Bing's unconscious head. It was as if something had exploded. Then blood flowed from his mouth and nose, as well as a thin white substance. Everyone turned back suddenly. They found that Wang Chao's third dart had directly pierced the brain area. Wang Chao took the opportunity to kill Qian Bing. This settled the grudge of being betrayed earlier. It made those who had once followed him feel fear once more. As if the feeling of being controlled by Wang Chao in the previous round had come rushing back. Lin Yue put down Qian Bing's body. He looked at Wang Chao without saying a word. He and Qian Bing had little connection, they had only met a few times. Now, the incomplete content of the game had been supplemented. And this part came at the cost of a life. The crowd was very uneasy from the current results. If you don't want to get hurt, then you can only hurt others. Wonderful. Wonderful. Congratulations, you have earned 6 hours of rest. Do you want to continue? You can throw the remaining 3 red darts. The rest represented danger. Naturally, the dynasty would not do it. 6 hours is enough for him to rest. Because of Lin Yue's information, the atmosphere of mutual help everyone had just built collapsed again. No one trusted anyone. I'll go first, let me go first. Go to hell, you have been looking down on me for a long time, you want to take this opportunity to get rid of me, right? Damn it, you don't have different thoughts. As the crowd fell into chaos, the Birdman and the Predator were enjoying the fun. Even Han Yan and others retreated worriedly, afraid to be targeted by these people again. Lin Yue, however, looked at the only blank area and said, "Why don't we all throw into the blank area?" Once these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Blank area? The turntable has a total of 9 areas. There is still one special area whose result is unknown. If that is a safe area, then everyone can enter the rest point without injury. What if that area is a death zone? Who will try? Let him come. Once again, the crowd pointed to the blonde. The blonde was supported by another partner. They had already been squeezed out of the throwing line by the crowd. The blonde looked pale. His lungs and kidneys were hit twice, almost killing him from pain. Me? You kid are clearly pointing at me, right? I'll stand on the line and be the first to stab your pig brain. Once this was said, no one dared to let the blonde try. If he was pushed too hard, he would definitely do something. Seeing that the blonde was not easy to bully, these people looked at Lin Yue again. Lin Yue, you go? Yeah, anyway, you are so foolish. No, you are so kind-hearted, you will definitely be willing to help us try, right? Exactly, if you try, we can rest assured. Before Lin Yue could speak, Han Yan could no longer listen. She stepped forward, Zhang Hai also stepped forward. Even Zhao Gang, who had lost part of his memory and regarded living as the primary goal, stood in front of Lin Yue. Everyone was protecting him. Han Yan and her group hoped Lin Yue could help them when they were targeted. Now was their moment to show support. Lin Yue himself didn't mind this. He was observing the Predator. The Predator would not let him die. As long as he agreed to speak, the Predator would definitely stop him. And if the Predator did not react, that meant this pioneer bird could take action. Okay, I'll do it. As Lin Yue agreed, everyone on the opposite side was overjoyed.
Han Yan turned back in surprise, but as she followed Lin Yu's gaze, she saw the predator.
Gradually, she began to understand Lin Yu's thoughts.
She didn't know why Lin Yue could divert the predator, but a special relationship must have formed between them. This relationship seemed to allow Lin Yue to determine if there was danger.
Zheng Hai also discovered this.
He suddenly felt that when Lin Yue was not acting strangely, his mind seemed a bit active. Lin Yue walked to the edge of the line with the darts under everyone's watchful eyes. The predator seemed to ignore his choice.
In a self-absorbed manner, watching the drama unfold.
This made him breathe a sigh of relief.
The birdman obviously also noticed Lin Yue looking at the predator.
Its mouth was almost unable to suppress a smile. It looked at Lin Yue, both its eyes and body were slightly trembling. Kind player, you are truly a brilliant existence.
It is my honor, Axie, to have you visit my little shop.
So, are you sure you want to throw into the special area?
Chapter 44, Death Rotation.
Lin Yue's actions captured everyone's attention.
Whether the special area is safe depends on this throw.
Whoosh!
As the red dart representing danger arced through the air. The dart just landed perfectly in the blank special area.
In that moment, everyone was waiting, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Yue. As long as Lin Yue made a mistake, some would abandon their rest and leave directly, while others prepared to throw forcefully to prioritize their own safety. Lin Yue's breathing was steady, not the slightest bit flustered. The predator's mouth clearly curled up in a smile, while the birdman looked somewhat disappointed. However, it hid too quickly, and everyone's attention was on Lin Yue, so they did not see the scene.
At that moment,
on that blank area, 2 words slowly appeared: survive. The birdman still had a face full of smiles and elegantly announced, "Congratulations, kind player, you have won a full day of rest. Additionally, as the first person to choose the special area, our establishment will provide you with an extra special accommodation service. From now on, you will enjoy the highest service qualification at our establishment, and you won't need to throw any more darts."
No more throwing?
At this moment, Lin Yue received the envious gazes of the crowd.
The first one actually has such good fortune?
Although he didn't know what service the birdman was talking about, being the first person to choose the special area must be something special.
Maybe there would be massages or something. Ignoring the envious looks of others, Lin Yue was already invited by the birdman into the resting point. The crowd outside was already anxiously waiting.
Hurry up, let me go first.
This game is already cracked, you guys don't need to fight anymore.
The person who specifically named Lin Yue to take the lead was pushing forward while wildly waving the dart in his hand towards the crowd.
Many instinctively dodged, giving him a path.
Facing the fury of the crowd, he didn't care at all.
Since the first place got special service, what about the second? Would there be any qualifications, even if it was a lower level?
His legs were really painful and sore. Especially his feet, which had long since rubbed blisters. If this could be solved, he would need to travel at night. Facing the pursuers, he could also shake them off.
Watch me, let me hit it.
Pushing to the edge of the line, he couldn't wait to throw the dart out. This spinning dartboard was very close to the crowd, as if afraid they would miss.
Bang!
This guy threw with great force, causing the dartboard to make a dull sound upon impact. The dart fiercely embedded itself.
Haha, I hit it. I'm second.
The birdman looked at the dart that hit and then glanced at the excited player.
Finally, he looked at the dartboard. Death.
What? Faced with this suddenly appearing big word, the person who was celebrating froze, as if petrified, unable to move.
Impossible. Why is he fine? Why?
Facing the other's hysteria, the birdman's elegant face suddenly changed. All the fur on his face stood up at this moment. That mouth, which was always dangerous, suddenly cracked open. Congratulations, you have become the first ingredient of our establishment. As soon as the words fell, a flock of birds descended in a rush. The crowd scattered in panic. When the flock of birds flew away, all that remained on the ground was a pile of white bones. The predator stepped forward. Without hesitation, he threw his dart and hit the special area.
Don't bother me, I'm not interested in your birds. Watching the predator leave.
Han Yan was the first to react.
Death rotation?
At this time, she was also sweating for Lin Yue. The first person to throw into the blank special area had a 50% chance of dying.
This was something that could not be changed by anyone.
She saw the birdman's look of disappointment, which meant this strange birdman also didn't know whether the person who threw into the blank area would live or die. But the predator was too calm. Could it be that he and Lin Yue didn't have the special relationship she imagined?
No matter what.
Now, this spinning dartboard game had revealed all its hidden rules. Now, it still left people in despair. Wanting to enter the rest area completely unharmed was simply impossible.
Conflict will still arise. Is it really only possible to keep moving forward? To get hurt is out of the question. Getting hurt means being targeted by pursuers at night. If the mutual help atmosphere from before was still around, it wouldn't be a big problem, right? But now, it's difficult. The crowd fell into panic again, in the only safe area. Someone had to die first to trigger the next step. As everyone looked at the chilling white bones on the ground, Lin Yue, who had already entered the resting point, came out. He had been paying attention to the side and was very puzzled at this moment. Including Han Yan, everyone's thinking was strangely bound by fixed rules. He reminded Han Yan and the others by the door. I was just thinking, what if one has no friends? Now I've realized, that means no one will be hurt because of me. After saying this, everyone present, who considered themselves smart, was taken aback. Did he just say that no one would be hurt? Han Yan suddenly smiled bitterly. She had been too focused on the birdman wanting to see others get hurt or die, that she subconsciously overlooked something. Green represents safety, allowing harm to others, creating conflict among players, but cannot harm oneself. So, as long as you think about yourself, that's enough. This was Lin Yu's sudden reminder to her. In fact, this spinning game could be played without anyone getting hurt. Han Yan gave Zheng Hai and the others a glance, signaling that she wanted to take the throwing rights. At this moment, Zheng Hai also seemed to have realized something and immediately transformed into a tentacle creature. A large number of bone spurs, like needles, whirled in the crowd, forcing everyone to dodge constantly. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. We've already thought of a way to solve this. Zheng Hai's words did not have any effect, only his bone spurs would not hold back. The crowd screamed as they were pricked, quickly clearing the throwing area. They watched helplessly as Han Yan moved to the front. They sighed, thinking it was all over, but suddenly realized that Lin Yue had somehow given Han Yan a thumbs up, as if cheering her on. Han Yan didn't delay in brewing emotions. She directly threw the green dart into a blank area. Seeing it was a green dart, still thrown so casually. Sure enough, there are always domineering players with leftover ashes, not caring about their lives at all. But after waiting for a long time, it seemed like nothing happened to them. Ha! Didn't that hit the heart? Why is there no one screaming? Seeing this, Lin Yue also breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed as he had thought. As long as there are no friends or foes, no one would get hurt because of it. The green dart can't harm oneself. As long as you think about yourself when throwing the green dart, no one will get hurt. Chapter 45. This service may not have pure intentions. The birdman unhappily announced that Han Yan had won 2 hours of rest, and then left without a word, letting everyone play the spin game on their own. Han Yan immediately explained the reason to the crowd, who looked baffled. As for why Lin Yue was thinking about what to do if he had no friends at this critical moment, she didn't understand either. Normal people, when facing a life and death game, think about how to break the deadlock. Yet he was obsessing over having no friends, which can only be said that Lin Yue's perspective and way of thinking were indeed quite different from theirs. Once Han Yan finished explaining everything, everyone looked at Lin Yue, who was still giving a thumbs up at the door, with strange expressions. No, dude. You don't look like someone with no friends. Look at Han Yan. Last night, she was carrying and holding his hand, unwilling to let go. She held that little hand all night. So flirty, how could you have no friends? Pooh. Not a dog would believe that. In other words, would a truly friendless person struggle with this? They wouldn't even think in that direction, right? Lin Yue didn't understand their thoughts. He simply felt that from the beginning, the properties of the dart determined everything. Green represents safety. So, it literally means this. There is no need for all the fancy stuff. What truly decides if a knife is used to save someone or to kill someone depends not on the knife, but on the person. If no one picks up the knife, nothing will happen. What truly brings change is merely the holder. So, one might say that the dynasty complicates things. If the dynasty did not think so much, there would not be so many problems. Throwing things away without any thought, or just thinking about oneself. It is all safe. No one will get hurt. But these people before me, because of the dynasty, plus their fear, completely ignored this point. They all want to solve other people before they are harmed. And this is what the birdman has always wanted to see. This bird thing seems to enjoy the suspicion and internal strife between people. As the roulette game was cracked, everyone rushed into the resting point. This place is completely different from the predator's cell-style room. Everywhere is hollow, convenient for the birds in the sky to return home to rest. The predator has already lain down in a nest, the nest filled with fluffy feathers. It looks so comfortable. You can rest assured, this shop has a wake-up service, and I won't let you smelly guys pollute my nest for too long. Hurry up and rest, and get lost early. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't wander around the shop, touch filthy things or step on the shop stuff. I will use you to feed the birds. The birdman was still very displeased. After warning everyone, lightly patted Lin Yue. Follow me, now I will fulfill the special service I promised you. Special service? Just hearing this makes one think beyond. Everyone looked at Lin Yue's back, suddenly turning in unison to look at Han Yen. Han Yen did not think that much. Compared to the treatment Lin Yue would enjoy, she just wanted to relax her feet and then sleep for a while. Just a little sleep. Lin Yue followed behind the birdman, constantly observing the arrangement of the entire nest. He discovered that there were still some private rooms here. Moreover, there were gentle singing voices coming from inside. Here we are, this is the room prepared for you. The birdman stopped in front of one of the doors. He opened the door casually. Lin Yue looked into the room following the birdman's finger. His eyes immediately brightened. Good heavens, is this really a luxurious suite? Not only are there various foods and fruits in the room, but there is also a hot spring pool releasing a faint white mist. The most eye-catching are two women by the hot spring. This really is a special service. Looking at the two naked women, Lin Yue fell into deep thought. The purpose of this service is probably not pure. Even if the birdman has no other intentions, he would also not choose to indulge. In this game, any carelessness can lead to a tragic death. Moreover, Lin Yue felt this guy absolutely had ill intentions. Letting two beauties be here must be to exhaust his physical strength. In this marathon-like road game, extensive physical exhaustion is equivalent to suicide. And the most crucial point. In such a world, where do beauties come from? Isn't it likely that they are weirdly transformed? Sneaky bird thing. There is always someone trying to harm me. Lin Yue silently cursed in his heart. The birdman, however, did not know what Lin Yue was thinking. He walked to the two women and muttered something softly. Then turned to Lin Yue and explained. Everything in this room, you can freely enjoy. If you need a wake-up service, you can directly arrange them. No matter what you ask for, they will obey your command. Well then, I won't disturb your rest. As the birdman said this, he began to retreat. Clearly having no eyebrows, yet always frowning. He always felt Lin Yue's reaction was not quite right. Is this the reaction of seeing beauties? In the past, it wasn't like no one had entered this room. But no one's reaction has ever been like his. That look seemed like he was terribly afraid the two girls would eat him. What's wrong? Is he not satisfied with this place? With puzzled thoughts, the birdman finally closed the door. As soon as it left, two beauties approached Lin Yue, faces expressionless. Like dolls. The birdman said they were very obedient. This piqued Lin Yue's interest. You, come here. Lin Yue pointed at the woman on his left, and she obediently walked to his side. Lowering her head, she seemed to be waiting for any command. Tell me, what does the road across from the break at noon lead to? The expressionless face finally showed surprise. Others could enter this room. Not just Lin Yue. Each player knew how to treat them, they understood everything. Some played with them, beat them, even humiliated them. Yet no one wanted to get information from them. Thinking carefully, no one knew a path would appear at noon leading to another area. She hesitated and glanced at her companion behind her, seemingly asking if this could be said. The other nodded. After all, their master had said. No matter what, they had to obey the guest's command. Right now, Lin Yue was equivalent to their master. That place is a hidden area in the game, I heard my master mention it. It is said that in that place, if you're lucky, you can find items that change the game rules. Lin Yue was startled. Change the game rules? Are you sure? Lin Yue's mind quickly turned over. Hidden rooms. Even changing game rules? Is it really that amazing? Not too sure, we only heard our master mention it. Moreover, the hidden area is not fixed. That road changes every noon. Chapter 46, The Strange Statue. Lin Yue silently rubbed his chin. Is this the real reward for helping Han Yen? In Lin Yue's view, if he hadn't triggered the predator's task and gotten food supplies, helping Han Yen was almost like sending himself to death. No one would do that. So, just 2 bits of trivial information, he always felt it was not worth it. Hearing these words now, he nodded. Taking risks for such rewards, that could drive a person to act recklessly. Remember to wake me up before noon. Now, you can go out. Hearing Lin Yue tell them to leave, the two stood frozen, unable to react. Until Lin Yue repeated himself, they finally left the room. Once they were gone, Lin Yue checked the room once more. He hadn't touched the food on the table. Without special prompts, he didn't lack food.
Mainly, the feeling the Birdman gave him was very uneasy, something he couldn't quite put into words. The hot spring, however, was quite surprising. He hadn't bathed in many days. Lin Yue couldn't get used to this soft feather bed. He slept directly on the floor for the whole morning. When the two beauties gently shook him awake, he blurted out, "Mom, please, let me sleep for 5 more minutes," in a sleepy daze. After waking up, Lin Yue told them to keep it a secret. No, it was to forget. Seeing them nod seriously, Lin Yue pushed open the door and returned outside. At this time, Han Yan and the others had fully awakened. They seemed to have woken up earlier. But no one was the first to leave. Lin Yue knew they were all waiting for that special road to appear. Seeing Lin Yue come out, Han Yan and Zhang Hai immediately approached. "According to the information you got, that road will appear in 3 minutes. However, some people think they should focus their energy and time on moving forward." Lin Yue curled his lips upon hearing this. Information handed to them can be ignored? Are they stupid? However, he could understand their fear of the unknown area. "I'll give you one more explosive piece of information. That road likely leads to a powerful item that changes the game rules." Hearing this, Han Yan was very surprised. Zhang Hai, however, appeared very calm, as if he had already considered this possibility. In the last round, they also needed to find the ash relics to fight against the strange beings. In this round of the game, they hadn't obtained anything to counter the rest point boss yet, let alone the disgusting pursuers. So, he always believed that there must be some kind of item that could change their current predicament. It's just that they hadn't found the right clues. If they don't want to go, there's no need to force them. If they went, they would only hold back the others. As for this path, it's not about walking fast to get out. Zhang Hai spoke again. He pointed out the key directly. If this path could lead them out by just walking, then there would definitely be an endpoint. From the fact that the predator had been stockpiling meat for a long time and wanted to get out of here, this grassland could not be escaped from in a short time. Han Yan also had ideas about this. From the words of the corpse bearer, she also reached a conclusion. That is, this world is very big. Adventuring away from the road may be the true way to survive. Adventure had always been something she wanted to avoid. And now, the new information Lin Yue received solved this issue. "Hey, you guys, look fast. It really appeared." Hearing this, Lin Yue was completely awakened. On the opposite side of the road, a misty gray goat path suddenly emerged. Everyone was blocked at the door. No one dared to walk over. After all, no one knew what that place really was. Lin Yue glanced at the predator, whose eyes also sparkled with excitement. He had survived here for so long. He knew this place. But when he was still a player, he didn't have the qualifications to enter. He was very clear about what this path meant. This was a reward room specially arranged for players. Seeing that no one took the lead, Lin Yue took the initiative to step forward. He dived right in. As Lin Yue led the way into that gray space, system prompts followed closely behind. Ding! You have entered a special area. Warning! A special item has appeared. There are 3 minutes left until this area closes. 3 minutes later, this area will be permanently closed. Countdown, 2:59. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Lin Yue looked at the scene before him. He was a bit shocked. So, it's actually a timed reward. Timed means the reward must be very good. Han Yan also walked in at this moment. The timed prompt echoed in her ears. But here, it was all misty. There was not a single trace of Lin Yue. She turned back to look behind her. Her pupils suddenly constricted. No one. Zhang Hai should have been right behind her. Multiple spaces. Lin Yue directly activated the Four Heavens Buddha hands. He brutally snapped branches and bushes along the way, trying to leave obvious markers before daring to go deeper. The space here was enormous. At least to him, 3 minutes was not enough to explore for items. Even doing something simple like going far to relieve himself might not be enough. So, the item must be at some iconic building or another obvious place. To move forward at full speed, Lin Yue added his last 2 freedom points to agility. From this point on, his agility reached 15 points. He already had the speed of a sports student. When he ran, he was as swift as a gust of wind. Time quickly passed a third. Lin Yue finally saw something special, a statue tilted in the midst of wild grass. He couldn't see the statue clearly, but a wave of goosebumps surged when he discovered this thing. Once he saw it clearly, he realized the statue seemed to be staring at him. Lin Yue suspected that he had imagined it due to shock.
so he moved to a different position. But when he turned back, the statue had also changed its position. It was still staring at him. There was no time to tangle with this thing. Lin Yue quickly scanned the area around the statue. A golden treasure chest was sitting in the hands of this statue. It was just hidden in the grass by the tilted statue. If it weren't for the box shining with golden light, he might not have discovered it. Lin Yue didn't think twice, he grabbed the treasure chest and turned to run. But as he turned around, he heard the sound of rushing wind by his ear. When he looked back, he saw the statue was also running towards the exit like him. Lin Yue thought it was chasing him. He couldn't help but dash forward with all his might. The moment he burst out of this area, he turned back and saw the statue, with a face full of terror, was blocked by some unseen force at the exit. It was as if an invisible, enormous hand slammed it hard to the ground. Crack! Then it shattered into countless pieces. That bone-chilling feeling also vanished along with it. Lin Yue. Did you find the item? Hearing the predator's voice, Lin Yue turned his head. He found that the others were almost all here. Fortunately, you didn't go in. You all, huh? Aren't there 2 people missing? Where are Han Yan and Zhang Hai? Chapter 47 Game Rule Card. From the moment the 3 of you went in, this path indicated it was unable to be entered. Did you find the item? Zhao Gang told Lin Yue. It wasn't that they didn't want to go in, but there weren't enough spots. Everyone nodded in agreement with this explanation. Wang Chao even felt a bit displeased for not having entered. Lin Yue immediately analyzed that this path behind them not only had a spot limitation, but was also a type of multiple space. The 3 of them, the instant they entered, appeared in different places. He thought everyone was just too scared to come in. Turns out they were scattered. Lin Yue looked at his watch to check the time. 3 minutes. It was almost up. At that moment, Han Yan rushed out. At this time, Han Yan was covered in dirty blood. It was as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. The crowd showed looks of fear. Because, on Han Yan's shoulder, there was a gray-white hand. This hand was still wriggling, crawling toward Han Yan's face. Watching Han Yan, who was gasping for breath with her legs braced, Lin Yue picked up the hand under everyone's terrified gaze, examined it for a while, and then threw it back into the special space behind. Before Lin Yue could ask Han Yan what had happened to her, Zhang Hai also rushed out at the last moment. Ha ha! I made it out. Zhang Hai's face was full of excitement, and he wasn't as pitiful as Han Yan. From his appearance, he probably succeeded. Facing the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhang Hai didn't hide it. He directly took out the golden treasure chest he had obtained. Lin Yue also took out his treasure chest, and Han Yan straightened her back. She placed the 3rd treasure chest in front of her. The 3 exchanged a glance, and they saw a glimmer of happiness in each other's eyes. They all got one. At this moment, everyone was very excited. Open it quickly. If we can end the game directly, that would be wonderful. I never want to hear the sound of the pursuers sharpening their teeth behind me again. Some were eager to see what was inside the treasure chest. The 3 didn't hesitate. Before the 10-second warning came, they opened the chest simultaneously. With 3 flashes of golden light, 3 golden cards floated before everyone's eyes. Zhang Hai picked up the card in front of him to examine. Just a glance, and he immediately crushed it. All-player announcement. Player Zhang Hai used the rule delay card. Current game Rule 1 has been modified. Rule 1, revised during the advance, you cannot stop. If you stop for more than 30 seconds, you die. 30 seconds. That countdown that always loomed in his mind whenever he paused finally didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Even if something unexpected happened, this time was enough for a brief rest. Han Yan looked at the card in her hand, her eyes sparkled with even more excitement than Zhang Hai's. As the card was crushed, the announcement sound rang again. All-player announcement. Player Han Yan has used the Team Stamina Boost card. Everyone gains double physical enhancement. Duration, until the end of this round of the game. Double the physical strength. Everyone now possessed the same physical strength as athletes. Traveling through the night, no one would ever be caught up by the desperate travelers again. This card is even better than the one Zhang Hai received. At last, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Yue. At this moment, Lin Yue frowned. He did not crush the card in his hand for a long time. When he noticed everyone looking at him, he simply put the card away. The crowd was taken aback by his action. Hey! Why did you put it away? Hurry and use it. Yeah, what exactly is that card?
Facing the questioning, Lin Yue remained silent. Even when Han Yan and Zhang Hai wanted to speak, they were silenced by his glare. The young man with yellow hair instinctively wanted to say something. But Lin Yue had saved him from the predator. So, he scratched his head and quickly kept his mouth shut. He looked towards Wang Chao. Wang Chao, in turn, watched as Lin Yue walked out of the crowd, moving forward alone. He stopped the two who were questioning him. "Don't make a fool of yourself. If he doesn't want to use it, or wants to hide it, he wouldn't let you know. He definitely wouldn't reveal it in front of everyone. With 2 tool cards, the pressure of this game has been greatly reduced. Let's keep moving." At the same time, he felt puzzled. This guy was clearly very excited and intended to use it on the spot. Why did he suddenly put it away? Even Han Yan and the Tagalong Zhang were confused. Clearly, this card was not directed at their team, but rather for everyone. Lin Yue trudged ahead, deep in thought, recollecting everyone's behaviors along the way. Once again, he took out the card, looking at it, still in disbelief. Detection card, passive: a powerful, abnormal, and strange creature has been detected among the team. You can crush the card to expose it. Warning: once exposed, the creature will break free from its rules, use with caution. Their team was still mixed in with the strangeness. What Lin Yue found most puzzling was, where exactly was this strangeness, among Han Yan's group or Wang Chao's? Because, this strangeness must have come from the last round when they cleared it together. He knew Han Yan and her team. Wang Chao also knew those players who cleared the last round with him. So there's no saying that this strangeness had to be among Han Yan's group. If it was in their midst, that meant aside from Lu Mei from the last round, there was another second strangeness hiding among them. And, it had collided with them, arriving in this round of the game. He couldn't ask Wang Chao if he had any suspicious targets. If he asked the wrong person. Powerful anomaly. Lin Yue glanced at the predator hanging behind the team. The predator might recognize it. But he had his own rules to follow. He wouldn't easily tell him, as that would disrupt their game's rules. And making judgments from the predator's reactions was already impossible. Unless he first asked the other party. In which case, whether they answered or not, he would still be suspected of helping Lin Yue cheat. Everyone stepped onto the path to continue forward, caught up in Lin Yue's strange behavior. So far, they had solved the problem of hunger. And gained a boost in stamina. Even the dreaded countdown had been extended to 30 seconds. It seemed everything was moving in a good direction. But it was only the second day. No one could be sure what tomorrow would bring. Han Yan made her way into the team, cleaning the bloodstains off herself as she walked. She had many speculations about Lin Yue's abnormal behavior. But she could not pinpoint exactly which one it was. This made her very uneasy. This man, who could sit calmly with the weirdness to eat and chat, now faced a problem he could not solve. Yet he avoided everyone. This meant Lin Yue didn't even trust her now. So, among the many speculations, the most likely one was, there was a strangeness among the players. It was normal for there to be one in the last round, and it's equally normal for there to be one in this round. But this means, this weirdness is not the kind of foolishness from Lu Mei. It's not easy to detect, and it's not easy to resolve. You seem to have guessed a little. Han Yan turned her head upon hearing this. To her surprise, the proud Wang Chao actually came to find her. There's no need to look at me like that in surprise. The chances of him immediately putting away that prop he was going to show are not many. You mean, right? Chapter 48, Lin Yue is missing. If that's the case, you shouldn't have come to find me. I can't trust you. You shouldn't easily trust me either. Han Yan directly rejected Wang Chao's communication. It caught Wang Chao off guard. Having taken a blow, Wang Chao left here with a smile. This woman is indeed smart. She saw that he came to test her. In fact, he wasn't worried about which team had a monster hidden, but about the origins of this monster. It had secretly mixed into this round of the game. Or it followed them from the last round into this game. If it's the latter, that means there are probably 2 monsters mixed in the 2 teams. The last game was not difficult. The monster he easily caught might just be a substitute to lower the player's guard. He thought he had everything under control. But in reality, it was not. Right now, there is a monster that looks no different from a human continuously observing him. Perhaps, it has been watching their survival performance all along. For them, this monster merely sees them as toys for entertainment. If it weren't for the special item obtained by Lin Yue, he still wouldn't have discovered if there was anyone suspicious in his team. He scanned the injured Huang Mao and Ali with his gaze. These 2 are childhood friends he grew up with. Now, even with them, he had to doubt. To be inexplicably forced to participate in this game, he could still come here with friends. This fact itself is a miracle. Others are from all corners of the earth. Yet they can resonate with various signals on Blue Star. Everyone is so real. This is what sends chills down his spine. And their lives are in the hands of the predator. Can a monster do this? Or does this monster even disregard the predator's rules and contracts? Time passed second by second. Once they started on the road, no one spoke much. They were all saving every bit of stamina. Unknowingly, it was already afternoon. There are two hardest times in a day. One of them is the period from noon to evening. This damned sun. So damn toxic. Lin Yue took off his jacket and covered his head, deeply cursing the sun in his heart. Others were in even worse condition than him. After hours in the day's hottest hours, everyone was suffering unbearable hardships. They lacked food, but they lacked water. In just an afternoon's time, everyone's lips were chapped, their throats feeling drier and itchier. Someone, in a daze, looked up at the sun in the sky that was gradually losing its intensity, and then looked at the twisted, distorted road. The previous excitement had long faded. Only confusion remained. Today was much hotter than yesterday. This was something no one had anticipated. No matter how strong the stamina, they cannot withstand the scorching sun. The key is that they didn't expect the road to cool down either. That would mean darkness would fall. The travelers would appear again. As the leader Lin Yue, now that the intense heat has faded, he looked at the endless road ahead, his eyes revealing a glimmer of light. Night is perfect for hiding. He thought carefully, to expose this deeper hiding monster could happen at any time. The rare thing is that the system warned him that this monster is exceptionally strong. How to safely deal with it is the key. Now, the only way he could think of was to catch them off guard. To do that, he could not directly expose the prop card. Instead, he would use his own eyes to pinpoint the traitor. Then, with a long nail piercing the heart, he could ensure safety. As for how to find the culprit among the crowd, Lin Yue also had some ideas. That was to separate himself from the crowd. From the perspective of an onlooker, he would observe Han Yan and their gameplay. Only then could he spot who was acting strangely within that group. And so it was. Lin Yue felt a rising determination in his heart. And he seemed to enjoy this feeling. Unable to share. He could only bear it alone. Do I have a masochistic nature? Strange, why do I expect such things? Lin Yue had already forgotten when Ultraman became his dream to save the world. But this stirring in his heart still existed. Night fell as expected. Everyone hurriedly donned their coats. The air's temperature began to gradually turn chilly. The temperature difference between day and night was significant. With the arrival of darkness came travelers on the road. These eerie beings were like hyenas ready to strike at any moment. They fixedly stared at every person. As soon as someone showed signs of exhaustion, they would immediately lock onto them, chase them down, and devour them. Lin Yue prepared to execute the plan in his heart. He gradually slowed his pace. His appearance seemed very weary. He approached the predator to ask for meatballs. The predator looked at him in surprise, but soon a smile curved at the corner of its mouth. Lin Yue was not lacking in food. Since he left, he had received plenty of fresh, high-quality meatballs. There was more than enough to eat. But Lin Yue asked for more. He must have other thoughts. The predator handed Lin Yue a few black meatballs, the same amount as the other players. It whispered, "I'm waiting for you to take me out of here. Be careful, don't end up dead." Lin Yue nodded. Then, he ate while on the move, his head down. The way he devoured the food made it look like he was starved. Seeing this, others approached the predator. They asked for rations from the rule contract. Only at this moment do people occasionally exchange a few words. This helped alleviate the boredom of the silent journey throughout the day. It's only the second day. How long do we have to walk? Hang in there, don't let your spirits drop. If you do, you won't be able to last long. But I never imagined a day could feel so long. When I used to play games, I'd look up and it would be dawn. I'd wake up from a nap and it was already dark. A month seemed shorter than this single day. You said that was while playing games. Happy times always fly by. The whole team no longer split into two groups, but formed clusters of 3 or 5, or walked in pairs. They chatted casually while eating to ease their mental anxiety and unease. After they finished eating, they once again tacitly closed their mouths. Someone noticed Lin Yue was walking slower and was gradually falling behind the crowd alongside the predator. During the day, he clears the path, and now at night is he guarding the rear for everyone? This fool is really exhausted.
Someone muttered. Seeing no one respond, they fell silent.
Though they called Lin Yue foolish, deep down they knew
Lin Yue was not foolish at all. How could someone who could crack the wheel of fortune be a fool? It was just that he truly didn't want to believe that someone could play the good guy in such a survival game.
Lin Yue, guarding the rear, finally had the opportunity to observe everyone. He wasn't there to guard the end.
If this hidden, deep-rooted eeriness wasn't eliminated, he wouldn't sleep peacefully tomorrow.
At this moment, he held the gaze of the spy in his hand. A pair of eyes swept back and forth over all the silhouettes ahead. Finally, his figure slowly vanished behind the crowd. When someone finally heard the footsteps of the pursuers behind them, they realized Lin Yue had vanished without a trace. Although he had said Lin Yue was a fool, the sudden disappearance made him panic immediately. At that moment, a strange thought surfaced in his mind.
Anyone can disappear, but it must not be this fool. Hey! Stop right now. Lin Yue. He's gone. Chapter 49, Have you seen my mom? Lin Yue's disappearance made many people panic.
This included Han Yan and Zhang Hai among others.
Wang Chao looked thoughtfully at the predator.
Everyone knew there was a special connection between the predator and Lin Yue. At this moment, the predator's face also revealed deep surprise. He stared into the darkness behind him, as if searching for Lin Yue's figure. I didn't hear a scream, and his strength shouldn't allow those pursuers to catch up. Even if he was dragged away by the pursuers, it's none of our business. Those who want to live and leave here shouldn't stop, keep moving forward. Han Yan suddenly interrupted everyone's backward glances. Her face was serious, as if laced with a hint of sadness. Even her tone was trembling. Many people looked at Han Yan in disbelief. Lin Yue had helped her so much, yet such cold words came from her mouth.
Zheng Hai let out a cold snort.
It seemed he was quite disappointed with Han Yan. The others were silent. Seeing the pursuers closing in, they could only turn and speed away from the place.
Wang Chao couldn't quite see the expressions of Han Yan and the others.
Lin Yue had never communicated with her. At first, he suspected Lin Yue might have talked to her in advance. This disappearance, most likely, was a self-performance, to create a chance to escape temporarily. This was his first thought. But there had never been any connection between them. He also knew they were not a couple, and even before this game, they were just strangers. There hadn't been much interaction even in the first round of the game. If it's not an act, the two of them truly have a strong connection.
Wang Chao suppressed the urge to smile.
He believed there was a 70% chance Lin Yue had vanished from their sight. There was a 20% chance that his speculation was wrong. The prop card wasn't what he had imagined. Lin Yue had temporarily left to fulfill the contents of the prop card. And a 10% chance was due to them using the prop card, causing an unknown change in the game. And this unknown change caught Lin Yue off guard. Regardless of anything he could think of this. If there truly were two deeply hidden anomalies in the team, Lin Yue's actions were somewhat fruitless.
He would maintain suspicion about this, and the anomalies naturally would too. How could they easily act against him?
Soon, the team fell back into a silence once again. Everyone started to keep their heads down and hurry along. Thanks to Lin Yue's intel and the effectiveness of the prop card,
no one fell behind anymore.
Where did Lin Yue go? Of course, he hadn't left the road. Leaving the road was a very risky act, because everything around was pitch black, for others not to see him.
He must move far enough away.
Once he deviated even slightly in the dark, he wouldn't know how far off he would be by morning.
It would be troublesome to want to come back then.
At this moment, he was mixed in with the pursuers.
That's right.
He was blending in with these strange creatures. This was also a huge gamble.
But surprisingly, Lin Yue did not trigger the warning of being targeted.
The pursuers only targeted the weak, tired, and unable to move people. And he was full of energy.
He wouldn't be noticed at all.
In such close proximity, Lin Yue walked among the pursuers, continuously observing these strange creatures. To say they were strange, they were actually not. They looked similar to the corpse bearers.
Only they weren't wearing clothes. Skinny and bony, a pair of eyes filled with a longing for food.
A pair of eyes scanned him back and forth.
Yet they did not dare to approach.
Lin Yue observed them, and they were also watching Lin Yue. As long as Lin Yue showed signs of fatigue, they would immediately rush over.
After some observation,
Lin Yue felt that the pursuers seemed quite weak.
I wonder if I can take the initiative to deal with them.
Of course, Lin Yue still needed their cover.
He wouldn't really go and mess things up.
Not knowing how long he had walked, Lin Yue looked at his watch.
The strange thing that wanted to make trouble definitely wasn't happening now.
He still needed to wait a long time.
Must be patient. Have you seen my mom? After a long silence,
Zhang Hai, who was at the front, suddenly heard a question. This made his numb expression suddenly tighten.
This is not a children's playground, but a hungry road game that could open its mouth to eat people at any moment. Where did this lost child come from?
Sure enough, as he looked up, he saw the blood-red words danger.
Zhang Hai's first reaction was to quickly retreat.
He almost used his relic directly. At this moment, everyone also reacted. They all looked towards the source of the voice. At that moment, a child resembling a pursuer, naked, was looking at them. That chilling danger word had already explained everything. This was their first encounter with a monster marked with danger in this round of the game.
Zhang Hai did not answer her question.
She quickly ran to Zhao Gang's side.
Uncle, have you seen my mom?
Zhao Gang saw this strange child, his facial muscles twitching wildly. The fire axe in his hand was almost brought down directly.
Don't make a move. Before understanding the situation, no one should act recklessly. Wang Chao hurriedly reminded. It's a bit strange, seemingly harmless. Or rather, as long as you don't provoke it, it's harmless.
Like the security guard in the first round. But if you accidentally trigger some special situation, it could put them in a dangerous place. Zhao Gang felt cold sweat run down his face. The real reason he didn't act was that he knew there was no relic.
With the axe in his hand, he couldn't hurt these monsters at all.
Looking at this little monster, who was expectantly gazing at him,
he looked at everyone, seemingly wanting to ask if he should respond. Don't answer. Han Yan gave her a suggestion.
Because Zhang Hai was the first one to be asked. And Zhang Hai also did not respond. Instead, he instantly retreated 10 meters.
If he was fine, then it proved that not responding was okay.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang decided to simply close his eyes,
silently counting down in his heart.
He also received no answer from Zhao Gang. The child lowered her head in disappointment, but soon looked at Han Yan with hope again.
Have you seen my mom?
Today, I came out with my mom to find food, but we got separated.
If I can't find my mom,
Everyone knew what it meant to get separated from a mother who could provide food in this hungry world. But no one had the heart to consider this matter. They only thought about how to get rid of this dangerous presence.
Han Yan did not answer her. Instead, she turned and continued to move forward,
as if she did not see her at all.
Watching adult after adult pass by her coldly.
The child was full of panic. She pounced at Wang Chao, startling him,
directly activating the relic, instantly letting her break through to the past. She missed and directly knelt on the ground, starting to cry. No one would have expected.
At this moment, Huang Mao actually felt pity. Xiao Ge, Lin Yue's information said that helping others seems to be the purpose of this game.
Should I try to help? Wang Chao glared at him. Even a bit angrily said. Staying alive. That is the purpose of this game. Him helping Han Yan is not out of overflowing kindness, but because he just happens to have that strength.
With Han Yan as his teammate, he just happened to get the information.
Do you really think he's just a nice guy? In other words, if you can't move, do you think he would carry you? Now carrying you are your brothers, Mi and a Chang. And, such a huge hint, can't you see it? You better wake up a little. Chapter 50, I truly am a master player.
Wang Chao's words carried a hint of testing and doubt.
Maybe because he was injured, the blondie became a bit weak.
But it's also possible that the blondie was just the trickster. All along, he mixed with him, disguised as a good brother and partner. And this sudden opening was especially suspicious. The blondie was scolded and silently lowered his head.
No one knew what he was thinking.
The predator watched everything with his eyes. He was no longer a player.
Naturally, he couldn't see any system prompts.
Passing by the completely naked child, he did not stop.
Nor did he offer any charity. He could see it.
This child was the kid of some corpse carrier. In such a damned world, bringing a child into it.
It was simply madness.
It was clear they were born directly into hell. If he knew who gave birth to them, he would definitely chop those damn irresponsible parents. The sound of crying caught Lin Yue's attention from behind.
A cry? Could it be that trickster is starting to act up?
Lin Yue held the spy's eyeball in his hand.
He thought for a while. And put it away. The sound wasn't far, let's take a look first.
They were not far from the player team and soon saw a child crying alone on the road. Seeing the child, Lin Yue's face was full of surprise.
Where did this child come from?
To know, this world was always in a state of hunger.
In such a survival environment, how could anyone give birth to a child? Looking at the child kneeling and crying on the ground, a line of prompts gradually appeared. Lost child, safe. So it's a lost child. Looking at this appearance, is this a child of the indigenous people of this world? Lin Yue had great doubts about this. These special prompt NPCs could easily trigger tasks. Why hadn't that group of people in front accepted it? Were they worried about something? In the midst of pondering, one of the pursuers heard the crying and let out a low whimper. Lin Yue looked at him. This was a female pursuer, looking a bit anxious ahead. In his observation, this was the first time the pursuers displayed strong emotions towards something outside of the players. This discovery made Lin Yue both shocked and delighted. It meant that the game world was slowly showing itself to him. When the pursuers appeared in front of the child, they all revealed expressions of greed and desire, as if they were about to feast. But the pursuer Lin Yue paid special attention to showed a hint of fear. In just a blink, she also revealed a crazy desire for food. It was as if what Lin Yue saw just a second ago was merely an illusion. This discovery stirred up great interest in Lin Yue. What the heck? These pursuers, are they not what the predator said? In the predator's words, pursuers were just unconscious bizarre creatures created by the game. But now it clearly wasn't the case. Looking at the pursuers fixated on that child, Lin Yue pushed them away. He walked to the front and picked the child up. An NPC with special prompts must be an important character in the game. How could he let these pursuers eat her? At the same time, Lin Yue was convinced. This child and that pursuer must have some special connection. He protected this lost child, casting a warning glance at the surrounding pursuers. He raised the long nail in his hand as if announcing this was his prey. The other pursuers, seeing this, the lost ones lowered their heads and continued to chase after the player's footsteps. But their speed now was destined to never catch up to the player. The child, held in his arms, rubbed her eyes. She once again asked that question that no one dared to answer casually. Uncle, have you seen my mom? Lin Yue did not answer. It was not the first time he triggered a mission. He understood very well what it meant to respond. He first took out 2 black balls and handed them to the little one, deciding to probe a bit about the things predators were unwilling to say. The little one couldn't wait to stuff the black ball into her mouth upon seeing it. In this world, one could not die from hunger. Hunger would only eternally torture them. No one would refuse food delivered straight to their mouths. After finishing, she licked her palm. It seemed there was still a delightful sweet taste lingering there. After waiting for a moment, Lin Yue finally asked the question from the bottom of his heart. How did you get separated from your mom? The little one carefully described the situation to Lin Yue again. She said her mother was teaching her how to find bodies in this world. To survive in this world, one must search for unconscious bodies and sell them to stores scattered everywhere. She earnestly asked Lin Yue to help her find her mom. Lin Yue hesitated. For a moment, he was unsure whether to accept this task delivered to him. He glanced at the previously fearful pursuer. This pursuer no longer had that previous gaze, like a walking corpse, with mechanical foot movements. They had long lost the lively expression they once had. Lin Yue still did not respond. Instead, he took out another black ball and pointed at the pursuer, asking, "Do you know what they are?" The little one eagerly looked at the black ball, then glanced at the surrounding pursuers. She answered seriously, "I know. Pursuers, they will chase everything alive, until they confirm the chased has no power to resist before eating them. Everyone hates them. Mom said they have fallen and become monsters. Completely lost themselves." After saying this, she stared silently at the black ball. Lin Yue handed the black ball to the little one. That peculiar acting pursuer perhaps knew her mother. If he just got an answer, it should trigger the task. Pointing out that pursuer might lead to completing the task directly. This could even be a chain mission. Special NPCs in chain missions are very important in game dungeons. They can yield huge benefits and uncover some secrets within the game dungeons. Lin Yue knew this very well. But once he accepted this task, he would have no time and energy to observe the strange one mixed in the crowd. This was his dilemma. After much contemplation, Lin Yue could not resist the temptation of the task any longer. He answered the little one's question. "I don't know where your mom is, but I can help you find her." As soon as he finished speaking, the little one in his arms smiled widely, looking very happy. "Really? That's great." Ding. Task triggered, find the mother of the lost child. The task was triggered. Lin Yue nodded. He was getting more adept at triggering tasks. I really am a gaming expert. Easily accomplished.
Lin Yue muttered a couple of times in his heart.
The next moment,
the little girl wiggled free from his grip. She grabbed his hand and walked towards the road outside. Lin Yue was astonished to find that this little one had an extraordinary strength.
Grasping his hand, he could not break free. At this moment,
someone in the team turned their eyes slightly backward. She really disappeared.
With the threat gone, it's time to have some fun. Chapter 51 Hunger World's Village. Lin Yue was moving away from the road.
And it was still dark. If he strayed too far,
he might even be unable to return.
As expected, tasks carry immense risk.
Once the task was accepted,
there was no possibility of regret.
Lin Yue let the little girl pull him into the darkness. Like a wanderer slowly descending into the abyss.
The world outside the game also filled him with a sense of anticipation. He really wanted to know where the game came from.
What is this world mixed with the game all about?
Why does hunger strike so fast in this world, while life can still go on? He didn't know how far he had walked. Until the soft grass under his feet disappeared, replaced by a hard, stubborn stone ground. Lin Yue finally saw a glimmer of light ahead. The little one pointed to the light in front and said,
"We're home." Lin Yue was puzzled.
The task was to help her find her mother. Why didn't she ask Lin Yue to look for her?
Instead, she was pulling him home?
Ha!
Home. Wasn't she lost?
Lin Yue looked closely ahead. He felt that something was off. The hint said she was lost. But the task was to find her mother.
Could it be a task requirement?
Lin Yue naturally filled in the contradictions in his mind.
It must be that way. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense.
At this moment, Lin Yue looked at the little one again. The hint on her body had indeed changed. The little girl looking for her mother, safe. Lin Yue stroked his chin, feeling that this world was so unreal in this aspect.
It felt just like playing a game.
The information on the character's body changed like flipping a switch.
Completely lacking any individuality.
The little one turned her back to Lin Yue and said this sentence. The curve of her mouth stretched longer.
She tricked him. Of course, she wasn't purely deceiving.
Some of her words were true.
For example, she didn't lie about the pursuer's information.
Her mother indeed taught her how to hunt for survival. This was also a survival lesson arranged by her mother.
She was doing very well.
Picking up the bodies of the fainted ones was an unwritten rule. No one knew where this rule came from.
Nor did they know why everyone followed it. This question seemed to no one know. Everyone was fighting against violence.
And she decided to be the first to rewrite this rule.
Deceiving did not directly use violence. It could also better acquire food.
Rather than staring at prey like a vulture, waiting for them to fall. The night was too dark.
She couldn't see Lin Yue's expression clearly.
Seeing that Lin Yue did not respond.
Just as she wanted to forcibly drag Lin Yue away, in the next moment,
her body felt light. She was once again held up by Lin Yue.
The path here is hard to walk, uncle will carry you.
Lin Yue's words were so gentle they made her flustered. Even her mother had never spoken to her so softly.
No. This is my first hunt, how could I be soft-hearted?
The little one tightened her grip.
The fangs in her mouth were hidden away. She decided to keep deceiving to the end.
Lin Yue complained about the many stones while using the faint starlight.
He really didn't know how the people in this world moved at night.
While complaining, Lin Yue noticed that the lights ahead were increasing.
This made him a bit anxious.
Until he got closer and realized that those lights were torches in front of the houses. Here, it turned out to be a small village.
Why did these houses need to put torches in front? Isn't it wasteful to burn them when everyone is asleep at night?
My mom calls these the lights of hope. It helps people looking for food find their way home at night. And it provides a place for the body collectors who are lost in the dark to rest. The little one took the initiative to explain to Lin Yue.
Lin Yue felt a bit unbelievable upon hearing this. There were already people banding together to survive in this world, did that mean there was civilization here too?
The torches on both sides of the road gradually increased, but the material these torches burned was unknown. The smell they emitted was very unpleasant.
It was like the oil lamps on the Predator's corridor.
The moment they entered the village, the little one pointed to a simple house made of stacked stones in the corner and said,
"That's my home. Uncle, hurry. Maybe Mom is already home."
The little one jumped down from Lin Yue's arms.
Directly pushed open the bone door.
The moment the door opened, Lin Yue's task was also completed.
Ding! Finding the lost child's mother has been completed. Reward, freedom point +1. Trigger side quest 2, solve the problem of food shortage. Lin Yue had been missing for too long. So long that Han Yan began to doubt her own judgment. She walked up to the predator, intending to gather some information with a side conversation. But as soon as she arrived, the predator waved his hand impatiently. This is how it is on this road. No one knows when someone will suddenly disappear. As he spoke, he glanced at everyone. And you all. Don't think that if someone is strong, they can go further. In this world, even I. If suddenly targeted by some monster, I too can vanish without you realizing it. The predator's words were no joke. He had warned Lin Yue, but Lin Yue insisted on doing something. Seeing how serious he was, the pressure on everyone suddenly increased. Hunger, pursuers, tired bodies. Even if all these were solved, they still couldn't guarantee survival. Someone couldn't help but ask, "What information can you tell us? Can't you just tell us everything you can in one breath?" Having signed a life-threatening contract, the person felt very unwilling. He thought he had given his life to the predator, knowing these wouldn't change the rules of the game. However, the predator fell silent again, as if he hadn't heard anything. Han Yan left the predator's side. The predator's earlier words had subtly conveyed the information she wanted. Lin Yue was not dead. Disappearance is disappearance, death is death. These are two different things. Disappearance means too much space for imagination. Everything stems from that props card. Hey, there's someone ahead with a dangerous warning appearing again. What should we do? Now, there was no time to consider anything else. They could only prioritize solving the immediate problem. As for the rest, she could only choose to believe in Lin Yue. At this moment, Lin Yue entered the little guy's home. He was also very surprised. The little guy's mother was actually at home. What a situation this was. Who was supposed to be looking for whose mother? The mother, with a face full of joy, rushed forward to hug the little one. "I told you to wait for me, why didn't you listen?" As she spoke, she raised her hand as if to hit. Lin Yue cleared his throat. Only then did she awkwardly stop. This woman was no different from the body collector. So thin that her features were unrecognizable. Probably the others looked much the same. "Who are you?" The woman suspiciously inspected him. As if she figured something out, she turned to thank him. "Thank you for bringing her back, this child really worries me too much." Lin Yue waved his hand. This task was completed too easily. Indeed, the first task of the linked quest was just to kick off the story. So simple it made people speechless. Lin Yue occasionally walked around the room, chatting politely while taking in the surroundings. In this house, there was only a pile of grass for a bed, and a stone pit surrounded for storage. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, a certain animal skull hanging on the wall caught his interest. He noticed that this skull was tied with fibrous rope. It looked like a water kettle. Today had made him thirsty beyond belief. "Do you have water here?" Chapter 52, The True Food. Lin Yue truly didn't expect that food would be so scarce in this world, yet water resources so plentiful. In the center of the village, there was a well. The water here not only tasted sweet and delicious, but also provided a special buff. Ding! Drinking the holy water. Gained holy body. Holy body, wrapped in holy power, your every punch contains sacred strength. Duration, 1 minute. Current accumulated, 18 layers. Duration, 18 minutes. Just a sip had such an effect. This thing was invincible. Lin Yue felt that this place was simply a treasure land. Suddenly, he felt a bit regretful. He should have taken a sip of his own bathwater back then. Ordinary water has this effect. Hot spring water must be even stronger. What a pity. As Lin Yue sighed in the dark, he realized a problem. No wonder people in this world don't starve. It's probably because of the water here. The water here. It's too powerful. Pack it up. The little one who came with Lin Yue glanced at her mother. Anxiety and doubt flickered in her eyes. It seemed she had deceived a big deal. What bad luck. She randomly chose a poor soul, and it turned out to be so ridiculous. The polluted water, they only drank a little in unavoidable situations, to quench their thirst. They could never drink it like this in big gulps. Drinking too much could make you drunk. And when drunk, no one knows what starving people might do to them. She and her mother had never dared to drink water together. They always drank separately. How could they drink like beasts now? Lin Yue drank to his heart's content. At this moment, he didn't care about how amazing this water was. Thirst was what needed to be relieved quickly. Seeing the water jug run dry, Lin Yue scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's finished, the well is in the village, right? Let me go get some for you. When Lin Yue said this, he was visibly a bit guilty. He wanted to pack it up. Whatever he could pack, it would definitely come in handy later. Hearing Lin Yue, the stunned mother and daughter finally woke up. They hurriedly waved their hands and said, "No need. No need. Everyone is sleeping now. Waking everyone would be bad." Lin Yue thought for a moment and agreed. In this world, people starve too quickly. If they fall asleep, it's not easy to wake them up again. Once they wake up, they must eat to possibly fall back asleep peacefully. Then, tomorrow, I'll help you get water, don't refuse me. I've always been a good student, teachers taught us to always help get back the water we drink from others. My mom also said so. Clatter. When Lin Yue said this, he heard the sound of rocks rolling outside the door. He was right by the door. Feeling some noise, he peeked through the bone gap to look outside, but saw nothing. Taking out his Buddha hand and long nail, he pushed the door open to check. He found nothing. Strange. When he turned around, Lin Yue found the mother and daughter whispering to each other. He couldn't help but lean closer. What to do? I don't know, should we let him leave? When Lin Yue heard this, he couldn't agree. How could that work? The water was not packed yet. But, they were a destitute mother and child, it seemed inappropriate for him to stay here. He also couldn't just sleep here for the night. This isn't a resting point. Better to do the task. Are you out of food? As Lin Yue stared at the empty storage area, he whispered this in their ears. The two people were so startled they nearly jumped in place. Fortunately, seeing Lin Yue's appearance, it seemed he hadn't caught the main point. Food? Right, we have no food left. You also know, in this world, one cannot lack food for even a moment. Lin Yue naturally understood the importance of food in this world. He had a large quantity of meatballs in his backpack. All given by predators. 5 days' worth, plus the delicacies he made himself. He could give them all. After all, he needed space to pack the holy water. Packing holy water, solving their food shortage, and completing the task. 3 benefits in one. Perfect. This task is a steal. As Lin Yue thought about this, he couldn't help but laugh, hee. He stared at the mother and daughter, nearly drooling. He hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth. Not realizing, he then awkwardly cleared his throat. But this scene? In the eyes of the other side, it was a different picture. It's over. Originally thinking the other side was prey, unexpectedly. The hunter was about to become food. Mom, run! The little one shouted. Her fangs were suddenly exposed, and in the next second, she was about to pounce on Lin Yue. But as she made the attacking posture. In the next moment, Lin Yue. He placed the fruit right at her mouth. Then, a bag of meatballs was poured into the storage area. Not black balls made from rotten organs, but fresh meatballs made from fresh blood and flesh. Uncle didn't take many things when he went out. These are all, I know these things cannot solve your problems at their root. Sigh. If only this world could grow crops. By the way, would you like me to teach you how to grow crops? Other skills I may not be good at, but growing crops, I'm absolutely top-notch. The little one had just been like a mad beast a moment ago, and in the next second, it turned into a docile little kitten. It stared at the food Lin Yue took out without blinking. Saliva dripped all over the place. What is this? What is this? It's so red, it smells so good. The little one didn't hear Lin Yue's words at all. Its eyes were wide open. Her mother was the same. But she recognized what it was. Apple. As a little one born in this world, she had no idea what an apple was. She didn't even have clothes. Let alone these things. Only she, who was trapped here from another world, knew of these things. Not just apples. Lin Yue also took out various kinds of delicious food. These all brought back her memories. In an instant, her tears broke free. Countless beautiful memories flooded her mind. She was once beautiful. She was an only child with a wonderful life. Her parents gave her all their love. But she inexplicably ended up in this world. After a moment of recollection, she grabbed the food and stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, the taste helped her perfect the details of even more beautiful memories. Seeing her eat while crying, Lin Yue somewhat understood the person behind the dream trade. Just eating normal food could bring back endless beautiful memories. Let alone those strong spiritual world dreams. Lin Yue handed the apple to the little one who was staring blankly at her mother. Eat? This is called an apple, it's a fruit. The little one carefully took the apple and gently took a bite. Her eyes instantly brightened. So this is real food. Ding. Food shortage problem solved. Reward, freedom points +2. Triggering side quest 3, solve the source of their suffering. Seeing the third part of the chain quest, Lin Yue's expression didn't change. He had been curious. Why didn't this chain quest have any danger? Turns out it was waiting for him right here. At that moment, the bone door was suddenly pushed open. A group of zombie-like figures, holding bone-made weapons, squeezed at the door. They pointed at the mother and daughter and shouted angrily. Damn it, I knew something was off. They're eating alone. Ding. Discovered cannibal ghoul, extremely dangerous. For some reason, Lin Yue looked at these figures flashing with an extremely dangerous glow. He wasn't afraid at all. It was probably the courage given to him by the holy water. That's for them, not for you guys. Where's the talk of eating alone? Lin Yue didn't pause at all. While speaking, he immediately activated the 4-day Buddha's hand. Accompanied by the holy water's aura, the Buddha light became even more dazzling. It forced these figures to cover their eyes. These extremely dangerous cannibal ghouls clearly panicked when they saw Lin Yue transform. The leader squinted his already sunken eyes and growled. What's there to panic about? It's just using relics. In this place, don't talk about food. Even they're mine. I'm even allowed to eat them, it's only right. Relic powers have time limits, delay tactics. Retreat. What the hell? Lin Yue stared at the fleeing group, suddenly shocked. What the hell, this is not what he expected. NPCs in the game shouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and send themselves to their death, right? Why are they using tactics now? The quest required him to solve the binding that controlled the mother and daughter. He couldn't let these people escape. That would mean mission failure. Lin Yue chased after them. The deeper I chased, the more shocked I became. It was so dark that I hadn't noticed before. There were so many human bones here. And they were carelessly piled up next to the houses around. I locked onto the one who opened the window. I chased all the way to their home. The other side was also cornered and jumped out of the window to escape. Anyway, they refused to confront Lin Yue head-on. And in their home, there was also a storage area. Lin Yue just glanced at it and felt his stomach churn. These guys really eat people. This was no village at all. It was clearly a bizarre den of cannibals. At this moment, Lin Yue automatically imagined the scene of the mother and daughter being controlled. The little one must have been threatened with her mother's life to lure him here. And this was the background story of this chain quest. I used to not pay any attention to such side quests. I didn't expect. Don't even mention side quests. Even the main quests, Lin Yue hadn't really noticed. When playing games, he just farmed monsters, leveled up, and hunted for loot. He wasn't a story fan, so he didn't pay attention to the quest lore at all. Thinking about how much suffering the mother and daughter must have endured while being controlled. And being treated as stored food. You guys? Damn it! A long-starved cannibal couldn't escape Lin Yue. Quickly, it was caught up to again. Angrily turning around, it shouted. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Bizarre tiger. This guy waved his hand. A hide appeared in his palm. The hide transformed into billows of black mist, instantly turning into a white-striped tiger surrounded by black bizarre energy. This hide was also a type of relic. Furthermore, compared to his golden Buddha hand, this monster was incredibly evil and vicious. Just standing there, it was like a demon god had descended. The surrounding air became cold and eerie. A pair of terrifying tiger eyes stared at him, slightly opening. A large amount of black smoke surged out. Lin Yue felt his sanity teetering. It wasn't because he was afraid, but the natural influence of the bizarre aura. Fortunately, this thing was suppressed by the power of holy water. Otherwise, this mission would indeed be extremely dangerous. However, the more dangerous it was, the better the rewards would surely be. Lin Yue glanced at himself. He now possessed a sacred body, and his whole person was getting yellower. He was almost turning into a little yellow man. But this golden Buddha body combined with holy power blocked all the terrifying bizarre energy from outside, making him feel incredibly safe. Alright, then let's see how powerful holy water is with you. Lin Yue showed no signs of retreat. Holding a long nail and a steel pipe, he charged towards the attacking black tiger. He knew he had to rely on the long nails to kill this bizarre tiger. And the long nails were currently flashing with brilliance. As if they were ready for battle. The cannibal just sneered. He was not truly afraid of Lin Yue. He just didn't want to waste energy using a power that required him to consume 2 or 3 days' worth of food supplies. This kind of battle wasn't worth it. The other cannibals heard the tiger roar and ran back. They all looked towards the center of the battle. The boss used a relic. This is a sure win. It'll cost quite a bit of food to replenish, so the boss should keep leading him around. I think you just want to take the lead, huh? Don't talk nonsense, I don't mean that. Roar. A deafening roar exploded in this stone den. It interrupted the conversation of these bizarre creatures. Lin Yue swung his steel pipe at the bizarre tiger's foreleg, but he himself was slapped away. He crashed right through a bony door. The leading cannibal laughed heartily. In this world, you must never underestimate anyone. If I were in my world, with your kind of power, I could turn you into blood mist with a single slap. You think you can stand up for them? What a joke. Cheers erupted around. But the next second, the terrifying white-striped bizarre tiger's pupils suddenly constricted. It glanced at the long nail that had unknowingly pierced into its paw. The next second, it exploded. Dead. Lin Yue's power, with the blessing of the 4-day Buddha's hand, had already reached 40 points. He had long reached the pinnacle of humanity. Breaking through a defense was still not a problem. A sneak attack that seemed weak had already infused Buddha light and holy power into the body of this strange tiger. It was impossible for it to not react at all. Fortunately, this power did not disappoint Lin Yue. Moreover, this holy power far exceeded his expectations. It did not even hit the heart, yet it had produced an effect. Inside the strange beast, it spread for a moment before suddenly bursting open, directly blowing it apart. Seeing his prized relic shatter, the cannibal strange leader was horrified. Could it be that someone could explode the incarnation of a relic? Is this possible? What is a relic? Even if he died, the relic could still exist for countless ages. Relics themselves have no form in life, how could they die? Rather, it was an energy that exists eternally. To shatter eternal energy, how terrifying must that power be? He had never seen such an absurd situation. Lin Yue, crawling up from the ruins in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed like a hellish Azura. Surrounded by a bizarre blood-red aura, not to mention that one strike was laced with corrosive evil power. That wicked smile on his face seemed to say he was a naive clown who had never seen the world. He looked at his palm. Oh no! When the fur in his hand shattered, it also tainted with this evil power. This corrosive power was eating away at his body and consciousness like maggots on a bone. And this feeling, he would only experience after drinking a lot of polluted water. He began to sway. In that instant, he seemed to realize Lin Yue's origin. Damn it! Could he be the source polluting this world? He did not understand. Why would the other party appear in such a place? A legendary existence. How could it possibly appear here? But soon, he realized. It must be that he had tricked a little girl to lure passers-by, angering the world's rules. This was to reasonably eliminate them. What was killing him was not some passerby, but the rules that controlled this world. You are the world's controller. Why? He ultimately collapsed under this corrosive power. Others who heard his words had expressions of sheer terror on their faces. Screaming, they rolled and scrambled to flee. As if being a second late would send them plummeting into hell. Lin Yue had a puzzled look. World controller? What is that? This strike had been hard on him too. Watching the fleeing cannibal strange, he had just wanted to give chase. After all, there was a task. Ding! Eliminate the scourge binding the mother and daughter has been completed. Obtain secondary dungeon fragment X1. What is a secondary dungeon fragment? Secondary dungeon fragment. Using this fragment allows you to return to the dungeon world you have experienced at the transfer station. The secondary fragment can stay in that world for 5 days. Looking at this unremarkable little thing, Lin Yue was very surprised. He could actually return to the past dungeon? So I can still go back to 1-1. The toy bear was still lying in his space backpack. Even if he made room for the holy water, he had not taken out the bear. Not being able to rescue 1-1 was a small regret for him. Moreover, he had not explored the background story of that place. For example, why did the security uncle kill everyone in the community? He raised humans as pets. Then, in that world, did humans have status only like cats and dogs? Or did they not even know they were living with strange beings? Putting away this item, Lin Yue looked at the shattered fur. What a pity, it actually shattered. Lin Yue picked up the fur, lamenting for quite some time. Suddenly, he noticed that the bizarre aura on this fur was slowly dissipating.
The holy power was still present, surrounding and hunting the remaining bizarre power.
Holy power. So strong. He did not throw away this item. Stuffed it into his pocket. Maybe there's a tool to fix it.
This thing is comparable to a four-wheel drive, let him use it.
Definitely used for riding.
Lin Yue looked around, the mother and daughter were standing at the door, staring at him blankly. A storm had already surged in his heart.
What had they provoked? Mom, what is a world controller?
The little one's words woke the mother.
World controller?
She seemed to understand. All along, the hungry people rarely directly ate their own kind except for picking up corpses to exchange for food. Let alone they broke the rules and used deceitful means. She turned around and hugged the little one in her arms. Everything was her fault. It was she who had approved of the cannibal's deception to lure her into tricking others. In this world, wanting to live kindly is simply impossible. Only treacherous, cunning, and cruel characters can suffer a little less. Therefore, she also had the intention of nurturing her daughter in this direction. But she never expected it would attract the world controller.
This must be punishment from the rules for them.
There was no escape. They could only hold their child tightly before death arrived. Lin Yue saw this scene. A hint of pride rose in his heart. He had done another good deed today. Seeing the mother and daughter so excited, hugging, and crying together,
Lin Yue could not stay here any longer.
He had completed the series of tasks.
It was time to pack some holy water and leave.
He found all the water bottles storing water in each room. Trying to use the larger ones, he piled them all by the well.
Watching bucket after bucket of holy water being brought up,
Lin Yue's lips could hardly suppress a smile. Who would have thought that in such a food-short world, there would be such magical water? For the people in this world, this thing was gold in the desert. Precious yet useless. Lin Yue was in a hurry and spilled quite a bit.
He didn't mind.
After all, gold everywhere, so there was no fear of waste. Lin Yue filled exactly 19 water bottles. Then he filled his stomach with water. Only then did he turn around contentedly towards the mother and daughter. As he approached, the other cried even harder. This made him awkwardly scratch his head in place.
I mean, excitement is good and all, but can you control it a little?
I have other things to do, I can only help you with this. Lin Yue's eyes dimmed significantly at the moment. He was just a passerby, there wasn't much he could do.
Without the cannibal's oppression, they were free. But it might not be better than before.
He looked at the apple core in Wenwen's hand, which she was reluctant to throw away, and took it.
This world should be able to farm.
That birdman's house had fruit, it should be fine.
For this, we should hold on to hope.
As Lin Yue spoke, he placed his hope on the holy water.
He casually dug a pit.
He put the apple core inside. Then silently prayed for the mother and daughter that it could sprout. Afterwards, Lin Yue strode away from there.
He didn't say goodbye. That would only make him feel worse.
He had just walked for a short distance.
The apple core nourished by holy water instantly sprouted and grew. Not only that.
The ground, where the village's well extended, trembled. In the terrified eyes of the mother and daughter, a green sprout pierced through the ground, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, the decayed atmosphere was swept away. It surprisingly turned into a sea of flowers. And that apple core had grown into a huge fruit tree. The enticing fragrance of apples and fresh flowers instantly stopped the crying of the mother and daughter. Lin Yue, hurrying on his journey, glanced back suspiciously. He also felt the shaking ground.
Uncertain what had happened.
The system did not give any prompts, he didn't want to delay. And he didn't know how far he had separated from others. At this time, Han Yan and others. Each one drenched in cold sweat. This time, the roadblock was not as easy to deal with as the previous little girl. It was simply not silent. They unexpectedly encountered a life and death gamble. Have you decided who goes first? We've decided, let's hurry up and start. If you win, I'll tell you a piece of information, okay? Chapter 55, She has always wanted to kill you. 9 out of 10 bets are scams, we can't gamble.
Someone whispered their opinion.
Everyone knows this kind of thing, but the problem is the opponent is blocking the way. Even the predator took out their knife, ready to defend. This shows how much pressure the opponent has given him. The opponent clearly does not want to be avoided. Hurry up, the pursuer is about to catch up.
Blocking everyone is a little old man who looks no different from a human.
He does not have the corpse bearer's appearance, thin as a dry corpse. He also does not have the predator's greasy figure and indescribable special aura. If one had to describe him, he would probably just be a passerby.
Yes. A roadside old man. Unremarkable and ordinary. But it is this kind of existence that is blocking the way.
The hint behind him is simply enormous, making one doubt. Similarly, it is also danger. For others, it is a small line in front. But for him, it is behind him, and shockingly huge.
Hearing about the pursuer, everyone couldn't help but look back.
Their hearts were filled with anxiety. The prop card had given them double stamina, they had slowly shaken them off. This delay, they were just caught in a sandwich attack.
No one stepped forward. Going up is no different from seeking death.
Everyone knows this truth, but no one steps up.
If they don't step up, all might die.
In the end, the predator couldn't stand it and casually pointed at someone.
You go.
This time, he didn't point at the yellow-haired guy. The already injured yellow-haired guy slightly breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could feel secure,
the next second, the predator pointed at him. You are second, anyway you are useless.
The first person pointed to was called Bauer, now filled with fear and unease.
Why am I first? You said he is injured and needs care, isn't it better to send him to death?
At least we can feel the situation, it's also a way to utilize waste. Hearing this, the yellow-haired guy exploded on the spot.
Already facing death and filled with fear, what was this kid saying? If he wasn't injured, he would definitely make this kid eat a stick.
The predator ignored him. He took out the rules contract. When Bauer saw the contract, his face immediately changed. Bauer was the other one who shouted for Lin Yue to play the roulette game.
And this was the influence brought by popularity.
He also realized that the predator's meatball was not that easy to eat. This dead fat man already knew how much danger was on this road. He was planning to use their lives to pave the way. Looking at the predator's contract and knife, Bauer quickly turned to the others.
Everyone was avoiding his gaze.
At this moment, he was filled with panic. He looked at his teammates. Those who usually walked closely with him, bragging partners. They directly chose to leave from his side. As if he was a plague god at this moment.
Not gambling means death directly. Gambling still has a slim chance to survive.
He could only harden his head and step out.
What are we betting on?
Seeing that someone finally came out, the gambler's face broke into a smile.
It's your first time playing, let's keep it simple.
Let's bet on which foot of hers will touch the ground first in 10 seconds.
Ah.
When everyone heard this, they were all stunned in place. They looked towards Han Yan.
Betting on which foot of Han Yan would touch the ground first in 10 seconds?
Although Han Yan was not on the same team as him. But in this round, everyone belonged to the same rope of grass. Besides, Han Yan would not want to participate in this life and death game.
This round, isn't it too simple? Han Yan could control which foot to land, right? There won't be a pit, right? Someone breathed out.
Feeling that this weird gambler was similar to the corpse bearer. They both seemed dangerous but were more like peculiar existences. But Bauer was in a daze for a long time. He stared blankly at Han Yan. From the moment he encountered Han Yan, he recalled everything that had happened in the past 2 days. He was the one who wanted to pull Han Yan into happiness before the game started on the first day. If it were him, with such an opportunity, would he let it slip away? Now, he just hoped the night was too dark.
So that Han Yan wouldn't recognize him.
His fate was now in Han Yan's hands, he could only squeeze out a smile to please her, saying,
Miss Han, my life. It all depends on you.
If I've offended you in any way these past 2 days, please don't take it to heart.
Han Yan carefully looked him over.
Although the starlight was dim, she could still see some outlines up close.
She knew who this person was. Don't worry. I know exactly what to do.
Upon hearing Han Yan's response, the gambler clapped his hands together.
The game is set.
For your first bet, I'll let you choose first.
Bauer turned to look at Han Yan, asking for safety's sake. He then inquired.
I want to ask, if she lands on both feet, how does that count?
The gambler reassured him.
They were only betting on the left or right foot, as long as he guessed wrong, it was a loss for him. Hearing this, Bauer felt a sense of relief in his heart.
The one in control of the outcome was Han Yan, on their side.
There was no reason they would lose this round.
All right, I'll choose the right foot.
With newfound confidence, he spoke with a bit more conviction. After he chose the right foot, a countdown appeared above Han Yan's head. Everyone focused on the numbers above her head.
The crowd understood the scene at once.
They immediately recited the countdown time, helping Han Yan grasp the precise timing.
The gambler did not intervene.
Instead, as the countdown began, he smiled and looked at the anxious Bauer, saying,
Given that you're about to die, let me tell you a secret. She has actually always wanted to kill you. I think you know better than I do why. Isn't that right?
Upon hearing this, everyone almost simultaneously turned to look at Bauer. It seemed they were reminded of the awkward moment right before the game began. Han Yan's expression remained unchanged. The others could not see clearly, but Bauer knew Han Yan had a reason to kill him. Besides the inappropriate thoughts he had about Han Yan, there was also Lin Yue. He had incited Lin Yue to seek death, and this woman had been glaring at him the whole time. That kind of hungry gaze, he remembered it even now. To him, those two were still hand in hand, showing off their love under the gaze of the pursuer. There must be a connection between them. Combining these two factors, it was enough reason for Han Yan to seek revenge on him. I regret it. I want to change to the left foot. Han Yan, how dare you? 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. As he dazedly pondered and recalled, he lunged toward Han Yan at that moment. The countdown above Han Yan had already reached 0. And at the moment he lunged toward Han Yan, his entire head exploded. Only a headless body continued to rush forward. Finally, it collapsed at Han Yan's feet. The first round, I won. The feeling of winning is still so exhilarating. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Huang Mao was also trembling. He was the second one. Moreover, he was quite unkind to Han Yan. Damn it, if this woman seeks revenge on him, he is doomed. Han Yan glanced at the terrified and furious expressions of the crowd, saying calmly, "Don't look at me. I landed on my right foot." It was his choice to change at the last moment. Only then did the crowd turn to the gambler. He can read minds. Wang Chao almost instantly understood the rules of this gamble. This guy could read minds, the content of all the gambling games didn't matter. What mattered was that he knew who wanted to kill in this team. Mastering this point, they could win no matter how they played. Han Yan's reasoning was too weak. She should have become the target of everyone. But Bauer was too foolish. In the end, he not only threatened Han Yan but even suggested changing feet. This way, regardless of which foot Han Yan landed on, he was dead. The game creator was this gambler. Before any prior notice, anything could be said. And that was not even what he worried about the most. This gamble clearly saw the temporary harmony between the two teams. It was like a needle, about to poke the balloon of temporary peace between the two teams. This is its purpose, to play tricks on us. And then watch the fun. Chapter 56, Wait, I disagree. Lin Yue found the road again, luckily just needing to keep running straight ahead. Even if he went a little off, he could still find the road. But standing in the middle of the road, he wasn't sure how far he had strayed. He also didn't know where the others were at this point. With no choice, Lin Yue took out the voyeur's eyeball. As the relic activated, Lin Yue temporarily gained night vision and distant observation abilities. He saw the pursuers closely chasing the players. He immediately felt relieved. Not too far off, thankfully. Why have they all stopped? Not good, that trickster must be up to something. Without pausing, Lin Yue ran straight ahead. At the same time, he thought that as long as they dealt with this internal traitor, they could definitely hold out for 5 days in their current situation. Now with the holy water, pretending it was ordinary water, one person could give them a sip. That way, it wouldn't trigger the negative effects of using the item card. The opponent wouldn't break free from the rules restrictions, making it less dangerous. In this way, this side mission came at just the right time. Perhaps they could even directly eliminate the spy trickster. The power of holy water he had witnessed tonight. So strong. Seeing the crowd drawing closer, Lin Yue no longer hid and charged straight in. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused ahead. No one noticed his arrival. What are they looking at? Lin Yue approached without anyone realizing. Everyone was staring intently ahead, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. This smell made Lin Yue realize something had happened. So, he squeezed through the onlookers. The others were not happy about someone squeezing in, and as they turned around, they saw Lin Yue. Lin Yue? Aren't you dead? Lin Yue chuckled awkwardly. He couldn't say he had deliberately disappeared to observe them. You're the one who's dead. I just went to take a dump. Take a dump? Didn't everyone take care of business near the rest point? Once they left the rest point, they couldn't stop. How did he do it? Standing up? Oh, he must have eaten something bad and couldn't hold it anymore. He had been missing for so long. It was probably to deal with this matter. He didn't dare to ask further, and Lin Yue certainly wouldn't answer. Instead, he looked ahead and asked, "What's going on?" Before the other could answer, Lin Yue had already squeezed to the front. And the trickster's prompt appeared in Lin Yue's eyes. Ding! Found trickster, cheater, fraud, weakling. What the heck? 3 prompt words? What kind of background does this trickster have?
No matter what, this old guy turned out to be a weakling. Weakling is weakling, cheat is cheat. You even made the prompt words so big. Are you afraid the players can't see? Playing in the dark? Betting that players won't believe? Han Yan's gamble was different from before.
In the same game, he was too lazy to play. This time, the trickster used a slightly normal gambling method.
At this moment, centered around Han Yan and the trickster, a special space appeared.
Each of them had a few cards above their heads. They were playing Old Maid now. However, this time, they were not drawing from each other, but pulling from their own to give to the other. The trickster had the ability to read minds. So, in this round, he had already locked in victory. Even if Han Yan was meticulous and could avoid thinking about which card was the Old Maid, others watching the gamble would not be able to do the same. He had no chance of failure. I picked the third card on the left above.
Oh no, not many cards left. Looks like I'm going to lose.
The trickster always wore a confident smile. He had already determined the position of the Old Maid above his head through the reactions of the other onlookers. He kept it, intending to crush Han Yan's last glimmer of hope at the final moment.
This is enough fun.
At this moment, there was a pile of cards laid out on the ground. And only 4 cards remained. It felt more like a countdown of death. Han Yan's face was full of cold sweat. She knew very well that the opponent was still toying with them. They were deliberately not giving her the ghost card. Watching as card after card was played out. There were still 2 cards left for the gambler. Han Yan only had 1 card left on her head. Now, it was still the gambler's turn to draw a card for the opponent. This time, he would definitely draw the ghost card for Han Yan. The ghost card was smoothly drawn and appeared above Han Yan's head. If Han Yan picked wrong, the game would end. Her head would explode. Lin Yue looked at the corpses on the scene, knowing that this gambler was not a good thing. Moreover, he asked the surprised Zheng Hai who returned. This gambler also had the ability to read minds. Damn, a con artist can read minds too. How do you play this? Isn't this bullying? Betting lives? Betting a big ghost. Lin Yue saw that Han Yan was unable to speak for a long time. He knew this clever woman was surely too clever for her own good. Instead, she was tricked by the shady methods under the lamp. Time was not waiting for anyone. Lin Yue directly walked out. A mere weakling, are you pretending to be tough here? Wait, I don't agree. What is it that you don't agree with? The gambler looked dumbfounded at Lin Yue who walked out. Do you think this is a wedding crash and there's something to disagree on? Dude, are you at the wrong show? But Lin Yue seemed not to see his dark, hungry gaze. Who are you? Daring to. Slap. A crisp slap echoed in the desolate wilderness. I. Slap. The gambler received 2 slaps in a row. Covering his face, rage was about to burst from his eyes. You're looking for death. He stepped back and then waved his hand. What is he doing? I don't know, maybe he's stunned. Speaking of which, Lin Yue actually came back alive. I wonder where he went just now. I know, he said he went to take a dump. You believe that? This kid may be silly, but he's still so fierce. The gambler looked at his own hands. Then waved again. His ability did not appear. And Lin Yue just stood there with his arms crossed, wearing a hint of provocation, saying, Continue. I want to see what tricks you can pull. Something is wrong. It's extremely wrong. Why has the ability disappeared? The gambler's forehead started to sweat. The ability cannot just vanish. Unless this kid has something that can suppress his power. Damn, I've kicked a tough one. I'm not feeling well today, you all are lucky. I'm not betting anymore. The gambler threw down this sentence and turned to run. The people watching were startled. They knew Lin Yue was awesome, but this was a bit too awesome, right? Lin Yue turned back to look at everyone's reaction. Couldn't help but shake his head. These people really are. One person is overly cautious, but a whole group is overly cautious. The system prompts have never been wrong. I don't know what they are afraid of. Encountering such a weakling, just go up and give a big kick to teach him a lesson, that's all. Why still playing this deadly game? They wasted a hapless egg. Run? Did I let you run? Chapter 57, Compressing Rest Time. Lin Yue was afraid he would directly kill this guy. So he put away the long nail and took out the steel pipe. This way, he wouldn't kill him but could still torment this shady thing a little longer. The gambler looked at the blood on the steel pipe, recognizing it as a murder weapon. He didn't know how many evil spirits and strange lives had stained it. Oh God.
What kind of origin does this guy have? In order to survive, he didn't care much. He took out something to save his life. I have information that can help you out of this grassland. Seeing the steel pipe about to fall on his head, the gambler hurriedly presented the information with both hands. At the same time, he closed his eyes. After waiting for a moment, there was no pain above his head. He then opened his eyes. Information. Lin Yue grabbed the thing in his hand. It is a piece of bone. There are some strange small words on it, but it's impossible to tell what is written. Ding. You have obtained the final words of a player from a certain period. This item records a player's understanding of this dungeon. Translating. I ate everything I could eat, including my companions. But on the 5th day, I still couldn't get out. Looking at the boundary line so close ahead, my hand could almost touch it. The resting points are traps, and the special areas are traps. They consumed too much of our time. Forget hunger. Lose your sanity. Even if you run your legs off, don't stop. Not for a moment, don't stop. Lin Yue put away the bone piece. Looking at the hopeful betting spirit, he was suddenly struck down with a rod. Crack. Kill the betting spirit. Freedom point +1. Lin Yue glanced at the steel pipe in his hand. He didn't use nails, so how could it have killed it? As expected, weak and useless. This scourge has no idea how many people it has deceived and killed on this road. Such a strange thing should be eradicated. Does he really think he can just pray and eat vegetarian? He understood why Han Yan and others wanted to gamble their lives against the betting spirit. Everything is for the bone piece in his hand. It turns out it was not excessive caution. It was for the information. This explains everything. Lin Yue turned around and shared the acquired information for everyone to analyze. He directly threw the bone piece to Han Yan. Han Yan was almost at the gates of hell, even though she often had a very calm mind. At this moment, she was still a bit dazed. The dynasty did not take himself as an outsider. He directly snatched the bone piece and began to read it. After reading it, he had an unknown expression on his face, and the bone piece kept passing among the crowd. Is what's written on this correct? I think it's not quite right. We wouldn't last 5 days without resting at all. Let alone in a state of hunger, with pursuers biting at our backs. Besides, with enough rest, we can move faster. Everyone was thinking. Lin Yue felt that the problem shouldn't be viewed this way. What he wants to say is, we shouldn't wait until noon, that wastes too much time. Resting is definitely necessary. But we can't rest for a full 6 hours. This game, to put it simply, tests both their physical and mental limits. And how they respond to the strange beings that block their way with luck and wisdom. Hunger, fatigue, fear, and all kinds of strange obstacles. All of these are slowing down their progress. 5 days? No. If they go at full speed, they wouldn't need 5 days. 5 days are just the deadline they were given. Forget hunger. This means the opponent has also spent too much energy and time looking for food. And they have predators around. They don't need to worry about that at all. The wasted time in front still has a chance for recovery. Lin Yue took the initiative to walk in front of the predator. You have walked this road too. I'm not asking when you participated in the game. You probably cannot talk about that. After being left behind forever, you've walked this road many times. What's the longest time you took, and have you seen anything beyond the grasslands? As the saying goes, looking at a mountain can kill a horse. As long as there is a huge reference point. A person's eyes can see far. The predator pondered. He always believed this road has no end. So, he never had high hopes for this group of people. The farthest time, he ate up all the food. He walked for a whole month and still didn't see anything outside the grasslands. The predator shook his head. That was his answer to Lin Yue. At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly realized another thing in his heart. That is, although hunger comes quickly. But no matter how intense the exercise, the speed of hunger remains the same. This pattern, which was discovered first, actually hinted to them that they need to move at full speed. Otherwise, it is meaningless. Not only that. They also need to effectively manage every minute and every second. They need precise control of time and physical strength. And the arrangement of rest points. Only then can they find a way out. And the biggest unstable factor is these people that block their way. They used to think of a rest point each day. It seemed they were not taking this life and death game seriously. Those who didn't know would think they came for a vacation. It was also a matter of luck. The first special area gave them 2 perfect item cards. Double stamina, delayed stop time. Especially the double stamina, which greatly eased the time wasted on the road. Now, as long as they dealt with that monster, They could confidently speed ahead. Everyone discussed for a while. Finally decided to compress the rest time, sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day. As for the special areas at noon and midnight and the game machines, they would not care. Those rewards, seemingly for their good, were actually traps to entice them to linger and waste time. Thinking about only sleeping 2 hours a day, everyone felt uneasy in their hearts. They thought with the item cards they could comfortably finish the game. But unexpectedly, the pressure was still so high. Don't all frown and look worried. Look, what is this? Lin Yue took out a skull, and an honest person subconsciously said, "Skull. What are you doing with that?" Lin Yue rolled his eyes. "Just like your head, it's filled with water." "Don't be picky, the only place I found water was the skull, nothing else to use." As soon as they heard it was water, everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't care what the container was. It had been 2 days. They were close to drinking urine. They were already parched beyond measure. In fact, someone had secretly been collecting their urine since the first day. At this moment, it lay in their spatial bag. When they just discussed compressing rest time, they thought, maybe tomorrow they would have to unlock this life achievement. Now not having to drink urine was a big surprise. Line up. Everyone line up. Lin Yue, is there just this one skull? Someone looked at the small skull of water, feeling it was a bit little. They couldn't help but look hopefully at Lin Yue. Even the way they addressed him changed. Lin Yue spread his hands. "I already said, there's nothing else to hold water. Should we turn back?" Turn back? If it weren't for the agreed extension of travel time, he might really turn back. At this moment, it was definitely impossible. Now, they needed to line up even more. Even the proud dynasty had to line up in the queue. No one could refuse the first sip of water after 2 days. Lin Yue said he was full from drinking water. All this water belonged to them. Standing quietly at the back of the crowd, long nails and a Buddha statue instantly fell into his hands. As long as someone didn't drink or encountered a problem after drinking, he would immediately strike. Chapter 58, surely there is one more. Han Yan drank the first water. A small skull, she didn't dare to drink much. Each person probably could only get a sip. However, as soon as she drank it down, the system prompt sounded. Holy water? Han Yan held back the urge to look back. Lin Yue was lying. This was not water at all. It was clearly a special item. Why did he take out such a precious thing to share? Han Yan's thoughts turned quickly, and she immediately understood the reason. He deliberately went missing to make finding water seem like a performance, right? Han Yan knew. After Lin Yue got that item card, he had been acting strange. Especially at the moment he went missing. She was a bit panicked too. Fortunately, she believed Lin Yue was deliberate. After all, everything Lin Yue did that was out of the ordinary. She now found reasonable. And what she said before was also to cover for Lin Yue. Zhang Hai was the second to drink water. This kid was also very smart, his eyes turned and he almost spit it back. He feared it wouldn't be enough. If Lin Yue wanted to share the water, and no one got it, it would be for nothing. That would mess things up. Until Zhao Gang behind urged him, did he hand it over. Before he left, he reminded. Gangzi, there are too many people. Drink less. Zhao Gang rolled his eyes, really meddlesome. Everyone's eyes lit up when they got water. Zhao Gang was no exception. He understood Zhang Hai's meaning. And he doesn't care about the people behind. He secretly spat out half of the water he gulped down. In any case, the most important thing is not to ruin things. Fortunately, it was dark enough. The expressions of these people were unreadable. Either these people are not stupid, or every person who drank the water had thoughts racing in their minds. Everyone knows that Lin Yue's water has a targeted purpose. The water bottle kept going around, and Lin Yue kept watching. Just don't know how many people spat it back out. As he watched the water nearing the bottom, only 2 people were left. So far, no problem has arisen. The last to drink were the yellow-haired guy and his childhood friend carrying him. At this moment, there was not much left at the bottom of the water bottle. The two exchanged glances. The yellow-haired guy's friend held back and said, "You've drunk it all, right? I'm not thirsty." The yellow-haired guy was injured and had already spit blood, he was badly lacking water. But carrying him, his friend's physical strength was also greatly consumed. Both were lacking water. The two argued for a while. Wang Chao watched Lin Yue's hand, lost in thought. "You two stop arguing, 1 sip each." "That's enough." The yellow-haired guy sighed. He took a tiny sip, barely moistening his lips. He really didn't drink much.
It was mainly because the people in front had larger mouths. At this point, Lin Yue had already leaned close to the two.
Wang Chao seemed to care about the two standing opposite Lin Yue.
His hidden hand had shining nails.
Zheng Hai noticed it. Wang Chao knew what Lin Yue was doing.
He was pinning these two together,
ready to attack at any moment.
He also tightened the jade gourd and took a couple of steps forward. The air was silent.
The last person drinking water seemed completely unaware of anything being wrong. Gulp. He drank. Did you not sense anything off? Lin Yue blinked and looked at him. He remembered this person.
A naive young man, especially loyal to his buddies.
Wang Chao also asked.
Bo Zai, how's the taste of the water?
Bo Zai didn't notice any problem.
If I had to say.
Did any of you spit it back? Really nothing happened. Everyone drank. Everyone was watching. Why?
Lin Yue suspiciously glanced at the water bottle. Could it be that he had already been seen through?
There's still one person who hasn't drunk.
Who?
Everyone turned to look at Han Yan.
Seeing Han Yan point at the dead on the ground.
He didn't drink.
When you got the prop card, he was also among us. Han Yan's words were like a quick knife revealing the truth. The headless corpse on the ground instantly turned into a puff of green smoke. Then, it transformed back into a complete person.
What great luck!
I'm talking about you all. If it weren't for that damn gamble, it helped you.
I already. He. Such a bizarre scene.
Caused everyone to instinctively take a step back.
Lin Yue sighed again.
That weak gambler didn't kill this guy after all. Upon careful thought, it also made sense. After all, it was a weak trickster. Lin Yue wasn't afraid of him. He knew one thing clearly. That is, this weirdness that followed him into the second round of the game seemed only able to unleash its abilities from the first instance.
In other words,
if he wanted to harm people, it wasn't that simple. That was the reason he had been slow to take action.
If he used that prop card,
it would lift this layer of rule constraints.
Let it be free.
That time, they would truly be in danger.
You're the weirdness from the last round, right? To be honest, it's absurd that you could follow them all the way to this round of the game.
As he spoke, Lin Yue glanced at Wang Chao and the others. His gaze seemed to ask,
are you all foolish?
In the last round, it was so straightforward, and there were hints warning players about the weirdness mixed in. You actually managed to bring the weirdness along to clear the level.
Wang Chao immediately understood Lin Yue's meaning. What are you looking at me for? In the last instance, I captured one. This is the second. Speaking of which, there should be one more for it to be reasonable. One on each side. You didn't drink water in front of everyone either. Wang Chao pointed back at Lin Yue. This scene directly confused everyone. What happened? Is Lin Yue the weirdness? Are you the idiot brought in by this weirdness?
Lin Yue rolled his eyes. He ignored Wang Chao. He charged towards the strange being forced to appear. The other party seemed to know how powerful Lin Yue was.
They turned and ran away.
Kid, I'd set my sights on you.
The secret you have, I will definitely get it. Ha ha ha. Watching them turn into smoke and fly away. Lin Yue was also extremely angry.
This is good. Not only failed to catch the chicken, but also got targeted.
Lin Yue turned around. He found everyone had actually taken a cautious step back. Are you serious? If I were the strange being, would I be working so hard to drag him out? That's holy water. Do you know how much it pains me?
Actually, he wasn't that pained. There were still plenty in his bag. But the speed at which these guys turned against him made Lin Yue furious.
Besides Han Yan.
Even this guy Zheng Hai hesitated.
Lin Yue quickly took out a water bottle and gulped down 2 mouthfuls.
Then wiped his mouth and said,
now do you believe?
All of you are ungrateful.
Wang Chao's mouth twitched. Sure enough, there was water.
A simple test revealed it. Who knows if this kid is really stupid or just pretending?
There's no reason.
Why do we only have 2 on our side, while you only have 1 on yours?
There must be another one, and it's definitely on your side.
At this moment, only Han Yan was looking at Lin Yue.
Her thoughts unknowingly drifted somewhere else. If there really is another one. Could it be Lin Yue? Everything about Lin Yue was too unbelievable. Talking to the strange being, cooking and eating together. Also staying in one's room. Is it possible? Lin Yue didn't know if he was the strange being? Chapter 59, Sister, you are truly beautiful.
This thought flashed through Han Yan's mind and then she gave it up.
It's still unlikely.
She had witnessed Lin Yue showing the system panel with her own eyes. In other words, even if Lin Yue is the strange being, his identity is still a player.
Oh, stop getting tangled up in this.
The pursuers have caught up. All the distance we barely pulled away is now wasted.
Someone anxiously warned about the latest information. From now on, every second is extremely precious.
They cannot afford to waste it.
This statement was correct.
Now they couldn't go looking for another strange being that might not even exist.
Everything was just Wang Chao's speculation. Perhaps, Wang Chao was wrong.
After all, everyone had drunk the holy water. Lin Yue couldn't be bothered with these people and simply turned to leave.
Today he accumulated 2 freedom points, all added to agility. As a result, his agility reached 17 points.
In terms of attributes, he had already crushed everyone.
Walking felt like a light jog. In the blink of an eye, he left everyone behind. He walked fast.
If others wanted to keep up with him, they would have to endure quite a bit of hardship.
By dawn,
almost everyone was panting heavily. But there was no time to rest, they had to keep moving.
Due to the significantly increased speed in the second half of the night. As soon as it got light, they encountered the next resting point.
The predator rarely showed a different expression and walked over to Lin Yue with a smile, saying, "At this speed, it's only about 13 or 14 hours to the next resting point.
Should we skip this one?"
Lin Yue ran full speed ahead without stopping. He had hardly spoken a word. He was afraid that if he slowed down, he'd lose the breath he was holding. When his feet finally stopped, even he felt a moment of daze. He was still a bit tired.
"Do you mean to keep walking until night?"
Looking at the predator's flickering eyes, Lin Yue suddenly found it amusing.
"You aren't scared of the boss at this resting point, are you?"
The predator had mentioned. The boss at the next resting point was stronger than him and had a worse temper. He didn't know if he had offended these people. The predator pointed to the yellow flowers that had started to appear on the grassy ground ahead and said,
"You don't know how difficult this resting point boss is. She loves beauty. And she likes to hear the truth." Lin Yue blinked.
He didn't quite understand the predator's meaning. They had walked from noon yesterday until dawn this morning, continuously advancing for 18 hours.
Not taking a break is not a good idea. Rushing in a desperate situation is not mindless running.
It is necessary to arrange reasonable rest time.
Seeing that Lin Yue didn't understand his hint, the predator turned and told this news to Han Yan.
Han Yan immediately locked onto the two phrases, loves beauty and listens to the truth. But she also knew that everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, and cannot miss this rest point.
If they miss it,
the next journey will require a non-stop 30-hour run.
That would exceed a whole day.
Everyone discussed for a moment and still decided to go in and rest. Even if it is just a 2-hour rest. Seeing that they made a decision, the predator stopped speaking.
As for whether anyone would die,
everyone here knows very well in their hearts. Every time they rest, it is impossible to be completely unharmed. Lin Yue still walked at the forefront. Looking at the increasingly dense flowers on both sides of the road, he vaguely felt a hint of curiosity about the owner of this rest stop.
This world can indeed be farmed. If flowers can be grown, then crops can surely be planted. The rest point is right in the middle of a sea of flowers.
Most of these flowers were ones Lin Yue had never seen before.
Some were even shockingly large. Like sharp, spiked bamboo poles reaching into the sky.
The flower stems were covered with small yellow flowers the size of fingernails. No one dared to touch these flowers, they looked as if they were toxic, making it hard to approach. The fragrance of the flowers was also mixed and complex. It caused many who were not used to pollen to sneeze continuously. A glass house stood at the end of the flower path. It was very eye-catching. Although Lin Yue did not understand the predator's hint, he knew he wouldn't easily remind himself.
Here, there must be some problems. Let's take a look at the situation first, and if it's not right to rest, we will continue on. What do you all think?
This suggestion,
no one opposed.
After all, no one likes to die. In fact, Lin Yue felt that those who love flowers surely have good tempers.
Nothing is absolute.
Perhaps the other person is actually a very gentle being. Everyone, led by Lin Yue, finally stepped onto this flower path.
At the end, a graceful figure in a rainbow-like sheer dress caught everyone's attention. Upon seeing this figure,
Lin Yue cast a suspicious glance at the predator.
Could it be an emotional debt?
The predator was clearly a bit flustered, trying to hide his plump body in the crowd.
Evidently, he had left some not-so-good memories here.
The graceful figure, with her back turned to them, did not look back.
Still gently tending to the flowers and plants in the yard, she said. It's been a long time since guests appeared. My rules here are very simple. Praise me. Then you can stay. There are no time limits, you can stay as long as you like. As long as you are happy. What? As long as you praise her, you can move in? And stay as long as you want?
Especially that ethereal voice made everyone's hearts itch.
The voice was so sweet. The figure was also not bad. She must be a great beauty. Isn't it easy to compliment her?
Even if she looked a little ugly, as a man, pursuing a woman is a must-have skill.
Surely I could come up with a couple of lines from the Ode to the Goddess of Luo, right?
Wait, I'll use the most beautiful ancient poem to win her over.
It's settled then.
Han Yan looked at the excited faces of the men and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seeing Lin Yue standing still, looking dazed. She sighed internally, indeed, all men are the same. Fairy is now a derogatory term, and the hint Lin Yue saw had. The words, like a celestial being. What kind of appearance does one need to match those 4 words? Such simple rules for moving in are mostly traps. Lin Yue did not rashly speak. Just as he initially said, let's first observe the situation. While others squeezed toward the front.
It seemed everyone wanted to be the first player to move in.
The reward Lin Yue received from the last place included special services.
No one wanted to miss out.
However, how fierce their competition is now. At the moment the boss turned around at the break.
The retreat is as fast as it can be.
This face. What's the difference with a corpse bearer?
No difference. Even more so.
A living dry corpse. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This hit them hard. What a waste of such a charming voice and silhouette.
Seeing this, Han Yan instantly understood the predator's hint. Don't say anything reckless, getting into the breakpoint isn't that easy.
She likes to hear the truth, if you force yourself to give her false praise, you definitely won't get in.
Maybe.
Han Yan said, making a gesture of cutting her throat.
Everyone's heart sank. They all knew what it meant. The movements in the back legs became even more decisive.
At this moment, Lin Yue cast a doubtful glance at the crowd.
These people. Are they being overly cautious again? What's there to hesitate about?
Watching Lin Yue step out of the crowd, everyone looked at him together.
Bro, you are really pushing hard. Didn't you hear Han Yan's warning? No wonder he was dating older girls at 8 or 9.
At this time, only Han Yan frowned. If it were someone else, she would really help.
But Lin Yue. It's hard to say.
Lin Yue directly held the other person's hand, gently kissed it and smiled, saying, Sister, you are truly beautiful.
Like a fairy. With so many flowers here, you must be a flower fairy, right? Chapter 60, Bone Lotus. Watching Lin Yue not only talking but also taking action. The crowd collectively shrank their necks. Damn. Can this even be done? So intense. Can't learn this. And Lin Ying looked at Lin Yue's sincere face, the praises echoing in her ears. For a moment, she became a bit entranced. How long has it been? About several decades.
I haven't heard such sincere praise in a very long time. Little brother, welcome to my little shop.
If you want, I can be yours tonight.
Listening to these words, Lin Yue, however, was not happy in his heart.
Staying until the next day?
So this was a trap. Using lust to corrupt their will, leading them to drown in this place.
No wonder there's no limit on the duration of breaks.
Clearly, they want to delay him from leaving this world. If it weren't for that bone fragment, he might have really fallen for it. The traps in this game are truly everywhere, impossible to guard against.
Thank you, fairy sister, for your kindness. I still have a long way to go, just waiting for 2 hours before leaving. Hearing Lin Yue refuse.
Lin Ying felt a bit disappointed. But rules are rules. She couldn't change Lin Yue's mind and didn't want someone like him to get trapped in this world. To endure a miserable fate like hers. That's really a pity.
Since my beauty can't keep you, let me leave you some beautiful memories. Come with me.
Lin Yue was pulled away by her. Except for Han Yan, who found it strange.
The rest looked dumbfounded.
Everyone looked at each other. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yue hit the jackpot again.
What about us? We haven't even gotten in yet. Lin Ying waved her hand and said. You all can rest in the courtyard. In a good mood today, I'll give you a break.
As she spoke, she suddenly turned to look at the predator in the crowd.
Aren't you coming in to sit?
The predator shook his head repeatedly, like a mouse seeing a cat. His huge and burly body trembled. Now, he somewhat believed Lin Yue could take him away from here.
If even this female demon could be won over. How to say it? It just feels somewhat wrong. But he couldn't pinpoint why.
Anyway, the more sinister Lin Yue is, the better, the higher his chance to leave. If he couldn't put his finger on it, the others were even more confused. They all looked at Han Yan.
What are you looking at me for? Is there a problem with my analysis? Is there a problem? No.
If it were them, they would also suspect that there was some trap here with that line about liking to hear the truth.
All they could say. Lin Yue, this person, really doesn't pick and choose.
Lin Yue also had his own difficulties to express.
This woman's strength was unbelievable, he couldn't break free at all. Sister. I truly don't have that intention. I still have to keep my strength to keep going.
By the way, you are like a lotus, noble and flawless, something to admire from afar but never to be desecrated.
I really can't.
At this moment, Lin Yue panted heavily. His back was drenched in sweat.
He wasn't pretending. He truly believed this matter was a trap.
This woman, who looked like a fairy, clearly wanted to use this to keep him here forever. He had every reason to doubt that as soon as he fell into her hands, he would end up like the corpse bearers, nothing but flesh and bones in less than a day.
This trap he absolutely couldn't step into.
But Lin Yue only smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Lin Yue's words were still the truth in her ears.
Not a single lie was told.
This man could see through her false facade, he was the one she had been waiting for. Ignoring Lin Yue's struggles, she tossed him onto a bed covered in petals and said,
"Time is precious. We cannot waste it. Let's begin."
Lin Yue gained his freedom. He quickly took out the long nail and the Buddha statue.
He had to fight desperately.
But when he looked up, he saw Lin Yue carefully taking a wooden box from the cabinet, gently placing it on the table, and slowly opening it.
"This is called the bone lotus. It will be of great help to your future. According to your people's words, this thing is considered an ash relic. All I need is for you to deliver a message, and this thing will be yours." Ding.
Triggering special task, help Lin Yue deliver the message.
Huh? A task?
Lin Yue quietly pulled back the relic in his hand, looking at her with suspicion.
Why are there so many tasks?
Soon, Lin Yue thought of the predator.
Were you a player too? If you want to leave here, you can come with us.
Lin Yue spoke sincerely. He genuinely wanted to help anyone trapped in this hungry world.
And maybe he could also gain something good.
There was no reason to refuse.
Lin Yue shook her head.
Of course, she knew what the predator was doing. That little brat had passed by her more than once.
Little Zhu is weak, maybe if he sticks with you, he could really leave. But I can't.
I'm constantly being watched by them, I can't escape.
Saying this,
she handed the dried flowers from the box to Lin Yue.
Ding. Gained ash relic, bone lotus.
Bone lotus, legendary, a special relic from a lost world that directly merges with oneself when used.
Grants permanent effect, doubling of physique. Another legendary relic. And it's a one-time relic. Doubling of physique?
The power of the four-handed heavenly Buddha doubles, and the bone lotus doubles physique. The only difference between the two is that the bone lotus has no usage restrictions. A task laid out before him, there was no reason to refuse.
Let alone being offered a reward in advance.
Lin Yue rubbed his hands together, storing it away, and asked,
"What do you want me to convey?" "To whom?"
Lin Yue said nothing.
Instead, she gently wrote 3 characters in Lin Yue's palm.
No need to search deliberately. As long as you can survive, you will naturally encounter him. Lin Yue looked at his palm. To be honest, he didn't understand what Lin Yue had just written in his palm.
"What did you write?"
Lin Yue pressed her finger against Lin Yue's lips.
Then she pushed Lin Yue out. He had received a task in a bewildering manner, only to be inexplicably sent out again.
Lin Yue walked into the courtyard, feeling dazed.
Seeing Lin Yue come out,
the others chuckled.
Fortunately, they didn't let them hear anything through the wall. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to rest at all.
Zheng Hai made space for Lin Yue and waved at him. Lin Yue laid in the soft sea of flowers. But his expression was very serious. This task explained that this game was not going to end so simply.
There were so many players left in this game dungeon.
And Lin Yue believed that one day, Lin Yue could go to her hometown. The 3 characters in his palm were probably the characters of their hometown.
Encountering them would bring understanding. There was no other explanation. How did she send you out? Zheng Hai had a face full of curiosity. Han Yan really wanted to ask,
but she felt too shy to speak up. Zheng Hai's words were actually the question she wanted to ask.
Lin Yue was lying back with his head tilted up. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "Probably only the heavens know." His words were too vague, no one knew what Lin Yue had done in the brief moments after entering the room. If one had to say, a few minutes seemed long enough. Chapter 61, Crossroads. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yue had a million unwilling thoughts. Damn it, how he wished to sleep for a while longer. Even a minute would do. "I don't want to leave, just bury me in this sea of flowers." Someone was too sleepy to open their eyes. Muttering some negative words, he lay back down again. No one paid him any attention. Now there were quite a few grumpy people, but their tired, weak bodies made it impossible for them to even vent. The one with the strongest execution was still Zhang Hai. This kid opened his eyes and immediately got up to head towards the road. Just like when he had walked into the forest. He didn't hesitate at all. Lin Yue still closely followed behind. As for those who wanted to stay, he wouldn't intervene. After getting more meatballs from the predator, the group ate while slowly walking. Once they fully woke up, they began to speed up and run forward. It was already the third day. Today, the daytime journey went incredibly smoothly. The sun was not as intense as yesterday. Soon it was night again. When passing the next resting point, the group hesitated for a moment. They decided not to stop. Unsure if they had pushed beyond their limits. A few people expressed that their bodies had broken through their limits, earning attribute points as rewards. My constitution and agility both increased by 1. Why did I only gain 1 constitution point? You probably slacked off. What nonsense are you talking? I'm just more basic than him. You knew that and still asked? Isn't this to liven up the mood? Lin Yue felt no envy. He was already at the level of a level 3 athlete. Now he could easily participate in a triathlon. In these few days of travel, he hadn't exceeded his physical limits at all. Throughout the journey, apart from the predator, he had the easiest time. Skipping this resting point, the next one would take at least 17 to 18 hours. This was under the condition of maintaining the same pace. If someone showed signs of discomfort, it would almost be a death sentence. At this moment, Lin Yue was most worried about Han Yan. This woman hadn't fallen behind since the first night when she was targeted by pursuers. The stamina doubling card she had, although they had spent 6 hours to earn it, was indeed very valuable. Are we sure we won't stop? As the only female player, Han Yan constantly attracted the attention of others. Many people waited silently. They were waiting for her to fall again. However, this woman was very determined. She shook her head, calmly moving forward. Lin Yue looked around. In fact, there were others in worse condition. 2 people had already changed their walking posture. Running was out of the question. But most insisted on continuing their journey. They couldn't face the resting point's owner alone. Once they fell behind the main group, what awaited them was also a death sentence. The long night was endless. Carrying the starry sky, Lin Yue and the others had no idea how long they had been walking on this road. Until a passing person stopped them. When the crowd saw this, they immediately became alert. Yet another huge, terrifying, bizarre warning. It finally arrived. These damned roadblocks. Get out of the way. Lin Yue glanced at the obvious warning on the opponent's body. He slapped forward. The slap left the opponent stunned. His teammates behind him were also stunned. So, it could be done this way? Even Wang Chao rubbed his eyes, confirming Lin Yue had sent flying a truly terrifying roadblock. Then like nothing happened, he continued to move forward. He tightly clenched his fists. The more he interacted, the more he found Lin Yue was far stronger than him. Every time he thought that the other party had shown their full strength, he could always refresh his understanding not long after. Don't just stand there, the next rest stop is still over 7 hours away. If you want to sleep early, give it your all. Lin Yue did not forget to cheer for those dazed people. Han Yan had long since become accustomed to it. Zhang Hai also seemed to have adapted. Even Zhao Gang and the others had nothing to say and quickly followed. They were afraid of losing Lin Yue, the super reassuring bodyguard. Huang Mao on Wang Chao's back felt the fatigue of the 2 brothers. He wanted to speak, but was warned in advance by Wang Chao. Don't talk to me, I don't want to say a word right now. The food of the predator only prevented them from starving. Right now, he was both tired and thirsty. His rationality was constantly on the edge of danger. He had entertained thoughts of giving up. He did not have the strength to say anything pointless. It was impossible to let him leave his brothers and walk alone. The bewildering abnormality had been motionless from beginning to end. Standing by the roadside like a wrong child. For some reason. When he met Lin Yu's eyes with anger, it seemed as if he was staring into a terrifying evil. That momentary gaze seemed to say, as long as it dared to move, it would be doomed. In the latter half of the night, no people blocked the road again.
Lin Yu's group had completely become like walking corpses. They moved forward mechanically. They could see dawn approaching. The thought of the rest stop coming soon was like a shot of adrenaline injected into their bodies.
Everyone was speeding up.
But what awaited them was not a rest stop,
but a fork in the road. Confusion and disappointment spread across everyone's faces.
Only the predator looked at the fork with great excitement. This was something he had never encountered before.
Didn't they say this is the rest stop? My feet are almost numb. Do we have to keep walking?
Some complained, others panicked.
2 roads, which one to choose? Will one of them be a dead end? The predator couldn't give them any hints.
He had never seen such a situation. When he experienced this game, he hadn't walked this far at all.
Looking at the 2 identical roads, everyone was at a loss.
Until the sign at the fork turned silently.
The arrow pointed to the left for everyone.
It simultaneously displayed the word, simple. It seemed to be giving them a hint and guide.
Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one moved. Could it be a trap? What if it isn't?
This.
How about splitting up? Let's test our luck. Split up? I'd rather die together.
At this moment, there was no hint. But Lin Yue felt that since the bone fragments did not deliberately mention this information,
there should not be any problems.
He turned the sign back to the right. The hint showed the word, difficult. After pausing for a moment,
Lin Yue directly walked towards the right.
Upon seeing Lin Yue choose the harder path, no one questioned it.
No one knew if the sign was a trap.
Simply put, it was all the same whichever they picked.
A matter of probability. Seeing this, everyone followed suit.
Han Yan carefully observed the sign.
There was nothing special about it.
Even if there was, her mind was like a blob of mush right now. The more they walked down the road ahead, the more panic they felt. Clearly it was broad daylight.
But there were unexplainable whispers around them.
Some even saw the ephemeral shadow creatures that vanished at the predator's rest stop.
Ah! Don't come here.
The shadow creature passed through him, leaving him icy cold all over. His forehead was covered in dense cold sweat. His heart was beating wildly.
Someone helped him up. In a hurry, they asked, "What did you see?"
"Hey!
Speak up, what did you see?" Everyone stopped.
They turned to look at each other. It seemed they were all waiting for an answer. They truly did not have the extra strength to care about others. The person helping him and the one who had screamed had traveled together along the way. Although they hadn't known each other before, they had spent enough time together that they couldn't ignore each other. He raised his head in terror, looking at everyone with a blank face and said,
"Dead." "Dead?" Lin Yue turned around to check.
The person was indeed dead. His face was pale, and sweat covered his body. His body was cold, as if he had been dead for a long time. His eyes bulged out, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before dying.
"Scared to death?" "No."
Lin Yue looked around suspiciously. He also heard that horrible scream. This guy must have seen something before he died. Before Lin Yue could understand, Huang Mao, who was on Wang Chao's back, suddenly screamed. It seemed he also saw something terrifying.
"Chao Go, run! Run fast!" Chapter 62 Panic spreads.
No one knew what Huang Mao had seen.
His panic and fear in his eyes were definitely not fake. Wang Chao carried him and ran. There were very few people who could still run now. Bo Zi followed closely behind them, never leaving an inch, ready to take over for Wang Chao at any time. What on earth did they see? At least it was certain that the invisible ones would not be attacked.
In other words, there was a ghost-like strange presence that would only appear under specific circumstances.
How much rationality do you all have?
Lin Yue looked at the people around him and asked this doubtful question. Han Yan 19, Zhao Gang 28, Zheng Hai 30. The others were basically hovering around 20.
This meant that everyone present was basically in a state of severe panic. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lin Yue checked the guy's feet.
The ankles were already swollen beyond recognition.
This guy should have been unable to move a long time ago.
But he didn't want to fall behind, just like the hint on the bone fragment suggested.
Break your legs and don't stop. He had been holding on.
He must have feared that this leg would trap him in a hopeless situation, leading to a continuous decline in rationality. A decline in rationality should mean he saw some mysterious and weird thing.
Huang Mao was the same.
He was injured in 2 organs and couldn't rush. If not for his 2 childhood friends taking turns to carry him,
he would have died long ago. He must have been aware of this and feared it.
He had the most time to observe the others. After Huang Mao realized that this unstable walker died here, he might think this would also be his fate, causing his rationality to dip to a level that allowed some strange creature to appear. Lin Yue had a rationality of 90.
He was not panicking at all.
Even when he saw the fork in the road, his rationality surged by 10 points. Because he felt that this fork meant they were about to leave this grassland.
This was a happy thing. Lin Yue shouted to the 3. Don't panic, your low rationality brought it.
Huang Mao seemed not to have heard Lin Yue's words. His expression was terrified and crazy. He even started beating Wang Chao, who was carrying him.
Are you crazy? Don't move. At that moment, Huang Mao suddenly turned fierce on his face.
He had a baseball bat in his hand and jumped down from Wang Chao's back. He roared and slashed at the air.
The baseball bat hit the ground, creating a small dent in the cement floor.
Huang Mao maintained this posture, standing still.
How could an ordinary baseball bat hit something strange? Even if it hit, it wouldn't harm it at all. This kid doesn't want to be a burden, it's intentional. Zheng Hai expressed his opinion.
The others had different expressions.
2 people had died continuously.
And both died so cleanly and neatly, with no room for resistance.
Everyone couldn't help but feel another wave of panic. What? You say if you don't panic, nothing will happen? I can't control it. Clap, clap. Lin Yue clapped his hands hard. The loud sound attracted everyone's attention. Let's play a word association game. 1 mind, 1 intention. Han Yan, your turn. Han Yan looked confused.
However, she was interrupted from her current thoughts by this sudden question. Seeing Huang Mao's fate, she seemed to see herself. She too could barely move, her ankle hurt badly. She didn't know how many blisters had formed on her feet. Everything was just her disguise. She didn't appear to be as calm as she seemed. It was as if she had been infected by panic. Just a moment ago, her rationality was at 19 points.
In just a few breaths, it dropped to 11.
It seemed that if it fell any lower, she would see the bizarre creature that instantly killed 2 people. Lin Yue's question stopped her rationality from continuing to fall. She understood that Lin Yue had seen through her facade.
With a focused mind, was he reminding her not to be distracted by these deaths? Yi Qi Fingfa.
Han Yan clenched her fists and shouted loudly. This roar seemed to break free from the invasion of fear. It brought her back to herself.
Fa. Who will catch it? Lin Yue shouted again.
This sudden little game indeed shifted everyone's nerves a bit away from their 2 suddenly deceased companions. So, everyone relied on the idiom game Lin Yue spontaneously came up with. They started to focus their thoughts away from panic. Bozai pulled along the angry Wang Chao, ready to fight against the invisible creature. He trailed far behind the main group.
Lin Yue didn't have the time to care about him. Right now, their own people were on the verge of losing their rationality.
After shifting their fear, the group still couldn't shake off their exhaustion and drowsiness. They didn't know how long they had been walking on this road. The idiom game had long since come to a halt, replaced by other distraction games. At this moment, rational Han Yan raised a question.
We've been walking on this road for 4 hours and 7 minutes. There are no changes around us. This doesn't seem right. Is that piece of bone still there?
Lin Yue took out the bone piece and handed it to Han Yan.
Forget hunger, lose rationality.
Lin Yue, we seem to have misunderstood.
Lin Yue didn't understand what Han Yan was saying. Their actions had already proven the information on the bone piece.
Desperately hurrying, they reached a fork in the road that they might have entered on the 5th day.
Now, they should be getting closer to the boundary line. How could they have misunderstood? Han Yan simply explained.
She pointed at the predator. Because of him, we've gained quite a few advantages in this round of the game. First, the hunger issue has been solved.
But
this round of the game is called the Hunger Road. Then she displayed the content on the bone piece.
Forget hunger, lose rationality.
He is not venting nor roaring. Rather, he is giving a true description and advice, to fall into hunger and forget it, then let rationality fall into the sight of that terrifying and strange thing.
Perhaps, this is the real way out of here.
Lin Yue listened to these words.
He fell into deep thought. Han Yan's statement seemed to have some truth to it. If the hunger road could allow them to eat full and set off. It truly didn't align with the game's purpose. But this was a benefit he had earned through his own ability. I'm just guessing. Let's keep walking for a while longer. Han Yan didn't say the second half of her sentence. If the current situation continued like this, then it would mean they couldn't walk out at all. Lin Yue needed more people to discuss together. He sought Zheng Hai, who disagreed with Han Yan's idea. This is a dangerous thought. But it's worth a try. Chapter 63, Low Rationality State. Zheng Hai disagreed with Han Yan's idea. But he said it was worth a try. Regarding the current situation, he had no means. Everyone was tired. Everyone was exhausted. Both mentally and physically drained, that was what he was feeling now. But who would try this? After all, in a low rationality state, one had to face that kind of thing. At this moment, besides him, who had the best stamina? It seemed no one could attempt it. After asking Zheng Hai, Lin Yue fell silent. Now seemed quite appropriate. Having walked for so long, the black balls from the morning had almost digested. Everyone could see it. Lin Yue refused the food offered later by the predator. This left everyone puzzled. Only Han Yan and Zheng Hai knew what was going on. Wang Chao seemed to have sensed something too. He even gave up the food. Without the support of the black balls. The speed of hunger. Absolutely astonishing. In just a few short minutes, Lin Yue felt like a hand had grabbed his stomach tightly. It was pulling and tugging desperately. Anxiety and sweating began to appear one after another. He glanced at his sanity level. 78. It's dropping really fast. As his sanity plummeted, it wasn't just physical discomfort. Even his vision started to decline. The unchanging road ahead gradually felt narrower. It seemed to be closing in. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Yue began to feel heat rising in his stomach. Then it spread through his whole body. Like he was on fire. It felt like an invisible, mild flame, burning him uncomfortably. Yet, he couldn't escape it. He endured the discomfort and looked at Han Yan and the others. His sanity had dropped to 25. It turned out they had all been enduring this kind of torment. Besides the hunger, the discomfort from low sanity was even stronger. The predator was watching all of this. Looking at the black lump in his hand. He hadn't eaten it either. This was indeed a bold idea. Caught in hunger and panic, he could lose his life at any moment. But precisely because of this, there might be a slim chance of survival. Han Yan felt a twinge of sympathy, wanting Lin Yue to give up. After all, this was just her guess. It might not be correct. However, Lin Yue listened to her words, yet he couldn't hear clearly. Surrounding him were some chaotic whispers. These voices seemed to come from a language of another world they couldn't understand. But they could feel the strong desire behind the words. Kill me? Lin Yue unconsciously said this. This immediately shocked Han Yan and Zheng Hai. What? Lin Yue waved his hand, indicating he wasn't talking to them. But just as he waved, the next moment, his vision went black. He thought he was going to faint. But the darkness only lasted a moment before his vision brightened again. He saw it. The sides of the road were filled with bony creatures that looked like corpse bearers. It was just because he glanced at one of them that it immediately tilted its head and came closer. It didn't say a word, just stared at Lin Yue, almost pressing its face against his. As if it was judging something. Or waiting for something. Lin Yue's gaze remained unchanged, and his brows slightly wrinkled. He thought there might just be one or two. But that was way too many. No wonder Huang Mao chose to commit suicide. At that moment, seeing this scene, he probably couldn't think of any way to escape. Staring at Lin Yue so closely that he had no choice but to turn his head and pretend to look at his teammates. Then he looked down at the road. And the road beneath them had long since turned into a bloody mess of bones. A pungent smell of decay constantly stimulated his nostrils. It seemed like they were stepping on an unimaginably huge monster. And the strange, carnivorous creatures around were madly tearing at this monster for food. He looked up towards the front. A gigantic creature's head was gaping wide, silently staring at them. A pair of terrifying eyes had just blinked. It was almost reduced to bones, yet it was still alive. Lin Yue felt an indescribable oddness in his heart. The creature watched itself being eaten. Yet it seemed eager for them to enter its mouth. Finally unable to hold back, the creature that was staring at Lin Yue reached out and touched him. But its hand simply passed through Lin Yue's body. It frowned slightly, mumbling. Almost there. But soon. In that moment, Lin Yue's sanity dropped again. It plunged below 10 points. And the strange creature's face showed surprise as it reached for Lin Yue's chest. Its hand headed straight for Lin Yue's pounding heart. Seeing that it couldn't hold back any longer, Lin Yue stopped pretending. He swiftly drove the long nail into the heart of the strange creature. The symbols on the long nail flickered desperately, absorbing its life force. And the creature looked on in bewilderment and confusion. As the long nail was pulled out, blood slowly flowed down from the heart's position. It touched the bright red blood, a face full of surprise. Then panic showed on its face again. Stretching out a hand wanting to touch Lin Yue, but only grasped the corner of Lin Yue's clothing. Thud! The sound of falling to the ground attracted the attention of other strange creatures. They all looked at the corpse of their companion on the ground. Being stared at by so many strange creatures at once, even Lin Yue felt a bit anxious. Almost instinctively, he turned to run. Just then, a hand pulled him straight. It was Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai had no idea what Lin Yue had seen. But he knew. Lin Yue had entered a low rational state. At this moment, his face showed panic and a desire to flee. He must have seen something. He had already prepared a cigarette, stuffing it into Lin Yue's hand. Now, the only thing they had that could restore rationality was the cigarette. Seeing the cigarette, Lin Yue immediately took a puff. His rationality restored to above 10 points. The world felt brand new. It was as if everything he saw just now was an illusion. Then, Lin Yue stuffed the black lump into his mouth. Once he felt he had recovered enough, Zheng Hai hurriedly asked, "Did you see anything?" Lin Yue nodded. "I saw it. But I can't confirm that it is the path to clear the game." "And if it really is?" Lin Yue looked around but didn't continue speaking. He felt it was difficult. For the others, it was probably quite hard to escape. Chapter 64, The Sprint Phase. Before Lin Yue could explain everything he saw in detail, Wang Chao suddenly activated the ash relic, instantly transforming into that strange ethereal form. Wang Chao had also entered another world alongside Lin Yue. But he had no means to regain his rationality and escape. Lin Yue wanted to pass the cigarette to Wang Chao. But Wang Chao ran forward like he had lost his mind. And it seemed like he had completely entered that world. Over here, they actually lost track of him. He should have completely sunk into it. At this moment, the other travelers were still unaware of what had happened. They merely thought Wang Chao had met the same fate as the other two. They were becoming increasingly anxious about the unseen strange creatures. If this continued, without needing to intentionally lower their rationality, they would soon all enter that world. Lin Yue spoke of everything he had seen. The predator was listening on the side but still could not interfere too much. What he needed to do was lower his presence as much as possible. Only in this way could he hope to blend in and escape. He was not the first to cooperate with other players. This was the first time he had come this far. And the first time to discover that this world indeed had an unseen side. Combining everything Lin Yue had seen, Han Yan also did not know which world was truly the way out. But at this moment, Lin Yue was very sure. No need to think anymore. It must be. Playing games is like this, just choose the difficult path. And, don't you think this is more like entering the final sprint phase? Han Yan and Zheng Hai looked at Lin Yue. They did not understand this logic. But they were currently facing more than just a question of selecting difficulty. It was a matter of having no opportunity for trial and error. Only that last statement hit the nail on the head. At the crossroads, it indeed felt like the final sprint phase of a game. And it also gave them two choices. Han Yan looked at her own feet. She was sure she wouldn't last until the next day. Let alone the fact that there might be no resting points ahead. From now on, every moment of hesitation and delay. They reduced their hope of clearing the game. Lin Yue actually wanted to try. He also knew that the biggest dilemma now was that they couldn't afford to delay. In fact, there's no need to worry too much. I just said, that creature reached out to me twice. The first time, it didn't touch me. At that time, I still had some awareness and rationality. Rationality is the key. I estimate that at above 5 points but below 10 points, I can half-enter that world. That kind of balance point between two worlds. Let it temporarily not attack us. We just need to take that moment and rush into the mouth of that strange giant beast. Rushing into the mouth? Zheng Hai furrowed his brow. He didn't like this wording. If it were someone else, he would definitely snap back. It might be a bit difficult to keep the sanity value between 5 and 10. The three felt helpless about this. Han Yan's cautious nature made her hesitate after discovering the problem. Zheng Hai thought it was tough, but had to try. Lin Yue looked at them and smiled. If you stick your neck out, it's a knife. If you withdraw your neck, it's also a knife. Just do it.
Soon, the three prepared to enter a low sanity state, actively sharing their strange experiences about killing the yellow-haired creature with everyone.
You guys are insane.
All crazy. Some voices trembled, feeling like this was a death sentence. There were also those who bowed their heads in silence. They threw the dumpling in their hands hard onto the ground.
I'm all in.
At worst, just die.
I've had enough of this torment.
In the end, only 5 people chose to join them.
The rest decided to continue walking, believing they could get out. Everyone in their team was willing to fight.
On the opposing team, only Botsy and another person joined them.
Botsy's goal was simple. He wanted to find Wang Chao.
Once this was said, Lin Yue and the 3 exchanged glances. They all shook their heads in their hearts.
Wang Chao. Perhaps he was already dead. Have you made your decision? We've made our decision, and now we won't be in a hurry.
From now on, everyone do nothing until 3 seconds are left in the countdown.
Just rest in place.
First, recover stamina, then, fast.
Finally, they could stop and rest.
A few of them lay on the road without caring for appearances.
Someone rubbed their feet.
Someone closed their eyes silently, looking at the sky. Lin Yue took out a piece of the quest fragment, the shard spinning between his fingers.
If he could come back. Next time, he would definitely bring a lot of seeds.
So that this place would never be short of food.
Farming. They must make these corpse bearers farm.
They rested for a long time. Lin Yue even took out a jar of holy water to share with everyone. Now, no one treated it as holy water.
Everyone just drank it as water.
No matter how good the stuff was, if they died, it meant nothing. Drinking holy water was after fasting.
They kept lowering their sanity.
All eyes were on the attribute panel.
Almost 10. Someone reported their sanity.
Then, they closed their mouths in terror.
Just as Lin Yue's information said, once sanity hit 10.
They saw another world. A world filled with blood and flesh.
A world
surrounded by countless terrifying, strange beings.
Now, they had to rely on the last bit of sanity left to escape from here.
And the moment Lin Yue entered this place, he realized numerous gazes looked over.
Others did not enjoy this treatment.
This made him somewhat dissatisfied.
Isn't it just escaping out once? Is this necessary? The panel was always open. Sanity was currently at 9. Alright, now it's 8. Run. Don't look back. No matter what you hear or see. Just don't look back. Not only could they not look back,
but they should also avoid glancing at the surrounding bony creatures.
Every glance made them fear their sanity would plummet below 5.
Han Yan also saw that huge, strange head soaring into the sky. Everyone felt unspeakable surprise and shock in their hearts. This was something Lin Yue couldn't describe with just a few words. Only by seeing this scene with their own eyes could they feel this unparalleled impact.
It was really still alive? No one knew what that creature was.
At this moment, there was no time to think. The bony creature directly gave up the flesh in its hand. Looking at everyone with greed, it immediately charged forward. At this moment, everyone understood that the whispers around them were all made by these terrifying creatures.
Forget hunger, lose sanity. Run until their legs broke but never stop.
Everything matched the information on the bone fragment. At this time, what was in the minds of Lin Yue and the 8 others was just one thing.
Chapter 65, I'm going to kill your mother. From a bird's eye view.
Behind Lin Yue and the others, there was a mass of skin and bones. If viewed from even higher up, it looked like a giant's body covered in white ants. And these ants were desperately chasing after 9 small black dots ahead. Below Lin Yue and the others, the ground had already turned into a spine. The ground was no longer flat. Fortunately, the bones were huge, so there were not too many obstacles. Lin Yue looked ahead at the skin and bones creatures rushing toward him and instinctively raised his arm. Until these strange creatures penetrated through his body and crashed into the mass of their kind behind him.
Ah! Help me! Ah!
Someone was so frightened by the charging skin and bones that their sanity collapsed. They only managed to shout for help.
In the next second, they were overwhelmed by the army of skin and bones.
Lin Yue glanced around. One creature's hand was instantly bitten off and fell to the ground. In the next moment, another skin and bones creature that couldn't squeeze in picked it up and stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Then, the effect of the holy water in his body seemed to still be working. The creature gnawing at his flesh suddenly widened its eyes. It reached out its long fingers directly into its mouth.
as if it wanted to dig out the blood and flesh it had eaten. Lin Yue watched as it just put its hand inside. In the next moment, its body exploded. Then, more explosions followed. The already crowded mass of skin and bones behind burst open like fireworks on New Year's. Other clueless skin and bones continued to swarm up, gnawing at that person's corpse. The holy water has this effect. Lin Yue immediately told a lie. He is fine for now. Holy water can fend off these bizarre creatures, don't panic. Others were already trembling in fear from the screams behind. Their reason was almost at 5 o'clock. It could fall at any moment. Upon hearing Lin Yue's reminder, they managed to stabilize themselves. In the face of life and death, even if Lin Yue's words were only 1% true, they were willing to believe. More skin and bones surged toward them from the front. The path ahead was almost invisible. Lin Yue frowned and said, "Form a line, follow me and run. They can't touch us. Don't panic." After saying that, Lin Yue no longer held back his strength. He accelerated forward to block the horrifying scene ahead for everyone. As long as their reason didn't break, they wouldn't get touched. But now, their vision was distorted. It was inevitable to feel anxious. This was the only thing he could do for the others right now. At the same time, Lin Yue took out a pot of holy water and took a swig. Then sprayed it forward. Transforming into a powerful figure, Lin Yue sprayed it out. Immediately, an explosion erupted ahead. A large number of skin and bones burst, blood and flesh flying, while eyeballs, organs, and brain matter all became the scenery before them. And Lin Yue stood like a wall against the wind, injecting a dose of comfort into everyone, preventing them from falling into ultimate madness. While under the holy water's effect, Lin Yue continuously comforted himself, maintaining his sanity intact. This method allowed Lin Yue and the others to move forward for a long time, until the skin and bones around Lin Yue became fewer and fewer, and even started to panic and flee from them. Only then did Lin Yue see the situation ahead clearly. They had arrived. That giant head was there like a small mountain. Its eyes had changed from level gaze to a downward look. And its mouth, at this moment, was already in a closed state. This scene completely stunned Lin Yue. "The door is gone?" As soon as he spoke, that mouth slowly opened again. But the shape seemed a little different. At the same time, the system voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, player, for reaching the end of the Hungry Road. Boss battle triggered. All members announcement. Kill the Hunger Lord to clear the game. I kill your mother." Lin Yue exploded with a curse. This gigantic head, as big as a mountain, asks him to kill? With what to kill? An ant gnawing on an elephant should have an army of ants too. Han Yan and others plopped down on the ground, eyes full of despair. Perhaps they really chose the wrong path. That signpost had no traps. This difficult path to pass is far beyond their reach. Before they could lose heart, that mouth had not fully opened yet. A terrifying suction force suddenly swept over. Lin Yue quickly drove the long nail into the bone. The 4-day Buddha's hand instantly opened wide. 2 hands tightly held the fixed long nail, while 2 hands pulled Han Yan and Zheng Hai behind. They held on to the others. The predator could no longer hide itself. The butcher knife was also stuck in the bone crevice, holding itself firmly against being sucked away by the force. In this gust of wind, the skin and bones that chased them earlier, who knows how many, were swept off the ground, flying into this giant mouth. The gale came quickly and stopped just as fast. Before everyone could catch their breath, the sound of crunching started to ring in their ears. The sound made everyone's scalp tingle. Lin Yue looked up and saw the huge eyes of the head. "Kill! I kill!" Lin Yue roared, encouraging himself. There was no other choice now. Kill is kill. He suddenly felt that killing wasn't impossible. What else could this head use to attack them besides this mouth? At worst, just chop a little longer, until it's killed. While the other party had its mouth closed, it was his chance to act. Lin Yue loosened the others and said, "We need to climb up. This is the only road. Climb up." They could also avoid being sucked into the strange head's mouth. Everyone grabbed whatever they had. They rushed towards the face of the head. After blocking 3 waves of the wind, they finally reached the edge of this giant head. Someone swung a machete at it. The skin of this thing was as hard as iron. It couldn't be chopped at all. It had to rely on remnants. And the only things that could injure it were the butcher knife in the predator's hand and Lin Yue's beginner weapon, the long nail. Han Yan's shoes had no room to play at all. But the predator could not attack. After a moment of hesitation, he threw the butcher knife to Lin Yue. "Return it to me after using it."
After speaking, he began to climb up using both hands and feet.
Now, they just needed to not drag Lin Yue down. The rest was to wait for Lin Yue to slowly chop this strange giant head to death.
Lin Yue's long nail became a climbing tool.
It could pierce into the skin with one thrust. After tearing open one wound after another, everyone climbed up along these wounds.
But these wounds were so small. For the huge strange creature,
it was completely painless.
They didn't know how long they climbed.
Everyone felt a gust of wind coming again.
And it was coming from 2 directions.
Its nostrils were also exerting power at this moment. "Don't mind us."
Han Yan knew their group had dragged Lin Yue down too much. At this moment, she directly gave up climbing. She simply clung tightly to the torn flesh near the jaw.
Lin Yue glanced at everyone. He directly cut open a big wound, letting them temporarily hide in the flesh.
Then he quickly climbed up, using the butcher knife and the long nail together.
The steel pipe occasionally pierced in to hold on. After a long time, they finally climbed to the front of the opponent's eye. Looking at the huge eye of the opponent,
Lin Yue had no expression. And the giant head also gave up, creating the gale. They quietly stared at each other. Then, the giant's strange head slowly grinned in a place Lin Yue couldn't see. Slowly, the corners of its mouth opened. In the next moment, Lin Yue felt a sudden drop beneath his feet. The giant head suddenly lowered itself, then abruptly lifted again.
Just this one action, Han Yan and the others were thrown out. And Lin Yue was also thrown into the air. What awaited him was a slowly opening giant mouth. Chapter 66, Passing Through Again.
Lin Yue was not the least bit flustered. Using all his strength, he suddenly threw the butcher knife in his hand. With such a large eye and such close distance, he couldn't make a mistake.
The strange giant creature closed its eyes instead of turning its head to avoid being eaten by Lin Yue. This was the only defense it could make.
The length of the butcher's knife still posed a threat to it. This was a certain sacrifice. It had long been mentally prepared.
The butcher's knife viciously stabbed into the eyelid. A bit of it even penetrated into the eyeball.
From the liquid seeping out from the tightly shut eyelid, one could see. The power of the butcher's knife was indeed quite impressive.
It really hurt it.
But this wound was still too small. Lin Yue, with no tricks left, slowly fell down. It seemed he had no means left. Yet, the other eye of the giant head suddenly spotted Lin Yue's body actually flying up. It did not fall into its mouth.
"I really didn't expect you to choose to lift the rules binding me at the last moment. I must say, you are the most interesting yet the dumbest human I've ever seen. Ha ha ha. I am free now." Lin Yue used that item card.
He had noticed the strange flying thing had been following him all along. And now, Lin Yue was breaking free from his fall with its help.
"No more nonsense. I just want to ask you, do you want to see the next world of the game? Or are you not curious about what's behind this game? If you kill me, you'll be trapped here. Help me kill it, and the next world will be better." Lin Yue's body flew up. If he could fly, then he had many more means to attack.
The mysterious creature did not respond to Lin Yue.
It only expressed its current stance through action. It directly dragged Lin Yue towards the ear of the strange head. It wanted to drill inside to solve this giant from the inside.
And this scene was also caught in the eyes of the strange head.
Lin Yue noticed its movements were a bit slower than a normal-sized human.
So, it had started to tighten its nose.
It seemed prepared to close it.
Seeing this, Lin Yue hurriedly stopped.
"Don't go. It wants to close its nose to create a pressure difference in the ear canal. I will explode instantly. TSK.
Lin Yue heard an unpleasant sound by his ear.
Then he was roughly thrown towards another eyeball.
He also took the long nail and gripped it tightly with both hands, determined to stab it in together with himself.
The giant head could only choose to close its eyes and shake its head to dodge. It was too big.
If it dodged, it would be almost impossible for Lin Yue to effectively harm the part he wanted to attack.
The long nail pierced the skin underneath the eyeball, only creating a surface wound. It couldn't truly harm it. This situation couldn't go on like this. If the opponent chose to stall, time would wear them down too.
Han Yan and the others didn't know where they had fallen.
And no one was there to discuss ideas together. He could only think of a way himself.
Think carefully, after all, so many games can't be played for nothing.
There must be a way. No matter how hard the game, there is a possibility to clear it. So, did this head have weaknesses? Out of options? Remember what you promised me.
Lin Yue glanced back at the mysterious entity. The system said whoever frees it from its bonds, it would become extremely terrifying. Just how terrifying could it be? He had never experienced it. Just the ability to phase and fly didn't seem too outrageous. This thought flashed. Lin Yue realized the giant head abruptly stopped shaking. At this moment, a hint of panic finally appeared in its eyes. Don't be dazed. I can only maintain this for 5 seconds. Lin Yue didn't dare waste any time. He directly pounced upwards. The long nail tore open the eye membrane. Lin Yue slid right in. The inside of the pupil was filled with liquid, barely allowing him to breathe. But this was the only chance the mysterious creature had made for him. He could only continue. As the long nail pierced the bottom of the pupil, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier. All 4 hands exerted strength but could not push forward. The place where there was no strength underfoot. Gradually unable to hold back, Lin Yue could only decide to turn back and catch his breath before looking again. However, at that moment, a bloody arm reached out. It pressed down on his hand. He turned around and saw Wang Chao. What the hell? This guy is still alive? Wang Chao's body was torn apart, not knowing how much skin and flesh had been bitten off. His entire right arm was gone. Even his face had been bitten to the bone. More horrifying than anything. Wang Chao passed through Lin Yue's hand like a ghost after entering the barrier he could not cross. From behind. With his feet planted, one hand reached back to grab Lin Yue's hand and exerted force suddenly. Phew! A sound like a membrane breaking echoed. Lin Yue instantly entered this layer of the barrier. A large amount of liquid surged in with him. At this moment, the entire space began to violently shake. A deafening roar erupted from the bizarre head. It finally felt real pain. Hurry! Wang Chao seemed to have used all his strength. After saying this, he directly fainted. Lin Yue did not waste this opportunity. He ran towards the only passage. The place it eventually connected to was the brain. He wasn't sure if this giant head was the bizarre creature. It also didn't have a heart for him to stab. The only target for attack could only be the brain. After wandering aimlessly for a long time, Lin Yue finally saw the brain. Moreover, he also saw a black spherical body like a brain tumor inside the brain. No matter what it was, Lin Yue's intuition told him. Pierce it. And it will end. The giant head outside had already fallen into a state of frenzied howling. And the unconscious Han Yan and others had just regained a little strength. And then saw this scene. The earth-shattering roar woke them from their stupor. Unable to help but cover their ears. Just when they could hardly bear it anymore, the giant head's cries suddenly stopped. Slowly closing its mouth. Then lowering its head. Behind it, countless observing skeletons crazily rushed towards them. Ding! Congratulations player for killing the Hunger Lord. This round of the game has cleared. Calculating game rewards. This clearance instance, Hunger Road. Difficulty, hard. Clearance evaluation, SS+. 1. You actively became a sacrifice, sharing the pressure for your teammates' survival, plus 2 points. 2. You helped the predator escape the hunger world, plus 2 points. 3. You helped Han Yan survive from the pursuer, plus 2 points. 4. You survived from the pursuer, plus 1 point. 5. You cleared the bizarre birds roulette game without harm, plus 3 points. 6. You entered a special area and obtained a special item card, plus 2 points. 7. You killed the Hunger Lord, plus 10 points. 8. Achieved clearance, plus 5 points. Total score, 27 points. SS plus evaluation reward, freedom points plus 15, relic treasure box, legendary, X1. Secondary instance fragment plus 1. Without time to check the rewards, Lin Yue looked at the surrounding streets, falling into hesitation. There were no Han Yan or predators. Only that mysterious, bizarre creature beside him, excitedly surveying the surroundings. Especially looking at the big screen at the intersection showing advertisements for the boxing champion showdown, its eyes glimmered with cold light. Familiar streets, familiar buildings. And familiar stars and athletes. He seemed to have returned home. Chapter 67, Little Bumpkin. The familiar transparent three-dimensional cube again covered Lin Yue, quickly repairing his wounds. And the people passing by saw his disheveled appearance. They all walked around him. It seemed they couldn't see these suddenly appearing cubes. None of this mattered. What mattered was, Lin Yue seemed to have returned to Blue Star. The long nail instantly came into hand, rushing straight towards the excited vest of the mysterious bizarre creature. This guy absolutely could not be let go. Otherwise, this world will face great disaster.
Lin Yu's sneak attack came extremely quickly.
The mysterious bizarre creature turned around in surprise and anger, staring at Lin Yue. Its anger lasted less than a second. Then it revealed a smile and said, "Little thing that goes back on its word, I knew you would sneak attack.
You seem to care a lot about this world? Could it be? This is your hometown?" As soon as the words fell,
Lin Yu's strange attack instantly turned into grey smoke, vanishing before his eyes, then reformed and flew off into the distance.
Lin Yue was both angry and surprised.
He didn't care about the frightened expressions of others who saw him strike.
He hurriedly chased after it.
However, the difference between flying and not flying.
In less than a minute, he could no longer see the shadow of the other person. In a place where Lin Yue couldn't see,
a mysterious and strange creature was slowly leaning against the wall, clutching its chest. Its palm was covered in blood. This is something only humans have, and it was now flowing within its body. If this were to be mentioned, other strange beings would surely laugh at it, thinking it was a dream. But in reality, it was indeed injured. It didn't have any doppelgangers, it was just that Lin Yu's speed wasn't fast enough. At the moment of attack, it managed to dodge a fatal spot.
That long nail can actually affect the surrounding reality. Is there such a relic? Ha!
Who? At the end of the alley, a tall, bald, muscular man slowly walked in. He was sniffing the bloody air, his face full of excitement.
What luck! Randomly chosen battle city, and I actually encountered a living human. The smell of wild human blood is simply intoxicating.
The mysterious strange being was stunned.
This should have been its line to say under normal circumstances. What did this guy mean?
Upon closer inspection, this dark-skinned muscular man seemed to be the one featured in an advertisement on that big building.
Recognizing the other party,
the mysterious strange being also smiled.
You are the boxing king? The strongest man in this world?
Very well, I'll start by enjoying you first.
As it spoke,
a thick gray smoke erupted around the mysterious strange being, with eerie energy swirling throughout the alley. And the muscular man showed a disappointed expression upon seeing this scene. What the heck, turns out it's just a little loser.
You deliberately created such a fragrant human blood to attract me, right? Are you a fan of wild dogs, or just a star chaser? Whatever, just scram. Little loser? Scram?
The mysterious strange being had never faced such humiliation.
Immediately, it sprang off the ground and lunged at the other party.
The black smoke behind it surged like a rocket booster.
A mere ant. How dare you speak like that? Freeze. It used its signature ability, binding the other party in an instant.
Its hands became sharp blades, directly slicing through the muscular man's head.
But the next second,
the other party's voice still echoed behind him.
Turns out it wasn't just a little loser, but a forced control ability? Interesting. But when the level isn't enough, it ends up like this. Killing mosquitoes, hitting flies, that's all it's good for. Killing mosquitoes, hitting flies? Is this referring to its eerie abilities?
Hearing this, the mysterious strange being turned around in terror. The next second, it found itself pinned down by the man's hand, lifted up. Not only was the other party unharmed, it even looked a bit relaxed and smiled, saying,
"One thing you got right, I am the strongest man in this world." Boom!
Hearing the loud sound, Lin Yue looked back helplessly.
"Police uncle, I really didn't." "Hey, it seems like there's an explosion over there, you guys should hurry and handle it. That place is important.
The safety and property of people come first, you must protect them." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yue was directly taken away in handcuffs and shoved into a police car by a uniformed officer.
Smooth talking. You don't need to worry about that. Let me tell you, citizens reported that you attacked other citizens with a weapon.
Before we investigate clearly, think about whether you want to tell the truth.
Lin Yue was truly helpless. He couldn't just escape through violence. Going home, everything would be fine, as long as he followed the law. Feeling quite helpless. Attacking people in the street is no small matter. But in reality, Lin Yue was just handcuffed to a chair in the corridor.
At this moment, there were two punks still on the chair. One had blue-green hair, and the other had zebra-striped hair.
So damn abstract. What are you looking at? Never seen a gangster big brother before? Do you believe I can kill you in a minute?
Just by staring at each other, one of them suddenly glared fiercely and shouted. Lin Yue curled his lip.
He directly turned his head away.
It's better not to provoke these punks if you can avoid it. Because the more you provoke them, the more they come at you.
And he couldn't just leave forcefully. It was bothering him more. Lin Yue watched the police come in and out, as if they had forgotten about him. If it weren't for the game repairing his body, he would definitely be snoring just by sticking to the chair. He didn't know how long time had passed. Squatting like this made him feel uncomfortable all over. The two gangster big brothers next to him also went from sitting to lying down. Then from lying down back to sitting up. Lin Yue knew this was meant to leave him hanging. It was also a way of interrogation. Unable to hold back, Lin Yue shouted to the police who had caught him. "Police uncle! I want to drink water." The young policeman looked at Lin Yue. He picked up a cup of water and took a sip. Then he came over with a new cup of water. "Have you thought it over? If you have, hurry up and confess. I tell you, my colleague has already gone to check the street cameras. If it's confirmed that you killed someone on the street, this won't be a small matter. If you confess voluntarily, you might get leniency." Lin Yue took the water and drank it all at once. The two punks overheard killing someone on the street. They instantly became wide awake. They immediately went from lying down to sitting upright. "I really didn't kill anyone." "Ah, can I just wait for the video? Can you let your colleague hurry up? I'm still waiting to go home. How about you interrogate me?" Lin Yue didn't believe that people in this world could see the strange things. The one who called the police probably saw him waving a weapon alone on the street and thought he was crazy, so they called. The young policeman didn't respond. He turned around and went back to drink tea and check his phone. This is violent law enforcement. This is cold violent law enforcement. "Big brother, you. Did you kill someone on the street?" The zebra-striped punk leaned next to Lin Yue. At this moment, he tried to get closer to his companion, cautiously asking Lin Yue. That expression. It was completely different from before. Lin Yue couldn't be bothered to deal with them. He only rolled his eyes, but the other party seemed to feel a strange killing intent. He immediately stood up. "Uncle! I want to confess. Room 303 in Building 8 is where we stole from." Chapter 68 Wu Shanshan. The two punks leaving was a good thing. Lin Yue was just happy to have some peace. For the time being, the police didn't seem to plan to let him go. Lin Yue simply opened the panel to check. 15 free points. I'll hold on to them for now and use them as needed. Then, Lin Yue naturally focused on the legendary relic treasure chest. Speaking of which, the last relic treasure chest had been gathering dust. Mainly because that thing required prior usage. And it needed the right environment. After all, no one would give him time to gamble blackjack slowly in the heat of battle. He hoped this time, it would yield something more suitable for combat. "Do you want to open the relic treasure chest, legendary?" "Open." Lin Yue also lay back in the chair, making himself as comfortable as possible. As a brand new relic slowly appeared in the backpack space. Lin Yue's face was quite wonderful. What the hell, how does this look like a bandage for a wound? No matter what it was, Lin Yue could only accept it. This was the helplessness of randomly opening treasures. Glancing around the office, Lin Yue turned and took it out to check. Binding thread, legendary, can be used to lock an enemy target, forcing them to be bound for 3 seconds. Can also be used on oneself, forcing any damage to be blocked 3 times. Daily usage time is 10 minutes. Any damage? Seems a bit awesome. This thing essentially equals 3 extra lives. Facing all kinds of strange, emerging threats. Lin Yue genuinely liked this life-saving item deep down. But he returned to Blue Star. Are there strange things here too? There are indeed many ghost stories. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Perhaps some have, but the government covered it up. Maybe there are special ghost-catching teams. At that time, they could mix in and come back to educate this little police officer. The daydream just began. Lin Yue was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. "You can go now." The young police officer, looking displeased, unlocked Lin Yue's handcuffs. In fact, there was never any retrieval of surveillance footage at all. In this world, it is normal for the strange to rub against each other. And it won't really kill one another. He handcuffed Lin Yue just to warn this young strange. Just a moment ago, Lin Yue had frightened the other 2 strange beings into surrendering. It could be considered a help to him. He felt that his warnings throughout the morning had played a warning role. The key was that he had just retrieved Lin Yue's identity. He discovered that this kid, surprisingly, was also an excellent college student. After contacting the other party's parents, he confirmed that the other party was not a malicious strange being. The situation on the street was probably targeted by some harmful strange being. "Young brother, you need to know. In our world, using violence is strictly forbidden. If someone bullies you, you can call the police, instead of getting yourself deeper and deeper. Do you understand?
Lin Yue rubbed his hands. He looked at the other party in confusion.
Bullying? Who was bullied? Me? Whatever, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. As long as I can leave here, anything goes. After leaving the police station, Lin Yue stood behind the door and suddenly realized he was now broke. As the saying goes, when in trouble, look for the police. It seems that foreign friends are more likely to trigger this mechanism. Forget it, let's just take one step at a time. He didn't want to enter the palace again. Walking on the nearby road, Lin Yue's first thought was to find someone to borrow a phone to call home. But after thinking about it, he couldn't remember anyone's number. Without a phone, he couldn't log into the chat apps. Suddenly, Lin Yue found he was lost in the city. Without his phone, he suddenly felt like nothing. Thinking about it, Lin Yue felt more terrified than when he encountered a strange being. He sat down helplessly by the roadside. Ding! While Lin Yue was seriously thinking, a coin suddenly rolled over in front of him. What the hell? Lin Yue looked up suddenly. Who is this? Oh, aren't you the one? That one.
Standing in front of Lin Yue was a cute girl with pink hair. He recognized her.
But for a moment, he couldn't remember her name. Moreover, he had a close relationship with her when they were kids.
Until she found out he was dating an older girl.
Since then, she hadn't talked to him at all. Pretending not to recognize me? Is that interesting? Lin Yue, you really have had enough. And what's with your outfit? Did you fall into a toilet? You smell so bad. Hurry up and come with me, your parents are waiting for you to go home.
Hearing this, Lin Yue stood still, looking around. He confirmed that the other party was indeed talking to him. And he suddenly remembered her name.
Wait a second, Wu Shanshan. What did you just say? I didn't understand.
Wu Shanshan seemed somewhat disgusted with Lin Yue. As for Lin Yue, who was catching up, she immediately frowned and quickened her pace to avoid him.
Lin Yue sniffed his clothes. The system only repaired his injuries and stamina.
It didn't clean his clothes. He was still wearing the same black and white casual outfit from the game.
Smelly. It really smelled.
He also felt embarrassed to get too close. This scene surprised Wu Shanshan a bit.
Lin Yue, who was being shameless, actually felt shy. At the parking lot,
Wu Shanshan opened the car door and gestured for Lin Yue to get in.
Lin Yue was a little confused.
This childhood sweetheart, whom he hadn't contacted for years. Her appearing was a bit too abrupt.
Moreover, she acted as if they were especially familiar, as if they often met. Still dazed? If it weren't for the police calling home, do you think I would want to come pick you up? Hearing this, Lin Yue understood.
So it was the police who called home.
In this unfamiliar city, he couldn't reach his family at all.
He thought that his parents should still have contact with that girl.
Coincidentally, she happened to be here.
So he specifically asked her to help him get back home. After sorting out the relationships here, Lin Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The police are actually quite reliable.
After thinking for a while, he directly took off his filthy and smelly jacket.
Only then did he get into the passenger seat.
When Wu Shanshan saw this, she just coldly smiled.
She felt he was up to something again. Why don't you just take off your pants too? That way, you won't dirty my car. Hearing this, Lin Yue hesitated.
His hands also hesitantly reached for his pants.
This car was indeed clean and smelled wonderful. It would really be bad to make it dirty.
But being pantsless in front of Wu Shanshan, he only did that when he was a child. Wu Shanshan rolled her eyes and didn't give him that chance at all. With a push of the accelerator, the car instantly sped away.
For the entire journey, Lin Yue didn't say a word.
He had calculated carefully. It had been a full 12 years since they last spoke.
It was somewhat awkward.
And Wu Shanshan, rarely enjoying this silence, ignored this guy who usually buzzed around like a fly. The car drove for a long time.
Surprisingly, there were no dangers.
Lin Yue actually fell asleep in the car. When a slap struck his face, he finally woke up.
Which bastard hit me? Watch me teach you some tricks, you fool. Lin Yue instinctively reacted, grabbing for the statue of Buddha.
Looking up, he met the glare of his mother.
Ding! Player has arrived at the game destination. This round of the game officially begins. Chapter 69, hurry up and apologize. Bastard? You're acting up again since I haven't hit you for a while, right?
Listening to the howls that sounded like a slaughtered pig, Wu Shanshan couldn't help but stifle a laugh.
Your Highness. Your Highness, please calm down. I dreamt of a terrifying ghost.
Hearing this, the mother with a dark face seemed to activate an automatic shield and modification function.
What? You say I'm a ghost?
If I don't hit you today until even your own mother can't recognize you, I don't share your surname.
It's over. An angry rampaging mother is devoid of love.
Before even entering the house, his ear had already been twisted a full 180 degrees.
Lin Yue was greatly shaken inside. His strength and physique were both at 20 points. Did his mother have more strength than a level 3 athlete? He simply couldn't resist at all. Lin Yue was dragged from the door all the way to the living room. Only then did the force on his ear finally ease up.
Upon a closer look, it turned out there were guests at home.
But these guests. What are you doing here? Oh, Mom. I love you. Please, look into my eyes. What do you see?
The mother turned her head, looking into Lin Yue's clear, watery eyes, sighed, and finally let him go.
It seemed Lin Yue often acted like this.
But she still furiously poked Lin Yue's forehead, angrily saying,
You actually dared to use violence on the street? Do you know that using serious violence could get you sentenced to death?
You should be thankful that it was the police who caught you, not the enforcement team. On this point, Lin Yue didn't dare to retort.
He didn't dare to. Getting shot? Not really.
Even if that mysterious and strange thing was seen, at most it would be attempted murder.
Besides, who was the one using violence now? However, he also understood.
His mother was afraid he would walk down the path of crime from now on.
As for the enforcement team, was that a national mysterious organization hidden in the street office?
Little brother, hurry up and apologize to Mom.
Hearing this, Lin Yue looked at the one who spoke.
This person was one of their team, seemed to be called Liu Bei.
Why did he call him little brother? He didn't remember having such an older brother.
At this moment, Lin Yue scanned the faces of the crowd,
instantly becoming alert.
He was dragged in by the ear, still dazed. The system prompt he heard only came at the start.
He didn't hear the follow-up. It seems the game has come to his home. Thinking of this, Lin Yue's heart instantly tightened. The game entered his house? What a disaster. While he was pondering, someone pulled him again. This time it was another guest in the living room.
This person was Wang Chao, who had helped him break through the boss's defense barrier at a critical moment. Wang Chao was at least 4 or 5 years older than him. At this moment, he had a serious expression and called him little brother.
This doesn't seem right. Little brother, quickly apologize. Hurry up.
Lin Yue immediately recalled the prompt he heard when he was just slapped awake. Now, combined with Wang Chao's serious tone and facial expression, he understood what had happened. Although he hadn't heard the subsequent rules. But it surely related to this matter. At this moment, Lin Yue looked again at his mother, and a faint hint slowly appeared before his eyes.
Dear mother, violent. His mother really seems to have been drawn into the game. If violent were to change into something else, it might be fake.
But the hint right in front of him, along with that familiar method, could not be more real.
Mom, I was wrong. I won't dare again.
Lin Yue recalled his childhood. Many times, in his childhood, he did nothing wrong. Even as he grew up, he still felt he was not at fault.
But sometimes, that's just how it is. What parents want is just an attitude. If you give it, you can escape a beating. He realized this when he was 7. Now, how could he still be stubborn? Hearing her son apologize,
his mother's attitude softened instantly.
Good son, does it hurt? Mom didn't really want to hit you. Lin Yue rolled his eyes. Does he believe this? Does he really think children understand nothing? How many times during childhood was he inexplicably beaten?
When parents argued and couldn't win, they'd say, I will hit your beloved son.
Don't you remember that? Wang Chao and Liu Bei heard Lin Yue's apology.
They both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had escaped some huge danger. Yet Lin Yue still didn't understand why his mother got involved in this game.
Could it be that everyone is crossing over? No matter what.
Right now, Lin Yue's task was to protect his family.
He absolutely could not let the game or anyone harm her. After receiving forgiveness, Lin Yue finally had time to check the system's prompt log. This round of the game, birthday party, officially started. Your task, escape from your family.
Rules for this round of the game are as follows.
1. Anyone who leaves the house without permission before the birthday party starts will die. 2. Each of you will be assigned an identity, play your role well, and absolutely do not say anything that doesn't match your identity. 3. When your mother is angry, you must apologize and be forgiven. 4. Before midnight and after dawn, all relics are forbidden. 5. You can only go out temporarily in the company of your mother. This round of the game lasts 3 days. If you can't find a way to escape after 3 days, you will be trapped in this house forever. Ding! You have obtained a new identity information card. Your current identity is mother's youngest son. Holding the card, Lin Yue's eyes fell into deep thought. The identity information consists of just 6 words? Mother's youngest son. It would be nice if it gave details about the character's temperament and way of doing things. If he performs poorly, it surely would lead to his death. What a trap! Of course. Lin Yue was more worried about his mother. He never expected his mother would be drawn into this game as well. Fortunately, she survived the last round. She must have encountered a big shot who helped her clear it. Of course, considering his mother's strong demeanor, it's not impossible for her to clear it on her own. No matter how he thought about it, his mother, raised in farming, was stronger than him. In mental strength, physical quality, and every aspect, his mother seemed to crush this weak modern college student. Let alone entering a game that could enhance herself. From that moment he realized he couldn't resist her. He deeply understood this. Lin Yue then looked at Wu Shanshan. The 3 brothers of the dynasty meeting together seems quite outrageous. But it's not impossible. No wonder this girl had such a bad attitude when she first saw him. That thing from 12 years ago is probably still on her mind. Or maybe, it's a matter of identity? Could it be that she had a crush on me when we were kids? Chapter 70, My Identity, is a Freak? Lin Yue suddenly felt an enormous pressure on him. Whether it's his mother or childhood sweetheart, he can't just ignore them. This time, it's not just one person working hard. It's 3 people. Watching mother busying herself in the kitchen, Lin Yue also observed his mother for the first time. Usually, he just waits for food to be served and clothes to be handed to him. He never thought about his mother's hardships. So many mouths are waiting for food here? It's just acting. Would helping out divert from the character's identity? In his eyes, just sitting there doing nothing seems suspicious. After all, she is not his real mom, no one cares. Lin Yue clicked his tongue. He turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Originally, he wanted to look for a diary or something on the computer. After all, his identity information is too short. He urgently needs to find more information to flesh out his character. Otherwise, things could easily go wrong. But he really couldn't bear to look at the scene in front of him. Wu Shanshan was also in the kitchen. Seeing Lin Yue roll up his sleeves and walk in, she immediately splashed him with cold water. Are you trying to contaminate the kitchen? Why don't you go wash up in the bathroom? Great. As soon as one foot stepped in, he was kicked out. To be fair, this house isn't really his home. He had been getting beaten before and hadn't observed closely. This house is much bigger than his. It has 3 floors. He took a quick look around. Looking down, he found Wang Chao and the others were completely still. They really had no intention of conducting an information investigation. Each one is not moving at all. Aren't they afraid of raising suspicion? Unknowingly, Wang Chao and the others weren't moving because they didn't dare to. In their eyes, Lin Yue has received Wu Shanshan's mission, so he could explore freely. There were no dangers or problems. If it were them, they would be in deadly danger if they stumbled into the wrong room. Before Lin Yue arrived, a self-righteous guy had barged into Mother's bedroom without her permission. And Mother instantly moved from the kitchen to his side, making him apologize for it. He did apologize, but his tone was slightly off for a son. The whole person turned into a blood mist right there. This round of the quest seems not difficult. But both the rules of power and Mother's methods are taboos that should not be easily touched. He must always be careful and cautious. Especially regarding details, he must pay extra attention. And sitting on the sofa waiting for food is currently the safest behavior. After all, they have just returned from out of town, and they can't be labeled as not fitting the character just because they're a little lazy, right? And there's another point. Lin Yue's active exploration, in the eyes of others, counts as him paving the way for them. Which rooms are allowed to enter, and which ones aren't? Mother in the kitchen would give the most direct judgment. Nothing is better than taking this cheap advantage. In a situation where they can't communicate information and discuss the quest, everyone chose to remain silent. Afraid of saying the wrong thing. The bathroom isn't hard to find. After all, the bathroom door is different from the bedroom door. But Lin Yue still needs a change of clothes. Looking at a row of rooms, Lin Yue didn't plan to find it himself. Instead, he poked his head out and shouted downstairs. Mom, which room is mine? As soon as these words came out, Everyone downstairs changed their expressions drastically.
Wang Chao, who was drinking water, spat it all out at that moment.
Damn. Is that something you can ask?
This kid looked quite clever in the last round.
What's going on?
Wang Chao acknowledged Lin Yu's combat power. He didn't want Lin Yue to turn into blood mist right at the start, so he tried to make him apologize.
The next second,
the kitchen door opened. Mother still had a dark face. Holding a spatula, she pointed at Lin Yue, somewhat angrily, and said,
"You've been out for a few days, and you don't even recognize the house anymore? Are you here as a relative visiting? Oh, so you're planning to completely cut ties here and get rid of me, right?"
Hearing this, Lin Yue instantly realized something from his mother's words. The theme of the game is escaping from the original family. He understood very well what an original family meant. This theme actually clearly highlighted the relationships within this family from the start. It was destined to be dark and filled with ethical oppression. His mother was using normal conversation while secretly giving him a hint. Lin Yue felt it would still be easy to find an excuse. So he casually made up a sentence. "Oh, you know how fierce the police can be. I took a hit inside, and my memory is all confused."
Mother looked at him silently, seemingly judging whether this was true or false.
In the end, she believed there was no problem with this statement.
Confronting the bizarre violence, those guys at the police station could be considered kind.
If the enforcement team appeared, they would just wipe everything out. Otherwise, in a world full of weirdness, only absolute violence rule could make society so quiet and peaceful.
Your room is on the 3rd floor. The attic is your bedroom.
The player group opened their eyes wide in unison.
Can one lie so haphazardly? No, it's just temporary safety. A lie always needs more lies to fill it perfectly.
And once mother complains about her son being beaten by the police, Lin Yue's lie would be instantly exposed.
At that time,
by now, everyone had labeled Lin Yue as foolish. Only Wang Chao looked at Lin Yue, who was joyfully climbing the stairs, lost in thought.
Is he choosing to take the initiative to gather more information about the character? A daredevil. He really can't wait at all.
Wang Chao did not know that the mother before Lin Yue looked exactly like his real mother.
He thought Lin Yue was very invested in his identity.
At the beginning, when he saw Lin Yue being pulled in by the ear. To be honest, he was greatly shocked by how seamless Lin Yue's performance was.
Simply master-level acting.
The grimacing, the spoiled tone, including the pleading posture.
So fucking good. A college student. Must be from the drama department, right?
The rooms on the 3rd floor were relatively scarce. There were only 4 doors.
He checked one.
One was the bathroom, one was locked. One looked like a storage room.
The last one was his bedroom. Am I the least loved one in this family? Living in the attic. The attic was not small.
As soon as he entered, he saw a big tree that reached straight out to the yard.
The view was quite nice.
But Lin Yue had no time to enjoy it.
He directly sat down at the computer desk.
The machine started, but it needed a password.
He tried entering his usual combinations, but it didn't match. Lin Yue was not surprised by this. Personal identity information was so scarce.
They had to find it out and unlock it themselves. At the same time, this was also the biggest difficulty of Game Rule 2. Saying the wrong word would mean death. If it were so easy to obtain it, it would make the game's difficulty too low.
At this moment,
Lin Yue noticed a photo of him and Wu Shanshan on the table. In the photo, Wu Shanshan squinted her eyes and pushed him away while he was making a funny kiss face.
From the photo,
their relationship still seemed very close. Especially Wu Shanshan's gaze. It was just like how she looked at him when she was little. And choosing such a goofy photo to put in front of the computer. It could be confirmed that Wu Shanshan's role and Lin Yue's current role
should be very close.
Wang Chao called him little brother, and Liu Bei the same.
So, could Wu Shanshan now be his sister? Should be. He just started college. The two of them weren't old enough to be of marriage age. So, it can't be a small couple relationship. But her last name is Wu. Why would she call my mom our mom? Thinking of this, Lin Yue casually opened the drawer. The next second, he pulled out a pink lace underwear from the drawer. Damn! Is this identity of mine a sick pervert? Chapter 71, Can't Control Myself.
Lin Yue was both surprised and shocked. With a photo of Wu Shanshan, the answer was obvious. This must have been stolen from Wu Shanshan. At that moment, Lin Yue's room door was silently pushed open. Mother still doubted Lin Yue's words. She had Wu Shanshan bring a medical kit to check the wound.
If there's a wound, treat it, if not,
However, as soon as Wu Shanshan entered, she saw her missing underwear. Lin Yue was holding it high in front of him. She couldn't see what he was doing with his back turned. And the door opening didn't even catch his attention. One could imagine what he was focused on in his mind. Wu Shanshan's face immediately turned red. What was he doing? Do I even need to think about it? As expected, a dog can't stop eating shit. Bang! Ouch! Lin Yue only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and his vision went dark. He almost fainted. This was really strange. How is it that everyone in this family is more violent than him? Damn it! At 15 o'clock, I feel freer. Do you believe I'll just pump all my points into my physique? Lin Yue touched the swollen back of his head. His hand was covered in blood. There was blood. Wu Shanshan was also startled. Violence is strictly prohibited in this world. It's the government's rule. No one can touch the system. Especially in this family, Lin Yue is the most favored one. Mother's violence was only punishment for the son. It didn't cause any harm. Within reasonable limits. But this hit doesn't count. If Lin Yue reports her, maybe the law enforcement team will show up at the door. You? Are you alright? Wu Shanshan's panic, in Lin Yue's eyes, was acting overdone, pretending to care. This girl, indeed, was still his childhood sweetheart. This feeling hadn't disappeared despite the 12 years. Lin Yue really wanted to tell her not to panic so much, or else she would deviate from her role. But he couldn't communicate. So he had to hold it in, continuing with his perverted look. According to the latest information, his identity as the little son seemed to be a pervert. This point could be 100% confirmed from Wu Shanshan's behavior. After a short thought, Lin Yue pretended to feel dizzy, quickly thinking about how to immerse himself deeper into his role. My head hurts so much, I feel dizzy. I can't take a shower by myself. To Lin Yue, does the pervert need to act? He believed anyone, if they released their true nature, could be a pervert. Release your true nature and just act naturally. Hearing this, Wu Shanshan hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. Fine, I'll help you bathe. But you can't tell Mom about this. If you promise, I'll help you. And no more getting me wet. Lin Yue immediately showed an arrogant expression. Wu Shanshan gritted her teeth in anger. But she had no choice. She grabbed her own underwear and helped Lin Yue up. This guy, still the same troublemaker as before. Before dinner, Lin Yue was all clean, in fresh clothes. Humming a little tune, looking very comfortable. He was completely different from the cautious and serious expressions of others. Everyone noticed the bandage wrapped around his head and the beautiful woman accompanying him, and for a moment, they were confused. But after thinking carefully, they understood. This guy probably used his bath time to gather information about his personal history. Underrating this guy. They thought he was just a rough guy, but he turned out to be detailed-minded despite seeming careless. When Mother saw the bandage and the streak of blood on Lin Yue's head, the fierce look in her eyes softened. As long as he didn't lie. The police officer who hit you, I can't help you get justice. That's just how the world works, and our family is more special. This breath. No matter what, you must endure. Absolutely no more causing trouble outside. Do you understand? Dinner will be served soon, sit down. Lin Yue honestly sat at the end of the long table. Wu Shanshan was busy back and forth, getting in utensils and straightening the tablecloth. She was considerate like a little wife. They were all here to play a game. Why should that be? And Mother was also, before the meal, urging them to wash their hands. It gave them a legitimate reason to leave. The players all stood up one after another. This time was short. They needed to quickly grasp information about their own identities. Otherwise, they couldn't even get past the first hurdle of having dinner. One of the players immediately noticed Wu Shanshan. He also knew this was a game world. Wu Shanshan could even be a trickster. But he liked this type. And, what the hell is Lin Yue doing? Damn bastard, where did his dirty hands go? In a brief moment of distraction, he accidentally knocked a spoon off the table. For a moment, the whole living room became terrifyingly quiet. He remained calm. He had weathered many storms. In such a scenario, aside from being restricted by insufficient information, he wasn't bothered by anything else. Ha ha. And it was just a spoon that fell. Pick it up, wash it clean, and follow the rule of apologizing 3 times, there shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, he forced a smile, slightly flustered, and said, Sorry, Mom. I'll be more careful next time. This response, mixed with a hint of panic, also brought in the rule of apologizing 3 times. It made everyone's eyes light up. They were all waiting for Mother's reaction.
Mother turned and looked at his smiling face but didn't say anything. The apology seemed to be very effective. A biological family is still a family. It wasn't terrifying enough to make one fearful of the mother. Moreover, most children from biological families instinctively try to please their parents.
So, a nervous smile with a tone of flattery was surely no problem. This was his performance after careful thought.
It was also a test after deep consideration. Time passed very quickly. At least, it felt that way to Lin Yue.
The other players had already come down with different expressions. It seemed they had all gained something. Once everyone sat down, dinner officially began.
In such a large family,
there were many details to follow for eating rules, seating arrangement, whether or not to talk, what to talk about, and topics to avoid. Tone of voice, mannerisms, sitting posture, and food preferences all had numerous details that needed to align with their character identities. And all of this could only be grasped by relying on the little information they had just collected. After everyone sat down, they all wore a heavy expression.
It was as if each person had a gun-wielding executioner standing beside them.
If they made a mistake during the meal, the executioner's finger would pull the trigger and they would be shot instantly. No one dared to break the silence first.
And this silence seemed to be exactly what the original characters should be doing. Throughout the process, only the occasional clinking of utensils could be heard.
The mother sitting in the main seat occasionally looked at them with her eyes, making them feel fearful in their hearts.
But they couldn't show it. Not even daring to make eye contact.
There were exceptions.
Lin Yue was like an outsider.
After taking advantage of Wu Shanshan, he immersed himself in the role. Even during the meal, he couldn't control himself. And Mother naturally saw all his little actions under the table. But she didn't point it out or stop him. On the contrary, she smiled with satisfaction.
She looked back and forth between Wu Shanshan and Lin Yue. She took up a lot of time.
This made the others feel relieved. Fortunately, Lin Yue had blocked the gun for them.
Otherwise, this meal would have been so torturous.
After being stared at by Mother so many times, Lin Yue also felt a bit embarrassed.
But who told him he was a pervert? If a pervert doesn't do something perverted, is he still a pervert? Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. At least the first day should be fine.
Little brother, I heard that not only did you skip classes this time, but you also fought with a classmate at school?
By the way, what was the name of the kid you hit?
As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent.
Lin Yue also looked blankly at the person who spoke. How would he know about such things? What does this mean? Trying to set him up? Chapter 72, The Screams of Ma Xiong.
Lin Yue's face darkened at once.
This person did not know if he was trying to pick on him based on his identity, or if there were other motives. In any case,
as long as he did not answer, it would definitely raise suspicion. And Lin Yue's prolonged silence also received a warning from the system.
Warning. Mother has become suspicious of your silence.
Current suspicion level, 10 points.
Suspicion level? What is this thing?
Lin Yue knew very well that he could not continue to stay silent. Otherwise, it would only become more dangerous.
Fight? I don't remember, my head hurts, I'm dizzy, and I want to vomit. Shanshan, come on, give it a rub. Everyone knew Lin Yue could only change the topic.
But they did not expect him to use such a clumsy excuse. They looked at Mother, and in the end, the right to explain still lay there.
Wu Shanshan did not dare to slacken off.
Her heart was also filled with fear. She had indeed been overly angry at that time. She had hit hard.
So she panicked back then.
After all, Lin Yue was different from them, just a human. If something really happened, Mother would not spare her.
Right then, she obediently gently massaged Lin Yue's neck.
The one who spoke and put Lin Yue in crisis was named Ma Xiong. It was he who had dropped the spoon because he was distracted. He opened his mouth for two reasons. First, he found a diary that belonged to himself in the room. In the diary, he was jealous and resentful of the most favored youngest son. He was the one who often complained to Mother after meals.
Coincidentally, he was also jealous of Wu Shanshan, the little beauty, who served him like a daughter-in-law. This prompted him to ask this question. He looked at Lin Yue with discontent.
If he could get rid of the other party, while also obtaining information about Mother after her anger,
that would be killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, that would be the best outcome.
He did not care whether the other players lived or died.
He just did not expect this kid would actually be so unreasonable
to use such a ridiculous excuse to evade. With a thought, he immediately prepared to continue questioning.
Being unreasonable can be one thing, but not two or three. He did not believe he couldn't get rid of this annoying guy.
The diary did not only record the matter of skipping classes and fighting. It also recorded many things he found displeasing about the youngest son. However, just as he stood up, he was scolded. "Enough! You two are always making noise, can't you be a bit quieter? Fourth, you stay. Everyone else go back upstairs." This sentence was like a pardon. Everyone very calmly chose to go upstairs. And the one left behind, the fourth, was Ma Xiong, who had just complained using the diary. Being left alone, he felt a bit panicked. His face was full of confusion. This development seemed a bit off. The diary did not write about this situation. He was sure he had not deviated from his character identity. "Come in with me." Mother scrutinized Ma Xiong for a moment, then turned around and walked toward the hallway around the corner of the living room. Lin Yue was leaning over the railing on the second floor watching. He wanted to see what was going on. Before long, the sound of Ma Xiong's heart-wrenching screams came from downstairs, and the continuous sounds of a whip striking. Many people were watching the show. Even Wu Shanshan poked her head out. "Fourth brother really is something, every time he complains about you, he gets whipped. Every time he never remembers." Wu Shanshan's words instantly made everyone understand the reason. Lin Yu's anger also subsided quite a bit. So it turned out this was a script character demand. He thought the other party was trying to harm him. Damn it! This game seems not so simple after all. If he couldn't handle these sudden troubles and problems, wouldn't that mean he was directly doomed? If he didn't take advantage of Wu Shanshan, would he also be judged as deviating from his character? Quick, touch again. At this moment, Mother is not here. Wu Shanshan is not as obedient as before, as if she has become a different person. She swatted away Lin Yu's hand. "The classmate you hit before, his parents found Mom. Mom is very angry. Tomorrow, she will take you to apologize. You better tone it down. I don't even know how a human being could beat a monster." Lin Yue didn't say the last sentence out loud. One can only assume that the monstrous classmate was too suppressed by societal norms to fight back. Instead, Lin Yue took advantage of the situation. And this only shows one thing. Lin Yue is becoming more and more reckless whether at home or at school. It seems he knows his own uniqueness. He also knows that his mother will always indulge him. Will you choose to run away? Wu Shanshan stared at Lin Yue, feeling a slight sympathy rise in her heart. Unknowingly, another claw appeared on her bottom. This small feeling of growing up together vanished in an instant. However, this time she did not swat Lin Yu's hand away. Without resistance, Lin Yue instead felt a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Wu Shanshan suspiciously. With his eyes, he told her, "Don't drop the act. Struggle, hit me." But Wu Shanshan completely ignored his deep gaze. She turned and left the second floor. At this moment, Wang Chao, who had been very quiet, suddenly walked up to Lin Yue and whispered, "Han Yan is also here." Lin Yue blinked. Communicating information? Not afraid of breaking the rules? Wait. Han Yan is here? Where is she? After Wang Chao said this, his expression changed. He left with a dark face. Clearly, he proved at the cost of his own safety that communication was indeed not allowed. What kind of punishment could it be? Hearing that Han Yan was also present, Lin Yu's face quickly darkened. What kind of situation is this? Why say that Han Yan is here and where is she? Is she also in this house? He looked down at the entire living room and the hallways at both ends. The third floor indeed had a locked room. But that one should be Wu Shanshan's room. After all, she went upstairs. Others also did not gain much useful information. They no longer cared about Ma Xiong's screams. One by one, they returned to their own rooms. Lin Yue also turned and went back to the attic. As for exploring the house, it seemed he could only wait until after midnight. Looking at the computer, Lin Yue knew he had to find a way to unlock it. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would struggle to deal with the upcoming situation due to lack of information. The excuses of headaches and dizziness would make even a fool realize he was making excuses. The suspicion would only grow higher. Lin Yue felt troubled. A computer with a password must be recording very important information. Looking at Wu Shanshan's photo, Lin Yue suddenly had an idea. The original character cares about Wu Shanshan so much, the password should be related to her. Let me try. Lin Yue entered Wu Shanshan's name, but it didn't work. Neither the pinyin nor the Chinese characters worked. Could it be her birthday? How would he know Wu Shanshan's birthday number? He did have cake when he was little, but back then, he only remembered the cake. He remembered nothing else.
The breakthrough point was still with Wu Shanshan. He had to find a way to try it out. Otherwise, should he sneak into her room tonight? As soon as this thought emerged, it unexpectedly triggered a task. Ding! Triggered plot task, unlock the computer. Task hint, sneak into Wu Shanshan's room after midnight, open her diary, and find her birthday number. So that's how it is. If only he had thought of connecting it to Wu Shanshan sooner. Damn, going at midnight. Even doing a task has to conform to this perverse identity? Chapter 73, Using the Bone Root Lotus. There is still a long time until midnight. And to ensure enough focus at night to act, Lin Yue forced himself to sleep. At the same time, the people on the second floor were all repeatedly reading the diary. Everyone had a diary, recording things day by day without missing one. This matter is quite strange. Everyone knew and thought it was the system's arrangement. The horse, beaten by the whip, lay trembling on the bed. His eyes were fixed intently on the diary. His face was filled with anger. Why? Why wasn't such an important thing recorded? The diary flipped open page by page in front of him. Every day had records. What was done in the morning, what was done in the afternoon, and what was done at night. At first, he was very excited. He thought this game was very simple. Initially, he felt restricted by the lack of character information, but after getting the diary, it was easy to solve. But now it seemed that things were not so simple. So detailed. This is not writing a diary at all. At this moment, he deeply realized the terror of Mother and her dominance in this family. These diaries were clearly written for her to see. Each son had to write down every word and action outside of his interactions with her, allowing her to clearly know what they were all doing. This is not a diary? This is simply handwritten surveillance. As a result, the authenticity of the content would lose much value. Many key pieces of information related to Mother could never be written down. As for resentment against Mother after being hit, such information could never be left behind. The diary finally reached the end. Ma Xiong's face grew increasingly ugly. The original character reported every day. And he did it in front of everyone. He could not deviate from the character's behavior. This means tomorrow, he would have to endure the whip again. The house was terrifyingly quiet after dinner. This situation continued until 9 o'clock. Lin Yue still couldn't fall asleep. At this moment, footsteps came from the hallway. And they stopped directly at the door. Before Lin Yue could react, the door opened. Lin Yue was startled. He had locked it. How did the door open? It was Mother, looking at the familiar face. But he couldn't recognize her, and Lin Yue felt a bit of pain for his mom. He didn't know if his mom could handle it. Beating Ma Xiong must be easy, after all, this kid had thrown a deadly question at him directly. Lin Yue estimated it might be harsher than normal. Still not asleep? Come, Mom made some meat soup. Quick, drink it. Look at you, you've lost weight. Lin Yue's small belly was gone. Indeed, he had lost weight. Seeing there was still a late-night snack, Lin Yue immediately flipped out of bed. After all, it was still his own mother. Look, no one else would have this treatment. But Lin Yue hesitated and glanced at Mother, wondering if this wouldn't be too good? But don't deviate from the character's behavior. I know you care about your son, but you can't break the rules. Mother noticed Lin Yue's hesitation. Her face showed a hint of displeasure. What? Are you afraid I poisoned you? Hurry up and eat, then sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to your classmate's house to apologize. You little brat, can't you be a bit lighter? Mother chattered as she set down the meat soup, picking up a spoon to force-feed Lin Yue. Lin Yue hurriedly grabbed the spoon. How old is he? Still feeding him. No, I can do it myself. Ding. Consuming exquisite meat soup. Mentality +1. Oh. Still a special ingredient? Lin Yue could no longer worry and stuffed his mouth with it. In the end, he just directly held the bowl to drink. A bowl of meat soup went down. It added a full 5 points to his mentality. This is too great. Seeing Lin Yue actively drink the soup. And drinking so ravenously. Mother finally showed a satisfied smile, but when Lin Yue looked down, Mother's corner of her mouth naturally dripped with saliva. Her eyes also sparkled. Watching the droplets fall on the floor, Lin Yue raised his head in confusion, his eyes full of pain. When he was young, his mom loved to hit him, but she really loved him. She always made sure he ate first. What are you looking at? Eat the meat too. Did he even need his old mother to urge him? Lin Yue had already directly grabbed it and stuffed it in. It's just a pity. The meat had no bonuses at all. After Lin Yue finished eating, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Just as he wanted to ask if there was more, Mother had already turned and left with the bowl. The growth of mental strength did not bring about any new changes in status. It seems that the growth of mental strength is obviously slower than the other three-dimensional attributes. What should I add with these 15 points left? Lin Yue's four-dimensional attributes. Aside from 25 points in mental strength, agility is only 17 points. Both strength and constitution are at 20 points. In addition to free points. He also has the bone root lotus. He hasn't used this thing, not because he forgot, but because he feels this item came too easily. There's a bit of worry in his heart. The current situation is that the relic cannot be activated during the day. And the bone root lotus is a passive effect, which is currently the most useful. He can use the relic at midnight. He's not too worried about that. But during the day, there's a bit of danger. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yue placed the bone root lotus in the palm of his hand. Do you want to use the bone root lotus? Use it. Warning. Using this item requires related tasks to be completed within 3 months. If not completed, you will be killed by the bone root lotus. Are you sure you want to use it? Huh? Wow, it's just waiting for me? I said this thing came too easily. No wonder that fairy sister gave it so casually. Indeed, there are limits. But Lin Yue couldn't care about so much now. Live in the moment first. Confirm. As soon as Lin Yue confirmed the use, the bone root lotus seemed to spring back to life, quickly recovering its vitality from a dry state. This thing really is a lotus flower. On its pure white surface, it revealed a breathtaking aurora. Lin Yue was mesmerized while watching. This thing is definitely the best thing he has received so far. This strong intuition made Lin Yue feel very pleased. The next second, this lotus flower suddenly turned from a sacred white color to a blood red. It was full of eerie vibes. Blood red threads stretched out from the lotus flower's calyx, falling onto Lin Yue's body. As soon as they touched him, Lin Yue felt a bone-piercing pain. Ah! This scream startled everyone. Everyone stood at the door, straining their ears to listen. Wu Shanshan's bedroom was closest, and she kicked open the door immediately. In the room, Lin Yue lay motionless on the bed like a dead dog. The bed was covered in shocking blood. Seeing this, Wu Shanshan's heart trembled with fear. Is there a curse that discovered him? The figure of Mother eerily appeared in front of the bed. She was more nervous than Wu Shanshan. She hurried to check Lin Yue's breath. He's fine. The moment before, her tone was mild. The next second, she suddenly turned around. A strange aura erupted from her body, making the room feel eerily cold, as if it had fallen into hell. The figure of Mother vanished like a ghost. Suspended outside the house, scanning everything around. She quietly observed for several seconds before returning to the room. By this time, Wu Shanshan had already knelt in front of her. Mom! I didn't do it. Mother looked at her coldly. Of course, you didn't do it. But you didn't keep an eye on him. Wait, come to my room. Chapter 74, The Strongest Human? Current fusion degree of the bone root lotus, 70%. Detected that the player's constitution is too low to endure. Automatically allocating free points to constitution. Constitution plus 15 points. Fusion degree of the bone root lotus, 100%. Congratulations, the player's constitution has surpassed 70 points. Character evaluation has changed. Name, Lin Yue. Status, fainted. Hunger level, 0.1, you're about to starve to death. Thirst level, 0.1, you're about to die of thirst. Rationality level, 0.1, you're about to go crazy. Attribute value, average 10. Strength, 20, the level of a tier 3 athlete, not bad. Constitution, 70, the level of a peak athlete. You're the cockroach that can't be killed. Tier 3 20, Tier 2 30, Tier 1 40, Sports Expert 50, International Sports Expert 60, Peak Athlete 70. Agility, 17, fast enough to outrun most people. Mental, 25, you must have been scared into growing up. Free points, 0. Equipment, rusty long nail. Bloodstained steel pipe. One's toy bear. Ash's relics, Eye of the Peeping Tom, white, four-handed Buddha, gold, Vasilis poker, legendary, twisting threads, legendary. Special status, bone and flesh united as lotus, constitution permanently doubled. Hiss. It hurts so much. Lin Yue woke up groggily. Every bone in his body was screaming in unbearable pain. The first moment he woke up, Lin Yue cursed the fairy sister thoroughly. Such intense side effects, and she didn't even give him a hint. Sure enough, strange words are never reliable. However, when Lin Yue glanced at the panel, he immediately threw all these displeasures and pains out of his mind. The change of expression was incredibly fast. Peak athlete? Wow, this gap is way too big, right? Damn. Where did my free points go? Lin Yue carefully checked the account. Sure enough, all the free points had been added to his physique. The effect of the bone-embedding lotus was shocking. From this moment on, every point he added to his physique would yield double the effect. No time limit, no usage limit. Even the power of the four-handed Buddha was not comparable to this. The degree of defiance was absolutely beyond Lin Yue's understanding of the legendary level. Of course, the strongest relic Lin Yue had encountered so far was only legendary. He couldn't imagine what kind of relic could surpass legend. Surely every one of them would be ridiculously powerful. Touching the bedsheet, Lin Yue keenly noticed that many things in the room had changed. Especially the bedding. It was obviously new. He remembered the moment the bone-embedding lotus was implanted into his body. His blood sprayed out like it was free. Even his bones felt like they were crushed and then repaired. He knew that the blood-colored lotus had fused with his body. Not only were the sheets refreshed, he clearly remembered that the system kept warning him about hunger, thirst, and low sanity. Now, inexplicably, they had all restored to full status. Ding! All player announcement. Midnight has arrived. Relic permissions have been opened to players. Lin Yue looked at his watch. He had actually been unconscious for 3 hours. He didn't know if his scream had caused any plot changes. He scanned his suspicion value again. It decreased. Only 5%. This thing seemed to gradually lower over time. Lin Yue took out the binding silk. Wrapped it around his right hand. Like a boxer's bandage, once wrapped up. He also took out the never-before-used Velisai poker. Before knowing how dangerous the house was after midnight, he wanted to use every possible means to enhance himself. He drew an arc with the poker on the bed. A phantom automatically appeared across from him. The other party extended a hand, signaling him to start. Lin Yue didn't hesitate. Who hasn't played 21 points? And the first phase had no cooldown, he could play until he won. Deal the cards directly. You lost. You lost again. This round is a draw. You lost. Lost. Damn. You cheated. Lin Yue pointed at the phantom and cursed under his breath. What a joke. After 10 rounds, there was only one draw. When he got 21 points, he thought it was a sure win. But the other side also got 21 points. The phantom seemed to show no expression. It just shrugged lightly and spread its hands in a gesture. As if saying, the dealer is Lin Yue, not him. Damn it. Lin Yue was furious but didn't dare to speak loudly. It was so frustrating. He couldn't blame others for his bad luck. Lin Yue composed himself and sat down. This time, he was much calmer than before. Is being anxious useful? Not at all. The more anxious he was, the easier it was to make mistakes. Anyway, it's unlimited. Just keep playing. No wonder it's an unlimited relic. A 50% attribute boost made the winning rate ridiculously low. He was still thinking about doubling it. What a pipe dream. In the 32nd round, Lin Yue got 21 points again. If it was a draw again, he would tear up this poker. The Phantom of Velisai looked at the cards in its hand, as if it already knew the outcome. It directly chose to concede. You won against Velisai. You have received a temporary blessing from Wallace. All attributes currently increased by 50%. Duration, 30 minutes. The player's physical condition has undergone a significant change. Current single attribute has broken 100. Affected by the limits of the human body, the exceeded portion cannot be realized. Lin Yue looked in amazement at the note after the physical attribute. The strongest human? Is 100 points the limit of the human body? According to the enhancement calculation, it should be 105 points. But due to the limits of the body, it can only reach 100 points. This completely shattered Lin Yue's initial idea of using Wallace's infinite stacking attributes with poker. However, with this win rate, he has already given up that thought. If he wins 2 consecutive matches, he will immediately go buy a lottery ticket. Time to do the mission. At this moment, Lin Yue was like a human tank. In this house, he wanted to see what kind of monsters would appear after midnight. Of course. Before going out, He had one more thing to do. He took out the voyeur's eyeball. Immediately, he used it. This white relic, while not powerful, was far more practical than legendary items. At this moment, Wu Shanshan's room was laid bare before his eyes. Why does this girl like to sleep on her stomach? Doesn't she know it's bad for her heart? I'll turn her over later. After some idle chatter, he looked at the others. On the second floor, none of the players were resting. In fact, two people had even come together, seemingly discussing something. Can they communicate after midnight? This was still uncertain. Lin Yue did not forget Wang Chao's words. He began to search for Han Yan's figure. Downstairs, he first saw his mother's figure. In the kitchen. What's she cooking at this hour? His gaze shifted. Lin Yue found Han Yan. In the room where the whip had struck Ma Xiong, there was a hidden door. This hidden door led directly underground. Han Yan was right there. He didn't know what kind of role Han Yan had gotten in the collapse of Heaven Start. Han Yan couldn't move for now. She had to focus on the current task and get the computer password first. I'm a pervert, sneaking into Wu Shanshan's room at midnight, even if I get caught. That's reasonable. Chapter 75, I am the one from the collapse of Heaven Start? How to sneak into Wu Shanshan's room. This was also a huge puzzle. She actually didn't lock the door? Damn. Could there be a trap? Whether there was or not, Lin Yue had to go in. He cautiously pushed open the door. Lin Yue's gaze first landed on Wu Shanshan on the bed. Her soft breathing was steady. It seemed there was no problem. The moment Lin Yue entered, Wu Shanshan opened her eyes. This door was purposely left open for Lin Yue. She could see that Lin Yue had already realized what kind of fate awaited him. Fighting, getting caught by the police. Even the harassment of her behavior might be intentional. The purpose was to cause trouble. To the point where his mother could no longer tolerate it. What does he know exactly? Misunderstood, Lin Yue cautiously walked to Wu Shanshan's side. Seeing that this girl was sleeping. Only then did he turn and walk towards the vanity. Before sneaking in, he had memorized the entire layout of the room using the voyeur's eyeball. He was also very clear about where the diary was located. This task was ridiculously easy. As for Wu Shanshan, she was confused by Lin Yue's actions. She thought Lin Yue had come to take that next step. This would drive her mother crazy. It was also the most self-destructive behavior. Unexpectedly, Lin Yue actually skipped over her and started rummaging through things in the room. When Lin Yue's hand reached towards the drawer beneath the vanity, Wu Shanshan's face darkened. It seemed she guessed wrong. This kid was simply driven by lust. Moreover, he had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. Ignoring her, he went to steal her underwear. Lin Yue did not dare to breathe. He reached his hand into a pile of lingerie and pulled out the diary. The moment he touched the diary, Wu Shanshan's cold voice rang out behind him. Do you have a sickness? Should I take you to the hospital to let the doctor take a look? Lin Yue was so shocked that he hurriedly retracted his hand. But he would not let go of the diary. In an instant, it went into his space backpack. Ding! The task of stealing Wu Shanshan's diary has been completed. Computer password has been automatically obtained. Password, #########. Lin Yue stood frozen in place. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. It felt like when he was caught stealing money as a child, just standing there foolishly, waiting for the judgment to descend. Wu Shanshan sighed. Shut the drawer and get out. Not sure if it was because she discovered Lin Yue's peculiar habit. She realized that even her own clothes were not as attractive. Her tone was colder than ever. Lin Yue had succeeded, the diary reappeared and fell back into the drawer. And he felt as though he had been set free. He bolted. After returning to his room, Lin Yue was no longer the embarrassed person he was before. He had obtained the password. This was the most important thing. He entered the password. Lin Yue prayed in his heart, hoping it wouldn't be like his sister, setting a password just to hide a bunch of adult content. With a burst of login music, the computer desktop came into view. The entire desktop was cluttered with all sorts of chaotic games. And there were a lot of software applications. Just the antivirus software that launched on startup popped up 4 or 5 times. Lin Yue was startled, feeling anxious inside. Oh no, please don't crash. After all the effort to get the password. If it crashed now, he would want to crash into the computer himself. After a long antivirus process of about 7 to 8 minutes, Lin Yue could finally operate the mouse freely. As someone who often peeks at his sister's hidden files in the C drive, he was skilled at finding things here. Half an hour later, Wait, the task also pointed to key information inside the computer. Why is there nothing? The more this happened, the more Lin Yue felt there was a serious problem. Why was the information hidden so deeply? Was he preventing someone from finding it?
Lin Yue thought carefully about the bizarre things his sister had done to hide things on her computer.
Suddenly, Lin Yue's eyes brightened. He quickly clicked open the browsing history. About extraordinary eggs strategy. How to upgrade extraordinary eggs to a star level. How to make a message board inside extraordinary eggs. It was all about a game called Extraordinary Eggs. Lin Yue's mouth curved into a smile. Thanks, sister. Someone really hid things this way. Lin Yue quickly opened this game.
Then found the encrypted warehouse within the game.
Among the many items in the warehouse, Lin Yue quickly locked onto a row of cheap item-like signboards.
He had seen his sister use this trick to hide her early love diary. Every time she pretended to play games, she would look at the equipment and smile foolishly. Mother, even if she regularly checked his computer, would never think important information was hidden in game props.
Lin Yue casually clicked on one of the signboards.
Instantly, he was shocked to feel a chill run through his body. A cold wave shot from his feet straight to his forehead.
Shanshan wants to kill me. In shock, Lin Yue hurriedly opened other signboards. Second brother wants to kill me. Third brother also wants to kill me. Fourth brother is a bastard. The whole family wants to kill me? What the hell? No wait, the fourth brother is a bastard? It seems like this kid is the only one who doesn't want to kill him. What to do?
The others must also be looking for a way to escape this family.
But before that,
they can't deviate from their role's actions. Who knows, when obtaining information about role behavior, might directly trigger a task to kill him.
That means, currently, the entire player community must have killing him as a reasonable behavior. To reduce suspicion from Mother. Just like he had to harass Wu Shanshan.
Only this way could he meet the judgment of the rules.
I'm afraid right at this moment,
some people have started discussing how to kill him. It seems that the catastrophe did not begin with Han Yen.
I never expected that I would be the one to start this catastrophe. What kind of family is this in the original story anyway?
Lin Yue, full of sorrow, had just closed his computer.
Footsteps echoed in the hallway.
The person had not yet arrived. A strange aura had already seeped in through the crack of the door.
Chapter 76, Instance Breakdown Progress, 10%. Get back.
Wu Shanshan stood in the hallway. She softly reprimanded the approaching figure. But the other person seemed not to hear her. The footsteps continued to advance slowly.
Behind him,
there was another person, holding Mother. At that moment, Mother had completely lost her previous terrifying aura.
She was trembling all over,
like a frightened little bird. Her eyes constantly darted away from everyone's gaze. Wu Shanshan coldly watched the scene. It seemed she had become accustomed to it.
How many times has it been? Why do you have to bully an ordinary person like her? She has nothing to do with Mom. If you have anger, don't vent it on her every time. Upon hearing this,
the newcomer paused slightly in their steps. The strange black mist in the hallway completely enveloped the person. It was impossible to discern their true appearance. But just by the quality of this terrifying black mist, one could tell that the other person's relic was not simple. The player holding Mother had a playful glint in his eyes. He originally wondered why Mother had suddenly transformed into someone else. He never expected that such a thing would happen.
After midnight, the relic awakened.
But it took away the terrifying, eerie form of Mother.
Was this to prevent players from directly defeating the boss to clear the level?
Perhaps yes, or perhaps not.
Don't think too much. There is a reason for every 3 days. Just complete the task at hand.
As the person ahead whispered these words, Wu Shanshan realized that the person in front of her was not her brother. If it were her other brothers, they would never say such things.
A task? Who are you? The enforcement team?
The two exchanged glances.
They both grinned widely. They neither confirmed nor denied.
The player in the front, surrounded by black mist, lunged forward. The speed was astonishing. As if time around them had slowed down.
Wu Shanshan had just wanted to move.
A piercing pain shot through her back in an instant.
Damn it!
Especially tonight, something had happened, and she was punished by her mother.
Otherwise, how could these two be so pleased? Am I going to turn into that disgusting thing again?
As she watched the dark fingertips so close, Wu Shanshan suddenly erupted.
Bang! Let her go. I won't say it a second time. When it came to fighting, Lin Yue was never afraid, though he would not admit it. But when he concluded that everyone was targeting him, his body was very excited. He believed this was due to the upcoming battle and the adrenaline rush. He couldn't be that aggressive of a person. But at the moment he kicked open the door and saw Mother being held like a chick. His eyes instantly turned fierce and bloodthirsty. Four-handed celestial Buddha instantly enhanced. In this hallway, a pair of eerie and terrifying arms slowly tore through Lin Yue's skin. They emerged like bamboo shoots bursting through the earth, with strands of fresh blood. The terrifying black mist, almost tangible, crushed the eerie black mist released by another player in the hallway. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. Let her go? Are you talking about this thing? The player standing at the back glanced at Mother in his hands. Before he could finish his words, a cold light shot past his cheek. Blood instantly flowed down. You bastard. This person instantly flew into a rage. Just as he turned his head, he found that the older brother who had led him through the previous round was already being strangled by Lin Yue. His whole body was bound and unable to move. He was completely pressed to the ground. At the same time, Lin Yue had a bloodied steel pipe in hand without knowing when. It swung down directly onto the older brother's forehead. Ka! He glanced around in terror at this scene. What is happening? His boss's ashes and relics are legendary relics with the nature of time. Within a certain range, no one can be faster than him. But, fortunately, this steel pipe is not a relic. It should be fine. All members announcement. A player has failed the mission and died. Dungeon collapse progress, 10%. Died? The previous round's top boss. Just like that, died? Let her go. You made me say it a second time. Lin Yue threw Zhao Qi aside. Step by step, he walked towards the other player, who was stunned with fear. His reaction was fairly quick. Realizing Lin Yue seemed to care about the weird object in his hand, he immediately raised it in front of himself, choking the throat and threatening. She's just an ordinary person now. I can crush her throat with a single hand. You. Don't come any closer. Damn it. What is going on? Doesn't hidden information say this kid can be manipulated by everyone in the family? Is this manipulation? System, don't be so deceitful. This guy is also foolish. The one who can be manipulated by everyone is Lin Yue. Not Lin Yue. The all-member announcement has already been made. Others also rushed to the third floor. As soon as they arrived on the third floor, they saw the player choking Mother, threatening Lin Yue, who was as terrifying as Ashura. Yet Lin Yue remained unfazed by the other's threat. He still stepped closer towards the other. As Mother was an important character in this round of the game, how could she be easily killed in advance? Before the players find a way to escape, no one can kill her. Knowing this clearly, Lin Yue remained completely calm. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Yue, who was filled with murderous intent. He quickly scanned the scene to analyze what happened. He had also triggered the mission to assassinate Lin Yue. Assassination. Not openly killing. How did these two fools even survive this round? As for Mother, she is definitely an untouchable taboo. Midnight transforming into an ordinary person, Mother is undeniably the biggest boss of this round of the game. If someone really kills her, then it leads to one result. The true body descends. Or it's the only segment of time during which players can communicate and gather information. This means blocking the player's last glimmer of hope. He exchanged glances with Liu Bei. Liu Bei smiled bitterly. He had no relics, this round of the game was truly a battle of gods. He's just a passerby. Liu Bei plucked up the courage to speak. Xiao He, don't be impulsive. If she dies, we all might be finished. Whatever happens, we can discuss it. Lin Yue, can you give my brother some face? Liu Bei himself felt his words inappropriate. What kind of person is Lin Yue? When he is kind, he's truly foolish and easy to talk to. But when he feels the need to kill, he is more ruthless than anyone. Others may not know. He had witnessed Lin Yue smash a troublesome player to death with a stick. He does not want to die either. He was just too panicked. Lin Yue had even killed his big brother who had passed 2 rounds with him. How can he not panic? As long as Lin Yue steps back, he wouldn't actually attack. Wang Chao saw him falter. Instinctively, he transformed, seamlessly passing through his body, snatching Mother away. Seeing this, Lin Yue lunged forward immediately. He took to his heels and ran. No one stopped him. This He is simply foolishly reckless, almost causing everyone to perish.
the sooner he dies, the better. Picking up the long nail, Lin Yue moved through the corridor like an agile monkey. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with He Yu. This guy is also a useless fool without relics. Lin Yue leaped forward and blocked his path. He instantly knelt on the ground. Bro, I was wrong. I was just doing it for the mission. I didn't target you deliberately, you are magnanimous. Ka. Before he finished his words, a steel pipe hit his head. The sound of his skull shattering echoed throughout the corridor. Having dealt with him, Lin Yue looked at the others and said, "You all. Are you also here to kill me?" Lin Yue's words made everyone present look at him. Some people narrowed their eyes, their bodies trembling, filled with fear. Some had a frivolous expression, stretching their muscles and bones, looking down on him. Wang Chao knew that Lin Yue had become the mission target in other people's eyes, and he must be very unhappy. But the character setting could not collapse. However, he would not be foolish enough to have an open confrontation. Because the character setting was to stab in the dark. Don't say Lin Yue killed these two fools. Even if Lin Yue didn't kill, he would try his best to eliminate these guys who might harm the entire game plot. Wang Chao put down the mother in his hand. He glanced at the reactions of the people behind him. Those who could survive the first 2 rounds might be as lucky as Liu Bei. But more likely, they were elite players who could connect 2 rounds of the dungeon. Such people, more or less, had ashen relics in their hands. From the reactions of the few people behind, one could see who had confidence and who didn't. Seeing that these people did not show any hostility, he then looked at Lin Yue, stating his position. You heard the hint just now. Failing the player's mission and dying will lead to the collapse of the dungeon. You can't kill anymore. I know, this is unfair to you. Don't worry, as long as we maintain our character setting, we won't really kill you. We can discuss how to stab in advance. Lin Yue scoffed. He didn't expect Wang Chao, who was always clever and cold, would make such a foolish mistake. Wang Chao had this idea. But it didn't mean others thought the same. This was a mission. Missions either had clues or rewards. Rewards were not that bad. If killing him could gain clues to escape, who could resist? If it were him, he would have to weigh it carefully. Furthermore, Wang Chao's words, Lin Yue could trust even less. Being so easily trusting of others, he feared his head would move away as soon as he fell asleep. Seeing Lin Yue not speak, Wang Chao wanted to say something. At this moment, someone was already unhappy with Wang Chao's self-talk. Don't count me in your plans. This person had long hair, and spoke in a soft manner like a woman. But his body was extremely masculine. He directly chose to leave the 3rd floor. As he passed Lin Yue, he stopped and turned back, saying, I must complete my mission. After dawn, take care of yourself. Saying this, he raised his arm, waved his hand and went down the stairs on his own. The others also completely disregarded Wang Chao's words. Seeing so many people ready to deal with Lin Yue, this made Ma Xiong, who had been whipped because of Lin Yue, very happy. Even as he passed Lin Yue, he made a gesture of cutting his throat. Wang Chao was not angry because of this. These people were not the ordinary ones he had led through the game. If they disobeyed him, he had no way to control them. Liu Bei looked at the two and hesitated for a while before hurrying downstairs. Here, with no relics and no one to back him, he didn't even have the right to speak. Wang Chao sighed and also walked away from Lin Yue. Even if everyone present tonight promised not to truly take action, he was afraid that if someone acted out a fake scene, it might become real. His proposal was just idealism. As he was leaving, he glanced at Wu Shanshan. After thinking for a moment, he still told Lin Yue, I'll give you a piece of information. At night, the mother will become an ordinary person. And she will forget everything about the players. Wang Chao's original intention was to let Lin Yue not worry about Wu Shanshan. But Lin Yue had always regarded Wu Shanshan as his childhood sweetheart. Plus, Wu Shanshan happened to gather 10 players. This matched the numbers from just now when the dungeon was collapsing. So, regarding Wang Chao's reminder, Lin Yue found it quite strange. He even felt that the other party was trying to provoke their relationship. Calm down, there were still supporters for him. He had Wu Shanshan and also his mother. They wouldn't take this mission. They shouldn't, right? At least mother definitely wouldn't. Thinking of his mother, he immediately went to help the mother who was curled up in the corner holding her head. Mom, are you okay? Did I scare you? That call of mom seemed to awaken memories in the other person. Suddenly, they raised their head, reaching out their hand with force, staring closely at him. In the eyes exposed behind messy hair, there was fear and anticipation. You are not my son.
You are not. Ha ha ha. No.
Before Lin Yue could react, the person frantically ran down the stairs.
Lin Yue immediately chased after.
He saw Mother rush into the kitchen, shaking a spoon over the soup pot.
Lin Yue was puzzled. He didn't know who the mother was right now. Was his real mother too deep into her role, acting too well, or was there really another mother? Wu Shanshan walked over to Lin Yue's side.
Watching the chattering mother in the kitchen, she turned to him after a long while and said,
"Who are you?"
Lin Yue tilted his head and turned his face.
The corner of his eye twitched. Wow. Could it be that he was out of character?
It hadn't been long since he extended his hand.
Could it be that wherever Wu Shanshan was, he had to reach out? What do you mean, who am I? I am Lin Yue.
For the sake of his character, Lin Yue's little hand immediately reached out mischievously.
Wu Shanshan didn't dodge.
Instead, she stared at Lin Yue's hand for a long time.
So you were acting all alone? You not only lied to me, but also deceived Mother? Do you know everything? In Wu Shanshan's view, Lin Yue was just a human.
It was impossible for him to have such terrifying power. And he could not transform into a strange form. This world didn't have a concept of ashes and relics.
They didn't need relics to transform.
So, Wu Shanshan found it hard to understand the current situation.
Recalling Lin Yue's changes over the past few days carefully,
it seemed she figured it out.
Lin Yue got into fights and went to the police station for a certain purpose.
He was a human, unable to seek help from strange police officers. This was a trap he could never escape.
So,
only one path was left.
Let the law enforcement team know about this place. A private human is a serious crime. Did the jade and stone burn together?
Listening to Wu Shanshan's words, Lin Yue did not pay much attention.
Yes, I know everything. You all want to kill me. Hey, I know you definitely won't really hurt me. Right?
Wu Shanshan was startled. Looking at Lin Yue's serious face with sparkling eyes, she never expected
Lin Yue would see her this way.
Wu Shanshan fell silent for a long time. She quietly turned her head back to watch Mother in the kitchen. After a moment, she whispered,
"But you can't escape either."
Regarding Wu Shanshan's concerns about the game, Lin Yue was not worried at all.
He smiled calmly and said, "Can't escape? How do you know without trying?
Just trust me." Chapter 78, He's young, as an older brother, you should yield to him.
Ring ring ring.
The next morning, Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes.
These guys actually planned to act against him during the day for the sake of their character. A bunch of fools. Don't they know I have to accompany Mom out today?
Today, Lin Yue was especially excited. Just thinking that someone wanted to assassinate him while he wasn't home made him feel good. He opened the door and ran into Wu Shanshan.
After watching Mother cook for a long time last night.
And touched for a long time. Fortunately, he had strong self-control. He held back.
Seeing Wu Shanshan, thinking of the character.
His little hand, as if having a mind of its own, immediately reached out.
Smack. Looking for death so early in the morning?
Wu Shanshan seemed to have turned into a different person.
No.
She returned to her normal character. Her eyes were cold. Her strikes were ruthless.
If not for his strong physique, this hit would definitely leave 5-finger marks. Watching Wu Shanshan go downstairs, Lin Yue looked gloomy. After midnight's tolerance, he certainly wouldn't enjoy this treatment during the day. Speaking of last night, he also went to look for Han Yan. Unfortunately, that door was as tight as a bank vault. He couldn't open it at all. Han Yan didn't eat or drink.
Just like his catastrophic start, they were both equally miserable. Breakfast was porridge made by Midnight's mother.
Nothing special.
But the moment the bowl landed in front of Lin Yue, the system immediately popped up a prompt.
Fat intestines and lean meat porridge, highly toxic. Gulag.
Lin Yue looked at the porridge in front of him, swallowing his saliva. Then he glanced at the others. Only the bastard fourth Ma Xiong shot him a sideways glance.
Did he poison it? Not sure. Lin Yue looked around.
Suddenly, he grinned.
Anyway, these people all want him dead, it doesn't matter who did it. Everyone present is an enemy.
Fourth brother, my bowl has less meat.
Your meat is more, let's swap. As soon as this was said, everyone wanted to laugh. Lin Yue is too cautious. They had just gotten up. Who has time to poison? Or is this guy just scared?
Ma Xiong snorted coldly and ignored Lin Yue.
Mother looked up at the pouting Lin Yue.
Then coldly said, Old fourth, switch your porridge with the little brother. Ma Xiong was unwilling.
why should I? He has his own, why should mine go to him? Mother spoke. No one dared to defy.
Ma Xiong surprisingly stood his ground.
Mother turned dark.
She slammed the table. The whole table was instantly filled with cracks.
He is young, as an older brother, you should give in to him.
Ma Xiong was scared by Mother's slap. This was not an ordinary table.
It was made of a type of solid wood he didn't recognize.
He had tried, even with all his strength, he couldn't move it.
Mother only used a slightly angry hit. And it cracked?
Thinking about having to report back at dinner and getting whipped filled him with rage. Swap, swap, swap.
So being young justifies it, right? No wonder it's a toxic family. Ma Xiong's porridge ended up in front of Lin Yue.
Confirming there was no prompt, Lin Yue felt relieved and drank up. He wanted to see if Ma Xiong dared to drink after seeing the prompt. But Ma Xiong sneered and didn't even look. He simply brought it to his mouth and took a sip.
It all came from the same pot. No way it's poisoned. If it's poisonous, he'll eat poop. Just after taking a sip, his stomach instantly churned.
It was just like a bottle of strong liquor poured directly into his stomach, making him break out in a cold sweat. The pain didn't last long. In just a few seconds, he felt nothing. Then, he violently coughed up a large amount of black blood.
Ugh! It's really poisonous.
Ma Xiong collapsed on the ground convulsing. Everyone present looked at each other with suspicious eyes.
No one knew who did this. But it must be one of them. So ruthless. And they struck so quickly.
Mother looked at the convulsing Ma Xiong, not caring about his life or death. She stood up with a grim face. Her gaze swept across everyone present.
Including Lin Yue, with one exception. Ding! Mother has developed suspicions about you. Suspicion value plus 30. Damn! How can this be suspected of me?
Lin Yue muttered in his heart.
Is this fool not looking at the prompt, can he blame him? Or do they think this is his self-directed performance? So wronged.
Looking at Lin Yue's expression of grievance that seems not to be fake. Mother looked at the other brothers again.
Every face showed some panic.
They all had suspicions. Everyone received the message of suspicion value increase. Their faces were all very ugly. Under Mother's might, no one dared to speak. Everyone lowered their heads waiting for the result.
At this time,
Wu Shanshan suddenly stood up. She flipped Ma Xiong over.
Mom, fourth brother is not dead yet. Everyone couldn't help but secretly sigh at Ma Xiong's good luck.
This kid was picky with the hot porridge, only tasted a little bit.
Thank goodness, he didn't drink it all down.
The little brother's apology cannot be delayed.
I will personally go to apologize.
Old 4. Help him back to the room to lie down. As long as he doesn't die. As soon as this was said, everyone felt a chill rise in their hearts.
What does it mean as long as he doesn't die? No treatment?
Thinking carefully, treat my butt.
All this is deceit. Whether there is a hospital is a problem. Everyone looked at Lin Yue again. Seeing Lin Yue's calm expression,
it seemed everything was anticipated.
Damn it! So dark.
It must be this kid who poisoned it. He even considered that this world probably doesn't have any hospitals. The torment that the horse Xiong suffered.
It was to give them a warning. It was also to intimidate them.
Whoever dared to do his task would end up like this. Lin Yue appeared calm on the surface, but was surprised inside.
What a poisonous poison.
No, I must always have holy water ready. These people, they have quite a few tricks.
He couldn't eat this breakfast anymore.
Mother even reminded Lin Yue in advance to change into clean clothes.
She wanted to take him out. Upon hearing they were going out, Lin Yue didn't hesitate.
He immediately acted cute and pleaded with his mother to bring Wu Shanshan along. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, there was fear, anger, and more importantly, killing intent.
Even Wang Chao felt
that their conflict was an inevitable result.
Before going out,
Mother carefully helped Lin Yue fix his clothes. She was incredibly indulgent. As the target being hunted by all players,
this treatment was somewhat understandable.
However, she did not agree to take Wu Shanshan along. Lin Yue desperately gestured to Mother. If they leave here, they could escape.
Don't leave Wu Shanshan behind. Mother seemed not to see his blinking motion and instructed. When we get to the classmate's house, no matter what they say, you must endure. Did you hear? Lin Yue nodded.
However, his mind was not on this matter. Under normal rules, players could not leave the house early.
And the final task of the game was to escape from the house behind them. Now, he had come out. As long as he could escape with Mother and Wu Shanshan, it would be fine. After all, everyone else wanted to kill him. He didn't care about their lives. As for Han Yen, he had already tried last night. If there was a chance to help, he would, but there was no need to be that saint when it was impossible. Walking on the street, line end. Lin Yue stared at Mother's back. It seemed he understood something. Is Mom refusing to take Shanshan because the escape method isn't right? That makes sense, if she could leave the house for any reason. Mother should be able to do so at any time. The game really has no loopholes to exploit. As he walked, Lin Yue suddenly bumped into Mother ahead. She scanned the crowd on the street. It seemed she was looking for someone. After a moment, she directly linked arms with Lin Yue and walked on, as if afraid he would get lost. Not long after they left, a mysterious and strange figure appeared at the spot Lin Yue had just vacated. That's him. He definitely is human and must meet your requirements and tastes. Chapter 79, Who the hell are you? For this visit to apologize? Mother was very serious. To choose a gift, she even took Lin Yue shopping specifically. As for what to choose, Lin Yue didn't know. He only knew the place they went to was very remote. Along the way, Lin Yue discovered that this world was vastly different from the world he lived in. The people in this world were not obsessed with online shopping. Instead, they liked going out to join the crowd. From time to time, he could see groups of girls discussing celebrity figures. Are the people in this world also violent? Even girls are discussing boxing. Instead of talking about which star is more handsome, the passers-by were heatedly discussing the upcoming King of Boxing Championship in their city. Lin Yue was not interested in such things. As for who the boxing champion was, he hadn't paid attention. Wait here, I'll go in for a bit. Mother specifically found a shop located in a corner of a remote area. The store looked like an ordinary women's clothing store. It was even the type that sold underwear. Could it be that the original character didn't hit a male classmate? But isn't it a bit inappropriate for a female classmate to choose underwear as a gift? Lin Yue mumbled to himself. He agreed with Mother's request. He also did not like shopping. If he could avoid going in, that would be even better. Next door was a pet store. It looked more appealing. Lin Yue had no money, so he could only stand outside and look at the situation inside. There were quite a variety of pets inside. Besides cats and dogs, there are all kinds of snakes, insects, mice, and ants. There is also a chatty parrot, staring at him through the window. Human. Catch him. It's a human. Lin Yue felt that this bird was nothing interesting. The person who taught it to talk didn't teach it any useful words. At least if it saw him and shouted, "Handsome guy, come play," that could attract people to consume. Just when he thought of teasing this guy through the window. By the way, teach some flirty lines. Suddenly, he was pressed down on the shoulder. At first, Lin Yue thought it was a store employee, but when he turned around, he saw a muscular man. He was a tall black man. Looking at the hand on his shoulder, Lin Yue pointed and said, "Can you let go? I hate it when someone puts their hand on my shoulder, especially a muscular guy." Before he finished speaking, a hint slowly floated out from the man's body. "Brain-dead fan, very gay." Gay? At that moment of Lin Yue's confusion, the man suddenly leaned closer and took a deep breath. He had a look of enjoyment and said, "You smell so good. Don't resist, come with me quietly. Otherwise, you will pay for it." In that instant, Lin Yue's whole body had goosebumps, trembling from head to toe. Damn it! Seeing Lin Yue instantly step back several times, the black man knew he could only take action if he wanted to quietly take Lin Yue away. He immediately moved his feet, moving extremely fast. In an instant, he charged in front of Lin Yue. Is he a fighter? Bang! Lin Yue's speed was clearly his shortcoming. He couldn't dodge. This hit didn't seem to have any feeling at all. Lin Yue pushed away the man's hand, looking displeased and said, "You fucking have a problem, go get it treated." "It's fine, just cut it off." Lin Yue cursed angrily and then threw a punch. When Lin Yue took his hit without any reaction, the black man's pupils widened, covered in sweat. He was not just a brain-dead fan of the boxing king. He was also a semi-professional boxer. Just now, even though he held back a bit. But it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Is he really human? In the moment of being distracted, Lin Yue's fist directly hammered into the man's abdomen. Regarding Lin Yue's small punch, the man absolutely looked down upon it. When he came back to his senses, he didn't dodge either. It was just at the moment of the punch connecting. An incredible force exploded in his abdomen. With just one hit, he knew he had completely picked the wrong person. This is not power that humans can possess at all. Watching the man's eyes bulge, crouching down and clutching his stomach, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yue was very satisfied. Then a foul odor swept through the air. He had actually beaten the man to the point of shitting himself. Damn it, this is so unlucky. Lin Yue was still not satisfied, preparing to kick a few more times. But unfortunately, his mother came out at that moment. The image must not collapse. Lin Yue quickly restored a harmless appearance. He rushed over and hugged Mother's arm, continuing to act like a pampered son. Mother naturally also saw the muscular man on the ground. There were no other people around. She looked at Lin Yue suspiciously and said, "What's going on?" Lin Yue waved a hand in front of his nose and said, "I don't know. Mom, let's go. This guy seems to have lost control here. He actually shit himself on the street, it stinks." Mother smelled the odor in the air at this point as well. She frowned. These days, there really is every kind of weirdness. Then she turned and left the source of the foul odor with Lin Yue. After they left, a car stopped nearby. "Stop testing. He is a human, and he definitely meets your requirements. Just the strength alone is not something an ordinary person can have." Through the car window, the boxing king stared at the brain-dead fan twitching on the ground. He clearly knew this fan was a semi-professional boxer. To be able to knock him out with a single punch is definitely not an ordinary human. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Among humans, there are indeed many with extremely strong powers. But that is still limited to humans. It is simply impossible to harm it. "You? Is there anything else you haven't told me?" The mysterious ghost cannot reveal anything about the game. If it does, it will turn to ashes. In this matter, it can only remain silent. In the midst of thinking, the mysterious ghost let out a cold laugh. "You are not afraid, are you? As a human with mysterious power, you must be scared. Ha ha ha, number one in the world? Number one in the world must be afraid of death." Bang! The ghost's head was crushed by the fist of the boxing king. In the next second, it gathered back together. The mysterious ghost fell silent. Only a cunning glint in its eyes, as if planning something. "The competition is the day after tomorrow. Before the match, I must eat this human. What's the result of the investigation?" The driver was silent for a moment. He handed over a phone. After opening it, there was a special video on it. The boxing king watched it. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. That woman is indeed raising humans. Such a serious crime could be hidden for so long. How did she do it? We can't expose her actions, otherwise this human will definitely be taken away by the enforcement team. Make arrangements, cancel tonight's boring party. I want to personally meet this woman. Chapter 80. Our plan? Arriving at a classmate's house. The doorbell rang for a long time. Only then did someone open the door. A middle-aged man answered the door. He wore an apron, holding a knife in his hand. The knife was covered in chopped meat and blood. It looked like he was cooking. "Hello, I am Lin Yue's mother. I spoke to you on the phone earlier." The man seemed to know their intention, but he said nothing. He just tilted his head towards the room and turned to walk inside. The mother glanced at Lin Yue. She reminded him of the warning before. No matter how unreasonable the others' demands were, they must endure. Lin Yue nodded. "Sit." This house was much smaller than the one in the game. It could even be said to be very crowded. The man turned and went into the kitchen. He put down the apron and knife, then banged on a bedroom door, shouting inside, "Get out! Your classmate came to apologize." An unhappy response came from the room. Then, a bruised and limping yellow-haired boy walked out. Upon seeing Lin Yue, fear clearly flashed across his face. This kind of fear seemed to be etched in his bones. Lin Yue was also a bit surprised. This was no longer a matter of fighting. Was the original character so ruthless? Looking at his useless son, the man sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and quietly watched Lin Yue and his mother. "I feel deeply sorry for Lin Yue's behavior. Classmates should help and support each other. This brat is my failure in education. Besides apologizing, I have prepared a small gift for you. I hope you can accept it." The man looked at the carefully selected gift box from the mother. Without looking, he slapped it away. "Apology? Let him kneel and knock his head on the ground 3 times, and break one of his legs, then I will think you are sorry." Otherwise, get out. The gift was knocked away.
The mother's face flashed with anger.
But she held it back. Before she could speak again,
the man slammed the table, leaned forward and whispered.
Don't think I don't know what that little thing is. Want to apologize? Simple, give me half.
The mother's face changed instantly.
Lin Yue, go to your classmate's room.
Apologize to him properly.
Mom needs to discuss things with uncle. Lin Yue was still doubtful about what the other party was saying. Damn old man.
How dare he call him a little thing?
And be so rude and violent to mother. He was really looking for death. Thinking about the earlier warning from mother. He endured. He grabbed his classmate and walked towards his room. Among the 4 people present,
only his classmate looked panicked.
This isn't right. Isn't this to apologize? Dad, save me. The man didn't even glance at his son.
It seemed he didn't care at all. His eyes were fixed on the mother.
Back in the room,
the classmate being dragged by Lin Yue immediately threw away the crutch, impatiently swatting Lin Yue's hand away, and turned to lean against the door, listening to the noise outside.
Lin Yue blinked. This guy. How can he change so much back and forth? Great. Our plan is going smoothly.
As soon as the other person spoke,
it made Lin Yue's mind crash for several seconds. What do you mean by our plan? Lin Yue's classmate looked at Lin Yue's strange expression. Furrowed his brow. You brat, are you trying to kick me out?
I said, I volunteered for this.
You don't need to worry about me. Damn it.
The original character surprisingly teamed up with the classmate who fights.
If I accidentally expose that I don't know the plan he mentioned, wouldn't I be directly erased by the rules? Thinking of this,
Lin Yue also leaned against the door listening to the outside. Pretending as if the plan was in progress, he said.
Can I not worry about you?
This matter is really too dangerous.
They probably won't have results for a while, so how about we review the plan again?
The classmate seemed not to hear it.
Review my ass. Stop hesitating. This is the only way. Now, hit me. Ha? Lin Yue looked at his classmate in surprise. Isn't this bad? Don't just stand there, hurry and hit me. Seeing that Lin Yue did not move,
the suspicion value began to increase. Lin Yue could only disregard so much and had to act.
Slap.
The other person took the slap. Immediately screamed in pain.
Damn, how did your strength become so big? Ah, help. It's a murder. Dad, quickly save me.
The door was suddenly slammed open. The classmate's dad looked at his son on the ground and the crutch that had fallen, filled with anger.
You come to my house and still hit my son? Ungrateful thing.
There's no room for discussion in this matter.
Take your things and get the hell out. Faced with the angry man, Lin Yue's classmate was still quietly giving him a wink. Lin Yue could only turn with suspicion and walk towards mother. But mother was not angry about his actions. Because there was something even more infuriating.
She also could not reach an agreement with the other party.
Even coldly threatening. Some things are not what you can covet.
That's all I have to say.
We're leaving. In response to mother's threat, the other party did not care at all. Also replied. In the midnight hour, I will bring the enforcement team to your door. Before that, you better think clearly about my proposal. At the same time, the other players trapped in the house were also not idle.
With mother gone, it was the perfect opportunity for them to set up a murder trap.
Except for Wang Chao. Wang Chao lay in the room looking at the mission panel. Initially, the task they received was to kill Lin Yue. The reward was unknown. It was this unknown reward that made many people eager.
After all, this was the only triggered task at the moment.
Definitely related to the main quest of escaping.
And the reason he did not actively attack Lin Yue was actually because he considered the issue of motivation. They were all players. Although everyone had different character identities.
But if the motivation wasn't reasonable, he wouldn't do it.
The question he needed to clarify first was, why kill the Lin Yue character?
What reason did the system have for arranging it? Was it possible that from the beginning, there was a huge trap set up, waiting for them to jump in?
Just from those diaries, nothing could be discerned. So, he focused his attention on Wu Shanshan.
This woman must know all the information. He carefully studied the information about Wu Shanshan in the diary. He thought everyone's focus was wrong.
They shouldn't pay attention to mother or Lin Yue's actions.
But this seemingly unimportant, even somewhat excessive character She was the key to completing the game. And then Han Yan, if they could connect that, all the issues would be easily resolved. There was one more thing, which was the birthday party. Whose birthday was it? Everyone seemed to overlook this point. Driven by the task. It was definitely wrong. No one ever said that the task was the only way to clear the game. Not. The biggest difference between him and Han Yan is that he understands how to take risks with certainty. He dares to take risks. So, after making the decision, he immediately found Wu Shanshan. Shanshan, I want to talk to you about something. I've had enough of these days. I was thinking, how about? Let's let that girl go? Chapter 81, Family Crisis. Everything depends on Wu Shanshan's reaction. Wang Chao's risk here is indeed great. If these words do not fit the character's persona, the punishment awaiting him is unimaginable. The expected system prompt did not appear. This relieved Wang Chao and he secretly clenched his fist. He made the right bet. Each member of this family has secrets not found in the diary. Wu Shanshan listened to Wang Chao's words as if she had heard them countless times. There was no surprise, no shock. She simply replied casually. You haven't given up yet. Just give up. You can't win against Mom. After saying this, Wu Shanshan stood up and walked towards the kitchen. It seemed she didn't want to entangle with Wang Chao on this matter. Or rather, the original character was someone who would pursue this issue relentlessly. Wang Chao followed her and knocked on the door. It counted as fulfilling the character's persona. Then he turned and left. As for the other players, he didn't pay them any attention. They were like scattered sand, no one would listen to him. All the sons are fighting with their mother, Lin Yue should be included. Is killing Lin Yue to disrupt the birthday party? But if Lin Yue died, the birthday party would indeed be ruined. But this also means Mom would be angry and furious. The game would enter a dangerous phase ahead of time. Everyone would have to bear Mom's wrath. Wang Chao even saw a possibility of total annihilation. This task is a trap and also a way to clear the level brutally. Everything depends on whether they have this strength. Clearly, to Wang Chao, this risk was too uncontrollable. Motivation, he understood. From the earlier conversation, rescuing Han Yan should be the second route. It is also what the original character is striving for. Wu Shanshan said they are fighting against their mother. This fight must be to escape from this family. So, does rescuing Han Yan mean they can escape? Han Yan is completely locked in the secret room. This is so wrong. It offers her no way out. This is not the purpose of the game. Perhaps she holds the real way to break free from this game in her hands. Some existence just wants to see if they are willing to save an irrelevant person. If it were the past, he wouldn't save. But in the last round, Lin Yue showed him what it means to do the wrong thing, which unexpectedly yields rewards. This game seems to have been quietly guiding players to help each other. Or perhaps, the ruler of everything likes to see players struggle with their humanity and take pleasure in it. Wang Chao analyzed this calmly. He wasn't the kind-hearted guy like Lin Yue. Nor was he some evil being. He still wants to survive. Whether it's saving people or killing them, the goal is the same. It was still early evening. Mom and Lin Yue came back. Everyone followed out of the room. Bastard. That damn bastard, I swear I'll kill him. Mom's anger was almost uncontrollable, her usually dignified features at this moment twisted terribly. It looked like she had become a different person. The crowd felt a deep fear in their hearts. The entire house was filled with an eerie atmosphere of rampant violence. Wang Chao pressed his shaking arm down. Mom's strength exceeded the possibility of a violent outcome. At least for him. He couldn't see any winning chances. Rescuing people became imperative. Everyone looked at Lin Yue, wanting to know what had happened. Before Lin Yue could speak, Mom had already stormed into that secret room. At the same time, everyone received the system prompt. Universal announcement. Everyone triggered the plot task, family crisis. No matter how disharmonious the family is, under the invasion of external forces, everyone must unite against the outside. Temporarily set aside mutual hostility and prioritize dealing with the impending invaders. Warning, mission failure, all members annihilated. Plot mission? Lin Yue listened to the hint, all the confusion lingering in his heart. It seemed that at this moment, everything became clear. The first day was indeed for players to search for clues and adapt to the game atmosphere. On the second day, it would be the main event. Going out was inevitable, our plan was also inevitable. The family crisis was even more inevitable. All of this was guided by the original plot.
And as the plot gradually revealed itself, many pieces of information that could not be obtained would slowly surface. Of course, with the automatic passage of time and plot, the danger level of the game would increase. The invaders seemed ordinary, but the key was the law enforcement team threatened by the people. In this world, it seemed everyone feared the law enforcement team. Even the police were beneath them.
Once the law enforcement team showed up, the game would end immediately.
Lin Yue suddenly realized a serious problem. If the inherent plot only increased their risk of exposure, then there must be information that could avoid this outcome.
There must be useful information he had not discovered. In terms of details, he was indeed not good at it. Unfortunately, Han Yan was locked up.
If that woman were here, she would definitely uncover some clues.
Thinking of this, Lin Yue prepared to go upstairs and search the room and computer again. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he ran into Wu Shanshan coming out of the kitchen.
Wu Shanshan was holding a small teapot and teacup. It seemed to be prepared for Mother.
What is this? Oh, I'm so thirsty. Pour me a cup too. Holy water can still be saved. Every little sip counts.
The tea Wu Shanshan brewed, he could still drink with peace of mind. Wu Shanshan did not stop him but rolled her eyes in annoyance. She turned back to the kitchen, intending to brew another pot.
A certain player on the second floor couldn't help but smirk, trying to get Lin Yue.
In general, it's very difficult to succeed.
This guy was very cautious. Especially after this morning's incident, poisoning would be even harder. But
everyone knew that the success rate of poisoning again was very low.
The more it was like this, the easier it would be to succeed. Lin Yue certainly wouldn't think someone would use the poisoning trick again.
If he could take down Mother too, that would be even better.
Anyway, the tea was prepared by Wu Shanshan. Ding. Drinking lotus seed cooling tea, premium. Mental strength +2. Good tea, good tea. Not worse than the Zen tea of the strange grandmother. Lin Yue clutched the teapot tightly and wouldn't let go. Wu Shanshan, who was refilling the tea, shook her head. Tomorrow midnight would be the birthday time.
Today, no matter how big Lin Yue did something, Mother could endure it. He didn't know if he truly didn't know or if he was just calm.
Wang Zhao frowned, and when Wu Shanshan left, he couldn't help but speak up. Little brother, did you forget something? Forget something? What could he forget? This kid must have seen the hint. Wishing to divide? No way. Lin Yue lifted the tea lid and spat inside. Then he grinned. Still going to drink?
Wang Zhao rolled his eyes.
Speechless.
He was just reminding Lin Yue, don't forget there are a few people here who want to kill him too.
Really fearless.
The player upstairs who was poisoning also stared blankly at this scene.
He glanced at the watch on his wrist. This shouldn't be. Wasn't it said that the drug could kill the evil ghost? Does it not work on people? Chapter 82, Why should he? The poison is hidden by the original role. In this family, the original role wants to kill Lin Yue. He has kept some deadly things. And poison is one of them.
Watching Lin Yue hug the teapot, blowing hard. He gulped it all down without incident. He then opened his backpack and looked at the bag of flour. Filled with doubt, he looked at Lin Yue.
Little brother, is the tea good? Lin Yue coldly snorted. Are you jealous too? Of course it's delicious. Sweet.
Saying this, Lin Yue put down the teapot and went upstairs alone. This person never dared to take a bite of the little white bread in his hand.
Instead, he walked to the teapot, muttering to himself. Sweet. Damn, it can't be powdered sugar, right?
He dipped a tiny bit of tea residue from the bottom of the pot with his finger.
Just this little bit, even if there's a problem, it shouldn't be too big.
And it's just this tiny bit.
The man's eyes rolled back. He collapsed to the ground, twitching all over. Just like the fourth one.
The other players were also stunned.
Is this idiot sick? He wants to taste Lin Yue's saliva? Is this the point?
The point is, Lin Yue has once again poisoned without anyone noticing and even predicted someone would taste it.
This guy. He's not as foolish as he looks. Lin Yue didn't have the energy to care about these people. He stopped in front of the door. The door has been tampered with? What is this thing?
Lin Yue looked at the shadow reflected on the doorknob, which looked a bit like Sadako.
He looked back. Nothing was there. Daytime relics are not allowed to be used. There's no reason it should be a special ability left by a relic. A sticker? Trying to scare me?
After thinking for a moment, Lin Yue rubbed the shadow hard.
He didn't know if it was an illusion. It seemed like he heard a faint scream. The sound was very low. Almost undetectable. Or maybe it was just an odd sound from the friction. Looking at the horror sticker that was wiped away, Lin Yue snorted coldly. Boring little tricks. At that moment, a player waiting downstairs suddenly changed his expression. His face turned dark. He glanced at his spatial backpack. My item card. It's broken. Of the people present, only 2 were left. The other player was surprised to hear him. Didn't you say that item was foolproof?
The item description says it guarantees a 100% entanglement and makes the target plagued by nightmares unable to awaken.
This kid is really damn weird.
The 2 exchanged a silent glance. They both scratched their heads.
Forget about him for now.
10 people, 1 shut down, 1 blew up, 2 poisoned, and he killed 2.
That guy from the dynasty looks like he doesn't plan to work with us.
At this rate, we're a bit short on manpower.
Let's talk after tonight.
To fend off the possible annihilation by the storyline mission.
Even if they still had methods. For now, they could only endure.
There's 1 more day, there's still a chance. Lin Yue opened and studied every game on the computer. This behavior was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Naturally, it brought him no gains.
And time flew by quickly during this process. No one even prepared dinner.
Lin Yue had never had such leisurely gaming time, which made him very uncomfortable.
Boom! The sky suddenly thundered.
Outside the attic window, a flash of light fell directly from the sky,
striking the center of the city. The strong wind blew into the room, completely stirring Lin Yue's unease. This isn't right. Every second wasted could be a hope for survival. He didn't plan to care about whether others might act.
He gulped down some holy water,
directly pushing the door open.
Standing at the stair railing. The downstairs was pitch black. Not only was no one cooking, even the lights were off. It was certain that Shanshan was not in the bedroom.
Thinking of this, he went straight downstairs.
The original character was well loved. This gave him the courage to go to his mother's bedroom. As soon as he got downstairs, he heard knocking coming from outside the door.
Then, another flash of lightning cut through the darkness, stretching the shadow at the door, reflected from the glass.
The thunder began to sound more frequently. This gave Lin Yue a very bad feeling,
especially since this shadow was completely unrelated to his classmate's father. Moreover, the feeling of panic grew stronger. Knock, knock.
The other side knocked patiently, saying nothing. Lin Yue took out a long nail and approached the door,
peering through the frosted glass at the turning doorknob.
The other side seemed to know someone was standing at the door.
Standoff for a long time.
This shadow finally slowly disappeared. Only then did Lin Yue furrow his brows and put away the long nails, walking towards his mother's bedroom. The head of the mysterious ghost was still being held by someone.
It looked at the boxer retreating and couldn't help but laugh. You still say you aren't afraid? The world's strongest? Haha, what a joke.
This time, the boxer did not crush his head again. Instead, he wore a heavy expression.
He can't possibly be human. My instincts tell me that the moment I force my way in, I might die.
The mysterious ghost rolled his eyes. He admitted that Lin Yue was a bit strange. But it wasn't exaggerated to this extent. Otherwise, Lin Yue wouldn't hesitate to use that prop card out of fear of him. Even he wasn't a match for the champion of this strange world.
With Lin Yue? What made him think he could?
The boxer seemed to see through the mysterious ghost's thoughts.
You don't understand. Because you are weak enough that you can't sense his terror.
It's like ants will never be able to imagine how strong an elephant is.
And put away those little thoughts of yours. You think I don't know what you're planning? Let's first take a look at their family. It seems there are other guests. There was one thing
this world's strongest did not explain to the mysterious ghost. That is, during the time he stood at the door. He felt that all the strange powers in his body were being suppressed by some invisible force. Just standing at the door felt so intense.
If he went in,
he doubted he would completely lose control of his power.
This family certainly wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lin Yue's father was also driving here at this moment. Just now,
he received a call from Lin Yue's mother.
Stupid woman, haven't you compromised yet? Humans.
I haven't tasted this for a long time. And when he knocked on mother's door, Lin Yue had not yet spoken.
Mother revealed an expression unlike before. That kind of look.
Looking at him, as if admiring a masterpiece.
A gaze full of obsession and intoxication.
The stare sent a chill down Lin Yue's spine.
Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Quick, wipe your drool.
Realizing her loss of composure, Mother pulled back her gaze and turned to Wu Shanshan, asking,
Good son. Tomorrow you will become an adult. Mom, how about I arrange a wife for you?
Lin Yue instantly became excited upon hearing this. He looked at Wu Shanshan and asked,
Are you going to marry Shanshan to me?
Of course.
This was just something said to fit the role.
After all, it was sure that Lin Yue liked Wu Shanshan.
His little actions. The whole family saw it. Though Wu Shanshan didn't like it, she silently endured his various harassments because he was favored. Their last names were different. From the beginning, Lin Yue knew. In the whole family, he was the only biological one.
The others were all adopted or similar.
A trace of sadness appeared on Wu Shanshan's face.
It seemed she was sad for not being able to control her fate.
Shanshan? Don't think about it.
Come with me, I've already arranged your wife.
Tonight. You two will consummate tonight. Chapter 83, My Own Life, I will make my own decisions.
Regarding this, it was impossible for Lin Yue to say he wasn't surprised. But deep down, he had some guesses. He had been thinking about what Han Yan's identity was.
Escaping from the original family. What was there in this home that made Lin Yue want to escape?
His mother spoiled him so much, and the other siblings were all under his thumb. He even got into college. He could harass the girl he liked, Wu Shanshan, at any time.
What about this little life was unacceptable to him? The answer lies in Han Yan. Lin Yue's first thought was kidnapping.
This was a sick family, all the siblings in the house had no blood relations. Most likely, Mother's original role involved various kidnappings,
causing them to come together,
and having means that forced them to stay by her side.
It looked like a loving family.
In reality, each person had a clear reason to escape. And the source of fear of this family and mother.
Typical low-budget, illogical European and American horror movie scene.
Lin Yue suspected that the original character was kidnapped to this house at an age when he did not understand anything. That's why the original character was so close to the mother.
Of course, this was just Lin Yue's wild imagination.
To know the specific situation, he had to wait until he saw Han Yan. Before that, the character setting had to be maintained.
Lin Yue immediately intensely acted cute and said, I don't want to. I want Shanshan. Lin Yue's acting cute did not earn another indulgence from his mother. Only a glance was given.
The temperature in the whole room suddenly dropped a few degrees. Lin Yue was secretly surprised.
No, Mom, you are taking this too seriously. If you act like this, your son is a bit scared. Don't want? It seems I have really spoiled you. This matter is not up to you.
I worked hard to raise you just for this day.
Wait until you have descendants. My mission will be complete.
Lin Yue curled his lips. These words sounded a bit familiar. His mother had said similar things when he just entered college. She was also urging him to find a girlfriend in college and get married after graduation. Complete her life's mainline mission.
It sounds like for us children, we are just tools for our parents' tasks. And not living, breathing, thinking people.
Lin Yue even suspected that his mother was using this game to urge him again.
Warning. Mother is angry.
Please apologize immediately to gain your mother's forgiveness.
According to the rules,
Lin Yue had angered his mother. He should apologize and obtain forgiveness. That way, he would also be able to meet Han Yan smoothly. Both the character setting and the rules would be taken care of.
But now is not the time.
The character setting is still not perfect.
Lin Yue pounded his chest and continued to shout. I am not your toy. I am a person, a living person. I have thoughts, I have a soul. I love Shanshan, why should I marry someone unrelated? My life cannot be controlled by anyone. Not even my own mother. My own life. I want to be the master.
At this moment, the system alarm had started ringing incessantly with harsh alerts. Each alert felt like the sound of a trigger being pulled on a death sentence. But Lin Yue didn't care and spoke everything he wanted to say. Strangely, the warning sound of the angry mother suddenly stopped after Lin Yue finished speaking. It seemed that mother was not angry at all.
Listening to Lin Yue's passionate outburst,
Mother's face changed suddenly.
Life? He knows he is a person now? Shanshan, hurry and take him down.
At this moment, Mother was extremely furious. Wu Shanshan also had a panic-stricken face, although she saw that Lin Yue had long been showing signs. Hearing it with her own ears at this moment, the shock in her heart was hard to calm down for a long time. Wu Shanshan hugged Lin Yue's arm, blowing a breath before him. Lin Yue smelled a fruity scent.
For a moment, he did not understand what this meant. However, he understood the 3 words: take him down immediately. He immediately played dead. Seeing Lin Yue's vacant eyes, Mother nodded in satisfaction. Then, greedily and excitedly reached out to caress Lin Yue's face, murmuring, "Actually, you don't know better. 18 years. Finally, I have welcomed the chance for you to marry." Lin Yue was helped by Wu Shanshan to walk into the secret room. At the same time, he saw that complex and elaborate hidden safe door again. With a series of actions from Mother, the whole house made a creaking sound. After the door opened, a deep, dark corridor was revealed. System prompts immediately rang out. Ding! Discovered the place of marriage, safe. Place of marriage? Listening to this name, Lin Yue thought of what Mother said. He realized that there was actually a hidden terrifying boss in this instance. The prompt said safe. Most likely referring to this hidden boss, it was for players to clear the level with high difficulty. As long as one doesn't act recklessly, it should not be summoned. Following the stairs down, Lin Yue saw Han Yan surrounded by green candles. At this moment, Han Yan, like a dead person. Her face was deathly pale. There was not a bit of reaction. She was just wearing a red wedding dress, quietly lying on the cold stone table. Her chest showed no rise and fall of breath. Let's go. Let's welcome our guests. Mother brought Lin Yue here. Then directly threw him down. As if he would willingly complete the ceremony himself. Wu Shanshan let go of Lin Yue and slowly retreated. Before leaving, she took a long, deep look at Lin Yue. The heavy insurance door slammed shut with a loud bang. Lin Yue, who had been playing dead, finally moved. He was trapped. Still active. He made his way back to check the entrance. The complex mechanisms in parts above left him utterly confused. To meet Han Yan, he took a huge risk. However, he thought it was worth it. In the entire scenario, only Han Yan was locked up alone. If he wanted to truly escape this scenario, this house, he probably had to save Han Yan. This was the only solution he could think of after Mother refused to take Wu Shanshan along to escape. From start to finish, Lin Yue acted like he was going with the flow, following the plot path. In reality, he had long known the importance of Han Yan. In this family, every role played a crucial part in the story. Not one could be missing. Reaching Han Yan, Lin Yue directly slapped her. A minute later, Han Yan glared at Lin Yue with a resentful expression, as if saying, "Can't you wake me up in a different way? I am a girl." Han Yan seriously protested Lin Yue's complete lack of tenderness. But Lin Yue didn't have time to dwell on this. Under the constraints of the rules, he could only reply with his gaze. "Let's focus on the game. To see you, I even risked my life." While saying this, he gestured at his own neck. Han Yan couldn't help but laugh immediately. But after laughing, there was helplessness and fear about the uncontrollable nature of life. Just awakened, she didn't even know what had happened the day before. She could only lower her head and carefully study the game rules and identity. Her identity was that of a kidnapped victim. The same vague setup. Not knowing what to do or say, she opened her spatial backpack and took out a diary. That's right. In this house, everyone had a diary. Even Han Yan, who had been locked up, was no exception. Take a look. Seeing the diary, Lin Yue immediately signaled Han Yan to open it with his eyes. Han Yan naturally would not avoid Lin Yue. This was not a diary of daily records, but an investigation manual filled with yellowed newspaper clippings. Chapter 84, Lin Yue, hurry and give it to me. In 1937, the young Liu Bei went missing on the street in front of his home, where his mother was at his side. In 1955, child Wang Chao mysteriously vanished after school. In 1973, He Yu fell into the river while playing in the park with his sister and disappeared. In 1991, newborn Ma Xiong. All the clipped newspaper articles listed above were the names of these players. All were missing persons reports. Moreover, the time span was all 18 years. Lin Yue wanted to find his name but couldn't find it. The last missing child was Wu Shanshan. This shocked Lin Yue greatly. Was there an 18-year difference between him and Wu Shanshan's characters? No. According to what was written here, as the big brother, Liu Bei must be over 100 years older than him. Han Yan examined it very carefully. In addition to the clipped missing news, there were other news pieces. Cherish animals, where will the fate of humanity lead? Private breeding runs rampant, when will the killing of humanity stop? Is humanity food or poison? See what the experts say. Humans completely extinct, is it all the fault of the so-called upper-class society's gluttony? Looking at the titles, It seemed completely unrelated to this scenario event. But Han Yan immediately sensed the hidden connection from it. He looked at the time.
There are still more than 2 hours until midnight. He wanted to exchange information with Lin Yue.
He needed to find another way.
The room had nothing but candles.
Lin Yue understood her intention. He immediately knocked over a row of candles, letting the wax drip to the floor.
After all, there were inexplicably many candles here.
Once cooled, they could write directly on the surface.
Han Yan quickly wrote down her thoughts on the ground.
First, Han Yan provided further speculation about her original identity.
She was the kidnapped one. Also, a private detective or journalist tracking the criminal. The least likely possibility was that she was a police officer.
These details did not matter.
What mattered was that according to old newspapers and scattered bits of information,
she really found this criminal.
Only, fate was unkind.
She was caught.
These players, were playing the victims in this round of the game.
After Lin Yue read it, he suddenly thought of something.
He had this deduction before but wasn't certain. The main reason being the game's theme escaping the original family.
Since it was the original family, then, these people with different surnames shouldn't be the kidnapped victims.
There was a contradiction here, and the logic did not hold. It was also what he had never understood. That is why he thought this idea was just nonsense.
Han Yan fell silent for a moment.
She pointed at herself. Then pointed at Lin Yue, quickly writing something shocking for him.
You are not the missing persons in the report but the children of the missing persons.
Lin Yue also wanted to have a child with Han Yan here.
To add a new Lin Yue to this family from now on.
This was what the copy mother was supposed to accomplish. And there was no one else in this family.
So, after the child was born, where did these replacements go? No matter where they went, it was not good news.
Lin Yue sat on the ground, reorganizing all the information he had gathered in his mind. At present, he and Han Yan had drawn the conclusion. They were all descendants of the missing persons. And the role of mother kidnapped a child every 18 years. To bear a son to stay by her side. These children might have noticed the dark side hidden in the original family. Or learned the truth about themselves. Thus, they wanted to escape. This matched the theme of the game.
And the other brothers, including Shan Shan, wanted to kill him.
The goal was to stop something called the marriage ceremony.
It seemed that only if Lin Yue died, could this ceremony not proceed? And if the ceremony could not proceed,
they could be free from mother. The players could then clear the game. Han Yan agreed and affirmed Lin Yue's analysis. She thought this copy was actually simple. As long as they called the police or drew the attention of that law enforcement team, it would be fine. As for why the other players' original characters didn't do so, she didn't understand either. She had just awakened. And hadn't seen how this world operated yet. What the law was like here and whether it might have unknown effects on these issues was uncertain. Since no one had acted, then there surely was a reason they could not do so. But there were still other ways.
For example, Lin Yue's classmate's father. His arrival was an opportunity.
As long as they made him aware of the dilemmas their original characters were facing, maybe he could help them escape this predicament. But Lin Yue shook his head. This matter wouldn't work. If it were possible, his classmate wouldn't have that our plan.
But one point, Han Yan was right about. The classmate's father. Indeed was their opportunity. From the current information,
Lin Yue roughly guessed what our plan was. Lin Yue's original character probably knew all of this. He told this matter to his classmate. The method his classmate thought of was to involve his father.
Then create an opportunity for Lin Yue to escape or get rid of this family. This kid has loyalty, that's for sure. But he really is a bit of a sellout. But speaking of all that, as long as they don't take the initiative, couldn't they just not complete this wedding ceremony? Why do others want to kill him? Oh no. They just tossed me here, there must be a problem in this room. Candles?
As the thought just appeared, Lin Yue was suddenly tackled to the ground by Han Yan. Listening to Han Yan's suppressed gasps beside his ear, Lin Yue knew exactly where the problem was.
Damn it. Drugs again? This family really is. Why do they always like using drugs? Fortunately, he was fine, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. At this moment, Han Yan was extremely excited.
She was directly on top of Lin Yue, with not a hint of self-awareness in her eyes.
Lin Yue. Hurry and give it to me. Chapter 85, Master of Ashes. Where is he? You're not trying to play tricks on me, are you? Let me tell you, if I can't get what I want before midnight, or can't leave here safely in time, The enforcement team will definitely come knocking. If you don't believe me, you can try.
Lin Yu's father did not feel too excited after receiving the call. To avoid mother from being ruthless, he also set up a backup plan. However, this backup plan was his son who had long been sold out. Mother looked at the other party with a greedy and impatient expression.
She couldn't help but sneer inside. Is Lin Yue that delicious?
She didn't mind the three from the dynasty standing nearby. Instead, she spoke directly. You should know that reports of humans have long been extinct.
Have you ever thought about why there are still humans existing here?
This statement caught the other party off guard.
Extinct? Do you think I would believe the government's bullshit? In the upper, middle, and lower realms, who doesn't know there's a human farm in the upper realm? Oh, only those humans themselves don't know. Ha ha.
As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the three from the dynasty and coldly snorted.
You actually raised a few hybrid aberrations.
I have heard that aberrations have a very low chance of giving birth to pure-blood humans.
That kid, is he the result of that?
The mother gave the other party a somewhat unexpected glance.
However, seeing the other party's expression, she knew they didn't know much.
This made her feel a lot more at ease.
In that case,
the other party could go to their death without worry.
Before that,
she was quite interested in explaining one thing. No need to talk about chasing shadows.
Let me tell you something practical. Aberrations indeed have a probability of giving birth to pure-blood humans, but do you think that 1 in a trillion chance is possible?
The truth is, my master possesses the ability to revert aberrations to their original humans.
As soon as my master was mentioned,
the other party's face instantly filled with terror.
You are a believer of the Wedding Command Organization.
As he spoke, he could no longer care about the allure of Lin Yu's flesh and blood.
He turned and fled.
But the main door slammed shut.
Mother casually glanced at the three from the dynasty. Kill him. The system prompt sounded.
The three from the dynasty directly received temporary relic release permissions.
This also applied to Lin Yue. In the basement,
Lin Yue sat on Han Yan's backside, keeping her pinned to the ground. At the same time, he kept flipping through Han Yan's diary.
Flipping back and forth,
he found almost no new discoveries.
Everyone has diaries. Why don't I have one?
Lin Yue's diary was written on the text of the gear in the game.
Actually, it can't be called a diary.
Those were more like important intel points.
Han Yan was resisting fiercely.
He simply lay down directly,
back to back, pinning Han Yan so she couldn't move. Want to eat him?
Wishful thinking.
What is that?
Facing the ceiling, Lin Yue suddenly saw that there seemed to be some kind of special pattern on the ceiling above. At first glance, these patterns looked like a huge eyeball. But upon closer inspection, he could see some blurry words. They were somewhat similar to the writings on that previous bone.
He could not understand. Lin Yue, what's wrong with her?
Just when Lin Yue was lost in thought, staring at the ceiling, suddenly, a sweet voice appeared beside him. Startled, he almost fell down. Regaining his composure, he realized it was Xiao Li.
Xiao Li? How did you? Is it midnight?
Lin Yue saw the little white shoes on Han Yan's feet.
He immediately realized.
This was Han Yan unconsciously using a relic. Xiao Li had actually inhabited these shoes. Looking at Xiao Li's curious eyes, Lin Yue irritably slapped Han Yan's butt. What else could it be?
She's daydreaming.
Not getting the answer she wanted, Xiao Li looked a bit disappointed. She followed Lin Yue's gaze to the ceiling and read word by word.
Bride's life, originating from the method of grafting.
It is the cultivation method brought by the Lord of Ashes to the trickster realm, helping the realm to be reborn from the ashes.
Lord of Ashes?
Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise.
It seemed she knew the meaning of this name.
On her face, besides shock, there was also fear. Just seeing this name made her collapse to the ground, as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Lin Yue did not feel this way at all.
What lord, what lord? The last Hunger Lord was just like that. Well,
he was a bit showy. If that Hunger Lord had a body,
he would be a mosquito. Not enough to be swatted away.
Xiao Li, who is this Lord of Ashes? Xiao Li hurriedly placed her finger to her lips and shushed again.
And whispered. Don't say it out loud. Kay will hear it.
However, it seemed she didn't really believe that herself. Her eyes were full of doubt. In our world, there are also stories of Kay, and ancient sculptures and books passed down from ancient times.
Unfortunately, they are seriously damaged and can't be recognized in their original form anymore.
If only we could catch a glimpse of the divine face,
Lin Yue poked Xiao Li's forehead. Where are the gods? If there were really gods, why would they throw us into this game to survive? Even if there were gods, they wouldn't be good beings. Xiao Li grimaced at this statement. Lin Yue was too bold. Then she shrugged. All right. In fact, she didn't believe it either. She had only seen such things in another world. She was just too shocked. When she was burned to death, she also prayed. She had pleaded with all gods for help. It was of no use at all. But the name Lord of Ashes was just too significant. In their world, there were many followers in churches of the Lord of Ashes. It was rumored that the entire world was created by the Lord of Ashes from the ashes. And in another world. Seeing such a familiar name, it was normal to be shocked. Lin Yue immediately realized this. Do you recognize the writing up there? But you're not from. Lin Yue didn't say it clearly. The implication was that Xiao Li did not belong to this world. How could she recognize such writing? Xiao Li stated that she had studied this ancient script in school. She was still in her senior year when she died. She originally planned to major in a related field in university. Lin Yue asked her to read more to see if there was useful information. To see if there was any useful information. Then, Xiao Li roughly translated the writing on the ceiling one by one. She couldn't read it all either. However, she conveyed the general meaning. It said that the Lord of Ashes had a problem with his lifespan. It made Kay's followers use the bride's life ceremony to extend Kay's life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue grimaced. This was obviously false. How could gods need such a ceremony? Or use human blood and flesh to extend life? How many years of life could just one human extend? What kind of fool would believe that? Damn! His mother seemed to be that fool. Lin Yue stared blankly at the writing above. At least he understood what the bride's life ceremony was about. If this ceremony was not actually done by this Lord of Ashes, but rather an act of a fraud. Xiao Li, where do you think this fraud would be? Chapter 86, Fraudulent Trick. Xiao Li glanced over Lin Yue and the starving Han Yan. Looking at the pattern on the ceiling seriously, she said. It must be waiting for you to do something. I haven't seen it yet. Saying this, she looked at him with an expectant face. Lin Yue nearly broke down. This little girl. Can this thing also be displayed? However, Lin Yue understood Xiao Li's meaning. This fraudster was in this room. And it had been watching all along. But for some reason, it could not directly intervene. In fact, it had intervened. It was also curious why Lin Yue had not been aroused. Can you help me find it? Xiao Li did not speak. Suddenly, thick smoke erupted in the room. The temperature was rising rapidly. Even Xiao Li was breathing out smoke. Lin Yue looked at this in amazement. The strange was good. No need for relics, it exploded as soon as it wanted to. As the temperature increased, even the air began to twist and fluctuate. The eye above suddenly squinted. Was it being smoked? Lin Yue had long been waiting. The long nail was instantly thrown out. It hit the ceiling with a pop sound. It directly sank into more than half of it. This strike. It was like stabbing into a living creature. A drop of blood dripped down from the wound. Is there a blood bar? Then that's easy. The ceiling above seemed to come alive. That eyeball glared angrily at Lin Yue. It actually slowly stretched out. Ding! Fraud demon, habitual scammer, detected. Sure enough, it was a fraudster. Lin Yue felt very satisfied with his deduction. He thought some terrifying big boss would come out. But it turned out to be this? Without a boss identity, it still dared to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. Sure enough, there is no fraudster who doesn't dare to impersonate. Taking a big sip of the holy water, Lin Yue leaped up, grabbing the long nail to stabilize himself. The 4 heavenly Buddha hands spread out. The remaining 3 fists pounded continuously on the ceiling. Boom! This strike caused the entire house to shake. In front, Wang Chao and others watched as their mother dragged Lin Yue's father's corpse into the kitchen to chop it up and stuff it into a copper pot. Their faces turned pale. These past few days, were they eating this? They wanted to vomit, but didn't dare. If they vomited, their character would be ruined. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and come in to help. The 3 looked at each other. Just when they hesitated whether to enter the kitchen, the entire house suddenly shook. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Mother suddenly thought of something and rushed toward the secret room in panic. Xiao Li looked at Lin Yue in astonishment as he punched the ceiling again and again. This strange entity was not something she forced out, but had come out voluntarily to check due to feeling abnormal.
This entity, not affected by her abilities, was at least at the level of her father's existence.
Yet it was being hammered under Lin Yue's control? The last time they met, he wasn't this strong. Only a few days? Enough. You damn, weak, humble human. Do you know, I am the Great Ash? Ah.
The fraud demon was completely stunned. It was a fraud demon, and its ability was lies as long as there were people who believed.
Even impersonating divine beings, it could obtain corresponding weakened abilities.
The Master of Ashes was the most powerful existence it could think of. However, there were always greater powers, greater strange beings. Last time, it had scammed a powerful figure. After being exposed, it almost got crushed. It had barely escaped here to hide and recuperate in such a small place. Seeing that it was safe for over 100 years.
Why was it encountering a hard board this time? This kid before it not only did not believe it, but could also distort its abilities. That feeling was like encountering the biggest natural enemy of its life.
It seemed that as long as Lin Yue believed it was fake, it did not matter if other people believed or not.
If it was about obtaining, then Lin Yue was about deprivation. Moreover, with a higher priority than it. Damn it! How can there be such a disgusting strange ability?
Lin Yue had no idea what it was thinking. He was always worried about how to take his mother and Wu Shanshan through this puzzling game dungeon.
Now, he finally seized the opportunity. Who cares about any tricks, just kill it.
The thing I hate the most in my life is scammers.
The second most hated are the scammers who scammed my mom.
The third most hated are the scammers who are still stubborn even when facing death.
Die for me.
With the blessing of holy water.
Lin Yue's fists left shadows as he swung.
He truly suppressed this deceptive entity to the point of having no temper left.
Want to escape?
The strange long nail pinned it down tightly.
It couldn't move at all.
It could only passively take the beating. As the ceiling continuously rippled. The shape of the room was rapidly bending and deforming.
Stop. Quick, stop. What are you doing? Don't keep going.
At this moment, Mother was in a panic. It seemed she forgot that Lin Yue was just an ordinary person.
And not a terrifying entity. Mother's angry warning began to ring out again.
Lin Yue felt powerless. As long as this rule existed, he would never be able to resolve this anomaly. What should he do?
Should he just stop? At that moment,
the room had twisted almost beyond recognition.
Strange energies began to gather again. Then, a pale-faced middle-aged man slowly appeared in the room.
After appearing, he ran straight for the exit. The warning voice abruptly stopped.
Stopped? Why? Could it be that it was responsible for monitoring everyone before midnight?
Lin Yue seemed to think of a very high possibility.
The rule didn't say communication was not allowed during the day.
Everyone assumed this was the case because the dynasty had tested it.
Could it be because of this deceptive entity?
It seemed to be able to hide within any wall of the house. If this rule didn't exist, or if there was a hidden rule, that was triggered only when this deceptive entity saw it. That would mean even Mother's anger was triggered through its monitoring. Now the deceptive entity turned its back to Lin Yue. The warning voice immediately stopped, which was the best indication.
As long as I'm not seen?
Glancing at the bewildered mother, Lin Yue felt even more certain. From beginning to end, it was this deceptive entity controlling everything. As the deceptive entity rushed up the stairs, it was kicked back by someone. Even the dynasty, who kicked the deceptive entity, was astonished. He had just instinctively raised his foot to kick at the shadow rushing over. Unexpectedly, the prompt told him he had attacked a highly dangerous entity called the deceptive entity.
Highly dangerous entity? The deceptive entity clutched its chest and looked at the dynasty. Its eyes turned and pointed at the bewildered Lin Yue, saying, "Do you still want to rescue your biological mother? I promise you here, whoever kills him, I will set whoever free." The task was triggered again.
It was still a direct completion task.
And it was still to kill Lin Yue.
Now, even the dynasty was so shocked he couldn't speak.
2 consecutive tasks demanded Lin Yue's death? No. An entity could actually issue a task for them to turn against each other? Is this reasonable? Could it be an illusion?
Before the dynasty could think it through, one of the 3 directly spoke up.
"Dynasty, don't hesitate. He just went through a battle, this is our only chance. This is a completion task.
Do you still doubt that there's a problem with the system?"
Liu Bei also chimed in from behind. "Yeah, although I'm weak. But, I don't want to die. Even if I die, I want to fight. Brother Zhao, think about it.
He has already killed 2 people and poisoned 2 people.
He has been reducing our player's strength. Is this something a player would do? I suspect he is not Lin Yue at all, but a deceptive entity hiding among us. Did you not doubt him last round? If we kill him, we'll complete the task. Chapter 87, Brother, I'm on your side. Before the dynasty could respond, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Midnight has arrived. Player permissions have been opened. This prompt temporarily attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yue yelled loudly. Little pair. Feng Yan. Seeing the thick smoke engulfing Lin Yue, one person cursed darkly. This damn dynasty, how is it like a woman? That kid Liu Bei is not reliable. Damn, in the end, I still have to rely on myself. He didn't have much confidence in Lin Yue. But he wasn't scared enough to avoid a head-on confrontation. Just treat it as facing a final boss. For the player rushing in the thick smoke. Before Lin Yue could act, the other side froze suddenly in the smoke. Lin Yue turned to look at Little Pear. Little Pear had already floated up. She had controlled the other person. Little Pear. So strong? Now Lin Yue just wanted to kill that trickster. There was no time to think about this. Little Pear controlling the other side was even better. Watching the smoke-free path open just for him by Little Pear, Lin Yue immediately rushed out. Only by killing the trickster controlling everything. From beginning to end, Lin Yue's actions were restrained. To free Mother and Wu Shanshan from their roles. He had searched for this hidden trickster for too long. It could not be given the chance to breathe. In the thick smoke, the situation was unclear. But it was different after becoming the trickster. The dynasty's intangibility could ignore not just the physical form. These strange thick smokes were of no use to him. Lin Yue, don't blame me. Everything is required by the mission. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting the lowest character card. The dynasty's fingertips were like sharp iron spikes, rushing straight towards Lin Yue's eyes. Get lost. The steel pipe was wildly swung by the control of the Buddha's hand, creating a vacuum area in front of him. The dynasty just barged in directly. Both knew. In the moment the dynasty became tangible, the spikes would pierce Lin Yue's eyes. The damage going deep into the brain could be fatal. And he would also suffer Lin Yue's fatal strike. This was a life-for-life combat strategy. And just as the dynasty's fingertips were about to pierce Lin Yue's eyes, it seemed that Lin Yue's movement was faster. He directly sent the dynasty, who was ready to deliver a deadly blow, flying with the steel pipe, and knocked down Liu Bei behind him. Brother Chao, are you okay? Get up. He is coming. The dynasty spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Liu Bei was shocked at how fragile the dynasty was. So useless? Seeing Lin Yue's fierce gaze rushing out of the smoke, Liu Bei instantly panicked. Another player was boasting loudly. In the end, they lost their movement as soon as they entered the smoke. Watching Lin Yue approach, Liu Bei's attitude suddenly changed. Brother, I am on your side. I'll lead you. Lin Yue cast a doubtful glance at Liu Bei, but did not stop his pace. He could not give the trickster a chance to hide again. He immediately chased out. This kid Liu Bei actually caught up. And just as they disappeared down the corridor, the dynasty immediately opened his eyes. He did not know Little Pear. But if Lin Yue could command her, they should be able to communicate. Little Pear? Hearing someone call, Little Pear immediately turned her head. What? You are also Lin Yue's enemy, right? I saw you make a move. Have you thought about how to die? In my relic city, there are many, many empty rooms. As Little Pear spoke, the scene in front of the dynasty instantly turned into a burning building. He saw another player struggling to find a way out in the building. This made his pupils contract involuntarily. He thought Lin Yue was outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, this Han Yan had such terrifying relics. Relics that can only be used at fixed locations. I am not his enemy. You can wake up Han Yan and ask her clearly. You have that ability, right? Little Pear chuckled. She just wanted to see something different. She was a relic that controlled mental illusions. Also a self-aware relic. But only limited to closed rooms. Otherwise, her level would be much higher than now. Uncontrollable. It is also the negative effect of her as a relic. This makes her evaluation in the system not very high. Like a peeper's eyes, although white relics. But at certain times, the effect is quite strong. When Han Yan got these shoes, her first reaction was to throw them away. Because they are relics. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Do me a favor. Looking at Wang Chao's serious expression, Xiao Li just pouted. What do you want? Wang Chao opened the system panel and said. Shatter the illusion on me. On the other side, Lin Yue chased out of the secret room. He watched as the fraud specter reintegrated into the wall. A long nail was immediately thrown out. Half of the fraud specter's foot was nailed to the floor, letting out a sharp scream. A painful howl. This attracted Wu Shanshan, who was still in the kitchen cleaning up the mess. Lin Yue, what are you doing? Lin Yue had no time to explain to Wu Shanshan. He grabbed the long nail and pulled. While pulling, he kept stabbing back and forth. Until he dragged the fraud specter out, struggling against it, and harshly drove the long nail into its heart. Kill the fraud specter. Freedom point +1. So little? Lin Yue, be careful. Wu Shanshan suddenly screamed. Lin Yue looked at the long knife piercing through his chest, gripping it tightly. He suddenly turned to look at Liu Bei. Why? Liu Bei seemed to have just done something insignificant. He clapped his hands and said. What do you mean why? Oh, you want to know why I stabbed you? Hey, listen. I'm not one of you. I am the fraud specter. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the long knife. He seemed very angry. But looking at Liu Bei, his tone was very calm. Is that so? No wonder you are the fraud specter, you have been watching the show since the game started. The guy you just killed, is he part of your ability? Seeing that Lin Yue did not die immediately, Liu Bei quickly took 2 steps back. He frowned at Wu Shanshan beside him and said. Shanshan, kill him. I will let you reunite with your mother. Wu Shanshan's face showed fear upon hearing this. At this moment, Liu Bei had already transformed into the appearance of another middle-aged man. But before Shanshan could respond, in the passage to the secret room, Wang Chao and others had already come out. Han Yan also returned to normal. But her face was still flushed, not completely faded. She looked very disheveled. Upon seeing everyone out, Lin Yue stopped pretending. He directly pulled out the long knife that had pierced his body. He immediately handed it to Fo Shou. The fraud specter retreated 2 steps again. It didn't care about the others. Only Lin Yue. It was scanning back and forth between Lin Yue and Wang Chao, and then understood. Interesting ability. It can also affect living beings outside of oneself. Wang Chao granted the illusory ability to Lin Yue. So, the backstab didn't harm Lin Yue at all. And Lin Yue grabbing the long knife at the first moment was not to obstruct further piercing, but to prevent the knife from falling to the ground and exposing the trick. The deadly fight between the two was also acting. The problem is, the player released by Xiao Li looked at the two with disbelief. Feeling like a monkey, being played with by a trickster, and also being toyed with. You guys, is it time to start acting? Chapter 88, It Hurts. Not too long. It just happened. Just happened? You two are tricking me. Even the fraud specter thought it was impossible. So what did I do or say that made you suddenly decide to act and trick me? Lin Yue snorted coldly. When you die, I'll burn paper to tell you. He wouldn't give the other side a chance to delay time. In an instant, he lunged forward. The fraud specter clicked its tongue. Knowing it was no match. Resisting was futile. It was better to welcome death with open arms. Watching Lin Yue pierce its heart, it was not afraid. Instead, it showed a smile and said, You will be killed by me sooner or later. This round counts as your win. Lin Yue looked at the strange smile of the other party with surprise. For a moment, he didn't understand what this guy was talking about. We are all dead. Can you come back to life? Let's talk again. I can kill you once, and I can kill you 100 times, 1,000 times. Ding. Killed the fraud strange. Free points +5. More entries. It turns out, this is the real deal. After the battle ended, Lin Yue looked back. Wang Chao furrowed his brows, looking at him. The game is not over yet? Didn't you say that killing the fraud strange would clear the game? Clear my foot. The third player seemed a bit broken. So many people have died. He was toyed with like a monkey, being led on for so long. Finally, he killed the fraud strange that had been hiding all this time. The game is still going on. Kill her. No. Kill both of them, the game must end. The player's eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, his sanity was extremely low. He must have suffered quite a bit in Xiao Li's relic space. Everyone was very close to each other.
In such close-range ambush, even Wu Shanshan and Han Yan, who were standing next to their mother, did not react in time.
Watching the dagger about to plunge into mother's heart,
Lin Yue roared and directly lunged forward to block with his body.
Poochie! Damn it! This time, I'm really stabbed through. It hurts. Blood kept pouring out from his chest.
Wu Shanshan was the first to respond.
She kicked the ambushing player away.
In a panic, she held Lin Yue tightly. Tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes.
It turned out
she had always cared about this younger brother. It was just that until the critical moment, she thought she could ignore his death. Even when their mother rushed into the secret room, she'd rather stay upstairs,
just unwilling to face Lin Yue's death.
And the timid mother watched the stranger who had her son's face, her heart ached like being pricked by needles.
He is not him.
Xiaoli took control of the crazy player again. This time, she held nothing back. The opponent would never escape the burning of the guileful apartment. At this moment, no one expected. Wu Shanshan suddenly pulled out the dagger from Lin Yue's back and thrust it into mother's heart with the other hand.
Except for him. Who do you think in this world can use their life to protect you and me?
These words fell like thunder in the opponent's ears. But in the end, she said nothing, painfully closing her eyes.
Mother revived again. Wang Chao sighed inwardly and silently withdrew from the crowd.
The fraud strange was not strong.
Just hiding behind the scenes, rather tricky.
In this house, the truly powerful one was the mother controlled by the fraud strange. And stronger than mother. Was the mother who lost the fraud strange's control?
Everything returned to the starting point. Even worse. Mother descended again.
Still in the midnight she had never stepped into. She knew the shackles on her were completely gone.
And everything was done by this ordinary person's little son. Ordinary person? Why would she think like this? Always feeling something is not quite right.
Mom, save him.
Father is dead, no one can control us. Please, save my little brother.
Wu Shanshan fell to her mother's feet, pleading for help. That mother whom she had protected after midnight was instead erased by her own hands.
Everything, just to save Lin Yue. Facing Wu Shanshan's desperate pleas,
the mother before her was just silent.
Recalling everything that happened in this house. It felt like an unending nightmare.
The fraud strange's ability to lie had already failed, she naturally remembered everything.
She was also a victim.
She gave birth to Wu Shanshan, yet the woman who gave birth to Lin Yue was just killed by Wu Shanshan herself. You have thought this through. You killed his biological mother.
When he wakes up, do you think he will forgive you?
These words left Wu Shanshan stunned.
But after just a few seconds, she heavily nodded.
Lin Yue could also be said to be someone she watched grow up. This feeling, from the very beginning, she had hidden it away. Because she knew Lin Yue would grow up sooner or later. Would be eaten by frauds and strange creatures. So, she deliberately ignored and even resented Lin Yue. Thinking that this way, she would not face pain. In the moment of life and death.
Her instincts told her that feelings cannot be suppressed. Mother and father are different.
Father can turn strange beings into pure-blood humans, with very harsh conditions. Once every 18 years can be used.
But mother can transform humans into strange ghosts.
This is also why father couldn't bear to kill the mother who gave birth to her.
This is also the reason why two mothers alternate during night and day.
Her mother is stronger, so she occupies more time. Looking at the pleading Wu Shanshan, mother sighed in her heart. It's just right, two strange ghosts can just make a pair. This could fulfill her youngest son's long-held wish.
Maybe one day, they could even give birth to a pure-blood human. Just as her hand touched Lin Yue's chest,
Lin Yue suddenly took a deep breath and opened his eyes.
Awake? Great, you're awake. Wu Shanshan excitedly hugged Lin Yue.
Mother looked at her hands with suspicion.
It seems she hasn't started yet. Could it be that after losing control this time, she has become stronger again? Lin Yue was a little dazed too.
But he was very grateful. Fortunately, the effect of the holy water hadn't ended. He didn't know who pulled out the dagger, giving the holy water space to work its healing magic.
The holy water can actually heal wounds. It really is a precious treasure.
Lin Yue sighed at the hidden magical effects of the holy water, while rubbing Wu Shanshan's bottom.
The game isn't over yet.
At this moment, perfecting the character setting
has already become instinct. Ahem, getting into character.
Feeling the uncooperative hands, Wu Shanshan blushed for the first time,
showing a charming demeanor.
Beside them, Xiaoli clicked her tongue in displeasure,
glaring at Han Yan. seeming very dissatisfied with Han Yan's performance.
No one noticed that Wang Chao had already approached Mother. And just as Wang Chao was about to move,
a police siren sounded outside. In the darkness,
Lin Yue's classmates fled here in panic.
Damn it, the meat is running away.
Faced with the police about to arrive, Mother did not launch an attack as Wang Chao imagined.
Instead, she tidied her clothes and hair and said, "You all go. Find a place to hide, forget everything here. Live again. Live well." After finishing, Mother calmly opened the big door. Walking outside. At the moment the big door closed again, a prompt suddenly rang out. Ding!
Congratulations to the players for gaining Mother's approval. The escape route has been opened.
Triggering the final task, escape from the hands of the law enforcement team and into the lower city. Chapter 89, Beginner Player. Hearing the prompt, everyone turned and prepared to find a way out.
But a figure dashed toward the door.
It was Lin Yue. How could he watch Mother fall into the hands of the so-called law enforcement team?
He remembered his mother sternly warning him how brutal and ruthless the law enforcement team could be. They gave no chance to speak, and most of the time directly erased the strange beings that committed crimes. But Mother seemed to have predicted his actions.
That big door would not open no matter how much he rammed it. Don't come out.
I raised you for so many years and spoiled you for so many years.
You always don't listen. Just this once, listen to your mother. Escape.
Take Shanshan and run as far as you can.
They are not something you can handle. And don't worry about me, it's not my time to perish yet. Let me finish this last step. Ding. Triggering special task, listen to your mother. Friendly reminder, once captured by the law enforcement team, players will be directly erased to prevent game leaks. Listening to these words, a glint of anger flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. Damn the task. If he couldn't even save his mother, what meaning would there be in clearing the game? What tasks, what prompts? Lin Yue didn't take any of it to heart.
What truly stopped him was just Mother's last words.
Completing the last step. Mom, is this to complete the character setup and directly clear the game to leave? The game is not over. This statement should be correct.
If I rush out now, it might destroy the Mother final judgment for clearing the game. Standing in front of the door, Lin Yue wasn't sure whether to believe this thought in his mind.
What if he was wrong? What if he disturbed Mother's way to clear the game?
Taking a wrong step, he would regret it.
Lin Yue, hurry up. We can't delay any longer. Others couldn't understand
why Lin Yue wouldn't leave at this moment.
Instead, he was still holding on.
Only Wu Shanshan could understand his feelings at this moment. After all, they had lived together for 18 years, and she had raised him for 18 years. It was impossible to say there were no feelings. In the past, they only feared father's pressure, suppressing their emotions. 30 seconds remaining until the enforcement team rushes into the house.
Countdown, 29. 28. 27.
As the countdown deepened the torment of Lin Yue's soul, Wu Shanshan stepped forward to hold Lin Yue's hand. Looking at him seriously, she said,
Lin Yue, trust your mom. Come with me. Trust mom. I will definitely find you.
Lin Yue roared through the door. It seemed he wanted to continue searching for Mother in future games. Hearing this, the mother outside the door showed a complicated expression. Then she looked at the approaching members of the enforcement team. She boldly said, I want to see your judge, my master has words to convey.
In the room,
Wu Shanshan led everyone back to Mother's bedroom. In here, there was also a passage leading outside the room. Before being controlled, Mother had thought about escaping the control of the deceitful monster. That's why she built such an escape route.
Unfortunately, after brainwashing, it was completely abandoned.
Wang Chao looked at this passage and couldn't help but doubt if the simplest way to clear the game was to find this passage.
The deceitful monster's eyes covered the whole house.
Players were initially supposed to find the existence of the deceitful monster, clearly knowing it monitored everyone.
Then, find a way to avoid it and enter here. The best way was to anger Mother. Attract the attention of the deceitful monster away.
This would give other players the time and opportunity to explore Mother's bedroom. Although it would provoke the rule's punishment, as long as they controlled the time and apologized in time. As long as the players cooperated well, it could still be done.
So, how did they get to this point? On the task panel, the task about killing Lin Yue was still there. The second task was the deceitful monster's lie. Is the difficulty of this level about mutual trust? In Wang Chao's moment of distraction, others had already jumped down.
Lin Yue was very angry.
It seemed like anything could make him furious.
Even when Wu Shanshan tried to touch him, he would shake her off. Lin Yue was just angry at his own incompetence. If only he could be strong enough to ignore this world, even the game's rules.
Get stronger. I want to be stronger. I want to be the strongest. In the past, Lin Yue was more about going with the flow. At this moment, his thoughts became incredibly firm. As long as he could get stronger, nothing else could affect him. This passage ultimately led to a vast sewer network. And the underworld city mentioned by Mother was like a world of sewers. There, the sun could not be seen. There was no fresh air, only the expelled evil monsters and criminals who used violence to escape inside. But only there could they stop the pursuit of the enforcement team. Not knowing how long they had run. Even Wu Shanshan, who was leading the way, was dizzy, as if lost. Until they encountered an elderly and strange being wandering in the sewer. Running for your life? Consider yourselves lucky, follow me. Lin Yue glanced at the hints that popped up over the being. He frowned. Criminal, extremely evil, insane, and other hints.
It was more than any creature he had seen before. It's simply a place where all the bad words are used against it.
But now, to get through, I can only follow it.
Fortunately, it seems very friendly to every lawbreaker who brings in the law enforcement team.
Until everyone stands before an invisible drainage pipe. It finally smiled and said, "Welcome to the city of the underworld, paradise for criminals. A world that even the mysterious Lord cannot intervene in." As it spoke, it turned and leaned back. It fell directly into the unseen abyss. The others exchanged glances. Dynasty was the first to jump down. Lin Yue picked up Wu Shanshan and followed closely behind. After a period of dark descent. Moments later, a glimmer of light finally appeared before Lin Yue. It was just a dim light. This seemed to be an underground world. Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have entered the city of the underworld.
This round of the game is over. You have completed 3 rounds of game instances consecutively.
You have obtained the title of junior player.
Transferring to the transfer station.
Lin Yue's body began to lose control. One cube after another wrapped around him. The others were the same. Only Wu Shanshan was not wrapped up. Before he could figure it out.
In the next moment,
an invisible eraser seemed to appear, gradually wiping away everything before him. The surroundings turned into darkness. The others disappeared without a trace, leaving only himself.
Welcome to the personal transfer station. Entering player, Lin Yue. The game score will be calculated shortly.
Now, please choose your favorite transfer station style. This transfer station will become the transfer coordinates after your game ends.
You can decorate and build your personal transfer station.
Sci-fi space fortress, the cave paradise of the cultivation sect, the harem world full of lust, or the primitive land filled with ancient breath.
Everything you want is here. You can also create a style that makes you feel comfortable according to your personal preferences. In short, the only goal of this station is to provide you with the best resting service. Chapter 90, Perfect Student. Cave paradise of the cultivation sect? Can it absorb spiritual energy? Cannot. Lin Yue rolled his eyes. What a disappointment. If he could cultivate, he would definitely come to blow up this world. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yue asked the question he wanted to know. How long can I rest at the transfer station? There is no time limit, until the next round of instances begins. During this period, you can rest or train here at ease. If you have instance fragments, you can also go to other experienced instance worlds for collection. Any items you collect can be brought back to decorate this station. If you have no good choices, I recommend you choose the harem world. According to the preferences of past players, 72% of players who choose the harem world do so to completely relax. Lin Yue frowned. The spiritual energy in the cultivation world cannot be absorbed. But he can toy with fake women in the harem world? You just said that I can train, right? I want to become stronger. Is there any recommendations? Lin Yue thought of players on the Hunger Road, who increased their attributes while walking. Active training can lead to strength. He did not want to relax during his rest. If he could improve a little, even just a tiny bit, that would be good. If you want to train to improve your physical qualities, I recommend you open the ancient primitive land. This station will launch. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Yue directly chose the station template of the ancient primitive land. Just looking at the screen, it seemed to be a dense primeval forest. You have set this station as the ancient primitive land. Station style is being generated. Primitive beasts are generating. Primitive wild men are generating. Primitive ruins are generating. Hey, what I want to train, what are these beasts and wildmen? The station has been completed. Player is transferring. Transfer successful. Next, your game score will be calculated. Roar. Before Lin Yue could question the system,
A sudden tiger roar echoed from behind him. He turned around and came face to face with a saber-toothed tiger the size of a small truck.
Damn. He regretted it. Can I choose again?
The system gave no response. It was still babbling about calculating game scores.
Lin Yue had no time to listen to that. The saber-toothed tiger was already pouncing at him. He could only turn and run.
The surrounding trees were enormous. Some roots were thicker than him. However, this also gave him a chance to hide.
With a slide, Lin Yue dove into a dark root system beneath.
The saber-toothed tiger reached in with its claws and started rummaging around. It tore the surrounding soil and roots into chaos. Deep scratches covered the ground everywhere. Fortunately, the hole was deep enough.
The saber-toothed tiger shot a cold glare at Lin Yue.
Then it slowly backed away from the area.
Just as Lin Yue wanted to catch his breath,
a long, black whisker stretched out to his shoulder. Screech, 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 screech. A giant bug he had never seen before landed on Lin Yue's back. It seemed to be driving him, the intruder, away. Startled, Lin Yue almost fainted on the spot. He was most afraid of bugs. Let alone a bug about the same size as him. He locked eyes with the bug.
In the next second,
this giant black bug opened its mouth and sprayed out a green liquid. Compared to the beasts outside,
he was even more afraid of it. Moreover, when he looked back,
the sounds of countless bugs buzzing filled the air. This place was completely a bug nest.
Dead on both sides. He would rather die in the jaws of the tiger.
Lin Yue dodged the strange liquid while pulling out a long nail and stabbing it right into the bug's forehead. He didn't care if it worked or not. He rolled and crawled toward the exit.
The saber-toothed tiger, waiting nearby, saw Lin Yue come out.
A smirk appeared at the corner of its mouth.
But the next second, it panicked and turned to run. Behind Lin Yue
was a swarm of black bugs.
Wherever these bugs went, even the tiger would become food.
A man and a tiger fled wildly. They quickly reached a steep cliff. The saber-toothed tiger roared in anger, having nowhere to retreat.
It glared fiercely at Lin Yue. It seemed to blame him.
Ready to fight to the death. A scream from the sky echoed. Then a swarm of strange large birds dove down. Those bugs became their best hunting target. Lin Yue also became a target. After all, in the eyes of these strange birds, he was just a human-shaped bug. Lin Yue was directly swallowed by one of the strange birds.
Am I going to die?
System. Activate the secondary dungeon fragment.
Quick, take me away from here. Ding.
Player Lin Yue, using the secondary dungeon fragment.
Which world you want to go to that you have experienced? The eerie apartment. Faster, I can't hold on. Secondary dungeon use successful. Warning. The current used item is a secondary item, there will be slight errors in the transfer time. Transferring. With the message of successful transfer,
Lin Yue blinked and found himself sitting in a classroom.
Where is this? Hey, don't be dazed. Quick, answer me.
Lin Yue had just barely escaped death. His mind was still unsettled.
He had no idea what was happening right now.
Let alone there was a person urging him anxiously to answer something.
Ding. Player has intruded into another's dungeon successfully. Current game, perfect student. Officially starting.
Your task to complete, score above 90 in all exams. This round of game rules are as follows. 1. Your teacher will randomly test a subject every day, you can skip school, but you will miss that exam. 2. During the exam, you can cheat, but being discovered will lead the teacher to take you to a mysterious room for punishment. 3. During non-exam periods, you can try to bribe your teacher, but you need to understand the teacher's preferences. 4. In school, bullies will find trouble with you, and you need to find props for self-defense. There are a total of 3 subjects to complete, and subjects that are failed can be retaken during the remaining time. This round of the game lasts for 5 days. If the scores do not meet the requirements after 5 days, you will be dropped out of school with death penalty. As a random player, if you can complete the task requirements in advance, you can choose to stay in the current dungeon for various collections, until the game time is completely exhausted. Bang! Lin Yue, what are you dazing about? Answer me, what is the answer to this question? The sound of knocking on the blackboard woke Lin Yue from the rules. Then a piece of chalk was thrown at him. Lin Yue instinctively threw a punch. The piece of chalk instantly flew out. This stunned the teacher, and his face immediately darkened. Around him were all people unrelated to the student's age. Are these all players? And everyone was looking at him, some with concern, some with schadenfreude. There were also some with indifferent expressions. It seemed that what was happening had nothing to do with him at all. And Lin Yue only took a glance at the math problem on the blackboard. His face darkened. Why don't I? I might as well go back to that monster bird's belly to calculate. Chapter 91, 6 Days of Buddha's Hand. Get out and stand in the corner. When Lin Yue heard this, it was like hearing the most wonderful sound in the world. He looked happy. The crowd looked at him in astonishment. The teacher on the podium twitched at the corners of his mouth. The chalk in his hand was instantly broken. After taking a deep breath, he then knocked on the blackboard, reminding everyone to continue the class. Lin Yue didn't care about the class content at all. Since cheating and bribing the teacher are allowed by the rules, then this class was not important at all. Standing in the corridor, Lin Yue immediately opened the grading settlement he didn't have time to look at. It wasn't as high as the previous 2 rounds. This time it was only S. No fragment of the dungeon. Still, he received a relic treasure chest, gold, and 10 free points. The free points accumulated another 16 points. He casually added them to agility. Thus, agility reached 33 points. Finally, it no longer lagged behind as a stat. As for the final relic treasure chest, of course, it was opened directly. Using relic treasure chest, gold. Obtained the mysterious Buddha hand, gold. Detected that the player has already mastered a relic of the same type. Would you like to fuse and upgrade it? Warning. The probability of failure increases with the relic level when fusing the same type of relic. Failure will result in the loss of that relic. Would you like to proceed? Lin Yue glanced at the 10% success rate, frowned. This mysterious Buddha hand was no worse than the 4-day Buddha hand in the introduction. Even more unique. Mysterious Buddha hand, gold when used, summon a mysterious Buddha hand shadow to cover yourself. It has self-awareness and can automatically seek enemies and defend. Consumes 2 mental power per minute. Self-awareness. This thing has to be said to be very useful. But it didn't have the double power bonus. Controlling 4 arms indeed made him a bit distracted. However, as mental power increased, this disadvantage would gradually be offset. Then, the effect of the mysterious Buddha hand is slightly worse than that of the 4-day Buddha hand. Using both together, it's not impossible. Just like more golden relics, they are just golden. Finally unable to compare with the legendary ones. It would also increase the speed of mental power consumption. To gamble or not? Thinking of gambling, Lin Yue didn't care where he was. He directly took out Valis's poker. Then sat in the corridor and spread it out. The shadow of Valis immediately emerged. This time, Lin Yue wasn't looking for a stat boost, but to eliminate bad luck. Which is what old players in the game call patting a hand. If he gets lucky and beats Valis, that's fine. As the gambling started, Valis seemed to be favored by the god of luck. Lin Yue quickly became anxious about his losses. You must be cheating. Although I haven't spotted it, you'd better not let me find out. Lin Yue said harsh words. But in reality, he was just waiting. After losing 30 times in a row, he finally stopped. He had a premonition. If he dealt again, the chance of winning would be high. Besides, losing 30 times in a row. If this doesn't turn his luck around, he will accept it. I'm done. The shadow of Walisai looked surprised at Lin Yue's decision to give up gambling. Then he gave a thumbs up, but pointed it down. Facing Walisai's contempt, Lin Yue chose to completely ignore it. His attention was entirely on the black statue of Buddha in his hand. The system repeatedly prompted him to either fuse or abandon. Lin Yue took a deep breath, made a mental preparation, and chose to confirm the fusion. As the 2 artifacts touched each other, the 4-heaven Buddha's hand seemed to come alive. Even Lin Yue was very surprised that the 4-heaven Buddha's hand actually opened its eyes. The mysterious hand Buddha also opened its eyes. They looked at the 4-heaven Buddha's hand with hostility. One was shining with golden light, while the other was wrapped in black energy. It was like gods and demons confronting each other. The battle happened in an instant. Then, a brilliant golden light illuminated the corridor. In the distance, someone was attracted and walking over. Lin Yue stared at the person, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. When he came back to his senses, the 4-heaven Buddha's hand had already fallen back into his hand. It looked as if there was no change at all. But the system prompted him. The fusion was successful. The 4-heaven Buddha's hand was now called 6-heaven Buddha's hand, legendary. Lin Yue wanted to take a closer look at the upgraded Buddha's hand and see what effects it had. But the person who had been attracted was already beside him and reached out to grab the Buddha's hand. Lin Yue swiftly retracted his space backpack. Only then did he carefully look at the person. Ding! Bullying player detected, all show and no strength. Bully? Is this guy in front of him the one mentioned in the rules who bullies players? Ha ha! You're unlucky to meet me. Where have you been hiding? If you don't want to get beaten up, hand it over quickly. Hearing this, Lin Yue showed a smile. A look as if he was looking at a fool. Although he had intruded on someone else's instance, this world seemed to only be the starting instance's difficulty. He glanced at those students in the classroom. He could tell that there was not a single strong player among them. Or rather, their confusion and fear towards the game revealed that they were all experiencing the game for the first time. Seeing Lin Yue completely ignoring him, the other's face suddenly darkened. Little kid, you seem to not understand the situation now. Do you know who I am? Lin Yue replied, oh. Of course I know who you are. The boss of this school, right? You scared me to death. The other didn't expect that a student would be so arrogant knowing he was the boss of this school. He glanced at the teacher, instantly understanding what was happening. The new, weak student hasn't yet seen his methods. That's normal. Are you the new student who transferred recently? Since you know I'm the boss here and still dare to talk to me like this. Kid, you're quite brave. Lin Yue clicked his tongue. He grabbed the other's throat and lifted him directly off the ground. The other didn't expect Lin Yue to be so strong. His face instantly turned red. He struggled desperately. But the force of that hand kept growing stronger. Feeling like his neck might snap at any moment, he could only helplessly flail at Lin Yue's arm, trying to make Lin Yue let go. The commotion in the corridor caught the teacher's attention in the classroom. Lin Yue's ears perked up. He turned around, hugged the bully, and left the corridor. When the teacher opened the door, all they saw was the principal disappearing around the corner of the stairs. Principal? That kid isn't causing trouble in the corridor, is he? The teachers shook their head. This kind of unruly student. Letting the principal personally educate him isn't a bad idea. Lin Yue was more than familiar with high school, and very familiar with the places where bullies like to stay. He dragged the other directly to the rooftop. As for that iron door locked with a padlock, it was nothing difficult for him. He threw the bully onto the concrete floor. Lin Yue turned around and closed the iron door again. Then he squatted down in front of the bully, who was gasping for breath. With his back to the sun, his face was shining with a brilliant smile. You're the boss, huh? You like to bully people, right? What a coincidence, I'm just angry and need a punching bag. Chapter 92, Attention all students. Ding. Triggering special mission, resist the bully. Looking at the word resist, it's clear that the bully's strength is above the player's, but not by much. Otherwise, resisting would be impossible. Plus, the hint shows that the bully appears strong but is weak inside. This mission isn't difficult. After all, it's the initial instance, the hints and strength are not comparable to later instances. Just don't know if turning resistance into beating will make the mission impossible to complete. In the classroom just one floor away, some students heard the screams coming from the rooftop. They all pricked up their ears. Some mischievous ones even pushed open the window and poked their heads out to see the rooftop. The wails echoed into the classroom. What's going on? Close the window and get back to your seats. The classroom on this floor was not where the players were. The teacher was an elderly man with graying hair. He was also drawn by the noise. He leaned out the window to listen. Seeing this, the students began to complain. They weren't allowed to listen, yet the teacher was very curious about what was happening above. The old teacher recognized the voice. He frowned slightly. This young principal always looked down on him. In terms of teaching philosophy, he believed the whole teaching system should be handled by young teachers. He saw experienced senior teachers as a burden to the school. He even said he wanted to replace all teachers with young and beautiful female teachers. He believed beautiful female teachers could better improve students' grades. He was just short of saying he wanted to nurture the country's future flowers in a sensual way. No one understands how such a guy became the principal. Is that rude little bastard? Even though I don't know who did it, I just want to say, well done. Bang! The window was suddenly slammed shut by him. He reprimanded the eavesdropping students once more. Then he walked back to the teacher's desk.
The old teacher glanced at his watch and said, "There are 30 minutes left until the surprise test.
Today's surprise test topic is a written exam. I will go prepare the materials. During this time, you all better think seriously about the key points I just talked about.
If anyone fails today, the punishment room will welcome you." Hearing about the punishment room,
a group of students instantly exploded, crying out in despair. Clearly, that place was not good at all. Upstairs, the bully, sporting a black eye, sat obediently on his knees in front of Lin Yue. He looked timid and subdued,
no longer having the initial bravado.
Even with just a lift of Lin Yue's hand, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his face.
"Don't slap my face anymore, let others see my face. My reputation, my status, are all ruined. Everyone will laugh at me."
Lin Yue simply scratched his head. This mission only gave a single point of freedom.
It was really too little. Actually, for this bully. He didn't know how to deal with him. Just beating him up?
The other side would probably continue gathering other misfits for revenge.
Kill him?
That seemed a bit too much, plus as a key character indicated by game rules.
If handled carelessly, the consequences could be even bigger. Lin Yue also came from being a newbie. If possible,
he wanted to help these newcomers, so they wouldn't have to bear too much pressure.
The problem is, if he did this, would it make these newcomers feel the game isn't hard?
After thinking for a while, Lin Yue decided to let him go.
Can't help too much. Otherwise, these newcomers would definitely run into trouble in the next round.
In that case, it wouldn't be helping them but harming them.
However, since I have come to the haunted apartment's copy, I definitely need to ask about the location of the haunted apartment.
After all, after 3 exams, he can use the remaining time.
Why is this a school? Hey, let me ask you a few questions. As long as your answers satisfy me, I won't hit you, how about that? Hearing that, Lin Yue would stop.
The principal immediately nodded crazily. Don't even mention asking questions, he would even let him call his exclusive secretary to serve him.
You ask. I promise to tell you everything I know.
Lin Yue thought for a moment and asked about the arson case. The principal listened with great confusion.
What arson case? He didn't know.
Still in the independent community in the forest.
That capital group would build a community in the forest? Building a luxury villa community would be more likely. Damn. This kid is doing it on purpose, looking for excuses to keep beating him.
Looking at the other party's bewildered face, Lin Yue mentioned several characteristics of the haunted apartment again. The principal still shook his head in confusion. Just when Lin Yue felt very disappointed,
the mission appeared again. Ding. Triggered extra task, find the location of the haunted apartment. A task has come out?
So it means, although there was a deviation in the teleportation, this place does still exist.
Lin Yue let the other party go.
However, he asked the other party to help him find out.
Can ask parents or friends. We will meet on this floor again tomorrow. If nothing comes up or he deliberately doesn't ask, tomorrow, he will get a hard time. After threatening the other party,
Lin Yue leaned on the railing and stared at the sky in a daze. This round of chaotic game copy seems too easy. There is no way for him to greatly enhance his strength.
Once he returns to the ancient land,
he will still face those primitive survival crises.
Ding ding ding. Attention all students.
The surprise test is about to begin. All students not in the classroom please return immediately. The 2 smelly kids smoking in the bathroom, put out your cigarettes. That boy in the corner behind teaching building number 3, take your hand off that female classmate.
After the surprise test, get yourself to the punishment room. And you little brat lying on the 4th floor rooftop in a daze, are you depressed and about to jump off? Or do you have some inappropriate thoughts about this sky? Are you trying to challenge the heavens? Get back to the classroom quickly. Bang. Goodness. This teacher controlling the broadcasting room really has a bad temper.
It reminded Lin Yue.
Still has a surprise test. At this moment, the principal covering his eyes while going downstairs met the homeroom teacher looking for Lin Yue.
After all, the surprise test is a very serious matter. It is a national standard enforced uniformly.
Even the principal cannot intervene or influence. Oh, principal? What happened to your face? What happened? He was beaten by his own student. Can he say that? It's nothing, I stumbled and fell down the stairs. I'll go to the infirmary to deal with it. You carry on with your work. As he reached the stairway,
the principal quickly turned back. He knew this teacher was looking for Lin Yue.
Immediately, he reminded.
That student, I have already seriously and sternly educated him. You don't need to criticize him again.
The surprise test is important, definitely don't let him lose focus. Lin Yue's homeroom teacher nodded seriously at the principal's words. The surprise test is indeed important. It really can't influence the student's emotions. But this new young principal does not have a good reputation in the school. Many veteran teachers feel that he is not worthy of being a principal at all. His mind is just not on education. As it turns out, they misunderstood. Chapter 93, Public Exam. Returning to the classroom. The atmosphere in the class is filled with tension. Don't let it be math. Don't let it be math. Don't. Shut the hell up. If it's physics, you'll still be dead. And chemistry. Damn. What the hell is going on? I'm 50, I've spent half my life killing fish, and now I have to take a test game? Isn't this nonsense? I'm fine, I often help my son. I have some confidence. Bro, let me copy your answers later, okay? The players in the classroom were basically not idle. It was the first day of the game. Lin Yue understood. According to his understanding of the nature of this game, it was impossible to get an A on the first day. They were not even given a chance to cheat or bribe the teacher. Since the rules allowed them to cheat, it was also impossible to get a high score on their own. They might even fail and suffer punishment. The first quiz was just to let them familiarize themselves with the content and rules of this round of the game. Speaking of cheating, Lin Yue also glanced at the big guy with black-framed glasses. If the other party could really get a high score, that would indeed be a good thing. He would only need to use the gaze of a peeper to directly copy the other party's exam paper. In this round, when it comes to cheating, the advantage was on him. The homeroom teacher went to get the paper. So, the classroom was very lively at this moment. At this time, most people had also adapted to the atmosphere of the game. The scary things had not yet happened. It was still relatively harmonious. The chat content also revealed a rare sense of relaxation. But all of this was completely shattered with the arrival of the paper. What the hell? You, teacher. You are leading a child in with a dog leash, what is going on? Is this a perverted school? I want to call the police. Let him go. Seeing the angry young man in black-rimmed glasses stand up, the others were also shocked and joined him. They kept accusing the teacher's behavior. Lin Yue frowned. The 3 rounds of the game made him clearly aware. This school was not that simple. Sure enough, the exam was not a normal exam. Facing the attacks of the crowd, instead, the little boy being led showed a terrified expression. He kept wanting to hide. He was very fearful. And the homeroom teacher coldly scanned the room before loudly reprimanding. Are you going to rebel? Everyone sit down. I don't know which mountainous area you students came from, but you can't even tell the living things in my hands apart. Your previous teacher really should be shot. Biology? Can't tell apart? What does this mean? Is this child not human? The young man in black-framed glasses remained angry. No matter how he looked, it was just a poor child full of fear. The homeroom teacher felt that this quiz was completely unnecessary. She had already foreseen that everyone would fail. But, a quiz was a quiz. It had to be conducted. I will emphasize again, everyone sit down. Those who disturb the exam room have my right to decide your life or death. Are you sure you want to challenge my authority? Once the power of life and death was mentioned, everyone trembled and sat down. The young man in black glasses remained unconvinced. He was forcefully pulled back by the fish-killing uncle. He didn't seem to believe in the so-called game rules at all. The fish-killing uncle reminded him that this was another unknown world. Just wait and see. This made him reluctantly sit back down. However, for newcomers, seeing this scene was indeed hard to accept. Apart from Lin Yue, only 2 or 3 people were calmly observing what was happening. Watching a group of people blaring and sitting back down. The homeroom teacher was also quite helpless. She didn't even understand where such students had emerged from. They didn't even have the most basic level of understanding. I announce. Today's quiz is an open exam. Quiz topic, observation. Observation time is 10 seconds, answering organization time is 1 minute. Now, come up in order. Observe him in detail, and then say everything you see. You, yes you. You go first. As soon as the teacher's words fell, the class began to whisper again. There were many people whispering, ignoring classroom discipline. Even the stunning beauty pointed out to go first in the front row did not pay attention to her. It seemed she was ready to use the silent protest to resist the teacher and the exam. This time, the homeroom teacher did not get angry.
Instead, she coldly watched the scene.
Then she looked at the monitor above the blackboard.
Looking at the time again, he said,
10 seconds. As soon as the words fell,
a sudden and violent explosion rang out in the classroom. The girl pointed at to come forward. Her head swelled like a balloon, suddenly inflated by someone,
until it exceeded its limit. Then, in the entire class, she turned into a time bomb. When the time was up,
it exploded directly. Only her body remained, swaying in the seat before finally collapsing to the ground. Blood, brain matter, and pieces of flesh were everywhere. Nearby a few people were almost covered in these. Screams and shrieks suddenly erupted in the classroom.
Everyone wanted to escape.
Escape from this classroom. Lin Yue, in shock, immediately shouted to stop those wanting to run away.
You don't want to end up like her. Come back.
In panic, no one paid attention to what he said.
Some people frantically tried to push the door open to leave. But they couldn't open it no matter what. Once 10 seconds passed, another person's head exploded. Until the fourth person's head burst, only then did they hear Lin Yue's roar.
They hurriedly crawled back to their seats.
But they no longer had the courage to shout like before.
Some were even too scared to think rationally. They seemed to have lost their souls.
Bang!
The homeroom teacher snapped her fingers. With a smile, she seemed very satisfied with the current situation.
It seems you finally understand one thing.
Surprise exams are absolutely not allowed to be refused or interfered with. Now the exam continues.
You. Come up and observe.
The second person pointed at was a student of Lin Yue's age. He was shaking even while walking. Looking at the little boy on a dog leash, he opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't say a complete sentence. His right hand was tightly gripping his thigh. When he finally came to himself, he only heard the homeroom teacher coldly say,
10 seconds. 10 seconds?
This phrase was like the whisper of death, making him feel weak all over, slumping to the ground.
Lin Yue couldn't stop it.
He could only watch the other's head explode. If he stood up to intervene, it might directly disrupt the examination according to the rules.
Is this considered a hidden rule? Damn game, can't every time the rules be explained clearly? Must some be hidden for players to discover?
Looking at how even going up to observe without responding in time could lead to death, Lin Yue was afraid the next person still wouldn't be able to respond. He prepared to intervene. At this rate, all the newcomers would probably be dead in no time.
Teacher, can I take the exam first? You see, everyone is scared to death. They need a little time to calm down. Lin Yue was surprised to look at his deskmate. The person was a girl with a very pleasant voice. She had a sunny and cheerful personality that could be seen at a glance.
Even in such a terrifying situation, she still wore a smile.
Like a veteran. Could she be an old player who, like me, has come in?
The teacher glanced at the chaotic scene,
sighed.
This was indeed within her authority. She immediately agreed.
When the girl left the desk, Lin Yue realized he was wrong. Clearly, she was scared to the point of trembling.
She just hid it well while sitting. When it came to standing before that demon-like teacher, she was still filled with fear.
For the 10 seconds of observation time, she only spent about 5 seconds.
Then she gave her observation results.
He is a human child. Gender, male. He is very panicked, a bit afraid of me. There is a scar on his face.
After speaking, she stood in place waiting for the homeroom teacher's reaction.
What surprised everyone was, the homeroom teacher did not continue the countdown,
but coldly said,
"At least, not all of you are fools. That's right, this is indeed a human boy.
But this basic observation result is insufficient.
Fail. Next."
This girl calmly returned to her seat. Others clung to her like they had grasped a lifeline. One by one, they began to repeat her answer. The exam was an open examination. Even if the answers were the same, they were all wrong. The teacher only gave a failing judgment.
No one would die.
Seeing this scene, Lin Yue knew he didn't need to step forward. Even if everyone failed on the first day, it was still acceptable. 5 exams, as long as he passed 3, it would be fine. Lin Yue needed extra time to search for the strange apartment. He alone needed to end this game faster. He had to treat it seriously and carefully. Looking at the little boy tied with a dog leash, Lin Yue couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The exam question was observation.
What exactly was he supposed to observe? Lin Yue thought of the creepy security guard and the things he had said. He treats humans as pets and private toys. Isn't humanity the ruler of this world's social structure? If that's the case, then, the teacher in front of him. Even every human in the entire school were all not humans, but other species that looked the same as the players, but were different in essence and thought. So many players had died. The teacher's expression didn't change at all. It seemed that such things were everyday occurrences. From her reaction, the rulers of this world, the competition for survival was extremely cruel. They didn't care whether parents would cause trouble. Or rather, from the moment students stepped into the school. Life and death had nothing to do with their parents and families anymore. What a terrifying species. Lin Yue felt a chill about this biological race. At the same time, he got some clues about the exam question. Observation, he had experienced this in school too. He remembered that in biology class, the biology teacher had let them observe many small animals. Teacher, can I dissect him? Just external observation, I don't think it can earn me a high score. Just as Lin Yue was judging in his mind how to submit an answer that would satisfy the teacher, a boy with half of his face hidden in a casual outfit walked onto the podium. He used the 10 seconds of observation time to propose a suggestion that made everyone in the classroom's scalp tingle. Could this kid be some kind of demon? The homeroom teacher didn't reject this young student's suggestion. You only have 10 seconds, if you have that much time. It's up to you. Hearing this, the other party took out a small knife from who knows where. He directly stabbed it into the little boy's belly. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. The young man in black glasses couldn't hold back anymore. What rules, what game? He absolutely couldn't let such a thing happen in front of him. The fish-killing uncle pulled him again. His eyes were also filled with shock and fear. Let go of me. How can you just watch him do this? Don't you all have hearts? Once again, the classroom was in an uproar. The homeroom teacher looked up at the monitor above. Lin Yue noticed this point. The one who was killing wasn't the teacher. Nor was it the rules. But that monitor. Was there some strange way to kill through the monitor? Just like how the deception could kill by monitoring whether players triggered the rules. And with the teacher's action, everyone looked at the monitor. At the same time, they felt that the young man in black glasses was probably going to die. But unexpectedly, nothing happened. And the boy who stabbed the little boy didn't have additional time to do anything worse. But he handed in a different answer. He is very fragile as a worm. Humans and worms are not really different. When attacked, they will scream, feel fear, and want to escape. The look he gave me was filled with hatred and anger. He is very cunning, that kind of look only flashes in his eyes. Also, I avoided his vital spot. Look at him, he's filled with weaknesses. Killing him is as easy as killing a worm. Teacher, you should give me more time, I can dissect while providing you with a satisfactory answer. His answer surprised everyone. The boy in black-framed glasses stared at him fiercely. But the young man didn't care about his anger at all, even twisting the small knife in his hand provocatively. Everyone already sensed a whiff of gunpowder. After class, these two are likely to have a problem. You are very proud. But the answer is okay. Pass. Only just passing? This made the young man seem a bit dissatisfied. But he didn't dare to argue with the homeroom teacher. Feeling a bit upset, he turned and left. Lin Yue didn't wait for the next player to stand up, he raised his hand. Teacher, can I answer first? The homeroom teacher glanced at the next student who was supposed to go up to answer. Hearing someone wanting to cut in, he was more than happy to wait a little longer. He immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Yue stood up and left his desk. Just as he passed the aisle, he encountered the earlier young man. Lin Yue was big, while the other was very small. The other could just sidestep to pass by. In fact, he did just that. However, in the moment he sidestepped, Lin Yue suddenly wrapped an arm around him. Don't rush to leave. I need your cooperation for my answer. A flash of surprise appeared on the young man's face. He wanted to resist. But Lin Yue's grip on his arm was like a steel hoop. Unable to budge an inch. Let go of me. Do you want to die? Teacher, he is disrupting the class. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses. Looking at Lin Yue, he asked, do you want to disrupt the class? Lin Yue quickly smiled and said, how could that be? I just think that simple observation can't provide you with a satisfactory answer. But with him, it's different. The exam doesn't specify that you can't use classmates to answer questions, right?
What the hell, using classmates to answer questions?
Is this something a person can come up with?
Everyone in the class looked at Lin Yue with eyes full of fear, even more so than toward that annoying young man.
These two were one weirder than the other. The young man at least hadn't harmed them, fellow players.
Whereas Lin Yue was directly targeting a player.
The young man seemed to have a bad premonition.
He struggled desperately. But all he got in return was Lin Yue's grip tightening.
Crack. Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have broken your arm.
Why are you so fragile like a bug?
Let me see if I can put it back. It hurts a bit, hold on.
Whoa woo. Lin Yue directly covered his mouth.
In his words, yelling can disrupt the class. Though everyone found Lin Yue frightening as well.
They also felt quite relieved. This young man was simply a demon.
Bad people have bad people to deal with them. That saying turned out to be true. The homeroom teacher checked the time. Lin Yue didn't succeed. Had to release him. Turning around to answer.
He didn't even observe.
Below.
He didn't know how long he had observed.
The answer to this surprise exam was definitely not just surface-level observation. Teacher, humans are a kind of physically weak species. But they possess immense creative abilities.
They also combine attributes of strong species such as wisdom, perseverance, and courage. So, they are also a very dangerous and destructive species.
I think, if underestimated, this world could be overturned by them. What do you think? Chapter 95, Venting. What do I think? I think you just recited the content from the textbook back to me. However, your answer could be considered a part of the standard answer. At least it's better than these pigs. You pass. Next. Lin Yue didn't mind.
He just wanted to express himself.
Humans are not a species that can be enslaved at will.
Even though Lin Yue's answer was only a pass. Many looked at him with different light in their eyes. It felt like Lin Yue gave humanity a sense of venting.
No one repeated that demon boy's answer.
They all echoed Lin Yue's response.
It seemed everyone was holding in some frustration. The last to answer was a little girl.
She looked a bit fearful at the homeroom teacher, pointing to the small boy who was clutching his stomach against the wall.
Will he die?
She didn't know where she found the courage. Or perhaps it was her natural maternal compassion that made her ask this question.
The homeroom teacher shook her head. Of course, he will die. But not now. This is a tool of the biology teacher at school. He will heal him. Since you are new here, this is specially prepared for your basic entrance exam. What? You pity him? Let me tell you the answers to this entrance exam. Among you, the only one close to the answer is that arrogant little guy. Humans are extremely dangerous creatures. Never be fooled by their weak appearance.
They are good at hiding dangerous thoughts and make you observe them. It is for you to learn how to discern, you are observing him.
Is he not also observing you? Learn to distinguish a human's gaze, and you can understand their thoughts. Humans can hide their thoughts, but their eyes and micro-expressions cannot be concealed.
Only through more observation and differentiating their expressions can you discover potential dangers faster.
And, never trust humans. Even the tame pets that you raise beside you. They can show their fangs to their owner at any moment. This is a complex subject, and you still have a long way to go.
As she said this,
the homeroom teacher looked at her watch. The exam had already ended.
But there was still some class time left.
She thought for a moment. Decided to reveal some information to the players.
She even rarely showed a smile, as if she returned to her ordinary teacher identity.
Tomorrow's exam will not be so simple.
Although you are a bit foolish, you are still the future pillars of our country. I hope that more of you can graduate.
Become the most perfect students of our school and step into society.
If anyone feels they can't pass the exam, come to my office after class.
Do you understand what I mean?
Lin Yue's mouth twitched.
Goodness. Openly asking for bribes?
She might as well tell everyone to hurry and bribe her.
Otherwise, they would definitely fail tomorrow. The question is, what does she want? Aside from Lin Yue, others all came to this game instance empty-handed.
Even if they wanted to, they had nothing to offer.
Ding ding ding. The bell for class finally rang.
The homeroom teacher stretched and packed her things, pushing open the classroom door. Outside the door stood a fully armed cleaning crew. They would ensure the classroom was completely restored to cleanliness before class tomorrow. Seeing the door open, the players' tense nerves finally relaxed a little. They all rushed out of the classroom. The cleaning team showed no reaction to the mess of blood and guts in the classroom.
Instead, some vomit made them frown. Where did this batch of students come from? They can even vomit this. So disgusting. After leaving the classroom, Lin Yue also didn't know where they should go.
As for bribing the teacher, he wanted to observe a little longer.
He didn't want to be the first to stick his neck out. Perhaps the demon boy would go.
He could take the opportunity to sneak a peek and judge what this teacher liked. Students from other classes also rushed out of the teaching building after finishing their exam. They all ran toward the playground, the small shop, and the gate.
Only they stood downstairs unsure of where to go. What now? How about we escape?
If we escape the school, we shouldn't have to face such terrible things.
Escape? Are you sure you can get out? How can you know if you don't try? But what if? No what ifs. If you want to stay here, you can stay. Who wants to leave the school with me? Someone suggested escaping the school.
It was immediately met with many people's agreement.
That sweet-voiced female deskmate was among them. Escape from the school?
Lin Yue thought it was not feasible.
If this game could be escaped, that would be strange.
He didn't want these people to die in vain.
He could only remind them. Rule 1. Skipping school means missing the entrance exam. Failing the entrance exam means death and expulsion.
Lin Yue stated the word death. The weight of the words was heavy.
Everyone was startled in their hearts. Cold sweat immediately poured down their bodies. Damn! Are there even any rules? Someone couldn't help but curse loudly.
Sitting on the ground, they were frantically rubbing their hair. Their eyes were filled with fear.
Let's think about where to stay tonight, and where to have dinner.
After Lin Yue said this, he looked towards the building where the scolding had come from during the day.
He was not a babysitter.
He could remind them as much as he wanted, but not endlessly. Otherwise, these people would only rely on him. And not grow on their own.
They needed to know what to do next.
Then, the teacher in the communication room must know.
Just as Lin Yue was about to leave,
a sound of fighting came from behind him.
Damn you! The young man in black frames finally exploded.
He was angry at this game, and angry at the boy who stabbed the little boy. The boy, with his right hand broken by Lin Yue, could not resist at all.
He was directly pressed to the ground and beaten. Everyone exchanged glances. No one helped the boy being beaten.
All looked on coldly. His behavior was unacceptable to most people.
No one would help him.
Some even joined in, helping to hold him down and hit him.
Nobody went to help him.
Even a few girls kicked him a few times.
The demon boy knew why. These idiots were all venting.
They vented all their fear of the game onto him.
But they never thought that they should use any means to survive. He was not wrong. Even if he was, he would not admit it.
In the eyes of the young man in black frames, he was simply the saint among saints.
You bunch of stupid pigs, you will all die here. Especially you. Ha ha. Do you think beating me up and venting will solve the problem?
If you have the guts, kill me, otherwise I will definitely slaughter you. This sudden chaos
attracted a lot of attention.
The students upstairs, who had not yet dispersed, all leaned over the railing to watch.
They were not cheering for anyone.
They just wanted to watch the excitement. In the end, it attracted the security guards. A team of security guards, led by a tall middle-aged man, squeezed through the crowd. They pulled away all the players pressing down on the boy. His strength was surprisingly great. Players were like little chicks in his hands, powerless. Lin Yue saw him and immediately widened his eyes.
It was him. The security guard from the eerie apartment. But how did the other person look so much younger? Chapter 96, Treatment of Top Students. If you want to fight, wait for the martial arts exam. Daring to be wild under my nose, do you want to be expelled? Hearing the word expulsion, everyone's scalp tingled.
Expulsion meant missing the makeup exam.
Missing the makeup exam meant death.
Rao Shiji angrily stood up, staring hard at the boy on the ground.
This matter is not over. You person, traitor.
Lin Yue picked up the student ID of the young man in black frames. He took a look at him. This guy almost slipped his mouth. However, he should understand if he closed his mouth in time. In this world, what they faced were not humans. And the reason he beat the demon boy was because hurting a fellow human for survival was not different from betraying humanity. Such a person was a typical traitor who acted as a traitor during wartime to survive. What was it but to live? Bullshit.
Without principles or bottom lines, they couldn't even be counted as human. That's why everyone looked on coldly. Even joined in to beat him. The security guard glanced at Rao Shiji. A flicker of ambiguous light flashed in his eyes. After scolding those who participated in the fight, he did not impose any punishment. Instead, he waited for the teacher from the communication room to appear. Then he left. His job was only to maintain school order. It was not up to him to punish students. Watching the security guard leave, a hint of doubt flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. If the level of the secondary copy fragment was not high enough, and transported him to a timeline earlier than the eerie apartment, then, would he have the chance to meet Wenwen and the others who had not yet died? No. If Wenwen herself is a strange being in this world, why is she still strange after dying? Did they never die from the start? Strange. What exactly is it? Should I proactively approach him to trigger related tasks? Lin Yue couldn't figure it out. As it stands now, living strange beings, with blood and flesh. Their abilities vary greatly. Moreover, most strange beings are just like ordinary people. Going to school, studying, taking exams, finding jobs, getting married, and having children, seemingly unrelated to such terrifying beings. This time, the side quest. Rather than letting him observe people, it's more like a special quest to observe what strange beings are. Perhaps, he could find some answers here. Don't just stand there. You all just transferred here, right? Where's the class teacher? Forget it, follow me. The teacher who asked him if he wanted to date is now looking scholarly and gentle. At this moment, his tone and attitude were completely different from before. Under his guidance, Lin Yue and the others were settled in the dormitory building. The devilish boy was named Du Yu. He was sent to the medical room. In the dormitory, there were identical student uniforms prepared for them, as well as some daily necessities. He also took everyone to the cafeteria. The student ID can be directly used as a meal card. However, the cafeteria also had tiers. As new transfers, they had to wait until the first major exam ended. Only then would they be assigned a level. For now, they could only eat the lowest tier meals. Lin Yue saw a group of students sitting, eating, and even their expressions were almost identical. The meals they were eating were extremely lavish. It made Lin Yue drool. Countless dazzling prompts kept popping up. All of them were good things that increase attributes. Jealous? That group is our school's pride. Even if placed statewide, they are top students. They not only eat well, but their benefits and status are even higher than the teachers. Even the principal cannot interfere in their study life. As he spoke, the teacher in the transmission room frowned. Clearly unhappy with Lin Yue and others for fighting right below the teaching building. He directly labeled them as poor students. You useless waste, don't go bumping into them. If you provoke or hurt them, no one can save you. After eating, go back to your dorm and rest. Lin Yue felt surprised upon hearing. This must be high school. How could there be no evening study? Evening study? What's that? Who the hell studies after dinner? Were the principal and teachers of your previous school incomplete garbage? Facing this question, Lin Yue could only respond with silence. If he had to say something, it's a system problem. The teacher in the transmission room shook his head, leaving the crowd in shock as he walked away. The treatment of top students is so good? Didn't they say there are bullies? Bullies don't dare to bully them? That should be the case. I remember my son telling me that students who study especially well generally won't have anyone causing them trouble. Unless it's that kind of particularly bad kind. About this point, Lin Yue had a say. He had just gotten into university. His high school life was also very nostalgic. It's the strangeness that is nostalgic. As Lin Yue's thoughts drifted to his high school memories, an angry curse came from the back of the crowd. Are you fucking blind? Can't you see my brother Tao is going to eat? Standing in the aisle, are you playing a telephone pole? Looking over, it was the fish vendor being surrounded by a group of students. He was just standing there. He wasn't blocking anyone's way at all. These students were clearly looking for trouble. Lin Yue glanced around. In his heart, he understood. As a transfer student, there would naturally be troublemakers coming to test them. If they were also troublemakers, they would need to be suppressed. Make them submit. If they were good students, then let them know who can't be messed with. Seeing that the other party was just a half-sized boy, the fish vendor also became angry. Did he really think he was a student? The fish vendor was all muscle. Like this kind of student, he can handle with one hand. Electric pole? Have you seen such a thick electric pole? Little classmate, I advise you not to cause trouble. School is a place for learning, not a place for you to act recklessly. As soon as the others heard this, they burst into laughter. The surrounding students also chuckled softly. It seemed they had heard something particularly funny. Some even started pounding the table, giving the fishmonger a thumbs up. These laughs left the fishmonger very confused. He wasn't telling a joke. What were these kids laughing about? Lin Yue shook his head. He still couldn't understand. The little classmates he referred to weren't even human. Even if they were human, how could such delinquent students not laugh at this kind of parental education? Hey, are you good at your studies? Are you a top student? The fishmonger noticed that the other party's attitude suddenly softened. He also put away his imposing demeanor, denying that answer. Upon receiving this answer, they exchanged glances. In an instant, one of them kicked him out. Not a top student? Are you faking it? Beat him up. Chapter 97, Literally, I am the king of the commoners. Lin Yue glanced at the fishmonger. This uncle obviously hadn't recognized reality after leaving the terrifying classroom. For them, the terrifying place was not that classroom, but this world. Rao Shiji couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately called for people to join him. He didn't believe that they couldn't deal with a few punk students. As the opposing group approached, the one called Tao Go wasn't foolish either, and quickly pulled his little brothers back. He was smiling joyfully, because his goal had already been achieved. You are indeed a group of bad students. Shang, keep a lookout. Brothers, come out. Lin Yue glanced again, noticing students continuously getting up from the dining table. These guys wore identical school uniforms, each with their heads tilted, glaring at them fiercely. It made Lin Yue have a fleeting illusion of stumbling into a bloodthirsty school. A second bully appeared. He pushed Tao Go aside and walked up to everyone. His gaze was vicious, directly locking onto Lin Yue. He looked down at him and said coldly, "Are you the leader?" Looking at this guy who was nearly 2 meters tall, Lin Yue had to look up at him. The reason he asked if Lin Yue was the leader was because when the player was surrounded, everyone instinctively looked at him. If the other party was just an ordinary student, Lin Yue wouldn't want to get involved with him. But a bully, that would be different. Yes. Before Lin Yue could finish his sentence, the other party threw a punch. Lin Yue naturally wouldn't let such an attack hit him. 33 points of agility made his reflexes quick. The other party couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, easily dodging all his attacks. Lin Yue seized the chance when the other party was exhausted. A punch hit his ribcage. The crisp sound of cracking bones echoed through the cafeteria. However, the other party didn't fall. Instead, he was tough enough to take it. At least he was much tougher than the first bully encountered. The other party gasped for breath. It seemed he hadn't expected Lin Yue to be this strong. He still wanted to continue. But suddenly a furious shout came from behind. He hasn't even broken a sweat. What are you still doing? Get back. Lin Yue hesitated upon hearing this sudden female voice. He always felt this voice was somewhat familiar. Hey! It's Little Li again? Big sister. Big sister. Little Li's appearance truly caught Lin Yue off guard. Those prominent bully words almost made Lin Yue's mouth quirk up. However, upon seeing the hint of the bully behind her, he breathed a sigh of relief. Bully, forced? Forced? Lin Yue thought of Little Li's family, particularly impoverished. The only appliance in the house was an old fan. This girl was very warm and strong. Her heart wasn't bad at all. Was it for self-protection at school? Little Li looked at Lin Yue, furrowing her brows. Do you know me? I see, I understand. You came here to challenge me, didn't you? After all, I am the future king of commoners. Ha ha ha. So middle school. Lin Yue watched little pair, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. For a moment, he felt a bit uncomfortable. This was somewhat different from the little pair he knew, who was punished by her mother and stood still. Come on, challenger. I accept your battle. I will finish you in 1 minute. As soon as the words left her mouth, little pair raised her foot and kicked to the side. Lin Yue didn't want to hurt her. He could only raise his hand to block. The moment they touched, Lin Yue realized he had underestimated little pair. Without using his Versailles poker, he was at the peak athlete level. He could take hits, without a doubt. But that kick from little pair actually made his arm tingle slightly and even hurt a bit. He was knocked back half a meter. So strong. No wonder she's Pair Jia. Go Pair Jia. Beat those transfer students. Despite the students watching all the excitement, little Pair knew she had met a strong opponent. Lin Yue had only used one arm to block her full-strength kick. She needed to exert even more force. While Lin Yue was thinking about how to end this battle, in the next moment, little Pair directly performed a spinning kick, aiming at his face. Her skirt flying. A crowd cheered and screamed. Lin Yue snorted angrily. He hurriedly reached out to grab little Pair's leg, helping her press her skirt down. Stop. You're exposing yourself. Little Pair was stunned. It's a fight. And you care about this? Surrounding voices booed. It seemed they blamed Lin Yue for suppressing her skirt's glory. Do you look down on me? Little Pair looked at her ankle held by Lin Yue. And combined with the reminder about her exposure, she suddenly felt a bit angry. Lin Yue didn't regard her as a worthy opponent. He treated her like a little girl, just like those vain little girls. You will regret this. I don't know if he will regret it, but if you keep bothering me while I'm eating, I will make you regret it. The crowds surrounding them. Somehow, there was a gap. A girl with a cool demeanor stood harmlessly there. But no one around dared to approach. A vacuum zone formed around her. Lin Yue recognized her as one of the top students. Little Pair looked at her. Immediately, she restrained all her momentum, instantly becoming like a docile sheep. Is the top student this terrifying? When the teacher informed him, he didn't feel it deeply at the time. At this moment, Lin Yue truly felt the horrible treatment enjoyed by the top students in this world. So many bad students causing a ruckus. Quieted down instantly just because she said she was disturbed during her meal. Yes. I'm sorry. We'll disperse now. The tall student pushed back by Lin Yue looked at the atmosphere, which seemed unfavorable. He hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, ready to pull little Pair away. But this top student didn't seem to intend to let it go. Did I ask you to apologize? Let her go, get lost. The tall student's face instantly turned ugly. His fists tightened tighter and tighter. Finally, he forced a smile on his face, silently letting go of little Pair. Rao Shiji looked at this girl, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. For these players, they encountered the first bully. Not from the poor students, nor the punks. Bullying came from a bizarre monster among the top students. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could kill these elite students who enslave humanity, could it create more living space for humans? Kill the opponent. He triggered the task. But after triggering it, he felt fear immediately. In this kind of world, to kill a top student who held a higher status than the teacher? How difficult would that be? He couldn't even handle the casual tests, how to do this task. This cool girl didn't seem to intend to let little Pair go. Taking slow steps forward. With each step she took, Lin Yue could feel little Pair trembling beside him. Looking at Xiao Li's reddened fist, he knew the girl was really angry inside. Letting this girl remember it well is fine. So crazy. Kneel down. What? Lin Yue originally wanted to see Xiao Li suffer. Hearing this, his eyes instantly turned cold. Watching Xiao Li really kneel, Lin Yue grabbed her. Don't kneel. Chapter 98, Am I avoiding them? This statement made the whole place silent again. Especially the players. They found it hard to understand the current situation. One by one. With confused faces. Clearly, it was that student leader who started the trouble, and this top student was helping them out. Why is Lin Yue standing on the enemy side? The cool girl frowned slightly. Lin Yue, the transfer student, still didn't understand her position in this school. Even the teachers wouldn't dare to stop her from punishing bad students in front of her. Moreover, she also helped these transfer students indirectly. I understand. You are essentially the same as her, you are kindred spirits. In stance, without me, you are enemies. When I appear, you become friends, is that right? Since that's the case, then you all kneel together. The students around had already started to quietly withdraw. Top students have good grades. But it's not just about academic tests. The real reason all students fear them is the martial arts exam. Especially being in the top 10 of the school's grand martial arts exam, that's when you earn the title and treatment of a top student. These guys are ridiculously strong in both body and ability. In addition, that whole table of top students got up and walked over. This is going to be a big deal. Someone had already quietly left to find the dean or principal, hoping to mediate. Lin Yue held the dazed Xiaoli under everyone's gaze. He picked his nose and casually flicked it away. "You're not my mom. If you want me to kneel, I will kneel." Let him kneel? Are you kidding me? Even when his dad tricked him into calling himself emperor, he couldn't do it. He dealt with the school's bullying leader. Would he care about a so-called top student? As long as the rules didn't warn him. He simply didn't care about these presences that didn't even give hints. Xiaoli's face turned slightly red, wanting to pull her hand away. This scene makes it hard for the other students not to think too much. But thinking about Lin Yue standing up for her, she eventually didn't pull away. She was just curious. Why is this transfer student who challenges her so nice to her? Does he secretly have a crush on her? Lin Yue held her like this until 10 people stood opposite them, still unmoved. Just as the atmosphere grew more tense, a sharp shout broke the strange silence. "What are you all doing? Spread out. Spread out. Are you fighting in the cafeteria? Am I heir to you? You should know the cost of ignoring me." The person speaking had a very domineering tone. From the start, he indicated that no one took him seriously. Such an arrogant tone. A domineering line. Lin Yue could certainly tell. Is the bullying boss here? Then this matter is easier to handle. Seeing it as the principal, the top students also showed smiles. For them, the principal will always stand on their side. Lin Yue released Xiaoli's hand, heading straight for the domineering principal, pushing students aside. The principal's injuries had already healed. At this moment, his confidence was back at its peak. With an arrogant and domineering posture. As if he was the only one in the world. But just as he appeared, he was suddenly grabbed around the neck. "Who? Do you want to die?" Why is it you?" Seeing Lin Yue with his arm around the principal's neck, all the students were shocked. The principal, who was just extremely arrogant, instantly sounded as gentle as a kitten. Players stared wide-eyed, and rebellious students were dumbfounded. Xiaoli was also in shock. "This guy has a big background?" A top student whispered something to the cool girl. The girl frowned. The status of top students is high. But the difference between the principal and teachers is still very large. As far as she knew, this street punk principal wasn't as incompetent as he seemed. This principal is very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage these students. "Bro, show some face. There are so many people watching." The principal spoke in a low voice, asking Lin Yue to give him some face. His voice was very soft. But it still couldn't escape the ears of some powerful people. Among them was the top student. For the principal to call him bro? What exactly was this guy's background? Lin Yue understood social manners. He immediately let go of him and called him bro loudly and affectionately. He called the boss of this school bro. If someone wanted to cause him trouble, even the top student would think twice. At the same time, this shout of bro enlightened all the classmates. So it turns out he has connections. That's not surprising at all. The principal asked Lin Yue what was going on here. Upon hearing it was related to the top student, he couldn't help but frown. "Why did you provoke them? What's the point of provoking them? These guys have limitless futures. Sometimes, even my face won't work. Next time you see them, you better avoid them." Lin Yue didn't like hearing this. I should avoid them? Hearing Lin Yue's unpleasant tone, the principal seemed to finally recall the pain on his face. This person was also quite outrageous. Even the principal himself could be pressed and beaten. In unofficial organizations, his strength wasn't weak. Speaking of Lin Yue, he made the big deal small because he recognized Lin Yue's strength. This was definitely a future top student. As long as he passed the written exam, his school would once again see a super top student. To him, this was great news. His own future was also limitless. That makes sense. I'll handle this. Wait a moment. The principal left Lin Yue's side. His back straightened instantly. Ahem. The cafeteria is for you all to eat. It's not for you to mess around. If you don't want to eat, then roll back and rest. You all too. Is Teacher Zhang here? Several teachers had already stood among the students. The teacher from the reception room was also there. Upon hearing the principal's call, he immediately stood up. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will be sent directly to your punishment room. Punish them harshly, I'll take responsibility. The principal shouted loudly at the top student. This surprised everyone. It was something that had never happened before. After all, the quality of the top students was equal to the principal's future career. Normally, they were cherished like fragile eggs. At this moment, they were actually scolded because of a transfer student? This connection is quite strong. Under the principal's scolding, the surroundings quickly dispersed. Those eating continued to eat. Those resting continued to rest. Everything became the hot topic before and after meals. Lin Yue noticed that the group of players was looking at him with strange eyes. In their game prompts, there was a line that no one initially paid attention to. That is, among the players, there were anomalies. They still didn't understand what it meant. Now, they understood. A guy who had a bizarre brotherly connection with the strange world. Who would dare to hope he is normal? The principal still wanted to say something to Lin Yue. Lin Yue didn't have time to pay attention to him. He looked at Xiaoli with a surprised expression. With Xiaoli here, it meant the location was correct. Just a little off. He wasn't anxious. Having a lead on the task was a good thing. But Xiaoli was obviously a bit confused. At this moment, they didn't know each other. Being overly friendly might scare this little girl. At this moment, Xiaoli looked at him with obvious suspicion and scrutiny. It seemed she was guessing his identity. I need to think of a way to send Xiaoli home. Maybe I can see Wenwen then. I wonder if there are still big honey pills and cured meat to eat. Chaji should also be able to get a cup. Thinking of this, Lin Yue suddenly stood up abruptly. 4-day Buddha's hand. Could there be another one? Similar relics can be fused to level up, as long as he keeps using dungeon fragments to return here. Wouldn't he be able to keep synthesizing? Chapter 99, should we go look at the moon together? The school didn't have evening self-study. Lin Yue was still a bit unaccustomed. He didn't get too close to Xiaoli. Afraid the girl would think he was up to no good. At present, solving the problem of the surprise exam is still the priority. This point is also a headache. Since he confronted the top student head-on, the surrounding students looked at him with different eyes. The players also looked at him strangely. Have you heard? The top student just came out of the principal's office to regain face. They say they want to change tomorrow's surprise exam to a martial arts test. Martial arts test? Isn't that the big exam at the end of the year? Damn, this group of bastards. I don't know how many classmates will die this time. The martial arts test is once a year, why can they persuade the principal? Why? Because they might enter the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Safety in the future. We are not like these perfect students. For us, as long as we can graduate safely, that's enough. As Lin Yue strolled around the playground, he unintentionally overheard two people whispering about the surprise exam. When the other side noticed someone eavesdropping, they glared at him with an unhappy face. After recognizing him, they quickly lowered their heads and left the playground. After the two left, Lin Yue frowned and looked towards the teaching building. Martial arts test? This was not the first time he heard these two words. In the surprise exam, it seemed that this martial arts test was even more difficult. At this moment, in the teaching building, although there was no evening study session, the lights were still bright. The teachers seemed to still be working. These top students persuaded the principal to have the martial arts test once a year earlier. One could guess why with just a bit of thought. Lin Yue wanted to go to Xiaoli's house. The first thing he needed to solve was the exam. Their homeroom teacher openly hinted that they should bribe him. It should be that there would be players or students going. Standing at the bottom of the building, Lin Yue quietly waited for a while. Before long, he met the first person. It was not that demon boy, but Rao Shiji. Rao Shiji stood in front of the teaching building, calmly looking at the office where the homeroom teacher was. Without much hesitation, he quickly walked up the stairs. When he saw the office door open, Lin Yue instinctively used the peeper's eye. Inside the office, Rao Shiji stood obediently in front of the homeroom teacher, just like a real student. Somewhat reserved and nervous. Lin Yue could not hear what they were saying. He could only analyze based on what he saw. These players had nothing in hand. Rao Shiji was only testing the waters. He knew he had nothing to bribe the homeroom teacher with. Cheating should be their only way to pass the next day. The two exchanged for about 2 minutes. Lin Yue noticed the homeroom teacher's hands started to behave inappropriately. He touched Rao Shiji up and down. During the meantime, he even played with Rao Shiji's chin. It seemed he was admiring Rao Shiji's face. What the hell? Why does the scene seem a bit off? A teacher harassing a student? Lin Yue could see that fear instantly filled Rao Shiji's eyes. It was not what he thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear what they were saying. He should have overthought it.
Under Rao Shaji's terrified expression,
He finally nodded.
Lin Yue thought this kid was going to use his body to bribe the teacher.
But then, after the homeroom teacher got his consent,
He directly pressed his hand on Rao Shaji's head.
his whole body turned into a horrifying form, exposing a bizarre shape.
Lin Yue clearly saw some white, smoke-like threads appear on Rao Shaji's head,
slowly drifting into the homeroom teacher's mouth.
When finished, the homeroom teacher licked his scarlet tongue, his face flushed.
He seemed to enjoy it very much.
In contrast, Rao Shaji left the office looking dazed, as if he had lost his soul.
Not until Rao Shaji walked far away. Lin Yue still could not understand. What exactly was their transaction? Not long after, one after another, more players arrived here.
Of course, their purpose was to bribe the teacher.
Lin Yue could not help it anymore.
He grabbed the last player who came out. The fish killer was stronger than those players before. At least when he left, there was still a hint of clarity in his eyes.
Lin Yue followed him all the way.
When there weren't many people around, he called out to him.
But the other parties saw it was him. He turned and ran away,
as if he had seen a ghost. The players ignored him. This made Lin Yue feel a bit helpless. He also knew that he appeared too conspicuous. He felt a bit out of place among those who had just entered the game. It was normal for them to doubt him. However, he was even more curious about the bribing of the homeroom teacher.
Should I go up?
Hey! Just when Lin Yue hesitated about whether to go up and see what the homeroom teacher had taken from the players, the girl sitting next to him in class appeared. He had a very good impression of this girl. She was brave and took the initiative to be the first to answer.
You could say
she saved most of the players.
Do you want to go see the moon together?
The moon? Lin Yue looked up at the night sky suspiciously.
Are you sick? He had no mood to look at any moon.
Wait.
Is this to test him?
If so, then let's go take a look.
Sure. Where do you want to go see it?
Little Woods.
No, the back playground.
That also seems wrong.
Watching Lin Yue's reaction,
the other party suddenly laughed. They all say you're very scary.
But I think you are no different from other boys. Lin Yue pouted.
The player group, indeed, was suspicious of his identity.
I know a place, you follow me. The girl took Lin Yue's hand actively, leaving Lin Yue in a daze. What's going on? Did she see that he is strong? Do they want to hitch a ride?
They returned to the teaching building and climbed onto the rooftop where Lin Yue had repaired the bully boss during the day. This woman introduced herself as Gu Yan.
She was an ordinary cashier at a supermarket in a county town. Leaning on the railing,
Gu Yan looked at the bright full moon in the night sky and remained silent for a long time.
Lin Yue looked at her profile. He felt a bit anxious. He preferred to get straight to the point.
The light of the moon shimmered in Gu Yan's eyes,
but it was very dim,
completely contrary to her bright and strong demeanor during the day.
It made one feel that she was very melancholic.
Lin Yue couldn't say for sure.
You say, what is the meaning of life?
Lin Yue waited for a long time.
Ultimately, she spoke, but just sighed about life? I don't know.
I only know, as long as I protect the people I care about.
Why think so much? Gu Yan retracted her earlier melancholic expression. She smiled again.
Suddenly talked about something that piqued Lin Yue's interest. We discussed why we, these strangers, ended up in this game. In the end, everyone reached a conclusion. It is that each of us had something to do with bullying before coming here.
Some people bullied others.
Some were bullied. There are also those who were children suffering from long-term bullying. I think, actually, most of them bullied their own children.
They just didn't realize it.
Lin Yue furrowed his brow when he heard this.
Bullying their own children?
While Lin Yue thought deeply,
Gu Yan directly climbed over the railing.
Wobbly, she stepped on the wrist-thick iron railing.
Lin Yue was startled. Does she want to die? Do you know why I stood up during the exam? Because I don't want to live anymore. Gu Yan shouted this loudly.
Then she jumped backward. Lin Yue finally understood why her expression and speech felt a bit off.
This crazy woman.
Lin Yue grabbed Gu Yan's hand and angrily said,
What exactly do you want from me? If you want to die, say it before you die.
Gu Yan still laughed recklessly, looking up at Lin Yue, narrowing her eyes into crescent shapes.
You are not a bad person.
Yay, test successful.
looking at Gu Yan making a yay gesture. Lin Yue felt somewhat speechless. She came to test whether he was a bad person? What's wrong with you? What if he doesn't care? Wouldn't that really mean falling to death? Gu Yan, who was pulled up, lay on the ground without restraint, breathing heavily. Only then did Lin Yue see a glimmer of light in her eyes. Do you really want to die? Gu Yan nodded. I'm the one being bullied in the discussion. My parents want to marry me off to someone I don't like, and my boss harasses me every day. My colleagues spread rumors about my behavior. Even I. As Gu Yan spoke, she shook her head. It doesn't matter anymore. Can you still remember what happened before you crossed over to this place? They all don't remember. Lin Yue was startled upon hearing this. Things before the crossing game? If he remembered correctly. Wait. How come he doesn't remember? He clearly did remember. Do you remember? Gu Yan turned her head to look at Lin Yue. Then she glanced at the railing. I jumped down. That should be it. Lin Yue fell silent for a long time and said, Isn't that just right? In this game world, all the bullies you encounter have disappeared. For me, this is a place to escape. And for you, it's a rebirth. Isn't it? Gu Yan asked Lin Yue with a bitter smile. Could she survive the test? Just relying on a weak woman like her? Lin Yue did not answer. Instead, he brought up Han Yin. I know a girl who was much more spoiled than you. In the past, she even complained about tap water. But she still managed to get through a tough time. A person's potential is limitless. If you don't try, how do you know you can't do it? Just like you asked at the beginning. What is the meaning of life? The important thing is to find a reason for yourself to live. Rebirth in this world is the meaning you are looking for. Lin Yue paused for a moment. He asked Gu Yan who came up with this idea to test him. Gu Yan said no one did. Everyone was discussing how to stay away from him. The most extreme was Wu Shi. That boy with a cruel mind proposed to find a chance to get rid of Lin Yue. He believed that Lin Yue, this anomaly, would affect their ability to clear the game. A hidden danger. Lin Yue was not surprised by this boy's suggestion. After all, Lin Yue had broken one of his arms. What surprised Lin Yue was that that kid teamed up with other players again. Could Rao Shiji and he coexist peacefully? Lin Yue looked at Gu Yan. Suddenly realized. This woman indeed planned for rebirth. And she was gambling with her life. Betting that Lin Yue would not leave her to die. Only if Lin Yue saved her could she continue to the next step. Telling him that other players planned to stay away from him, even deal with him, was her way of showing her loyalty. Do you want to cooperate with me, not afraid that others will discover and deal with you? Gu Yan directly admitted to this. She had no power now. So, she could only borrow. Who to borrow from? Only from the impressive Lin Yue. If Lin Yue didn't save her, then falling to death is no different from having her head blown off. It's merely a difference of days. In a word, she was here to clutch someone's thigh. As for the other players, she didn't expect much. With gains come losses, she had to make a choice. If there's something inconvenient for you to do, you can hand it to me. I can see you seem a bit cautious. Lin Yue was indeed a bit cautious. After all, he was an intruding player. His strength exceeded that of newcomers. His actions were hard not to change the game's difficulty. Or rather, if the impact was too great, the game would suppress him to take care of the newcomers. After all, the group to be tested in this round was not him. Tomorrow's martial exam was a change caused by him. This was a significant crisis for newcomers. He might have to bear certain consequences. Like this: you go help me run an errand. Go negotiate with the homeroom teacher. Then come back and tell me what she took from you. When Gu Yan heard Lin Yue's words, she directly got up and brushed the dust off her skirt. She even saluted Lin Yue and said, Yes, Commander. I promise to complete the task. With Lin Yue's words, the cooperation was deemed to be reached. Gu Yan turned and walked down the stairs. It seemed like she was in a hurry to prove her usefulness. After she left, Lin Yue looked at the system panel. Trigger support task: help newcomers clear the level. Current number of supportees, 0. As expected, there is a task. And they have to be proactive. A few minutes later, Gu Yan returned. Her eyes were lifeless, just like those players who came out of the office. It seemed like her consciousness had been drained away. Are you okay? Until Lin Yue spoke up, Gu Yan suddenly woke up. Huh? Oh, I'm fine. It's just that I seem to have forgotten something very important. Right, the homeroom teacher. She
said she wants to devour the most important person in my memories.
And then, I forgot.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yue immediately thought of the corpse bearer from the world of hunger.
This ability. It was too similar.
Although the purposes were different, both were about consuming others' memories.
Could it be that these two worlds are connected?
I remember the butcher called them poison insects.
No matter what,
Lin Yue could not afford to lose any important memories anymore. This meant that bribery was out of the question for him.
So, he could only cheat.
But did he need to cheat for the martial exam? Those top students did indeed help him a lot. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Gu Yan, Lin Yue returned to his dorm to rest. Until the next day when the sun was high in the sky. The dormitory manager knocked on the door to wake them up.
It must be said that this world school was really loose in time management. He looked at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. Only then did they wake them up. After eating and entering the classroom. Wasn't it already past 9?
The classroom was unusually quiet.
4 people had died on the first day.
The players were still more fearful of this classroom.
Lin Yue was the last to arrive.
Others avoided his gaze.
They didn't want to make eye contact with him. Gu Yan also seemed to not recognize him.
This was what they had agreed upon beforehand. The homeroom teacher arrived only after Lin Yue had come. In class, it was almost 10 o'clock.
There was only one class for the whole morning.
And it was the homeroom teacher giving the lesson.
However, the class content was no longer mathematics, but politics.
Normal people would surely feel drowsy in this class.
But Lin Yue was full of energy. He could learn some information about this world from this class. Unfortunately, 10 minutes later, Lin Yue still couldn't break the politics class curse and dozed off on his desk.
He had overestimated himself. He couldn't understand what the teacher was talking about at all. He was completely unaware of the background of this world. Many topics left him confused.
Some political thoughts were also utterly unfathomable.
The philosophers and politicians that appeared repeatedly in the textbook only had names.
He could gain no information whatsoever. When the class bell finally rang,
the homeroom teacher closed the book and looked at everyone seriously, saying,
"This morning, I received an emergency arrangement from the principal. There will be no classes this afternoon." Hearing that there would be no class, everyone was stunned. What good news!
One more day to live in peace.
But wouldn't that mean missing an assessment? The assessment today will still proceed.
But it's the martial exam.
What I promised can't be fulfilled during the martial exam. But don't worry.
As long as you survive this martial exam, the promise for the next assessment will still hold. The class was instantly in an uproar.
Next time it will still be valid? We have to wait until we survive?
What kind of joke is this? They sacrificed something so important last night. And yet, you changed it just like that.
Everyone, quiet down. This isn't something I, as a teacher, can change.
Of course, while the martial exam is dangerous for you,
it's also an opportunity. As long as you can rank in the top 100 in the martial exam, you can earn an exemption from the written exam.
And this time, as long as you survive the assessment, you will automatically get an A.
If you can make it into the top 10, you will receive all the benefits of a top student. From then on, reaching the peak of the world is not impossible. So big a cake.
Lin Yue wrinkled his lips.
Just based on these newcomers?
Aren't they afraid of being stuffed to death? A chance to get an exemption from the exam perfectly meets his needs. He could earn 2 As at once. That way, he would only be 1 subject away from passing the level.
Chapter 101, A-Level Exam Venue. In the cafeteria at noon. It was livelier than usual.
All the students were discussing the martial arts exam in the afternoon. The martial arts exam happens once a year.
It's like a festival.
Only, there were no smiles on anyone's face.
Instead, there was a frown. The martial arts exam. It seemed really tough.
Lin Yue initially thought it was a grand competition like a tournament.
In reality, it was completely different.
The martial arts exam tests not only martial power,
but comprehensive strength.
It is divided into 3 stages.
The first stage is like a survival game. Players form teams by classes. They will be sent to the martial arts exam special zone in the school. As for what kind of survival they will go through, it's drawn randomly. If a high difficulty survival game is drawn, the student death rate will be terrifying. As long as they pass this stage, they can actually stop there. An A will be in hand. But to challenge for the top 100, they need to go through the second stage.
The second stage is the grand competition. All students wanting to challenge the top 100 need to sign up together. They will engage in battle competitions. However, it is not a fight among classmates, but against the teachers. The teachers personally test their level and strength. In the end, a unified evaluation and ranking will be made. The third stage is the battle for top students. The slots for top students are not fixed. They change every year. As long as they can defeat any of the top 10, they can join the ranks of top students. Lin Yue specifically asked a student. The other party feared his relationship with the principal and told him that those top students, although they are challengers, but they also have the right to actively challenge lower-ranked students.
Though no one has ever done that.
After all, it is very embarrassing. However, the rules of the martial arts exam indeed have this provision.
Lin Yue thought about it and understood. The status of top students is not to be provoked.
Under normal circumstances, if they encountered a rebellious person like Lin Yue,
and there are people protecting him,
then they can only use the rules to resolve the conflict. This is also another privilege granted to top students by the creators of this system.
As if to say, can't deal with kids from privileged families? Don't worry, use the rules to crush him. The law will support you.
This also indirectly proved one thing. The highest rulers of this world have directly blocked kids from privileged families who want to pass levels and spread influence using background means.
If you want privileges, you can only rely on your own efforts.
The system of this world is quite interesting. In this school, any student could die, anyone could die. And all the parents agree with this. It's comparable to the death toll of military units.
Even more brutal.
This made Lin Yue start to wonder.
In such a peculiar world, with such a bloody method of training students, do they have some terrifying enemy?
At this thought, Lin Yue looked up at the other players. He saw Rao Shiji and Wu Shi sitting at a table together.
These two actually came together.
This was really beyond expectations.
Rao Shiji.
This kid has really changed a lot.
Just in one night. What made him come around?
Hey!
Is anyone here?
Lin Yue's dining table was empty except for him.
Players feared his identity. Other students didn't want to attract attention from top students because of him.
So, of course, he was alone.
Xiao Li came.
Lin Yue saw Xiao Li and immediately replaced his thoughtful expression with a smile. Before Lin Yue could speak, Xiao Li, with a serious face, told Lin Yue,
"Don't aim for the top 100. Those top students want to target you by persuading the principal. The top 100 have privileges to challenge lower-ranked students."
Lin Yue naturally understood. Under normal circumstances,
those top students would mostly look for trouble with him. But that wouldn't be enough for them to vent their anger.
It seemed that only by killing him could they regain their lost face. Lin Yue looked at the worried Xiao Li and smiled.
"I definitely won't aim for the top 100. Don't worry, it's fine."
Yes. What he aimed for was certainly not the top 100. As long as he survived the first phase, he could get an A. If he aimed, he would aim for the top 10. That way, he could get double A's. Only in this way could he fight for 2 days of free time. By then, he could go visit Xiao Li's home.
Upon hearing Lin Yue say this, Xiao Li visibly relaxed. They ate quietly. Around them, glances occasionally swept over.
Below the top students, Xiao Li was the strongest.
Many students thought,
Xiao Li must also be in the quota for this challenge from the top students.
Targeting just one connected student wasn't worth their effort to persuade the principal.
They were going to crush Xiao Li again, with overwhelming force. To make all the students understand,
they were an insurmountable mountain. Lunch had just ended. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a grim face.
She carefully looked around. Only then did she announce the content of the first phase of the martial arts exam.
The content of the martial arts exam is always chosen randomly. This time, the exam room pulled the A-level examination site. This is the highest difficulty under the National Martial Arts exam. The principal is also very troubled right now.
But a random draw is just that, no one can call it off. Listen, I don't know if your previous schools had you take high-difficulty martial arts exams.
As long as you listen to me, the survival rate can be raised to at least 30%.
30%? The player group exploded upon hearing this data. Fear and class discipline could no longer be controlled.
They started to get noisy again.
At this moment, the entire school was filled with wailing. If the top students and Lin Yue left the classroom, they would probably be instantly drowned in countless curses. They still had to listen to the homeroom teacher if they didn't.
Wouldn't the death rate be even higher? The homeroom teacher didn't stop their noise.
The principal was almost going crazy. If half the students in the school died, his name would spread throughout the country in a day. So, they decided to cheat. Help the students cheat. As much as possible, let more students survive. According to the words of the Supreme Cunning Lord, being able to cheat successfully is also a kind of strength. So, cheating is allowed. Even encouraged. Once the noise in the class calmed down a bit, she forcefully tapped the lecture desk. This time, the martial arts exam topic you drew is water shadows. Remember, if you see water in the exam room, don't go near it. Even if it's to urinate, it's not allowed, understood? Stay away from anything related to water, must stay away. The homeroom teacher said many things in succession. Not only can you not urinate, you also can't cry, can't spit. Even sweating is not allowed. Upon hearing that even sweating was not allowed, Lin Yue frowned. Perhaps this was why this exam room was called A-level difficulty. However, the exam time was at most an afternoon. He could still hold it in. The homeroom teacher didn't mention any other content. She also didn't specify what cheating entailed or how it would work. Lin Yue tapped his fingers on the desk. He didn't know what the ability of water shadows was. If it wasn't too absurd, he wouldn't be afraid. He glanced at Gu Yan. This woman looked panic-stricken. She also looked worriedly over. Lin Yue gave her a reassuring look. An A-level exam room in a beginner instance? Should be fine. Chapter 102, Water Shadows 1. Time seemed very tight. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished her instructions, the door was pushed open. The cleaners Lin Yue had seen walked up to the homeroom teacher and whispered something. The homeroom teacher looked surprised at the other party. Then she announced. There's 1 hour left until the exam. Now, all toilets are only allowed for girls. Lin Yue understood the meaning of this. Before going in. First, get rid of everything related to water. Wu Shi immediately raised his hand. Teacher, what about us boys? The class teacher gave him a cold glance. Do I need to teach you this? Just find a corner yourself. Lin Yue suddenly realized. No wonder the cleaners appeared. They came to wipe urine for the students. Everyone, get moving. After you're done, gather on the playground. The class teacher clapped her hands. The girls rushed to the school or dormitory toilets. The boys were a bit more casual. Anywhere was fine for them. Even so, there was also a long line of girls. In the end, many girls barely made it to the gathering by finding a basin to deal with it directly in the dormitory. On the playground, a large number of cleaners were checking the students and distributing a special transparent raincoat. To cheat. The school had also spent a lot of money. This kind of clothing can instantly absorb the sweat secreted by the body. Since it is made of a thin breathable material, it won't make it hard to distinguish who is who. Just wear it over your outer clothing. It can also automatically shrink to fit the shape of the body. Lin Yue was very surprised. When he flexed his muscles, the clothing would also automatically expand. It did not affect his movements at all. The cleaners finally checked them to ensure there were no water stains left. Only then did the line move forward. A total of 36 classes from the whole school. They marched into the pitch-black door standing in the center of the playground. Beside the door, besides the 10 top students, there were also some unfamiliar faces. These people seemed to be the cheating tools mentioned by the class teacher. Each class would have a person follow them before entering that door. Like guardians. They were also each assigned a person. And, not knowing if it was intentional, the one assigned to their class was that top student who made him and Xiaoli kneel? She had her hair tied up. She looked less serene now. Lin Yue intuitively sensed a chilling aura from her. She coldly glanced at Lin Yue and made a neck-slashing gesture. The damn principal is doing this on purpose, right? Which one is the principal? Dare to stand up and let him see? When it was Lin Yue's turn, he was still searching for the principal's figure. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. But the bully boss was standing on the rooftop looking worriedly at them. After passing through that pitch-black door, the world before Lin Yue was completely new. Surrounding him were broken walls, as if it had experienced a war. The decayed tall buildings were covered with green plants. There were rusty vehicles everywhere. Underfoot were waist-high wild grasses. And bones that crumble at a touch. In front of everyone, there was also a sign stuck diagonally into the ground. Sashin City. Welcome candidates to the A-level examination, Shadows in Water.
Personnel verification in progress. Verification complete. The requirements for this martial arts exam: cross the old world Sashin City, and reach the designated area alive to complete the exam requirements. Route is being planned. Route planning complete. Wishing everyone good luck. A voice very similar to the system prompt echoed in the empty sky. In front of everyone, a floating panel window appeared. Lin Yue frowned. This world has this kind of technology too? No need to look. That's useless. Just follow me. That top student didn't even look at the planned route. She directly turned it off and ordered everyone to follow her. The class teacher had instructed her to find ways to increase their survival rate, so no one objected. However, after she took 2 steps, she turned to Lin Yue and said, "You can't follow me. Don't you think you're strong? Find your own way." Lin Yue naturally wouldn't indulge her. "Is the road yours? You should not follow me." After speaking, Lin Yue took the lead and walked at the forefront. The homeroom teacher had made it very clear. Do not touch the water. This world is terrifyingly desolate. Water. It shouldn't be so easy to encounter. These waist-high wild grasses are quite troublesome. If there really is a puddle on the way, he wouldn't be able to see it. After walking for a while, Lin Yue took out the eyeball of the peeper. This relic has a limited range to see through walls, but can see very far in open areas. It can only be used once a day. Too limited. It's not time to use it yet. Lin Yue was studying the map while walking. Although that top student said not to look at the map, but the designated area still needs to be checked. From the map's perspective, this designated area is on the other side of this ruined city, and they are on this side of the city. After a while of walking, Lin Yue turned around and found that the top student was still following him with other players. He instantly understood what was happening. What a scheming girl. Deliberately provoking me to scout ahead? Not exposing the other party. Lin Yue continued forward, passing by an intersection where 2 leaning buildings crossed to form an X. He stopped, because he saw the hint. Withered Street, safe? Lin Yue looked at this hint, then glanced in other directions. Main road, extremely dangerous. Broken street corner, dangerous. After all, this is an initial dungeon. The system still took care of the players. For this highly deadly exam site, it provided correct guidance. That's reasonable enough. When others saw Lin Yue lingering at that intersection and eventually walking in, their faces all changed drastically. The top student wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Rao Shiji. "We can't go. It's dangerous." The top student frowned. Danger? Of course she knew. The principal had led the way to cheat and obtained intelligence. There were no absolutely safe paths in this exam site. She had even tricked Lin Yue into scouting. If there is danger, then let him step on it first. Players can't explain the game to her. They stubbornly refused to follow. The top student watched Lin Yue's figure gradually disappear. Only then did she look at Rao Shiji with dissatisfaction and say, "I said before entering, you all listen to me here. Otherwise, you complete the mission on your own." Hearing this, Rao Shiji did not explain. He turned to discuss with everyone. Ultimately, they chose to obediently listen. No one could be sure if the next intersection would have a safe path. Crossing the entire city. Who knows how many such intersections there are? They couldn't lose protection. Looking back at those people who came up again, Lin Yue tugged at the corner of his mouth. He didn't mind them following. After all, he had a task to protect Guyen. Let them follow, it saves me time to find a chance to take Guyen away. Chapter 103, The Mystery in the Water 2. No wonder it's called the Withered Street. As they went deeper, the surrounding wild grasses gradually turned yellow. Looking at this scene, Lin Yue understood why it was hinted as safe. It has dried up like this. Where would the water come from? Only sweat kept secreting on his body. This area was surprisingly hotter than the places before. Fortunately, the school provided special clothing in advance. Otherwise, this road would not be safe. It might be more dangerous than other roads. When he reached the bottom of the intersecting leaning buildings, the height of the dry grass had already reached his chest. It was starting to affect his vision. Lin Yue took out the long knife he had snatched from the deceptive hands, cutting at the grass while walking. It must be said, this knife was astonishingly fast. Even the dry, soft grass was instantly cut down without any obstruction. Looking closely, there were no hints. It seemed to just be an ordinary knife. He held a steel pipe as a defensive weapon. Halfway through, Lin Yue could already see a smudge of green at the exit. Just then, a sound of glass shattering rang above his head. Crash! The glass fell, almost brushing against Lin Yue. Looking up, in the leaning building on the left, most of the glass was shattered. Only a small part was still somewhat intact. And on these glass windows, Lin Yue saw a blurry black shadow, shrinking in the building, staring at him. This was clearly unrelated to the ghostly shadows in the water mentioned in the exam hall. The ghostly shadows in the water should be the most powerful monsters in this exam hall. So, this lurking black shadow was merely a small monster forcing players to flee in the exam hall. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Yue felt that these creatures probably posed no significant threat. Of course, this was only true for him. As for the people behind him, that was another story. He turned to take a look. The top student walked on the path he had cleared. Other players could only manually push away the withered grass blocking their view. Many players were cursing in their hearts. They didn't even provide them with weapons. And in this quiet environment, the sound of shattering glass suddenly made everyone huddle together. Like a group of frightened chicks. What noise? It sounds like glass broke. This place is so decayed, it must have fallen on its own. Everyone, be careful not to get hit. Hey! There's something in the building. The top student called Luing. At this moment, Luing frowned and looked at the tall building, her expression quickly changing. If the information provided by the principal was accurate, it was the student who had failed the clearance back then. Run fast. Run with all your might. Charge out. With her loud shout, the players were momentarily stunned. This loud shout also awakened those classmates from the old days lingering in the building. Pairs of eyes, accompanied by dry heads, poked out of the windows to look down. So many terrifying creatures were surfacing. They finally turned and fled in fear. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Ah, don't push me. Luing glanced at the panicking classmates, a flash of anger crossed her eyes. These useless people, can't they even run properly? They were in such a chaotic state. Gu Yan was also pushed to the ground. At this moment, no one cared about the gentlemanly principle of ladies first. If you didn't want to die, then push down a couple of people. Fight for your chance to escape. However, thinking of the survival indicators, Luing didn't mind. She wouldn't bother saving this weakest group. The principal didn't expect them to bring all the students out. It was time to lighten her burden a bit. A girl who had been pushed down clutched her leg and pleaded. Please, my legs are weak, I can't get up. Can you carry me to run? Luing looked at her with disgust. Like she was looking at a crazy person. Then she used her legs to muster strength, directly throwing her away. Trash, just go die quickly. At this moment, a large number of roars and glass shattering sounds came from above. These remnants jumped down from high above as if they were fearless. They fell into the grass below. Luing could no longer care about anything else. The scale of the bizarre creatures above her was so great. Even she was surprised. Damn it, what kind of broken information did the principal give? He didn't say that there would be so many classmates from the old days. As she rushed towards the green grass, a figure running back in the opposite direction flashed past her side. Saving people? Where did this fool come from? But when she realized it was Lin Yue returning to save someone, a surge of angry fire suddenly built up inside her. She had decided from the start not to take everyone with her to survive to lessen her burden. But Lin Yue didn't intend to give up on anyone. Was he trying to prove that this top student was inferior to him? This breath, she couldn't swallow. Immediately, she turned her head and picked up the girl she had kicked away. Then she glared angrily at Lin Yue, who was carrying Gu Yan. Lin Yue was baffled by her glare. He was just here to protect the mission target. What happened? Did she have one too? Lin Yue had no time to deal with her. Those monsters falling from the high building were making disturbing bone-cracking sounds. It was like they were repairing dislocated and broken bones. Following that, figures stood up from the withered grass. They have a common goal. In an instant, they were locked onto the two people. They directly pounced over. Fortunately, in order to make up for his shortcomings before, Lin Yue had improved his agility and now had the speed of a level 2 athlete. That's why he could run so fast. While striking down the obstructing monsters with a steel pipe, he leaped forward, stepping on them. Ultimately, Lin Yue's strength was only at the level of a level 3 athlete. He couldn't do it effortlessly. A group of people barely rushed out from the withered grass field. Yet the monsters stayed at the edge of the withered grass, as if they feared something. They did not chase out. Lin Yue let go of Gu Yan, leaning on his knees, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he was in good shape and recovered quickly after the full burst of energy. When he looked up, he saw Lu Ying with a beaming smile watching him. As if they had one. Crazy. Lin Yue murmured quietly. Only then did he look ahead. The players had scattered everywhere. They did not know if those monsters would chase out. Many people hid directly, watching carefully from the shadows. Only after seeing no danger did they dare to reveal themselves. Some wanted to blame Lu Ying. Rao Shiji had advised Lu Ying, but this woman didn't listen. She insisted on following Lin Yue. Now, look what happened. She almost died in that patch of grass. But they didn't dare. They could only suppress it in their hearts. Lu Ying looked at their gazes and snorted coldly. She completely ignored them. Instead, she continued to look ahead. According to the map, if you charged forward without thinking about the road, you could actually pass through 12 streets to reach the designated area. But nobody knew what lay ahead. In most cases, it was still necessary to see the situation ahead and determine if a detour was needed. But the street in front of them had no wild grass. This place was very different from other streets. It was even a bit clean. This was very abnormal. Without thinking much, she chose to look to the sides and prepare to take a detour. But just as she raised her foot, Lin Yue walked forward. She immediately retracted her foot. Lin Yue dared to go, but she didn't dare to go? If the other students saw this, they would think she was not as good as Lin Yue. Even if everyone else died, she wouldn't admit defeat. Intentionally choosing the most dangerous path? I want to see if you really have that kind of strength. Chapter 104, The Shadow in the Water 3. As Lin Yue went deeper and deeper. In the rundown shops around, faint footsteps occasionally echoed. It was as if someone was moving along with them. Ah! Help me! A shrill wail came from a nearby house. Then, a player tumbled out, rolling and crawling. This was one of the people who had scattered earlier. At this moment, he looked terrified as he ran onto the street. Seeing the crowd, a hint of joy flashed across his face. But just as he ran towards them, Lin Yue shouted loudly. Get away! Don't come over! This time, Lu Ying stood by his side. She had somehow acquired a shiny silver metal rod in her hand. Pointing at the other, she warned. Stop! Don't come closer! Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The other party looked terrified. Nervously glancing behind, he urged. There are monsters in the house, it ain't going. It will chase over soon, aren't you the top student? Hurry up and deal with it. Lu Ying glanced at that house. Just in time to meet a strange creature staring at her from the attic window. But strangely, the creature did not rush out. After confirming there was no danger, she allowed the other party to approach. No need to panic. It seems they should be bound inside the house. Lu Ying's words seemed to make some sense. The strange creatures in the dry streets were bound to that patch of withered grass. It was quite reasonable for the monsters on this street to be trapped inside the house. As long as they didn't panic and charge in recklessly, they should be fine. But at that moment, Lin Yue suddenly retreated. Get away from him. He's covered in blood. Blood? What does that mean? Lu Ying reacted first. The metal rod in her hand struck against the approaching player's chest. He was pushed back several steps. And the drop of blood in Lin Yue's mouth was reflecting the terrified, confused face of this player. Another player was brutally killed, his throat torn open. If there was blood on him, it must have been splattered at that moment. He wiped randomly on his body. Soon, he wiped it away. Clearly, he understood what the blood meant. He hastily wiped off the blood. He extended his fingers with the wiped off bloodstains for everyone to see. It's fine. I wiped it off. As soon as the words fell, his expression still carried a smile. In the next moment, a dark shadow, flowing like moving tentacles, emerged from that bloodstain, instantly wrapping around his body. Bang! In an instant, the other person's body exploded completely. Countless drops of blood splattered in the air. Lin Yue pulled Gu Yan and violently stepped back again, fearing that they might be splashed even a bit. Lu Ying also jumped to a distance, with a long stick sweeping the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust to block in front. 3 players were splashed by the flying blood, their bodies instantly strangled by that strange black tentacle. On this clean street, it was as if someone had set off a few firecrackers. The ground and walls were left with glaring, blood-splattered marks. Lin Yue stared intently ahead. This road cannot be taken. Those bloodstains on the ground could still reflect their figures. The players were not as terrified as when they first encountered death. It seemed they were a bit excessively frightened, slow to react. Is the sanity too low? Lin Yue took a deep breath. Turned around to leave. This so-called A-level examination ground was much more dangerous than he thought. He had to put away any contempt and slackness. Meanwhile, he was also thinking silently. That drop of blood must have been on the other person long before. But it only triggered after he discovered it. Could it be that the strange blood can control the detonation time? Is it trying to blend into the crowd and then blow the other person up? Returning to the edge of the grassy area, Lin Yue looked to his right. This street was safe as long as they didn't rush into the houses. But these players were all ticking time bombs. With the slightest disturbance, they instinctively wanted to hide. In such a situation, it turned the originally safe street into a very dangerous one. To the right, although it showed danger. As long as they were a bit cautious and kept their distance from other players, there shouldn't be much of a problem. This was a choice with no alternative. He took Gu Yan's hand. He couldn't care about many people, only prioritizing the mission target. Survival first. This woman was already terrified. Her whole body was shaking. When Lin Yue grabbed her, she wanted to pull away like she had been startled. Until she met Lin Yue's calm gaze. Only then did she quiet down. The others who survived saw this scene. They cursed silently, calling him a scoundrel. But unfortunately, they were all men. Otherwise, they could seek refuge with charm. They looked at the indifferent Lu Ying. Male charm seemed useless. Lu Ying was also surprised by Lin Yue's choice to protect Gu Yan. A smile involuntarily curved her lips. So he is a lecher. He even fancies a weakling, what a useless guy. She also realized. As long as they brought these novices, it was equally dangerous wherever they went. So, choosing any path was the same. She still decided to follow Lin Yue. At least, if they were forced to cooperate, their survival rate would be much higher. If that person had gotten close just now, it would have been the same fate for her too. The last players took one last look at the broken flesh and bloodstains on the street. All hurriedly followed behind, fearing being abandoned by Lin Yue and Lu Ying. To the right, it returned to the dense grassy area. Here, it emitted the smell of grass mixed with rusted iron. Although the road was unclear. At least there were no strange movements in the shops and tall buildings nearby. They hadn't gone far, when Lin Yue suddenly turned around and walked back without a word. Others were confused by his actions. Lu Ying looked ahead. She sensed a foul, rotten water smell. Her expression changed slightly. There was too much grass here. Actually, they could avoid this stinking water pit hidden beneath the wild grass. But it would take a lot of time to clear the grass beneath their feet. They did not have so much time to waste here. She looked up at the sky. It was dark and terrifying. It seemed rain could fall at any moment. Changing the route was the most correct choice. Walking to the left was also the path Lin Yue least wanted to take. This place warned of extreme danger. He didn't know if he could protect Gu Yan. But when others saw Lin Yue finally choose a safe path, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that heaven was also playing tricks on them. The gloomy sky actually rumbled with thunder. Grass. No way? It's raining? Lu Ying glared at Wu Shi. So what if it rains? Does she really think the A-class exam is that easy? If it were just the previous dangers, it wouldn't justify such a big reaction from the principal and the school. She knew very well. If it really rained, this exam would be over. In her view, this was an S-class difficulty that only appeared during the Gaokao's hard times. It belonged to the Grand Martial Arts exam held every 3 years. She had seen similar events on the news. In an S-class exam, the worst outcome happened. None of the students in the entire exam room survived. That incident was reported for a long time. It made many top students reluctant to easily enter the Gaokao. Some top students even gave up on the most difficult universities in the end. If it really rains, no one could walk out of here. This A-class exam site would probably be remembered in history. Fortunately, this thunder was just trying to scare them. The rain did not really fall. But this rain that might fall at any moment still hung over them like a guillotine. It could drop on their necks at any time. Lin Yue looked at the sky. He had a different view. Rain? Since it was only an A-class exam, such extreme situations could not occur. Is that ghost trying to scare us into making a wrong turn in our panic? In Lin Yue's view, it was definitely the case. Rationality was a key value. The players who rushed into the house earlier scattered. They panicked too much and lost their way. That was why 4 people died.
And this water ghost that had not yet appeared was disrupting the players' normal judgment.
In simple terms,
it could not appear directly. It could only use fear to lure them into its traps.
Chapter 105, Water Ghost 4. A-Class Exam. In the depths underground. A deep buried air raid shelter.
Countless chains engraved with blood-colored strange symbols layered to lock a coffin. And continuously released high temperatures, scorching the surroundings. In front of this coffin, the familiar security guard, along with 2 others, stood in front of the coffin. They were on guard, looking at the buzzing coffin. Besides the security guard, the other 2 were clearly a bit flustered. In the dead silence of the space,
they seemed to be waiting for something.
Until the vibrations on the coffin stopped. A wild, unrestrained laughter came from inside.
Do you know who I am?
This laughter made the 3 security guards step back continuously.
Just the eerie aura seeping from the coffin seams was enough to suffocate them.
When everything calmed down, the security guard sighed.
Of course, we know who you are.
Otherwise, we wouldn't take such a great risk to meet you.
We came with sincerity.
As long as you agree to cooperate with us,
we will release you. Why refuse?
A cold snort came from the coffin again. It seemed to have no intention of escaping the seal.
Just you 3 trash? Dare to talk about releasing me? Do you look down on me, or do you look down on the Ghostmaster? Hearing the Ghostmaster's name,
the security guard did not show any signs of concern or fear.
My master is not weaker than him.
I once again promise on behalf of my master, as long as you agree to cooperate.
Then release you. Hearing these words,
the coffin fell silent again.
Not weaker than the water mystery?
What a joke. If that's true, why secretly scheme? The water mystery was silent for a long time, then asked,
"Who is your master?"
The security guard shook his head.
He absolutely cannot reveal that.
In fact, he only received orders from above.
He didn't even know who that person was.
The security guard looked ahead. It was as if there was something there.
They have crossed more than half of the block. Are you sure you want to miss this opportunity?
The world now is not like before. The strange mysteries have spread all over the world. Not only that,
they have also enacted laws to protect humanity. To position them as pets. Hearing about laws protecting humanity,
the strange presence in the coffin immediately exploded with rage.
The entire underground shook violently. How dare he? I will kill him. Let me out. Let me out.
The security guard covered his ears, unmoved. It wasn't until the other party agreed to cooperate that he let out a breath of relief. Then he looked at another strange being. The other party immediately cut open its belly.
A grayish crystal block was taken out from inside.
As soon as the crystal block appeared,
an alarm instantly sounded within the security department of this world.
Report. Suspected that an original strange entity from an A-grade test site has lost control. Such situations are not uncommon.
So the staff quickly entered their posts.
They began retrieving the detection system for observation. But all they saw were students taking an exam. There was nothing unusual. At this time, schools that held martial arts exams were almost non-existent.
So they quickly determined the location. Is it a mistrigger?
Forget it, let a nearby security team send a small squad to verify with their own eyes. The responsible staff member, looking at the boss, was not too concerned.
He couldn't help but remind. Boss, is 1 squad enough? After all, it's not busy at the moment. How about I send 2 more squads together?
The manager shook his head.
No need. The seal of the Master of Mysteries is not something that some petty characters can break. I guess that water mystery is going crazy again. Just go and make sure it's honest.
The boss issued the order. The staff did not insist. They immediately sent task information to the nearest security team. The security guard picked up the gray crystal from the ground, staring at it with a face full of desire.
What is this? The water mystery could naturally tell that this crystal was extraordinary. When this thing appeared,
the seal began to loosen.
Moreover, it also obscured the surrounding monitoring. The monitoring system of the exam site could only determine that something unusual had occurred at the sealing location.
Yet it could not see what specifically had happened.
It was because of this thing. I don't know what this is. I only know that as long as you enter it, you can avoid the seal and escape.
These words made the water mystery in the coffin silent for a long time.
You want me to move from one cage to another? What a great calculation.
The security guard calmly nodded.
This is the only way to release the water mystery without breaking the seal. He also understood. He knew the intention behind such actions from above. Rest assured, we will not. No need to say. Just do what you have to do.
The water mystery did not believe that this small gray crystal could compare to the seal of the Master of Mysteries. As long as it escaped from this confined area, it had plenty of ways to deal with the three trash in front of it.
Hey, am I talking to the principal's own son? Why is every road you take safer than the last? Did he provide you with cheating information separately?
Luing watched as Lin Yue led them through street after street, each one safer. At this moment, her face was full of confusion.
And also incredulity.
The principal indeed cheated, but that was aimed at all the students in the school.
What right does Lin Yue have to lead them through so precisely and quickly? That damn principal. He must be hiding something. And he only gave it to Lin Yue.
What's worse, she still can't report it. Reporting means exposing her own cheating too. These damned privileged kids. They should have been killed less. Lin Yue frowned, then coldly returned the earlier words to the other party.
Aren't you strong? Please don't follow me, alright?
This woman was unwilling to suffer losses under Lin Yue. Immediately, she threw Lin Yue's words back.
Is the road yours?
Other players listened to the two arguing.
They couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion.
When they first entered, it was clearly Luing who wanted to make things difficult for Lin Yue,
not allowing Lin Yue to follow. Now, it's turned the other way. But why, even though the path Lin Yue chose was clearly dangerous?
They were able to pass through safely?
Do you think the system prompt has a bug? It shouldn't be possible.
Rao Shiji listened to the whispered discussions around.
He looked at Wu Shi. What do you think?
Wu Shi coldly smiled.
Who says the reminders we see are definitely from the system? Could it not be that everyone experienced visual interference? I think that this bastard must have discovered this point and deliberately chosen the opposite. Facts prove that choosing the opposite is correct.
Wu Shi was very proud of his own opinion. He had a face full of smugness.
As if it was him leading everyone out.
After walking for a while, Lin
Yue stopped in his tracks.
They only needed to cross the upcoming suburbs. Then they would reach the designated location.
This martial arts examination, aside from the panic and missteps that led to 4 deaths,
was not difficult. Lin Yue looked at the players behind him and nodded.
This was finally in line with the initial instance's difficulty. The system must have enforced intervention.
But just when Lin Yue was about to continue choosing the path according to the prompt, all the prompts at the intersections ahead disappeared.
This meant losing their judgment. Lin Yue frowned as he looked ahead. Not because of losing hints,
but because he saw a moat. The road circled around the suburbs. To get across, no matter what path they took, they had to cross the large bridge over the river. The key point was that the bridge was missing a huge chunk in the middle. To get across, they could only climb the steel cable to go around.
And they couldn't look down. Chapter 106, Water's Deceptive Shadows 5. For safety's sake.
And to avoid being betrayed by others,
Luing unceremoniously ordered all players to advance separately. She would climb the steel cable first, to show everyone how to get across.
This time, she was very proactive. It seemed she wanted to prove she was the leader here.
Lin Yue smiled. A strange desire to win. He didn't plan to go first.
It had been years since anyone took care of this area.
Whether that steel cable could support anyone was unknown. He preferred someone to test the path. You all remember. No matter what happens, absolutely do not look down. The moment you see the water, no one knows what will happen. Do you understand? Luing was still instructing the players on precautions.
Lin Yue looked at the river and was filled with worry. He also saw that drop of blood. It seemed that as long as the distance was far enough, there wouldn't be any problem.
But would such a wide river surface amplify this water deception's ability? Would it not even require seeing the river surface?
Who knows, as long as they encountered a sufficiently wide stretch of water, that deceptive thing would definitely manifest.
Water. Can holy water reflect it too? As Lin Yue was lost in these thoughts, Luing called out his name for the first time. Lin Yue. You will be responsible for bringing up the rear.
Make sure these guys don't dawdle. If someone slows down the group, I hope you kick them into the river.
Understand? Lin Yue couldn't be bothered to respond to her. She was even giving him orders. Seeing Lin Yue ignore her, Lu Ying snorted softly. It was as if Lin Yue had agreed. After all, Lin Yue had to cross the river too. If someone blocked the way ahead, he couldn't just do nothing. This also made the other players somewhat dissatisfied. What does it mean to kick them into the river? Lu Ying doesn't care about their reactions, and immediately turns to walk towards the big bridge. She bows her head, looking at her toes. Quickly, she walks onto the bridge, and soon disappears from everyone's view. Then, Rao Shiji follows suit, mimicking her posture to move forward. Players climb onto the bridge one by one. They maintain a certain safe distance from each other. Lu Ying quickly reaches the steel cable's edge. Once here, she cannot look down. She can only tilt her head back to look at the sky. After touching the steel cable with her hands, she begins to move forward. The cable is thick, but not thick enough to lay her whole body on it. So, she can only hang with her arms and squeeze with her legs to move. Guyan pulls Lin Yue. I might not make it across. That steel cable is at least 100 meters long. I don't have the strength. Lin Yue is also quite anxious. It's not just Guyan who worries about not making it. Another girl, who was kicked by Lu Ying, is already slowly retreating. She knows very well. This short 100 meters. There's no way she can get across. She leans against a rusty vehicle near the bridge, clutching her head. Wanting to cry but too scared to. Because tears would take her life away. After a moment, she seems to realize something. Suddenly, she looks up at Lin Yue and Guyan. She knows very well. These two are not a couple. Yet Lin Yue is willing to take a huge risk to save Guyan. There must be some deal made between them. Guyan isn't particularly pretty. Only her voice is nice to hear. If Guyan can do it, so can she. No matter what Lin Yue wants. As long as she can live, she can agree to anything. Thinking of this, she stands up again. Lin Yue. Please, I can agree to anything. As long as you can carry me over, I'm yours. Oh, by the way, I heard Wu Shi and Rao Shiji secretly discussing how to deal with you. Really, I heard it with my own ears. Lin Yue frowns upon hearing this. This might not be true. But it might not be false either. Moreover, the system task has triggered. Looking at the steel cable, Lin Yue started to consider. He could easily cross those 100 meters alone. But carrying someone, it's not that simple. Unless he uses a relic. Actually, Guyan means the same thing. They both don't want to die. They can only cling to Lin Yue's thigh. For the reward, for strength. Lin Yue is willing to take risks. If he can have one more spy in the player group, that's not bad. So, after pretending to be troubled, he agrees to her. Hearing that Lin Yue is willing to help, this girl nearly bursts into tears of joy. Lin Yue quickly tries to scare her. If she shows too much excitement or irrationality, he will take back this promise. Only then does she quiet down. Over there, Lu Ying has effortlessly climbed over the steel cable. She jumps to the other side of the broken bridge. She bows her head and shouts loudly. The steel cable is very sturdy, you all hurry up and climb. Don't be afraid, and don't open your eyes. Did you hear? Rao Shiji, as the second climber. That girl of 17 or 18 can make it across. He must be able to too. But the moment he climbs onto the steel cable, he realizes how hard it is to climb. His body shakes slightly. The cable sways with it. Although the ups and downs are minimal, it still terrifies him, nearly making him open his eyes to look down. 100 meters. He has been climbing for a long time. Every little distance he climbs requires a rest. Fortunately, his stamina is still good. He finally succeeds in climbing over. When he needs to jump down, Lu Ying tells him where he can let go. Since he cannot look down, he can only rely on Lu Ying for the position. In other words, whether to jump into the river or to the broken bridge, it all depends on Lu Ying's judgment. For a moment, he doubts. But he has no choice. His hands are getting more tired. He can only choose to trust. In the instant of landing, Rao Shiji lets out a terrible scream. This height is beyond what he can bear. Even if his left leg doesn't break. Can't walk anymore. Waste. Lu Ying cursed, reminding the next person to hurry up and climb, not caring about his shouting at all. If this keeps dragging on, the time advantage Lin Yue gained all the way will be wasted here. Rao Shiji lay on the ground, hugging his legs and rubbing them non-stop. hoping to ease the pain.
The staff from the security department monitoring the examination room. At this moment, they were holding coffee, watching the scene. They could see that cheating was happening in this exam room, but there were bigger things happening. So, they temporarily did not pursue it. Instead, the image of these students cooperating to cross the broken bridge attracted quite a few staff to gather around and watch. I bet that bearded student will definitely fall. Look at him, he's so fat, being able to climb halfway is good enough. Oh? How much do you bet? $10. Get lost. I bet 100 that both of those girls will fall into the water. TCH. Why don't you bet on the girl who has already crossed the broken bridge? She will definitely make it. Come on, let's start the betting. Be serious, I bet. The girl kneeling on the ground can only crawl 10 meters. How much? 200. Okay, I bet she can crawl 50 meters. Really? 10 meters is definitely more than that, but 50 meters is absolutely impossible. The boss is coming. After all, the alarm just went off. At this moment, the staff were relatively gathered. Usually, except for the big exam at the end of the year, there would not be so many staff present. So, it was a rare opportunity to meet. The boss didn't shatter their excitement. Instead, he put down 500. I bet that boy can take both of them across the river. In this round, I'm going to win it all. Chapter 107, Shadows in the Water 6. Under Lu Ying's guidance, the players climbed the steel cable smoothly. Although everyone screamed in horror when they jumped onto the broken bridge at the end. But everyone knew. Staying on this side is just waiting to die. Lin Yue and the two girls waited at the end. In front of them was the hesitant fishmonger. This uncle had silver strands in his hair. In his 50s. Every day, besides killing fish, he had no other activities to earn money for his family. His life was only about killing fish and running back and forth to the market. Don't mention climbing steel cables. Just walking through this city's dozens of streets would leave him panting for breath. The reason he stayed until the end to climb was also to take a rest. And the most deadly fact is, he is afraid of heights. It's okay, just close your eyes. It will definitely be okay. The closer he got to the steel cable, the more panic he felt. Constantly saying encouraging words to himself. At least, this is much better than actually facing the exam paper. That would be despair. But his beer belly, plus his nearly 200 pounds of weight. Even Lin Yue couldn't carry him over. He could only rely on himself. As soon as he touched the steel cable, he had a lot of strength. This gave him quite a bit of confidence. But after going more than 10 meters, he stopped in place, gripping the steel cable tightly and not moving. Hey! Fatty, if you don't want to die, hurry up and climb. It's just over 100 meters, we'll be there soon. Lu Ying looked at him with displeasure. Rao Shiji and the others stood far away, where they could see the water surface, cheering him on. At this moment, the players were still quite united. Even Gu Yan over here was shouting for him to give it his all. Think about family. Think about your parents and relatives. Hearing these words, the fishmonger moved again. But after crawling for a short distance, he had to stop and gasp for air. He was too heavy. It's not that he didn't want to get across in one breath. Even if he overcame the fear in his heart, gravity ruthlessly pulled him down again. He could feel it, like invisible hands, always pulling him down. But the strong desire to go home made him grip the steel cable tightly. Finally. Only about 10 meters left. Just a bit more. Don't panic, take it slow. Yes. Just 7 or 8 meters. Almost there. You can jump down now. Rao Shiji guided him little by little. This moment. Even Lin Yue sighed that these people were much stronger than him in the first round of the copy. At least no one was causing trouble and hurting others. The fish killer hesitated for a long time under the command. Now, he just needed to let go and jump down. Lin Yue also began to move forward with Gu Yan, watching the fish killer release his grip. Everyone let out a sigh of relief for him. But at the moment he landed, he was still smiling at everyone. The next second, that wall collapsed with a loud boom, accompanied by various sizes of concrete debris. Before he fell into the water, he was swallowed directly by a dark shadow. But no one saw this scene. And the collapse of the bridge triggered a chain reaction. The bridge deck began to crack section by section. Don't be dazed. Run. Lu Ying ran wildly toward the opposite bank without looking back.
In the monitoring room, the atmosphere was lively. Their boss had bet 500 and boasted about winning it all. Now, it was a slap in the face. The bridge was gone. Let alone those two girls. Even Lin Yue had lost all hope of survival. Lin Yue looked at the collapsed bridge. His heart was filled with anger. This luck really was something. The boss of the monitoring room turned around, looking gloomy, and was about to leave. But at that moment, a new alarm went off again. What happened? The staff immediately collected information and reported. Boss, it's still this A-level exam site. It's a water phantom. It has broken free.
Just now, in exam area 13, all students.
All perished. All perished. These 4 words instantly sent chills down his spine.
But the main point was that the water phantom had escaped. This made him even more panicked.
When it came to accountability, he was the first to be punished. But he quickly calmed down.
Where are the security forces?
Haven't they arrived yet?
His subordinates quickly contacted the security forces that received the task notification.
But the connection only lasted a few seconds.
Then came a sound of flesh being ripped apart,
followed by countless screams.
The dispatched security forces seemed to have encountered an attack. As the highest authorities supervising the exam site,
he immediately realized this was a planned attack. He made a quick decision. Issue a level 1 battle order. Grant the local principal the highest authority. Let him and the teachers all go in.
Allow them to use their abilities, and let them do their best to save more students.
Save as many as you can.
After speaking, he quickly added,
make sure they don't try to confront the water phantom.
That's beyond their capacity to handle. All nearby security forces, send them all over.
Transfer all information and intelligence about the water phantom.
The staff rapidly conveyed a series of orders.
But everyone present understood. If the principal and teachers went in, they probably wouldn't last long. As soon as they encountered the water phantom, fear they would all die. After issuing several orders in succession,
the head of the monitoring room seemed to remember something. As the inspection room of the security department, he had access to a lot of intelligence.
Was there anyone in the city who could stop the water phantom? He quickly thought of one. However, he did not issue a task.
Instead, he returned to the office and made several phone calls in succession.
Soon,
the principal, who Lin Yue viewed as a bullying boss, received the task notification. Receiving the permission to enter the exam site and use abilities, when the principal got the news to go in and rescue students,
his face turned extremely ugly. The higher-ups hadn't told them why. But everyone knew.
Granting them permission to enter and rescue students,
that meant something had gone seriously wrong.
Most likely, the phantom that had been sealed as an exam question had escaped its bind.
Principal, this is an A-level exam site. In the office,
the oldest teacher trembled as he stood up.
Fear written all over his face.
He had taught for so many years. He had long forgotten how to fight.
Now going in,
he wouldn't be any better than those top students.
The principal glared at him fiercely. If you're afraid of dying, just stay behind. I've said it before.
You old things should have been eliminated long ago.
Humph. Lin Yue frowned and glanced back.
He tried to find another way to escape. But all around him, there was only water.
Not even a broken boat was in sight. Moreover, there wasn't much time left before the exam ended. At that moment, the school system announcement echoed. Attention all students. There is a serious security breach in the exam room. The exam is now suspended. Please immediately move away from the water source and seek a dry area to hide. Warning, this is not a drill, nor an extra question. Please hide immediately. The principal and teachers are entering the exam room to rescue. Please hide now.
Lin Yue listened to the alert, feeling a bit dazed. Above him, the gloomy sky.
Thunder cracked once more. A drop of rain fell down.
It splashed right at his feet. Lin Yue's eyelids twitched wildly.
Is it really raining? Chapter 108, Strange Shadows in the Water 7. Raindrops hit his face. The bone-chilling cold. Gu Yan's eyes widened, filled with despair. Lin Yue quickly took out the six-handed heaven Buddha. Forearms tore through the skin of his clothes, stretching out.
One holding a long knife, another a steel pipe. He held onto a long spike. The extra two arms pulled up two girls and ran.
The moment the raindrops fell at their feet, they did not trigger those strange black tentacles.
Although he didn't understand what was happening,
This gave them a brief moment to escape,
recalling the path they had taken.
There were many safe zones along the way.
But he had no time. He could only choose the nearest building, half collapsed, to avoid the rain. As soon as he rushed into the building,
Lin Yue began to take off his clothes.
Take off your clothes.
Throw them all out.
His clothes were soaked with rainwater. Just because they hadn't triggered the strange shadows in the water yet, doesn't mean they wouldn't.
The two girls understood how dangerous it was. They didn't hesitate at all. All quickly stripped off their clothes and threw them out of the building.
Fortunately, inside their sealed uniforms, they still had their own clothes.
To prevent contamination from the rainwater without realizing it,
they still took those off,
only leaving their undergarments.
The three hid in a spot far from the entrance, watching the rain outside getting heavier and heavier. Gu Yan became much calmer than before, as if she remembered she was originally supposed to die.
Just a little later than planned. The other girl was full of fear. Lin Yue, are we done for?
This girl's sanity was almost breaking down. Her eyes were filled with bloodshot.
A tear uncontrollably fell down.
Lin Yue stared at her.
Suddenly pulled Gu Yan away.
He carefully observed her.
Just as he wanted to say it was fine. The next second,
the woman's eyes began to bulge, and drool flowed uncontrollably from her mouth.
Haha, we will die. We will all die.
That dark shadow reappeared. But this time, it didn't blast off this woman's head. Instead, it formed a sealed black sphere,
wrapping around her head completely.
Lying motionless on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Her body quickly began to change.
The originally smooth skin gradually swelled,
as if she had been soaking in water for a long time. Lin Yue cursed angrily.
Mission failed.
In the mission list, this woman's avatar had already dimmed. Lin Yue pulled Gu Yan, who was covering her mouth, and stared at the woman's corpse.
He found another room to hide in.
According to logic, with such heavy rain falling down,
they shouldn't be able to escape being spotted. Large area? Could it be that this water monster can only observe and control a limited amount of water?
The whole exam room was divided into 36 zones. Perhaps other students in different zones were sharing the water monster's observation speed,
giving them some time to escape.
And when the water monster began to observe their zone, they had already dealt with their clothes.
And that woman.
It did not explode on the spot. It should have been the water monster's ability that experienced a burden, leading to a significant decrease in danger levels. Or rather, it intentionally reduced its attack damage, to maintain a wide range of tracking and killing.
And there is another piece of bad news. If this rain is controlled by that water monster, then it means
the serious security loophole stated by the examination system
is very likely due to the water monster's ability improving again. It might even be able to appear actively.
Here, it is no longer the difficulty of an A-level examination,
but something higher. However, the principal and teachers have come in, so he just needs to hide for now. When the sky falls, there will always be tall ones to hold it up. In fact, just as Lin Yue guessed,
the water monster has gained freedom,
but long-term sealing has prevented it from reaching its peak state. This is what allowed Lin Yue to escape observation in time. Not only that, in this rainwater, someone even walked up to him, interfering with his abilities. Seeing the principal approaching, the water monster was not flustered at all.
On the contrary, it showed a curious expression.
Who are you? Is this the best that the master of tricks can send to stop me? It seems. My name is almost forgotten in the long river of history. The principal didn't want to go against the mission order,
but he had to rush over. If it weren't for this rain, he could have done his best to save the students.
But this rain does not know how many students' lives it will take away. He had to come, even if it meant dying.
He had to buy time for the security forces.
The principal glanced at the water monster, then looked at the 3 security guards beside the water monster. When did these guys mix in? They actually evaded the system check. It seems someone is going to take the blame.
Even if they die, their reputation should still be preserved. And the trio of security guards saw it was the principal.
Couldn't help but laugh. Him?
A principal who was beaten up by students. Master Water Monster need not worry. But he should be here to buy time.
We should leave now. The water monster didn't even lift its head.
The security guard who spoke suddenly burst apart.
Then, the water monster's voice casually came out. Are you teaching me how to do my job?
The captain of the security team clenched his fists. In the end, he did not dare to put the water monster into that crystal ball. Without the water monster, they couldn't escape either. Beaten up? I didn't expect you all to have seen that. I thought it wasn't seen. Then I really can't let you all leave. Also, have you ever seen a principal who would really get rough with his students? The principal lit a cigarette in the rain. Strangely, the fire didn't go out, and the smoke didn't extinguish. As the principal slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth, the surrounding rainwater was instantly squeezed out of this area. Strange domain? Quite interesting. But how long can your tiny smoke domain hold out? The principal held the cigarette. He didn't reply. He certainly knew he was not a match. Just the fact that the original strange being is immortal already determined the outcome. However, holding on until the security forces arrive is enough. As more smoke was expelled from his mouth, strands of smoke began to form humanoid strange creatures that stood on their limbs, continuously appearing in this area. And each one had subtle differences in form. Any one of them had a terrifying energy response. Seeing this, the water monster retracted its disdain. It let out a crazy laugh. Pretty strong, you can help me tie my shoes. Too bad you're just a strange being. Saying this, it suddenly turned around to warn the security guards. If you dare to interfere or get involved, I'll make you beg for death. Boom! The rain fell heavier and heavier. The air even carried a cold chill. Gu Yan kept rubbing her arms, curling up into a ball. Her eyes no longer held the previous panic. Lin Yue simply analyzed the situation for her. As long as the principal brings the teachers to rescue, they would not only be able to leave safely, but they might even get perfect grades for free. Not counting the fact that they almost caught the attention of the water monster. They were actually lucky. Those players who had just climbed to the other side of the broken bridge. They were not as lucky as them. Those people might not have even found a hiding place. Of course, it's also possible that they have rushed to the designated area. They escaped. Those words were meant to comfort Gu Yan. At this moment, Lin Yue was thinking about how to save himself. Too much time has passed. He couldn't put everything on the school. He was gambling blackjack with Warisi, while looking at the holy water in his space backpack. Holy water, this thing, is far more magical than the system's introduction. Its sacred property can absolutely suppress strange powers. It's just a bit risky. This water ghost seems especially strong. How about increase the dosage? Chapter 109 Water Phantom 8. Boom! Just as Lin Yue decided to take a gamble if no help arrived. Before he could think about whether to use all the holy water, a sound of collapse came from afar. Are they fighting? Lin Yue decided to get up and take a look. From a distance, through the window, he could only see that the rain outside had lessened a bit, and the air was filled with gray mist. The collapsed building was not far from them. Just as he saw the scene, a black shadow crashed against the wall by the window. The entire wall shattered completely. Their hiding place quickly began to shake. Is this all you can do? You hybrid products really get worse with each generation. There are still fish that slip through the net in this area. Hey, little ghost. Do you want to live? Lin Yue watched as a long-haired man, looking like a beggar, walked in from the rain. His brows knitted together. Is this the boss of the A-level exam? Ding. Found the escape prison strange, weak and fragile. Lin Yue looked at the system notification with suspicion. No? Run. Run fast. Under the rubble, the bullying boss struggled to push away the stones pressing on him. But just as he barely opened his mouth, he was stomped back down by the other party. Until he was completely silent from being stomped into the ground. I hate being interrupted when I'm working. I'm waiting for this little ghost's answer, you better be quiet. Seeing the bully fall completely unconscious, Lin Yue thought clearly. The bully's strength was actually average. He should be considered above average among students. A bit weaker than the top students. Such strength shouldn't force the water ghost to act personally. The most dangerous place should have the principal holding the fort. And the water ghost had no intention of letting other students go. So, while he couldn't spare any distraction, he sent out some underlings. Have you made up your mind? Don't make me wait too long, my patience has never been good. Lin Yue didn't rush to act, but continued to ask. Of course I want to live, what about it? Though this was the answer the water ghost wanted to hear. Lin Yue's defiant tone and provocative gaze made him quite unhappy.
He held back and put on a friendly smile, pointing to the dim and unclear outside behind him. You don't look weak. There are two troublesome guys over there. They are wearing security uniforms, go take care of them. I'll make an exception and let you leave here alive. What do you think? You and your little girlfriend, 2 lives traded for 2 lives. Fair trade. Lin Yue glanced behind. Gu Yan should have heard the loud noise and peeked out to check being discovered. But what Lin Yue cared more about was the security guards. Could it be the security guard who slaughtered Wenwen's entire community? Are the security guards also helping students escape? Lin Yue withdrew his gaze and continued to ask. What if I don't want to live? The water ghost put away its smiling face. Lin Yue wasn't just saying it. Lin Yue's movements were small, but were still noticed by the water ghost as he saw his wrist turning to hide something. The water ghost was momentarily distracted by the long nail. He realized Lin Yue was playing tricks on him. This little ghost deserved to die, it would drain all the moisture from Lin Yue's body, making him suffer slowly until death. But he couldn't tear his eyes away from that long nail. Fake. It must be fake. At that moment of distraction, Lin Yue had already completed his transformation and launched a surprise attack against it. Lin Yue leaped up for a strike. This snapped water ghost back to reality. A steel pipe? Do you think I'm, Hearing the scream from the other side, Lin Yue let out a sigh of relief. As expected, weak and feeble. It must be those strange creatures trapped in the house. Even a hit like that couldn't withstand it. Dealing with such a guy wasn't much of a pressure at all. Lin Yue wanted to drive the long nail into the opponent's heart, to completely finish him off in one breath. Unfortunately, the opponent reacted quickly. With a scratch of his nails across the back of his hand, a spray of blood flew out. Although he knew the opponent was just a little devil, Lin Yue still couldn't take the risk. These droplets of blood could very well attract the big ones. He had no choice but to give up the attack. Instead, he kicked the opponent away. This strike sent the opponent flying out of the building. Water Ghost crawled up from the rain in disbelief. He sensed something. That's a sealing nail. It had the bloody smell of the original monster. Not just anything could harm them. Only specially made tools designed to seal original monsters could do that. There were 4 of these things on the coffin that sealed it. This thing was the beginning of every original monster's nightmare. But there was something off. He couldn't say what. The sealing nail's aura shouldn't be this weak. His gaze towards Lin Yue gradually changed. He thought of a possibility. This kid wasn't a student, but a secret guard arranged by this sealing place. He was a sentinel preventing its escape. The appearance of a hidden lookout meant that real reinforcements capable of threatening it would arrive soon. Originally, slaughtering these students was just to annoy the Ghost Master. Also to grandly announce that it was back. But now escaping was the most important. Without a moment's hesitation, the water ghost that took a strike from Lin Yue completely disappeared into the rain. Lin Yue sighed, what a pity. That terrifying thing is gone? Gu Yan saw was a pitch-black darkness, and a malice so oppressive that she could hardly breathe. She couldn't even see the shape of the water ghost. Lin Yue nodded. A little ghost. Similar to the ones in the dried grass area before, just a bit stronger. What Lin Yue meant was that this test site was out of control. Those creatures that should have been in specific areas had escaped. But Gu Yan misunderstood, thinking that Lin Yue had become strong enough to ignore the piercing warnings from the original monster system. That's why her gaze towards Lin Yue grew more and more admiring. She didn't question who Lin Yue really was. Some things are better left unsaid. Lin Yue pulled the pitiful bully out from the rubble. This kid really has bad luck, got beaten up again, yet still alive. You take care of him. I'll go solve some problems. The rumbling outside had disappeared for a long time. He suspected the principal's side had lost. Otherwise, rescue should have come by now. After waiting another half an hour, there was still not a sound. Instead, the rain outside had turned into a bloody color without him noticing. Even the air that came in was filled with the smell of blood. Looking at his watch, the test's end time had long passed. Lin Yue didn't want to sit and wait for death. Thinking this, he made up his mind. He simply took out the holy water. I can't wait any longer. Time to gamble. The water ghost that escaped from Lin Yue still had no thought of giving up the slaughter of students. He wanted to loudly announce his return, this had to be done. Only now, it had changed from a must-do to a try-to-do. But before leaving, a face appeared in its view. It was Lin Yue. Damn little brat. Did you bait me on purpose? Shouldn't be possible. Heaven has a way, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no doors, yet you open them yourself. From this far away, he didn't need to be present in person. All he had to do was activate his ability. Without any hesitation, the water ghost directly activated its ghost domain, reaching out a hand from that body of water. It thought that even if it couldn't kill Lin Yue, it could at least disgust him. However, as soon as he activated his ability, his hand lost all sensation. There were now only 2 security guards left. Looking at the water monster's arms suddenly disappearing without a trace, it was as if an invisible monster had swallowed it whole. They were instantly startled. The 2 looked around, thinking the security forces had arrived. But there was nothing at all. The water monster's face twisted. It seemed to be desperately suppressing something. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer. With another painful scream, it transformed into a strange black splash of water. Yet even so, that torment, like a bone-deep pain, did not disappear. In fact, the black water it turned into was gradually turning pale. Let me in. The water monster no longer cared about its pride. It actively entered the gray crystal. Only then did it narrowly escape this blow. Damn little ghost. I will remember you. I swear by the heart curse, between us, we won't live or die without ending. Lin Yue watched as it slowly transformed into a pool of black water, gradually being absorbed by the spikes on the floor. He showed a look of frustration. Oh no, didn't kill it. Chapter 110. Back to the strange apartment 1. Lin Yue picked up the increasingly hot rusty spike. He studied its changes carefully. That little water monster may have been weak, but its eyesight was sharp. It instantly recognized that this thing could hurt it. It didn't give him any chance at all. The black blood on the surface was gradually peeling away. The patterns on the surface were becoming clearer. If only it could be longer. Every time he had to get close to effectively attack, this was a major flaw of the spike. Lin Yue. Someone is coming. While Lin Yue was thinking about how to lengthen the spike, Gu Yan rushed over. The bloody sky and rain outside were gradually fading. Seeing this sign, Lin Yue felt relieved. Reinforcements had finally arrived, otherwise, such a terrifying existence. It would be impossible to retreat. Back downstairs. The bully was still lying on the ground, motionless. 2 individuals in specially designed black uniforms were already checking the injuries of the other party. When they saw Lin Yue come down, they didn't pay much attention. In their view, he was a student saved at the cost of the principal's life. Lin Yue followed them to the designated area. As they passed the broken bridge, one of them walked directly on the water's surface. From beneath his feet, a large area of ice began to spread. Lin Yue enviously stepped on the ice surface. This ability. If only he could do it too. When they reached the designated area, Lin Yue was surprised to find that Lu Ying's group had not all perished. Sha Shiji was not present. He had broken his leg and was likely dead. What a pity. That kid's personality actually suited this game. From what he could see so far, this game encouraged players to help others. He should have easily triggered missions. Wu Shi wasn't dead yet. Seeing him was a surprise. But the hostility in his eyes was gone. A look of panic still lingered on his face. The most miserable one was Lu Ying. This very competitive girl had completely lost her right arm. The wound was clean cut. It was uncertain if it was caused by the water monster. To survive under the attack of the water monster showed some real strength. When Lu Ying saw him, she forced a bitter smile. Even though Lin Yue had no injuries at all. He had only saved 1 student, while she saved 7. I'm stronger than you. Lin Yue did not argue back. He nodded. It counted as acknowledging that she was better than him. But Lu Ying couldn't feel any joy at all. Lin Yue. Unharmed. How could that be under that heavy rain? They were close enough to the designated area. They had fortunately rushed in. But Lin Yue was in the water monster's activity range center. The 2 security personnel who brought him back whispered a few words. They seemed to be checking for any survivors in the area. After confirming there were none, Lin Yue and the others finally returned from the designated area to the school playground. The school had not been damaged at all. Surrounded by disheveled students. Originally, there were more than 2,000 students, but at this moment, there were less than half. So many people can survive. Lin Yue was quite surprised.
After all, that water monster seemed to kill anyone who touched water or even saw water. And that rain was almost a total massacre. The ability has a wide coverage, but it needs time to execute. Lin Yue remembered this point, just in case he encountered it again in the future. This crucial information could always save a life. Due to safety loopholes in the examination room, the martial arts exam had to be abruptly ended. Everyone received an A. The following 2 exams were also cancelled. It was the first time in history that an exam was stopped. Moreover, due to the serious nature of this incident, the school took a week off. During this time, all random checks by the school would automatically grant an A. All players automatically completed their tasks. Watching Gu Yan wave goodbye to him, Lin Yue could only pray that the other person could survive until that time. The activity time was extended by 1 day from what was originally expected. Lin Yue found the surviving Xiaoli. Looking at Xiaoli, Lin Yue couldn't help but wonder. If the timeline of this world was earlier than the ghost apartment, then could Xiaoli never die no matter what? If he told Xiaoli this in advance, could Xiaoli confront the water monster head-on? Xiaoli was also very happy for Lin Yue's survival. She said that during the break, she would have time to hang out with him. Hearing this, Lin Yue smiled slightly. This really saved him the trouble of finding ways to persuade her. My home is very far. How about I stay at your house for a couple of days during the break? Upon hearing this sudden request, Xiaoli's face flushed. She mumbled that her mom might misunderstand. However, she did not refuse. Thus, Lin Yue successfully boarded the bus to Xiaoli's house. All the way, Xiaoli behaved very reserved. She talked about some things about her family. Once they arrived, Lin Yue needed to cooperate by saying he was her little brother at school. Lin Yue listened and smiled the whole way, until the bus suddenly stopped. 2 people walked on. Seeing the security guard with wrinkles filling the corners of his eyes, Lin Yue almost stood up directly in the bus. Though the security guard's face was full of wrinkles and his movements seemed like an old man, Lin Yue knew clearly. This was the culprit who set fire and killed the entire neighborhood of Xiaoli. He really didn't make a mistake. It was him. The other younger guy should be one of the 3 arsonists. What's wrong with you? Your face looks terrible. Did you not want to come because you heard our family is very poor? Lin Yue didn't hear what Xiaoli just said. The security guard also turned to look at them sitting in the back. A couple who survived in school? He smiled at Lin Yue, as if confirming whether Lin Yue recognized him. Lin Yue hurriedly lowered his head to look at Xiaoli. To shift his gaze, he leaned in and kissed her. He blocked Xiaoli's mouth and dispelled the security guard's suspicion. Slap. Are you trying to die? I knew what you were thinking. Xiaoli's boldness was something Lin Yue had never seen before. Lin Yue rubbed his cheek, which didn't hurt at all. He felt very puzzled. When he first met Xiaoli, she was so quiet, so silent. When she saw him, she showed a lot of trust. How could she have changed so much? This commotion attracted the attention of many passengers. Xiaoli quickly lowered her head. That blush was truly stunning. Lin Yue took advantage of the moment and laughed mischievously. Other passengers also chuckled quietly at the little couple, truly without regard for the situation. Mom, that big brother is so lecherous. 1-1, be good, don't look. And don't learn, okay? Lin Yue hadn't paid attention originally. But when he suddenly heard Wenwen's name, his eyes widened. 1-1? He looked carefully at the little girl peeking back at him. It was truly her. Seeing 1-1 still alive, Lin Yue naturally felt very happy. However, that happiness was quickly drowned in terrible emotions. Can he change history? He discovered the security guard early. What if he killed him first? Wouldn't 1-1 and Xiaoli not have to die? If they didn't die, is his first round of the game still there? If I change all this, does the first copy cease to exist? Then can I return to my original home? Chapter 111, Back to the Eerie Apartment 2. What am I thinking? If he really changed, he would not be here anymore. And there would be no force to change everything. Time paradox. Sigh. Lin Yue sighed. Thinking to himself, it would be great to have such relics. Then he smiled at blinking 1-1. This smile scared this girl to shrink back. 1-1's age now is even younger than when she was in the copy. She looks to be of kindergarten age. No wonder he didn't recognize her at first. That means, this time, the secondary copy fragment sent him back 13 years ago. It was still before the security guard took action. But this time, the water and eerie events surely have something to do with him.
It looks like this is to change to a hiding place. The bus drove out of the city all the way. The eerie apartment is indeed outside a remote suburb. It is even a bit close to the rural area. Choosing such a remote place further confirmed Lin Yu's guess. This guy is definitely here to hide his identity. Seeing the cemetery in the distance, Lin Yu's lips twitched. If nothing goes wrong, in the future, he will crawl out from here. He nearly peed his pants back then. The forest they passed is still there. And it hasn't overgrown to the point of obscuring the path. There are other buildings around as well. It seems the first copy merely peeled and stuffed the eerie apartment into the copy. Lin Yue looked at the woman who picked up One. This should be the same skinless eerie figure he saw on the helicopter, tightly holding One in its arms. They returned to the community. Xiaoli regained her lively and energetic personality again. Walking down the street, she greeted everyone. She appeared unfamiliar with One as well. She only greeted One's mom and then pulled Lin Yue toward her home. Lin Yue looked around as he walked. The appearance of this place had changed greatly. One could still see the shadows of the past. On the road, he encountered a silent, unkempt young man. This guy looked a bit like a fool. He was holding a candy jar in his hands. Seeing One, he happily approached her and offered her the candy. Unexpectedly, even the burden of the eerie appeared. Seeing him, Xiaoli was also very happy. Lin Yue, this is a Qiao. He is really nice. He waits every day to give us candy. Xiaoli was familiar and grabbed 2 candies from a Qiao's candy jar. She shoved one into Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yue looked at the unkempt young man, chuckling as he hid the candy jar behind him. He said it was for One. Xiaoli could only eat one. Lin Yue felt an indescribable sensation. That guy who only had a head full of eyes and carried a hunchback was actually just a kind fool? What was that about the adult videos in his room? Is it a disguise? Looking at the candy, Lin Yue popped it into his mouth. And when the other saw him eat the candy, he became even less happy. He turned around and walked away holding the candy jar. Xiaoli tried to act cute but failed. She stuck out her tongue. He wasn't like this before. Lin Yue became interested. He said this person didn't look like a good guy. Giving candy specifically to girls? Probably had bad intentions. Xiaoli spat dismissively. She started to explain to Lin Yue. A Qiao gave out candies because of his dad. That hunchbacked pervert was the one everyone avoided. Because of his dad, people in the community rejected them. So, the silly thought that as long as he gave everyone his favorite candy, they wouldn't reject him. One is the most well-behaved. She was the first child to stand up for him. And it was One who taught him to do this. So, his candy jar is also called One's exclusive candy jar. Lin Yue silently nodded his head. So it seems. That hunchbacked guy with a big head back then really deserved to be killed. Before entering the building, Lin Yue glanced at the entrance. Sure enough, the security guard was here. If nothing unexpected happens, he will continue working as a security guard here. Ding! Finding the eerie apartment is complete. Freedom points +5. You have successfully returned to the original instance location. You have 3 days of free activity time. During this time, you can collect any non-living things and bring them back to the transit station for decoration. Warning! You can continue to explore the eerie apartment. Listening to the voice in his mind, like a pencil writing on paper. Lin Yue frowned. This voice had never appeared before. But looking around, there was nothing else. Little Pear had already taken him back to the doorstep of his home. Lin Yue was still familiar with this place. The moment the ant opened the door, Lin Yu's expression immediately changed. Hello, Auntie. I'm Little Pear's classmate, and I love eating meat. I also love eating big honey balls. Lin Yu's opening line. It left Little Pear and her mother dumbfounded. Little Pear secretly kicked Lin Yue. Can he even talk? Who goes to someone's house and says what they love to eat? Do you think my mom is your mom? The ant looked at Lin Yu's muscular body, and after a moment of surprise, her face lit up with a smile. Hello, Lin Yue. Your uncle happens to work at the meat factory. We don't have much at home, but we have plenty of these 2 things. Lin Yue rubbed his hands together. He looked like he was ready to feast. This immediately drew a roll of the eyes from Little Pear. Mom, has Dad gotten up? The ant nodded. In a soft voice, she said. Your dad has already gone to work. Thanks to him, we never lack for meat at home. Come in and sit. I'll go prepare dinner for you. Hearing dinner, Lin Yue skillfully followed her into the kitchen. This thing, he was very familiar with. If no one was watching, he could have dug big honey balls out of the cupboard and stuffed them into his mouth. He even knew where the ceramic jars for marinating cured meat were. Watching Lin Yue being so attentive, Little Pear knew that this guy definitely had his eyes set on her. This was clearly an intention to win over the mother-in-law. A guest, going straight to cook? She didn't dislike Lin Yue, but surely her father wouldn't let this happen. Thinking of this, Little Pear sighed. Kicked off her shoes, she lay down on the bed and stared into space. Their family. It seemed they would never be truly happy. After dazing for a long time, a fragrant aroma lured her out of the room. Lin Yue was already acting like family. Not only was he wearing an apron, he was also busily wiping the table and serving dishes. He did it all in one go. Is this your home or mine? Little Pear muttered to herself. But she obediently washed her hands and sat down. Come on, don't be polite. Eat, eat, eat. This steamed cured meat, I made it. Quick, give it a try. Lin Yue symbolically picked up a piece for Little Pear. Then couldn't help but stuff it into his own mouth. Ding! Eating special cured meat. Strength +1. It was a bit less. But it couldn't stop Lin Yue from staying over. 3 meals a day, he needed meat with every meal. Seeing Lin Yue gobbling it down, Little Pear's mother quietly asked Little Pear, is his family poorer than ours? Don't ask me. I'm not familiar with him. Not familiar? Then why bring him home? That tall guy who's always following you, I've never seen you bring him back once. Chapter 112, Return to the Eerie Apartment 3. Lin Yue ate so much that he had to hold his belly to walk. To put it in Little Pear's words, I'm really afraid your belly will burst. If you were to die in our house, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the police. Lin Yue didn't care about these little things. It didn't matter if he couldn't digest it for a while. Feeling uncomfortable wasn't a problem. After all, as long as it went into his stomach, his attributes would increase. He wanted to feast at the school's top student cafeteria. But alas, this unexpected incident ruined it. However, it was acceptable. At the current rate, by the 3rd day, his strength would definitely exceed 50 points. When the mysterious monk begins, power reaches its peak. For the sake of digestion, Lin Yue called Shelley to accompany him for a walk. Feeling the warm golden dusk shining on him, at that moment, Lin Yue let out a comfortable sound like a cat. I wish this moment could last forever. Lin Yue looked towards the sunset, thinking about the important tasks he still had to do. He immediately shook his head. No slacking. At night, he had to find a way to go to Grandma's place in Wenwen's building. Forget about Zen tea for now. The 4-day Buddha's hand must be obtained. This time. Even if it means stealing, it must be done. As he walked, Lin Yue saw the guard station. The old security guard had mentioned. He killed the residents here simply because the mysterious creatures ate people. This statement, looking back now, raises a question mark. The 2 security guards had come here purposefully. But it was to hide. When criminals hide their identities, how could they possibly make such a big move? It doesn't add up. If it were a sudden impulse, what could possibly make him act despite the risk of exposure? Shelley, let me ask you a question. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Shelley rolled her eyes. You're asking about common sense? Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Yue pretended he didn't hear. He asked himself, if there's a mysterious gentleman who loves humans very much, and he finds that the humans he raised are being eaten by their kind, would he go on a rampage regardless of everything? To Lin Yue's question, Shelley stopped in her tracks in surprise, tilting her head as if thinking very seriously. Her brows almost knitted together. Lin Yue quietly waited. Then, Shelley suddenly relaxed her brows. She smiled and said, I don't know, anyway, humans are just toys that only rich people can raise. For us poor folks, humans are too dangerous. And too cunning. The only time I've come into contact with humans is at school. Hey, this is not a question of common sense. This question. Before Shelley could finish, a voice came from beside them. This question, I can answer for you. Not all humans are sinister and cunning. There are also kind, brave, and righteous people. Among them, there are many great thinkers, philosophers, and musicians. Looking at human history, this species still has many lovable traits. We cannot deny all of them because of some prejudice. If a master loves their pet enough, for her, what's the harm in killing all the world? Lin Yue looked at the old man who had put on the security uniform again, instinctively wanting to be cautious. Xiao Li frowned and said, "Old man, stop boasting. You've been deceived by human cunning, haven't you? Wake up, you can't even beat me." Lin Yue quickly covered Xiao Li's mouth, stopping her from saying more.
The old security guard looked at Lin Yue and Xiao Li's intimate actions.
He laughed heartily, claiming he was just boasting. He was merely sharing his thoughts. After the old man left, Xiao Li suspiciously peeled Lin Yue's hand away. "Were you being cautious of him? Do you know him? By the way, why do I feel like he looks a bit familiar? With such a large age difference." Xiao Li couldn't connect him with the guard at school. Lin Yue denied Xiao Li's guess. That damn old security guard.
This time, he was still testing the relationship between him and Xiao Li.
That kiss on the bus did not dispel his suspicions. What on earth made him want to kill the residents of this community? The abnormalities here seemed no different from ordinary people, living normal lives and families, being happy, angry, and even seeking solutions when facing exclusion.
If he hadn't known in advance that they were mysterious,
Lin Yue wouldn't be able to tell any differences. "Let's go. By the way, are there any large supermarkets around here? I want to buy some things."
When Xiao Li heard Lin Yue's words, the corners of her mouth curled up.
"It seems you came here without bringing anything. The bus fare. It's still my treat. Are you going to pay with your butt?" When it comes to paying with a butt,
Lin Yue noticed that Xiao Li was clearly getting a bit excited.
This girl seems to have some strange habits. The two of them walked further and further away.
The security guard's gaze remained fixed on their backs. He could still vaguely hear Lin Yue's words.
When he saw Lin Yue grab Xiao Li's hand, he finally looked away. "Are you being too cautious? He probably just thinks you look familiar. If he really suspected you, he would have called the police long ago."
The security guard looked at his partner behind him.
With a sigh, he glanced around and said, "It's never wrong to be cautious. That little brat was clearly on guard against me just now. If he didn't recognize you, fine, but if he did..."
The young security guard looked at his companion's fierce expression.
Whispered, "Kill him?
This place is so close to the school, if we kill him, security forces will come immediately.
Don't forget our mission. These guys are destined to die by our hands. We don't have to rush this moment." As they spoke,
a tall, strong figure appeared at the community entrance.
This eerie figure seemed unable to turn, and walked straight towards the two of them.
The younger security guard almost got knocked down.
Just as he was about to scold, he turned around and saw the man radiating a terrifying, eerie aura. The look in his eyes seemed to regard him like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It was still not nighttime, yet everything around felt as dark as night.
The older security guard tugged at his companion and said,
"Sorry, we blocked your way."
The other person looked down at them for several seconds before slowly speaking.
"This godforsaken place finally has visitors? Unnecessary." Before the guard could respond, he started walking again. With each step he took, the eerie aura around him disturbed the surroundings, as if malevolence itself was walking. The atmosphere around was even worse than when they first encountered the water ghost. In this ordinary community, such a terrifying presence was hidden? Why hadn't the higher-ups told them such crucial information? After he walked away,
the older security guard finally spoke with a dark expression.
"His body is filled with the fear and resentment of humans before death, and the lingering scent of human blood. This guy has just killed someone. Now, I understand why they sent me here." Chapter 113, Returning to the Eerie Apartment 4. The man returned home. He stood at the door for a long time, not entering, as if he already knew there were strangers in the house. His slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed as he reached out to push open the door. Xiao Li's mother was tidying up in the kitchen. The man didn't ask how there was a strange presence in the home. Instead, he walked straight to the cabinet. He took out a jar of big honey pills. Xiao Li's mother was surprised to see him back. "Why are you back? Didn't you just go to the factory?" The man stuffed 2 pills into his mouth, then silently put the jar back. Only then did he answer her question. Regarding the situation at Xiao Li's school, the transport vehicle was checked. "The leader told us to take a break and return once things settle down. I'm going to rest now, don't disturb me tonight." The woman wanted to mention Lin Yue, but when she met the man's gaze,
she immediately dismissed the thought.
Understood. I'll tell Xiaoli you're home. Watching the man slam the door shut,
she turned to continue tidying up. But her actions were clearly much lighter than before. At this moment, Lin Yue had already convinced Xiaoli to take him to the supermarket.
He had no money.
Xiaoli also had no money, the two were purely wandering poor.
He still needed to return to that transfer station in the ancient wasteland.
The path was his choice. No matter how tough it gets, he had to grit his teeth and walk. He needed to buy tools, food, and clean water. After a brief walkthrough, the two returned before dark.
On the way, Lin Yue kept pondering one question. Where can I earn some money? He couldn't rely on Xiaoli. Their family wasn't wealthy.
This community wasn't considered wealthy either.
After all, who would buy a house beside a graveyard if they had money? Unexpected ways to make money. Lin Yue no longer thought about it. He could only take it step by step. After it got dark, Xiaoli naturally had to go home. Lin Yue was still thinking about the 4-day Buddha's hand at his mother-in-law's house. So he pretended he hadn't digested yet. He wanted to take a walk alone.
This time Xiaoli was not accompanying him. They parted ways at the entrance of the community. Looking at Xiaoli's back, Lin Yue recalled their first meeting. Xiaoli was standing barefoot at the door as a punishment.
Maybe it was because it was dark and she didn't go home. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yue glanced at the security booth.
He did not see the two security guards.
Instead, a stranger's face replaced them.
If the other party didn't see him and Xiaoli walk into the community together,
they would probably have been stopped outside. Xiaoli is a good girl, young man.
You really need to appreciate her.
You're so handsome, I believe in you. Lin Yue smiled. He greeted the other person and left the area. By himself. Lin Yue's actions became more free. He went straight to the apartment building where Wenwen was. Although the hallway wasn't as dusty as in the copies,
the place was still the same. There was a sense of familiar long-lost feeling. Lin Yue remembered that Wenwen lied saying she would play alone on the rooftop. In fact, she just went to her grandmother's on the 6th floor.
I wonder if she's here today. Arriving at room 601. Lin Yue hadn't gone in yet.
He heard Wenwen's voice. Lin Yue chuckled softly.
Sure enough, she was here.
This little girl, she really is clever. She knows how to lie and deceive strange people who come close.
But what identity should he enter with? Looking around,
Lin Yue decided to first confirm if the Buddha's hand was really there. So he used the eyes of a stalker. As he used the relic,
everything in the room became crystal clear. Wenwen was lying on the sofa watching TV. Like an old and mature adult. Shoes casually thrown on the floor, legs crossed. One hand holding a drink, the other hand holding snacks.
You can't imagine how comfortable it looked. And not far from her, an old man was kneeling on a mat, reciting scriptures quietly toward the Buddha statue on the altar. Looking at the Buddha statue, his eyes were full of sincere prayers. It seemed he was truly praying to the gods. Seeing the golden statue with 4 arms, Lin Yue felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It really exists.
But why is there no prompt?
Lin Yue looked around but couldn't figure out what went wrong.
Logically, it should be the same thing.
It's impossible for there to be no prompt. The cured meat from Xiaoli's home had a special prompt. This means that even if he left the main area of the game copy,
the game system was still active. In doubt,
footsteps came from the hallway behind him.
Lin Yue, a stranger's face. Lingering in front of a door for a long time would surely draw suspicion. He could only hide on the rooftop before the other person came up. Fortunately, it was nighttime.
The other party did not notice a shadow flash by. The person was Wenwen's mother. She also worked at the meat factory. On usual nights, she entrusted Wenwen to her grandmother on the 6th floor for her to pray and eat vegetarian food.
Today there was an incident at school,
so the factory was closed for a while.
That's how she had time to pick up Wenwen. Watching Wenwen being carried away.
Lin Yue took another look at the Buddha statue, still no prompt.
Is it the wrong time? Could it be that this Buddha statue mutated after the fire?
Since the Buddha statue had no prompt,
that meant it was a useless item. He had no choice but to give up.
After returning to Xiaoli's house, Xiaoli's mother had already prepared the bedding for him on the sofa. Xiaoli's mother also seriously told Lin Yue
not to be too noisy at night. Xiaoli talked to him for a while.
However, Lin Yue noticed that their voices had dropped a lot. It was as if they were whispering.
although he didn't understand why. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He also started to whisper. Lin Yue did not shy away from Xiao Li. He straightforwardly said he needed to make money, he needed to buy something. Xiao Li had an expression that said she understood. Her family is also poor. She knows Lin Yue lacks money. Especially with his home so far away, he has to save on travel costs. This shows how poor Lin Yue's family is. The reason she agreed to let Lin Yue stay at her home. Aside from having a slight fondness for Lin Yue. Another reason is that Lin Yue's situation is very similar to her family's. Lin Yue doesn't want to go home during the holidays, definitely to save travel money. He eats like he is starving. He is afraid there will be no next meal. This kind of behavior comes from his family environment. Those who have not lived through it cannot understand. So, about Lin Yue's big appetite. She feels a bit heartbroken for him. They are both poor souls. But Lin Yue's poverty is worse than hers. If possible, she wants to help Lin Yue. It is also a way to repay Lin Yue for stopping her from kneeling to Lu Ying in the cafeteria. Lin Yue does not know what Xiao Li is thinking. He only notices that the girl's gaze towards him is much gentler than before. This carefree girl suddenly has a gentle look in her eyes. Lin Yue is most afraid of this. After all, he is just a player, a passerby. He hopes not to let the other person fall into it for real. So, he pretends to yawn. Seeing this, Xiao Li returns to her room to rest. In this world, there are not many nighttime entertainment activities. It has been a long time since he felt so relaxed. Looking at the somewhat gray scarred ceiling, Lin Yue can't sleep for a long time. He thinks a lot. The pressure is high. Just in this community. The security guard issue gives him a big headache. No matter if it will change history. He has to give it a try. The moment he saw the other person on the bus, Lin Yue had already decided to kill him before leaving. Thinking of this, he gets up and leaves the house. Once again, he climbs onto the rooftop. Lin Yue looks toward the security booth. In the entire community, there are not many lit windows at night. And the security booth is the brightest one. Lin Yue watches that way, thinking of how to kill him again without leaving traces to avoid trouble for Xiao Li's family. Suddenly, a system prompt pops up out of nowhere. Ding! Detected a large-scale strange power is spreading. Triggered encounter task, help from Water Ghost. Chapter 114, see you again, Ghost Apartment 5. Ha? Water Ghost? Seeing this task, Lin Yue is completely confused. Water Ghost? Didn't that thing run away? Besides, he broke one of its arms. When enemies meet, it would be fine if he didn't kill it. How could it still ask for his help? What a shameless thing. System, are you broken? The Buddha statue didn't prompt, now you're randomly prompting, you must be broken. Right? System? Say something. Lin Yue talks to himself for a while. He shakes his head. If the system is really broken, that would be great. Just when Lin Yue was about to go back to rest, a shout seemingly coming from afar actually reaches his ears. Help me. Lin Yue turns around in surprise. He confirms he is not hearing things. This shout is distant but seems so close. That ambiguous sense of distance is indescribably strange. But how could this thing be here? Did the security guard bring it here? If so, shouldn't they be in the same group? Lin Yue scans the dark corners of the community deeply. He doesn't pay attention. Just based on a shout, why should he go save it? He knows where to save? Before leaving, he will deal with the security guard uncle. At that time, if the task can be done, he will do it. If it can't be done, forget it. He won't save an evil ghost for some rewards. This is a matter of principle and stance. Without getting any response from Lin Yue, the water ghost is very angry. It is trapped in a damned small ash crystal. No matter how strong its abilities are, it cannot exert them at all. Right now, it can't even control the water nearby. This thing is scarier than a ceiling nail. What do you want to do to me? The 3 security guards are not here to save him. Although he knew this from the beginning, he did not expect it. The other party revealed their true colors so quickly. The young security guard huffed disdainfully. His companion was killed by the water demon right in front of him. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't have wanted to spend another minute here listening to the water demon's roars. What are you going to do to me? Do the thing you hate the most. Save humanity. The young guard picked up the ashes, flipping and playing with them in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he blurted out, "You don't seem angry, which makes me a bit unhappy. Is this intentional?" The water demon fell silent, unable to accept it for a moment. It was like hearing a ridiculously funny joke. "Ha ha ha. You're killing me.
I, the original demon, actually fell into the hands of you clowns.
I thought you wanted me to help you with some big thing.
But it's such a childish matter.
Ha ha ha. You better take me out in one go. If I get free, neither you nor your organization will be spared." Making a threatening remark? The young guard scoffed at it. He had heard so many threats before.
Hearing the original demon's words, the old guard opened his tightly shut eyelids.
"Original, huh? Then you could be considered my elder." Upon hearing this, the water demon chose to remain silent.
From the moment it appeared, it knew the other party was kindred.
Unlike the other two anomalous demons, it chose to trust them.
After all, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move for countless years, would make being exploited and killed better than staying in that dark, endless place.
It only said this to fish for information. Upon hearing this topic,
the young guard displayed an eager expression.
"Boss, when can I be like you, undying and unyielding? How about this time?"
The old guard frowned slightly. He seemed to blame the young guard for asking this question in front of the water demon. However, knowing that the other party was definitely not escaping this time,
he didn't hide it anymore.
He took back the ashes from the young guard and said,
"I've told you several times.
It's not that easy to produce an original demon.
The technology we have now is just an innovation based on old methods.
The technology still has flaws. Although it can eliminate the strong attachment to the world,
it will greatly reduce the power after transformation.
It may even turn into a mindless ash body, lacking self-awareness, and what's the difference from being dead?
Be patient. After this test, if the technology can be renewed, I will recommend you to the higher-ups." The water demon in the ashes listened to their conversation, greatly shocked. Old technology? Wasn't that destroyed by them long ago? How could there still be demons that know about this technology? Unexpectedly, such important information came out. Just as it was preparing to ask more questions,
the dormitory door was pushed open. Both security guards were excited to see each other.
"Sir, why have you come in person?"
The person hidden in dark ancient armor. The armor was stained with blood and bits of flesh. In his hand was a red tassel spear,
as if he had just stepped off an ancient battlefield.
He merely stood there,
and both guards immediately realized who he was.
"There has been a slight change.
The mission needs to be carried out ahead of schedule.
I will personally arrange the technology platform. You will act tomorrow night."
The voice was hoarse, making it impossible to determine age.
On the cold helmet, only a narrow slit revealed his icy gaze.
Hearing that they would act tomorrow,
the old guard felt somewhat confused.
"Sir, it's not that I doubt your decision.
But according to what you said before, the timing, environment, and human factors must all be combined.
None of these can be missing. Why break the most crucial timing? Can we really create an original demon like this?" Hearing the old security guard's doubt,
the young security guard tugged at him.
"Too bold. This is the boss. How dare he?"
The other party did not attack due to the boss's doubt. Instead, he provided an explanation. The reason why the timing is because the sky can change at any time.
The best opportunity is the timing. And tomorrow is the best opportunity. Just take action, you don't need to worry about the rest.
The crystal, I'll take it first.
After the other party left,
the young security guard let out a long breath. The old security guard still frowned.
Timing can change at any time? Then what made the timing change early? Could it be that boy?
Hearing the old security guard's mumbling, the young security guard immediately knew what he was talking about.
"Why are you still worried about that student?
The boss has personally come, so this matter is naturally settled.
Don't worry about those unnecessary things.
We have accomplished such an important task. I wonder how rich the rewards will be. You should think about how to write the recommendation letter." The old security guard glanced at the young security guard,
shook his head. "Is not dying really good?
He is still young, yet he often thinks about death.
But there is nothing that can kill it. He has no choice but to live. This feeling is sometimes very terrible."
Lying on the sofa, Lin Yue was sleeping. Suddenly he felt a strong malice. Almost instinctively, he jumped up from the sofa. Long nails pierced his hand.
Buddha's hand spread open directly. though separated by a door. But he knew very well.
Behind the door stood an incredibly terrifying guy. The system began to prompt that his reason was decreasing.
What caused it to decrease? He didn't know. He knew he was panicking right now. This intense hostility. Damn. Did the water demon come looking for me? Damn, is the main body this strong?
Just when his reason was about to hit zero, the terrifying malice outside the door suddenly vanished, leaving Lin Yue feeling confused.
He sat back down on the sofa in a daze.
Lin Yue rubbed his hair.
He always felt something was wrong, the system task couldn't be wrong.
Then the water demon must have encountered trouble and sought help from him, its enemy.
The problem must be serious.
After all, it had set its pride aside.
But if it wasn't the water demon, then who was it?
Just as Lin Yue wiped his cold sweat and lay back down, the water demon's voice came again.
Help me.
I am in a gray crystal, just a drop of water on it will do.
If you don't help me, you will regret it. Chapter 115, Walking the Person. Lin Yue tried to respond.
But the water demon fell silent directly.
Help it.
If it weren't for the previous experience, Lin Yue might not have paid attention to the other.
But that terrifying malice just now.
It was clearly aimed directly at him. There were changes in this community that he did not know about.
No matter how he thought about it.
This matter was definitely related to the security guards.
Is there a hidden Easter egg story in the first copy?
Originally, there were only 3 arsonists.
A case that was clearly very simple.
Now it seemed, the situation became complicated.
After thinking back and forth,
Lin Yue decided to take a look first. The security guards must be killed. Otherwise, Wenwen and Xiaoli would die.
The key now is to find the whereabouts of the water demon. Can't rush.
Lin Yue repeated this phrase over and over. The reason that lit up in red was slowly recovering. The suddenly plummeting reason made him feel very tired mentally. He soon fell asleep.
The next morning, Lin Yue woke up. Xiaoli and Auntie got up one after another.
And that Xiaoli's father, whom Lin Yue saw for the first time. He had a tiger's back and bear's waist, standing over 2 meters tall. Lin Yue stood in front of him like a child. He appeared in the living room and sat down right across from Lin Yue.
One eye was fixed on him. He only had one eye. The other eye was hollow. Looking very scary.
Lin Yue felt uncomfortable under his gaze.
After a person does something wrong, they always wonder if they will be found out.
So he thought about the issue with Xiaoli.
Wenwen's mom was also in the car at the time.
She must have known Xiaoli. There should have been more than just Wenwen's mom who knew someone on the bus back then.
This made Lin Yue feel uneasy. Fortunately, the other person didn't say anything. They just quietly looked at him. Lin Yue called out uncle. Then he was ready to slink off into the kitchen to help. Just as he got up,
the other person spoke.
Xiaoli said you want to make money. After eating, come with me. Hearing that the other person wanted to take him to make money,
Lin Yue's but fell back down onto the chair.
So he asked the other person where they were going.
But the other person just stared at him. It felt like they had returned to the moment they first met. It wasn't until breakfast was served that he was freed from that gaze. At the dining table, he and Xiaoli's father ate equally well. He was eating purely for energy. Xiaoli's father, however, could really eat.
After breakfast,
Xiaoli waved goodbye, watching them leave. At first, Lin Yue thought Xiaoli's father would take him to do some violent work. After all, just the other person's appearance was frightening. But when they arrived at the place, he discovered that the work Xiaoli's father spoke of was walking people.
As pets, humans were not allowed to go out alone without a guardian. If they were found,
they would be sent straight to a shelter. So, when there was no time, some quirks would hire others to walk people.
In fact, it was just about following them. As long as they don't do anything out of line. Shopping, entertainment, as long as the law allows, they can do whatever they like.
This time, the human they were following was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. When he saw them,
a look of anger appeared on his face. You are late. The time for free activity is already short, and now it is even less because of you. I will make my master complain about you.
Initially, when Lin Yue heard about walking people, he felt some sympathy for the young man's situation. But seeing the young man's attitude, all his sympathy vanished in an instant. Considering the pay, Lin Yue put up with it. This kid seemed to be a bookworm. Today, he insisted on going to a fan meeting. Xiaoli's dad had other work to do. This was arranged for him.
After thanking the other person, he followed the young man away from there. Along the way, occasionally, the water quirk would shout at him. But just one-sided calls, this fool didn't provide any useful information. On the contrary, the fan meeting about the bookworm aroused Lin Yue's interest. This was a survival expert similar to Bear Grylls and Derek, who often published personal wilderness adventure experiences in books. This quirky survival expert spoke of many strange and wonderful places. There were even ancient ruins where the Lord of Ashes allegedly survived in the wilderness. Lin Yue looked at the young man. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer. The reason he became interested was that 1, he heard the mention of the Lord of Ashes. The other reason was the survival skills. Wilderness survival. Was this kid looking for a chance to escape to a wilderness without quirks? Lin Yue listened very attentively. After all, he also had this need. Making money was to buy necessities. And for necessities, clearly this book publishing guy knew more. Knew more comprehensively. After the meeting ended, the young man hurried to the supermarket. He checked out many things mentioned in the book. He did not have the purchasing power. Besides following him, Lin Yue also had to supervise. Watching the items on the shelves. The young man stood there for a long time. Lin Yue looked at the time. Suddenly stepped forward and said, "Wilderness is not a place you can just go by reading a book. If you want to escape, I suggest you don't. Of course, if you think freedom is more important than life, then forget what I said." Hearing Lin Yue's words, the young man was greatly startled. His body instinctively retreated, crashing directly into the shelf. The supermarket staff heard the noise and came to take a look. The other party recognized the young man as human at a glance. "Sir, please take care of your pet. If it gets damaged, you will need to compensate." Lin Yue, hearing this, picked up a shovel and tossed it directly to the ground. The supermarket staff's face darkened. They encountered someone looking for trouble. And it's someone angry over a human pet. These damn rich people. "Sir." As the other party rushed over, Lin Yue turned and said, "We will compensate." Then he turned to the young man and said, "Contact your owner and tell him you caused trouble. You need to pay. He can spend a lot of money to have me walk you, he shouldn't care about this small amount, right?" The young man stared hard at Lin Yue, his chest heaving violently. He seemed to still be in shock from Lin Yue's previous words. But he quickly realized something. These things, no matter in what form, the supermarket could not possibly sell to him without his owner present. If it was compensation. "What do you mean?" Lin Yue shrugged. "If you don't want to pay, that's fine. It's almost time, we should go back." The young man hesitated for a moment. Then he pushed against the shelf. Like a spoiled, mad puppy. In the end, they compensated Lin Yue a large sum of money. What punishment the young man would face after returning, Lin Yue did not know. But he received a sum of money and the tools he wanted. These things were deliberately obtained by Lin Yue through a negotiation with the supermarket manager. He tricked the other party, saying he was a professional walker, occasionally bringing a human over and then deliberately causing destruction, making their owner pay with money to be made. The supermarket manager did not refuse. So, they ended up with 2 sets of tools. One set, Lin Yue took. The other set, the young man found a way to hide. As for whether he would be discovered, that was not Lin Yue's concern. When parting, the young man hesitated for a long time and shouted behind him, "Thank you. Thank you for everything you did today." Lin Yue did not look back. He waved his hand and strode away from there. The other party did not want to be a caged bird, he didn't mind helping him a bit. As for whether he could succeed and survive, how would he know without trying? Just as he approached the community, the water mystery's voice once again reached Lin Yue's ears. Time, midnight tonight. Place, the pavilion on the west side of the community. And remember to bring water. Ordinary water. Chapter 116, which one will it be? The water mystery finally conveyed useful information. But this news made a chill run through Lin Yue's eyes. Tonight, the security guard is going to act? But when one's age was clearly wrong. How could it be tonight? Lin Yue did not rush back. Nor did he wait for the night. Instead, he went directly to the pavilion on the west side of the community. This place usually serves as a resting spot for residents. Generally, it is older folks coming here to drink tea and play chess to pass the time. Lin Yue stood in the pavilion, looking at a few buildings in the community. If one had to say what was special about this location, It was that this seemed to be the very center of the entire community. For this, he even purposely tested it by walking. He also carefully surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary. That is to say, the water mystery would be brought here by people at a fixed time. Now it can basically be confirmed. The security guard hiding at the school is for obtaining the A-level testing water mystery. And the role of the water mystery seems to be for that arson incident. Things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. It's not just for revenge against the kind that harmed human pets, as the security guard said. Even when facing death, the old security guard was hiding and misleading him about some things. But why did he do this? How did he accurately ensure that the A-level testing site would definitely appear at that time? The homeroom teacher in the instance once said, for a regular small martial arts exam, the appearance rate of an A-level testing site is extremely low. If it's also required to be a water mystery, then how could they accurately pinpoint the location of the water mystery? Suddenly, Lin Yue thought of a possibility. Could it be that other old players have returned to this dungeon? Lin Yue thought of this. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Aside from old players, it seemed there was no better explanation. He carefully reviewed all the players in his class. There were only a few people who left a deep impression on him. The girl Gu Yan who wanted to commit suicide but unexpectedly came into the game. That delicate and timid girl died at the hands of Water Ghost. Fish Killer fell into the river. That naughty guy Wu Shi was safe and sound. And then there was Rao Shiji. This guy seemed to have vanished. Even the security team couldn't find him. Which one could it be? The more Lin Yue thought about it, the more afraid he became. If there really were other old players who entered the game earlier than him, disguising as newcomers using dungeon fragments to return here, it would be very troublesome. The terrifying hostility from last night. That was probably this old player's warning to him. The other party seemed to know Water Ghost was secretly transmitting sound to him. Now, the problem was once again in front of Lin Yue. Should he give up on saving Wanwan and Shaoli? Or risk his life to sabotage the other party's plans? Death? Lin Ying's mission, if not completed within 3 months, would lead to death. Dead sooner or later, he would die. If I have to die, then so be it. I want to see just how terrifying this old player really is. Lin Yue felt a surge of excitement. He turned around and bumped into Shaoli. Die? What are you talking about? How's work? How much have you earned? Upon seeing it was Shaoli, Lin Yue waved his hand exuberantly. Let's go. I've got money now. I'll treat you to a big meal. Shaoli rolled her eyes at his words. Forget the meal. I haven't been to an amusement park in a long time. If you really want to treat me, how about taking me to play once? Lin Yue looked at the time. He immediately agreed. There was still plenty of time and place. He couldn't do much anyway. It was better to relax his body and mind first. If he had to face that terrifying guy from last night tonight, perhaps he would die. Perhaps he would live. Regardless of whether he lived or died, he wanted to have fun first. At the amusement park, Lin Yue let loose completely. He even forgot where this world was. The facilities at the amusement park were mostly unchanged. It was still the human set. The only thing missing was a haunted house. Lin Yue still felt a sense of regret. After playing for an afternoon, before heading back, Lin Yue suggested going to buy clothes. When buying clothes, Lin Yue only chose the cheapest ones. He didn't care about comfort. He just needed something to change into. In a desolate place like the primitive ancient land, no matter how good the clothes were, they'd be useless. While he was buying clothes, Shaoli spotted a pair of shoes. They were the most ordinary sneakers. Lin Yue glanced at the yellowing sneakers on Shaoli's feet. He grabbed the shoes and brought them to the cashier. Here, I can't eat so much of your family's meat for free. This pair of shoes is my gift to you. These shoes weren't worth much. But when Shaoli received them, she was extremely happy, holding them close. This was actually the first gift she had ever received. She lived a life similar to a little gangster. None of the little brothers at school regarded her as a girl to give gifts to. In other words, if someone had intentions, just one glance from her would scare them off. After returning to the community, Lin Yue encountered 2 security guards. When the two saw him and Shaoli together again, they were about to speak when Lin Yue hurriedly walked over. He was really too lazy to deal with these 2 guys. Their endless probing. Did they really think he had that much patience? If not for the fear of dragging Shaoli down, he would have acted long ago. At the dinner table, Xiao Li's father was absent. He said the factory resumed operations. He had already gone to work the night shift. After dinner, Lin Yue watched Xiao Li happily change into those shoes. He smiled too. But as he smiled, he suddenly couldn't smile anymore. Wasn't this the pair on Han Yan's feet? This pair of shoes had turned into a relic? No. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean he really was changing history? And also, why didn't Xiao Li recognize him back then? Soon, Lin Yue gave up this absurd idea. It was just a pair of shoes. Such white sneakers are everywhere on the street. Even if Lin Yue didn't give them to Xiao Li, Xiao Li's mother might buy them for her one day. It should just be a coincidence. Looking at the cheerful Xiao Li, Lin Yue suddenly glanced out the window. If the other party really intends to commit arson tonight, then it wouldn't be long before they sealed all the windows of the buildings. In other words, the arrangements may have already begun. Right now, let Xiao Li and her aunt go downstairs together. There's still a chance for them to escape this crisis. But that's not enough. Lin Yue wanted to save more people. He walked to the window. He first glanced in the direction of the pavilion. Only a few elderly were chatting strangely. From the kitchen window, he could see 3 other apartments. Not many lights were on, but there were definitely enough. At this moment, any unusual behavior could easily be noticed. It wasn't suitable for action. After a moment, Lin Yue retracted his gaze. He lay down on the bed. He thought carefully, the other party was terrifying. He was not a match, so he could only choose to call the police. He feared that old player. But he wasn't completely helpless. Involving the water trick, there were many possibilities to act. After Xiao Li and her mother went back to their rooms, he quietly went downstairs. There was no phone in Xiao Li's house. He went straight to the security booth. He checked the time. Lin Yue had to calculate the time to call the police. Otherwise, coming too early or too late would be useless. Seeing that the time was about right, Lin Yue, in front of the night shift guard, looked at the old-fashioned phone and said, "Sir, I want to make a call home. Is that okay?" The old guard lifted his eyelids. He pushed the phone over. "Don't take too long." Lin Yue nodded. He immediately dialed the emergency number listed on the safety manual on the wall. ZZZZ. Hello? Hello, I want to report a crime. Tonight, at 12 o'clock. I'm going to set fire to the entire neighborhood. And notify the security forces. Tell those idiots that I not only rescued the water trick. Now, I also want to use it to take revenge on society. Liberate humanity. Long live humanity. Lin Yue said all this in one breath. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't believe that the police wouldn't come under such circumstances. Chapter 117, So, you are this week? After hanging up the phone, the old man and Lin Yue stared at each other. The surroundings were silent. Time seemed to stand still. The next second, the old man rushed out directly. "Little brat. Is your home the police station? Stop right there. Watch me break your legs." Lin Yue took off running. In a flash, he disappeared from sight. The furious old man shouted curses behind him. Clearly, he thought this was Lin Yue's prank. Today's young tricks are truly worrisome. How hard is it to enjoy old age in peace? At the police station, the dispatcher listened to the busy tone on the other end of the line. He sighed. With no choice, he placed the phone back down. The world is becoming crazier and crazier. The new generation even dares to make false reports and curse the security forces. In earlier years, people who dared to curse the security forces could be directly arrested and sentenced. Now the law has become much more lenient. But this has also made some of the new generation more unruly. However, if pursued seriously, they could still be punished. Hearing that the caller didn't sound too old, the dispatcher thought for a moment. Better let it slide. Going after it would just add to his colleague's workload. During the martial arts exam event 2 days ago, the station was cooperating with the security forces from top to bottom. Most had not even closed their eyes since. The police station was operating under serious strain. But just as he was about to ignore this prankster, he suddenly realized. In that earlier call, the caller seemed to have mentioned a name. Water trick. The martial arts exam incident, although it caused a big stir, But the ordinary public had no idea what the water trick was. Unless they were students from that school. Just having escaped death, and then making such a prank call? The higher-ups took this matter very seriously. So, he reported this emergency call upwards. He originally thought that the higher-ups would only ask for the student's phone number and the address of the call. But he didn't expect that. In less than a minute, the director himself came here. And he retrieved the recording of the call that had just happened. The director was accompanied by a young man in military uniform. The other person only listened to it once. And immediately confirmed that this wasn't a prank. The security forces had been wondering how Shui Gue had disappeared. Apart from internal deceit, they couldn't think of any other reason. It seemed like the students were being let off for a vacation to go home. But in reality, it was to capture the deceit that saved Shui Gue. There weren't enough police to monitor so many students. Once they forced Shui Gue into a rampage, they couldn't guarantee the safety of the other students. So, they decided to let Shui Gue leave the school. At this moment, the outer city was already filled with security forces. As long as any student or anything related to a student left the city recently, they would suffer a devastating blow. At the same time, they would also investigate the students on vacation one by one. This had just begun, and less than 1/10 had been completed. Then, this phone call came in. Even if it wasn't made by the caller, he definitely knew something. After confirming all this, the rest was to assemble nearby combat forces. To end it all. And reseal Shui Gue. But just as the security forces were gathering their strength to go, the alarm in the police station suddenly went off non-stop. A long gun suddenly fell from the sky and directly stabbed into the police station's yard. Then, time seemed to flow like sand. And its speed became extremely slow. At this moment, Lin Yue was anxiously watching the tree-lined path outside the community. There were no police lights. And no strange shadows approaching. Behind him, the apartment building's bright lights were already few. He had confirmed the location of the police station and the response time. He reported the situation on time. And even cursed at the security forces. How could they not come? As for the police station being attacked, Lin Yue never even thought about it. He ran to the security booth again. Ignoring the old man's angry glare, he grabbed the phone and dialed again. But the voice prompt inside said the number was out of service. Damn! Lin Yue cursed. There's no time. He must use backup plan B immediately. Go to the dorm and eliminate the security guard. But just as he turned around, he ran into the security guard. You really know what we're doing. I knew your eyes looked strange. Reporting is a good strategy. Timing the report was beyond my expectations. You're really careful. If the adult hadn't come, you might have ruined things. The young security guard sneered. It seemed he was very angry that Lin Yue had reported it. After all, the result of this test would determine whether he could transform into the original deceit. I'll take him back. This kid, he might be a good seed. The young security guard seemed to not care about Lin Yue at all. He directly went for a grab. The old security guard in the booth sensed something was wrong. What's going on? What are you guys doing? We just called the police, and they'll be here soon. You better back off. While speaking, he rushed out to grab Lin Yue, trying to take Lin Yue back into the security booth. Seeing this, the young security guard immediately sped up and lunged at them. Lin Yue gathered his strength. Transform. A punch was thrown. Bang! The young security guard didn't even have time to scream. His neck was directly snapped by the punch. His entire head cracked and deformed. And even twisted completely to his back. After retracting his fist, Lin Yue looked at the old security guard and said, "This saved me the time of looking for you. Next, it's your turn." Seeing the four pitch-black Buddhist hands, the old security guard was shocked. "I'm really surprised. When did one like you appear among the students? You say you saved time finding me? Is this your backup plan B after the report failed? Kid, you have no idea what you're facing." Lin Yue was most annoyed by these long-winded types. In the first side quest, this old man just loves to ramble about grand truths. What love or not love? Your love, what does it have to do with him? Hearing it just annoys him. Fight if you want to, why so much nonsense? A long nail fell into his hand. Lin Yue directly accelerated and charged forward. The old security guard still had some skills. After all, Lin Yue had fought him before. But at this moment, he had an extra pair of arms compared to before. Even his attributes had greatly improved. Just one encounter.
He knocked the old security guard down to the ground with a heavy punch. The young security guard, whose head was thrown back on the ground, suddenly stood up. His neck made a series of cracking sounds.
He had recovered. Although I am not the original, do you think it would be so simple to kill me? Little guy, it looks like you didn't study much. If that's the case, you don't even know what our fatal weakness is.
The old security guard, with his head pressed to the ground,
looked at the opponent with a speechless face. This stupid fool. Why bring that up? Come help me.
Facing the young security guard who pulled out a weapon and charged again,
Lin Yue just turned his head.
His palm opened like the Buddha's hand, and he clashed with the long knife.
Another steel pipe launched a sneak attack. He knocked him down again.
He still had time to continue pounding the old security guard on the ground.
His fists hammered like a piledriver, constantly pounding that head. So weak. Turns out, you are this weak? Thinking back to the first dungeon,
Lin Yue had fought with his life on the line back then. Now, facing two, he didn't even use all his strength. It was like an adult bullying a child,
easily handling it.
Lin Yue didn't want to become the kind of villain that talks too much.
After a brief contemplation,
he directly twisted the old security guard's neck. Then he struck the young security guard with a steel pipe. The long nail was gripped tightly in both hands, ready to stab into the opponent's heart,
to end it all.
Just as the long nail was about to pierce through, Lin Yue's hair stood on end again. Without thinking, he jumped several meters away before stopping.
The opponent was encased in full golden armor, as if bathed in a sacred glow.
There was even a faint song singing around. Such a strong divine scene. But it made Lin Yue feel icy all over. The other party just stood there quietly
and gave him immense pressure,
because the terrifying presence before him was the old player who showed hostility at the door last night.
Ding! Discovered Ash Lord? Chapter 118 became the criminal suspect. Why? Ash Lord?
Lin Yue confirmed that the system's prompt was correct. He took 2 steps back again. This was the savior and creator that little pair spoke of.
What a joke, one of the 3 arsonists. Could it be a god? This guy is definitely not.
Absolutely a veteran player who had experienced countless dungeons.
Damn! Is there no one in the system to manage this?
Enough noise, go back to your room.
I have no intention to care for your emotions. Lin Yue swallowed hard. This kind of statement means he wants to go back and be burned to death? He really dares to say it.
Truly shameless max-level player.
What if I don't?
The Ash Lord seemed not surprised at all by his words. A golden spear appeared in his hand. The moment the opponent gripped the spear's body,
it was like a different person had appeared. Completely in a manner of the top dog, looking down on him. Then defeat me. Let strength speak. Ding. Triggering legendary task, let's fight. Who's afraid? Trembling.
Lin Yue smiled bitterly in his heart.
He was afraid. But he could not back down. Behind him were Wenwen and Little Pair. If he retreated, he would be overshadowed by today's cowardice forever.
He could never become the strong person he spoke of. That childhood dream that was originally devoured by the corpse carrier, at this moment, was being reborn in Lin Yue's mind.
Savior and such. He had already forgotten.
But to become an incredibly powerful guardian, to protect important friends and family. At this moment, this had once again become one of his most important dreams.
Watching Lin Yue take a fighting stance,
the Lord of Ashes suddenly withdrew his spear.
You've won the bet. I can't lay a hand on you. But, I must warn you. If you want to save them, you must burn them to death.
The appearance and disappearance of the Lord of Ashes
left Lin Yue feeling perplexed.
After the pressure on him vanished, he collapsed to the ground. He did gamble after all, it was like an old player slaughtering in a newbie village.
The system definitely wouldn't allow it. Fortunately.
But why did the other party say that to save Wenwen and Xiaoli, he must first kill them?
What kind of nonsense logic is this? Ding. Quest completed, confront the Lord of Ashes. Momentum plus 10. Hidden attribute unlocked. Momentum, 10, a single glance can scare the opponent pissless. A new attribute was unlocked.
Lin Yue glanced at it and lost interest.
He still couldn't understand what the Lord of Ashes had said moments ago. What does it mean that to save them, I must first kill them?
Lin Yue slapped the face of the security guard. The guard finally woke up from his feigned sleep.
Are you the subordinates of the Lord of Ashes?
The guard's face was filled with panic and confusion.
After all, that is the Lord of Ashes. How could they possibly be? What is the Lord of Ashes?
In this world, he is the creator. Even if he publicly announced he would create the original trick,
no one would oppose him.
After all, original trick sounds impressive. But in front of the Lord of Ashes, it is nothing but trash. There are even rumors that the Lord of Ashes is the creator of the original trick. He was frightened out of his wits by the sudden appearance of the Lord of Ashes. His whole body trembled.
Lin Yue glanced at the time.
There was no time for him to interrogate them.
Me? You're asking me?
Big brother, have you forgotten me? The water trick suddenly contacted Lin Yue again. This made Lin Yue remember this fellow.
Releasing the water trick was Plan C.
It was only a situation of no other choice.
Let me go.
I'll tell you what he means. Lin Yue expressed skepticism.
You know? You just want to save your life. Do you think I'm that gullible? You tell me first what they want to do with you. Then I'll consider whether to let you go.
Lin Yue's words left the water trick completely silent.
Based on its reaction,
Lin Yue guessed this answer would affect his willingness to let the water trick go.
Seeing the water trick not answering, Lin Yue didn't want to ask anymore. But just then,
the building where Wenwen was suddenly caught fire. The flames roared, exactly like what he saw by the window in the dungeon.
Could it be the third security guard?
Lin Yue picked up a long nail and thrust it into the guard's heart.
The guard initially didn't pay attention.
But when the long-lost heartbeat in pain appeared,
he finally realized how terrifying Lin Yue was.
No wonder he dared to confront the Lord of Ashes. He could actually kill those undying and unkillable originals.
He wanted to say something, but Lin Yue didn't give him the chance.
He pushed him away and charged towards the burning building.
At the very least, he had to rescue Wenwen.
When he rushed to this point, he only saw a figure wearing a security uniform. The person slightly turned their head,
seemingly discovering him, then ran into the darkness.
In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace.
Lin Yue couldn't care less about that, saving people was the priority.
He broke the door violently, though the flames were fierce.
When the door opened, a rescue exit appeared.
Many residents, asleep in their dreams, were awakened by the calls outside.
Fire!
Get up quickly! Lin Yue shouted while running. The hallway was chaotic. When Lin Yue reached the third floor, Wenwen's mother had already escaped holding her. He rushed back to Xiaoli's house without pause. There was no fire here.
But to be safe, he still had to wake everyone up. Quickly, the entire community was filled with people. Even though only one building was on fire, it would inevitably spread. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yue looked at the surviving residents. A stone in his heart finally fell. He was waiting. What if he really changed history? Something should change about him too. After waiting for half a day, he still hadn't returned to the world before the game. Disappointment
filled Lin Yue's heart. Xiaoli noticed that Lin Yue's expression was very ugly. She took the initiative to grasp his hand and said,
"Are you scared? Weren't you fierce during the fight?"
"I can't tell, you're actually afraid of fire."
Lin Yue couldn't explain.
He squeezed Xiaoli's hand.
No matter what.
At least at this moment, Xiaoli and Wenwen were both alive. But just as Lin Yue was trying to guide the strange residents to discover that the security guard was already dead, when he turned around, he saw a pitch-black figure standing by the security booth. He simply stretched out his hand. The security guard, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly sat up sharply.
From across the crowd,
Lin Yue made eye contact with him.
In the bustling crowd, it seemed like the figure blurred away.
Only 2 security guards remained, their faces filled with dread.
Not finished? Will there be another murder?
As Lin Yue's thoughts just began, the sound of police sirens came from outside the community. The police and security forces had arrived. With their involvement,
Lin Yue couldn't take action. The police interrogated Lin Yue overnight.
After all, he was the one who made that emergency call and threatened to burn down the apartment buildings in the community. This was recorded. And there was the night shift security guard's testimony. Although the old security guard mentioned that 2-day shift guards had come to trouble Lin Yue, the old guard directly said they were there to stop him because they sensed his strange behavior. Lin Yue had no way to defend himself,
because he couldn't explain the game. But many strange residents testified for him. That it was he who awakened everyone from their slumber. This saved everyone from being burned to death.
Yet this made the police even more convinced that Lin Yue set the fire.
Just like that call. Perhaps he just wanted to play a prank. He didn't really want to start a fire.
But when the flames erupted, he found it unmanageable.
And got scared.
That's why he called for help. This was the external explanation. Xiaoli didn't believe it at all. But thinking of Lin Yue's pale face at that time, she felt a bit suspicious. She wanted to see Lin Yue. But the police wouldn't let her. She felt that there was more to this than she thought. At this moment, in the security forces conference room, in front of the leading youth, there was a white sheet of paper.
And this was Lin Yue's entire dossier.
As he prepared to start the meeting, the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and an officer approached him and whispered a sentence.
Instantly, he stood up. Lin Yue had vanished into thin air. Even in the case they had used seal nails? A year later, the Great Fire ignited again.
But this time, no one connected it with Lin Yue. The 2 arsonist security guards were shot dead overnight. Only one old security guard remained, guarding this empty and desolate ruin. He seemed unable to let go of his duty failure forever. And every night when it was deep and quiet, the old guard would walk to the position of the community's former pavilion and sit down, murmuring,
"Is he dead?" Chapter 119, The Lord of the Ancient Mountains. Back in the ancient land, Lin Yue
had no time to be troubled. Although he knew the old security guard would definitely set fire again. Even the Lord of Ashes appeared and tried to stop him from intervening. This showed the importance of this subinstance far exceeded his predictions.
It might even relate to the essence of the entire game. Why did he enter this game world, and how could he end it all and go home?
All of this was closely related to that place.
Going back, he had to return again.
And he needed to pinpoint the return time precisely.
The secondary subinstance shards were not enough.
He needed higher-level instance shards.
But why am I still in the mouth of the monster bird? Lin Yue used all 4 arms to desperately open the monster bird's mouth that wanted to close.
This time, he gained a huge harvest from eating meat at Xiaoli's house. With the blessing of the Buddha's hand.
Although he didn't reach the strongest human power he envisioned.
But he achieved a terrifying score of 90 points. He originally had no concept of the strongest power of humanity. But now he was easily prying open the monster bird's mouth.
The long knife and long nail pierced into the monster bird's upper and lower jaws.
The monster bird cried out in pain and spat him out. Lin Yue was falling uncontrollably toward the crashing plane. Fortunately, below was a gigantic tree canopy. The dense branches and leaves slowed his fall and cushioned his injuries. The torment he suffered in the interrogation room was also rapidly being repaired by the glowing cube.
Roar!
A fierce tiger roar erupted not far away. It was the saber-toothed tiger.
Was it also forced into a desperate situation?
The monster birds did not stop attacking. They were still searching for Lin Yue's trace. Especially the monster bird that he had wounded, which let out a resentful scream to call 2 companions.
Seeing the monster birds attacking again, Lin Yue's face showed anger. They really want to eat him, don't they?
Lin Yue grabbed all the weapons he could use and charged at the attacking monster birds. Instead of fleeing, he launched an attack on the monster birds.
The monster birds, seeing Lin Yue's sudden fierce counterattack,
their diving action suddenly stopped for a moment. It was as if they were frightened.
A sharp cry echoed in the sky again.
Only then did they continue to dive and attack. Lin Yue keenly sensed this change.
It was momentum. The effect is so strong? Seeing this scene,
Lin Yue no longer panicked as he had when he first entered. He constantly used the thick tree roots as shelter and a means to maneuver. He kept staring at the approaching monster birds. And the critical moment's pause caused these monster birds to lose their offensive advantage.
Falling behind, Lin Yue began to kill the monster birds one by one.
The greatest advantage of these monster birds was their clustered numbers and flight. With the dense, thick tree roots obstructing them, it significantly reduced their activity space and the number of attacks. Lin Yue had basically stabilized the situation.
Now it was just a matter of how long he could hold on.
Accompanied by a gust of blood wind, the saber-toothed tiger, covered in blood, charged over.
It had many wounds on its body and face. But it was still exceptionally fierce.
There were still large amounts of feathers in its mouth.
Clearly, in the matter of killing.
It also displayed the momentum that a king of beasts should have.
Even if it were to die,
it wanted to die in battle.
It charged toward Lin Yue.
Man and tiger, temporarily back to back, reduced the risk of being ambushed from behind. Not knowing how long they had slaughtered, these monster birds seemed to finally realize that even if they captured these two creatures, their tribe would have to pay a great price. With a sharp cry, it seemed a hidden leader emitted a signal to retreat. They finally flew away. At the moment they disappeared, Lin Yue and the saber-toothed tiger both fell to the ground. If not for the support of a peak athlete's physique, Lin Yue would have already collapsed. Ugh! The saber-toothed tiger behind him gasped for a moment, letting out a low growl. Lin Yue sighed dissatisfiedly. After all this, you still want to fight me? This damn place. Lin Yue turned his head fiercely in anger. Just moments ago, they were temporary allies, and now they were ready to turn against each other. But at the moment he turned his head in anger, the saber-toothed tiger's body visibly trembled. Its tail tucked between its legs. Even you are afraid? Lin Yue realized. This 10-point momentum seemed like a treasure he had picked up. Thinking carefully, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, he had faced the so-called savior and creator god, a max-level player. This reward was indeed deserved. The saber-toothed tiger wanted to flee from Lin Yue's side, although it did not understand why Lin Yue's strength and momentum had changed so drastically in such a short time. But the severely injured it was already powerless to deal with Lin Yue. Surrounded by the corpses of monster birds, it turned its head and no longer looked at Lin Yue. Instead, it directly began to eat, trying to recover its strength through food. Lin Yue looked at this bloody scene, directly took a sip of the holy water. The wounds on his body began to heal quickly, and his stamina returned to its peak in an instant. The performance of the holy water was getting stronger. Lin Yue was increasingly reluctant to drink it in large gulps, randomly entering a copy. It's very dangerous. Even the Lord of Ashes could encounter it before his strength was enough. It was better for him not to go to Hungry Road to replenish holy water for now. Lin Yue took out the tools from his spatial backpack, then stared blankly at the empty supplies of food and water. It came suddenly. He didn't have time to buy food and drinking water. He had to find a way to establish a survival point in this world. Lin Yue looked at the corpses of the bizarre birds scattered on the ground. Food was certainly not lacking. Lin Yue quickly dug a pit, then gathered some dry branches to start a bonfire. Sitting next to the saber-toothed tiger, he began to roast the bird meat. A leg of bird meat was enough for him to eat for a day. As for water, he would drink a bit of blood first. He needed to eat enough before finding a place with a water source to settle down. This was the priority for Lin Yue. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger, which had been gobbling up the meat, suddenly let out a wail. It collapsed onto the ground. Even after the battle ended, the strength in its eyes that stared at Lin Yue was gone. This heavy injury clearly could not be healed just by eating some meat. Lin Yue had no intention of saving it. This creature was very cunning. At that time, it was hiding not far away to ambush him. It was better for it to die. This is your fate. Safe travels. I will make good use of your bones, skin, and tail. Lin Yue said these cold words. He didn't know if the saber-toothed tiger understood. It whimpered a few times, as if cursing. In the end, it slowly closed its eyes. At that moment, a system prompt surprisingly appeared in this place as well. Ding! Detected a capturable spirit. Would you like to use a damaged relic, same type, to store it? Lin Yue suddenly heard this prompt. He was taken aback for a moment. A damaged relic. That gray fur? Lin Yue took out the damaged relic obtained from the bandit in the Hunger World. Is this thing tiger skin? He kept it just in case it had a chance of being repaired. Unexpectedly, it actually had a use. Should he store it? Of course. He would. Yes. With Lin Yue's voice ringing out, he saw a transparent saber-toothed tiger phantom float out from the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, then slowly drift toward the gray fur in his hand. Storage successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Ashes Relic, Ancient Mountain Lord, Green. Chapter 120, Settling in the Wilderness. Just green. Regarding the quality of only green, Lin Yue only frowned slightly. He didn't pay much attention. The eyeball of the peeking one was still white. It could still exert powerful functions. The key was how to use it. If he had this four-wheeled mount on Hungry Road, how much easier would it be? Ancient Mountain Lord, Green consumes 20 points of mental power each day, can summon a mountain lord from the ancient land. If it dies in battle, it will fall into a deep sleep, forced cooldown time of 7 days.
High consumption and long cooldown time after loss.
This was the biggest drawback of this thing.
It just remained unclear if it could still exhibit the killing power it had just shown. If it could. Being green seemed a bit low.
Perhaps it was hard to control?
Lin Yue glanced at the attributes. His mental power was already 34 points.
There was still no change. The reward points had already been added to strength. Now his strength was 45 points.
What a pity that randomly entering a copy wouldn't give him a score reward.
Otherwise, Lin Yue might have truly reached the peak of human condition. To summon this ancient mountain lord, he would fall into a state of mental weakness. But there were still 10 points of mental power left. So it wasn't much of a problem.
He immediately summoned it.
As the saber-toothed tiger was summoned,
its eyes clearly showed a hint of suspicion. Next, it bared its fangs at Lin Yue.
Lin Yue thought to himself, what the hell?
Want to kill the master? If Han Yan were here right now, she would definitely warn Lin Yue.
Such a self-aware relic has a low rating for this reason.
Disobedient. Everything must be negotiated.
Lin Yue would not negotiate with the saber-toothed tiger. With a flick of his sleeve,
he immediately stared back fiercely
and directly consumed his remaining mental energy. Like Ashura, he unfolded his dark Buddha hand. Seeing this, the saber-toothed tiger once again squeezed its tail. It felt once more the terror of Lin Yue's momentum. Lin Yue even placed the relic above the flames. Since you won't listen, you might as well not exist. Watch me burn you. The flames burned its fur. Immediately, the saber-toothed tiger caught fire.
Instantly, it howled and begged for mercy. This guy's intelligence was astonishingly high. It understood all of Lin Yue's words completely.
Seeing this, Lin Yue was surprised but did not pay it any mind. He had to make it fear him. After torturing it a while longer, the saber-toothed tiger finally surrendered. It exposed its belly to Lin Yue, wildly wagging its tail.
Remember this. If you dare to snarl at me again, I will not let you go. I don't need a relic like you. Not caring whether the saber-toothed tiger understood or not, Lin Yue took back the relic from the fire.
He tucked it into his arms. Then he threw the half-eaten roasted bird leg to it. He understood the principle of hitting with a stick and giving a sweet date. Even though this sweet date was rather ordinary,
it expressed Lin Yue's attitude. The emotional value still had to be given.
At first, the saber-toothed tiger looked down on the roasted bird leg. But in order to show submission, it reluctantly started to eat. Once it began to eat,
it instantly turned into a small cat. Its pleasing mews became much gentler.
Seeing this, Lin Yue stroked it proudly. After all, a big cat is still a cat.
Then he smoothly climbed onto the saber-toothed tiger's back.
The moment the saber-toothed tiger felt him climb on,
it instinctively wanted to throw him off.
But it held back. Lin Yue waited for it to finish eating. After collecting a few monster bird carcasses, he whispered, "Take me to find a water source." The saber-toothed tiger completely understood what he was saying. It turned and dashed towards the edge of the forest.
More than half an hour later, a man and a tiger arrived at a river. The surrounding terrain was not quite flat.
There were many potholes with a lot of gravel. But it was indeed open. One could observe the surroundings well. Moreover, the river at the water source was clear enough to see the bottom. Under the water, there seemed to be some kind of glowing algae. Some fish larger than him swam in schools. Any angler seeing this would probably go crazy. Food and water source were suddenly both solved.
Lin Yue also noticed. On the mountain peak across the river, a corner of a building's ruins was exposed above the treetops. It seemed to be the ancient relic mentioned by the system.
Although Lin Yue was curious about this place,
he had no intention of exploring it immediately.
This place was still very dangerous. First, he needed to establish a base for survival before anything else.
In Lin Yue's tools, there were shovels, steel axes, cookware, sleeping bags, and so on.
The holy water that took up space was unified into a large water tank. The space freed up just enough to hold so much survival supplies.
Most of these were items used for survival in the wilderness.
There was no shortage of trees here. Building a wooden house would allow him to rest temporarily.
Clearing out an area would allow for construction. Survival videos served as sleep aid programs before bed.
This much, Lin Yue still understood. He spent more than half a day clearing away the gravel in an area. Then he went to chop down trees. Thinking of the incredibly large beasts in this world,
Lin Yue didn't waste time chopping small branches. Instead, he specifically searched for huge trees to cut down. The smallest weighed 5 to 600 pounds. He was not in a hurry to build houses. He worked for 4 consecutive days before he finally constructed a noticeable log fence. Lin Yue estimated that even the saber-toothed tiger could not easily break through these fences. He just needed to stake some spikes outside the fence for protection. Basically, the safety measures of this base were almost complete. Strangely enough, Lin Yue had been waiting for over 10 days. No new games had started. Every day he just chopped trees, reinforced the base. Then, when he had time, built a wooden house. The wooden house was harder than he expected. It was not as easy as shown in the videos. After several repeated failures, he finally found some tricks. He continued to use large tree trunks to build the treehouse. Half a month later, Lin Yue was scruffy with a beard. His hair had also grown quite a bit. The muscles on his body looked more powerful. He seemed quite like a wild man. The saber-toothed tiger lay lazily in the yard, waiting for Lin Yue to make dinner in the yard. Lin Yue created a huge fire pit in the yard. The skewers for roasting fish were tree trunks the size of his arm. You are already a spirit, why do you still need to eat? You are not just after good food, are you? Lin Yue was displeased as he roasted, looking at the saber-toothed tiger. He didn't need to go through all this trouble for meals every day. It was all for feeding this creature. He even regretted it a bit. If it weren't for riding on this guy and having fun running in the forest, he would have put the saber-toothed tiger to sleep for good. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger wagged its tail, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. But its lazy appearance really annoyed Lin Yue. Goodness! He was almost becoming a nanny. By night, Lin Yue sat at the top of the treehouse watching the starry sky. Beneath him lay the soft body of the saber-toothed tiger. In these 2 weeks, he actually gained a lot. Besides developing a bond with the saber-toothed tiger. Under the high-intensity construction work, his physique only increased by 2 points. Strength increased by 5 points, reaching 50. Agility increased by 10 points, reaching 45. Choosing the ancient wilderness was not bad. Mainly, during this time, he hadn't encountered other dangers. Those strange birds had not appeared again. The swarms of insects had also disappeared without a trace. Roar! Just as Lin Yue thought about adding some furniture to his home tomorrow, the saber-toothed tiger beneath him let out a roar. In the darkness, it seemed something had appeared nearby. Lin Yue immediately got up and looked in the direction the saber-toothed tiger was facing. In the starlight, he could vaguely see a tall human-shaped black shadow. Ding! The rest time for beginner players has ended. You will soon be assigned to a new instance. The eerie domain has been deployed. Distributing. Distribution result, Immortal's territory. Immortal? Could it be the world of cultivation? At the moment of transport, various scenes of wandering through heaven and earth, moving mountains, and filling seas flashed through Lin Yue's mind. In panic, yet filled with immense joy, no one could resist the temptation of cultivating. If he could cultivate, what would the eerie be? With this thought, Lin Yue's figure slowly appeared in a decaying mud house. As the transport just ended, Lin Yue looked at the only wooden door in the room. The wooden door had a hole in it. A biting cold wind blew in from outside. It seemed like this world was in winter. Through the cracks, Lin Yue looked at the weeds all over the yard. His heart couldn't help but wonder. Is this the world of cultivation? Where is the spiritual power? Why do I feel nothing? Could it still require spiritual roots? Outside was a dilapidated yard. In the center of the yard was a tilted stone table. It was almost hidden by weeds. It looked like no one had done anything there for a long time. Ding! This round of the game, Immortal's territory, officially opened. Your task, escape from this place. The rules of this round of the game are as follows. 1. You need to find a way to make the villagers trust you. If their favorability drops to negative, terrible things will happen. 2. Each person has 3 blood candles, which can be used to save lives at critical moments. If not enough, find your own way. 3. During the day, you need to find a way to feed the immortal. Otherwise, it will break in at midnight. The more broken the safe house, the easier it is for the immortal to keep an eye on. The way to leave here lies in someone in the village. You need to find a way to persuade them to leave with you. The current game lasts for 7 days. If you don't find a way to escape after 7 days, you will permanently become a villager. Lin Yue temporarily saw no other players. The so-called blood candle lay quietly in the spatial backpack. There were no prompts. For now, I don't know how to use it. I can only move forward and see what happens.
The saber-toothed tiger had already returned to the relic during the teleportation.
Lin Yue summoned it again. Let it see if there's anything different here. This is an immortal sacred place. Come and feel it. Do you sense the immortal energy? The saber-toothed tiger didn't know what immortal energy was. Lin Yue let it feel. It was very obedient. After a moment, it let out a fart. Angry, Lin Yue rode on its back and gave it a hard knock on the head. You're just a glutton. Let's go. The saber-toothed tiger looked wronged. It didn't know what Lin Yue meant by spiritual energy. It thought it was being asked to hold its breath and fart. After leaving the yard, outside was a sparse forest.
There was a winding path in front, leading straight to somewhere.
Looking at the only road, Lin Yue naturally had to go. Strange, it's been a long time.
Lin Yue rode the saber-toothed tiger, walking on this road for almost half an hour.
The surrounding environment hadn't changed one bit. Just as he was about to summon the spy eye to check, a mournful Swana sound gradually floated over. It seemed a funeral procession was passing by. Lin Yue urged the saber-toothed tiger to avoid it, to prevent scaring the people away. They hid in the tall wild grass, watching the approaching procession. A sky full of yellow paper fell like snow. Lin Yue noticed. A total of 32 strong men were carrying a coffin. This coffin was enormous. It seemed that it housed not a person, but a little giant. The band had only a few members. Following them was a large group of elderly people in mourning. Wow, all the filial sons and grandsons are old people? Could it really be a world of immortals?
Lin Yue suspected that this was a cultivator who had died from old age.
As Lin Yue focused on the coffin, a prompt slowly emerged. Ding!
Discovered Huang Xianshi, righteous person.
Cultivator.
Lin Yue murmured the prompt.
His excitement was hard to suppress. It really is a world of immortals. And it's a righteous immortal master. His excitement suddenly caused the procession ahead to stop. Even the Swanas ceased to play. Pairs of eyes fixedly stared at the place he was hiding. Even a questioning voice came from the coffin. Who blocks the way?
Lin Yue saw he was discovered.
He no longer hid. At first, he was cautious because of the rules. But they were cultivators, and even if he wanted to run, it was of no use. He simply walked out with the saber-toothed tiger. In the funeral procession, seeing the several-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger, many people's legs went weak, wanting to flee. Mountain Lord. It's the Mountain Lord. Run. A group of elderly people in mourning, some terrified, dropped the willow sticks in their hands and stumbled away. However, most people still held back their fear and remained in place. The Huang Xianshi in the coffin gave a cold snort. The few elderly people who had fled in fear instantly froze in place. This made the funeral procession even more terrified. The one in the coffin was also not to be trifled with. Some elderly people glared at Lin Yue because of his appearance. Those village people who were scared and fled didn't know what kind of punishment awaited them. Lin Yue looked at the coffin with anticipation. Immortal. Hello, immortal master. I am a passerby seeker. Well, I have always had a pure heart for seeking the way of immortality. To meet you today is my good fortune. I wonder if you see that I have this immortal fate? Lin Yue's attention was fully on the coffin. He had never seen what a cultivator looked like. Being taken out in a coffin might be due to the sex reasons. He didn't care. As long as he could mix with the cultivation path, he could settle down in the future. Oh? You want to cultivate? I didn't expect to meet such a sincere seeker of the way in this desolate place. Young friend can control the strange tiger. It seems you have had some fate with immortality. Can you tell me? Did your family give it to you to train, or did you acquire it by chance? Lin Yue frowned upon hearing this. Bad.
This saber-toothed tiger is the soul transformed from a relic of the saber-toothed tiger. It's also considered a kind of strange. Plus the other party's bizarre act of sitting in a coffin when going out. Either the other side is a sect that controls the strange, or they want to slay demons and eliminate evil. This. It was acquired by chance. It doesn't harm, it has never hurt anyone. It's very obedient. The implication in Lin Yue's words was already very clear. He hoped the cultivator could spare the saber-toothed tiger. Master Huang fell silent for a moment, unaware of what he was pondering. He said lightly. Meeting is fate. You want to cultivate, and you coincidentally met me. Forget it. You do have some spiritual aura. Wait for me at the Huang family in Xian village at the foot of the mountain.
Take this. Continue.
As he said continue, the Swana started playing again. The old men who had run away earlier came back with blank expressions. They picked up the willow sticks and continued the funeral procession. Lin Yue muttered that this immortality sect was probably from the demon path.
A righteous person from the demon path? The demon path is fine, the righteous path is fine. As long as he can improve his strength. Lin Yue didn't care. He watched the funeral procession dissipate like ghosts on the road behind him. Lin Yue looked at the Huang character token that had appeared in his hand. He mounted the saber-toothed tiger. He looked towards the road where the funeral procession had come and shouted loudly. Let's go. Follow me to cultivate. Chapter 122, Encountering the Clear Boss at the Start?
Lin Yue imitated what he read in novels. He tucked the token around his waist. Feeling it wasn't eye-catching enough, he tore a piece from his almost ragged clothing and tied it on.
He swayed it left and right, confirming it wouldn't fall off easily.
Only then did he ride on the saber-toothed tiger and rush down the mountain. Since that funeral procession vanished,
the path down the mountain became very clear.
He quickly burst out of the dense forest. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small town shrouded in golden light and clouds, appearing and disappearing.
It was full of mystery.
Seeing it made Lin Yue's heart tremble.
Cultivation. I'm coming.
He raced to the village's entrance. Sacred place of immortals, no trespassing for idle people.
These 8 characters
once again confirmed to Lin Yue that this was not an ordinary place. Remembering how the villagers had feared the saber-toothed tiger earlier, he prepared to stash the saber-toothed tiger away.
But it takes 20 mental points to summon it once. Short time wouldn't be enough to recover. After all, it's a game dungeon. Danger cannot be ignored.
Lin Yue resisted the thought of recalling it. He paused for a moment.
People behind him had begun to run.
Lin Yue estimated that other players had also come down. He decided to wait. A total of 4 men and 1 woman came down the mountain.
Among the 5,
there was also Zhang Hai. When Zhang Hai saw the only entrance to the village
with a terrifying tiger, he immediately hit the brakes. He even took out a jade bottle.
The others did the same. They all took out their relics. Seeing Zhang Hai, Lin Yue wanted to greet him. But this guy seemed not to recognize him. At this moment, he had disheveled hair, a face full of beard. His clothes were tattered from working. He looked utterly shabby. While everyone was on guard, their gazes fell on the token he was intentionally showing off. A large immortal character had several people's eyelids twitching.
Immortal represented the evil of this dungeon.
Was the obstacle to their passing
encountering immortal right at the start?
What the hell is this? Just that strange tiger, they weren't even sure if they could take it down.
Seeing them showing hostility,
the saber-toothed tiger lowered its head slightly,
letting out a low growl.
That sharp fong startled one player. He directly activated his relic.
Lin Yue felt perplexed at this.
Who are you? This is the sacred place of immortals, do not linger here.
Hurry up and leave. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet.
An old man at the village entrance, holding a fire fork, trembled as he pointed at Lin Yue and began to scold him.
The most urgent thing was to get inside first.
Lin Yue lifted his clothes.
He deliberately showed off his token. Seeing the immortal token, the old man trembled.
The fire fork fell to the ground. Immortal Master, forgive me.
I didn't notice your token.
Seeing the old man directly kneel on the ground, Lin Yue couldn't help but feel a bit emotional about the immortal cultivation world.
In such a world,
indeed, cultivators are like gods, and ordinary people might find it very hard to survive.
Lin Yue didn't recognize Zhang Hai.
It was fine not to recognize him for now.
Maybe there would be an unexpected outcome.
Watching Lin Yue ride his saber-toothed tiger into the village with great swagger, the other players
exchanged a glance. Each of them was filled with fear and shock.
This was the first time they encountered a boss that appeared right from the start.
It felt like it was saying, "Dare to come up." Is it a direct confrontation?
Tisk.
It seems like the difficulty is high.
Zhang Hai clicked his tongue, put away the relics, and walked towards the village entrance. The kneeling old man dared not get up until Lin Yue had walked far away. Facing Zhang Hai, he waved his hand seriously.
Go. Go as far as you can, don't come in.
His tone had been harsh earlier. He had hoped these strangers would leave on their own.
The chicken rice didn't help.
He had no choice but to change his attitude.
Foreigners, it's dangerous here. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Zheng Hai looked at the old man, understanding he was looking out for them. But they had no choice but to go in. Before going in, Zheng Hai looked up at the sky above the village. Black clouds rolled in. An eerie aura covered the sky, blocking out the sun.
Occasionally, they could hear strange whispers and piercing screams.
It was as if vengeful spirits were circling around, unwilling to leave. There was no clearer sign of an eerie cave than this. Old man.
We are passing through here, and we got lost in the mountains.
We really have nowhere else to go. Right now, it's cold and the sky is getting dark.
We won't cause any trouble, we just need a temporary place to stay.
Please, can you allow us to come in?
Zheng Hai, having experienced the world early on,
was skilled in speaking.
He pointed out their situation and clarified that they had no ill intentions. Finally, he explained why they had to enter.
Under normal circumstances,
the old man would not have driven them away. But seeing Zheng Hai speak with such a reasonable tone and attitude,
he was even more unwilling to let them enter and risk death. Young man, listen to my advice.
Go back up the mountain, find a broken house and stay there for the night.
Once the day breaks, there will be a way out.
Here. Before he could finish his words, the sound of a suona, a traditional Chinese horn, came from the mountain again. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes.
Follow me. You all, follow me.
The old man pulled Zheng Hai toward the village.
The other elders, seeing this,
all complained that not only had he not driven the strangers away,
but also brought them in. Wasn't this leading them to their doom?
Zheng Hai heard these words in his heart. At the moment, aside from the boss that was too direct, which made him a little uncomfortable,
everything else was going quite well.
The villagers' goodwill shouldn't be hard to earn.
They were kind-hearted people.
The old man arranged for him to stay at his house. The other players were assigned to stay with the other elders guarding the door.
Everyone got a place to stay.
As for which house, safe house, was more broken, it didn't seem to matter for now. The houses were all gray brick, mud walls, and thatched roofs.
There was no difference. The only difference
was the large, magnificent courtyard with green bricks and red walls in the center of the village where Lin Yue was heading. A large amount of golden light radiated out in all directions. The strange phenomenon in the sky was caused by this place. Lin Yue rode his saber-toothed tiger, walking in the center of the village. As he passed, the villagers, in panic, knelt down. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. They say in the immortal cultivation world, the strong are revered and admired. But when it came to this moment, modern thinking and a sense of morality made it hard for him to accept this kneeling scene. He realized that everyone here was old, except for those strong men carrying coffins.
Never seen a young man before. This is rather strange.
Arriving at the front of the Huang family courtyard, at the entrance stood two small children with sharp beaks, red lips, and black hair. Seeing Lin Yue riding a mutated mountain king, their eyes showed a hint of wariness. Anyone who could ride such a creature,
they dared not underestimate. Halt, newcomer.
They stopped Lin Yue, their tone quite friendly. Lin Yue directly revealed his token, stating he was sent by Master Huang. The two children glanced at each other, their eyes spinning. They scrutinized Lin Yue closely. Upon hearing Lin Yue say he wanted to follow Master Huang to practice immortality, the corners of their mouths twitched noticeably. Having followed Master Huang for decades, they had never heard him make a single promise.
And now, someone they met on the road wanted to casually join his apprenticeship? This made them very angry.
Their forms began to twist slightly. Lin Yue sensed their anger, but he did not know the reason. Fortunately, they did not actually stop him from entering.
Since you're invited by Master Huang, please come in. However, you this. Lin Yue understood he needed to put away the saber-toothed tiger.
With a casual gesture, the saber-toothed tiger transformed into a piece of fur and fell into Lin Yue's hand. Then it instantly disappeared without a trace.
This caused the two small children to widen their eyes immediately. Immortal technique. So you have already entered the realm of immortals.
If the small child offended you just now, please do not take offense.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Yue was surprised, but he knew they had misunderstood. They mistook the system's spatial backpack for a storage artifact.
He was here to become an apprentice.
So of course, he wouldn't hold a grudge against them. He smiled and waved his hand.
Seeing Lin Yue so easy to talk to, the two children immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
They quickly arranged a guest room for him.
After closing the door, one of the small children showed a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He seems like a human.
Indeed. The two exchanged glances.
each curling the corners of their mouths into a slight arc. A Taoist? I don't know, should we test him? Then let's test him. Chapter 123, Enlightenment Tea. As soon as the two small children left, Lin Yue put away the peeping eye. Test me? Not knowing how they planned to test him, Lin Yue did not mind. These two small children had shown hostility after hearing Master Huang sent him. The whole village exuded a strange atmosphere. Immortals were not revered by everyone, but feared by all. Plus the game rules, Lin Yue estimated that even if this Master Huang wasn't the final boss, he would surely be a major obstacle. As for hints, the player transformed into a strange form. If he really fell into the eyes of this upright and righteous man, he would surely be punished on the spot. The two small children returned quickly. One carrying a teapot and cups. The other hugged a censer. Is this what they will use to test me? Lin Yue opened the door for them again. The two small children were even more polite and friendly than before. One lit the censer, and the other placed the tea down, pouring a cup for Lin Yue. The small child didn't know better and clashed with you just now. Here, let me apologize again. By the way, this tea is only used by Grandpa when he meets a distinguished guest. Would you like to try? Looking at the tea pushed towards him, Lin Yue's face was filled with excitement. He was so excited he almost fell off the chair. Ding! Found Enlightenment Tea, legendary. Lin Yue's outstretched hand was trembling. Enlightenment Tea. Could it be? Seeing Lin Yue shaking all over, the two small children thought he was scared. They immediately grabbed the cup and placed it in Lin Yue's hands. Hold it steady. It's hot, take your time to savor it. After saying this, the two stepped aside, ready to watch the show. They had already informed another immortal in the courtyard. As long as this person was a Taoist, he surely would not drink it. Before their smiles could fully form, Lin Yue eagerly gulped down the tea. What, hot or not? Even if it burnt his throat, he would accept it. Ding! Drank Enlightenment Tea, legendary. Mental power plus 50. 50. After such a long gaming journey, Lin Yue had not even accumulated 50 in total for his mental power. A cup of tea. Transcended. Congratulations! The player's mental strength has surpassed 50 points. Character evaluation has changed. Name, Lin Yue. Status, in the state of enlightenment. Saturation level, 79, you can still eat more. Thirst level, 88, you can still drink more. Rationality level, 999 plus, no influence, lasting for a day. Strength, 50, the level of an athlete, impressive. Physique, 72, the level of a peak athlete, unkillable little bug. Agility, 45, the level of a first-tier athlete, little calf. Spirit, 84, strong will. General illusions are useless to you. Momentum, 10, instantly frightens the opponent. Freedom points, 0. Equipment, rusted long nail. Bloodstained steel pipe. One's toy bear. Deceptive long sword. Ashes relics, Eye of the Peaker, white, six-handed celestial Buddha, legendary. Ancient mountain lord, green. Worley's poker, legendary, twisted veil, legendary. Special state, bone and flesh lotus, permanently doubles physique. Evaluation, your speed is dragging you down. Looking at Lin Yue with his eyes closed, enjoying. Two small children, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The immortal observing them secretly made them step back. The two small children were puzzled. But they received a reprimand. Get out. Do not disturb his enlightenment. Hearing enlightenment, the two were shocked. At the same time, they felt deeply unwilling. No wonder they could get Master Huang's token invitation. It was actually such a prodigy. With just a cup of soul-devouring water, not only was there no harm, but he also gained some insights. If he comprehended abilities related to soul-devouring, Lin Yue seemed to enter a realm of no one. Surrounded by chaos. Is this enlightenment? In front of him, there were two shadowy figures. Both were completely black. But their surroundings were different. One resembled an eclipse, radiating dark golden light. There was an indescribable strange feeling. The other looked like the Grim Reaper from the Azura world. A pair of blood-red eyes fixated on him. Surrounded by a flood of blood-red light. It looked extremely terrifying. Lin Yue scratched his head. He did not understand what he had comprehended, but felt it was very bizarre. Because the one with eyes open was truly looking at him. Moreover, as he moved, it would also turn its eyes. Chillingly, he sensed a strong desire to kill him from that figure. In contrast, the shadow that was all black and seemed to sink into dark golden light gradually became weaker. It seemed like it did not want him to observe. Lin Yue grabbed the teapot, wanting to drink another cup. But in the end, it was just pure tea water. Thinking carefully. Such a precious thing. To be able to drink a cup is already a huge gain. He was just too greedy. How could he expect a whole pot? Having not comprehended anything, Lin Yue felt very disappointed. The immortal observing secretly was equally disappointed. What a shame. He is a person. But, being able to drink the soul-devouring water. This body can still grow decent bone structures. I wonder where Brother Huang found this treasure. Watching the aura outside slowly disappear, Lin Yue frowned and looked over. Since his mental strength broke through, his perception ability had increased significantly. Though he could not see the other's figure, he knew someone was standing there. Since the other had left, Lin Yue closed his eyes again, recalling the two black shadows he had seen in his mind. He felt that if he could drink a few more cups of enlightenment tea, he could definitely see the actual forms of those two shadows clearly. The reason he couldn't see clearly was due to his low mental strength. After resting for a while, until the familiar sound of swanne came from outside the courtyard, Lin Yue opened his eyes again. Actually, the situation of the entire village had been mostly explored by the time he arrived. This instance was very small. The covered area was just one village. Although this village was called Wenchuan Town, both the population and area were unbelievably small. The rule was to convince the villagers, find those who knew how to leave here. Then, the ones obstructing them must be these immortals. He could be considered to have directly infiltrated the enemy's base. Have I successfully gone undercover? I need to find a way to contact Zheng Hai. Lin Yue's thoughts were very simple. He wanted Zheng Hai to find the villagers who knew how to leave this place. He provided them with information about the Xian. A few rules. He had analyzed them carefully, including the use of blood candles and that the Xian could break down doors. He had some guesses. After all, he was no longer a newcomer. These things were almost transparent at a glance. The Xian here should change during the night. For example, the hint he saw now was the righteous Huang Xian master. Perhaps by nightfall, due to the cultivation method, his personality would turn exceedingly evil. He would set his sights on the players. The blood candle should be used then to save lives. He had been given only 3 for 7 days. They still had 4 days left empty. Right now, the most urgent thing was to find out how to make blood candles. Or find more blood candles. While Lin Yue was thinking about these things, Huang Xian master had already returned. The coffin was placed in the courtyard. It was not until nightfall that he broke out of the coffin. As for those strong men who carried the coffin, at this moment, they had all lost their spirits. Like dead men. They stood in the corners all around, only waiting for Huang Xian master to stretch his muscles before waving his hand. Then they left in horror, as if waking from a dream. Chapter 124, My name is Lin Zhengying. Master. Your guest drank a cup of soul-devouring tea today. He has entered a state of enlightenment. The two little boys did not dare to hide the things they did during the day. Huang Xian master frowned upon hearing this, clearly very unhappy with the two boys' self-assertive actions. Brother Huang. It was I who agreed. Huang Xian master turned to the sound. An old man with hunchback and white hair. His back was bent at a right angle. Struggling to raise his head to look at him, Huang Xian master tilted his head to look at the other. So it's Brother Lin. Since you have met him, what do you think? Is this person's rude bone suitable? Lin Xian nodded. Not only suitable, but also exceptionally excellent. First, his physical blood energy far exceeds that of ordinary people, his foundation is good. This can save a lot of feeding time. Secondly, he can drink soul-devouring water without harm and even nourish himself with it. This shows that his divine palace surpasses that of ordinary people. As long as we cultivate him a bit, he will certainly become a decent vessel. Huang Xian nodded after hearing this. Then he shook his head. After your serious injury, your eyesight has diminished a lot. Although it is very thin. There is a scent of bone-entering lotus in his body. What? You didn't sense it? Bone-entering lotus? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately thought of something. Are you saying he has met my sister? After saying this, he rushed anxiously towards the room where Lin Yue was. Huang Xian did not stop him. Instead, he smiled widely. The two little boys looked at Huang Xian in confusion. They had also heard of bone-entering lotus, it was top-notch vessel. Huang Xian explained to them. The bone-entering lotus is indeed a method to step into the fairy realm. It is a shortcut to becoming a fairy through vessels. This method, while it can also allow one to become immortal, the strength is limited by the vessel. Therefore, it requires the cultivation of the vessel. The quality of the vessel determines the strength of becoming immortal. It's like me having people wail every day so that the coffin collects the cries of sorrow. It's all about cultivating the vessel. The little boys were even more confused after hearing this. Master. Vessels can devour each other, right? Since you have discovered the bone-entering lotus, why tell him? Huang Xian tapped one of the little boy's forehead. Fool. You've been with me for so long. That Lin Hua is still far from breaking through to immortal. I've raised him for so long, what do you think I want? I need to wait for him to quickly improve so that I can swallow him in one bite. One leap to ascension. Huang Xian spoke excitedly. It seemed he already saw that moment. The two little boys also became excited. Only a shadow, which had appeared who knows when, coldly said. A ghost is still a ghost, even if you break through, you're still a ghost. Become immortal? Are you really dreaming? Seeing the shadow speaking, Huang Xian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and rubbed the other's small hand and said. So what? Ghost or fairy, is there a difference? As long as we are not dead or extinguished. Who dares to say we are not immortals? Baby, you're a bit fiery today. Who provoked you? The two young children quickly retreated. In a short while, gasps of pleasure filled the courtyard. On Lin Yue's side. He was thinking about how to find the immortal master Huang for the way of cultivation. Unexpectedly. As he opened the door, he encountered an old man with a hunched back. Bone-in root lotus. Do you have the bone-in root lotus planted on you? Quickly tell me. Hearing bone-in root lotus, Lin Yue instantly thought of Lin Ying's instructions. Lin Ying said not to search for it. As long as he encountered it, someone would naturally come to find him. Unexpectedly, he really met one. Thinking of the task, he immediately said the words Lin Ying wanted him to convey. Walk in reverse on the road, cross the river backward. These two sentences. Lin Yue completely did not understand. But after hearing it, Lin Hua looked as if struck by lightning. This was the secret code between their siblings. Once received or heard these words, it meant that the person who left the message had no way out. In a desperate situation, he needed to be rescued as soon as possible. Lin Hua felt very anxious, but he calmed down. Lin Ying's disappearance was not 3 years or 5 years, but hundreds of years. He looked at Lin Yue and suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Lin Yue frowned. Only because, after he conveyed the message, the task prompt had been completed. Because the reward had already been given in advance. So, this matter could be considered over. But, unexpectedly, on Lin Hua, who originally had no prompt. At this moment, suddenly a scarlet text popped up. Ding! Discovered the name eater, extreme evil. Name eater? Could this thing eat people through their names? Damn! This ability is really against the heavens. Even writing a murder note is unnecessary, this guy saves even the pencil and paper. Lin. Neither changing my given name nor altering my family name, the boy is Lin Zhengying. Justice is Zhang, hero Xing. After Lin Yue reported his name, he coldly laughed there. This monster is truly something. It directly demands another's name. Only a fool would really give it. Lin Zhengying. You also have the surname Lin? Having completed the task, he now felt relaxed. The 3 months of death hanging over him could finally be considered over. Lin Hua murmured the words Lin Zhengying. He finally couldn't help but ask the most wanted information. Where did you meet this thing? Lin Yue thought for a moment. It seemed he could say. In a place called Hungry Highway. Lin Hua was chewing on the words hungry. He inwardly snorted softly. It seemed he already knew where it was. Before leaving, Lin Hua hesitated for a moment. He turned around and said, "Be careful of the immortal Master Huang. Also, don't eat and drink the things here casually anymore. Once you leave, you won't be able to escape. I will try my best to find a way to keep you safe." After Lin Hua finished speaking, he left the place. Lin Yue looked suspiciously at the departing figure and shouted, "How about you give me a cultivation method, so I can defend myself?" After Lin Hua heard this, his already hunched body almost fell over. Cultivation method? None. Lin Hua walked away angrily, leaving Lin Yue feeling confused. If there is none, then so be it. Why get so angry? Is this kid really stupid, or just pretending to be? Cultivation. In such a sinister place, is this even a place to cultivate? Zheng Ying. Sounds like a name my little sister would come up with. This foolish guy, could he be my nephew? The key was the bone-in root lotus. That was the vessel that their father planted in them since childhood. It was the root of becoming an immortal. The little sister gave this thing to him. This was enough to demonstrate this person's importance. No, I must teach him how to survive in this world. This is simply like a fledgling entering a brothel. No matter what, they will definitely be toyed with by others. Even birds can be played to death. Chapter 125, Technology and Art. Not long after Lin Yue left, a young child came to notify Lin Yue to go to the living room. It was said that there would be a gathering for dinner in the evening. They hoped he would attend. Lin Yue naturally wanted to come into contact with the immortal Master Huang as soon as possible for the cultivation method. So he immediately went with the young child. Before reaching, he heard bursts of laughter. Looking from afar, the living room was brightly lit. It was very lively. There was also a seductive and enchanting singer floating and dancing in the center of the living room. Lin Yue felt his heart fluttering as he looked on. Looking at the other diners, each one looked like a crooked gourd or a wrinkled jujube. Lin Yue, that hunched old man, could be considered one of the better ones among them. One of them had a face full of sores, grinning with exposed teeth. Simply hideous beyond imagination. This shattered Lin Yue's entire fantasy of the immortal cultivators. Little brother has arrived. Come quickly. Let me introduce you. Huang Xian watched Lin Yue come in. He got up from the main seat. Lin Yue glanced around. These immortals all withdrew their gaze from the songstress. All their eyes fell upon him. Huang Xian then pointed to the people beside him and began the introductions. This one is Flower Xian. He is skilled in the art of spring wood. This one is Zhao Xian, skilled in the art of burning fire. This one is Meng Xian, skilled in the art of confusion. This one is Lin Xian, you've met him. He is skilled in the art of bone control. I am Huang Xian, skilled in the art of illusionary sound. You say you wish to seek immortals for guidance. Coincidentally, we have been seeking the Tao in this town for 100 years, and have yet to find a successor. Today your immortal fate has come. Tell me, what do you wish to learn? Lin Yue did not expect such a straightforward approach from them. They directly asked what he wanted to learn. He glanced at Lin Yue. He noticed Lin Yue's eyes flickering. It seemed he made a slight shaking of his head. But this is immortality. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Just as he was about to speak, the guy named Flower Xian cleared his throat. This person was extremely delicate in appearance, with a face full of stubble, yet carrying the title Flower Xian. It felt strange somehow. Wanting to enter the immortal path is not so easy. However, since Huang Xian has spoken, this face, we naturally must give. How about this? Tonight's game, let's allow this person with immortal fate to join. Lin Yue instinctively wanted to object, but Huang Xian seemed to have already determined that he would interfere. His eyes fell upon him. Lin Xian, the last time you were severely injured in a game, how about letting him take your place? I always feel he has a connection with you. The aura on you both. It's so similar. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue immediately stopped voicing his opinions. The other party was warning him that he was currently the weakest. It was not his place to oppose. Huang Xian was telling him that Lin Yue had the aura of Bone Lotus, not to help him connect with his missing sister, but rather hoped he would devour Lin Yue, absorb the energy of the Bone Lotus to restore himself. As for the purpose, he already knew Huang Xian had the thought of eating him. But who is the hunter and who is the prey? Only in the end would it be revealed. Game? I wonder what kind of game it is. I'm quite good at playing games. Lin Yue was also willing to risk it for the immortal cultivation technique. No matter what these immortal cultivators wanted to play, he could give it a try. In one aspect, he felt this so-called game was probably closely related to the players. Although the game rules only mentioned to be wary of the immortals. But whether it was the blood candle or the safe house, it indicated that there was a crisis between the players and the immortals. Seeing Lin Yue take the initiative to enter the game, Huang Xian smiled and said, "A few unknown people have come to the village. These people have a strange aura. I worry they might harm innocent villagers. For the safety of our area, I suggest that we go out at midnight. Whoever takes down the first one wins. As for the prize, how about this?" Huang Xian flipped his hand and took out a laptop. Lin Yu's eyes nearly popped out. A laptop? Lin Yue blurted out. This startled Huang Xian.
The other immortals also looked at him.
Each one was extremely excited. You recognize this thing? Even Lin Hua looked at him with excitement. As if recognizing a laptop was such a monumental event. Lin Yue looked at their ancient attire.
Thinking to himself, it was normal they didn't recognize it.
I've heard of it. But I've never really seen it.
The lie Lin Yue told was so blatant that even a pig wouldn't believe it.
Yet no one questioned him. Especially Huang Xian. He placed the laptop on the table. Then pressed the power button.
To Lin Yu's incredulous expression, the laptop actually slowly booted up. I have researched this thing for 3 years, yet there are still many parts one cannot figure out.
Little brother, since you have heard of this thing, do you know what it is called? I don't know, but I have heard of it. Do you know how to operate this thing? Lin Yue understood. Huang Xian only knew how to power it on. He did not know anything else.
Lin Yue mainly doubted how this thing could even have power.
After getting permission from Huang Xian,
he approached and found out
that this laptop was not one from his era.
Instead, it was a more advanced technological innovation. The entire exterior of the computer had a layer that absorbed light energy.
Looking at the desktop wallpaper, Lin Yue frowned. The woman on the desktop was actually a female star he knew. That meant this computer was a product from his era.
Only, it was not a civilian model.
There were no games on the desktop. Just a bunch of software he couldn't recognize. He casually clicked open a folder labeled Experiment Number 1. Inside was a pile of video documents. Finding the time sorting section,
he refreshed and opened the first one directly. Immediately, an image of a laboratory appeared.
What kind of magic is this?
Lin Yue smirked and said. This is called technological magic. It is a very powerful and profound kind of magic. The others exchanged glances. A hint of shock flashing in their eyes.
Technological magic.
Unfortunately, the audio is broken, there's only the video without sound. Lin Yue watched for a long time.
The video only had images. He wasn't sure if the audio holes were blocked by dust. Lin Yue fiddled for a long time. He still couldn't get any sound out. Repairing computers was not his strength.
Basically, there was not much on screen. It was mostly a woman directing others to move experimental equipment.
After fast-forwarding through the end, Lin Yue opened the second one.
It wasn't until the third one that a soldier appeared on the screen.
This soldier walked into a glass room.
It seemed he was cooperating to do some kind of experiment.
Flashes of lightning filled the room. It looked a bit like the magnetic electricity caused by a Tesla electromagnetic field. The soldier was struck by lightning, his entire body collapsing straight.
But he suffered no serious harm. Lin Yue realized that the things inside seemed to be from a certain time period where humanity was conducting some kind of human experiment.
Could this be left behind by some player?
Lin Yue felt this was a possibility.
Players with transfer stations could take things from the dungeon world. Thinking of this,
Lin Yue was suddenly shaken all over.
If this is true, it means the game connects to Blue Star. When they crossed into the game,
they had no items related to Blue Star on them. They could only obtain those later.
Lin Yue wanted to take this laptop. There were too many videos inside.
He couldn't finish watching them all in a short time. If he wanted to win, it seemed not too difficult.
Zhang Hai, it's your turn to shine. Chapter 126, Are we here for free food? Elder. You mentioned before, those. Yes, the immortals. What kind of immortal arts do they know?
This is the first time I have heard of immortals, I am very curious.
In the home of Elder Huocha,
Zhang Hai appeared very calm and comfortable. It was as if the game posed no challenge to him at all.
But in the elder's eyes, he assumed Zhang Hai did not believe him at all. He immediately shook his head. I know you don't believe.
I didn't believe it at first either.
You will know after midnight. Alas. You shouldn't have come in here.
In the elder's room, there was only a dim kerosene lamp.
The house was bare.
There wasn't even a proper table or chair. He sat anxiously on a straw-covered wooden bed, staring worriedly at the starry sky outside the window.
Seeing it was getting late, he hurriedly took a piece of dry jerky out of a big box. He tied it with a rope. Then he quickly opened the door to hang it at the doorway. Afterward, he tied up the wooden door.
Then sat back down quietly.
You will know very soon. Zheng Hai communicated with him several times. But the elder just wouldn't say. He kept complaining that they shouldn't have come in. Zheng Hai wanted to gain the old man's favor. He also tried to ask if there was anything he could do. Anything would do. Unfortunately, no tasks were triggered at all. This made Zheng Hai very frustrated. He followed Lin Yue through 2 copies. He knew well that as long as he put his heart into triggering tasks, it wasn't difficult. In reality, in the last round of the copy, he learned from Lin Yue to be a good person. He smoothly triggered several tasks. Not only did he successfully clear the stage, his rating reached S. He gained a gun and a golden relic. It was very powerful. This was his confidence. The old man saw him take out a black iron lump and wipe it repeatedly. He didn't know what it was. He didn't take it seriously. It was already cold, and as night deepened, Zheng Hai was freezing and rubbed his hands repeatedly. The old man stretched his head out to look at the stars again. Then he hurriedly got up and went out the door. When he returned, he was carrying a stove. There are limited things that can be burned. It can only be used at the coldest time, the old man explained. Then he began to ignite the stove. Zheng Hai remembered that there were clearly a lot of trees and wild grass on the mountain. How could there be nothing to burn? However, this situation was not counted as difficult. He didn't take it seriously at all. He looked at his watch. Midnight was approaching. He took out a piece of instant noodles and started nibbling. The old man's mouth watered at the sight. Seeing the old man's expression, he immediately kindly handed a piece to him. Yet, the task still did not trigger. This made him quite displeased. On the other side, Lin Yue was enjoying his meal excessively. Since he agreed to join the game, the singer continued to dance, and food and drinks continued to flow. The key was eating meat and drinking wine, plus attributes. Lin Yue was very happy while eating. He had been eating intermittently until everyone else had stopped. He still wouldn't let go of the food. But no one said anything to him. Only Lin Hua felt tormented in his heart. If this kid was really his sister's child, he didn't want Lin Yue to walk this path. Zheng, eat less. These ingredients are not ordinary. If you eat too much, it will be a problem. Lin Hua wanted to indirectly remind Lin Yue. These things were not good to play with. At least not for humans. But Lin Yue only heard a problem. He completely disregarded his image and grabbed a piece of sheep's head to gnaw on. He already looked like a beggar. Now he looked even more like a beggar who hadn't eaten before. Others were discussing their recent experiences with immortal arts, or researching the video documents in that laptop. Only he was eating. As expected in the immortal cultivation world, just eating some random food is equal to the desperate efforts in other copies. This is so enjoyable. Lin Yue's attributes surged again, making him very emotional. No matter how hard he worked in low-level copies, it couldn't compare to this place's one meal. A cup of tea nearly doubled his mental strength. A feast. Both strength and agility increased by 10 points. Only his constitution was slightly less, increasing by 5 points. But even so, he had reached the level of an international athletic champion. Just one more meal. He could completely reach the level of a peak athlete. As for being the strongest human, it seemed no longer distant. Beep beep. As the watch emitted the midnight reminder, Huang Xian and others immediately looked up at the stars in the sky. Even if they were curious about the contents of the laptop, they didn't delay for a moment. All right. Game time is up. So, are you all ready? Lin Yue put down the bone in his hand. He casually wiped his mouth and got up. Seeing the pile of bones in front of him, Huang Xian was first stunned. Then he frowned. Did Xian come for the quest, or just to mooch food? Lin Yue was also surprised. His appetite had already surpassed how much he used to eat by countless times. The increase in attributes brought many changes. A huge increase in appetite was just one of the least notable ones. As Huang Xian waved his hand, the singer seemed to lose control. She fell directly from the air, like a dead dog, lying still on the ground. Lin Yue's eyelids jumped slightly, instinctively reaching out to help the other person up. But this action made the air instantly turn cold as ice. This move seemed extremely inappropriate. Lin Yue's hand was already outstretched. He had no intention of withdrawing it. Under the cold gazes of the other immortals, he helped the singer up. Lin Hua cleared his throat. If you like her, just carry her back to your room and play with her slowly. But first, finish the game for me. The other immortals stopped paying attention upon hearing this. It seemed this was just a normal thing to do. Huang Xian waved his hand. The two small boys appeared again. They took the singer from Lin Yue and dragged her towards the room where Lin Yue was located. Then, Huang Xian walked under the starry sky and said, "Everyone, I will take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, yellow paper scattered in the sky. It sounded as if a swana was playing. Then, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The other immortals did not lag behind. Each one rushed into the darkness. Only Lin Yue lagged a step behind. He was stuffed from eating too much. Even running was slow for him. He didn't know where Zhang Hai and the other players were hiding. He could only run in the direction of the continuously falling yellow paper in the sky. At this moment, Zhang Hai was still trying to gain the old man's favor. "Don't worry. We have been wandering the rivers and lakes for years, and we've seen all kinds of monsters. As long as you trust me, we will definitely save this village." Just as he bragged, he heard a knock on the door. Bang! Bang! "Grandpa, I'm back. Open the door. It's so cold outside, let me in to warm up." The old man shook his head, trembling. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes. This voice was indeed his grandson's. But he knew it all. They were all dead. It was all fake. Zhang Hai only heard one sentence. His face turned much pale. "Ding! You have been targeted by the evil spirit. Rationality decreased by 8. Rationality dropping?" The knocking and shouting continued. He could even hear the mocking tone of the other person. Clearly knowing that the one inside knew it was fake. But it still wanted to disguise itself. Until his rationality was nearly gone. That voice angrily left. It seemed the knocking had a time limit. Zhang Hai just breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw 2 pieces of yellow paper on the bed. The old man saw the yellow paper. Immediately grabbed him. "You can't take that. That's the money for buying a life." Zhang Hai looked at the old man, who was crying like a child. His heart was greatly touched. Suddenly, the thought of slaying monsters and demons arose in his mind. If Lin Yue were here, he would definitely do this. Bang! Bang! "Zhang Hai. Open the door, it's me, Lin Yue." Chapter 127, Flowers Bloom. If it was just a decrease in rationality, Zhang Hai could still accept it. After all, it wasn't the first time. But as soon as he thought of Lin Yue, the outside evil appeared in Lin Yue's voice. This made him panic immensely. Can it even know what I'm thinking? Zhang Hai was even more terrified than before. He understood that this round of the game was even weirder and more sinister. He didn't know how the money for buying a life appeared on the bed. As he silently glanced at the space backpack, he discovered that one of the blood candles had inexplicably disappeared. He stood up immediately. The blood candle was a life-saving item. Each person only had 3. Just from knocking on the door, he managed to withstand the fear of decreasing rationality. How could it be missing? He didn't even know when it had diminished. Bang! 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 "Open the door. I really am Lin Yue. They are all watching me, open the door first. I have very important things to tell you." Zhang Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. The knocking outside was getting more and more intense. It seemed extremely angry. Until 10 minutes passed. Outside fell back into complete silence. From beginning to end, Zhang Hai kept his eyes fixed on the blood candle, fearing that another one would vanish. Lin Yue stopped knocking on the door. The next second, he kicked hard. Bang! This time, not just Zhang Hai. The old man in the house was also panicking immensely. Tonight's immortals seemed particularly irritable. He had already hung the offerings at the door, why wasn't it working? Could it be that these immortals were finally going to act against the entire village? Zhang Hai unlocked the door, ready to shoot at the entrance. Just then, the noise outside disappeared. Lin Yue glanced at the 4 immortals floating in the sky. The door crashing was just for show. None of the 4 of them could break through any door. If Lin Yue managed to open it, it would be truly strange. And Lin Yue felt frustrated. Zhang Hai simply refused to open the door. He recounted their shared experiences. But the other party still wouldn't open the door. No response at all. Pretending to be angry, he kicked the door a few times before stopping. Seeing Lin Yue helpless, the 4 from Huang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't intend to give away that laptop. He never thought someone could break the door before him. These outsiders seem to have some tricks. Could they be here specifically to deal with us? Hua Xian looked skeptically at Lin Yue.
Their arrival was too coincidental, they had just eliminated a group of useless demon hunters.
And now they showed up immediately afterward. Also, each one had some defensive items.
Claiming they were just ordinary passers-by, nobody would believe that.
Huang Xian lowered his gaze, focused on Lin Yue. This isn't a demon hunter's tactic.
It feels more like they're on the same path as us. That guy's strange tiger feels like it's half a step into the immortal realm. Although it seems weak, we might not outmatch it in physical strength.
If we could eat it, we might advance further.
Hua Xian had never seen a strange tiger.
Hearing Huang Xian say this again made him anxious. Then why play games? Let's just kill him. Huang Xian shook his head. You don't understand.
I said he's on the same path as us.
Someone is treating them as vessels, training them. If that person doesn't appear, you dare to act against him. That's simply looking for death.
Hua Xian felt a flicker of fear in his eyes upon hearing this.
There's someone powerful behind Lin Yue?
As the most silent one, Meng Xian looked at Huang Xian slowly speaking. The town of immortals has existed for a long time.
It can even be traced back 1,000 years. You and I are not the earliest to arrive here. Countless friends have died here, we have long since reached a consensus. The person behind this training vessel is actually cultivating us as well. Why scare Hua Xian? Let's just follow the old rules and take them down. Hua Xian looked at Meng Xian, then at the others.
Seeing their expressions were normal, only he felt panic rising. He suddenly felt a wave of discomfort.
So, you were just trying to scare him? Huang Xian, what do you mean by this? Are you bullying me for being the latecomer? Huang Xian smiled. He didn't explain. How about leaving this guy to you to handle? He's the strongest.
If you eat him, you might just break through to the immortal gate.
Hua Xian initially wanted to refuse. But upon hearing the words immortal gate, he hesitated. Fine. I'll deal with him. You better not regret it.
After being scared, Hua Xian's irritation eased a bit at the thought of eating the strongest one.
Lin Yue was unaware that in these people's eyes, he was already the one to be eaten. Lin Yue pretended he couldn't break the door. He turned back. Huang Xian landed slowly and comforted him. It's normal not to break through. Once you learn the immortal methods tomorrow, we'll try again.
Upon hearing immortal methods, Lin Yue instantly perked up. Before he could say anything, the group of immortals turned to leave.
Only Hua Xian lingered at the end. He shot Lin Yue a glance.
Seeing that made Lin Yue's hair stand on end.
What does this strange, alluring guy mean by that look? Do you think you're the Bodhi Patriarch? Ha? The Bodhi Patriarch? This old guy won't teach him the immortal methods, will he? Back in the courtyard, Lin Yue was heavy-hearted. He wasn't sure what Hua Xian's last flirtatious look meant. What if he misunderstood? Wouldn't that mean delivering his backside right to them? Once the door opened, he heard a soft moan from the bed. Only then did he remember. That guy Lin Hua had caused him a big trouble. If he didn't do something, wouldn't that mean he had messed up the act? The room was pitch black. Lin Yue could tell the girl on the bed was very frightened. Before he could approach the edge of the bed, footsteps sounded outside the door. He thought it was Lin Hua. Unexpectedly, what came was the flower fairy. The flower fairy straightforwardly told Lin Yuesheng that he wanted to learn fairy methods. Come with me. Lin Yuesheng struggled for a long time. Even if he had to sell himself, he would endure it. Little did he know, in the sky, including Lin Hua, was watching him. Is this not good? We are not the kind of cultivators he thinks we are. If you let the flower fairy teach him, won't that be immediately exposed? Lin Hua didn't know what kind of scheme Huang Xian and others were up to. But he also didn't want Lin Yuesheng to find out their identity. He has not yet confirmed if Lin Yuesheng and he have any blood relationship. Unfortunately, he is cunning. To confirm is not easy. It takes time. Huang Xian's goal is to force Lin Hua to consume Lin Yuesheng. The reason for making the flower fairy take action is to force Lin Hua to jump out. No one cares more about the bone lotus than him. At this moment, Lin Yuesheng still did not know this was a plot against him. He just held his bottom, feeling like he was going to the gallows. Until the flower fairy took him to the courtyard of her own room. Then pointed to the withered flowers in the garden and said, "What I practice is the spring wood technique. Flower bloom." With a finger from the flower fairy, the withered flowers actually began to slowly sprout green buds. Under the touch of the vibrant green against the harsh cold, a refreshing fragrance gradually wafted over. At the top of the flower stem, a white flower bud was slowly forming. Lin Yue opened his eyes. Is this really the method of cultivating immortality? Oh my, is this starting to teach? Ding! The flower fairy is teaching you the springwood technique, flower bloom. Do you want to learn?
Lin Yue stared blankly at the appearing white flower.
After coming back to his senses,
his face filled with shock and joy. He was wrong, he shouldn't have doubted her.
Although she might be an evil fairy, the spell is real. Learn. I must learn. Chapter 128, The Falling Flower. Ding! You have learned the fairy technique, flower bloom.
Flower bloom, fairy consumes 10 points of spiritual energy and can heal withered wood back to life or even bring back the dead. The more spiritual energy consumed, the more severe the injuries that can be healed.
Fairy.
Lin Yuexing's shock was beyond words. He realized that even if this was not a cultivation method, it was definitely a special skill comparable to relic abilities.
Above legend, is there immortality? Or is there another level in between? These are not important.
What's important is that, with the help of the system.
What spiritual roots, what enlightenment, all unnecessary. He directly learned it. The flower fairy was just casually showing off his strange ability. His flower bloom is not just like this. His forte is to make flowers bloom inside the enemy's stomach, until there are no undigested remnants when he disembowels the opponent. Huang Xian and others in the sky were also watching the show.
They were waiting for Lin Hua to take action to stop it.
But at that moment,
Lin Yuexing suddenly seriously bowed to the flower fairy and said,
"Thank you, Teacher Flower, for your guidance." Flower bloom. Looking at Lin Yuexing's comical appearance, Huang Xian shook his head. It seemed like he really learned it.
But just as they raised their lips, they saw another withered flower stem that Lin Yuexing pointed at. It also slowly showed the miracle of life reversing.
This. He learned? How is this possible? We are not really capable of fairy spells. Huang Xian and the others did not continue. If they did, they wouldn't be fairies. Self-exposing their disguise has always been their taboo. This is their strange ability.
A natural power grasped from the moment they turned into a deception from death.
If this could be taught, how could they not know?
The flower fairy looked at Lin Yuexing, who was bowing respectfully to him. For a moment, he doubted his own hands.
No. He did not teach him.
Besides, this kind of thing is equivalent to instinct.
How to teach? After Lin Yuexing bowed seriously, he looked up to secretly see the flower fairy's reaction.
To find that the flower fairy was very shocked.
He couldn't help but think, am I a cultivation genius? He was shocked like this. Definitely. Thinking of this, Lin Yuexing, adhering to the principle of more is better, cleared his throat. Ahem, Teacher Flower. What other celestial techniques do you have? I feel that my understanding is extremely high right now.
The flower fairy hurriedly called to stop.
What does it mean to have extremely high understanding? Is this the same thing?
But he was also eager to continue trying.
Strange. How could his innate ability be something the other party could learn just by glancing? This is truly bizarre. Flower fall. He spoke again. This time, it was the complete reversal resurrection ability. It was his trump card. Even if the opponent had no residual grains within them, it could still directly deprive the opponent of life.
It's just not as cruel and beautiful as the blooming flower. The yellow fairy showed a look of vigilance upon seeing this move. Even he couldn't say for sure if he could withstand it.
Lin Hua's eyes flickered. It seemed he thought of some possibility. Ding! The flower fairy is imparting the celestial technique, flower fall. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Lin Yu chose to learn again. Immediately, he learned another move. Ding! You have learned the celestial technique, flower fall.
Flower fall, celestial consumes 10 points of mental energy, can accelerate the loss of life force, or even directly annihilate the opponent. The more mental energy consumed, the faster the life force decreases.
He learned another move.
Lin Yu was practically ready to kneel and salute his teacher.
Moreover, if this move had enough mental energy,
it could completely decide life or death with just one sentence.
Looking at Lin Yu bowing again,
the flower fairy's eyes were fixated on the blooming flowers, which withered again.
He couldn't hold back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The yellow fairy finally moved.
In his heart, he silently murmured 2 words.
Copy.
Only this ability could explain the current situation.
Thinking of this, he had a mind to test it. If it was true, he would eat Lin Yue no matter what. Even if the chances were low. He must swallow the opponent.
Zhao Meng and the others exchanged glances.
They also knew what this meant.
They had not been unfamiliar with devouring other weak ones. Every fairy had fought their way in, occupying this questioning fairy town.
Many covet the strangeness here. Moreover, after eating Lin Yue,
at the very least, this ability could also enhance their own capabilities,
thus crossing the ultimate step. Asking to open the celestial door. Step into the realm of immortality.
And Lin Hua, looking at Lin Yue's exaggerated ability,
suddenly realized something.
Where did his sister find such a defiant existence?
Was this existence really only here to deliver a plea for help this simply? Was there some hidden message?
If so, what did his little sister want to tell him?
Everyone present had their thoughts.
And the flower fairy was the most straightforward,
preparing to act directly.
Before the flower fairy could get furious and directly eat Lin Yue,
a piece of yellow paper money fell between the two. Seeing the yellow paper money,
the flower fairy cautiously took a step back.
Buying life money?
The worst is to be forced to buy.
It is said that the yellow fairy can now do this. But I don't know if it's true.
Little brother, you truly have celestial fate entwined.
It's enviable. Lin Yue was already happy.
Being praised made him almost float away.
Justice OSO. Third in the world. Third. The yellow fairy clenched his fists. This person is really shameless.
Since the flower fairy has taught you his secret celestial technique,
why don't I join in the fun too?
Lin Yue's face immediately brightened at these words.
He welcomed anyone. More is better.
The yellow fairy pointed at the yellow paper money on the ground, urging Lin Yue to pick it up.
Lin Yue noticed the flower fairy's reaction was quite large. He knew this paper money was not good.
The yellow fairy simply watched him quietly.
Lin Hua also landed, shaking his head at him. It seems this paper money is very dangerous. Not daring?
The path of the celestial is one that goes against the heavens.
Being cautious and hesitant won't do.
Or are you afraid I will plot against you? Lin Yue looked at the person whose person turned into open and aboveboard,
feeling he was thinking too much. So he picked it up.
And seeing that Lin Yue really picked it up,
still as if nothing happened.
The other people slightly changed color, looking at the yellow fairy with confusion. They clearly felt the yellow fairy's killing intent.
Why was there nothing wrong?
Good. This is the courage that a person with celestial fate should have.
Then, I will teach you my family secret. Strong buy.
Lin Yue was a bit confused upon hearing this.
Strong buy? Is this also a cultivation spell?
I'll buy your strange tiger.
The paper money in Lin Yue's hand suddenly vanished.
Then, the relic of the ancient mountain lord in his arms appeared in Huang Xian's hand. Lin Yue saw the fur in Huang Xian's hand. He quickly checked his own sleeve.
Gone. What the heck, can it be played this way? Awesome. Lin Yue praised without holding back.
Then he threw out a piece of yellow paper money.
This scene left everyone once again in shock. Did he really learn it? Looking at the paper money at his feet, Huang Xian's body trembled. Strange. He clearly intended to forcibly buy Lin Yue's ability. But he got nothing.
So he settled for second best, forcibly buying the strange tiger in Lin Yue's hand.
Just when he thought Lin Yue had no such ability,
Lin Yue surprisingly once again learned his strange ability.
Master Huang Xian, please cooperate with me, so I can show everyone my learning results? Chapter 129, Is there a Yuanying boss?
A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Huang Xian's forehead.
His family secret was taken by a human.
And it was about to be used against him. If he forces a buy on his life.
What? Afraid?
Lin Hua jeered from the side.
He already knew Huang Xian's thoughts.
Just that he was never the opponent.
Among all present, Huang Xian was the strongest.
He always had the upper hand. If he really died at Lin Yue's hands, it would be a good thing.
Seeing everyone's eyes turning to him, Huang Xian was angry but didn't dare to explode.
After all, he just used his overwhelming power to teach Lin Yue. If he turned out to be just a bluffer,
wouldn't that make him a laughing stock? He was stuck between a rock and a hard place, facing Lin Yue's expectant yet doubtful eyes.
He slowly picked up the yellow paper money.
Strong buy. As Lin Yue used his ability, the strange tiger returned to Lin Yue's hands once more.
Watching the relic return to Lin Yue's hands,
Huang Xian let out a sigh of relief.
That nearly scared him to death. Lin Hua felt a bit disappointed.
Hua Sen felt about the same. Huang Xian noticed their reactions.
He coldly snorted in his heart. Lin Yue also bowed to Huang Xian.
No matter what. He truly learned a real ability.
He would show respect, he would not be stingy. Then he looked at Huang Xian with anticipation and said,
"Is there another strong buy?"
"You see." Lin Yue rubbed his hands together,
watching Huang Xian's veins bulge in anger.
Greed will lead to indigestion.
Tonight, let's leave it at that.
Having said that, Huang Xian left without looking back. Zhao Meng and the other two immortals exchanged glances. They waved their sleeves and left directly.
They had no intention of teaching anymore. After confirming that Lin Yue could really learn their abilities, no one dared to teach him again.
Lin Yue could only look to Lin Hua, the only one left. Lin Hua felt a chill down his back as he was stared at.
"What are you looking at me for?"
"The bone lotus is already in your body, I have nothing to teach you." Lin Yue curled his lip.
"Are you kidding me?" Huang Xian said he could control bone techniques. The bone lotus is just a legendary relic prop. How could it compare with immortal techniques? Back in the room, Lin Yue couldn't help but use the flower blooming technique once to heal the weak songstress lying on the bed.
Seeing her really regain strength to get up, Lin Yue smiled with satisfaction.
One must be content.
Simply the two techniques of blooming flowers.
Lin Yue could smile awake from dreams.
After the songstress regained strength, she continued to tremble. Lin Yue looked at her and then out the window, confirming that no eyes were watching him. He then reined in his smile, solemnly looking at her and said,
"Don't be afraid. I am not one of them. Actually, I am from the government to rescue you."
Hearing Lin Yue's words, the songstress didn't believe at all. She remained fearful and silent.
"The government? Stop joking around."
In the town of Xian, let alone the government. Apart from their village and some survivors, the surrounding cities had long been occupied by immortals.
The officials didn't dare come near at all.
She had seen the officials and soldiers come firsthand. But all those immortals were slaughtered overnight.
It was simply hell on earth.
Last time, a few strangely dressed people came to save them. They too were eaten nearly to the bone by those immortals.
Not to mention, she had even seen Lin Yue eat the last batch of demon slayers.
In her eyes, Lin Yue was the very real immortal.
A true monster.
Looking at him, there was not a hint of a clue or task prompt. Lin Yue scratched his head. This woman was clearly terrified. She did not dare to believe him at all. After thinking for a moment, he revealed a ghostly smile and said,
"It seems you are quite clever. I didn't trick you."
The songstress thought to herself, as expected. Fortunately, she didn't speak up. If she truly believed him, she would probably have already been eaten by him by now.
"Ahem. I'll ask you something, and you answer obediently. Did you hear that?"
This time, when he spoke, she instantly nodded obediently. Lin Yue thought it was a pity. This method of obtaining information was indeed easy, but it could not trigger a rescue mission.
Lin Yue first asked about the place called Wandering Immortal Town. "I ask you. Wandering Immortal Town, no. In this world, what is the highest level of an immortal? Are there any Yuanying masters? What is Yuanying?" The songstress was taken aback. She completely did not understand.
She could only shake her head. Lin Yue saw her reaction and realized he had asked the wrong question.
How could an ordinary person know about levels of cultivation?
He immediately changed his way of asking.
"What are the strongest organizations in this world? Do you understand organization?" The songstress nodded.
Then she spoke of the court army, the martial arts sects, and then the constabulary. These three were the three strongest organizations in this world.
Lin Yue nodded. "The army, local armed forces, and police, huh? What about the immortals? Did you forget about this?"
The songstress shook her head vigorously.
In her view,
Lin Yue was asking about the mortal organizations besides them, the immortals.
Of course, they were not included in the inquiry. But to say how powerful the immortals are? Her deepest feeling was that the immortals were the greatest evil in the world. Even disasters that the army couldn't handle. Immortals ate people just like they would livestock. They were not beings from the same level, and would not feel any pity for them.
If one had to say, there was actually another group.
That was a bunch of mysterious outsiders that always appeared. These outsiders were also quite strong.
But each time, they ended up dead at the hands of the immortals. Her view of those outsiders was that they were extraordinary people with strange matters. They were methods the court couldn't deal with. Lin Yue asked quite a few questions, one after another. Starting from when the immortals first appeared in Wandering Immortal Town. As long as the songstress didn't speak, he would intimidate her. After interrogating for several hours, he finally had a rough idea of the information about this side quest. The immortals were what Lin Hua and a few others claimed to be, because they showcased powers beyond comprehension. In a very backward era. The common people also believed they were immortals. There was nothing to say about that. The authorities had come to handle it. But however many came, they all turned to bones. Immortals were not just those 5. There were many more. The 5 of them were just the strongest, occupying this place. On the outskirts of Wandering Immortal Town, there were countless immortals. It was said that Wandering Immortal Town was a place where all who came seeking immortality by the name of immortal gathered. This point Lin Yue understood quite well. The songstress was not even a citizen of this place. She was simply captured because the immortals had set their eyes on her strength. Lin Yue was carefully pondering all the information about this side quest in his heart. Finally, he reached a conclusion. This world's cultivation sects have discovered the side quest. He believed that Lin Hua and the others rushed in from the sects to train. They probably treated the side quest like a small world. And the players were the anomalies that came out of that small world. At this stage, most players already carried relics. Perhaps they were regarded as spiritual weapons or treasures. Relics were just secondary. What they wanted to know most was probably the entrance to this small world. That's why there are powerful cultivators occupying this place. In other words, these cultivators even believe that the small world behind the game might hold a chance for immortality. Thinking of this, Lin Yue revealed a smile. He felt that his speculation was almost spot on. If these guys really find a way to enter the game, I wonder if they will regret it. Lin Yue even suspected that the fairy sister was here back then searching for the entrance to the small world. In the end, she got caught up in the game. Trapped in the world of the Hunger Road. And that butcher from Predator 2. The world they were in might also have a similar phenomenon. They discovered players who were regularly sent there. Exploring and searching the dungeons where the players were located, eventually touching upon a hint of the game's truth. Thus, they were forcibly trapped there by the game. If this is the origin of players, then it explains that laptop. There must be dungeons on Blue Star as well. Perhaps, I was unwittingly drawn in. Chapter 130, Afraid You'll Just Go Back and Wait to Die. The next morning, Lin Yue was awakened by the sound of a suona. He looked through the window and saw Huang Xian being carried out of the courtyard in a coffin by a group of strong men. Lin Yue couldn't understand Huang Xian's actions. He invited the frightened songstress to take a walk with him. Although staying here was quite enjoyable. But tasks still had to be done. He needed to find the person who knew how to leave this place. And he had to meet Zheng Hai. Last night, that guy stubbornly refused to open the door. He probably didn't believe he was also here. In the morning, he had the songstress help him tidy up, along with a simple grooming of his beard and hair. Lin Hua also had a child send him a long robe. Lin Yue felt uncomfortable wearing it. But it was better than wearing rags. He shamelessly asked if there was any tea to drink. The kind of tea? The child looked at Lin Yue with a confused expression. How could this person still be courting death? Put. No, the soul-devouring water was useless to him. This was a provocation to them, inciting them to use underhanded tricks against him. The 2 young lads were puffed up with anger, but they didn't dare to explode. They could only apologize. Saying they would never do it again, didn't dare. Lin Yue was very disappointed. With no morning tea to drink and no meat to eat, he could only leave here in a dry manner. Not long after Lin Yue left, Lin Hua appeared in the courtyard. The flower fairy was also there. Just in time, Huang Xian is not here. Shall we discuss something useful? Lin Hua glanced at the flower fairy, resembling a genderbender. He smiled. When have we ever talked about something useless? The flower fairy flicked her sleeves, with a hint of annoyance. Stop dodging the topic. Among the few people who came this time, this guy really is a bit sinister. I think this kid, when serious, might threaten Huang Xian. This is our opportunity. Lin Hua exclaimed softly. He looked at the flower fairy with surprise. This guy actually wanted to rebel. But what reason did he have? With that little bit of power, much less when he was injured, even Huang Xian could crush him with one hand. Lin Hua looked at Lin Yue's departing figure, suddenly understanding the flower fairy's intentions.
You want me to join forces with Zheng Ying to deal with Huang Xian? How do we deal with Zhao and Meng? Those two definitely won't help us. Besides, I'm still injured.
The flower fairy took out a gorgeous flower from her bosom.
Lin Hua stared in amazement. Such strong vitality. You want to use it to heal me? Give me a reason.
Lin Hua was perplexed. The flower fairy could be said to be in the same camp as Huang Xian. To call her a little sister or lackey would not be an exaggeration.
At this moment, she was actually plotting against her own boss?
Without a suitable reason. He would only think this was a trap set by Huang Xian.
To provide Huang Xian with a reason to take action against him.
The flower fairy looked toward the back of the courtyard wall.
Reason?
In this entire courtyard, you're probably the only one who didn't recognize the bone-embedding lotus inside Lin Zhengying.
Your sister is missing here. He also came out from that place. Do I need to say it even more plainly? His last name is Lin, and there is an in-bone lotus in his body. What is your relationship? Do I need an outsider to point it out? I only have one request. The road to immortality, take me with you.
Lin Hua fell silent. The reason given by the flower fairy was convincing enough to persuade him. But he still wasn't sure what hidden message Lin Yue had conveyed.
The road to immortality? Not necessarily. You. Let me think.
The flower fairy did not urge or force Lin Hua. She twisted her charming body and left there.
Lin Yue was currently walking on the street, looking at the locked doors of every household. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. This village has at least 100 households. It was already past 9 o'clock. How could not even one person be up? The singer told him. During the day, even the yellow fairy must lie in a coffin to come out.
The others could only stay in that big courtyard.
Logically speaking, ordinary people shouldn't be still in bed at this hour.
While he was thinking about whether to randomly pick a lucky person to knock on the door, he saw several sneaky figures.
Is it them?
Zheng Hai and the others had already met in the morning. When the 5 of them met, they shared their experiences from last night. Each of them had lost a blood candle. They didn't even know when it had disappeared.
This made them very panicked. The intensity of this game is completely different from the previous ones.
The weirdness attacked without any warning.
If we follow like this, can we ensure nothing goes wrong?
Someone questioned Zheng Hai's actions. As soon as Zheng Hai opened his eyes, he heard the sound of a swana.
Based on the current situation, he simply analyzed it. Afraid? If you're scared, just go back and wait to die. Zheng Hai's tone was quite unfriendly. This left the other party speechless, not daring to take action. But isn't that just waiting to die? 3 blood candles last for 7 days. Besides taking the initiative, they had no other way. Stop arguing. I think Zheng Hai is right.
Since those weird things attack at night, daytime is our chance. And there is only one weird thing lying in that coffin.
We have a 5-to-1 chance.
I believe that its solo appearance is the only breakthrough given to us by the game. The player who was scared by Lin Yue and directly used the relic. He supported Zheng Hai wholeheartedly. He had just obtained the relic, thinking he was the weakest. He could only cling to the strong players. In this game, hesitation is the most deadly.
If you're going to do it, you must decide quickly. Hearing someone support him, Zheng Hai's tone softened a bit. Don't blame my harsh tone. It's just that I'm afraid. I unknowingly lost a life-saving item.
This round of the game has no time for us to hesitate. 7 days seem like plenty of time, but it's actually the biggest trap. If we don't solve these weirdnesses in 3 days, it will definitely be our doom. You have no idea how terrifying this weirdness is. It was able to change its voice to that of someone I know to trick me into opening the door. My sanity was held together by the blood candle.
If it had been lower, I would have really opened the door.
The other 4 recalled their experiences from last night. One heard the door creak open, and a flower stretched out toward him like a hand.
One felt like he was in hell, surrounded by endless flames and wails.
Another heard the crying of his child. The only female player among the 5 actually didn't dare to speak. She had opened the door. It was the blood candle that saved her life. In the last moment, the door had closed itself again.
During the silence,
everyone felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on their hearts, pressing them so hard they could hardly breathe.
At that moment,
Zheng Hai suddenly heard someone calling him.
Turning around, he saw Lin Yue waving at him. Zheng Hai's expression changed dramatically. Damn! Not only can it disguise voices, but it can also impersonate people I know?
Although Lin Yue had made some simple adjustments to his appearance, he still looked vastly different from before. Wearing a coarse long robe, it was completely unrecognizable. Moreover, the terrifying black mist around Lin Yue was denser than the dark clouds in the sky. And the female weirdness beside him, drooling at them. Is it that boss from yesterday at the door? It's him. What do we do? Let's go. Kill him. What the hell? Didn't you say 5 against 1, the advantage is on our side? Are you blind? Can't you see that terrifying female ghost? Besides, shouldn't we pick on the soft ones? Lin Yue watched Zheng Hai's terrified face as he ran back into the house with the others. His hand froze in midair. Then he touched his face. Turning to the frail songstress, he asked doubtfully, "Do I still have a beard on my face?" Chapter 131, Minigame. Watching Zheng Hai and the others flee in panic, Lin Yue thought for a moment. He didn't knock on the door for now. Zheng Hai's surprised eyes showed that he recognized him. But he didn't acknowledge him. There must be some misunderstanding or change of events. Letting this misunderstanding continue isn't bad. The most important thing right now is to complete the task. The second is to keep mixing in that immortal's courtyard. The Dao tea and special food are too important for him. Maybe he can directly become the strongest human with this. Lin Yue continued to walk through the village. A special person, someone who knows how to leave this place. Is their only goal for survival? Such a person could not be easily encountered. There are only so many doors. Finding them isn't too difficult. Lin Yue planned to search one by one. The place is not that big. Digging 3 feet deep, he must find them. So he began to knock on doors one by one. Everyone trembled at the sound of knocking. As if the knocking was a death announcement. Because it was daytime. The elderly at home bravely opened the door. Lin Yue keenly noticed that when they opened the door, their first glance wasn't at him, but at the songstress behind him. Their eyes were also filled with fear. Only after panicking did they look at him. The elderly dared not speak. They only bowed their heads and retreated. Lin Yue stepped over them and walked into the yard. Completely destitute. There wasn't even a stool at home. Strange. Lin Yue mumbled and went to the next house. Every house was like this. There was no furniture. At the 7th house, Lin Yue discovered a stove hidden in the kitchen. And some dry firewood. They immediately bowed their heads and admitted their mistake. Their heads hitting the ground with loud thuds. "Spare me, great immortal. Spare me, great immortal." Lin Yue called a stop to their actions. A strange feeling grew clearer in his heart. Why are they begging for mercy just for burning a stove? The songstress answered Lin Yue. Because the yellow immortal takes pleasure in this. He leaves these old people behind just to watch them freeze to death. This is a mini-game. In the rules, no one can leave the village. So everything that can be burned at home has basically been burned out. And that dry firewood clearly came from leaving the village. Indicating he had secretly gone out. Breaking the rules. The immortal would throw them into the cold wind of night to freeze to death. Lin Yue clenched his fists. A game. Do the strong like to tease the weak? He underestimated the evil of these immortals. He thought it was just against players. Didn't expect these immortals to be so ruthless towards ordinary people. The songstress's tone was full of panic. As if she was very afraid Lin Yue would angrily deal with the elderly in front of him. She even knelt beside him, pleading for Lin Yue to spare the elderly's life. Lin Yue said nothing. He left this place. Actually, finding these stoves wasn't difficult. Simply put, those guys from the Yellow Immortal just wanted to play with these old people. If not, they would have discovered these long ago. Lin Yue's insistence on visiting every single household spread quickly in the village. Many elderly desperately informed other elderly people. They hastily hid their stoves. Lin Yue saw all of this. In the streets, elderly figures began to appear. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, crammed in dark corners, anxiously watching him. That kind of look. Lin Yue seemed to have the illusion of watching the chickens in the yard during the New Year. When he visited the 70th household, Lin Yue's feet felt heavy. With a gloomy expression, he sat on the door railing. Every family is like this. But there is one thing that Lin Yue should pay attention to. That is, every old person in each family has a large box. And inside the box is hidden dark red jerky. Lin Yue also had a piece of this jerky. It was exactly the kind that old fire fork hung on his door. There was no hint. He also did not eat it. Not allowed to leave the village, what kind of jerky do these old people eat?
Meat from beasts? Lin Yue took out the jerky and looked at it carefully.
He felt something was wrong. He turned his head again to ask the songstress. The songstress shook her head,
indicating she didn't know. Lin Yue looked at those old people.
Each of the old people's faces had some dark spots.
Long-term malnutrition. Plus, eating this kind of unknown jerky, even if they are not frozen to death.
They are not far from death. Seeing that Lin Yue had no intention of stopping at all,
these old people finally began to panic. They seemed to be hiding something.
He noticed that more and more old people were following behind him. The shivering chickens gradually revealed determined eyes.
This discovery made Lin Yue feel a trace of astonishment.
At the same time, he knew he was getting closer to the hidden person.
Ultimately, a dark crowd of old people followed Lin Yue from behind.
Only a few of them had weapons in their hands.
In the end, Lin Yue stopped in front of a thatched shed. This is the last house. And the most inconspicuous one. He could feel the tension and fear of these old people. Looking at the door in front of him, Lin Yue stopped. These old people were too easy to read. So obvious in following him.
It was telling him that something important was hidden here. He had no intention of having these old people fight him. That was not his goal either.
Finding it is enough. It's not interesting at all.
The hidden things are not fun at all.
Let's go. Lin Yue waved his hand towards the songstress.
He turned around at the most critical moment,
leaving all the old people puzzled.
But as long as that door did not open, there was no problem.
But just when Lin Yue had taken a few steps,
a baby's cry came from that thatched shed.
A child?
Lin Yue was somewhat incredulous.
In such a scenario, these old people actually hit a child?
The songstress stared blankly at the shed. She also seemed very surprised.
Let's fight. Kill them. They can move around during the day, they are not immortals. Make a move.
These old people, who were timid and constantly begged for mercy,
actually rushed towards Lin Yue like beasts.
Lin Yue did not want to fight them. But he also would not let himself be beaten by them. Just as he was about to escape with the songstress, screams started to echo from the back of the crowd.
2 small children rushed over in monstrous forms. Ha ha! You didn't hide it well. The game is over. Watching as these old people were knocked down one by the 2 monsters, Lin Yue's face darkened. Another game again? Is this baby part of their game with the old people? He just thought for a moment, and could figure out what was going on.
The child is part of the game between the old people and the immortals. The immortal deliberately made them hide, as long as it was found. They would kill the child in front of them. This has nothing to do with becoming stronger.
It is pure evil. The small children's monstrous forms, transforming into little giants, quickly scattered the crowd, heading straight for the shed. Unexpectedly, a pair of hands instantly pressed them down. Feeling the terrifying power above them, the 2 small children were not panicked. Hey, this is a game set by Lord Yellow Immortal for me. No one can interfere. Even you should.
They did not finish their sentence.
Lin Yue directly transformed into the 6-handed celestial Buddha. His power instantly reached the human limit. He directly pressed the heads of the 2 small children into the ground. Like to play games, huh? Let's also play a game. 1 minute. As long as you can survive in my hands, I will let you go. Chapter 132, it said, the minute is up. What a joke. Don't think we are afraid of you.
The small child whose head was pressed into the dirt,
struggling to roar as he got up. A tremendous force blasted Lin Yue away. The success of rising made them very excited. Ha ha ha. It's just like this. I thought you were strong. Watching Lin Yue being blasted away,
the 2 little ones were very thrilled. They feared Lin Yue, mainly because the soul-devouring water was useless.
And Lin Yue learned immortal technique in an instant. Don't be careless. He can use immortal technique.
Lin Yue slowly walked out of the collapsed house.
He grinned. Being strong is great. If you're not strong, the rewards aren't high enough. Ding.
Trigger Guardian mission, protect the child of humanity, help him escape the fate of death.
The mission finally came.
Watching Lin Yue transform into a strange form with 6 arms, the old people around supported each other to leave the battlefield. The singer stepped aside,
instantly clearing the battlefield for them. The 2 little ones, at this moment, were over 2 meters tall. Their muscles bulged. Their eyes were blood red. They were extremely furious. Internal strife. It must be internal strife. These old people desperately fled.
During this time, an old man gestured with his eyes to a companion.
That person understood immediately. He secretly left his side.
All of this was seen by the singer.
Boom!
Lin Yue slowly walked towards the two little ones. His speed was increasing.
Until the dirt under his feet exploded, stirring up a cloud of dust.
His figure almost turned into a blur in the eyes of ordinary people.
He didn't use any abilities.
He just wanted to test the limit of human physical strength. His speed, although not at the peak of humanity,
still faster than the two little ones.
In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the side of the two. He didn't know how to fight, but he knew how to exert force.
With the strongest human power, he threw a devastating punch. From the moment of physical contact, Lin Yue felt joy. Crack!
Ribs broke. Flesh dimpled, and there was a muffled sound of internal organs exploding.
Finally, the warm feeling of blood.
All of this, at this moment,
transformed into ultimate enjoyment. This feeling made Lin Yue excited. Ah! The little one who was hit let out a miserable scream as his body flew away. As soon as he hit the ground,
he immediately coughed up large mouthfuls of fresh blood.
Some small pieces of internal organs were also spat out.
And his abdomen actually bore a large hole.
How is it possible? Just an ordinary punch has such power? Did he use some relic?
At this moment, Zheng Hai and the other 5 had long been observing nearby when chaos erupted in the village. Zheng Hai listened to his companion's shock. He carefully looked at that familiar face.
A hint of wavering appeared. Could it really be him?
In Zheng Hai's eyes.
Because one baby erupted, the personality was too similar. Impulsive, reckless aggression.
All were Lin Yue's merits.
But the difference was too great. He and Lin Yue just hadn't seen each other for one dungeon. It had only been a few days.
A player can improve rapidly, but it's impossible to be so terrifying. He still thought that by getting a golden gun, he had closed the gap between them.
If this person is indeed Lin Yue, the gap between them has become even larger. However, this is an opportunity. No one noticed them. Zheng Hai took out his pistol, aimed at the center of the battle. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger.
Strangely, there was no sound from the gun.
His companion saw this and couldn't help but ask, "Did you shoot? Why is there no sound?" Zheng Hai put away the gun. Casually said, "Let the bullet fly for a while." The 4 rolled their eyes at this. What time was it, still playing jokes?
Zheng Hai looked at the strong Lin Yue, turned his head and said,
"That kid was hidden by the old people again.
Now is not the time to engage. While the attention is not on us, let's proceed as we said at the beginning.
We go to intercept that coffin zombie. It should be the weakest one.
This breakthrough point, we must tear open."
The 4 exchanged glances. Then silently left this place. Agreed to this strategy.
The singer glanced at the direction they were leaving, with a hint of a smile on her lips.
Then looked at the battlefield. Lin Yue forcefully tore off another little boy's arms. And he hammered his face again and again with his fists. The little boy muttered something intermittently. Lin Yue was almost blinded by rage. His body was covered in blood.
After a burst of venting, he slightly caught his breath.
Seeing the other boy's mouth moving, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you saying?"
The little boy's jaw was shattered.
He couldn't speak at all.
Another little boy, whose insides had been ruptured by a punch, had no idea how much blood he had spat out. The scene before them was overlapping.
He struggled to say. He said, "1 minute is up."
"Sir,
we were wrong."
Lin Yue shook his hands,
then wiped off the bloodstains. "Is that so? There isn't even a referee timing. You can't blame me for this."
Lin Yue did not kill them. After all, it wasn't time to rip off the masks yet.
Strange as it was, this level of fighting should be like playful scuffles among children, right? Anyway, they wouldn't die.
Lin Yue thought to himself this way.
Just as he got up,
a sound of the air being pierced suddenly exploded.
He instinctively jumped up. And the little boy he had brutally beaten, his head instantly exploded. The skull flew outwards. You killed him?" The other little boy was full of shock.
If Lin Yue's minute of beating was merely a punishment from a higher being, a retaliation for their mischief, killing them was another matter entirely.
Huang Xian could not let this pass.
No matter how they said it, they were still Huang Xian's servants. Lin Yue was also very surprised.
Before he could speak, the other little boy's head also instantly exploded. This time, Lin Yue clearly caught some object that penetrated his head. An attack? Lin Yue guardedly looked around. Only players could have such means. Is there a player nearby moving the relics? He hadn't even recognized Zhang Hai yet. Dying at the hands of his own people would be laughable. The songstress frowned as she looked toward the direction Zhang Hai had left. These outsiders seemed much stronger than the last batch of people. This is going to be interesting. Lin Yue was uncertain whether Zhang Hai and the others would also attack him. He pulled the songstress and ran toward the courtyard. And all of this was seen by the 4 immortals in the courtyard. Have the outsiders finally made a move? What do you think? The flower fairy remained enchanting. With a slight smile on her face. Those 2 little boys were not strong. But they were Huang Xian's servants. She smiled because Huang Xian would surely make things difficult for Lin Yue. In fact, he might even blame Lin Yue for their deaths. This would be beneficial for them. If Lin Hua were to protect Lin Yue, he would seek cooperation with him. No wonder he planted the lotus in his bones. This physical strength is as terrifying as Brother Lin. However, this kid is a bit too arrogant. Even if the little boy was given soul-devouring water, this means is excessive. Not to mention the outsiders' issues. Tonight, Huang Xian is likely to go wild. Brother Lin, will you turn against Huang Xian for him? The Zhaoming duo seemed to be enjoying the show as well. All eyes were on Lin Hua. Lin Hua had not expected Lin Yue to act out for the sake of a game between 2 little boys. He couldn't help but shake his head. With a temperament like this, it's destined for him to amount to nothing. But Lin Yue had to be protected. He still needed Lin Yue to find his sister. More importantly, to find out where she was. And that place should be the fairy world they were anticipating. He looked at the flower fairy. The flower fairy instantly understood, already grasping Lin Hua's intent. Pointing her finger at Zhao Meng, she said. Blossom. Flower falls. Chapter 133, Lin Hua's strength. As soon as the flower fairy finished speaking, the cunning Meng Xian was covered in countless tender green leaves. In the blink of an eye, a stunning white flower bloomed on her chest. Don't move. Lose 1 petal, and you might lose a piece of yourself. And the fire-wielding Zhao Xian exuded a decayed aura. His face visibly aged at a visible speed. It seemed that with 1 move, they had subdued Zhao and Meng. Meng Xian glanced down at the flower on her chest. A cold smile on his lips. You clown, do you really think this will work against us? Put away your tricks. Before I lose my temper. As he spoke, the flower fairy's fingers moved. Her eyes changed, turning a dull gray. At the same time, the entire yard instantly became a sea of hellfire. The flower fairy frowned, struggling a little. The joints of her fingers were twisting upwards, as if once they fell. The blooming and wilting of flowers could unlock it. Clearly, he could still not withstand the counterattack from the 2. At that moment, the bodies of Zhao and Meng trembled. In the next moment, their bodies felt as if other creatures had parasitized them. A skeletal hand pierced through their chests. Then countless bone spikes burst out of their bodies. Lin Hua's gaze receded. It seemed resolving them was just a casual task. The flower fairy's eyes regained their brilliance. At the same time, shock filled her. Lin Hua's strength exceeded her expectations. And this was under severe injury. If not injured, how strong would he be? What about the Huang fairy he had to deal with? How strong would they be? An arrow shot cannot be recalled. Are you afraid? Lin Hua's words jolted the hesitating flower fairy awake. He thought that even if there was a gap among the 5, it shouldn't be so huge. But the reality struck him like a warning bell. In the eyes of the other 4 fairies, he truly looked like a clown. If Lin Hua hadn't acted, he might have already been counter-killed by Zhao and Meng. Perhaps his little schemes didn't even enter Lin Hua's eyes. And don't think you are inferior to them. In the end, we are not immortals, our bodies are our greatest weakness. They are like this. The Huang fairy is the same. In physical combat, our Lin family has never been afraid. When Lin Hua spoke these words, he still looked like an old, weak, sickly figure. Bent over, appearing fragile as if blown by the wind. The flower fairy couldn't help but feel curious. The last round of exorcists had no remarkable figures. Lin Hua was indeed severely injured. What kind of existence had he encountered to be so heavily wounded? Outsiders? It seems, one really cannot underestimating them. Lin Yue had just returned to the yard. He smelled a strong scent of blood. Upon seeing the two bloody figures in the yard, he immediately became alert. He recognized these two people. They were the two who rarely spoke and were unwilling to teach him fairy arts. One of them had a withered flower on his chest. The petals on the ground were stained with his blood. It seemed to be from what had just happened. "Don't worry too much. Come to my yard." Hearing Lin Hua's voice, Lin Yue let the songstress go back to his room, then took out a long nail and walked over. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw that flower fairy, a creature like a demon. And facing him was a huge figure. A stranger wrapped in bones. This person's bones looked like white armor, covered in bright red blood. It seemed like they had torn through the skin to grow from within. "You don't need to be so wary. It's me." Lin Hua's voice came from this stranger's mouth, causing Lin Yue to feel surprised. "What's going on? Were you also attacked?" Lin Yue still did not know who had killed the two children. If it was truly done by players, one could only say, this time the teammates really had skills. Regarding the attack Lin Yue mentioned, Lin Hua did not respond. Instead, he made a gesture of clenched fists and said, "Zheng Ying, our Lin family has always had a secret ability that is not publicly shared. Normally, one who has implanted the bone lotus should learn it automatically. But it seems you did not inherit it from Inger. However, your additional talent is even higher. Now, I will teach you." Hearing that there were fairy arts to learn, how could Lin Yue miss it? Immediately, he bowed down to seek knowledge. But as Lin Hua prepared to teach Lin Yue his ability, the conversation suddenly turned. "Before that, I must first determine if you are one of our Lin family. If you are not, this matter can only be dropped here." Lin Yue was struck with disappointment upon hearing this. Bai was excited. He still had to acknowledge his kin. Acknowledge what? He just used a relic. There was no blood relation at all. Lin Yue was about to say if he didn't want to teach, then forget it. In the next second, a bone spur suddenly emerged from his chest. He could clearly feel his spine inside shaking wildly. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering and celebrating madly. They all pulled together to retract the bone spur in his chest. It hurt. It hurt so damn much. Lin Yue felt as if he had returned to the moment the bone lotus was implanted. Blood poured out from under his skin like it was free. Lin Hua frowned upon seeing this. Is it rejecting? It seems he is not Inger's child. But Lin Hua still felt disappointed. In the next second, the blood expelled by Lin Yue began to move. It rushed toward the newly formed bone spur on his chest. Then, a skeletal figure appeared before them. Lin Ying was still tidying up the garden. Sensing the tremor of the implanted bone lotus, she immediately turned to look. She and Lin Hua crossed the game space, locking eyes for an instant. Lin Ying quickly made a series of gestures. The scene flashed by in an instant, so fast that Lin Hua couldn't even react. The flower fairy looked excitedly at another desolate world. The celestial realm. Is that the celestial realm? Lin Hua. What message did your sister send? Hey, don't space out. The flower fairy's excitement was overflowing. He couldn't even imagine. A world everyone was chasing just flashed before him. He even felt regret. If only he had rushed in just now. Maybe he could have become an immortal instantly. Trap. Is it a trap? Why is it a trap? Of course, Lin Hua understood Lin Ying's gestures. Lin Ying told him that the celestial realm was a trap. At the same time, she also conveyed a secret code. That was the way to reach the world Lin Ying was in. The flower fairy did not know that besides the trap Lin Hua mentioned, there was also a way to the world of hunger. He seemed to be hit hard. Trap. Becoming an immortal, how could that be a trap? Did you see it wrong? Lin Hua ignored the flower fairy's excitement. He pushed him away. The bone spur in Lin Yue's chest had already been absorbed. It merged with the implanted bone lotus in his body, proving that there was indeed a blood connection between them. The initial change was just due to his sister Lin Ying's interference. Let's not worry about whether it's a trap. Huang Xian will be back soon. A great battle is inevitable, and we must quickly enhance Zheng Ying's strength. Only by doing so, we three will have a chance to win. When Lin Yue woke up from his fainting, the flower fairy was sitting beside him. He was holding a tray. On the tray were 2 cups of warm tea and a teapot. Before he could get up, a wave of intense pain surged in his mind. His rationality was alarmingly low. He knew he had been ambushed by Lin Hua.
While feeling terrified, he was also puzzled. Lin Yue's methods were truly outrageous. Before he could react, he was attacked. Was this the difficulty of this round? Was this the power of the immortals? Your uncle said, the thing in this cup is useful for you. He asked me to feed you when you wake up. You have to be obedient. Come, open your mouth. To be honest, I still can't believe how someone can absorb this thing. Lin Yue couldn't move. He didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. He could only let this weird creature cuddle next to him, watching him run his fingers over his chest. It disgusted him to the point of nearly losing his sanity. At this moment, he would rather lose his sanity. Fortunately, the other party's fingers didn't go where they shouldn't. The other person fed him the soul-devouring water. At first, Lin Yue was 1,000 times unwilling, letting this dead creature feed him water. God knows if it would be some kind of drug. But as the familiar taste entered his mouth, Lin Yue drank deeply. Ding! Drinking enlightenment tea. Mental strength plus 40. It decreased. This time, the enlightenment tea only added 40 points of mental strength. But even so, it allowed Lin Yue to easily break through 100 points of mental strength. He directly reached 124 points. Congratulations player, mental strength breaks 100 points. Character evaluation has changed. Mental strength, 124, spirit endures, reason is not affected by the strange. Evaluation, spirit is the only possibility for humans to break their limits, you have grasped the possibility. Reason instantly filled back up. It gave Lin Yue the illusion of being under a strong psychedelic drug. He felt as if he was floating in ecstasy. He could not feel the pain in his body. With the ability to act, he pushed Flower Fairy away and took a sip of holy water. The holy water entered his mouth. All the pain in his body was rapidly healing. The Flower Fairy was curious about what Lin Yue just drank. Unexpectedly, this guy was too lazy to even use the flower open technique. All the injuries recovered in an instant. What is that? Can sister have a sip too? When Lin Yue heard the word sister, he felt nauseous. With a cold smile, he said, sure. This is a good thing. Saying that, Lin Yue handed the holy water over. The Flower Fairy looked at the holy water. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like ordinary water. In the end, she didn't dare to try. This guy is very strange. Soul-devouring water would make even an immortal feel uncomfortable for 2 days. This guy not only was fine, but also seemed like he had taken a great tonic. She absolutely dared not touch this water. Just joking. By the way, do you still want these? Lin Yue looked at another cup of enlightenment tea and the teapot. Uncertainly asked. All for me? The Flower Fairy nodded. She turned around and said, I'll be honest with you. Your uncle and I are going to deal with Huang Xian. But we are not confident, so we need your help. The higher your strength, the better for us. Let me analyze Huang Xian's strength for you. He became famous with the price of life. Anyone who receives the yellow paper will feel an urge to pick it up. Of course, this ability has not yet reached the point where all immortals feel compelled to pick it up. Currently, the speculation is that once he becomes an immortal, he can indefinitely make any enemy pick up yellow paper, and the yellow paper will strip away anything you possess, as long as he wants. Not just the fur he bought earlier, but even your life. If you think he only has this trick, then you are very mistaken. I speculate that he can also master the ability to buy. For him to occupy the position of the leader of Wenxian Town is not so simple. Are you listening to me? Every word the Flower Fairy said was important information. But when she turned around, she saw Lin Yue guzzling from the soul-devouring water bottle. He seemed to not have absorbed anything at all. Impossible. How could there be no change at all? Lin Yue didn't care at all about what the Flower Fairy was saying. He finished drinking the enlightenment tea completely. The character evaluation did not change again. However, his mental strength skyrocketed to 207 points. But there was no real change at all. Other than having more blue points, there were no substantial changes. As for the Flower Fairy calling him uncle repeatedly, he didn't pay any attention to it. Lin Yue must have misunderstood something. He wouldn't explain this. After all, having the immortal they needed to deal with stand by his side to help solve the toughest boss in the instance. He was happy enough as it was. The Flower Fairy saw Lin Yue put down the empty water bottle. The corners of her mouth kept twitching. At that moment, Lin Yue just happened to return. He had just taken a trip outside. Having restored his full strength, he had the ability to go out again. I took a look outside the village.
Those outsiders are quite interesting. They are actually trying to ambush Huang Xian.
Their guts are outrageous.
Hearing this, the flower fairy's eyes brightened. Did they succeed?
Lin Hua shook his head.
The flower fairy immediately felt disappointed. What am I thinking? How could they possibly win? They don't even know what Huang Xian's ability is.
These guys, it's a miracle they haven't gone to their deaths yet.
Lin Yue was also shocked.
Zheng Hai was still as fierce as ever. If he was going to fight, he would fight in high-level games. The first round was like that.
Either do not act.
Once he acts, he goes straight for the first exposed evil spirit. Then, he directly struck at him. One could say, this kid was very sinister. But he was also very wild. At this moment, Zheng Hai was covered in blood, and the gun in his hand was long useless.
His mental strength was too low. He could not support the power of this relic at all. 5 people. Only he and one other person returned. This made him realize. Their decision was wrong. The rules did not lie. The blood candle was for saving lives. The child hiding in the village should be for their escape. All the rules were reminding them, immortals should never be faced. They should use all their time to find a way to escape. Not think about violent completion. At this moment, he thought of the most fitting method. That was to deceive his companions, to get the blood candle from them to extend their time to live. Unfortunately, he understood it too late. The sound of the swana behind him grew closer. That coffin was flying rapidly in the sky. All the trees it passed were broken with cracking sounds. The speed has slowed down. Can't run anymore? He, you crawlers dared to choose me to fight. I really didn't expect that. Don't stop, run quickly. Don't let the game lose its most fun part. Run fast.
Mockery and ridicule came from the coffin, from Huang Xian.
Zheng Hai's scalp tingled.
If the weakest abnormality they chose as a breakthrough was so strong,
how difficult would the others be to deal with? At this moment, Zheng Hai thought again of Lin Yu's face. Could it really be Lin Yue? No matter what, he had to believe it. Dying at the hands of the other party,
or dying at the hands of Lin Yue, made no difference. Even if he returned to the village, using the last blood candle to save himself, it would be just one more day to live.
Let's fight. Follow me.
Zheng Hai shouted loudly. He charged towards the village with all his strength. Lying in the coffin, Huang Xian wanted to end this cat and mouse game. But the dark clouds above the village suddenly stirred.
Something happened at home. Is it Lin Hua?
The only possibility he could think of for something changing at home was Lin Hua. As for Hua Xian, he directly ignored that.
A guy of that level could be killed with ease. He didn't even take that into account.
However, this also meant that Zhao Meng and the others should have been dealt with by Lin Hua.
Very good.
I was worried about how to force you to eat that kid.
Didn't expect you couldn't help it first.
A strong wind arose around the coffin. It lifted countless dead trees and wild grasses. The two fleeing, Zheng Hai and his companion, were directly blown away and fell into the wild grass.
Zheng Hai thought it was over. But unexpectedly, that coffin actually ignored them.
It flew directly towards the village.
Chapter 135, Bone Controlling Technique 1.
Anyone who sees a coffin falling from the sky
would be startled. At least Lin Yue felt an unprecedented pressure.
There were no immortals flying with swords.
But there was someone flying with a coffin.
Finally, he saw a scene truly related to cultivation.
The coffin crashed into the ground.
The whole courtyard was shaking.
Creak.
Accompanied by the spine-chilling sound of the coffin lid.
Huang Xian revealed half of his gray-white face.
The fangs at the corner of his mouth were exposed right before Lin Yu's eyes. He glanced at Zhao Meng and the two immortals who were stabbed through by bone spurs in the courtyard. The corner of his mouth curved into a smirk.
Indeed, it was Lin Hua's doing.
But upon seeing the fallen petals on the ground, he frowned slightly.
That waste, Hua Sen, got involved too? Quite gutsy. I have to filter out a few more wastes.
As Huang Xian stepped out of the coffin, the already lifeless bodies of Zhao Meng and the two immortals moved.
Under his flicking fingers, they began to move again.
But two coffins suddenly appeared on the ground, completely swallowing them.
A large number of yellow papers fell from the sky. The rain poured down on the coffin.
Like chains, they were linked together, binding the coffin and dragging it into the ground.
After doing all this,
the yellow immortal turned to look at Lin Hua's yard.
The next moment, an invisible flower bloomed on his shoulder. He only glanced at it,
That flower quickly turned into a paper flower and dispersed with the wind.
The flower immortal clicked his tongue. But he was not surprised. He had left secret marks on every person in this yard.
At first, he thought no one noticed. Unexpectedly, everyone ignored his small actions. Even the already dead Meng immortal had mocked his methods for being useless.
Even so,
the other party did not directly break his tricks.
And Huang Xian just glanced, and his flower was broken. I can only be responsible for disturbing. It's up to you.
After saying this, the flower immortal transformed into countless petals and dissipated in the yard.
And in the withered yard,
those plants that had withered due to winter showed faint signs of revival. Lin Yue noticed that this guy seemed to be hiding some tricks.
Damn it! I really want to learn.
Lin Hua did not have time to teach Lin Yue the immortal arts. Currently, he only taught him a skill called bone armor.
Bone armor can form a layer of bone armor by consuming half of one's mental energy. The requirement of half of oneself seems easy.
But the higher one's mental energy, the harder the armor formed. It can even withstand some strange abilities. Currently, Lin Hua's family had only recorded 3 colors: white, red, and gold. And gold was the legendary color.
Let alone that he couldn't achieve it.
Even in their family's ancestors, only one had achieved a light red color. And that ancestor was the closest to becoming an immortal. And he was running out of time to teach his technique to deal with Zhao Meng and the 2 immortals. So he called across the wall, "I will learn in my battle with him."
After saying that,
Lin Hua exerted force under his feet, and his whole body crashed through the wall like a cannonball.
He directly arrived at the central courtyard.
The yellow immortal was waiting for him to appear with an indifferent air. Seeing him appear in full bone armor, he showed an interested gaze. But after examining him, he immediately showed a disappointed expression.
"You haven't gotten stronger?"
Then he saw Lin Yue peeking out from behind.
Lin Yue was perfectly fine. That meant he was mistaken. Lin Hua hadn't eaten Lin Yue at all. "You didn't eat him and still want to fight me? Has your head turned to a pile of bones? On what basis?"
Lin Hua said nothing. He started with a fast kick, invisible to the naked eye. The speed was so fast, Lin Yue could barely see a shadow.
Boom! The moment they made contact,
dust swirled.
Once it settled,
Lin Yue found that the yellow immortal caught this kick with just one hand.
Now it's interesting.
The bone lotus, besides enhancing physical strength, has the greatest use.
It's to induce the bones inside the opponent's body to be utilized. Bone devour.
When the yellow immortal touched the part of the bone armor, countless small bone spines suddenly sprouted. They pierced through the yellow immortal's hand. But he remained light and carefree. He let the bone spines impale his palm. His body's surface twisted violently. The bones inside the yellow immortal were sprouting fine bone spines. And these bone spines instantly covered the entire yellow immortal's body.
Tearing through his skin, they grew like bamboo shoots after rain,
almost turning him into a porcupine.
Ding!
Lin Hua is teaching you the immortal art, Bone Devour.
Do you want to learn? Learn!
You have learned the immortal art, Bone Devour, Immortal. Bone Devour, Immortal consumes 10 points of mental energy, controls the bones inside the enemy's body to grow a bone spine. The more mental energy consumed, the more and longer the bone spines generated. Lin Yue was overjoyed in his heart.
He never thought having skills would be a bad thing.
This move had no upper limit for falling flowers.
But the lower limit was very high. Especially against entities with strangeness. It was simply a killing move. Unlike falling flowers, if a move couldn't kill the enemy in one hit, it felt like it was wasted.
This was also the awkward feeling the flower immortal gave him. If that guy becomes an immortal, it would actually be the most unbelievable thing.
Huang Xian looked at Lin Yue's appearance. He immediately understood.
You all think his ability can concentrate all your powers into one.
Then he can deal with me, right? Huang Xian increased his strength in his hands.
Lin Hua's armor instantly cracked. Blood accompanied by flesh was torn away in a huge chunk. When Lin Hua retracted his leg, an entire right foot was gone.
Countless bone spikes instantly shot out.
The yard was instantly turned into ruins by a large number of bone spikes.
In terms of strength, in terms of flesh, I am not as good as you.
But we are tricks. Only by being willing to abandon them can one become an immortal.
You don't understand this. What do you use to fight me?
Lin Yue looked at Lin Hua standing on one foot. He felt extremely surprised.
Huang Xian just said they were tricks? Why did he say he was a trick? Aren't they all cultivators? Damn! Had he been thinking wrong all along? Lin Yue suddenly realized. Since entering this instance, he had been wrong. He was fooled by the instance name. The Place of Immortals. Only talked about this location.
But never mentioned these people were actually cultivators.
Which means
this instance was only about immortal things, but those occupying here were just a group chasing after immortality.
Are they strange tricks?
They have blood, flesh, and abilities. This is clearly the strange tricks he had seen before. It's just that, in this world, the tricks.
The level of ability is higher. With just a wave, it's immortal techniques.
This point also affected his judgment.
If these people were to enter Wenwen's world, any one of them would probably be at the level of water tricks. Then, did water tricks also have a time when they called themselves immortals?
Lin Yue always felt that all of this seemed to have invisible connections.
But he couldn't find the key node.
The sound of flesh tearing came from Lin Hua's disappearing foot. A foot made of bones landed again.
Of course I know that saying.
On this point, I have no intention of arguing with you.
Just each going their own way.
After speaking, he looked towards Lin Yue,
seemingly asking if Lin Yue had learned. Lin Yue nodded. All right. This is an immortal technique for single combat. Next is wide area attack. Watch carefully. 1,000-mile bones. 1,000-mile bones.
Lin Hua's voice just fell.
Centered on him.
Countless bone spikes, as thick as arms, burst out of the ground. And they continued to spread outward. A large number of houses collapsed. And these bone spikes did not avoid Lin Yue. They even forced the hidden flower fairy out.
Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me too?
The spring ambience in the courtyard was becoming stronger, but was directly shattered by Lin Hua's move.
All the vegetation was instantly destroyed.
While Lin Yue listened to the earth's roar, he immediately jumped to a higher place. At this moment, the entire Huangxian town was covered by white bone spikes,
stretching for miles away. Huangxian's whole body was pierced by huge bone spikes.
His body was already torn into 3 segments.
Yet he was still not dead. At this moment, Lin Yue keenly observed that Huangxian's coffin had unknowingly flown high. The coffin is his true body?
Lin Hua also looked up at the coffin. You were just 1 step away from crossing over.
But unfortunately, just a little bit short. Huangxian was furious. This was also Lin Hua's first use of such indiscriminate attacks. Well. I underestimated you. You already knew I was transferring my life to the coffin, right?
Lin Hua shook his head.
I didn't know. To be honest, I was very surprised that we could become immortals with the help of external objects.
That's right, you spend a lot of time every day studying the attack methods of outsiders. It seems you have indeed researched something.
Lin Yue looked at the coffin thoughtfully. If Huangxian's life eventually became that coffin, isn't that just becoming a relic?
As he spoke,
Huangxian's body slowly dissipated, finally reappearing in pristine condition. It seemed he had not taken any damage. Any other tricks? None, then I will take action. Lin Hua looked at Lin Yue again. Lin Yue nodded once more. 1,000 miles of white bones.
Using all the mental energy, releasing a wide-range bone spike attack.
The higher the mental energy, the larger the area affected.
If all the bone spikes could be transformed into materials and runes like long nails.
Lin Yue imagined for a moment. He felt it was unlikely.
Not to mention the amount of materials, this would involve changing the fundamental principle of the entire immortal technique.
It was simply unrealistic. As he thought of this, Lin Yue suddenly realized.
Lin Hua was out of mental energy. They were not the opponents of Huangxian at all. Huangxian clearly knew that Lin Hua was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As his fingers lifted, a coffin suddenly floated up from the ground. It seemed to want to devour Lin Hua. Lin Yue and Huangxian acted at the same time. They kicked the coffin and the coffin lit away.
Huangxian was going crazy.
He felt he had been cheated. Lin Hua directly used a big move, but it was an empty move. He clearly had no thought of winning.
What the hell are you doing? You said you would buy me time, and this is how you drag it out?
Lin Hua looked at Huangxian, as if feeling a bit guilty towards him.
So he spoke. Die. Let Zheng Ying kill you. Then you can go to the immortal realm.
In the moment Huangxian was dumbfounded. Lin Hua grabbed Lin Yue's hand and stabbed the long nail into his chest. Then slowly closed his eyes.
Crazy.
Even Huangxian was staring in disbelief at the scene before him.
He could not determine
Whether Lin Hua knew from the beginning that he could not win, and deliberately used this method to kill him.
Hua Xian's face turned red and green. What a lunatic! I can't believe you.
After saying that, Hua Xian turned his head and prepared to escape.
Lin Hua actually died inexplicably. Even if he knew Huang Xian's weakness was the coffin,
he still did not dare to face it directly, listening to the kill prompt in his ears. Not to mention that Huang Xian and Hua Xian could not believe Lin Hua's words.
Even Lin Yue could not believe what he just said. What did it mean to let him kill? Even if this was really the way to enter the game, who would dare to bet? As Hua Xian just escaped, the coffin in the sky moved, chasing after the direction of Hua Xian.
And Huang Xian stared suspiciously at Lin Yue.
Kill or be killed? If killed, can he really take the last step?
The key is that Lin Hua died too smoothly. So smooth that he could not believe everything before his eyes. This guy seemed to be explaining his last wishes while teaching Lin Yue immortal techniques from the beginning. Then in front of him, he died at Lin Yue's hands.
But what if this was all a plot? Huang Xian suddenly felt he had underestimated Lin Hua all along. What a ruthless scheme. Huang Xian craved immortality so much that this absurd idea, even if it costs him his life to try, he could not help but have the thought of trying it out.
Lin Hua had seized on this point,
tightly gripping his throat, making him hesitant about easily killing Lin Yue. Looking at Lin Yue, Huang Xian was unable to make a choice for a moment.
He could only stare blankly at Lin Hua's corpse like Lin Yue. If one could say confused.
Lin Yue was actually even more confused. Why did the direction of the game change like this? Where was he? What was he supposed to do? He had no idea.
He didn't understand why Lin Hua was so good to him.
Perhaps it was because of Lin Ying.
Perhaps it was because he spoke the truth. Regardless of how,
teaching the immortal technique was real.
Leaving a mess for him was also real.
Just then, the coffin flew back.
Inside the coffin was Hua Xian's pleading for mercy.
Huang Xian did not lift his head, letting Hua Xian's wails gradually weaken
until they disappeared,
once again swallowing Hua Xian. Huang Xian did not feel excited.
He originally thought that swallowing Lin Hua could take him further. Now, however, he had to question it. Regardless, he would not let go of Lin Hua's corpse.
Put down his body, then get lost. In the end, Huang Xian hesitated. He did not immediately act against Lin Yue. He needed time to think. After all, Lin Yue couldn't leave this place anyway.
Hearing Huang Xian's words, Lin Yue lifted his head, and his expression gradually became serious.
What if I don't? Weird tiger. A tiger roar exploded in the courtyard.
The appearance of the weird tiger.
It meant Lin Yue chose to fight.
He had to protect Lin Hua's body
and prevent Huang Xian from becoming even stronger.
The bones within him instantly tore through his skin and covered his entire body. He also had long nails. If Huang Xian was really strange, the true body was still that coffin. He was not without hope to fight. Huang Xian saw the weird tiger and smiled coldly.
Do you really think you are important? I only have my eyes on it because I want to eat it. Forget it. After all, you still have two others. You are not special. Hearing this, Lin Yue frowned and stepped back.
It turned out this guy had known he was a player from the very beginning,
inviting him here.
It was merely to research players and study relics.
At the same time,
Zhang Hai, who had locked onto the passage direction again. They found the old people and children who escaped the village.
These old people fought desperately to save the children.
They had already fallen into his hands. Although the old people still didn't trust them. But at this moment, they had no choice. Most of the old people were almost caught in the range of the bone spikes. The two rescued by Zhang Hai were also on the verge of death. And this child was only about 1 year old. It seemed he couldn't even talk.
No wonder he couldn't stop crying in that straw shed.
At this age, it would be strange if he could control himself.
But they didn't understand
why these strange things would allow a child to survive in this village.
And when the hint appeared on the child's body, Zhang Hai and another player were stunned and couldn't speak. At this moment, they only had one thought.
That was to take him and flee this place. Of course, the system also provided an escape mission.
And a clear escape route. They finally understood.
They had appeared for this child.
Chapter 137, Which era do you come from?
To deal with relics.
Lin Yue could be said to be experienced.
The original form of the weird tiger, that black tiger, was destroyed by holy water.
As for Huang Xian,
Lin Yue only needed to find a chance to attack the coffin's true body. If he had known this information sooner, Lin Hua might not have had to die. Of course, Lin Hua's death was strange.
This guy actually counted as suicide.
Lin Yue patted the back of the weird tiger.
Don't mess around, try to hold him back. I'll deal with that coffin.
The weird tiger couldn't speak,
but it clearly understood Lin Yue's meaning.
So it lowered its body, and a pair of saber teeth was surrounded by blood-colored mist. This was an attack method Lin Yue had never seen before.
This guy also knew that Huang Xian was not easy to deal with.
It seemed to reveal its ultimate move directly.
Huang Xian raised an eyebrow. With a wave, a large number of yellow papers flew out,
heading straight for Lin Yue and the weird tiger.
These paper money fell like metal darts, sharp and dangerous.
The weird tiger opened its mouth and absorbed the blood mist on its saber teeth,
then roared loudly.
A wave of blood-colored mist radiated outward in visible ripples. All the yellow papers that came into contact were blown away. Wherever the yellow paper hit the ground, there would be a pit as if it had disappeared. Lin Yue's eyes jumped wildly.
Did Huang Xian not take the battle against Lin Hua seriously at all?
There was no time for him to think more. Taking advantage of the weird tiger clearing the incoming yellow papers, he took a big gulp of holy water.
Then he leaped up, simultaneously transforming into the six-armed Buddha posture.
Various weapons were held in his hands, all aimed at the coffin.
Huang Xian was preoccupied, controlling the coffin to dodge Lin Yue's attack.
He did not directly fly out to trap him like he did with Flower Fairy. This made Lin Yue somewhat disappointed.
Huang Xian actually didn't plan to lock him up. After landing,
Lin Yue felt a bit anxious.
How to fight against something that could fly without clashing with him head-on?
That thing on the ground was not the true body. Lin Yue quickly made a decision in his heart. He turned to attack Huang Xian. Since the coffin was afraid of him and didn't dare to get too close, then he would attack what he could reach. Huang Xian's eyes were full of scrutiny. Lin Yue was indeed strange. This was something he had seen with his own eyes. Since his return, he had not used his core abilities. He was worried that Lin Yue would learn them in an instant. After a few rounds of continuous entanglement, Lin Yue showed no signs of stealing skills. This made him relax a bit. It seemed that Lin Yue's copy ability required his approval to activate. Such a heavenly ability having such a restriction was reasonable. If Lin Yue only had this level of skill, he was like Lin Hua, not worth his serious attention. Lin Yue had no idea what he was thinking. Taking advantage of his distraction, he raised his hand and swung the steel pipe.
Huang Xian didn't take it seriously. The next second,
his expression changed. At the moment of contact, he knew the steel pipe was extraordinary. Although this body was not his life form, it was also a puppet forged from the bodies of other immortals. It could also be quickly repaired. Even Lin Hua's big move hadn't completely crushed this puppet. But he had never encountered such a feeling before. It felt as fragile as glass. A single touch and it would shatter.
What is this thing again?
After the steel pipe smashed Huang Xian's arm, Lin Yue's attack had just begun. The holy water in his mouth was spat onto the deceitful long knife. In an instant, it swept out. As Huang Xian jumped back, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Because Lin Yue was now completely black, with dark energy swirling around him, looking even more like a ghost. Yet this knife shone with a holy light. This was a completely different kind of power. This seemed to be the true power that an immortal should control. Not the power of these imposters. But could these two opposing powers coexist in one person? Is that even possible? What on earth is Lin Yue? The speed of the puppet was ultimately not the same as the true body.
Huang Xian was just a beat slow.
The long knife split him in half at the waist. Sensing the damage to the puppet, Huang Xian prepared to repair it. But he encountered another unexpected situation. Unable to repair. Suddenly, he thought of something. Immortals do not die or decay. It is the ultimate expression of power pursued by all living beings. There must be a source to trace back to. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strange beings claiming to be immortals, desperately pursuing this path. He had also witnessed many ancient relics left over from the ancient times, proving the existence of immortals. And Lin Yue's transcendent power must come from those ancient eras. Outsider. Perhaps a group of time travelers from different eras. In fact, there was much evidence to support this. But Lin Yue's holy power was the most direct proof. It was an empirical fact that had never appeared in all prior speculations. After Huang Xian's upper body fell to the ground. He was bitten by the ghost tiger, which immediately began to tear him apart. His head was still in the ghost tiger's mouth. His eyes stared straight at Lin Yue, asking him, "From which era did you come? Tell me." At the moment when Huang Xian's head was crushed and swallowed by the ghost tiger, the binding thread in Lin Yue's hand rushed straight towards the coffin in the sky. What he wanted was this moment when Huang Xian lost his sight. The binding thread was stained red with his blood, brought out by the bone armor. In an instant, a red ribbon tightly wrapped around the coffin. "I also want to ask, what era do I come from? Why don't you answer me first? What era is this, exactly?" The binding thread only had a very short time of strong control. This was also Lin Yue's first time revealing this hidden card in battle. And Huang Xian, inside the coffin, felt his whole body was uncontrollable. His heart shocked again. However, his expression did not change much. Lin Yue had already given him too many surprises. He no longer knew what other tricks this kid still had up his sleeve. What was certain was, there is definitely a backup plan. Lin Yue threw the long nail towards the coffin. He did not know if the coffin had a heart. Anyway, it was better to nail it down first. At the same time, his body lifted off the ground. The holy water swallowed into his mouth. His body transformed from a pitch-black Shura form into a brilliant golden light in an instant. All arms swung fiercely, fists pounding out. A series of fist shadows and palm prints all struck the coffin. Crack! Under Lin Yue's frenzied assault, the coffin let out a mournful cry of impending disintegration. Lin Yue held the long nail in one hand, controlling his body to hover. Finally, he gathered strength and punched at the sunken coffin lid. The wooden board shattered, revealing the true form of the yellow immortal. Rotting, bloated, full of maggots. A pair of eyes deep and pitch black. Under the sacred light, the maggots screamed, rising with black smoke. Even the true form of the yellow immortal was burning and smoking. If the coffin was damaged, he was also damaged. The sacred power was inviolable. This is the ultimate fear of all the strange. The yellow immortal looked at him calmly and said, "It seems history has made a mistake. Strangeness is still strangeness. And immortality is another matter." The yellow immortal still had many backup plans unused. Unfortunately, this entangling thread had him firmly controlled. The holy water perfectly restrained him. No matter what heavenly thing Lin Yue brought out, he would no longer be surprised. At this moment, all he could do was wait for death. Just then, a voice entered his ears. At first, he was in disbelief. Then he gladly accepted. Silently watching Lin Yue's punch come soaring. Bang! Lin Yue's attention was entirely on the attack. He saw the gap. He directly punched the yellow immortal on the forehead. Ding! Kill the original strange, false. Freedom points plus 10. After landing with delayed realization, he rolled up the shattered coffin and stored it in his space backpack. Original. Turns out he is not some cultivator. Damn system, it's killing me. But what about the immortal techniques? Lin Yue felt puzzled. He always felt something was off. It seemed the system and hints were somewhat disharmonious in some aspects. Ding! The core objective of the instance is departing the instance area. Please proceed to pursue immediately. Warning! If the player strays too far from the mission target, they will be left here forever. Chapter 138, Child of the Strange. Zheng Hai and the other two held the baby in their arms. They dared not stop for a moment. The system constantly urged them, they were outside the Wunshan town. All the immortals had sensed the baby's presence. They were rushing in from all directions. Zheng Hai glanced at the giggling baby in his arms while running. The prompt appeared again. Clear and unmistakable. Child of the Strange, future master of strangeness, a special type of strange birthed from the union of the strange and humans in Wunshan town. Warning, if the child of the strange dies or does not escape Wunshan town, all players will be erased. He had been to worlds with strange masters, so he understood very well. This tiny being, who couldn't even bind a chicken, would be a terrifying presence in the future. As long as they could successfully save him, he might soar back to the world of the strange master. That would be the highest reward. But the difficulty. Can we escape? I've already sensed there are a large number of strange reactions appearing around us. There are at least hundreds. No. Thousands of strangeness are attacking. Zheng Hai gritted his teeth. What could they do? If the system had told them from the beginning that the target was to save the child of the strange, the five of them could have alternated using blood candles to resist. Perhaps they could have delayed for a while. Unfortunately, in several instances, there had never been a mission task to escape right from the start.
He could even imagine how many players had been doomed to die in this instance. Zheng Hai glanced back at the white bone forest. Most players, after obtaining powerful relics, would choose to hunt the strange to gain higher scores and rewards. After all, escaping with the mission target on the first day would surely lead to low scores. This was not beneficial for future survival in instances. They're coming from all directions in the sky. A strange shadow began to emerge. These were all oddities that were not qualified to enter the asking immortal town. But even so, their power wouldn't be much lower. Zheng Hai's rationality was already very low. He gritted his teeth and handed the golden gun to the player behind him. We'll take at least 2 with us, even if we die. Fire as many shots as you can. The player looked at the golden gun. A flash of excitement crossed his face. What a wonderful relic! What a shame! He aimed at the nearest terrifying oddity behind him. He pulled the trigger. The oddity saw the dark object aimed at it, and didn't foolishly rush to accept it. It flickered and chose to dodge. But after a long while, nothing happened. This made it feel deceived at once. It suddenly felt ashamed. Damn human, dare to trick me? Wait, I'll dig out your heart and feed it back to you bit by bit. As soon as the voice fell, a bullet suddenly appeared. It seemed to have crossed time and space. It just happened to appear at its brow. And this force tore through its flesh until it exploded its entire head. A large amount of flesh and bloody scenes did not scare away the other oddities. From under the wild grass, one by one, skeletons crawled out. Very soon, they had lost the path ahead. Clearly, they had already received the route to advance given by the system. Damn it! I'm not willing. This dungeon is definitely over the limit. Is this a task a human can complete? Zheng Hai heard the angry roar of his companions. He also stopped in his tracks. There was no more road. No. The difficulty of the dungeon is judged based on the number and strength of the players. It must be him. It's not an illusion. Lin Yue. Where the hell are you? As the oddities rushed forward, Zheng Hai hugged the baby tightly. He closed his eyes. 1,000 miles of white bones. Hearing the familiar voice, Zheng Hai opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, what greeted him was an endless forest of bone spikes. Countless oddities were pierced by bone spikes. Lin Yue heard continuous kill notifications in his ears. But he didn't pause at all. He jumped on the bone tiger. He rushed to Zheng Hai and said, "What are you dawdling for? Get on." The saber-toothed tiger was big enough for 3 people to sit comfortably. Another player was still in a daze, because he recognized Lin Yue as the boss they encountered on the first day of the game. Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai impatiently climbed onto the bone tiger and said, "Stop with the he. It was a misunderstanding from the beginning. Hurry up and get on." Lin Yue withdrew the forest of bone spikes. Riding the bone tiger, he dashed wildly. What surrounded them was an endless expanse of wild grass. But following the system's map guidance, they quickly seemed to cross space, instantly arriving in a forested area. And here was the very mountain they came to. The small broken house from before was still there. It turned out the starting point was also their escape's endpoint. However, just like before, they encountered no Huangxian. They couldn't even enter the asking immortal town. Lin Yue still wanted to see what that so-called task target child looked like. But in the next second, he returned to the transfer space. An inexplicable dungeon. Lin Yue felt that the dungeon was becoming more and more inexplicable. He even felt unable to understand it. That feeling was like the original direction of the dungeon had been influenced or changed by something. The scoring began to calculate. They hadn't completed many tasks at all. Thus, the score was low. The rewards weren't even as much as killing one oddity. But, damn, this wave of harvesting gave so many free points? Lin Yue's last rescue move, 1,000 miles of white bones, had exhausted all his mental energy. Though not as exaggerated as Lin Hua's, he still harvested a large number of oddities. A total of 400 points of free points. Apart from not getting dungeon fragments and relic treasure chests, it was simply the wealthiest reward ever. When everything calmed down, in the room of the documents, the songstress pierced by bone spikes slowly moved. The notebook Lin Yue wanted appeared in her hands at that moment. She was much more skilled at using it now.
She stared for a long time. Until in a video, the initial soldier appeared. His flesh shattered, turning into a bolt of lightning, disappearing in that glass room. Only then did she slowly close it. At this moment, a figure appeared behind her. She instantly became alert. She turned to look behind. "Who are you?" The other party looked at her quietly and said, "Who I am is not important, what matters is that you must die. You were supposed to die here. Only this way can history progress correctly." The songstress smiled and stood up. "History? I don't understand what you're saying." In that instant, the lightning flashed in the other's eyes. Only then did the songstress suddenly turn in terror and run away. But unfortunately, she had just escaped outside. In the clear sky above, a bolt of lightning fell directly down. It completely engulfed her. That notebook also fell into his hands. He shouldn't be here. The contents of this notebook shouldn't be seen by him so soon. You should be grateful I changed the game rules. Sometimes, I really think both of you are seriously ill. After cursing the air inexplicably for a moment, he then transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished. Moments later, a black and a white figure appeared in the yard, exchanging glances. Then they both looked towards a void. There, Huang Xian and Lin Hua appeared together in the hunger world. However, they had yet to figure out where they were. That bolt of lightning appeared again, instantly taking them away. Chapter 139, The Kingdom of Wild Men. Hearing the eerie tiger roar again, Lin Yue finally lifted his head from the points allocation. The shadow outside the base was still present. With so many freedom points, he casually maxed out his strength, constitution, and agility. Yet his mental power seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he added, it seemed unchanged. Now was not the time to be troubled by this. He saw the shadow slowly approaching. At first, there was only one. As time spread, it gradually began to increase. Lin Yue reluctantly transformed again. Turning into a strange form, he made the figures in the night stop in their tracks. Only that initial shadow slowly walked into the light of the fire. Human? Arriving at the edge of the base wall was a tall woman. She was dressed in exquisite animal skins, holding a bone knife longer than herself. With a curious expression, she scanned the spiked wooden stakes Lin Yue set up. Lin Yue remembered the system saying there were wild people here. He did not retract his transformation. Wild people or whatever. Even if there was danger, it shouldn't be more dangerous than him, the strongest human, right? Out of caution, he maintained his horrifying strange form. This made the wild woman gradually fix her gaze on him. Seeing Lin Yue making no threatening moves, her courage gradually grew. She even gracefully climbed up the wall along the spiked wooden stakes. This action triggered the eerie tiger's hostility. If it weren't for Lin Yue catching its fur in time, this guy would have charged out. And Lin Yue easily controlled the eerie tiger's movements. Finally prompted the wild woman to take other actions. She pointed behind her. Then pointed at herself. Then she took out a piece of crystal from her animal skin bag and tossed it over. Lin Yue glanced at the object on the ground. And didn't move. He didn't know what the other meant. Can you talk? Lin Yue could tell the other didn't seem to be dangerous. After some thought, he directly asked. When the woman heard him speak, her eyes lit up. Then she ran away without looking back, leaving Lin Yue in a daze, picking up that shiny crystal stone. Acquired Ash Crystal Fragment. Ash Crystal Fragment, a crystal of energy that gives birth to a world of destruction. A complete crystal contains terrifying energy and can be used to bind spiritual entities. Tip: this item is deeply buried underground. It is evidence of a world's destruction. Very precious. Evidence of world destruction. Shouldn't that be a fossil? Lin Yue, feeling confused, collected this thing. This sudden visitor. Lin Yue became aware. The transit station seemed not so simple on the surface. It was worth exploring. He thought these wild people wouldn't come back for a while. After Lin Yue fell asleep, the sky had just begun to brighten. The eerie tiger beneath him started to howl. He looked up. He saw countless wild people surrounding his base. They even raised huge bonfires and altars. A wild person dressed in colorful attire was softly chanting something. When Lin Yue climbed onto the wall to watch, a wild person spotted him, letting out a strange cry. All the wild people knelt down to him together. Especially when the eerie tiger jumped beside him, rubbing against his arm. The atmosphere became even stranger. The wild people looked at him, their eyes filled not only with fear, but also with awe. And the wild person covered in graffiti stopped chanting at that moment.
He walked to the foot of the wall and bowed down to Lin Yue, saying, "Respected master, please forgive our unwelcome arrival." The other wild people only knew how to howl. They couldn't speak at all. But those sounds seemed to be learning from the graffiti-covered wild person. "You can speak? What do you mean by coming to me?" Lin Yue didn't understand their actions. But having someone to talk to naturally made him happy. In this world full of huge creatures, having a speaking person, even if they are wild, was better than being alone. But upon hearing Lin Yue's question, the other party was taken aback. "Did you not accept our prayers?" Lin Yue frowned. Then he remembered the wild woman from last night. He immediately took out that piece of ash crystal. "Are you talking about this?" When the wild people saw the crystal, they immediately cheered. Lin Yue was speechless. This thing was clearly something they had casually thrown. Picking it up was considered making some kind of deal with them? That was too much. Just as Lin Yue was deep in thought, strange bird sounds appeared in the sky again. Lin Yue's face changed. Those wild people were even more panicked. They kept shouting in place. They took out various bone weapons and huddled together, forming a defensive formation. Seeing those strange birds, Lin Yue was also filled with anger. This time with wild people present. Those strange birds did not dive straight at him, but circled above his base. It seemed they were waiting for orders. After searching for a while, Lin Yue finally found the strange bird leader giving orders in the shadows. Such a massive mental force. He didn't need to use relics with caution. He directly threw the binding thread wrapped around his hand. A white cloth avoided all the strange birds. It rushed straight towards the inconspicuous strange bird. In an instant, it bounded up. And this sudden scene also stunned the wild people who were ready to fight to the death. When the strange bird leader fell down, the eerie tiger jumped off the wall. It stepped on the strange bird leader's head with one paw and ripped it off in one bite. Roar! After the eerie tiger killed the strange bird leader, it let out a loud roar among the wild people, seemingly venting the anger from being besieged before. This guy also held grudges. And the surrounding wild people stood in shock for a few seconds. Then they all cheered together. "Master, please be sure to take us in. We have no way out anymore." The wild priest knelt down directly this time. Previously, he was the only one who did not kneel. After witnessing Lin Yue's power, his eyes were also filled with awe and fear. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yue realized, "You have seen someone like me before. Is that so?" The wild priest immediately nodded. He stated that their former master had established a kingdom here. Those ruins were once glorious evidence. However, at some unknown time, that master never returned. Lin Yue could understand this statement. A high-level player also chose this place as a transit station, and even built a wild kingdom here. However, the other party died in a high-level dungeon. In the end, this place gradually fell into ruin. Not many can speak. It seems the other party did not want the local savages to move towards a more civilized society, deliberately not letting them learn, keeping them ignorant, so that he could enjoy an emperor-like status here. Moreover, without the protection of that high-level player, these savages were no match for the beasts and strange birds and insects of this ancient land. Thus, the kingdom ultimately became a ruin. If Lin Yue guessed correctly, those ruins were probably already occupied by various beasts and monsters of this world. They became nests. If his speculation was correct, then will there be anything left behind by that player in the ruins? Lin Yue looked at the ash crystal fragments in his hand. A glimmer shone in his eyes. This thing was clearly left behind by that old player. Like a seal. It was a symbol of power. Chapter 140, Useless Gold. After the other strange birds were scared away, the savage priest told Lin Yue, the ruins on the other side of the river were just a mine. It was very far from their once great kingdom. The true kingdom ruins were very far away. The scale was also very large. Now, their population had shrunk from millions to barely 10,000. Moreover, they had retreated to such a remote corner. They could barely survive. They had also split into several tribes, scattered in this forest and the surrounding mountains. The wild woman who handed over the crystal fragments last night was his daughter, the future heir. When the savage priest said she would be Lin Yue's future chancellor, Lin Yue almost couldn't hold it together. This player must have come from the Blue Star. The title of chancellor came up. It was easy to imagine how much that player enjoyed playing emperor back then. Did he regret not choosing the harem world and developing it himself? It's not that I can't take you in. I just need to be clear with you. I am not your former master, I myself cannot roam this world. Don't expect me to take you back to your former habitat. If you want to stay, stay here. I will teach you some basic survival strategies. Whether or not you can recreate your past era depends on yourselves. No matter what Lin Yue said. The savage priest nodded crazily. It seemed everything Lin Yue said was a holy decree. Even that night, they sent over a dozen wild women to Lin Yue. His daughter was among them. Lin Yue immediately waved his hand. Don't do this. I don't want my descendants to live in such a world. Lin Yue estimated he could stay at the station for half a month. There were still more than 10 days ahead. He let the wild people go back first. For now, he didn't have the time and energy to take care of them. However, the first holy decree he gave to the savage priest was to teach his language to the other savages. The savage priest hesitated a bit. The language Lin Yue spoke had been firmly refused by the former master to be taught to every savage. But thinking that Lin Yue was now the master, he nodded in agreement. Lin Yue told him. Soon, I will go to the divine realm to continue battling. This is just a place for me to rest temporarily, I will not stay here long. I hope that the next time I return, I can at least hear them say good morning. After the savage priest returned, Lin Yue patted the strange tiger. The man and the tiger swam across to the other side of the river. He was very interested in the ruins left behind by the old player. He just didn't know if he could obtain any good items. Upon arriving on the other side of the river, roots twisted around everywhere. These roots were thinner than the ancient trees on the other side, but they were more dense. And there was a golden vein. It seemed to be affected by some specific soil environment. Only a corner of a building was exposed. Lin Yue could not make out any style until he walked out of this woodland. Seeing that pyramid-like building, he couldn't help but curl his lip. What a lack of creativity. Isn't this just cursing oneself? The pyramid is a home for the dead. This player turned a mine into the shape of a pyramid. How much is he looking forward to it collapsing into a graveyard? The ground was covered with roots of varying sizes and thickness. Lin Yue looked at these giant stone pyramids. He observed with great interest for a while. Saying that this is a pyramid is somewhat different. There is a hall inside. It is very large. In other words, this pyramid is hollow. The entrance was filled with bones. There were both animal and human remains. On the wild people's bones, there were rusty metal armors. It seems that this player has at least reached the Iron Age here. But upon walking inside, Lin Yue found that there were actually cables on the internal walls. The cables must have been brought over from other instances. From a craftsmanship perspective, this is not something those wild people could master. At the very top of the suspended pyramid, there hung a nearly 100-meter wide diamond chandelier. As for the devices and lamps in the hall, their shells are all made of gold. The columns supporting the pyramid's interior space are made of steel. The downward mine passages. Everywhere was gold, indicating that this is a gold mine. There was also an iron track underground. Not knowing where it leads, one can imagine it should connect to the capital of the wild people's kingdom. Looking at such a large-scale mine passage, Lin Yue couldn't help but ponder. He only has half a month of rest time each time he returns. So how many times has this old player stayed here? How many instances has he cleared? To build this place to such a scale? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that as the player's level increases, the time they can stay here will gradually increase? Here there are none of the beasts or bugs Lin Yue worries about. After exploring for a few days, the only useful thing he found was a map. This player drew a huge map, vaguely revealing the true appearance of a corner of this world. However, it was only a topographic map connected to the railway. It marked the routes between the kingdom's capital and all the mines. And there are a total of 8 such pyramid mines. The wild person said their population now has fewer than 10,000. That should not be accurate. He doesn't believe that these scattered places have no other wild people surviving. Perhaps, they have developed civilization with the remnants left by the old player. Continuing to explore downward, Lin Yue discovered an interesting phenomenon. These gold have not all been taken away. The outer perimeter of the pyramid is littered with scattered gold ore. Or rather, this player isn't really mining for gold. Gold is just a secondary goal, while he is looking for something else. He saw a large amount of gold being discarded. Diamonds, jade, and other gems were tossed not far into the mine. thrown around like garbage instead of being boxed or stored. Gold is far less useful than steel in mechanical properties. Moreover, he is the only emperor. And also restricts the development of civilization. He doesn't even need to develop an economy. So, this thing has become a useless waste. Even taking up space beside him feels bothersome. What exactly is he mining for? Lin Yue thought of the system prompt about ash crystals. Something that can only be born from the destruction of a world. Could it be that he is searching for this? He called over the priest to seek answers. But the priest himself existed several hundred years after that era. A lot of history has not been recorded. For the master, it is only verbally passed down by each tribe's priests. How much of it is true must be questioned. All he knows is that the master comes from another world. Powerful, like a god. Can protect them from being harmed by other beasts and monsters. Half a month flies by in an instant. This wild people's tribe has fewer than 1,000 people. After Lin Yue accepted them, they began to gradually shift their living area. Near the river, many trees were cut down. And after just a few days of work, Lin Yue disappeared from their view. Dad, did the main one go to battle in the divine realm? The daughter of the wild priest could speak the language of Blue Star. After all, she was the successor. It was just that seeing Lin Yue for the first time, she couldn't believe it all. There was one more thing. As long as the old priest was around. Even if she could speak, she couldn't say it. Otherwise, according to the original master's law, she would be put to death directly. Fortunately, on the first day, Lin Yue abolished this old rule. Only then could she speak freely. These days, the happiest person was her. She even became a language teacher in the tribe. The priest looked at the starry sky and nodded seriously. He pointed to a fiery red star and said, "The master must have gone there." Other wild people gazed at the red star with longing. As if they truly saw a fierce battle of the gods. All around was a sea of fire. That's why that star turned red. Lin Yue's figure flashed and appeared in a bustling alley of neon lights. Before he could see the surroundings clearly, a thick, chubby arm draped over his shoulder, sweetly saying, "Little brother, come in and play." Chapter 141, Blue Star Instance. This round of game, the eve of the apocalypse, officially started. The task you need to complete, protect the target person. The rules of this round of the game are as follows. First, find and protect the target until the apocalypse arrives. Second, you can show your strength freely, release relic restrictions for everyone, and kill as many anomalies as possible. Third, during this period, anyone who reveals personal identity information will be directly eliminated. Fourth, no returning home. Anyone who goes home will face failure punishment. This round of the game lasts for 3 days, until the target safely enters the shelter. Those who fail will have all their connected people and things completely eliminated. Target information has been uploaded. The target is 13.73 kilometers from the current location. Looking at the flashing map, Lin Yue yanked away the fat hand on his shoulder. With disbelief on his face, he looked at the latest information. Task failed. Annihilate the 9 clans? No, this is no longer annihilating the 9 clans. Not even enough. They even want to erase everything related. This is completely erasing everything related to the player. Is this Blue Star? A no returning home instantly confirmed this thought in Lin Yue's mind. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him. The streetwalker was angrily rubbing her arm. What a sicko! Tao Guluk, this person hurt my arm. It hurt so much. Inside the little shop, 2 tattooed strong men were sitting. When Lin Yue removed the streetwalker's arm, they stood up right away. Little brat. You hurt our girl. What do you think should be done? The 2 stood up, pushing the fat girl aside. With a wicked smile, they walked toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue saw the phone in their hands. Instead of running, he stepped forward. He directly grabbed the other party's phone. The other frowned. Where did this fool come from? Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Seeing this, the other strong man directly swung his fist, but hit Lin Yue's forehead. Lin Yue not only suffered no harm. It felt as though a fist struck steel. Instead, he let out a wail, stepping back a few paces, clutching his wrist. Lin Yue was too excited. He completely ignored these 2. Directly lit up the lock screen on his phone. 2049? City A. I'm back? Ha ha. I'm back. Overly excited, Lin Yue completely failed to notice the dagger drawn by the other party. And it stabbed toward him.
until he felt a jab in his side. He turned around with a displeased expression, looking at the other party.
Ha? Tired of living?
And the other party didn't actually want to hurt him, they just wanted to scare Lin Yue.
They didn't expect Lin Yue to stand still. And not dodge at all. Damn. Do you not want to dodge? Let me tell you, don't think you can extort us? You harmed and robbed first. We have someone backing us up at the police station. Lin Yue touched his wound.
The crimson blood was licked away by him. The wound was actually not deep.
At the moment of the attack, the body instinctively reacted by contracting to trap the blade. It only broke a bit of skin.
However, the two bodyguards from the yellow store were scared stiff. There was no time to get entangled with them.
Lin Yue's first thought was to go home.
But the warning from the rules made him stop in his tracks.
He looked around. In the pitch-black night, there was no one in the alley at all.
Lin Yue turned and picked up the two, one in each hand. Then he closed the rolling shutter door.
After simply and gently giving the two a beating,
Lin Yue handed his phone to one of them and said,
"Unlock it."
The two, bruised and battered, even instinctively raised their hands to block when Lin Yue handed over the phone.
"Bro, we were wrong. Were you in the army? We have always been operating with a conscience. Just now I wanted to scare you, but I didn't expect you didn't dodge." Lin Yue couldn't be bothered to listen to this. He wanted them to hurry up and unlock it. Once the phone was unlocked, Lin Yue searched for familiar apps. Unfortunately, he didn't find any.
In 2049, it had been 24 years since he had crossed over. He didn't expect that the once most popular apps had also become cold. He opened the browser to look for the latest news.
Half an hour later, through the phone news and questioning the three of them, Lin Yue roughly understood the situation of this era.
Firstly, there was talk of the apocalypse. The three shook their heads.
But according to the information from the copy rules, 3 days later, it would be the apocalypse.
Lin Yue asked about strange things. This time, the three hesitated and did not shake their heads directly. Seeing this, Lin Yue sat down calmly.
"Tell me about the strange things. Say as much as you know."
While listening, Lin Yue changed the search content.
Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Thinking carefully, it made sense. In the country, it was normal not to find any news. But these three clearly knew something.
Knowing that the three were talking one after another about the shocking news that had leaked online some time ago.
In a laboratory, a soldier was struck by lightning and disappeared.
It was the kind of disappearance where the whole person vanished in an instant. The initial public opinion of this news was whether humans should experiment with superpowers.
However, the next day, that video was confirmed to be fake. It was a fake news made by AI. That news even still exists to this day. Lin Yue searched and actually found it.
Just seeing that footage, he was stunned. That video was the same video file he had seen on Mr. Huang's laptop.
Was the official really allowing this video to remain untouched? Was it intentional?
Lin Yue felt it was probably done on purpose.
What does this have to do with strange things? Speaking of this, that girl became excited. She said someone filmed the soldier struck by lightning appearing in the city.
And he was hovering in the sky battling something.
However, this video was heavily taken down. The way it was handled was also created by AI. Because it had a huge impact, it was detrimental to social stability. So it was taken down and deleted.
She believed this person was a cultivator hidden among humans.
Lin Yue's mouth twitched. There really are many fans of cultivation. And they are everywhere. Aside from that, recently, has anything special happened?
The three held their heads and exchanged glances. It was still the girl who spoke first. Yesterday my classmate said the apocalypse is coming soon. He said those videos are true. He's hoarding supplies and building a shelter. Recently, quite a few people have started to build shelters and stockpile supplies.
Recently, salt prices have risen again.
This woman chattered on about a lot of things. Useful or useless, he listened. Suddenly, on the small map in front of him, a green dot appeared within the detection range and quickly approached the red dot's guard target.
Is there a player getting close to the guard target? Chapter 142, Advanced Player. Lin Yue took the phone away.
Before leaving, he paused to search for something in the room.
Is there a mask?
The three exchanged glances. The lady stood up and handed Lin Yue a pair of black stockings.
No mask, just use this.
No. It's unused. Lin Yue clicked his tongue and did not take it. The rules say personal information cannot be exposed. The biggest problem is running into someone familiar.
There is a time difference. People who are not very familiar will not recognize them.
For disguise, there is no need to rush for now.
After leaving here,
he quickly headed towards the target marked on the map. The game has lifted all restrictions on relics. This made Lin Yue feel a wave of worry. At this moment, all his relics had no time limit.
As long as his mental power is sufficient, he could use them forever. What kind of terrifying existence must they face to make the game lift its restrictions?
Thinking of this, Lin Yue wrapped the binding yarn around his face. Only his eyes and mouth were exposed.
It gave people a bit of a Jean feeling.
When he was only a few hundred meters away from another green dot player, the other side changed direction. They started to dash towards him.
The speed was so fast. It made him feel a little pressure. And the street was no longer lively as before. He looked at the time.
It was only 10 p.m., yet the street had almost no pedestrians. There were also very few vehicles. Their wild sprint attracted a lot of car owners' attention.
The key was their speed was too fast. It was not something ordinary people could achieve. Many people took out their phones to film. Unfortunately, they could only capture a shadow. Lin Yue did not care.
He turned and raced towards the green dot head-on. A few hundred meters at full speed, and it was a two-way rush. The two quickly met each other. The other person was dressed in white casual wear. His face was covered by a fox mask, making it impossible to see his features. The moment he saw Lin Yue, he threw a huge battle axe with a flick of his hand.
This took Lin Yue by surprise. Could he be an enemy?
Looking at the battle axe, the long nail pierced into his hand.
Lin Yue took the hit head-on. The two made a sound. The battle axe bounced back and fell into the other person's hand.
Then, they both threw out their fists at the same time.
Crack!
A crisp sound of bone cracking rang from the other person's fist.
The binding yarn automatically immunized the other's attack. Lin Yue did not actually suffer any damage.
He only lost some mental power.
The other party was not angry.
Instead, he showed a delighted expression.
Amazing.
Bro, you're also an advanced player, right? With us two advanced players, it should be stable. Seeing the other guy merely rubbed his fingers and healed his cracked bones.
Lin Yue frowned. This guy. If he weren't an advanced player, would he have been dealt with?
He also felt quite surprised. The other person thought it would take two advanced players to handle the current instance. This meant he had experienced instances of similar difficulty. And advanced players would appear in instances meant for beginner players like him. That felt somewhat unreasonable. Could it be that his strength had already surpassed that of a beginner player? The scene of them throwing punches was filmed by someone,
and had already been uploaded to the internet. Only some platforms had not passed the review. Currently, it can only be seen on some small websites. But that was enough to attract the attention of some departments searching for special phenomena. At this moment,
a third green dot appeared.
Lin Yue turned and headed towards the direction of the protection target.
The young man in casual clothing followed closely behind.
Soon,
they stopped in front of an apartment complex.
It was just a very ordinary neighborhood. It even looked a bit old.
The grandfather in the security booth looked like he was about to be buried.
Lin Yue looked at the red dot on the map. For a moment, he couldn't determine which building the target to be protected was in. Troublesome. There are thousands of people in this neighborhood, how to find? The system is always such a pain.
Lin Yue did not think the system was a pain.
Is there a possibility? This game system might not be able to achieve accurate location. After several instances,
Lin Yue gradually discovered that the system is not all-powerful. Many times, it's not that it doesn't want to give players more help, but rather that its technology is lacking.
It can only lock onto this range, which is probably its limit.
The two stopped for a while across from the community. The third green dot finally showed up slowly. The other side also wore a mask.
No one could tell who was who. They didn't even introduce themselves.
The young man in the fox mask called Lin Yue Bandage. He himself was called Fox. The one with the monkey mask called himself Monkey. But he insisted they call him Great Sage. Lin Yue's mouth curled slightly. There was no argument.
Call whatever you want, it's fine. Great Sage breathed for a moment and asked. Is it just the three of us? Lin Yue shook his head. He really didn't know this. To be honest,
if there was a fool who went home now,
that would really mess things up.
Indeed, the fourth person had gone home. But he didn't go inside.
He only looked at the door. The home still existed. But the elderly at home were no longer around.
Seeing his son grow up, who was now of similar age and resemblance to him, he finally revealed a trace of a subtle smile.
Zhao Gang did not wear a mask. His face looked as if it had gone through a fire. It was already unrecognizable.
Wrapped in a black robe, he turned and disappeared from the window.
The at-home version of himself had gray hair,
but his gaze was very sharp. As if sensing something, he glanced outside.
Upon seeing the pitch-black shadow vanish, he got up to take a look, then cautiously closed the window.
Lin Yue and the two were still worried if the missing player had gone home.
The next second,
a black figure slowly rose from beneath their feet. The voice was hoarse.
"There's no need to panic, I am with you."
Zhao Gang stared at the opposite community. His eyes were very calm.
Using relics without restrictions seems very difficult this round. Did you find anything?
Lin Yue looked at Zhao Gang's damaged face.
For a moment, he didn't recognize him.
At this moment, the prompt about players gathering sounded.
The mission could begin. Let me take a look first. He took out the voyeur's eyeball. If there are no usage restrictions, he could look for a longer time.
If he searched slowly, he would surely find the target.
When Zhao Gang saw the eyeball, he immediately recognized Lin Yue. The reunion didn't cause any emotional change in him.
The struggle of life and death had gradually taught him to view everything calmly. But as Lin Yue searched for suspicious targets,
his positioning just happened to separate him from the other two,
and he was half turned towards them.
Fox and Great Sage frowned.
They saw that Zhao Gang's posture was on guard against them while protecting Lin Yue.
Although feeling strange, they didn't interrupt Lin Yue's search for the target. Lin Yue scanned the area.
After searching house to house, he finally discovered the guarded target.
Got it. This person is actually her? Chapter 143, Terrifying and Strange.
Who? Zhao Gang heard Lin Yue's surprise,
evidently recognizing the person. Fox and Great Sage were also very curious. If the other party could recognize Lin Yue, wouldn't that mean he should avoid contact with her?
That would weaken their team's strength.
Lin Yue furrowed his brows.
He knew what the three were thinking, so he simply explained.
She doesn't know me.
I've only seen her once, and it was on the computer. The three stared at each other.
You saw her once on a computer? Was it one of those kinds of websites?
This time Lin Yue was caught off guard by the question. All men, he wasn't a piece of tofu.
He understood what they meant. No. I watched a video. In the video, this woman was in a research lab.
Right, you guys watch this first. Lin Yue showed the video of the soldier turning into lightning on his phone to the three of them.
Although this video did not have the woman in it,
Lin Yue had seen this woman in Huang Xian's video.
He is the one who first appeared in the video file.
The three looked at the lightning lab on the video, frowning heavily.
The fox stared closely at the lightning in the video. Then his pupils constricted as he said, "This person is not dead. He was decomposed under the extreme conditions of the lightning electromagnetic field. No. Actually, he died.
But his consciousness was captured and stored by all the ions in the air at the last moment. I heard other players talk about this in some side quest. It seems this way is used to create super soldiers. These guys are quite troublesome.
They can't be completely killed." At this point,
the fox himself was suddenly stunned. He is a high-level player. He has experienced many more side quests than Lin Yue and the others.
Naturally, he has accessed and grasped much more information. He has encountered the original anomaly.
But he had never known how the original anomaly came to be.
It seems that the original anomaly seems to be the super soldier of the human laboratory. At the very least, it is related to them. Someone is coming,
Zhao Gang said while several people were deep in thought.
He opened his black cloak.
In front of them, it was like a black wall blocking everything.
A pitch-black car arrived. Two men in black got out of the car. They looked around at the entrance of the community, one guarding the front of the car. One went towards the building where the target was located.
Lin Yue was uncertain about the identity of these people. He could not determine whether they would harm the protected target.
And regardless of that, they must not let the target be taken away. I'll go.
The Great Sage stepped out from behind the black wall.
The black-clothed man opposite instantly became alert. He drew out his pistol.
Before the two could engage,
an explosion suddenly swept through the community.
The building housing the protected target exploded in an instant. A fierce fire burst forth suddenly in the pitch-black night sky. Who knows how many people were alarmed? A large number of residents panicked and fled the community, looking at the blazing building. And at the moment of the explosion, Zhao Gang disappeared. In the next second, he returned here holding the task target. With his cover gone, Lin Yue and the others were also exposed. That black-clothed man was stunned for a moment. He immediately chose to fire. In just a few seconds, he emptied the magazine, turning the approaching great sage into a sieve. Yet the great sage revealed a fierce expression at the corner of his mouth. His whole body emanated a red glow. In the next moment, he truly transformed into a terrifying monkey, holding a golden staff. This scene left Lin Yue and the others stunned. As the bullets entered his body, pushed out by his muscles, he also lunged towards the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man was sent flying by his punch. He crashed into the fence and lay motionless. Another black-clothed man emerged from the explosion. His body was engulfed in flames, and he walked out expressionless. He glanced at his companion, opened his mouth. His body began to swell, as if transforming into a small giant. The moment the two exchanged blows, a violent sonic boom erupted. The surrounding residents, who had long been shocked by the scene, hid everywhere. But some brave ones prepared to capture everything on camera. Then the aftermath of the sonic boom instantly caused nearby people to bleed from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground dead. This player, whom Lin Yue and the others called the Great Sage. His strength is terrifying. Don't mind him. Let's take her and leave first. The fox looked at the woman in Zhao Gang's arms and gave the command. Zhao Gang didn't look at him. Instead, he glanced at Lin Yue. Lin Yue nodded. There has already been enough attention and commotion here. Many civilians are already aware of them. Let's go first. He knows where to find us. But where to go is another question. The rules state that we need to protect the target until the end of the world arrives and enter the shelter. So, where does this shelter refer to? Can it be any random place? I don't know. There are too many uncertainties, leaving them directionless. Who among you is from City A? Zhao Gang nodded. Lin Yue looked towards the east and said, let's go to the park. It is very quiet there now. We need to talk to her first. I'll go over later. The woman fainted due to the explosion. Now is the easiest time to take her away. Zhao Gang directly sank underground and disappeared. He clearly went to the park. The fox was somewhat unhappy. These two people completely treated him as heir. But no matter how unhappy he was, he could only follow along. This kind of side mission, destroying the team for the sake of face, is pure foolishness. Lin Yue turned to look at the sea of fire. Then he ran straight in. Hey! Don't go over. It's dangerous. Someone wanted to speak to stop him. After all, those two monster-like guys. The aftermath of their battle could kill. For Lin Yue to run over like this was simply asking for death. He had no time to mix in the battle. Instead, he charged into the sea of fire. There were still many people trapped in the building. He wasn't there to save people. He needed a chip to quietly chat with that woman, like a family member seen during his surveillance. But he wasn't the only one coming this way. The guy who caused the explosion was here too. Zhao Gang moved faster than him. He didn't find the woman, so he shifted his gaze to her family. Lin Yue rushed into the hallway, just in time to see them taking the little girl away. A hint instantly appeared over them. Terrorist phantom, robber. One side held the little girl in one hand and threw a grenade at Lin Yue with the other hand. Seeing the grenade, Lin Yue chose to dodge. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand this thing. Boom! After the explosion, Lin Yue found that the opponent had disappeared. The voyeur's eyeballs reappeared, floating above his head, watching everything. At this moment, the opponent had jumped out of the window and was falling towards the ground. In the darkness, the black-clad man who was knocked away by Deshang. Not only was he unharmed, he also had a cold expression as he launched an attack against this terrorist phantom. He no longer used weapons, but transformed like another black-clad man into a small giant. With one punch, he knocked the terrorist phantom into the wall. But strangely, after succeeding, he remained motionless. The next moment, blood oozed from his mouth and nose. His body twisted unnaturally, directly contorting into a twist shape. His bones crackled all over. Finally, his head was instantly squished flat like an air tank. Dead beyond death. The terrorist phantom fell from the wall. Checked the child in his hand.
The black-clad man avoided the child, so he was fine. At this moment, the sound of police sirens had already emerged.
The opponent's figure changed. Transformed into an ordinary young man covered in ashes, looking disheveled. Holding the little girl as if he had just escaped from the sea of fire.
He blended into the crowd, looking around. Lin Yue watched all this and jumped out of the rear window.
The whole time, he was watching the opponent's every move. Then he followed the opponent. He originally planned to act immediately to snatch the child.
Now, he wanted to see who the opponent really was.
And why they were targeting that woman.
Chapter 144, Mother's Summoning Technique.
Lin Yue silently circled back to the front.
Far away from the crowd.
His face was wrapped in bandages. He looked very strange.
At this time, it was easy to be misunderstood. The terrorist phantom looked left and right,
noticing that the police were either maintaining the scene or rushing in to save people.
As for the two monsters at the center of the battle, even they stared in shock and didn't dare approach.
Turning back, he held the little girl and walked towards the police car.
Lin Yue didn't understand what he was trying to do until the opponent directly climbed into the police car.
In front of the police's eyes, he drove away the police car. The surroundings were chaotic. No one expected that such a bold guy would steal the police car right under their noses.
Watching the opponent escape, the police car was still maintaining order and rescuing people. They hadn't even noticed the car was driven away. Lin Yue also got into a police car, chasing after the opponent.
The little girl had no mission instructions. He could only rely on his own eyes to track her. The terrorist phantom sensed Lin Yue behind him.
But he didn't take it seriously. Or rather, he thought it was the police. If the police come to deliver death, he wouldn't care.
Watching the other party drive the police car towards the park, Lin Yue realized that the other party also had positioning abilities. The car stopped at the entrance of the park.
The on-duty security guard
saw the terror sprite holding a little girl.
Immediately pulled out the baton from his waist.
The terror sprite simply waved his hand.
And they stood still, unable to move.
Their eyes were filled with horror. Caught in a state of fear as if they had seen their greatest fear.
But could not move at all. Finally, their entire eyeball turned into darkness.
Their bodies slowly fell down. Lin Yue was surprised by this terror sprite's method. At the same time, he was very confused. When facing him, it only used a grenade.
Why did it use such terrifying methods against others? Did it realize that his rationality wouldn't be influenced by the eerie ability? The fox was leisurely holding his head while watching Zhao Gang talk to the target. To be honest, Lin Yue could somewhat guess what he was doing.
This woman was very anxious. She still remembered the explosion. She desperately wanted to go back to find her daughter.
He looked at the time.
If Lin Yue successfully brought back that little girl,
the communication could proceed smoothly. However, he waited for a long time. But what he received was an ominous aura.
Hey, burn face.
Keep an eye on her.
Something is getting close, I will take care of it. Zhao Gang also looked towards the direction the terror sprite was coming.
Although he hadn't seen the opponent yet,
a terrifying feeling had already spread. The panicked woman had dilated pupils.
It seemed she recognized the source of this ominous atmosphere. Don't go. Run. Codename Terror, it can evoke your deepest fears and turn imaginary harm into real harm. No one can defeat it.
Hearing this, the fox turned his head to look at the protected target behind him. But his feet did not stop moving.
Fear? I have never had that kind of thing in my heart. Watching the fox disappear from view,
the woman shook her head.
He's doomed.
You didn't identify yourselves, but you also have no intention of harming me.
No matter what your purpose is.
Since the terror sprite has appeared, it means the thunder sprite is also here.
You better let me go. When he comes, he won't be merciful just because you didn't harm me. Zhao Gang was unmoved by this. He was waiting for Lin Yue to come back.
Lin Yue was following behind the terror sprite.
He saw the fox.
At this moment, the fox was holding a battle axe, his face full of reckless laughter. He swung directly at the terror sprite. He completely disregarded whether he would harm the little girl in the terror sprite's hands.
Terror sprite? Daring to bear the name of terror, I want to see how terrifying you are.
The fox's speed was comparable to Lin Yue's. This meant he was also at the physical limit of humans. The terror sprite's speed was slower than his. Soon, he made a cut on the terror sprite with one axe. Lin Yue watched this strange scene. The terror sprite surprisingly did not use that ability against the fox. And the fox, injured by the terror sprite, did not choose to continue pursuing. Instead, he withdrew to create distance. Licked a bloodstain from the axe blade. You will bleed. It seems you are not the original sprite. Since you are not the original, then you. Seeing the fox's vacant expression as he stood there, Lin Yue was very surprised. He was affected. It seemed that the terror sprite's ability could indeed be activated against them. But it needed different activation conditions and times based on different individuals. Casualties won't do. Lin Yue immediately stopped watching. The binding threads were thrown out, binding the terror sprite tightly. The Buddha's hands spread out. Holding various weapons, they all fell towards the opponent. Yet the terror sprite still did not use abilities against Lin Yue, allowing Lin Yue to smash a steel pipe onto its head. Blood immediately gushed out nonstop. The sound of bones cracking also proved the effectiveness of this blow. The terror sprite raised its pitch-black eyeball, looking at Lin Yue as it curled its lips. Found it. Lin Yue's vision, at the moment of the terrifying and eerie opening, suddenly returned home. Familiar room. Familiar smell. This is his sister's room. Looking at the computer in front of him and the unbearable files, the most terrifying scene appeared in Lin Yue's mind. He saw his sister. Kicking open the door, she asked word by word. What are you doing? Lin Yue knew this was fake. But still, he froze for a moment upon seeing his sister. Are these the memories he lost? Did he die at the hands of his sister and that's how he crossed over? In an instant, many thoughts surged in Lin Yue's mind. Even so, he really wanted to run forward and hug her. But in front of him, his sister's face suddenly began to twist. Since you have discovered it, then I can only silence you. Ah ha ha ha. Dear brother. Die. Watching his sister continuously twist and leap onto him like a demon, using hands and feet to entangle him, she began to exert force, tightening his body. The feeling of suffocation surged over him. Bang! Lin Yue's body finally exploded. In reality, blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. In an instant, both Lin Yue and the fox fell into the space of fear. Zhao Gang felt everything. Frowning, he looked toward this side of the darkness, waiting for the time of the swirling threads of bondage to end. The terrifying entity slowly walked in Zhao Gang's direction. At that moment, the terrifying entity suddenly turned and looked behind. Lin Yue was still struggling in the space of fear. But his body not only did not distort, but a layer of faint red bone armor appeared on the surface. The illusory eyeball above his head gradually solidified, locking onto him. Have you found something to deal with fear? The things that frighten you and the power to protect are surprisingly at the same time. TSK. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on the terrifying entity's face. He even threw the little girl in his hand aside. He had to take this seriously. And in the space of fear, Lin Yue desperately called for his mother. In the house, the only one who can cure his sister is his dear mother. Though it's shameless, he would always use his mother's summoning technique whenever he couldn't win. As his mother's figure appeared, the situation instantly turned around. The power of sister grew weaker and revealed a panicked expression. She wanted to destroy the computer, to destroy the evidence. But how could Lin Yue not know what she was thinking? He was like the worm in her belly. No way. Today, you are dead. With a phrase, I'll give you that. Sister disappeared. Lin Yue also returned to reality. Gasping, he looked at the terrifying entity and said, Huff. Your trick seems useless. The terrifying entity smiled and said, Yours might be useless. Let's try mine. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yue entered the space of fear again. But this time, he was not facing his own fear, but the terrifying entities. This is the laboratory in the video? Chapter 145, Space of Fear. Experiment number 3067. Name, Gu Yu. Current stage of the experiment, 1. The volunteer form has been filled out, and the experimental steps can be initiated at any time. How much time does he have left? 3 years and 2 months. Let's begin. Start from the basics. Lin Yue scanned everything in front of him. There were 2 people beside him discussing a record book in front of him. But in his vision, their faces were blurry. Their voices were small. He seemed to be in a drunken state. No matter how hard he tried to concentrate, he still couldn't see them clearly.
He could only confirm that the two people in front of him were a man and a woman. After they finished talking, the woman left the room, and the man stood in front of him, lowering his head to look at him closely. He flipped his eyelids, as if he was confirming something. Finally, a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Without saying a word, he quietly left this place. Lin Yue knew this was the terrifying entity's space of fear. According to its context back then, this should be the scene that it feared the most. Just like he feared being caught by his sister for discovering her little secret. So, if these terrifying scenes had really happened, does it mean what he just experienced was also real? What memories did he lose? The room fell into a dead silence at this moment. No one came in, and he couldn't fully wake up. When he finally became awake, a woman immediately came in. And this woman was the guardian target for him and the players. "Is it you?" The woman heard Lin Yue speak. She first frowned. It seemed she was very surprised that Lin Yue could speak and say such words. After injecting the sedative again, she hurriedly left the room. And Lin Yue's consciousness began to blur again. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't break free from the restraints on his hands and feet. It felt like all strength had been confiscated. He turned back into an ordinary person. This days of being under anesthesia lasted about a month. During this month, Lin Yue was anxious every day. He didn't know what the fear in the horror story was. This long-term state of anesthesia also made his thoughts very dull, and gradually began to feel panic. Every time that woman came to inject the sedative, he hoped she would talk to him. But from the first time he spoke, that woman never looked him in the face again. She even increased the dosage of the sedative, causing him to never speak again. A month later, finally, no one injected the sedative into him anymore. He learned the name of the woman from the badge on her clothes. Jai Lina. Her job seemed to only have one. That was to inject the sedative into him. Another 7 days later, her job finally changed. She brought a mirror to tidy up Lin Yue, cut his hair, and clean his beard. And the person in the mirror was not him at all. This face belonged to the horror story. At this moment, although Lin Yue had awakened, his body still was not under his control. A new emotion even appeared in his mind. That was longing. Seeing Jai Lina about to leave, Lin Yue uncontrollably said, "Stay. Please." Jai Lina turned back to look at Lin Yue. She showed a smile, but still left. From that day on, Lin Yue could never forget Jai Lina's smile. In more than a month, only the smiling face made his whole world suddenly brightened. He didn't know if this emotion belonged to the horror story, or if it was his. He was a bit confused. In the following days, Jai Lina would come every day with a lunchbox. She gradually started talking to him, and often showed her smile. However, every time Lin Yue asked what this place was, Jai Lina appeared very surprised and flustered. She even disappeared for several days without coming to see him. To avoid this situation, Lin Yue chose to keep silent. After that, Jai Lina began to appear in the room again. But the other man who had appeared at the beginning also gradually started to show up beside her. He always warned Lin Yue, "Don't forget what you need to do. The experiment is about to start. Are you ready?" Then he would conduct a detailed physical examination on him. Only after confirming he had no physical problems would he silently leave. Lin Yue didn't know what the other party was talking about. He had no memory in this regard. The horror story didn't give him any either. It seemed to want to let the unknown fear crush his mind. Lin Yue's silence made the man leave every time with a dark face. And when he was there, Jai Lina would become very cautious each time. The smile Lin Yue wanted to see became more and more precious. It seemed she didn't want the other party to know the little secret between her and Lin Yue. Regarding this hidden warmth, Lin Yue also naturally wouldn't actively inform her. He didn't stop his curiosity and exploration about this place because of it. Initially, that video file recorded on the laptop. It's too much to bear. He had only glanced at the first few paragraphs. He vaguely sensed a huge secret. Now, he found himself in this terrifying memory. Perhaps, he could explore the content that he had not seen from here. What he needed to do was to take care of his health, to break free from the binds on his hands and feet. Unfortunately, before that day came, he was met with "The experiment begins." The man had no name on the badge on his chest. There was only the character Lu. He pushed Lin Yu's hospital bed away. Into a cold, icy room. The cold here was physical in nature. Like a cold storage. He said. Cold will reduce your pain. After all, we are friends. I will try to extend the duration of this experiment as much as possible. I will also try to slow down your suffering. Lin Yue listened to this and felt that this was not a friend, but an enemy. What kind of friend would say such chilling words? To prolong suffering? But a wave of memory suddenly surged into his mind with the man's words. This was terrifying. The man in front of him was indeed a terrifying friend. They were even childhood friends, growing up together since they were young. Before Lin Yue could react, the man roughly pushed him under the light. Then picked up the already prepared scalpel and said to him, "Do you know? Since we were kids, I have been jealous of you. Not only are you good in your studies, your parents are healthy and loving, but you are also very wealthy. The most important thing is, every girl I have ever liked, they all fall for you. Your casual abandonment makes them like free whores. And my love seems worthless. Since you are so unfaithful, why not start by cutting off that thing of yours? After all, it's written in the contract. I can torture you however I want. What do you say?" Lin Yu's scalp went numb at once. Cut off? Is this the most terrifying fear that the terrifying friend spoke of? Chapter 146, Merging Consciousness. Lin Yu's screams lasted a whole month. The other party cut off every part of him that could be cut off. Not only that. Each time he would deliberately state the steps to be taken, to increase his sense of fear. This month, Lin Yue was already no different from a skeleton. But even so, he was still alive. If this is the fear described by the terrifying friend, he seemed to have gotten used to it. And the only thing that kept a glimmer of hope alive each day was that Jai Lina would come to apply medicine for him and check his vital signs. He tried to ask, but his tongue was gone on the first day. Now, he had lost his sight, hearing, smell, and even touch. Like a living dead who could die at any moment. Why is it not over yet? Lin Yue thought he had endured enough. However, he vaguely heard voices of conversation. But he clearly had lost his hearing. Time for the second stage. Isn't that too hasty? We don't have that much time to proceed slowly. I want to go above the legal limits. Bring his parents and family over. Parents? Family? At this moment, Lin Yue desperately wanted to regain his strength. This damn laboratory had crazily tortured him for a month. Now they want to torture his loved ones? At this moment, Lin Yue did not realize that unknowingly, he had already taken on the role of the terrifying friend. His mind was filled with thoughts of his mother and sister. In a daze, he could see again. The two people who were conversing glanced at him. One person still approached to confirm his condition. He was healing. No. It was this body that was healing. And this slow healing process seemed to be unknown to these two. They talked intermittently. Finally, deciding on the man's decision. The other party did not give him a chance to recuperate. They continued to look for places on him that could be cut. Lin Yue could even see his own organs, exposed right in front of him. His skin and flesh were being cleaned out completely. And the method that allowed this body to still survive. It seemed to be the tranquilizer injected into his body during the first month. There was a special substance inside. It changed his body structure. After enduring several days of torment, Lin Yu's hearing had recovered quite a bit. He could hear Jai Lina comforting him beside him, hoping he could hold on. Save me. Lin Yue didn't know whom else to plead to. So he tried to speak. Jai Lina looked at him in shock. Clearly, there was no tongue anymore. Yet the voice was incredibly clear. She glanced fearfully at the door behind her. Confirming no one was there, she turned back to Lin Yue and shook her head, watching the other run away in panic. Lin Yue was not disappointed. The other was just an ordinary person. In this mysterious laboratory, it was hard for her to help him. Or rather, she couldn't take such a risk. Should I reveal my true identity? Lin Yue was truly at a loss. Perhaps he could give it a try. And that day, the terrified Ergue's parents were brought to the laboratory. Separated only by a glass wall. He saw two elderly people crying like children, supporting each other as they fainted. And that man, who claimed to be his childhood friend, seemed very satisfied with it all. He wore a twisted smile. Lin Yue noticed he had been staring into his eyes. He then knew the man had long realized he had regained his sight. A new torment began. This man no longer tortured his body. Instead, he tormented his parents in the lab across. Lin Yue's thoughts grew more chaotic. On one hand, he felt sympathy for Ergue. On the other hand, he was close to losing his own consciousness. Ergue's rage, fear, and sorrow grew more violent. This surging emotional energy was crashing against his original awareness. If he didn't find a way soon, his consciousness would surely disappear here. He finally spoke to Jai Lina. I am not Gu Yu. My name is Lin Yue. I live in City A, XXX. If you don't believe me, you can check. Save me. Not knowing if it was because he feared Lin Yue would completely collapse. In the laboratory, there would always be time for Jai Lina to appear alone, to stabilize his increasingly blurred self-awareness. When Jai Lina heard his name, she obviously froze for a moment. She found the man, demanding to stop the experiment immediately. But he completely ignored her. He said this was a common trick of Gu Yu. This is a good thing. It means that to escape pain, he has begun to form a second personality to bear all of this. We are about to break through the final key. The third stage. Bring his child here. When Jai Lina heard this, she took 2 steps back in panic. You have gone mad. He is your best friend. And they won't agree to that. The man smiled and said, saving the world or saving a family, how do you think they will choose? They have long established this plan. Trust me, the child was already written into the initial version of the plan. The man finished speaking and looked at Lin Yue in the laboratory. He continued. And he agreed. Jai Lina stumbled out of the office. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. This plan was agreed to by Gu Yu? How cruel could this man's heart be? The child was unexpectedly brought into the laboratory. Lin Yue saw a little boy added to the lab across from him. His whole body stuck to the bed, trembling violently. The surrounding instruments continually alarmed. No one came in to inject him with tranquilizers anymore. In that moment, Jai Lina did not investigate Lin Yue's identity, which left him disappointed and hopeless. The man did not torture the little boy. Instead, he took out a scalpel and stood behind the child, staring intently at Lin Yue. Without saying a word, he directly sliced open the little boy's neck. Blood gushed out. A more complex emotion swallowed Lin Yue. At that moment, a pitch-black figure stood in the room. He seemed to have mastered Lin Yue's bone armor. Cold and pitch-black armor covered his entire body. He appeared just like that in the laboratory. It was cold and emotionless. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Lin Yue. Lin Yue had seen him before. He was the guy who saved the security guard in Wenqing community. Why? How did he suddenly appear in this place? This isn't even a physical space. Gu Yu's consciousness was constantly eroding Lin Yue. In despair and fear, this body was sinking into death. All the instruments stopped alarming. Across the laboratory, the man showed an angry and unwilling expression. Jai Lina rushed into the room to save the lifeless Gu Yu. Even Lin Yue's last trace of consciousness realized that he would be forever trapped here. The man across rushed into the laboratory and shouted, "Bastard! I have done as you said. Why are you still dead?" At that moment, the other party suddenly discovered something. He looked at the corpse on the bed, his eyes seemed to see something. Like the first day, he flipped open Lin Yue's eyelids. It was as if he directly made eye contact with Lin Yue's true consciousness. Coward! You are hiding! He stared at Jai Lina, while Jai Lina was desperately trying to save him. Completely unaware of what was about to happen, the man looked at Lin Yue and said, "It seems that what you care about now is not others, but her." He struck quickly and decisively. Jai Lina didn't even react in time. Her neck was sliced open. Blood poured over Lin Yue, hot and scorching. Lin Yue felt something too. It seemed there was a weak cracking sound. Then, the laboratory suddenly erupted with a terrifying black smoke. A pure pitch-black shadow stood in the room. Lin Yue knew. The horror incarnation was born. Another hidden persona born alongside Gu Yu during the torment. This persona only cared about Jai Lina. It possessed a shared consciousness with the horror incarnation. Even he was unaware of the other's existence. Looking at the black shadow, the man laughed madly. It worked! Ha ha, we succeeded. Gu Yu, we have succeeded? The black shadow waved a hand. The man who had tormented him for months. His eyeballs instantly turned pitch black.
In the moment of death, not knowing how horrifying it was.
The whole person and expression twisted in an exaggerated manner. At this time,
the horror incarnation turned to look at the corpse on the bed. Or rather, looked at Lin Yue's weak consciousness. Then, suspiciously looking at his own hand, he said,
"You changed me. How did you do it?" Chapter 147, Pitch Black Armor.
Before Lin Yue could speak, the scene flashed. He returned to the real world. At this time, the horror incarnation across was still suspiciously looking at his hands. Lin Yue was gasping heavily.
Is it over?
If the horror incarnation's method was just like this.
It didn't seem like much.
At that moment, a white and slightly red bone armor covered his body. At the same time, he threw out the entangling thread again.
The fox saw that Lin Yue was fine. Let out a sigh of relief. Then, in the next second, the horror incarnation, like Lin Yue, instantly donned the armor. The moment the pitch black bone armor covered his whole body,
a black entangling thread also surged towards Lin Yue.
What? The fox present was already dumbfounded. This horror incarnation could even replicate Lin Yue's relics?
This sent a chill of terror into his heart.
He could see
Lin Yue was the strongest of their group of players this time. In the first collision,
they seemed to be evenly matched. But he knew very well,
Lin Yue was slightly better than him.
Along with such an excellent relic,
Lin Yue was undoubtedly the strongest player in this round of the game.
However, he encountered an eerie being that could even replicate relics.
Their chances of winning had at least halved. Lin Yue looked at the other in surprise.
However, he quickly understood. Are you me?
Or do you? The horror incarnation across hesitated for a moment.
It seems to be seriously thinking about this problem. Not at all. I am who I am. And, don't block my way.
Saying this, the terrifying ghost transformed into a cloud of black smoke, breaking away from the entangled thread.
It headed toward Zhao Gang's direction. At this moment, Lin Yue only had to move his mind. The black entangled thread broke free from its binding. He just wanted to grab it.
But it flew into the terrifying ghost in his hand.
Lin Yue looked at the fox.
He threw out a small water ball filled with holy water.
Drink it. Lin Yue quickly chased forward.
He knew what the terrifying ghost was doing.
The target they were protecting was Zhai Lina,
a woman who should have been dead long ago. A woman that the terrifying ghost cared about very much. But she was still alive.
Fake. Everything in that laboratory was fake.
Zhao Gang saw a pitch-black armor emerging from the darkness.
He immediately became alert.
A black ribbon shot straight towards him.
He could only pick up Lina and dive underground. The terrifying ghost looked back and chased after them again. Zhao Gang's teleportation relic was greatly consumed. Even without the time restriction of usage,
he couldn't afford such consumption. So, he could only return a short distance to Lin Yue's side. Lin Yue sensed the breath behind him and immediately stopped. When he retreated to Zhao Gang's side,
the fox also returned to its state. Even the whole person was glowing with golden light. Its gaze at Lin Yue was filled with wonder. In the sky, there seemed to be a lightning bolt cutting through. Another terrifying guy came. The terrifying ghost seemed very wary of the opponent. It stared hard at Zhai Lina and decisively gave up the target. Finally, it slowly disappeared into the darkness. Hurry! The lightning ghost will kill you. As soon as the words fell, a towering lightning pillar had already appeared behind them. Leave? Lilina, where can they go? The three turned around
and saw the great sage being held like a dead man by a strong man. It seemed that he still had breath. And this person's appearance made Lin Yue's eyelids jump. It was him, the soldier who was shattered by lightning in the laboratory. And the fox revealed a look of despair. The Ju primordial.
It's over. Lin Yue frowned upon hearing this. Is this the primordial ghost? The immortal that Huang Xian pursued all his life? Is he very strong?
He stared carefully at the lightning ghost, expecting a prompt to appear.
Ding!
Primordial lightning ghost, absolute justice, found.
Seeing the words absolute justice, Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief.
This kind of person, even if difficult, still has room for conversation.
We never said we wanted to leave. Could you please let go of my teammate? We are not evil ghosts, nor do we intend to cause destruction. Our goals are the same as yours. We are all here to protect Zhai Lina. Hearing Lin Yue clearly say Zhai Lina's name, not to mention the lightning ghost,
Even the Fox trio and Jai Lina herself were stunned.
This name is not the name Jai Lina used.
That was the alias she used during her working days. The lightning ghost indeed hesitated upon hearing this.
Which department are you from? Why do I not know about you?
Lin Yue turned to pick up the little girl that the terrifying ghost had thrown aside and said.
Like you. We came out of the laboratory. However, we are considered failed products.
We do not have the strength of the primordial. This time we came to support her based on the intel received. Lin Yue fed the little girl a drop of holy water.
The little girl immediately woke up.
Seeing such sacred power, the lightning ghost was stunned.
This thing was not something that came from the laboratory.
It looked more like an ancient relic brought back by the vanguard troops from underground. He then focused on the items in the hands of the few people.
Were all relics? And Lin Yue didn't know that.
Because the lightning ghost recognized that they were not ghosts, but humans. That was why he did not take action.
Watching the little girl rush into Jai Lina's arms,
he retracted the raging lightning.
Don't think I believe you. When I go back, I won't be able to find your department. I can find you anytime.
Lin Yue hurriedly assured that he would definitely be able to be found. Then the fox winked at a few people.
The three understood immediately, nodding vigorously.
Check?
Then let's check. To put it simply, Lin Yue was not here to save Jai Lina.
He came here chasing the horror weird. As long as he could get past this. Waiting for the target to enter that so-called shelter.
After completing the mission. Where to find them? Lin Yue threw away the great sage Dao he was holding. You shouldn't conflict with the normal action team. Even if they don't know you, you should know them. This kid is not light-handed.
Forget it, if you are really failures.
Emotions may not be controllable. After finishing, Lin Yue looked at Jai Lina.
Then he closed his mouth. It wasn't until a group of men in black appeared that he confirmed with Jai Lina again. Xiao Lina, I still need to chase the horror weird.
Are you sure they can be trusted? I'm leaving and won't come back. Jai Lina was still comforting the child. Hearing Lin Yue's words, she almost instinctively looked at Lin Yue.
Then she nodded. She was sure that Lin Yue and the others were not here to harm her.
If they were,
they would have acted long ago.
Seeing Jai Lina nodding, Lin Yue patted the little girl's head. In the next second, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky.
Lin Yue and the three all showed envious eyes.
If only I could fly. Why can lightning fly? The fox asked Zhao Gang.
But Zhao Gang remained very cold. He ignored him.
He looked at Lin Yue.
Lin Yue then turned to feed a holy water orb to the great sage as well. This group of black-clothed men surrounded Lin Yue and the others. But their eyes were not on them. Instead, they were on Jai Lina. It seemed they were waiting for orders. At this moment, Jai Lina's eyes flickered for a moment and said,
Clear out a car. I want to talk to him alone. Return to base. The men in black left a separate vehicle for Lin Yue. The fox also wanted to get in.
But the men in black completely ignored him. They even stared at him fiercely. Only because they had just clashed with their own teammates.
They even sacrificed a teammate for this. In the car, Jai Lina sat in the passenger seat.
Staring at Lin Yue's profile, she suddenly said,
There's no one else here. Can you take off the bandage and let me see your face? I always feel like we've met somewhere. Chapter 148, Speak Freely.
Lin Yue did not believe Jai Lina had memories from that terrifying space.
She felt familiar. It should be knowing the normal self in life.
Or perhaps she was trying to extract information from him.
The latter was more likely.
If he had time traveled away from Blue Star when he was young, then there shouldn't be an old version of him at home now.
Unless this world was just a similar parallel world.
Focused on the mission, he hadn't tried to contact home for confirmation.
We certainly know each other. Didn't I say I also came out of the laboratory? As for my face, it cannot be exposed. None of us can. This is the strange power that binds us. Hearing this, Jai Lina shook her head.
I participated in all the experiments.
I cannot possibly not know of your existence. And there are no failed experiments. All failed products, except for the horror weird, have been imprisoned as threats. Moreover, you used relics dug from underground. Not to mention lacking any military traits. You are not one of us at all. Such a lie, you can't hold up for even an hour. We have a strange one that can cover global communication. He must have already started investigating you. Your only reliance now is me. If you can't convince me, in 10 minutes at most,
you will suffer an attack. Hearing this, Lin Yue was extremely surprised.
There is such a strange ability? 10 minutes. Is this what Zhai Lina is buying for them? Why didn't Lei Gue contact them directly to expose them? Were you just acting?
Lin Yue pieced it together.
Zhai Lina didn't believe them at all. She might even have discussed and analyzed their possibilities in front of them with Lei Gue and the mysterious communicator.
And the conclusion of the discussion
was for Zhai Lina to continue extracting information from them. Lin Yue thought for a moment.
He decided to mix truth with lies. At this moment, he had to take a risk. Perhaps, he would soon be surrounded and captured by the military. This was also what Zhai Lina considered when she gave them forced surrender time because he saved her and her daughter. A simple lie quickly formed in Lin Yue's mind. He sighed first, then hesitated a little before saying,
"Actually, I come from the future. Our purpose is to protect you. You are the hope of the future."
Strange abilities are bizarre and varied.
The strange capabilities of global communication exist.
There are even strange abilities that can travel through time. He believes this woman in front of him will definitely believe it.
Future? Impossible.
If you come from the future, you have already interfered with the normal course of history.
Even if what you say is true, what will you do to ensure history continues on its original path? You must have heard of the butterfly effect, right?
As for being the hope for the future, it absolutely cannot be me.
I am just an experimental assistant. This kind of trick to fool children should be avoided. I need you to tell the truth.
Lin Yue shrugged.
Whether you believe it or not is up to you. We are indeed not people of this era. You can find someone with a lie-detecting ability to discern. Our only mission is to watch you enter the shelter.
After all, the apocalypse is coming soon. The above words were all made up by Lin Yue. This mix of lies and half-truths. It depends on how much Zhai Lina can believe. Zhai Lina frowned upon hearing this.
Apocalypse?
If Lin Yue said they came from the future,
she wouldn't believe it.
She even doubted Lin Yue's intentions. But this sentence about the apocalypse approaching made her hesitant. Because he was not the first person to say that the apocalypse was coming. That man also told her the apocalypse was near. They dug up something that should not have been unearthed. There was one more thing. That is Lei Gue and the recent strange action team were becoming more and more unrestrained. Today, they even flew directly at low altitudes. If the public discovers this,
the internet would definitely explode. What do you mean by apocalypse? Nuclear war? Natural disaster? Or aliens? Zhai Lina was still probing to see if Lin Yue knew about the underground stuff.
Lin Yue had no idea. But it definitely had to do with the strange. He suddenly thought of that bunch of strange cultivators from Huangxian.
That era was obviously ancient. Could it be that modern science had uncovered the strangeness of that era? In desperation, Lin Yue continued to fabricate. You know about cultivators, right?
There was once a group of strange beings who believed they could cultivate to become immortals. After the destruction of one era, they left behind some things.
These things are the ash relics on us. Thinking of the ashes.
He suddenly took out a fragment of ash crystal.
Can this prove it?
When Zhai Lina saw the ashes, her eyes were filled with disbelief.
This is the highest secret.
The whole laboratory wouldn't have more than 3 people who knew about this thing.
Even Lei Gue didn't know about the ash crystal.
He always thought he was a superpower warrior. In fact, the real power
is given by the ash crystal. However, this one seems to be incomplete. But even if it's just a tiny piece, it is a genuine item. Ash crystal?
Where did you get it? Lin Yue still claimed it was brought from the future. It was their time travel stabilizer. Of course, he was still fabricating. He observed Zhai Lina's reaction secretly. This woman obviously seemed to believe it a little. This made him doubt.
Could this thing really have such a function?
The two remained silent for a long time.
Zhai Lina suddenly spoke. Cultivators are fake. The first bizarre thing we encountered was an accident. Our laboratory used to be a small department dedicated to searching for supernatural ghosts.
In the 609 incident, a national mining construction team accidentally dug up ash crystals. At that time, all the people in the mine site began to undergo bizarre changes. They said that within that ash crystal, there was always a voice telling them,
to become an immortal, one must abandon the human body and thought.
When the supernatural department took them over, those workers seemed to be in great pain.
Among them, 70% had their bodies explode in agony. The remaining ones gave up everything human and became completely bizarre. They began to attack indiscriminately. Through research, we believe that the voice in that ash crystal was manipulating them, turning them into bizarre creatures like walking corpses. Lin Yue listened to Jai Lina's sudden information. His heart was filled with unexpected joy. This was indeed an unexpected gain. Bizarre beings. In the future, we will call them bizarre beings. They have blood and flesh, and can even marry and have children. Just like ordinary people. The only downside is they cannot be immortal like the original bizarre beings. Hearing that they could marry and have children, Jai Lina was even more shocked and excited than Lin Yue at this moment. You mean to say, in the future, these bizarre beings regained their true selves? How is that possible? Chapter 149, Omen. Lin Yue had no idea. He was just making it up on the spot. Worried about how to continue the story, the car in front suddenly slammed to a halt at the roadside. Two men in black jumped out and rushed forward. But in an instant, they were swallowed by some invisible thing. At that moment, they had already driven out of the city. Lin Yue opened his seer eye and immediately saw a huge bizarre being with a snake-like human form. It was stuffing that black-clothed man into its mouth. Its eyes brimmed with cunning. It seemed that as long as it touched someone, they would turn invisible. Ding! Found a pseudo-original man-eating bizarre being. Pseudo-original man-eating bizarre, cowardice, hunger. The words original made Lin Yue's eyelids jump. This thing, was it on the same level as the Huang Xian? The relic was currently unrestricted. He was not afraid. Don't let them go out and get themselves killed. There's an invisible man-eating bizarre being out there. Original man-eating bizarre. You first. Lin Yue emphasized the word original. Upon hearing original, Jai Lina's expression changed instantly. Before Lin Yue could finish, line end. She opened the door and rushed towards the vehicle where her daughter was. She had never thought that Lin Yue could deal with the original. At this moment, she only had one thought. That was to escape. The convoy behind directly turned around and left. Lin Yue looked dumbstruck at this woman's actions. What the? Running so fast? The man-eating bizarre being swallowed the black-clothed man in its mouth. It slowly crawled up behind Lin Yue. Its eyes fixed intensely on him. Finally, it opened its huge mouth. Still immersed in the shock of being directly abandoned by Jai Lina, Lin Yue angrily turned to glare. The man-eating bizarre being was instantly frozen in place. A wave of strong fear surged through Lin Yue's entire body. It was the first time it encountered a human that could instill such instant terror. Not only that, it tried to move, but it seemed to have lost all control of its body, let alone use its bizarre abilities. Seeing that there was no one around, the bandage on Lin Yue's face instantly wrapped tightly around him. Then he punched the man-eating bizarre being in the abdomen. A huge blood hole appeared in front of Lin Yue. So weak. Ding! Killed the pseudo-original man-eating bizarre being. Freedom points plus 10. Lin Yue casually added the freedom points to his spirit. He got into the car alone. With a dark face, Lin Yue found the convoy that was parked nearby. Zhao Gang and Fox were arguing. They seemed to have a conflict. One wanted to support him, while the other believed they should take Jai Lina and escape. After all, it involved the original. Fox was in a panic. Until he saw Lin Yue driving back slowly. The fox looked at Lin Yue with a strange expression. Are you a bandage? Or that original strange change? Let me tell you, I am his best friend. You can't fool me. Lin Yue rolled his eyes. He gave the fox a disdainful glance. He found Jai Lina and shrugged his shoulders, saying, I wasn't wrong, right? These strange things will only keep increasing. The end of the strange is coming soon. We need you to go to the shelter immediately. Upon hearing this, Jai Lina immediately changed direction. She instructed the men in black to head to the real shelter. Watching her return towards the city, Lin Yue curled his lip. This woman was indeed not honest. Bringing them outside the city, who knows what she wanted to do. However, after experiencing the cannibal strange just now, this woman chose to hold the child close. And also squeezed Zhao Gang and others into one car. In the car, Zhao Gang asked Lin Yue how the original strange was. Lin Yue shrugged and said, It's not the original, it's a pseudo-original. Even if it's the original, it's not hard to kill. This thing mainly depends on ability. The one just now was neither original nor had any special ability. One punch and it was finished. The reward was also average. Zhao Gang nodded.
He had seen Lin Yue kill strangeness before. He just didn't know if the original strange from before was truly original.
The fox thought Lin Yue was bragging.
Their previous team went through a dungeon with an original strange. They used all kinds of means, even turning on each other, to barely survive until the game time ended.
That thing couldn't be killed at all.
If it could be killed, he wouldn't be afraid just at the mention of the original strange. That thing had already left a significant shadow in his heart. Arriving at Lin Yue's place.
The original isn't hard to kill?
It sounded like he had killed one before.
Bragging without fear of blowing oneself up. The great sage looked thoughtfully ahead.
In this world.
I mean, can we encounter strangeness even on the highways of this era? The residents in the city don't seem to know that strangeness exists.
Xylena instantly understood the great sage's meaning. Putting aside tonight's terrifying strange.
This cannibal strange suddenly appearing on the road. It's also very strange. Because most strange things come from their laboratory. There shouldn't be any escapees.
They were the most clear about it. Thinking of this, she hurriedly made a call. Lin Yue looked at her face getting gloomier.
He vaguely knew why. The apocalypse of this world is not something that happens in an instant. Strange things appearing is just a gradual sign before the end. So, before Xylena could speak, he said. Now you believe me, right? Xylena shook her head.
She told Lin Yue what the cannibal strange was about.
No. It's the ash crystal that has shown anomalies.
It is emitting abnormal sound waves.
And these sound waves shoot straight underground and are untargeted. The laboratory said.
They detected more sound waves returning from underground.
Current speculation is that the ash crystal is not incapable of escaping us. It is using us. Absorbing energy to awaken more companions.
Lin Yue, the fox, Zhao Gang, and the great sage silently exchanged glances.
They already knew it would be like this. After all, the time limit for contacting relics.
And the rules requiring them to kill strangeness as much as possible.
This made such a possibility inevitable. Stop beating around the bush. Quickly go to the shelter. By the way, the shelters in the city should have been modified by the government, right?
After all, what you are studying are strange things.
Don't tell me you haven't taken any precautions. The fox urged Xylena. Xylena shook her head with a bitter smile. There are preparations. But I never thought this day would come so soon. City A only has 4 strange shelters.
At most, they can only accommodate 500,000 people.
Lin Yue became anxious on the spot. 500,000? This city has a population of 10 million. Are you joking? Xylena continued to shake her head.
The strange shelter is still just a pilot project.
To put it simply,
in the entire country, only first-tier cities have strange shelters.
Other cities have none at all.
These are only prepared for a select few high-level officials, their families, and the guardian soldiers.
Meanwhile,
online, people are still glued to the bizarre news of tonight's neighborhood explosion, fire, and black-clothed monsters.
All ordinary people are very excited. It feels like the new year has come.
Strangely, the auditors this time seem to have fallen asleep. They have not exerted any control at all.
Throughout the city, the sound of police sirens constantly blares.
Military tanks rumble directly onto the streets. This makes many citizens believe that the videos circulating online are real.
There really are strange monsters. And those who are always criticized for hoarding supplies finally feel vindicated.
When the convoy returns to the city, the entire city has plunged into chaos.
Lin Yue looks at Zhao Gang and asks, "Is your mental strength still enough?" Zhao Gang knows what he means.
He slowly shakes his head.
The fox glances at them and immediately understands Lin Yue's thoughts.
But the rules prevent them from seeing their families.
If they disperse, then no one will guard the mission targets.
After all, no one wants other players to go back to rescue people, leaving themselves alone to guard the target.
Moreover, once any of the 4 of them disregards everything and goes back to save someone, everyone will be wiped out due to triggering the rules, including their loved ones. To survive,
the other 3 will certainly stop them.
Damn.
I said this time the rules are so strange. Turns out they are afraid we will go back to save our families.
Chapter 150, Who Are You Really?
A huge flash of lightning streaks across the sky.
Lin Yue is sitting in the passenger seat.
Through the window, he sees this scene. The thunder illuminates the entire sky.
At some unknown moment, a layer of pitch-black clouds blankets the city above. 2 phantoms flash by in the sky. 1 shattered lightning descends. instantly igniting the most prominent landmark in the city. Dodge. Quick, dodge. Tall buildings collapse with a thunderous roar under various electric lights.
For a moment, all the vehicles on the street are retreating.
Countless sleeping people are awakened. The convoy turns around and rushes forward. There are no more reservations.
Watching the dust from the collapsed buildings rush toward them,
Lin Yue's eyes flash with a hint of disbelief.
The situation may have changed even more severely than he imagined. That guy called Thunder Ghost
has not been holding back during the fight. According to previous news, Thunder Ghost is the strong side.
The terrifying ghost has been dodging him.
At this moment, the two are actually fighting like this in the sky. Was it the sudden change before that made the terrifying ghost stronger? Lin Yue can't clarify. But he is certain.
The terrifying ghost has grown stronger, no longer the one that flees madly.
His temporary retreat
is only because he doesn't want to face their group and Thunder Ghost's joint attack at the same time.
But this commotion. Would the opponent really fear their influence? Help me. Who will come to save me?
All around, calls for help rise everywhere. The chaotic scene leads to many vehicles crashing into each other.
Yet this time, Lin Yue doesn't go to save anyone like before. Coming back to his senses,
he is surprised by his change.
In the past,
his body would have reacted long ago. But now, he is surprisingly indifferent. Perhaps subconsciously, he believes the city is already doomed. His body shows no reaction.
Or perhaps the terrifying ghost's ability has exerted an invisible influence. Zhao Gang sits in the back now.
He looks surprised at the unmoved Lin Yue.
But he says nothing.
It's not just Lin Yue who has changed.
He too has become unrecognizable.
I have already contacted the shelter.
The shelter is currently opening.
We must get in before the military seals it off. By then, when the people rush over, they won't let me in either.
Jai Lina was a bit panicked at this moment.
She also did not expect this change would come so fast.
In just a few hours,
the world seemed to have turned upside down.
Especially with Lei Gui's reckless opening of fire.
It made her feel something was wrong. The situation was worse than she imagined.
Lei Gui's full firepower was definitely approved by the upper levels.
There were accident scenes everywhere. The road ahead was also blocked. Just as Lin Yue was preparing to go down and clear the way himself,
a tank crashed out from another street. It directly opened a path for them. Lin Yue noticed soldiers starting to appear one after another.
They were saving people and maintaining order in chaos. They seemed completely unaware of the death they were about to face.
Lin Yue knew why this was happening. Even if Jai Lina reported about the apocalypse, they above would not easily believe it. But the mutation of ash crystals made them respond quickly.
In such a city with millions of people, the rapid appearance of the military was the best evidence. All the way, Lin Yue was worried that some horrific anomaly would block their path.
Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The tank led them to a fenced-off unfinished community. No one expected the anomaly's refuge would be in such a place. After arriving here,
Lin Yue found that their convoy was forced to be driven to one side.
There were many more convoys appearing behind. It seemed to be some important figures. More soldiers were opening the way for them.
Jai Lina took out a cigarette in the car, a rare sight. Lin Yue noticed her hands were shaking. He couldn't help but snatch the lighter and help her light it.
Who are these people? Why do we have to let them go in first?
Jai Lina exhaled smoke deeply and explained. They are the command group.
And some are high officials and special personnel.
The refuge has a fixed quota.
Who can enter has long been determined.
We cannot go in for now because the upper levels have not approved my request.
Fox cursed in the back seat. So, it means we four are not on the list and got driven here, right? Damn, I knew there wouldn't be any good officials in Dingxi. Zhao Gang told him to shut up.
As long as Jai Lina gets in,
they would have completed their mission. You don't have to worry about us four. You go in first.
As long as you are safe, our mission will be considered accomplished.
Lin Yue also nodded. Who knew? Jai Lina shook her head. I confirmed your identities 10 minutes after Lei Gui left.
The communication anomaly said there was no information to prove you are our people. When you suddenly appeared,
there was no abnormal energy fluctuation detected.
So, besides me, your future said the higher-ups do not trust.
Let's wait.
Lin Yue felt a chill. It turned out that all this way, Jai Lina had done so much.
They were completely unaware.
Jai Lina could very well go in by herself.
At this moment, saying all this was deliberate, to gain their trust. To stall them or stabilize them. It wasn't that she believed his lies at all. Lin Yue thought of the laboratory. He couldn't help but sneer. You aren't thinking of getting us four into your laboratory, are you? Are you still going to pretend to be an innocent ordinary nurse, using a sympathetic expression and companionship, and finally trigger the weird power within us through death? Lin Yue vented the anger in his heart in one breath. The terrifying anomalies experience he had lived through. That guy's second personality was separated and ultimately lost its humanity because of caring for this disguised woman. The terrifying anomaly sought her, probably because of the encounters with this woman in the laboratory. Hearing Lin Yue say this, Lina stood there in a panic. Until the cigarette butt burned his hand. He finally came to his senses. Who exactly are you? How do you know all of this? She could be sure that Lin Yue was not from the future. She could also be sure that Lin Yue was not a monster that escaped from the lab. But how did Lin Yue know so many secret pieces of information? At that moment, the thunder in the sky began to grow dense. It was as if a divine punishment had descended upon the world. Is there more lightning than before? Lin Yue leaned out to take a look. In the sky, not only had the thunder intensified, but there was also a pitch-black black hole. It felt like a piece of the sky had been snatched away by a god. Terrifying energy surged toward there. It even formed a tornado. Light items on the ground spun and floated upwards. Seeing such a horrifying sight, Lin Yue got out of the car. Feeling the terrifying energy in the air. Suddenly, an image flashed before his eyes for some reason. He actually saw two lightning spirits from such a great distance. 2 against 1, the terrifying spirit was being pushed back continuously. Until a sound of rumbling tore through the earth. The surroundings shook. It came suddenly, like an earthquake. Gray beams of light pierced through the ground. Chapter 151, Encounter with the Spirit Master. These gray lights tore open the ground. They also ripped through the heavenly dome. A gigantic gray arm appeared from the sky. It reached straight toward the lightning spirit. In an instant, a huge handprint appeared in the city center. No matter how tall the buildings or steel structures were, in front of this hand, they all seemed as fragile as tofu. What the hell? What is this thing? The fox looked in shock at the giant hand slowly retracting. Fear had already shown itself in his heart. The arrogance from before had disappeared without a trace. He turned to urge Lina. Don't wait any longer. You go in first. Whether to the lab or guarding here. As long as you get in first, we can do anything. The fox was truly anxious. If that giant hand had landed on them, no one could dare to say they would survive. Even the thunder in the sky had paused for a moment. It seemed that the lightning spirit had already died. Lin Yue covered his eyes. Shaking his head wildly, he felt a new memory emerging in his mind. This was the reason he could see the lightning spirits. In that memory, the lightning spirit did not die. One of the lightning spirits escaped at an incredible speed, taking the other lightning spirit with it. He even heard countless roars emerging from underground in the city. They're coming. Lin Yue glanced at Lina. He transformed violently. When he transformed into the form with 6 arms, the surrounding soldiers immediately panicked and turned their guns. But he just stood there, looking toward the city direction, ignoring the reactions of the soldiers around him. In the next second, a clear sound of chains came. The surrounding spotlights, at the moment the chain sound appeared, one by one went out. Zhao Gang and the others also got out of the car, ready for battle. As darkness swallowed up all the light, a pitch-black figure stood at the door. All the soldiers, their eyes instantly lost their luster. The gun barrels in their hands gradually turned toward themselves, without any resistance or struggle. Bang! 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 After a fierce burst of light and gunfire, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Only the spreading smell of blood informed everyone about the strange event that had just occurred. The fox swallowed hard. Madness. What was this strange entity again? Lin Yue, using the gunfire's light, saw this strange entity. It looked like an ordinary human boy. He kept whispering. These voices wormed into his mind like malicious snakes. He could not wait for the other side to make a move. Lin Yue immediately drank a mouthful of holy water and rushed out proactively. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment, then turned and said, "Force her inside." After speaking, Zhao Gang chased after Lin Yue and rushed out. In the darkness, Lin Yue relied on the location from his memory. towards this unknown and strange attack.
The rusty long nail soared straight towards the heart of the enemy. But when the lightning flickered in the sky again,
the enemy had long since vanished from their original position. I remember you. So that's how it is.
At this moment, some whispers different from the strange and mysterious ones.
The enemy's voice echoed directly in his mind once more. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky.
Lin Yue could sense the enemy flying around him in a bizarre manner. When Zhao Gang rushed in, the enemy's voice and body suddenly disappeared.
The thunder in the sky once again flared brightly.
Lin Yue gazed at the disappearing figure, finally receiving a hint.
Ding! Discovered original thinking weird, pseudo. Original thinking weird, future weird master. Lin Yue stood there in a daze, watching the enemy disappear.
His body was already soaked with cold sweat.
Weird master. Is it the bizarre being that has already ruled the world in one's copy? Could it be that all the copies experienced in the past are actually future scenes of Blue Planet?
At this moment, Lin Yue's mind was filled with this question.
After the thinking weird left,
the surrounding lights were still bright. Only then did Lin Yue realize that it wasn't the lights that went out, but their consciousness was influenced by the thinking weird, believing the lights had gone out. In fact, aside from their thoughts,
nothing had changed.
Here, besides the few of them, there was already no sign of life.
The fox sat down abruptly on the ground.
His eyes were filled with panic.
In just a few seconds, all the soldiers around had died. There was absolutely no possibility of resistance.
Even just now, he felt a whisper swirling in his mind.
He even felt a hand caressing his brain. This feeling could not be described as horrible anymore. It's scarier than the terrifying weird. At this moment, everyone was somewhat at a loss. Any randomly popping out weird is so terrifying. How to continue playing this copy? Damn! No more waiting. The fox cursed angrily and got up to grab Jai Lina.
At this moment, he didn't care about much. He lifted the woman and rushed towards the door of the shelter. The door of the shelter had already been sealed. Because of the terrifying scene just now, it had scared the guards.
Even though not everyone on the list had entered,
they had no choice but to close the shelter early. When Lin Yue came back to his senses, he arrived at the bottom of the shelter.
Jai Lina told them not to waste their energy.
The weird shelter, once closed, cannot be opened in a short time.
To open it, one must obtain the upper-level opening password.
They closed it now, meaning they have already received instructions from the upper level, completely abandoning those who haven't entered.
The fox angrily slapped Jai Lina away.
Bitch! I told you to go in, but you insisted on waiting.
Damn!
Dashang grabbed the fox who was about to continue being violent. He shook his head towards the other, then turned to look at the little girl staring at them from the car.
Lin Yue asked Zhao Gang if he could teleport in after recovering. Zhao Gang closed his eyes and tried. Slowly shook his head. There's a peculiar energy that absorbed my relic ability. This shelter should be capable of absorbing weird energy to strengthen its defense. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and said, there are 3 more. Go to other shelters.
Jai Lina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly got up. I already said not to waste your energy.
Each shelter's list is fixed. Even if other shelters haven't closed yet, we won't be allowed in, we don't have the qualifications.
This time, Lin Yue no longer indulged this woman. If it weren't for her being the guardian target,
he might have even resorted to violence. Fox, carry her. We don't need anyone to let us in. We'll kill our way in. Hearing Lin Yue's support, the fox shook off Dashing's hand and said, now that's more like it. Who are we? Do we need to follow their rules? We are.
He almost let it slip. The fox hurriedly stopped himself. Lin Yue walked over to the little girl by the car. Looking at the puzzled and confused eyes of the other party, there was no comfort. Instead, Zhao Gang was allowed to hold her.
Among the 4 of them,
Zhao Gang had the weakest physical fitness. Lin Yue gave him some holy water to restore his mental strength.
As for the holy water, Zhao Gang was aware of it.
There was not a trace of surprise in his eyes.
We 3 are fast. You just look at the map and teleport to chase us. If you can't catch up, find a place to hide.
After asking about the locations of other shelters, Lin Yue activated all the relics. He directly rode on the strange tiger, transforming into a human-shaped tank to clear the path ahead. Along the way, various strange prompts bounced out. There was no time to look. He sprayed the holy water from his mouth onto his weapon. The sacred gold and the strange black twisted around each other.
Lin Yue transformed again into a Shura, rushing towards the approaching weirdness. Chapter 152, The Eerie Tsunami. The city was thrown into complete chaos.
The apocalypse was supposed to arrive in 2 days. But now, it clearly arrived early.
The ordinary people in the city
were covered by the gray light mist that surged from underground. In an instant, they lost their self-awareness. Lin Yue crushed everything in his path. No matter whether it was the recently transformed weirdness or the weirdness with separate name prompts, none could stop him. The rusty long nail grew hotter in this slaughter. Those old rusty marks seemed washed countless times by blood,
gradually becoming smooth and bright.
The special patterns on the surface shimmered with a fiery red luster,
evaporating the blood that had stained it. Wherever Lin Yue passed, it was all a warm blood mist floating in mid-air. If it could be longer.
Lin Yue never had the chance to change the rusty long nail into a suitable pole weapon. Using it like a dagger was very inconvenient. Not sure how much weirdness and blood had been absorbed by the long nail. It seemed to have reached a limit at last.
In the next moment,
as the symbols shone,
the rusty long nail in Lin Yue's hand suddenly extended, transforming into a pole weapon with a sharp tip.
It resembled a spear and yet a long gun. As the sharp tip remained the shape of a nail, it looked very odd. The shaft was covered with flame-like patterns. It was greedily absorbing the surrounding blood mist. Seeing Lin Yue becoming more and more fierce in killing, the fox and the great sage behind both felt a bit skeptical.
Is this guy really a player from our time? Could it be that the system has given him hacks? At first, the fox thought that Lin Yue was just a bit stronger than him. Now it seemed stronger by 1,000,000 times. The quantity and quality of the ash relics were terrifyingly strong.
The person himself seemed to have an unlimited mental strength.
Some weirdness that seemed very tricky. Before even getting close,
they were already bound by the bandage and then pierced by the spear made from the nail.
One bundle after another. It was as smooth as not killing weirdness at all.
Instead, it felt like chopping vegetables.
While Lin Yue harvested, he added the reward's free points to mental strength.
So far, he had not encountered particularly tricky weirdness, which was why he could move forward smoothly.
This kind of bizarre outburst instance was simply an experience Holy Land. If it weren't for completing the task, he would rather go to a more populated area to mow grass.
A shot through 1,000 miles of white bones
could bring a large amount of free points, all added to mental strength.
Then he would continue to change places to mow grass.
The only thing to be wary of was that he would have a moment of mental exhaustion.
If no one was guarding, it would be very likely to be caught by a powerful weirdness that seizes the opportunity. His strength lies in that strange spear. Weirdness almost dies upon touching that thing. The great sage noticed the clues. He discovered the unusualness of the long nail.
But the fox shook his head. What's strong is the bandage that can forcibly bind weirdness's ability to act.
I gave him the codename bandage because I had already noticed this.
The great sage did not refute. That bandage was indeed strong. In fact, other things were also strong. For example, that steel pipe stained with dirty blood. A stick came down, and the foe original strange couldn't withstand a single blow. That thing is no worse than a spear. Another long knife seemed to be the worst. But there has never been a weirdness that couldn't be cut. Why does this guy have so many good things?
Watching the gleam in the great sage's eyes,
the fox smiled and snorted softly.
If this guy didn't covet those things with his own strength,
he wouldn't mind watching a good show.
But the premise is that the mission target must first reach the shelter. Lin Yue was killing with great enthusiasm.
At this moment,
Zhao Gang appeared beside him through teleportation. There are large numbers of mutated humans coming from several nearby streets.
At the current speed, we probably won't make it. Lin Yue looked up at the intersection. Countless howls surged from the distance.
Under the ruined streetlights,
a mass of shadows squeezed together, rushing towards them.
The whole city has millions of strange beings.
Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. Among that dense crowd of strange beings, a giant humanoid strange with blood-red eyes stood at the center, grinning widely. The moment it pointed a finger at them,
these strange beings surged towards them as if they had received an order.
In this darkness,
accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning and thunder, they felt as if they were in a deep-sea area. And the strange beings were like a massive tsunami crashing towards them.
Lin Yue's excitement instantly vanished.
He patted the back of the strange tiger.
The strange tiger leaped up in an instant,
running directly along the slanted wall of the tall building.
Lin Yue shouted to Zhao Gang, "I'll go first. You use me as an anchor point and teleport that woman over. After leaving this sentence, Lin Yue no longer cared about killing monsters for freedom points. He rode the strange tiger and galloped away. His speed was much faster than before. With the Seeker's eye in the sky surveying the ground as radar, he could constantly adjust and plan his route. At this time, Lin Yue avoided all unnecessary battles, continuously increasing the distance between them. Zhao Gang glanced at the two behind him, turning to press down on the fox and great sage's shoulders. Don't resist. As the wave-like strange beings surged in, they managed to avoid this crisis. But with so many people, Zhao Gang couldn't teleport multiple times. So, he brought everyone to the rooftop of a nearby moving building. I can only take the target. You all. The fox and great sage said nothing. After all, they had just seen what had happened. If Zhao Gang hadn't brought them here, they would have probably been swallowed by the strangeness already. At this time, Zhai Lina protested. No way. You must take my daughter with you. Otherwise, I will die in front of you right now. The little girl in the great sage's arms had been very quiet along the way. So quiet that it seemed a bit unusual. Zhao Gang looked at Zhai Lina fiercely holding the girl. He had intended to refuse. This woman wants to die in front of the three of them, but it's not that easy. However, the great sage stood up in front of Zhao Gang. The fox distanced itself. Standing beside Zhao Gang, the axe pointed directly at the great sage. I say, are you crazy? Staying alive is our only goal. Faced with the fox's impatience, the great sage remained calm. He tugged at the mask on his face and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Brother, I'm just asking if you can take her. If you can't take her, I'll take her myself. I won't slow down the team. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment. He nodded. If this guy took the little girl and left alone, he probably wouldn't get far. Bringing one more little girl. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem. It just needed Lin Yue to get closer to the shelter's location. Seeing the conflict resolved, the scene quieted down again. Only Zhai Lina held her daughter tightly, guardedly watching them. Bringing one more. We'll have to stay here a bit longer. I can only compress the number of teleports. Wait until Lin Bandit reaches the shelter you mentioned to teleport. If any strange beings notice us, there won't be enough time. I can only forcibly take her away alone. Now, do you have anything to say? The fox looked at the great sage. The great sage repeated his words. At that time, I will take her away myself. Chapter 153, The Confused Terrifying Strange. Zhao Gang could actually give the relic to Lin Yue. With Lin Yue's mental strength, he could definitely take them away. However, when he saw Lin Yue again, especially after Lin Yue became stronger and stronger, a feeling of alienation suddenly struck him. This sense of alienation made it impossible for him to completely trust Lin Yue. Lin Yue had changed. He was no longer the person who would reach out for help without hesitation. The long, anxious wait made everyone feel restless. No one knew if the strange beings would find them hiding here. Each person in the group was thinking and reflecting. At that moment, a loud crash sounded on the rooftop. The violent impact kicked up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it revealed a giant humanoid strange commanding the others. This strange looked at the group and grinned, saying, Found you. The fox and the great sage quickly stepped forward. Even with all the noise, they still stood together at that moment. The giant strange simply smiled faintly, completely disregarding the two. It picked up a piece of rubble from the ground, then lightly threw it. The rubble crashed into the fox's chest like a bullet. He didn't even react. A hole appeared in his chest. Zhao Gang grabbed Zhai Lina and the little girl's hand, preparing to teleport. This strange was too powerful. The fox, who called himself a high-level player, couldn't even react. This was a strange with explosive power. But just as he prepared to teleport, a tearing, resonating sound suddenly appeared in the air. Then a bright golden arc cut across the giant strange. Splash! The opponent's head rolled to the ground in front of the group. In the next second, a pitch-black figure descended from the sky, blocking in front of them. The terrifying strange was clad in black armor, holding a black spear with chunks of flesh all over, standing there. Crack! The giant strange had just spoken. In the next second, its head was pierced and exploded by the opponent's spear. Zhao Gang looked at the terrifying strange that had its back to them. His hands trembled uncontrollably.
There was not a hint of excitement at being saved. The fox was dragged back by the great sage. This guy wasn't dead yet. His eyes were filled with resolute light. The origin. Damn, it has become the origin. This is really the end. In the face of life and death. The fox angrily tore off the mask on his face. The battle axe in his hand erupted with a bright red glow. His hair continued to grow wildly, falling to the ground, still spreading out. This was his trump card relic. Can only be used once. Just this once. I'll hold it off, you guys run away. The fox leaped toward the terrifying strange that had its back to them. The terrifying strange looked at the chunks of flesh at its feet. Its eyes filled with confusion about its own actions. Feeling the attack from behind. The confusion in its eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by endless darkness and coldness. The surroundings grew static. The fox's leaping slash seemed frozen in midair. The terrifying strange took step after step toward Jai Lina behind Zhao Gang. At the moment it reached out its hand, a line of text appeared before its eyes. Jai Lina, world savior. The terrifying strange could not comprehend the situation before it. What is this text? Is it some powerful strange ability? World savior. Save whose world? Humans or the strange? But no matter how confused it was, a voice in its mind told it. It needed this woman to be alive. And not dead. This was what drove it to come here regardless of the battle in the sky. As it stagnated the time and space in this area. A bolt of lightning shattered this strange situation. The lightning strange also saw the scene here. Jai Lina was actually here? And those strange guys who said they would protect them were here too. Although he was sure they weren't official people. But at least these guys were indeed protecting Jai Lina. He could understand why the terrifying monster targeted Jai Lina. What Jai Lina did in the lab made him hate this woman deeply, even before he regained his self-awareness. However, he still couldn't figure out the origins of these few people. Even stranger was. The terrifying monster's growth speed tonight exceeded his imagination. From chasing the opponent to barely holding on. The long spear that mysteriously appeared in his hand was giving him a headache. Because he discovered that this spear could kill him. That kind of lethal threat to life had not existed since he transformed into the primordial monster. Yet at this moment, it reappeared. Several times when the spear stabbed towards his chest. He even sensed he had a heartbeat again. This was the most incomprehensible to him. Could it be that he was starting to regress? Or was it that after evolving into the primordial monster, the terrifying entity gained this bizarre ability to reverse? The terrifying monster didn't immediately kill Jai Lina. This made him seem to understand what was happening. Have you regained your self-awareness? Hearing Lei Gui's voice mixed with unease and surprise. The stagnant space around them instantly disappeared. The fox's strange form struck down decisively. With a heavy thud against the floor. Boom! The building shook violently in an instant. Yet the terrifying monster didn't answer Lei Gui's question. It vanished from here once again. Lei Gui immediately chased after it, leaving only Zhao Gang and Deshang, who looked confused. The fox had already penetrated through the floor due to this desperate attack, not knowing where it had been buried. At that moment, Zhao Gang noticed the green dot at Lin Yue's location finally stopped moving. Was it blocked, or has it arrived? Lin Yue couldn't move anymore. In front of him, the strange entities formed a true wave-like scene. Dense and endless. The strange tiger was surrounded by these bizarre entities, continuously being bitten. Unable to move an inch. No matter how it roared and attacked, the chunks of flesh didn't turn to smoke and disappear. It only made the scene more terrifying. As Lin Yue swung his weapon, beneath him was already a mountain of flesh. And he had completely been reduced to a blood-red world around him. Another flash of lightning illuminated the moment. The scene was truly horrifying. When the strange tiger howled and fell, Lin Yue had no choice but to put it away. Without a shred of hesitation. Then Lin Yue released the 1,000 miles of bones. In an instant, over 500 points of mental energy were emptied. Countless bone spikes spread out. Ordinary strange entities were pierced and hung in the air. Blood flowed like a river. A large number of prompts and freedom points were added. Not daring to delay for a moment, Lin Yue immediately poured all the freedom points back into mental energy. To replenish the exhausted mental energy. The strange master stood on the rooftop observing this scene. Frowning. He saw something very interesting tonight. The most interesting part was, he saw that his future self would actually be the master of the bazaar. This was his childhood dream. Could it really be realized?
It's a pity I can never cross that step. Otherwise, I could see more. Lost in thought, he felt a horrifying and unknown aura behind him. After the 1,000 miles of bones, the wave of strange entities gradually dispersed, though Lin Yue sensed some abnormalities. At this moment, he had no time to pay attention to these. Suddenly, a nearby building was ripped in half and collapsed. It seemed that 2 terrifying auras had appeared. Primordial? The reaction of this terrifying aura made Lin Yue very vigilant. If it was 1, he could deal with it. But 2, in the face of unknown abilities from the opponent, he couldn't afford to be reckless. He could only avoid this place. He moved again. Zhao Gang saw the green dot moving again, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't teleport directly. Lin Yue was clearly forced to stop for a while. Once again, sprinting, Lin Yue finally spotted a fire coverage area. The military's firepower deployment at the shelter is very strong. In the darkness, bullets fly like golden rays, continuously shattering the surging monsters. This shelter is still holding on, waiting. It seems to be waiting for someone important. Lin Yue had said to charge in. It seems a bit difficult. We can only rely on Zhao Gang's teleportation relic. Zhao Gang then discovered. The green dot where Lin Yue is located is spinning in a small area. It should be a signal. You go ahead. The great sage is still digging up the fox's body. Zhao Gang did not stop him. At this moment, he held the daughter of Zhai Lina and said, "Listen. Even for your daughter, you must let me in." This is the reason Zhao Gang agreed to teleport them together. He must give this woman a hope of survival. After saying this, their figures slowly disappeared underground. When they appeared again, they had already come to Lin Yue's side. Chapter 154, Destruction spreads across the land. Only after seeing the scene where bones piled up like mountains, did Zhao Gang and Zhai Lina realize what Lin Yue had experienced along the way. Don't just stand there. The military seems to be waiting for some important person. But with the current scale of transformation in the city, that person could die at any moment and not make it here. Before the shelter closes, hurry and get them inside. Zhao Gang nodded. Then asked, "What about you?" After she goes in, the game may not necessarily end immediately. 3 days. Lin Yue waved his hand. He said nothing, then turned and charged toward the encircling monster army again. These newly transformed monsters are the best spot for him to harvest his freedom points. If missed, there might never be a second chance. Watching Lin Yue charge into the dark tide in an instant, Zhao Gang grabbed Zhai Lina's hand as he mysteriously appeared inside the shelter. Muzzles of guns were pressed against his forehead. Zhao Gang lifted his hood, revealing a terrifying burned face. Without care, he lay on the ground. He had exhausted all his mental energy. The exhaustion of mental energy made his head feel like it was boiling. Pain spread throughout his body. He had completely lost the power to resist. Don't shoot yet. I am Zhai Lina, Assistant Chief Engineer of Laboratory Number 1. My shelter number is. You can verify it. Despite Zhai Lina's desperate attempts to block, the soldiers did not dare to let an anomaly remain in the shelter. This is humanity's future. They dared not gamble, nor could they delay. There must be no chance of anything going wrong. At the moment the gunfire flared up. A golden light shone on Zhao Gang. As Zhao Gang threw away the item in his hand, Zhai Lina then realized this was another type of relic. It was filled with the essence of ashes. Moreover, this relic she recognized. It was one of the most important relics from the first batch excavated from ancient ruins. It was the core old object for building anomaly shelters. At this moment, Zhai Lina believed. She believed that Zhao Gang really came from another timeline. Because this item should still be in the special storage area for ash relics. It could absolutely not appear here. She eagerly asked Zhao Gang. But Zhao Gang closed his eyes. Time instantly froze. Translucent cubes wrapped Zhao Gang. When time resumed, Zhai Lina pounced at emptiness. There was nothing in front of her. As if Zhao Gang had never appeared. At this moment, Lin Yue also had cubes appearing around him. He knew this meant he was about to teleport away. It indicated Zhai Lina had been sent into the shelter. The mission was finally completed. Because he had slaughtered many monsters, ultimately attracting some special anomalies' attention. With a thunderous roar in the sky, a drop of rain fell on Lin Yue's face. His body was already covered in blood and flesh. At first, he did not notice. Until countless monsters exploded upon contact with the rainwater. He suddenly recalled something. Water anomaly? Not daring to stay for even a moment,
Lin Yue dashed into a collapsed building.
Even so,
A dark arm stretched out from the drop of rain on his face
it grabbed his neck from behind
and pressed him hard against the ground. A strong sense of suffocation rushed over him.
Lin Yue didn't think at all.
He shot himself directly with his gun.
The instant the long nail touched the dark tentacle, the arm exploded. Only then could he gasp for breath. The appearance of the water monster shocked Lin Yue greatly. If that's the case,
all the instances he experienced were indeed the same world,
just with a different timeline.
The stance of the water monster was extremely extreme.
Even though humans were infected by the strange aura and turned into strange creatures,
it still did not see them as part of the same camp. Instead, it mercilessly wiped out both humans and strange creatures.
This massacre under the heavy rain
was vastly stronger than his sea of corpses. The two were completely incomparable.
Boom! Before Lin Yue could even get up, a figure fell near the building. No one can survive in my hands. He. Make sure to hide well. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yue hurriedly crouched down. The entire building was instantly cut in half.
And the one who sliced the building was a giant blood knife made of blood and rainwater. Looking at the enormous blood knife
and the terrifying blood-colored strange aura, Lin Yue knew this was the real water monster. Far from being comparable to the one in the chaotic instance, the high-rise building was instantly cut in half. Just this ability alone was enough to instill despair. Without any cover, rainwater fell on Lin Yue again. The next moment, countless dark, strange tentacles transformed into sword-like raindrops bursting forth,
heading straight for Lin Yue, whose body was covered in transparent cubes.
Time once again stopped. The water monster's attack paused as well. But it could still move.
It nervously looked around,
trying to find the instigator.
Then suddenly turned towards a dark area.
The thought monster slowly stepped into the rainwater.
The water monster moved its fingers,
but those ghostly hands in the raindrops completely ignored its commands. Aren't you curious? Why can't your ability trigger? The thought monster walked in front of the water monster and patted its shoulder. The scene flipped. Everything around was already devoid of anything. Lin Yue was gone. Those abilities that should have triggered actually did.
But the target of the attack was him. Its eyes spun rapidly, trying to understand what had just happened.
After the thought monster's hand left the water monster,
the heavy rain resumed.
Your strength is good. Follow me from now on. The water monster snorted coldly and moved again.
But suddenly a familiar sensation came from its shoulder.
Time seemed to rewind. The thought monster released its hand and said, Your strength is good. Follow me from now on.
The water monster's face darkened. It knew it had entered a state of mental illusion.
Perhaps it would be trapped here until it got the answer it wanted. It didn't know how many times it had repeated this.
For now, the water monster submitted.
The strange master released its control over it,
then looked up at the sky.
Flames cut through the sky,
heading straight for this place.
The refuge finally no longer waited. It completely closed off.
Thus, it began a devastating strike without reservation.
Is this the ultimate weapon of humanity in this era? The flames illuminated the entire planet.
After Lin Yue's body slowly disappeared. For a moment, he saw everything within the terrifying strange vision again.
He saw the blue planet. Not just City A. The whole planet was exploding. Countless nuclear bombs were released, as if to destroy all traces of civilization. Even if it couldn't kill the strange creatures, it aimed to minimize their numbers, to prepare for humanity's counterattack in the future.
As destruction spread across the land, Lin Yue also lost the vision of the terrifying strange he had seen.
Congratulations, player. You have completed the game. Chapter 155, Lucky Coin. This time, you completed the instance, the Eve of the Apocalypse. Difficulty, Normal. Completion Evaluation, SS.
1. You protected Jai Lina from the terrifying strange, plus 3 points.
2. You protected Jai Lina's daughter, plus 2 points. You killed over 10,000 ordinary monsters, plus 10 points. You killed over 10 primal monsters, false, plus 5 points. You completed the level, plus 5 points. Total score, 25 points. SS evaluation reward, freedom points plus 10, relic treasure chest, legendary, X1. Due to your excessive killings of monsters, you earned an extra reward. Complete dungeon fragment, Hunger Road, plus 1. Looking at the dungeon fragment in his hand, Lin Yue was filled with confusion. He obtained a high-level dungeon fragment. But why is it a fragment from a specified dungeon? Master, you have returned. We followed your instructions and cleared that mine. We found a secret room. As soon as Lin Yue returned, the wild man priest rushed over here. Lin Yue was amazed to find that during his normal dungeon time, the flow of time here not only did not pause, but instead accelerated its passage. What was once just simple treehouses, at that moment, had already been developed into a large camp. There were not only treehouses and farmland, but also fish ponds. The fish in the ponds were the big fish he had eaten before. How long have I been gone? The wild man priest took out the calendar Lin Yue had given him to keep track of time and said, a total of 307 days. Lin Yue waved his hand. He did not correct the priest's grammatical errors. He asked the priest to take him to the secret room. This golden mine was definitely not just for digging gold. Walking into the secret room, Lin Yue was surprised to find there were many minerals and a workbench. On the workbench were tools resembling those for cutting jade and microscopes. Clearly, they were searching for something in the ores. Some fossils were carelessly thrown in the corner. A dusty diary was picked up by Lin Yue. After blowing off the dust, Lin Yue began to read. Most of it was observations and records of various minerals. At least there were some personal notes. Ash crystal is evidence of a world's destruction, and also a peak of world development technology. It is the ultimate mystery of civilization's pursuit of immortality. Creatures influenced by it will turn into spirits even after death, thus preserving forever. However, the emergence of this thing is also the fuse that led to the destruction of the entire civilization. I feel this game seems to be aimed at solving this problem. Today, I also dug up fragments of ash crystal from the underground of this transit station. It's simply unbelievable. This is clearly an independent space. No. I was misled by the game system. This world is also Blue Star. Like other dungeons, it is in a special era. Ash crystal is the best proof. This time coming back from the dungeon, I almost died. The monster lord is really too strong. All resistors were sealed away by it. The indestructible primal monster has become the best battery, used by it to maintain a ridiculous dream world. It's almost time to set off. If I let the savages of this era stop their development of civilization, will it affect the timeline of future dungeons? I don't know, but I can try. Today, I dug up something interesting. A well-preserved photo. The background of the photo is actually from the era I live in. It seems there is even more evidence underground. Lin Yue picked up the photo tucked in the diary. In the photo was just a strange woman, holding a baby about a year old. The background was a warm pink bedroom. The text and furniture matched his era. This made Lin Yue unable to help but want to restart the mine. And a large amount of manpower and resources was inevitably necessary. Looking at the wild men outside, Lin Yue thought for a long time, deciding not to follow the previous players' routines. He wanted to open up knowledge for them to learn. Only in this way could there be higher technological development. In the ensuing time, Lin Yue established a school. But the wild men were after all wild men, and he was not a teacher. So the progress was very slow. However, among these wild men, there were indeed quite a few very clever fellows. Some knowledge he himself did not understand clearly, but they could discuss with each other to reason it out perfectly. This made Lin Yue realize that he seemed to have encountered a legendary learning genius. To protect the territory, Lin Yue kept the strange tiger and left the relics to the priest. The tribe would continue to develop and grow. The priest's set of deceptive tricks would eventually be eliminated. When Lin Yue was no longer around, he needed a bit of strength to rely on. Receiving Lin Yue's reward, the priest trembled all over. Although he was granted rights above others as the last master of the deity, he knew very well, without the master, he was nothing. The kingdom fell apart. His ancestors had almost been wiped out by other ambitious tribes. They ended up hiding in this unsuitable wilderness corner. But with the strange tiger, it was different. Just being able to tame a wild saber-toothed tiger, the tribal leader could continue the family for a long time without decline. Not to mention the strange tiger, a treasure that would never die. Before starting the new dungeon, Lin Yue opened the legendary relic treasure chest as a reward. What came out was a coin.
Lucky coin, legendary, permanently consumes spiritual power, can gain a stroke of luck, and always win in gambling.
Reproduction is guaranteed. Warning, the bigger the event you want to win, the higher the consumption. So many legendary relics. Lin Yue was most tempted by this coin.
Vasily's poker has remained merely a decoration until now.
Its functionality is very poor.
If he consumes spiritual power before revealing the cards to gain the effect of guaranteed winning, then there would be no possibility of losing the game. The only thing that troubled him was that he had already reached the limit with his human body. Vasily could not grant him breakthrough power. The only way to gain strong effects was with spiritual power. Don't be fooled by the need for permanent consumption of spiritual power. If used during the bizarre tide, the range of bones over 1,000 miles would multiply. With great sacrifice, the harvest would be even greater. He summoned Vasily to test it out. In the first round of blackjack, he permanently lost 10 points of spiritual power and achieved victory. And his spiritual power doubled to over 2,000 points within 10 minutes. In the second round, he needed to permanently consume 100 points of spiritual power. But his total spiritual power then doubled to over 5,000 points. Lin Yue did not continue.
He gave up on the second round. 100 points of spiritual power was not small.
Unless necessary, he could not afford to waste so much. As for the third round, there was no need to think about it. But it proved that these two relics could indeed be used together.
Putting away the coin, Lin Yue took out the dungeon fragment of Hungry Road. Coming back here was actually not bad. He had many questions. For example, what exactly was the connection between the fairy realm dungeon and the goddess who gave him the bone lotus? What was recorded in that laptop, was it from players? Or was it an old object dug up from that world underground? All were secrets worth pursuing. At the time, he didn't have time to deeply investigate the background of that world. Perhaps he could ask her directly. As the dungeon fragment was crushed, Lin Yue disappeared again. The surrounding wild people knelt down at the sight.
It seemed they were honoring his return to the battlefield of the gods.
Chapter 156, Return to Hungry Road. Ding! Player successfully invaded another's dungeon. This round of the game, Hungry Road, officially start. Your only task is to walk out of this grassland. Game rules are as follows. 1. You cannot stop moving while advancing. If you stop for more than 10 seconds, you die. 2. You will encounter some strange people on the road, you can trade with them. Please make sure you have things they are interested in. 3. Traveling at night may lead to encounters with the Ashen Knights, be careful not to get caught by them. 4. If you run fast enough, you can take over rest points, the rest points are limited, first come first served. The game lasts for 5 days, and after 5 days, those who have not left the grassland will remain here forever. Warning, as a random player, you are not allowed to attack other players. The time of this random intrusion, 1 year after the last ended. 10, 9, 8, 7. Familiar rules. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned. What is the Ashen Knight order? 1 year later. Isn't the timing precise enough? He looked around at the players who wore expressions of panic and caution. He recalled how he looked when he first arrived here. They had also clashed with another group of players. That group back then. He didn't even know how many of them were still alive. Now, the scene was still the same. The two groups were on high alert against each other. And the countdown made their faces change drastically. In a panic, they began to move forward. Because players from both sides regarded Lin Yue as a member of the opposing group. So no one noticed him. Looking at the familiar scenery by the roadside, Lin Yue did not waste time here. Instead, he pushed off the ground and sprinted away. Behind him, some players snorted, while others remained silent. More were filled with surprise. Lin Yue's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. For Lin Yue, who had started at full speed, they paid him little mind. There's no way the rest spot is this close. So they did not believe in Lin Yue's actions. And Lin Yue did not care about them at all. After losing sight of them, he directly left the main road. He ran deep into the grassland. Lin Yue's first thought was to find a water source. To replenish the holy water. This time he had a large water storage container and could take a lot. But as he ran, he discovered something unusual. Deep in the grassland, it was no longer a bare pile of rocks. On the distant horizon, there was a golden wheat field, waving like waves in the gentle breeze. In the midst of it, Lin Yue felt very strange. Isn't this a world of hunger? Or did both sides exist like this from the beginning when they came to this instance? No, that group deviated from the road to hunt immediately. If there really is a wheat field, they couldn't have not seen it. With confusion in his heart, Lin Yue walked further and further. Soon, he saw farmers managing the wheat fields. The farmers were no longer the bony figures he remembered. Though they were still quite thin, at least their features were visible. Who are you? This is the territory of Lord Wolfong. Quickly leave before the soldiers find you. When they come, it will be too late. The farmer urged Lin Yue to leave quickly. In his eyes, those soldiers seemed extremely dangerous. Before leaving, Lin Yue asked out of curiosity. The farmer walked while telling him. This wheat field was planted because of the blessing of the Lord of Ashes. It is a land of blessing. Hearing the name of the Lord of Ashes again, Lin Yue felt no more surprised than at first. He was also curious about the history of the Lord of Ashes. Since history is destined to have such a player comparable to a god. And in the era where Xiaoli was, there were no documents about the Lord of Ashes. Perhaps here is the true record of him. Lin Yue asked the farmer about the appearance and time of the Lord of Ashes. The farmer pointed ahead and said, "The place of Lord Ash's divine manifestation is just in the front fortress of AKAs. There is an old statue of that elder." As the farmer spoke, he paused. Then looked at Lin Yue with a strange gaze. "By the way, you resemble that lord a bit. Just without that imposing aura of ruling the world." Lin Yue smiled. How could he compare with the Lord of Ashes? Before leaving the wheat field, he stood at the edge of the field and asked one last time where there was a river. He needed to replenish the holy water. Upon hearing holy water, the farmer looked astonished. Holy water? Where did you hear that rumor? Watching the farmer shake his head and return to inspect the fields, Lin Yue turned silently and returned to the road. Rumors? How could I not know whether it's a rumor? But the farmer's reaction was strange. As a local, and still a farmer, how could he not know about the holy water? Could it be that the Lord of Ashes did something? On the way back, Lin Yue found a small puddle. He saw the familiar hint of sacred water. Lin Yue turned back and smiled at what was behind him. No matter why the other party said that. At this moment, it no longer mattered. He took out his water storage device. Slowly, he filled the sacred water from the puddle. After filling it up, Lin Yue discovered a small spring beneath. He didn't move. He bent down and drank his fill, still following the old routine. Take as much as you can carry. In the AKS fortress, a meeting was in session. At the head of the conference table sat a spirited old man with white hair. He surveyed every council member present at the meeting. Then he brought up a heavy topic. The holy water in the Holy Land is about to run dry. The land here can no longer produce a large amount of grain. Ladies and gentlemen, the good days are about to become a thing of the past. Someone snorted coldly upon hearing this. Shifting his plump body, he said, I said it from the start, that mother and daughter are frauds. The Lord of Ashes? Humph. Across from him, a woman in knight's armor tapped the table. You dare to slander the Lord of Ashes. Wolf Fong, if you don't want your head to be separated from your body, I can help you with that. The fat man was somewhat displeased. But he did not retaliate. On the surface, he needed to obey some rules. But in reality, everyone present knew. The Lord of Ashes was just a false deity they created. The purpose was to cover up the existence of the sacred water. At the same time, it was a method of control. In the past, various forces all occupied their own territories. But they still lived very miserably. Since discovering the sacred water and that lush orchard, whenever several leaders met, they would create today's AKS fortress and the Holy Land. To avoid depleting each other's strength while competing for the sacred water, they chose to create a nation. But the Ashen Knights had been seriously brainwashed. Only this female knight captain opposite them knew that Ashes was a lie. But this woman recently seemed a bit strange. It was as if she had been brainwashed as well. As for strength, the Knight Order had already subtly surpassed the individual lords present. So, this woman seemed not to be the chairperson of the council. But her power was undeniable. He could not provoke her. The conference room was silent for a moment. A young man sitting at the end slowly spoke up. The daughter of that mother and daughter duo, wasn't she supposed to act as the saint? In this year, haven't we extracted any information about that knight from her? Someone brought the topic back to the right track. The discussion instantly heated up. What the saint said was as vague as Ashes. Do you believe it, or do I believe it? I have an idea, let's get a man to seduce her. Just say the saint is impure, angering the Lord of Ashes, leading to the sacred water running dry. Then burn her to death. Divert the people's anger. This method is feasible, indeed. But it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. In the end, without the sacred water, the decline of the fortress is destined. In the conference room, the discussion was intense. There were all sorts of opinions. At that moment, a knight burst in. The knight went to whisper something in the female knight captain's ear. She stood up in shock, displaying emotions that didn't seem fitting for her identity. Soon, 2 more soldiers rushed in. One whispered to Wolf Fong. The other whispered to the council chairperson. The female knight, clad in cold armor, said nothing. She turned and left the conference room. Wolf Fong's face quickly shifted from shock to joy. He was the second to leave. The other council members had no idea what had happened. They all looked towards the chairperson. The chairperson watched the 2 leave. The panic in his eyes slowly faded. He looked at the many eager gazes. He slowly began to speak. Holy water. It's appeared again. And there's a person that seems to be the Lord of Ashes. Chapter 157 Newcomers. Back on the highway. Lin Yue sighed at how much this world had changed in just 1 year. He was also curious about the identity of this Lord of Ashes. He also tried to stop me from killing the guards. Why exactly? To be called a deity by a world. Such a player must have figured out the ultimate meaning of this game, right? There were some things Lin Yue couldn't understand in his mind. It seemed that as long as he could uncover the actions of this Lord of Ashes, he could glimpse these secrets. This made his pace quicken. Glancing back at the players who hadn't caught up, he no longer held back his strength. He unleashed his full power and started to sprint. There were still shops by the roadside. He paused for a moment at the first rest point. The man in the rest point gave him a glance, then began to guard himself as if facing a great enemy. Clearly, he didn't see him as a player. Even speaking carried a tone of doubt. Are you looking for a place to stay? Lin Yue's stomach growled at that moment. The other party unhesitatingly handed over a cloth bag. Looking inside at the familiar dark lump, Lin Yue took it in his hand. He ate without hesitation. No need for a stay. I want to ask about someone. On this road, there used to be a shop full of flowers. The owner was a beautiful big sister like a fairy. Do you know her? The shop owner looked ahead, seemingly in thought. After a moment, he replied. There is no fairy-like sister. But there is a foul-tempered skeleton witch. She now lives in the Axe Fortress. Lin Yue responded with an O. He left there. Seeing Lin Yue turn away, the other party sighed in relief. It was good that Lin Yue wasn't here to seize the shop. Now that the Ash Knights had cleared out the nearby pursuers, even the corpse carriers were rarely seen. Such a small shop could barely keep him from starving. If even the shop was robbed, his relief wasn't over yet. Lin Yue turned back to look. A large group of people will come later. Give them a little grace, don't make it too hard for them. The shopkeeper's lips twitched slightly. He certainly knew a large group of newcomers would rush over. From the moment the game started. As the shopkeeper, he received the information. Don't make it too hard? Only a big fist counts, that's the hard truth. He could only nod in agreement. Lin Yue didn't expect him to really go easy. Those newcomers, if they could help a bit, then so be it. The rest depended on themselves. At dusk, Lin Yue encountered 2 corpse carriers moving backward in teams. Seeing the feet sticking out of the body bags, Lin Yue knew they were going to the rest point he had just passed to exchange for dark lumps. And the corpse carriers still existed. It seemed that even with the golden vast wheat fields, there was still hunger in this world. The corpse carriers were still skin and bones. When the corpse carriers saw Lin Yue, the older one pulled the younger one aside to give way. The road was clearly very wide. It was not until Lin Yue ran far away that the older one finally spoke. I really didn't expect that I would see him again. The younger corpse carrier looked confusedly at this woman who wasn't a mother but was like one. Who is he? The corpse carrier ruffled the little boy's hair. Said nothing. And the young corpse carrier suddenly said. He looks like the statue in the fortress. When will the blessing of the gods come to our resting land? I really want to know what bread tastes like. The child's careless words caused a mocking look to emerge deep in the eyes of the corpse carrier. The gods do not exist. The Ash Knights are merely enslaving more people in the form of religion to serve them, thus enjoying power, wealth, and influence. Remember this. Even if I starve to death and become someone else's food, I will absolutely not join the fortress. Even in death, my spirit must return to freedom. The little boy did not understand what the older corpse-bearer meant by spiritual freedom. He just wanted to be full. And then eat a little better. He did not want to leave without trying anything at all. Finally, in a corner of some kitchen, he turned into a pile of white bones. The corpse-bearer saw the deep desire in his eyes. She said nothing. No matter what she said. The choice was always in his hands. This was his freedom. And her unwavering faith. In a flash, the starry sky descended. Lin Yue's frantic run had not yet stopped. He had to find that so-called fortress as fast as possible. After passing 3 rest points in a row, he finally saw the huge shadow of a black building under the night sky. A stone-built medieval fortress, spanning across both sides of the road. Only near the road, there was no change at all. Lin Yue sighed at the people of this place, constantly living in the deep waters and fiery hell of hunger, yet still had the energy to build such a massive sculpture. This fortress, he did not know how much flesh and blood it had consumed to be built. Before getting closer, a group of armored soldiers, riding creatures resembling black unicorns, blocked the side of the road. They seemed to be checking for certain people. Several corpse bearers were held up for interrogation by the roadside. Seeing this scene, Lin Yue couldn't help but hesitate. The only rule that had changed was that the pursuers were replaced by the Ashen Knights. These knights were much more dangerous than the pursuers for players. After all, the pursuers had no mounts. Players could not escape their pursuit. A particularly tall knight saw him from afar. Without waiting for him to get closer, he slowly approached on his mount. The night was too dark. Lin Yue could not see the other side. Only a few stars reflected off the cold armor. The knight scrutinized Lin Yue but could not see his face clearly. He could only tell that Lin Yue's gaze was firm, and his spirit was full. He had not yet endured the torment of hunger. Newcomer? Lin Yue frowned and nodded. Go left. There is a priest there. Go register. Listen, here you must worship my lord, the Lord of Ash. If you refuse, you can try and see if your legs can outrun my black wind. Lin Yue looked at the restless unicorn. He smelled a hint of blood. This thing eats meat. Then he silently walked toward the only unarmored old man among the knights. The old man greeted Lin Yue warmly. Newcomer? First, eat a dumpling. Looking at the dumpling handed over, Lin Yue did not refuse. After seeing Lin Yue eat it, the old man slowly walked to a table in the firelight. He opened a large book. He picked up a feather pen, dipped it in a bottle of crimson ink, and wrote on a new page. Name: Lin Yue. Age: 19. A young body is very popular in the Axe Fortress. Let me explain to you. If you want to escape hunger and receive protection, you must join the Axe Fortress and become a resident of the fortress. The old man said, as he touched Lin Yue's strong arm. You have a chance to join the Knight Regiment. There are much better benefits there. Not only can you eat bread, but there are also 2 fruit supplies every month. Your physique is really good. I have high hopes for you. The old man never asked Lin Yue whether he wanted to join the fortress. It seemed that joining them was an inevitable outcome. The old man also asked Lin Yue about the world before he came here. For this, Lin Yue made up some stories. Do you have any special abilities? When asked this, Lin Yue thought for a moment. He directly displayed the bone armor. The old man shook his head upon seeing it. Normal. However, the chance of entering the Battle Knight Regiment is much higher. Registration is complete. Now, you just need to get the Knight Regiment's mark branded. Then pay homage to the statue of Lord Ash. You are now one of us. Lin Yue looked at the huge fortress in the distance. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Can it really be that easy to join? Can Ache Fortress really support so many people? The old man seemed to sense his doubts. With a smile, he said. When you witness the miracle, you'll understand. All the knights are personally selected by our Lord. Don't think it's that simple. By the way, your body looks good, if you're decent looking. You might even gain the right to reproduce. Let me take a closer look. As he spoke, the old man picked up a torch and illuminated Lin Yue's face. Chapter 158, Ambush. At the moment the firelight lit up Lin Yue, the air fell into a moment of silence. The next second, the old priest suddenly collapsed at Lin Yue's feet. Shaking all over, he couldn't speak. The knight heard the commotion and turned to look. He first frowned. then thought of the captain's orders. He immediately rushed over. He picked up the torch that had fallen on the ground, not even glancing at the priest. Lin Yue didn't understand what was wrong with this old man. He calmly looked at the knight. The knight's pupils suddenly shrank beneath his visor. So similar. As a trusted confidant of the knight captain, he was one of the few who knew the truth without being a council member. Until he saw Lin Yue with his own eyes. He fell into an even greater confusion. Soon he realized something. The captain had specifically sent him to investigate this time. He still found it strange. Such routine tasks were typically done by low-ranking knights. There was no need for him to come personally. Get up! The old priest heard the knight captain's words and tremblingly raised his head. Upon meeting Lin Yue's gaze, he immediately bowed his head again. As if peering at Lin Yue was a form of desecration. At this moment, the other knights also looked over. The captain had his back to them and drew his longsword. Lin Yue sensed that the atmosphere was off. A chilling murderous intent spread through the air. But before he could take action, a sudden loud noise came from afar. In the darkness, a rain of arrows swiftly shot forward. Ambush! Be careful! Lin Yue grabbed the old priest and quickly left the road. Wave after wave of arrows turned those unhelmed knights and mounts into sieves. Only the knight captain, clad in full armor, held a longsword wrapped in flames. In the darkness, it flashed and danced constantly, cutting down all the arrows in front of him. When several waves of arrows finally ceased, even he, despite his considerable strength, was now panting and staring into the distance. Boom! A powerful tremor shook the ground. It seemed like a massive wave of cavalry was approaching. Lin Yue did not look any further. He turned around and carried the old priest to run. This was his ticket into the fortress, he had to take it with him. The knight captain did not look back. He knew Lin Yue had run away. He also understood why he was here. Low-ranking knights simply couldn't hold back this kind of ambush. Should I delay for a while? I will also become a sacrifice. Realizing his own predicament, this knight did not retreat. Instead, he raised his flaming longsword and charged towards the sounds of hooves in the darkness. Lin Yue turned his head for a glance. Very surprised. What the hell, is he going to his death? Hey, old man. Where's the main gate of the fortress? The old priest hadn't yet recovered from his panic. But upon hearing Lin Yue's question, his mouth opened uncontrollably. Back to my lord. The southwest room and the northeast corner both have main gates. It's the Wolf Tooth, this heavy cavalry is from the Wolf Tooth troops. Is he planning to rebel? Lin Yue bit his lip. He couldn't understand what the old man was saying at all. He ran hard towards the northeastern direction on the right. By the time they had run far enough, the shaking earth behind them gradually subsided. Just as he wanted to sigh in relief, a sound of slicing air rushed in. Without thinking, Lin Yue transformed into the 6 heavenly Buddha hands. One hand held the old priest. The other hand wielded a long nail, knocking down the giant sword that had come from the air. Bang! Don't run so fast. Let me see how much you resemble him. A black shadow appeared ahead. A chubby figure in armor blocked Lin Yue's path. Ding! Wolf Fawn Lord detected. Wolf Fawn Lord, bloodthirsty, brutal. The ground shook once more. Lin Yue recognized the guy in front of him. He was trying to slow down Lin Yue's progress. As long as the troops behind caught up, he would have no chance of escape. At that moment, he threw out the binding thread. A long spike turned into a spear in the flames. It charged straight for the opponent's heart. When the spear drew a spark as it grazed the opponent's armor, it did not pierce through. But this tactic surprised the wolf fawn greatly. Good technique. I almost tipped over. Fire. The wolf fawn tried to break free from the binding thread. He couldn't do it. And Lin Yue's second strike was already on the way. This time, he abandoned the heart. Instead, he aimed to pierce through the opponent's skull. This full armor had only a gap for the eyes. The conical spearhead seemed to understand Lin Yue's intentions. It instantly flattened. It slipped right into the gap. Watching the blood flow from the spear, the opponent's body swayed and fell backward. Lin Yue retrieved the binding thread. He turned and continued to sprint. At that moment, the main force behind was catching up. A soldier rushed to the wolf fawn's front. He took out a glass bottle about the size of a thumb. The brilliant golden light flowed into the wound. The wolf fawn moved, suddenly standing up. Bastard! I will eat him alive. Chase! His deputy quickly spoke up. My lord! Ahead is the AKS fortress. If we chase them there, the Knight's Order will have reason to gather other lords to eliminate us.
The Wolfang picked up his massive sword. He slung it over his shoulder. He looked at Lin Yue's back,
ignoring his subordinate's advice. The holy water appeared in his territory. This news couldn't be kept secret.
Whether they pursued or not, those guys would come for a share of the pie. Now, the most important thing was how to gain more benefits when dividing the cake.
He knew he couldn't hold on to the holy water.
So, secretly, he had made a deal with other lords. He absolutely couldn't let that guy with the ashes appearance fall into the hands of the Knight's Order.
The Knight's Order was already powerful enough.
If they took Lin Yue and made something of it, they wouldn't know how many hungry people would come gathering.
The Knight's Order must not expand any further.
This was what that old man personally told him.
So, even if he left the territory,
no one would respond to the Knight's Order's call for troops to surround him.
Chase. Don't be afraid.
The Wolfang mounted his war horse again.
The cavalry troop surged forward in a grand procession. Lin Yue once again felt the ground shake and cursed.
He wished he had more legs.
And in the fortress, the leader of the knights, Ai Li,
was witnessing this scene. A long-haired knight beside her looked at her in confusion.
My lady. Why send Hu to his death? Ai Li stared at Lin Yue's figure, lost in thought. For other family lords, having holy water is enough. God Lord? That is unnecessary. This is the only thing I can do. The long-haired knight didn't understand.
He asked why let Hu go to die. He was his good brother.
Also an important figure in the Knight's Order.
But who?
Ai Li raised her hand. If he doesn't die, are you going?
Or are you saying I should go?
Ai Li's words stunned the long-haired knight. He finally understood something. The three most important people in their Knight's Order.
One must die. The strength of the Knight's Order was growing.
Other lords of the territories were increasingly wary of them.
Without a suitable reason.
The Knight's Order couldn't do anything.
Otherwise, they would face a united attack from other lords.
And whose sacrifice would be the Knight's Order's token when negotiating at the table? He looked at Ai Li in front of him. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes.
The saint had a name without substance. The true control of the Knight's Order was Ai Li.
But Ai Li had no territory. Ai Li's ambition for expansion. Everyone understood.
But he never expected to sacrifice his most trusted person.
But there are three of us. Looking at the always expressionless Ellie,
the long-haired knight ultimately did not say the words that followed. His hand gripping the longsword turned pale from excessive strength.
Only to see Lin Yue's figure getting closer and closer to the fortress. A large number of black-armored heavy cavalry also arrived beneath the fortress. The horn in the city sounded. A multitude of knights set up heavy crossbows on the city walls.
One by one, priests carved strange symbols on the crossbows. When Wolfang reached the bottom of the fortress, a trace of unease flashed in his eyes.
Something is wrong. It's different from what we agreed upon. Stop. Flames lit up on the city walls. Wolfang looked at those enhanced crossbows.
He suddenly understood something.
These bastards. They actually chose that bitch? Retreat. Quick, retreat. Chapter 159, Acting Task.
Watching the flashes of cannon fire cut through the dark night sky,
Lin Yue followed the bright light and saw the woman standing on the city wall, coldly staring at him.
He had no time to waste. Although he did not understand what event he had been caught up in. But the only thing he could do now was to use this old priest to enter the fortress. Clearly, the guards of the fortress considered the black-armored heavy cavalry behind them as invaders. 2 rows of knights had long stood at the gate. An even older man than the old priest, wearing a clean long robe and a smile, was quietly waiting there. Once he saw Lin Yue's face. A fervent and excited expression crawled across his wrinkled face. He restrained his excited body, commanding the knights to lead Lin Yue and the old priest inside. Lin Yue noticed that the expressions of these people looking at him were all very strange. Only when the heavy iron gate behind him slowly closed did he breathe a sigh of relief. The explosions and screams outside were incessant. He did not know exactly what had happened. The older priest stretched out his hand to try to grab Lin Yue. But like the old priest, he was flustered and at a loss. In the end, he stretched out his hand to make a guiding gesture. Lin Yue scanned the surroundings, confirming that these people had no ill intentions. He obediently followed them away. In the city, it was pitch black. All the buildings had no lights. Only the castle higher up had bright light. All the way, knights held torches to form a bright path.
Lin Yue followed these two old men towards the castle. There was also a thick wall and a heavy door. Eventually, he was led into a magnificent bedroom. This fortress could be considered a resting point. Here, he could finally stop and rest. Directly lying on the bed, the old priest he had carried back had long left. Only this incredibly old guy remained guarding the room. Or rather, watching over him. Lin Yue felt uncomfortable under his gaze. The old guy's eyes seemed to be shining. It made him completely uneasy. "I say, can you not look at me like that?" Lin Yue's words made the old man instantly lower his head. After resting in the room for several hours, the door to the room was pushed open. Entering was the cold woman he had glanced at hurriedly on the city wall. "You should leave." Ellie stared intently at Lin Yue's face. The old priest bowed and cautiously closed the door as he left. "Are you also looking at me with that kind of eyes? Can I ask what is going on here?" Ellie removed her armor, then placed her sword on the table. In a nonchalant tone, she asked, "What is your name?" Lin Yue felt a bit frustrated. He did not want to be trapped here. Although he came to investigate the history of the Lord of Ashes, he did not want to delay the game. No matter how strong he was still an ant in front of the rules. "Lin Yue. What is your name?" Ellie listened to this name and did not respond for a long time. Then she took out a book. The cover of the book had his likeness on it. After a moment of surprise, Lin Yue began to understand a little. "You guys don't think I am the person on this, right? Who is this person?" Lin Yue said while pretending to be uninterested as he turned the first page. Just the first sentence shocked him. "The Lord of Ashes?" Ellie nodded. "I know you are not. But you look just like him. Tonight's chaos can be said to be because of you. There are many more who want to kill you than those black armored knights outside the city walls. Of course, only if you're cooperative. At AKS Fortress, I can satisfy whatever you want." Lin Yue flipped through the book describing the Lord of Ashes. He responded at the same time. "Can satisfy me. How about you accompany me for a nap first? Or let the saintess record it in this book." Lin Yue was just joking. But the words caused the sword on the table to suddenly point at his neck. Lin Yue remained completely calm. He gently pushed the blade away. "Would you? It's such a big deal tonight. If it's truly because of me, you'd probably care." Ellie withdrew her long sword. "If you cooperate, everyone is relaxed. If you don't cooperate, I can make you obey." Ding. Trigger special mission, cooperate with the night group to perform a show. Lin Yue didn't expect a mission to be triggered. But he still didn't understand what was happening. Ellie said nothing. She just warned Lin Yue. If he didn't cooperate, many people wanted his life. She seemed to be here just to say this one sentence. After saying that, she stood up and was about to leave. Lin Yue hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Cooperating for a show is fine. But I want to see someone. You help me find him." Ellie neither agreed nor refused. Until Lin Yue called out the three words, "Bone Demon." Only then did her figure slowly disappear at the door. Outside, another long-haired figure was glaring at him with anger. It seemed to be angry because it overheard his teasing remark. Lin Yue lay down for a little while. The fairy sister arrived. Lin Ying didn't expect to see Lin Yue here again. She had sensed Lin Hua's presence earlier. But it was just a flash, then it disappeared again. She had once gone to search for him. But unfortunately, she found nothing. That's why she turned to reside at AKS Fortress. She believed that as long as Lin Hua really came to this world, he would definitely come here. She also had many questions about Lin Yue's appearance. "Did you convey the message I wanted you to?" Lin Yue opened the door to take a look outside. That long-haired person was still there. There were knights all around. They clearly feared he would run. After closing the door again, Lin Yue finally answered Lin Ying's question. "I conveyed it. But sister, mourn his death." Hearing Lin Yue's words, Lin Ying sighed deeply. But she was not angry. Who killed him? Huang Xian, or that damned woman? Lin Yue knew Huang Xian. He didn't know who that damned woman was. That? If I say he committed suicide, would you believe it? A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Ying's eyes. This indicated her true message had reached Lin Hua. Lin Hua must have come. But why did he suddenly disappear again? Understood. You found me just to answer this question? You know, our agreement has already ended. You don't need to take risks to tell me this. In this kind of world, Why must you come back? Lin Ying's words were full of reproach towards Lin Yue. This was sincere. Lin Yue could feel it. He certainly was not purely here to answer this question. On one hand, he was here to top up the holy water. On the other hand, he was here to find information about the Lord of Ashes. This guy definitely knew why Wanwan in Shaoli needed to be burned. What exactly happened here? What is this fortress about? Lin Ying briefly explained the changes of this year to Lin Yue. Everything started from a guy named the Lord of Ashes suddenly arriving. Then suddenly leaving. Lin Ying gave a rough overview of the formation of the fortress. Lin Yue understood how deep the waters were here. It was all just various forces fighting for benefits. I heard it too. I have never really seen the Lord of Ash. However, the changes and impact he brought were enormous. At the very least, his brief appearance has fed many people. The mindless pursuers haven't appeared for a long time. By the way, there is also a saintess here. I heard she is the only one who has truly seen the Lord of Ash. If the Night Order really wants you to act, you should have a chance to meet her. She is the one who truly knows the detailed information. Speaking of which, I was also surprised when I first saw the statue of the Lord of Ash. You and him really look quite similar. Chapter 160. They are still alive. When Lin Ying left, she warned Lin Yue. Be sure to be careful of Alice, the leader of the Night Order. The saintess under her control has no real power. But her influence over the residents of AKS Fortress is greater than the entire council and lord. This matter of acting should not be so simple. If necessary, she can help Lin Yue escape. Lin Yue rejected Lin Ying's kindness. It is not easy to uncover the information about the Lord of Ash. This is the fundamental purpose of his coming here. He would not give up. That night, Lin Yue's place was very lively. After Lin Ying left, 2 more people arrived. An extraordinary old man and a solemn middle-aged man. They did not reveal their identities. Nor did they answer any of Lin Yue's questions. They arrived one after another, examining Lin Yue's appearance. Then, they hurriedly left. Just when Lin Yue thought he could take a good look at that book, the door was pushed open again. Am I a monkey in a zoo? Is this ever going to end? Lin Yue complained softly. The next guest was quite strange. The knights treated her with great respect, performing special etiquette. Their respectful attitude even surpassed that of the previous arrogant leader Alice. The girl covered her face, making it hard for Lin Yue to see. It had been a year since they last met. That little girl who was once as thin as a skeleton now had grown a bit taller. Her once handsome face had also recovered. She quietly looked at Lin Yue and said, "The World Controller." Lin Yue saw her fingers clenched tightly, turning pale. And a drop of bright tears fell from under her veil. For some unknown reason, he felt a bit heartbroken. The words "World Controller." He always felt he had heard them somewhere. When he remembered that pair of mother and daughter. The other person had already disappeared from the doorway. They are still alive. After that separation, Lin Yue felt that they might very well become others' food for the corpse bearers. He did not expect that they not only survived, but also lived very well. No matter how you look at it, this is a good thing. Lin Yue put away his emotions and began to focus on looking at the records of the Lord of Ash again. The more he read, the more surprised Lin Yue felt in his heart. The content on it was somewhat beyond his imagination. In this world, whether it is the mindless pursuers or the corpse bearers struggling to survive, the final outcome is the white bones in the corner of the kitchen, then thrown into the fire to be burned, becoming a pile of ashes to be disposed of. This era is thus called the Ash Era. And the deity who blesses the earth, allowing crops to grow again, has become the ruler who ends the Ash Era. The book does not describe much about what kind of god the Lord of Ash is. It describes more about this terrifying, cannibalistic world. Then encouraging everyone to work together to change this world. The Lord of Ash gave them hope, but did not completely change the world environment. So, they need to work hard together to seize the blessings bestowed by the Lord of Ash and strive to change the despair that continues to spread. The rest is various encouraging stories. Even Lin Yue couldn't help but feel moved. Actually, there is nothing unreasonable in the content of the book. Unity can indeed change many things. However, when strength is unequal, this thing is just a toolbook to brainwash low-level groups to struggle desperately. The powerful group will only continue to weave touching stories to inspire them. Occasionally giving them some hope can easily harvest all their efforts. These rulers even exploited the blessings of the Ash Lord. Thus, they enjoy everything with great pomp and circumstance. Lin Yue saw in the end
he discovered a huge problem. He knew the ashes were players. Just like he occasionally returns to the transfer station, developing tribes and civilizations there.
So, is it possible that the ashes are in the same situation?
The hungry world is the ashes transfer station.
And he has merely arrived at another player's base? In the eyes of the wild priest, he is also the master, the god. In contrast, their current situation is completely the same.
According to the game time, 1 day at the transfer station is almost a year of time difference.
The ashes are not here now.
They must have gone to another instance.
They could return at any time.
Thinking this way, Lin Yue felt that many things in this world became reasonable. At first, he didn't want to question those wild people. It was they who came to him, kneeling and believing in him. Perhaps when the ashes first came here,
they also didn't want to question them.
The so-called divine appearance in books should just be a coincidence.
For example, when the ashes just teleported in.
His biggest doubt now is,
just how strong are the ashes? To be called a god by these people.
That night, Lin Yue was in a chaotic state of mind. Even in his dreams, he was thinking about the connection between the ashes and the strange apartment. After all, in the timeline where the strange apartment is located, there is another strange lord.
That guy is also the master. Seemingly the strongest of an era.
So, is that instance also a transfer station for some player?
If so, is the strange lord also a player? Lin Yue's mind became even more confused because of the current information.
He dreamt all night long.
When he woke up in the morning,
Lin Yue just opened the door and saw rows of knights standing outside.
These knights looked at him.
Their eyes were filled with curiosity and awe. A whisper spread through this extremely disciplined knight group. The long-haired knight who had stood guard all night snorted. The scene suddenly fell silent. Ailey also hurried over a moment later.
She brought Lin Yue food, fruits, and new clothes. Lin Yue ate while listening to Ailey talk about the acting requirements. Your current identity is the earthly apostle of the Lord. You are not him. Just a megaphone for K. At noon,
the leader of the Ashes Church will hold a public conversation with the god.
Hearing this, Lin Yue understood what he had to do. So I will impersonate the Lord of Ashes and talk to him, right? What are the lines? Let me take a look first. Ailey shook her head. You don't need to speak.
Just maintain an air of mystery and show divine miracles.
Divine miracles?
Lin Yue looked at her. He did not know any divine miracles.
She definitely had some tricks to deceive people.
But this woman was unwilling to say another word.
After finishing the meal,
Lin Yue changed into the clothes she brought under Ailey's scrutiny.
They say clothing makes the man. This was Lin Yue's first time wearing such a dramatic costume. It looked somewhat like the extremely fancy knight armor in anime. Ailey had not given him any weapons. Only after Lin Yue inquired did he find out.
No one knew what the ashes used.
Lin Yue chuckled and said, I know.
He uses a long spear that is white with golden patterns.
So beautiful. Ailey ignored Lin Yue.
Not to mention she didn't believe Lin Yue's words at all.
Even if it were true, she couldn't find such a white long spear. Where could one find a god's weapon in the mortal world? It would only add to the flaws. Just this armor alone had been enhanced by the priest day and night to finish it overnight. And it could only display the aura of the divine for a few minutes. Remember, you don't need to say anything. Just stand there and show your face. Chapter 161, Miracle?
Seeing the statue of the Lord of Ashes during the day, Lin Yue felt the overwhelming presence of the figure.
Ding! Found the statue of the Lord of Ashes.
Statue of the Lord of Ashes, ruler of the Ashen Era, supreme player who ended the Ashen Era.
Upon seeing the message, Lin Yue couldn't help but express his thoughts in his heart. Indeed a player. But the end of the Ashen Era has not yet come. The timeline that truly ends this era should still be ahead. Thinking like this,
Lin Yue felt a strange sensation.
Looking at the dense crowd in the square. Will he, this false apostle of the god, leave a mark in history?
Lin Yue decided to ask Xiaoli next time he returned to the strange apartment.
Perhaps he could find his name in some ancient ruins or documents on a future timeline.
At this moment, Ailey looked like a true knight serving him,
accompanying his side.
On his other side was the saintess. This little girl was still wearing a veil, and did not show any excited emotions upon seeing him again. It was as if she didn't recognize him. Clearly, she had cried in front of him last night.
Is it the ruler here who controls freedom?
The crowd in the square saw Lin Yue dressed in magnificent armor, walking between the saintess and the knight commander. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Since the establishment of the Axe's fortress,
No one had ever stood between them. If there had been, that person's identity must be terrifyingly high. But in front of the statue stood the bishop of the Ashen Church. The lords from various regions were also present. The most powerful figures in the fortress were all in front of the statue. Who was this person? Soon, discussions began to spread endlessly. Lin Yue stood in the crowd, looking at Lin Yue, and sighed. When he got involved, fate had already been destined to be controlled by the power here. Trying to escape was probably not that easy anymore. Quiet. The middle-aged man who had hurriedly met Lin Yue last night was now wearing a pure white robe embroidered with gold thread. He gently spoke and stopped the noise in the square. Everyone looked at him, hoping this bishop would give an explanation. Their saintess actually walked beside a mysterious figure. This was blasphemy. The bishop scanned the crowd. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone avoided his eyes. His authority was evident. The Axis fortress has been established for a year. We are fortunate to have the Lord's mercy, granting us a blessed land, allowing us to grow bountiful crops, protecting us from the torment of hunger. But outside the Axis fortress, there are many self-righteous fools who not only do not believe, but also spread all kinds of rumors, trying to disrupt the unity within the fortress. The bishop paused, looking down at the silent crowd. He then turned to look at the saintess. The girl left Lin Yue's side and knelt down at the foot of the statue. For a year, the saintess has daily served and prayed to the statue of the Lord, praying to further improve our living conditions. With her relentless efforts, the Lord finally responded to us. Sent the apostle here. These words were not loud, but they stirred up a huge uproar in an instant. The crowd below began discussing fervently again. In fact, for a year, apart from periodic miracles, they hadn't really seen the so-called Lord of Ashes. And it was not that no one had doubted that these were the tricks of the lords, but they could only not go hungry. Whether the saintess and the Lord were real did not matter. Unlike those severely brainwashed members of the church, the crowd was more of the latter mindset. Now to tell them, this ethereal and illusory deity has responded to them? And even sent the apostle of God? Lord Bishop, what has the Lord of Ashes responded? Will the blessed land be expanded? Will the old man relieve us from the curse of hunger? I want to go home. Can we go home? Looking at the excited crowd, the bishop pressed his hand down again. Silence. What the Lord of Gods thinks is beyond the guessing of mere mortals like us. What will happen is already predetermined. What we should do, the apostle of the Lord will decide. Lin Yue knew it was time for him to introduce himself. He immediately walked forward, standing at the most prominent high point. Then he took off the mask on his face. When the crowd saw Lin Yue's face clearly, they all looked up at the huge statue. It looks like him. It is simply identical. Please, Holy Lady and Apostle, communicate with the Lord of Gods to receive an oracle. For us pitiful supplicants, ask for the manifestation of the divine. Lin Yue remembered he didn't need to do anything. He noticed some strange runes drawn in the little girl's sitting place. Curiosity arose in his heart. Is this the way to contact the Lord of Ashes? At this moment, the crowd in the square knelt down. Even the knights and those lords were no exception. Next to him, Ailey also knelt on one knee. Except for Lin Yue. It seemed no one could be an exception. After a few seconds, golden light began to shine from the little girl's body. Lin Yue realized this was the manifestation of having taken holy water. In confusion, the little girl took out a seed from her bosom. She placed it in the only patch of soil in front of her. In the blink of an eye, that seed tore through the earth like a bolt, instantly becoming a huge tree. The tree formed instantly, and its growth showed no signs of slowing down. Faintly, golden light shone between the leaves, until enticing apples continuously hung from the branches. Just these apples could feed many people. Is this a miracle? At this moment, as the crowd below all knelt with no one looking up, Ailey softly said to Lin Yue, "Drink this." Looking at the holy water Ailey handed over, a strange expression flashed across Lin Yue's face. Aren't these things everywhere? For the sake of the task, he didn't think much. He took a gulp without hesitation. The sacred radiance burst forth from Lin Yue's body. It highlighted his splendid armor as even more extraordinary. The runes on the armor were activated by the holy water. Suddenly, a violent wind erupted. This gale swept through the entire square. Even the dark clouds in the sky were stirred.
It was as if an invisible giant hand was stirring, until the dark clouds were scattered. When the sunlight fell, Ailey poured another bottle of holy water beside Lin Yue. Colorful flowers began to bloom around him. The sacred aura became even richer. The bishop turned and nodded at Ailey, then shouted loudly, "Look up!" The crowd obediently looked up, and one glance. They were stunned. The towering fruit trees, the imposing apostle of the Lord, and the suddenly clear sky, all greatly stimulated their souls. Moreover, Lin Yue was completely wrapped in sacred power. Tears could not help but flow down his face. The Lord of Gods. Has he really descended? Lin Yue thought these tricks were quite average. But they couldn't resist the fact that these people lacked knowledge. So easy to fool. Some people below were skeptical too. One by one, they watched the show with glee. He even saw Lin Ying. This fairy sister's expression was rather bored. She even yawned. In contrast, those ordinary people kept cheering and crying, as if they saw good days ahead. Don't be fooled by them. It's fake. It's all fake. Chapter 162, I give you a chance to challenge me. In the crowd, a sudden roar broke out. A shadow rushed rapidly toward the kneeling praying holy lady. Lin Yue recognized the person at a glance. It was the wolf-tooth lord who chased him last night. Ailey saw surprise and confusion in the wolf-tooth's eyes. She angrily looked toward all the lords in the council. That old man smiled as he watched the scene. Last night's deal seemed just like a joke. They ultimately chose to eliminate the more significant threat of the night group. She glanced at the wolf-tooth and couldn't help but sneer. This stupid pig. The troop was annihilated, and the territory was impossible to keep. Yet, they still cooperated with them to attack the Night Order. She thought Wolf-Tooth would choose to die in battle. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a coward afraid of death. Good strategy. Eliminate Wolf-Tooth's heavy cavalry, then deal with the Night Order. No one can threaten their position anymore. At this moment, Ellie felt somewhat unwilling. She underestimated the greed of these lords. She was just a pawn used by others. Wolf-Tooth grabbed the Saintess, standing in front, and shouted, "Don't be fooled by her. This person is a fake sent by the Night Order. The Night Order wants to control all the territories, and even the Saintess they brought in is a fake. The true purpose of this Knight Commander is to occupy the fortress of AKS. To enslave you all in the name of a divine apostle." The soldiers of the Night Order looked at Ellie one after another. And Ellie looked at the long-haired knight. But he stood still without moving. The attitude of this knight captain seemed to explain everything. This caused the Night Order to fall into panic. A sense of regret arose in Ellie's heart. She realized she wasn't foolish either. Sacrificing her closest partner, Tiger, ultimately led to another trusted ally betraying her. However, she still had supporters. Groups of knights surrounded Ellie tightly. They guarded against the soldiers brought by other lords. Lin Yue watched the changes on the scene. He felt emotional about Lin Ying's words last night. The water's here. Indeed, very deep. He didn't care about the behind-the-scenes power struggles of these people. But he wouldn't ignore the little girl. As the crowds were shocked watching this scene, Lin Yue moved. He lifted his foot. Slowly walked down the steps, one step at a time toward Wolf-Tooth. This guy. Chased after him last night. Now without armor on him. He'd be much easier to kill. As Lin Yue moved, Ellie and the other lords looked at him in surprise. They speculated about what this impostor was going to do. Wolf-Tooth looked at Lin Yue approaching. A cold smile hung on his lips. Kid. Last night, you hurt me. Today, I want you to pay me back 100-fold. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can give you a quick death. Ha ha ha. Lin Yue responded with an O. With a long nail in hand. Instantly transformed into a long spear. This isn't over yet. Affected by the runes on his armor, the holy power extended from his hand, wrapping around the spear. It actually became the white spear with golden patterns that Lin Yue had described to Ellie. Wrapping fibers surrounded Lin Yue, adding a touch of mystery to his divine apostle stance. Seeing this, Wolf-Tooth felt a wave of anxiety. He knew how powerful that thing was. Since you say mine is fake, then I must prove it. Otherwise, relying on your empty words, do you expect all the people to believe you? Let's fight. I, representing the Lord of Ashes, grant you a chance to challenge me. What do you say? Lin Yue's words were heavy and resonant, causing all the people to snap back to their senses. Yes. What if Wolf-Tooth was lying, and Lin Yue is truly a divine apostle?
Wouldn't that offend the Lord of Ashes? Most people didn't know Lin Yue's true strength. However, a few lords knew that Lin Yue had entered the fortress due to the delay by the night's strongest knight, Tiger, and Ellie's arrangement. No one knew his true power. And Wolf Tooth didn't mention the embarrassing fact of being almost killed by Lin Yue. This sudden change left several lords a bit caught off guard. But that was all. After all, Lin Yue's identity as a divine apostle was still fabricated by them. He definitely could not possess the divine power granted by the Lord of Ashes. At this moment, the people were also afraid of offending the divine apostle. They shouted together, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Among the crowd, there were many who knew the truth. Some formidable oddities were not afraid of offending various lords at all. At worst, they could leave the fortress. Going anywhere else, they could still survive. Here, it was just because living was more comfortable. Lin Yue shouted the loudest, attracted the attention of many people. The mountain shaking and sea surging shouts quickly drowned out her voice. This made several lords furrow their brows. They looked at Wolf Fong, indicating for Wolf Fong to take action. One lord, would he really fear a newcomer who just arrived here? Wolf Fong looked cautiously at the ribbons encircling Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked at the entangled ribbons. He chuckled lightly and said, "Are you afraid of this? Then I won't use it. If you still don't dare, just admit that you are the real liar. I also give you a straightforward choice. In front of the statue of the God Lord, just commit suicide. If you are afraid, I will just stand here and let you strike me." Lin Yue's calmness and momentum once again ignited the crowd. Standing still and letting Wolf Fong strike? This surely meant receiving the protection of the God Lord. Fight! 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 The mountain shaking and sea surging shouts made Wolf Fong unable to help but feel panic. Even Ellie did not dare to say let him strike. This person. Could he really be? But he couldn't retreat. If he retreated again, the crowd would definitely completely believe Lin Yue's identity. What he said would become a joke. The eyes of the other lords had already turned dangerous. No matter what, he could not lose. Good. If you lose, you must expose Ellie's ambitions and your plans. Lin Yue did not pay attention to Ellie behind him. He only wanted to kill this guy. Then save the little girl. Looking at Wolf Fong releasing the little girl, he glanced at the bishop. This middle-aged man looked terrified under that gaze. He felt as if he could die at any moment. He instinctively helped the little girl out of the clearing, to make room for a battlefield for the two. Lin Yue kept his promise, wrapped the entangled ribbons around his hand. He only said he wouldn't need the binding ability of the ribbons, but did not say he wouldn't need the immunity to damage ability. Watching Lin Yue put away the entangled ribbons, even stabbing the long hair into the ground, Wolf Fong couldn't care about the face of the lords. He roared in anger, lifting the giant sword high and leaping up. From the giant sword, black smoke billowed. The black smoke turned into a giant wolf with red eyes. Roar! The giant wolf howled, bringing forth a violent hurricane on the sword's edge, tearing through the air. Even the hard stone ground was broken and swept up, heading straight for Lin Yue's head. Suddenly descended. Die! Boom! The ground near Lin Yue instantly shattered, sending up a storm of debris, which roared and scattered. Wolf Fong panted as he watched ahead. Just a glance. He was frozen in place. He saw Lin Yue smiling, calmly looking at him. That sacred and magnificent armor, not even a speck of dust was on it. Is this it? I'm about to make a move. Chapter 163, Scaring Away the Strange Wolf. Wolf Fong looked in disbelief at the unscathed Lin Yue. He still couldn't believe everything before him. The Lord of Ashes was something they fabricated. How could there be an apostle of the God Lord? Strange wolf! He roared in fury. A huge wolf head shadow appeared behind him. Lin Yue frowned upon seeing this wolf head. It was clear that Wolf Fong was also a summoning type of aberration, similar to the strange tiger. The giant wolf had slowly emerged from above the square. Its enormous body gradually revealed itself. Just the aura alone made ordinary people bow their heads. Their chests felt as if blocked, unable to breathe smoothly. Black smoke swirled, covering the sky, once again hiding the clear blue sky. The spirit felt as if it had been tainted. In a state of severe panic. They might fall into madness at any moment. Toward this colossal being, Lin Yue no longer observed. He sensed the threat from the other side. This thing was far stronger than the strange tiger. He raised his spear and threw it outward.
The spear, empowered by divine strength, was a natural nemesis to strange powers.
He couldn't allow this eerie being to fully appear. Otherwise, this act could no longer be hidden. Wolf Fang's whole body was becoming ethereal, clearly pouring or sacrificing all his strength to this giant wolf. And the giant wolf glanced at the sacred spear. Its gaze narrowed, revealing a look of terror. The forelimb that stepped out quickly shrank back. The massive void portal slowly closed. Before leaving, it did not forget to curse. Damn hunger! Are you trying to kill me? Wolf Fang turned around with a confused face. His protection was so strange that it actually scared them away?
The spear surged forward without hesitation.
It flew far away, shooting into the building just as the void portal closed. That tower collapsed with a thunderous crash.
This revealed the formidable power of this strike. Lin Yue saw that Wolf Fang had no further moves.
Plus, everyone's attention was on the collapsing tower behind.
He raised his hand and summoned a bone spike.
A massive sense of deadly crisis swept over. Wolf Fang instinctively jumped away from the spot.
But the bone spike was generated within him. 5 bone spikes emerged from his ribs and swiftly pierced through his heart.
To outsiders,
Lin Yue simply extended his right hand lightly towards Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang then collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose.
Ding! Kill Wolf Fang, the Lord. Freedom points plus 10. Dead?
Lin Yue did not expect that Wolf Fang was not the strange one.
That strange wolf seemed to be his master instead.
And he was just a puppet or follower walking in the mundane world.
Just when the scene fell into an eerie silence, Lin Ying laughed and shouted, "Long live the apostle!"
The others also awakened from their shock. They followed with loud cheers. The situation instantly turned upside down. The few lords of the council could not sit still.
Kill him. As long as he is dead, the fantasies in the hearts of the people will shatter.
Yes, kill. He's just a powerful person who came from another world.
What about the people? How will you calm their emotions? Calm my foot.
Dare to rebel, just chop.
Chop half and keep half, just keep them as slaves. Anyway, chopping will not waste anything.
Don't say such things. Our goal is to escape from here.
You can't concentrate all your strength like this. Then what do you suggest? Are you really going to let that wench take our fruits?
The lords argued endlessly. Finally, they looked at the only council chairman who had not spoken. It seemed they were waiting for him to deliver the final verdict. Kill. The religious power of speech must never be given away. If he is truly the apostle of the God Lord, he will not die.
But is he? The people only believe what they see in front of them. I want to see him bleed.
Ailey looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. She did not expect that Lin Yue actually had this kind of strength. The apostle of the God Lord and such.
She personally concocted that lie. No one knew better than her who Lin Yue really was.
She was closely observing the movements of the council lords. She also saw a large number of soldiers being summoned here. At that moment, she drew her long sword and loudly said, "Knights, heed my command. Protect the apostle." Ailey led the charge, guarding beside Lin Yue. The knights behind Chang Mao hesitated. If Lin Yue was real, they could not go against their original oath. Some took the lead to leave. Soon, a large number of defectors appeared one after another. The bishop was also a puppet. He could only hold the saintess by the side and watch the battle. He still had some priests. Although only a few close confidants, he after all represented the bishop of the Ash Church.
This time, it might be the opportunity to break free from being a puppet.
Thus, to become the true bishop. Whether Lin Yue was real or not did not matter. What mattered was, he must not be allowed to have any accidents. The priests absolutely supported the Lord of Ashes. As long as he gave the order. At this moment, he could gain more power. Failure would mean death. But success was immense power. Thoughts clashed in his mind for a moment. He suddenly shouted, "Priests! Protect the apostle!" The lords on the council cast a casual glance at this bishop, feeling a bit surprised and angry. What kind of trash dared to jump out and challenge them?
A large number of priests joined the knightly faction,
confronting the private soldiers of the lords. Ailey looked at the group of lords and shouted, "The facts are right in front of us. Lords, bringing private soldiers to Ash Square, is it a rebellion? Attacking the apostle of the God Lord. Aren't you afraid of the Lord of Ashes descending with divine punishment?"
Lin Yue noticed.
It's reached this point. It no longer matters who the people believe. In the end, it's still the powerful who speak.
History is always written by the victors. No matter how noble they appear, they inevitably have a bloody and dark side. Someone from the Lord group stepped forward. With disdain, he said, "Killing a wolf tooth proves he is an apostle of the Lord? If this is how we tell truth from lie, I could crush a wolf tooth too, then I am an apostle? As for that face, who knows if it's done with some illusion? In this world, it's quite easy for some trickery to do this. What do you think?" Ailey wanted to refute. Lin Yue stopped her. He pushed aside the knight who stood in front of him. "If I killed you all, would that prove my identity?" Lin Yue's words shocked the other side. He suddenly remembered that the terrifying spectral wolf had just been scared away. He was just bragging. How could he be much stronger than the wolf tooth? "Anyway, if you want to prove you are an apostle of the Lord, this isn't enough." Lin Yue stepped forward again. His gaze fixed intently on the other, and asked, "Then how should I prove it?" Just at this moment of stalemate, the system unexpectedly popped up a prompt. Ding! Triggered Special Mission 2, perform the whole act, play the Descent of the Lord of Ashes. Hint, the player has been temporarily provided with infinite mental power. Chapter 164, Flowers Bloom Everywhere. Perform the whole act. TSK. Lin Yue didn't expect this to be a chain mission. And it gave him game plot style infinite mental power. Upon thinking it over, Lin Yue felt this was an opportunity to benefit the starving world. Just as he was considering how to proceed, his hand was taken by a small, icy hand. The saintess had unveiled her veil. She looked up at Lin Yue and said, "You just need to act like last time." This seemed like a reminder, but it confused Lin Yue even more. Last time? What did the Lord of Ashes do last time? How would he know? The little girl pointed to the injured people caught up in the battle. Many were hurt. Lin Yue nodded, understanding her meaning. He took the saintess to the crowd. Ailey still wanted to give Lin Yue the holy water to heal the people's wounds. But with so many eyes watching, it was simply impossible. And if Lin Yue couldn't do it, it would be equivalent to admitting he wasn't a true apostle of the Lord. She would rather have both sides fight than let Lin Yue act impulsively. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yue turned around and glared at her. In an instant, her body stood still against her will. Lin Yue's eyes were like a huge black hole. They instantly drained her of all her strength. Lin Yue had no good feelings towards her. He also didn't want the mission progress to be disrupted. Under his warning gaze, Ailey did not pursue. He continued to lead the saintess slowly to the people. And the crowd was eagerly watching him. They hoped he would demonstrate more miracles to completely silence those lords. Lin Yue didn't lower himself to have them bring all the injured over. Infinite blue. Of course, he had to act big. Bloom. As Lin Yue whispered, a vast life force surged, centered on him. Instantly, it rippled outwards. A visible green light spread like a warm breeze. Like a god of healing, gently touching each person. Everyone covered by the fairy art felt a mighty vitality bathing their whole bodies. Ah! My hand is growing. The hand I broke for a lifetime is actually growing back. Ah, all my hidden injuries have been healed. Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord. Everyone except Lin Ying and the saintess was in extreme shock. Lin Ying recognized what this ability was. The saintess naturally thought Lin Yue could do it. Even the lords felt an intense fear from this terrifying life force. Lin Yue not only healed the injured people, he instantly cured old diseases and hidden injuries. Even they were not excluded. God loves the world, regardless of good or evil. Among them, someone's heart shook at that moment. Could it be? Is he real? Nonsense. It's just a healing ability. But, this scale. Only a god can do this. Are you doubting yourself? Why panic? Compared to the blessings of the earth, this level is not something no one can achieve. Isn't that bony monster able to perform similar life revival? She was leading the crowd just now, she must have joined the night team. Control the army well, don't let them waver. Lin Yue's blooming continued. Anyway, mental energy costs nothing now. He closed his eyes. He sensed the players still arguing at the second rest point. He sensed even farther away. There was a land more tragic than the grasslands. The entire world, except for this place. Nearly all were skin and bones, hungry. Endless bones almost covered the whole world. At last, he saw the Hunger Lord again. The Hunger Lord should have been dead. Yet he saw the other again. And this time, The Hunger Lord looked up at him. His eyes showed a confused bewilderment. He unexpectedly communicated with him from afar. How did a person like you get imprisoned? Lin Yue wanted to converse back. But a mysterious power instantly cut off his communication with the Hunger Lord. Lin Yue retracted his puzzled expression. He looked towards the Lord group. Is this enough? The entire Ark Fortress was under continuous healing. Many who had suffered from hunger for countless years had their bodies healed. Even many strange beings began to have doubts. Is Lin Yue really the apostle of the Ash Lord? This power. Even if not, Lin Yue was definitely among the strongest in this world. The council chairman's face was as dark as if it could bleed. He finally made a move. A mere boost of vitality. It's nothing. Soul capture. The moment the old man spoke, centered on him, a black mist of death spread continuously. It devoured the surrounding life force and kept spreading. Soon it covered the entire square. Feeling this breath of death, Lin Yue frowned. This old man was indeed a tough guy. Unfortunately, today, the system had powered him up. Nothing could change that. The imitation is quite decent. One imitation made the old man's face turn darker. He raised his hand, controlling the black mist to transform into a huge black hand rushing towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue raised his hand towards the black hand to concentrate his blooming technique. He gathered the holy power within him to burst out. In an instant, a golden fist struck towards the black palm. Just at the moment of contact, the fist shattered the black hand and surged towards the old man. The old man was blasted away, crashed into a group of soldiers. His eyes filled with disbelief. Only by personally feeling the holy power constantly coursing within him did he realize with horror. Lin Yue's explosive strike shared the same source as the holy water's power. No. At a higher level. Impossible. It's all fake, how could it become real? Cough cough. Lin Yue did not kill him. He wanted the other to be convinced. His body began to slowly float, quickly flying towards the sky. He glanced at the ruined land full of bones. I wonder if this will end this instance. Bloom. Endless. At this moment, Lin Yue's mental power acted like a spring of release, continuously pouring life force onto the ground. A golden rain of life descended. The fortress walls and ground were pushed up by green sprouts from below. Colorful flowers continuously bloomed and burst forth, and kept spreading in all directions. Wherever Lin Yue's consciousness passed, all rivers transformed into golden holy water, nourishing the entire land. Various plants broke through the soil. The corpse bearers walking on the road just put the burlap sack on his back. He looked up and saw the ground beneath him shaking. At the moment, a beautiful blue flower bloomed. In his numb awareness, it was as if a seed had cracked open with a snap. He tremblingly touched the petals, smelling the fragrance of the flower. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He had long forgotten how long it had been since he had seen such a common wildflower wandering on a certain strange road. He looked in surprise at the sea of flowers on both sides of the road, stretching endlessly into the distance. A sparkle twinkled in his eyes. Lying among them, it seemed like he was reminiscing about the time when he was still an ordinary person. He reached out his hand. It seemed he could see his lover's smile. If only it were possible. He really wanted to go home. A strange power. Never mind. In another copy, Han Yan looked at Xiao Li sitting by the road making flower crowns from colorful flowers. She was as happy as a little child. Curiously, she asked, "Is it for me?" Xiao Li rolled her eyes at her. "I have someone I like now. Besides, I'm not a lily. If you dare to have thoughts about me, be careful, or I'll eat you." Hearing this, Han Yan silently looked ahead. In the distance, a statue's head was sinking into the mud, covered in moss. It made her lose focus for a long time. "We should go. Those fairies will catch up soon."